Introduction. Albert casually engaged in a game of civilization, only to find himself inexplicably transported to a new realm as the heir of the Manderly family. Amidst the enigmatic magic, colossal dragons, perilous power struggles, and deadly battlegrounds, who shall ascend to claim the throne of supremacy? Chapter 1. White Harbor. The northern skies remained as frigid as ever, with chunks of ice the size of a person drifting atop the White Blade River. The soldiers and watchmen hoped to use their wooden poles to maneuver these ice fragments aside, preventing them from damaging the hulls of their vessels. Albert, leading his soldiers, successfully displaced a massive iceberg, revealing a splendid three-masted ship gracefully entering the White Blade River. Initially, I had no idea this vessel would look so magnificent sailing on the river, remarked one soldier, gazing at the exquisite ship, its sails crafted from the sturdiest fabric, a costly material, but readily provided by the Lord's merchant fleet of White Harbor. After all, the Lord's grandson is here with us to clear the ice. What could possibly be unbelievable? Two soldiers commented, observing their commander directing his personal guard to nudge the large iceberg out of the main channel. While Albert beheld the successful launch of his latest creation, he remained uncertain. The design was merely a fleeting glance at the Civilization Games icon, hastily jotted down, leading to the construction of a similar vessel, with even the hull not of his own design. Albert was the beloved grandson of the former Lord Eel, the sole son of Lord Willis, and the only male heir of the Manderly family. Do not be mistaken. He was not struck by a truck, but rather transported here by a bolt of lightning while playing Civilization on the eve of his college entrance examination, waking to find himself in this unfamiliar world, bewildered for 3 years. Though he thrived as the only heir to White Harbor, one must imagine the plight of a reclusive individual who wouldn't dare close his computer on the night before the exams, enduring 3 days devoid of internet, electricity, joyous beverages, snacks, or delivery. Admittedly, he had not thought of leaping into the White Blade River in that first moment. Albert himself could not fathom how he had managed to persevere. Indeed, it seemed the gods had been watching over him, as a single lightning strike had transformed him into the grandson of a lord who never existed in this realm. White Harbor was the largest city in the north and the 5th largest in all of Westeros, having been repurposed from the former Stark family fortress. Albert understood the extent of his family's advantage in previous territorial transactions, implying that his path would be closely aligned with the Stark family. As the sole heir of the Manderly family, he was obliged to firmly establish his position alongside the Starks, for only they could safeguard the Manderly's interests in this economically and militarily prosperous region. Despite the vast population of White Harbor, most inhabitants worshipped the old gods, contrasting with the Manderly family's faith in the Seven. Thus, upon leaving the Stark family's stronghold, his family's reputation might become challenging to uphold. To navigate this, he could either demonstrate remarkable abilities to win over the people of White Harbor or pray for his grandfather's longevity. After all, his father, being a scholar, posed no issues, but as a lord, Albert found his overly genteel demeanor a source of frustration. Why did others have miraculous powers upon their reincarnation, while he faced such a peculiar beginning? In these 3 years, he endeavored to showcase the capabilities expected of an engineering student, such as the current ship, which was thrice as fast and boasted a 10 higher cargo capacity than their standard vessels. Moreover, his improvements extended to renovating all roads leading from the castle to the outside world and designing the entire ventilation system of the castle. To protect against the beasts lurking in the forests, they erected a rudimentary curtain wall surrounding the residential area. With the inaugural three-masted ship officially in service, White Harbor's economy was poised for further growth. Currently, it stood as the largest city in the north, with a resident population of approximately 170,000, nearing the size of the 4th largest city in Westeros, Castle Black. Indeed, in Albert's plans, White Harbor must maintain this population for at least 2 decades, as the impending winter from the north posed a significant challenge. The maximum sustainable population was this number, as excessive growth would deplete their resources, especially with the need to stockpile for the coming winter. Moreover, support for Winterfell might be required. In this life, firmly aligned with the Stark family, Albert had no intention of allowing them to face annihilation. "All right, Albert Manderly, let us contemplate how we can preserve our lordship," he mused, instructing his 2 personal guards to shift the larger ice blocks to the riverbanks, as far from the main channel as possible. After all, the three-masted ship lacked any collision protection. A collision could indeed prove damaging. This vessel could set a precedent for other lords and merchant lords seeking to purchase ships, while other vessels would take at least 3 to 4 months to launch, necessitating that this ship remain aesthetically pristine. Indeed, while warships required approval from Winterfell for construction, merchant ships did not face such restrictions. The construction experience of three-masted ships could also apply to warships. Though the absence of cannons might diminish the striking power of swift sailing vessels, they had a substitute, the crossbow. Currently, they employed a rather conventional model, unlike the scorpion crossbow depicted in literature. Yet this crossbow could still manage to launch projectiles, albeit awkwardly affixed to the agile three-masted ship. Clearly, this was less than ideal and would compromise the vessel's maneuverability, while cannons remained undeveloped due to the scarcity of fertile saltpeter mines in this world. Without saltpeter, gunpowder was a distant dream, leaving them to rely on crossbows as a substitute. Chapter 2. The Manderly family in the newly constructed shipyard at the harbor. 3 new sailing vessels are currently under construction. Although cannons are not yet available, Albert is endeavoring to submit his designs for a ballista. While it is preferable to employ cannons on such ships due to their superior lethality and range, the current circumstances do not permit the use of artillery. Albert is contemplating whether to redesign the entire drainage system of White Harbor. He recalls having read in a historical tome about the ancient French method of producing saltpeter, which necessitates the accumulation of vast quantities of wheat stalks, fallen leaves, and tattered cloth to create a conducive environment for the growth of nitrate bacteria. This mixture would then be buried in the excavated earth along with ample lime and water. Of course, human urine also provides a suitable medium for the proliferation of nitrate bacteria. However, the primary navigation channel must first be thoroughly cleared of ice, as the preservation of this three-masted ship is paramount. Albert's mind begins to drift back to the blueprints of the ballista he has seen. If it could be employed, it would undoubtedly enhance their combat capabilities in naval warfare. He also considers another formidable weapon, the incendiary oil tank. This was mentioned in an ancient Chinese compendium of weaponry, which described how the Song dynasty's naval forces relied on such apparatus, emphasizing the adage that the best defense is a good offense, where close combat surpasses ranged engagements. Just as this thought crystallizes in his mind, for cavalrymen, bearing the insignia of the Manderly family, gallop toward the riverbank on their steeds. "My lord, the Count awaits your presence at Newcastle," they announce. At the top of their flag, a strip of blue silk signifies Albert's suggestion to his father, Wells, to modify the banners used by scouts and messengers for clearer identification of their positions on the battlefield. Upon seeing this messenger unit, Albert orders his loyal guards to return all tools to the workers engaged in clearing the navigation channel. He then mounts his horse and swiftly makes his way toward the grand fortress at the heart of White Harbor. White Harbor is composed of 3 distinct sections: the outer residential area, which includes various artisanal workshops and extensive farmland, the expansive woods and thoroughfares that encircle these regions, the commercial district, which lies further inward, and at its core, the imposing fortress. This bastion rises to a height of 140 feet and consists of 4 levels, encircled by a colossal marble wall that stands 60 feet tall. Adjacent to the fortress is the port area, which is near the remnants of the old town, originally granted to the Manderly family. Known as Wolf's Den, spreading outward from the center toward the Delta estuary are the port and shipyard districts. When Albert first traversed this area, he proposed that his grandfather extend the shipyard along both coastlines. The large shipyard currently used for constructing three-masted vessels is situated on the easternmost edge of White Harbor, and soon, additional artisanal factories will emerge on the western side, gradually expanding the entire urban area outward. The outermost district comprises farmland, which transitions inward to include artisanal zones and low-income residential areas, essentially slums. Further inward lies the affluent residential quarters and the commercial district, leading to the main urban area, encompassing Newcastle and its surrounding walls. The commercial district forms a circular perimeter around Newcastle, while beyond it lies a special residential area for shipyard workers, bustling with fishermen delivering a variety of seafood every dawn, making it the liveliest part of White Harbor. The main thoroughfare within the city has been reinforced and paved with marble to facilitate increased commercial trade, establishing White Harbor as the most active commercial port in the north, serving as a departure point for many caravans heading northward. Upon entering the fortress with its towering walls, one finds the area designated for the military's daily preparations and rest. Owing to its sizable population, White Harbor boasts the largest standing army in the north, supported by significant tax revenues. Consequently, the military's equipment is considered relatively superior within the region. Under the training of his grandfather, uncle, and father, Over 5,500 standing soldiers maintain commendable combat readiness, including more than 1,000 fully armored cavalry, with the remainder comprising over 1,000 archers and 500 members of other military units. The strongest military force in the north belongs to Winterfell, with a standing army of approximately 6,000 soldiers. White Harbor ranks second, alongside formidable strongholds such as Horror Castle and Heir City, while the third tier includes Deepwood Motte, Widow's Watch, and Carlin Bay, with the rest being lesser lords of little renown. The Manderly family, as a prominent noble house in the north, enjoys considerable prestige throughout the region and the Seven Kingdoms. This growth and development are inextricably linked to the Stark family and the venerable elder currently residing in Newcastle, Wyman Manderly, who has governed White Harbor for nearly 40 years and commands great respect. His two sons, Wylis and Wendell Manderly, alongside the younger generation, including Albert and his siblings, Wilfred and Vera Manderly. Although his uncle lacks legitimate heirs, he has 3 illegitimate sons. Albert contemplates whether to grant his uncle a parcel of land along the border between the Old Town and White Harbor to establish his own fortress, especially since the Old Town possesses 2 shipyards that could accommodate more merchant vessels and warships. As he enters the grand new castle, he finds a stout, silver-haired man seated on the central throne, his bearded visage unable to conceal the mirth in his smile. Is the jovial elder, Wyman Manderly. Grandfather, Albert greets as he approaches the throne and bows slightly. At 16 years of age, Albert has reached a significant milestone in this realm, where girls typically marry soon after their first menstruation, generally around 12. However, his 19-year-old sister and 15-year-old sister remain unmarried, as their grandfather harbors hopes of forging a new alliance with the Stark family. Despite several attempts by Wilfred to gain the favor of Robb Stark during their visits to Winterfell, no such union has materialized. Albert has recently heard whispers within the castle that his grandfather is considering a marriage proposal for him. As he passes his 16th birthday, he is now of an age where he may soon embark on the journey of courtship. Chapter 3. The crossbow and the fire oil cabinet. Count Wyman sat upon his throne, his mustache elegantly arching to obscure his mouth, though it would reveal his teeth in moments of hearty laughter. The old count extended to Albert a letter, freshly unsealed from its wax. The heir must embody the dignity of his station, rather than gallivanting aimlessly throughout the day. Upon receiving it, Albert commenced to read the missive. To the esteemed Count Wyman Manderly, I respectfully invite your heir, Albert Manderly, along with his peers, to gather in Winterfell 10 days hence, to celebrate my 16th name day. I eagerly await your reply. Robb Stark. If it is the young lord's request, we should indeed make the journey. By sea, we could arrive in approximately 5 days. Albert remarked after perusing the letter, swiftly returning it to its envelope before handing it back to the old count. Grandfather, if memory serves, there should still be 2 sets of blueprints in my cabinet. Shall I bring them along? The old count smiled, replying, take your sister and mother with you as well. Allow them to behold the fury of the seas and witness our grand vessel. The Fury of the Seas was the name of the three-masted ship. Though Albert was not the captain, the ship was nominally his, as every male in the Manderly family was entitled to a vessel upon turning 16. The old countess' ship, the White Harbor, was a formidable single-masted warship. Each young man of the Manderly lineage was required to sail his family's warship to pay homage to the current head of House Stark, thereby affirming his allegiance to the Stark family. At 15 years of age, Albert's audience was imminent. Your ship is swift. It should reach its destination within 5 days. Do not rush. Instead, construct 2 prototypes based on your blueprints and load them aboard, the Count advised, pausing to reflect before declining to allow the blueprints to be taken directly. After all, should their family monopolize production, the Stark family, given their nature, would likely not insist on the surrender of the designs, thus presenting their family with a new commercial opportunity. Though Albert understood this reasoning, he was uncertain of his grandfather's intentions. Hearing such words, he felt that the task at hand was nearly accomplished. Thus, his primary objective was to expedite the creation of the 2 mechanisms illustrated in the blueprints. The 2 devices Albert referred to were the fire oil cabinet and the crossbow, both intended for installation on the warship for ranged and close combat. Due to the impracticality of fitting catapults on the latest vessels, he opted to replace the designs with crossbows. Initially, he had considered the design of a ballista, yet the arrows proved insufficiently destructive for naval warfare, rendering the crossbow, which fired solid projectiles, far more effective. After paying his respects to the old count, Albert retreated to his chamber, retrieved the 2 blueprints, and set forth to seek out a carpenter in the town. Although the 5 cannons contain a few iron components, they are not numerous. in the frigid northern regions. Finely crafted iron equipment tends to rust easily and is challenging to maintain. Albert replaced nearly all replaceable parts with wooden materials. Even so, creating these weapons remained a formidable task, as the resilience and malleability of wood do not surpass that of iron. The design principles of the fire oil cabinet remained somewhat obscure even to Albert. However, with a crossbow, if one can sketch the blueprint, they have already accomplished half the task. Soon, all the components of the crossbow were crafted in proportionate dimensions, and Albert thoughtfully labeled them according to the installation sequence. Together with the carpenters, he assembled the crossbow step by step. Simultaneously, the construction of the nitrate fields was prioritized, as they not only eliminated potential gunpowder materials, but also served as excellent fertilizer. However, the timing was not ideal. Just recently, the ventilation system of the new fortress had been overhauled, and hastily modifying their sewage system might lead to financial strain and unnecessary complications. After considerable effort, a makeshift crossbow finally emerged. Due to the absence of any metallic fabric, its range and power were certainly inferior to the original design. A group of individuals dragged this rudimentary contraption to the barracks, intending to experiment with it. Given the cumbersome nature of the wooden crossbow, they devised two styles, one with a fixed base for use on warships and a mobile base for marching. Albert practiced with his guards, while the remaining carpenters worked diligently to produce additional crossbows. Although the sailing vessels did not have designated positions for oarsmen, several extra openings were created specifically for long-range weaponry, as arrows could inflict minimal damage on enemy ships. The spectacle of testing the crossbow attracted nearby soldiers in training, including Willis and Wenman. After Albert calibrated the crossbow and aimed at a target on the city wall, he launched an attack. The crossbow bolt struck with tremendous force, breaching the wall on the first shot. Perhaps due to the proximity or other factors, the impact was unexpectedly powerful, toppling 4 bricks from the wall. This left everyone present utterly astonished. Even Albert was taken aback by the destructive efficiency of the crossbow, which exceeded his expectations. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. For a medieval society lacking effective siege tactics, employing a crossbow with such remarkable efficacy was undoubtedly the best solution, especially if it could spare the lives of soldiers from the perils of the gaping chasm beneath the city walls. Old Man Willis swiftly approached, wrapping his arm around Albert's, inquiring about the potential output of their endeavor. Albert promptly produced the blueprints from his person and replied, "Father, as long as we have an ample supply of timber, we can fabricate countless crossbows and even mount them on warships." The old man, brimming with excitement, patted his shoulder before hurrying deeper into the fortress to confer with the old count. Meanwhile, his uncle, less concerned, enveloped Albert in a hearty embrace. "Well done. Our fine companions won't find themselves filling the moat beneath their city." Nearby soldiers erupted in cheers, inspecting the crossbow with keen interest, their gazes toward Albert now filled with recognition. Although Albert was not adept in direct or close combat, he understood that such technological marvels could significantly mitigate soldier casualties. For the time being, these soldiers considered him one of their own. Chapter 4. Departure to Winterfell. Such astonishing destructive power? Even the old count was taken aback, for the outer walls he had personally overseen were of commendable quality. In this context, a single shot had dislodged several bricks from the wall, showcasing remarkable devastation at such close range. "Let us commence production immediately. What about the other?" Albert stepped forward, stating, "With sufficient timber, we can produce an infinite number of crossbows. However, we must limit our output for confidentiality reasons. The fire oil containers cannot be produced at this time, as we have yet to comprehend their principles." Though the old count felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, he resolutely decided to mass-produce the crossbows. In the following days, Albert took full responsibility for the production of the crossbows, managing to fill 3 prepared ships with them just in time for their impending departure. This fleet consisted of 3 three-masted sailing vessels, each capable of carrying at least 20 crossbows, sufficient to decimate pirates even in the straits. Additionally, the fleet was laden with numerous gifts to celebrate the coming-of-age ceremony of the young Wolf Lord. Albert then endeavored to fulfill his inaugural task as captain, directing the sailors to load the gifts, crossbows, and essential provisions onto the ships. Clearly elated, Albert reveled in the experience, as this was the first time he had commanded such a number of people across 2 lifetimes. Before long, all the soldiers were aboard, and the supplies had been stowed. Next, the 2 ladies were brought onto the ship. The sisters, Valefield and Vera, were welcomed aboard the flagship, the Fury of the Sea. Given its design, Albert had ensured there was a spacious captain's quarters, ample enough for the sisters to reside comfortably for a time. feeling somewhat bashful about sharing a room with them. Albert opted to dwell in the crew's quarters below deck alongside the ordinary soldiers. A tributary of the Blade River flows directly into the realm of Winterfell, conveniently bordering King's Road. Thus, they arrived by boat at the bridge's mouth, where they constructed a makeshift docking area before proceeding with gifts and their army into Winterfell. Given the troops' presence, only a portion of the soldiers would disembark, while the remainder would remain to guard the warships. The 3 vessels carried a total of 210 soldiers, most of whom were seasoned sailors from White Harbor, having previously earned their livelihoods at sea. While White Harbor boasted of formidable cavalry, the steeds were ill-suited for maritime travel. After traversing such an extensive waterway, the horses would be left in a state of distress, and the cavalry's pace would be too sluggish. Moreover, the primary aim of this expedition was to showcase their warships. Consequently, they opted for naval transport over cavalry. The fleet of 3 ships could nearly traverse the entrance of the Blade River without hindrance, as the dense pack ice was swiftly shattered by their ballistae. Upon encountering the more severely icebound northern waters, the ballistae would be deployed upon the deck for mounted archery, completely dismantling any obstacles, thus allowing the fleet to proceed unimpeded. Simultaneously, along King's Road, numerous noble caravans were progressing slowly, as it was the coming-of-age ceremony for the North's king's son. This thoroughfare, stretching from north to south, welcomed nobles traveling from various regions to extend their congratulations, for they belonged to some of the most illustrious families on the continent. However, choosing the waterway necessitated passage through White Harbor, and the upstream section of the Blade River was notoriously treacherous due to its perennial ice. Hence, most merchant convoys would refrain from utilizing this route to reach Winterfell. Yet, with the advent of weapons capable of shattering ice, there was no longer a necessity for prolonged overland travel. This journey also served as a demonstration of White Harbor's advanced weaponry. The 2 young ladies, evidently inexperienced in sailing to Winterfell, were thrilled, as every child of the Nadler family, be they male or female, possessed their own vessel. The ship's pace was not slow. Should they encounter a significant ice blockage, it could be obliterated. Thus, their passage was almost entirely unobstructed, and soon they arrived at the river's mouth, the closest point to Winterfell. After 2 days of travel, it was indeed time to stretch their legs. Albert commanded the soldiers to unload all cargo, having prepared 2 horse-drawn carriages to convey the 2 young ladies, while the remaining gifts were placed on a flatbed cart, drawn by horses. Given the importance of the festivities, the local residents had long begun preparations for the celebrations, successfully acquiring several carts. Most significantly, reaching this position by boat had always been deemed incredible by others, considering the upstream section of the Blade River is perpetually frozen. This occurrence had become a remarkable tale, and Albert was keen to see such news spread throughout Winterfell, deliberately slowing the march's pace. By the time this caravan laden with various goods arrived at Winterfell, the news had already traveled ahead with those who had crossed King's Road. To everyone's astonishment, the fleet from White Harbor managed to navigate upstream to the Blade River. It had been years since any vessel had ventured this far. Could they have traversed the icy waters all the way? When the news reached the populace, many were taken aback, as no fleet had successfully arrived at the upper reaches of the Blade River in their memory. A great number of curious onlookers flocked to witness this extraordinary sight, particularly since the White Harbor fleet not only brought an abundance of gifts, but also a portion of trade goods. The wares from White Harbor were primarily acquired through transactions with the people of Essos and the southern continent. Given the relatively few trading caravans from the north, these commodities could indeed fetch a substantial sum. Before the evening banquet commenced, they had already earned nearly 600 golden dragons, though the 2 young ladies were continuously spending as well. Likewise, other nobles were engaging in similar expenditures. At this point, Albert began to entertain doubts. Perhaps Eddard Stark was orchestrating this grand affair solely to invigorate the economic prospects of his domain. Yet, it appeared that all nobles exhibited such tendencies, with the more prominent families eager to showcase their wealth and esteemed status, drawing in even more guests of high rank. The higher the status of the noble, the greater the display of opulence. As for economic benefits, most nobles seemed indifferent to such matters. Certainly, the nobles of White Harbor were an exception, for Albert was already contemplating how to celebrate his 16th name day. After 5 days stationed in Winterfell, although the banquet had yet to commence, Albert and the 2 young ladies were summoned by the Lord of Winterfell. In these days, nearly all the northern nobles attending the ceremony had been received by the North's Duke, and statistically, it was now their turn to be summoned. Hence, Albert calmly instructed his attendants to gather the gifts he had brought, preparing to present them. Chapter 5. Stark Winterfell left a lasting impression on visitors. not only due to the simplicity and integrity of its lord's family, but also because of its vast god's wood. Albert swiftly guided the two young ladies to the keep. Although they did not ride horses, nor did the noble women attempt to enter the castle in a carriage, the captain of their guard held aloft the mermaid banner, signifying their identity. As Albert walked, he observed the nearby banners to see which nobles had already arrived. There were the sun banners of House Stark, the flayed man banner of House Bolton, and the black fabric representing the Night's Watch. He also noted the fish banner of House Tully and the eagle banner of House Arryn, yet it seemed the stag banner of House Baratheon was absent. Had the crown sent no representatives? Just as he pondered this, he spotted the royal stag banner, still present. But was it Robert or Renly? There was no time to deliberate further, for the trio had now arrived at the great keep of Winterfell. At this moment, it was imperative to reveal one's identity. For after all, one was the heir of White Harbor. In the future, White Harbor would rely on the Stark family. The guards at the entrance, observing the situation, promptly led the attendants dragging the cart to settle the numerous items within, while Albert and the others proceeded directly into the grand hall. The man seated upon the throne bore a head of raven-black hair, time having etched its marks upon his visage. Yet, his physique remained robust and youthful, muscles undiminished. He leaned upon his sword, the famed Ice Sisters. Logically, it should have been Albert's father, Willis, who accompanied the three of them. But considering the necessity of allowing Albert to undergo a solitary trial, and with Willis preoccupied with affairs of his own, specifically, an issue with the special unit known as the Eyes of White Harbor, he was compelled to remain behind to address these matters. Thus, the primary responsibility of this venture was entrusted to Albert. Lord Eddard, my father is unavoidably detained in White Harbor and cannot attend the audience. I am here in his stead. Eddard, seated upon the throne, offered only a slight nod in response. Gifts for the occasion would be received not within the hall, but at the entrance, where they would be unloaded. Indeed, there was little more to say between the two. Soon, Albert led the two sisters away, as it was now time for the other adult nobles. The trio was escorted to the room designated for their peers, where several Starks were already engaged in conversation with other young nobles. The Bolton family was represented by Ramsay Snow, the illegitimate son of Roose Bolton, while the Karstark family sent two of their own. The eldest, Elian, was absent, but his younger brothers and sister were present, all gathered around the fire, conversing. And who might this be? Robb inquired first, recognizing the mermaid's sigil on the armor and realizing it belonged to House Manderly of White Harbor. At the grand feasts of West Euron, only the adult nobles, who had established their domains, would await in the hall, while the children of nobility, after welcoming a few prominent families, would retreat to their chambers for gatherings among their peers. The Stark children, including those present, had yet to reach adulthood, and thus were not entitled to engage in the hall-esque discussions, even though Robb was the focus of this particular banquet. As he settled down, Torrhen of House Karstark could not resist interjecting. I heard you all arrived by ship? Indeed, we came by ship, Albert confirmed. This statement drew the attention of all present, as everyone gathered hailed from the region of the Weeping River, having witnessed the conditions of its upper reaches upon their arrival. The further upstream one ventured, the thicker the ice became, rendering navigation impossible by the time they reached the midstream area. The vessels could no longer break through the ice by their own power. This marked the first occasion since the winter of 2 years prior that a ship had successfully reached the upper stretches of this river. Everyone was perplexed by the situation, especially since the winter of 3 years prior had not been nearly as frigid. This winter was poised to be the coldest in a decade, a season reminiscent of the ill-fated spring that had once erupted. We relied on a novel apparatus to shatter the pack ice thoroughly before we could navigate our vessel through. What was this new device? It was an innovative contraption known as a crossbow cannon, capable of cleaving through 2 feet of ice with a single shot. Before Albert could utter a word, Vera had already interjected. The crossbow cannon was a creation of Albert's own design. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned toward him. Wilfred tugged at Vera's sleeve, signaling her to temper her enthusiasm, yet the moment was too exhilarating to be curtailed by a mere gesture. Albert, unable to rein in his sister, took it upon himself to elucidate. Well, in my spare time, I enjoy conducting small experiments at home. I stumbled upon this concept in a book, and after making some modifications, I implemented it aboard the warship. The excitement in the room intensified. After all, every boy is born with an insatiable curiosity, and girls, too, are naturally drawn to the allure of such a formidable device, especially given its astonishing destructive potential. Most present had a keen interest in military affairs, particularly Ramshen, whose gaze was laden with aggression. After a brief pause, Albert continued. Among the items I brought with me is a crossbow cannon. If you are interested, I would be delighted to demonstrate its workings after the banquet. Should anyone wish to procure one, please consult my father in White Harbor." Following a moment of silence, Robert was the first to inquire, "Might we have an opportunity to witness its power firsthand? If you are intrigued, I would gladly showcase the Canon's capabilities by the river after this gathering," Albert replied. "Is it difficult to operate?" Torrin chimed in, noting Castark's keen interest in the device. "In terms of training soldiers, it isn't excessively challenging. However, while it can be fired, achieving precision requires further training." "What about the price?" Ramshen, ever the pragmatist, was particularly concerned about this aspect. Robert sensed that Ramshen was certainly considering a purchase. "That depends on the situation. At the very least, it would cost 100 gold dragons for the most basic model." The two sisters wore smiles, but internally, they were likely grappling with tumultuous thoughts. The production cost of such a device was only 20 gold dragons at most, yet it was being offered at a five-fold markup. This was what monopoly and technological suppression looked like. Chapter 6. The banquet. A group of peers chattered animatedly. The boys captivated by advanced machinery, while the girls gathered to discuss topics of their own. Unbeknownst to them, the sunlight had long since faded from the outside world. Due to geographical circumstances, the duration of daylight in the north is considerably shorter than that of several southern nations. Naturally, this implies that the commencement of their banquet is also rather early. The southern nobility, unaccustomed to such a schedule, can only resign themselves to it. After all, this is a festivity for the denizens of the north, and why should they cater to the whims of the southerners? The youth donned their finery. Yet Albert and his companions, having traversed muddy terrains to arrive here, were not immediately dressed for the occasion. Thus, they required a moment to change, causing a slight delay in their appearance. By the time Albert emerged in his formal attire, the hall was already abuzz with activity. The initial absence from the main gathering was due to the fact that this locale served not only as a congregation for adult nobles, but also as the primary venue for the banquet. While the adult nobility engaged in discourse, preparations for the banquet were underway, leaving the younger nobles to occupy themselves in the upper loft. However, their wait was not in vain. The wealth of the Duke of the North is substantial, even when compared to the general nobility of the region or the affluent White Harbor, ensuring that their banquet was nothing short of opulent. Although it may not rival the extravagance of southern soirees, it certainly suffices when juxtaposed with the incessant extravagance of the southern lords. The guest list included only a handful of southern nobles, such as the Count of Flowing River, the Count of Eagle's Nest, and members of the Bylashan family. The style of the northern banquet differs significantly from that of the southern elite. They customarily arrange long tables along the periphery of the venue, reserving the space before the throne for social dances among the young men and women. As the heir to the Count of White Harbor, Albert found himself the center of attention upon stepping onto the dance floor, with numerous individuals approaching him with overtures of politeness. Among them, one particularly memorable figure bore a resemblance to a weasel. Albert recognized him as a member of the Fry family from Twin River City, reputed for their patriarch who lived well into his 90s, leaving behind countless descendants. Typically, noble ladies attending the banquet remain close to their families, only accepting dance invitations from others. Thus, Valefield and Vera stayed close to Albert's side. "My Lord Albert, may I request the pleasure of this lovely lady's company for a dance?" In response to the weasel-like gentleman, Albert subtly turned to Valefield, who imperceptibly shook her head, clearly disinclined to entertain his advances. "Ah, my apologies, Lord Fry, but it appears my sister has no intention of dancing with you." The young man's expression darkened abruptly. Yet upon glancing at the family crest adorning his attire, he thought better of it and slinked away in disappointment. "Dear ladies, perhaps you should seek out those distinguished noble scions for a dance, for this is indeed a ball. And I am certain that grandfather would be most eager to see you both wed," Albert remarked, subtly gesturing towards the Stark family's prominent seating. To be candid, the Stark family's young wolves were rather pleasing to the eye, certainly above the average standard of this world, especially considering they hailed from one of the most formidable noble families in the kingdom, being direct superiors to their own family. Thus, it was not surprising that many northern noble girls were inviting the Stark heirs to dance. In all fairness, while Valefield was still maturing, the already adult Vera possessed long, chestnut hair that cascaded gracefully down her back. She donned a delicate white mermaid gown, adorned with mermaid motifs on each shoulder, and her back was intricately cut out, embellished with silver threads beside the grand heart-shaped design. Her slender waist and upright posture showcased the health and fair complexion typical of northern women, while still embodying the gentle charm of the South, making her stand out among the daughters of other lords. However, the true radiance of Sansa Stark eclipsed all the other noble women present. Her unique brown hair flowed like a waterfall down her shoulders, and she wore a pink gown with golden embroidery on the sleeves. Her tall stature was astonishing for a mere 13-year-old, and her proud bosom, coupled with an air of grace and a hint of shyness, captivated all who beheld her. Inheriting her mother's fair and supple skin, her large eyes and long lashes left a lasting impression, seemingly endowed with an innate allure that drew the gaze of all male nobles in attendance. Albert himself harbored no interest in dancing or socializing, having been a rather dispassionate engineering student in his previous life. Moreover, his 16th name day had yet to arrive, and there was no urgency to pursue such matters. Unlike the affluent Manderly family, who might fret over finding suitors for their sons and daughters, his own family was not burdened with such concerns. Of course, amidst this jovial atmosphere, the most discontenting presence was that of the golden-haired Lannisters. To be fair, the Lannister family's reputation in the north was less than favorable. During the previous head's reign, the feeble Lannister lion could not even command his own vassals, with their only boast being the wealth from their gold mines. Nevertheless, since the ascension of their current leader, the Lannisters had displayed a more assertive demeanor, particularly in the wake of the reign in Casterly Rock, slightly rehabilitating their family's image. Yet, it is a rare occurrence for a family to produce a multitude of individuals possessing both exceptional talent and capability. If Tywin exhibited remarkable abilities, one must question the caliber of his descendants and other kin. The representative sent this time was none other than Devon Lannister, the son of Tywin's brother Kevan, making him the old lion's own nephew. How to articulate this? To label him as a dandy would be a considerable understatement. This fellow appears to be inebriated, babbling incoherently as saliva dribbles from his mouth, resembling a leaky faucet, continuously oozing a milky liquid that is quite nauseating. His steps are unsteady, clearly indicative of excessive drinking. His face is flushed, and the words he utters are laden with the odor of alcohol, prompting one to question the quantity he has consumed. Such a significant presence of unpleasantness in this setting naturally becomes something everyone wishes to avoid. However, this disgraceful spectacle did not persist for long, as he was swiftly removed by his own guards, unable to bear the sight any longer. Chapter 7. The Power of the Crossbow. Following the banquet, the attendees returned to their respective chambers for rest, while the tardy guests, such as Mandler, were escorted back to their encampments. Departing from Winterfell proved to be markedly quicker than the journey there, as they had already relinquished nearly all their belongings, returning empty-handed, even leaving their carts behind. Except for the carriage occupied by the two sisters, the remainder of the group traveled primarily on horseback, as their camp was situated near King S Road, allowing for a swift arrival on the well-maintained roads. Originally, there had been no preparations for the crossbows intended for trade, as equipping 20 crossbows per vessel is a standard requirement, 10 on each side. A total of 64 crossbows were to be distributed among 3 ships, with 4 designated for the lead ship, the Fury of the Seas, to clear the way. After all, carpentry requires time. Even though the craft is relatively simple and materials are inexpensive, producing a sufficient quantity of components still demands a considerable amount of time. Despite the vast number of carpenters in White Harbor and the detailed blueprints indicating the necessary dimensions for all components, mass production of these crossbows within a short time frame remains unfeasible due to efficiency constraints. Thus, the order quantity is limited, and swift purchases are encouraged. Of course, due to the potential for the White Knife River to freeze again, it is impossible to sell all the crossbows. Otherwise, they would be unable to return home. Furthermore, the production efficiency of these crossbows and the design of the specialized ammunition require careful consideration, as not all projectiles can achieve optimal performance. Moreover, the design issues extend beyond mere crossbows. There is the concern that once these technologies are exposed, they might be subject to improvements by others. To maintain its leading position, White Harbor must ensure that all technologies are proprietary and that its innovations remain at least a generation ahead of competitors. Therefore, it is prudent to refrain from selling an excessive number of crossbows, lest mass modifications diminish their technological superiority. In such a scenario, a manufacturer that loses its competitive edge may find itself easily supplanted. Therefore, it is imperative to undertake a portion of technical concealment prior to mass production. All numerical markings on the components intended for sale of the crossbows will be meticulously erased, ensuring that no party can discern how these crossbows are assembled. As for disassembling them for sale, that is out of the question. All crossbow components must be procured from Whiteport, and no individual parts will be sold separately, nor will warranties be provided for such sales. Furthermore, there is a strict limitation on the quantity that each castle can purchase, with each family permitted to possess a maximum of 40 units. The outflow of technology is rigorously controlled, and every effort is made to obscure the processing methods of these components, leaving no room for inquiry. For the carpenters who have mastered the production techniques, every effort will be made to retain them with lucrative salaries, and arrangements will be made for the family mates to form new households with these craftsmen, doing everything possible to prevent any leakage of technology. The night passed in silence. After all, sleeping in a tent was indeed quite unfamiliar. It was only after tossing and turning on the bed that I finally managed to secure less than 4 hours of sleep. Although your brother claimed there were no mosquitoes, the occasional calls of wild animals outside were hardly conducive to slumber. In the morning, the two girls who frequently camped slept soundly, accustomed as they were to the proximity of their room in White Port to the bustling market sounds that awakened them daily. In contrast, Albert's room was situated in the castle's attic due to his frenzied design aspirations, and he seldom ventured out except for meals and necessary social engagements. In the absence of candlelight, the attic was shrouded in darkness, rendering his complexion somewhat pale and unseemly. It was not until many young nobles arrived at the camp that the cacophony of sounds roused Albert from his slumber. Almost all the young nobles from the north clamored to behold the so-called crossbow and discern its nature. This was a rare opportunity to promote weaponry, and Albert commanded several sailors to position a few crossbows at the bow of the Fury of the Sea, all arranged in the designated combat positions. A simultaneous volley was fired, followed by a sequential barrage from left to right. Soon, the noble youths witnessed 4 large iron balls erupting from the ship's bow, swiftly shattering the ice floes nearby, and subsequently, more iron balls continued to be launched, smashing the larger pieces of floating ice. It is worth noting that the ice on the surface of the Blade River typically measures nearly 50 centimeters in thickness, rendering arrows utterly ineffective against it. Only trained soldiers wielding massive anti-armor hammers can shatter such formidable barriers. Such formidable destructive power could undoubtedly be employed against city walls. After all, in the siege warfare of this era, the majority of soldier casualties occur during attempts to breach walls and gates. If the opposing walls and gates could be swiftly dismantled, it would bestow a significant advantage upon the attacking force. Having witnessed the might of the crossbows, the groups of young nobles dispersed in a frenzy, and before afternoon arrived, the camp of the Manderly family received a messenger from the Stark family. Before dusk today, Albert hurried to the Godwood forest behind Winterfell. He was well aware of the purpose of this visit. Thus, upon receiving the secret orders, he promptly commanded his loyal guards, Ronan and Minov, to prepare 2 mobile crossbow artillery pieces equipped with wheels, and then set off with them along a narrow path towards the Godwood forest of Winterfell. Upon arrival, he found the middle-aged man he had previously seen on the throne waiting for him, accompanied by 2 very familiar figures, Robb and Jon Snow. "My Lord Eddard," Albert said, swiftly dismounting and bowing to the Lord of Winterfell. He then instructed his guards to present the 2 prepared crossbows. "What is the production capacity of these weapons?" Eddard inquired, casting a glance at the artillery, already aware of their remarkable destructive power from Robb and Jon. "Due to insufficient production conditions, we can manufacture only about 20 pieces a month," Albert replied without a hint of hesitation, fabricating the truth. "All parts must be procured through alternative channels, and producing individual components incurs high costs, as there are no separate production lines for them. Furthermore, all cannonballs require specialized production, which is quite expensive. In short, if you desire them, you must pay." Chapter 8. A hefty price if you wish to purchase, my lord, without accompanying maintenance personnel. 1 crossbow along with a standard supply of ammunition, approximately 40 bolts, will cost you 500 golden dragons. Subsequent replenishments will be priced at 100 golden dragons per standard supply. Additionally, due to production and maintenance constraints, each family may only acquire a maximum of 40 units. We are unable to provide more, as our monthly output is limited to 20. And there are nearly 20 noble families in the north with purchasing potential. If demand exceeds this limit, our workers may become overburdened and lose their capacity to labor. Thus, we can only allow a purchase of 40 units, with a 1-year warranty service provided by us from White Harbor. After the first year, the annual maintenance fee will be approximately 40 golden dragons. For 40 units, that amounts to 20,000 golden dragons, not including the subsequent costs for additional ammunition and maintenance, which will also require substantial funds. Clearly, employing this equipment will drain your coffers significantly. Eddard was taken aback by the exorbitant sum. "This is outrageous. Do you truly expect such a price? The annual surplus of Winterfell's treasury barely reaches 15,000 gold coins. After generations of accumulation, our treasury holds about 400,000 gold coins, and you demand 120,000 from me at once? Noticing Eddard's expression shift from neutral to astonishment, Albert seized the opportunity to interject. Of course, my lord. As the lord of the land, you would be entitled to a discount. We can provide you with maintenance at no cost. And the standard ammunition supply can be increased by 10 bolts, with the unit price halved. Eddard's expression softened at this concession. 40 crossbows, each requiring 40 bolts, are priced at 250 golden dragons, with maintenance costs being non-existent. This implies that the total number of crossbows to arm the entire Winterfell should be 40. Thus far, the equipment has accumulated approximately 10,000 golden dragons. Furthermore, each unit of ammunition sustains a 50% loss, indicating that each batch costs 50 golden dragons. Eddard pondered momentarily, incredulous that in this generally impoverished north, one could command such exorbitant prices for goods. Where, he mused, is the sense of class solidarity? Albert, unperturbed, declared the price fixed, take it or leave it. Eddard, however, sought to negotiate a final concession for his men. After all, as their leader, he bore the responsibility of advocating for them. Only then would they follow him willingly. Do you not understand my intent? I aim for a technological monopoly, he thought. Though such sentiments could not be explicitly stated, to do so would alter the very nature of their negotiations. The art of negotiation lies in subtlety, not in overt threats, which could tarnish his reputation. Albert wondered if this proposal was a deliberate attempt to deceive him. Yet, recognizing Eddard's character, he shook his head and resolved to concede slightly. 75 golden dragons was his lowest offer. Eddard wished to press further, but noticed that Albert's demeanor had shifted from the composed and affable to increasingly grim. This cannot continue. A price must be set, Albert finally declared, offering 70 golden dragons per crossbow, along with a batch of ammunition, no less. Fear gripped him, for strictly speaking, all a vassal possesses should belong to his lord. Should the other party demand more, he might find himself unable to resist. Fortunately, they reached an agreement at this juncture. Any lower, and they would approach the psychological threshold of acceptance. Eddard, having set aside his dignity to negotiate for his subordinates, recognized that compared to the original 100 golden dragons, this price was indeed significantly reduced. Ultimately, they settled on 70 golden dragons, leaving Albert with the sensation of a financial wound. Robb, observing the exchange, stood in stunned silence, unable to grasp the unfolding drama of their negotiation, which had resembled an argument. Yet, judging by his father's expression and the young man's palpable disappointment, it seemed his family had emerged victorious in this skirmish. Albert felt as though he had lost a fortune. Upon returning to camp, he immediately began to design a repeating crossbow, determined to regain the lost profit. As for the southern lords, he mused, there was no need for discussion. If he did not raise the price to 125, it would signify he held them in high regard. Certainly, when confronted with the various factions vying for withdrawals, it is inevitable that differing prices will arise. Entities such as the Lannisters and Tyrells, for instance, demand a sum exceeding 150 golden dragons, or they simply will not transact. As for King's Landing and the neighboring continent of Essos, I regret to inform you that any offer below 200 golden dragons will be dismissed outright. Moreover, the notion of fortifying King's Landing with merely 40 ballistae is patently unrealistic. Thus, it is prudent to remain open to negotiations. After all, the intellect of those in King's Landing seems saturated with nothing but fat and animal glycerin, rendering them incapable of conceiving the intricacies of such machinery. Another critical point is that King's Landing possesses the schematics for the Scorpion crossbow, a contraption capable of launching longsword bolts. While it is possible to adapt one's own ballistae for similar purposes, the key lies in the fact that allowing the opposing side to gain access to such knowledge is decidedly unwise. Therefore, I must strategically lower prices to penetrate the market, with the intention of acquiring the Scorpion schematics once I secure a foothold in King's Landing. Given that, aside from Tywin, the intellect of the Lannister family poses little concern, it is unlikely that Tyrion will need to exhibit trepidation. Nonetheless, given Tyrion's standing within the Lannister household, he could easily arrange for a few individuals to be abducted for profit, and he might even find amusement in the endeavor. Of course, murder remains off the table for now. The act of killing someone from House Lannister differs vastly from merely abducting them. In this comparison, he would certainly prefer the latter. For Tyrion, the notion of capturing someone with the potential to be executed could provoke a fierce reaction, especially considering his aspirations to become the hand of the queen. Hence, it is wise to tread carefully. Although he now possesses heavy ballistae, he is not inclined to provoke the queen unnecessarily. This is merely the first tier of numerous technological advancements, with many more yet to be unveiled. The eventual victor remains uncertain. Chapter 9. The pirate dilemma. Following a vigorous round of negotiations led by Eddard, numerous northern nobles approached without hesitation, presenting their orders. Unsurprisingly, the volume of requests was substantial, extending the order timeline into the following year. Indeed, as previously stipulated, only 20 units could be produced each month, meaning that even a single house's demand for ballistae would require 2 months of production. In reality, the output is likely to surpass this figure, yet southern nobles, due to impending price increases, must be prioritized for supply. Additionally, a considerable number of ballistae are being sold to the continent of Essos. On this return journey, there is no necessity for excessive live ammunition. The limited capacity of a warship restricts the quantity of munitions it can carry. The initial round trip has nearly depleted their live ammunition reserves, and should they require more for the return voyage, they may find themselves inadequately supplied. Furthermore, these ballistae can effectively launch crossbow bolts, which are significantly more effective for city defense than live ammunition. The range of crossbow bolts far exceeds that of cannonballs, yet their efficacy diminishes substantially when targeting warships or fortifications. In contemporary times, the crossbow artillery is primarily employed in siege warfare. For the forces of White Harbor, defensive responsibilities, particularly concerning land-based tasks, are not excessively burdensome at present. After all, White Harbor boasts not only a formidable fleet, but also a powerful cavalry unit, which provides a significant advantage in open-field combat compared to other northern armies. The warship successfully returned to White Harbor in merely 2 days. The ice in the southern regions had not yet fully reformed, allowing them to conserve ammunition and thereby increase their speed. Furthermore, most of the gifts aboard the ship had been distributed, thus reducing its burden considerably. Upon their arrival at the port, Albert received distressing news just before their departure. Pirates had emerged on the newly established trade route to Braavos, attacking their own supply vessels. Although the North has little in the way of agricultural exports, Albert fortuitously discovered beets in the area, plants native to Siberia and northeast China, which serve as a primary source of local sugar production. The unexpected presence of beetroot astonished Albert, particularly because the medieval sugar industry relied heavily on sugarcane and various fruits. He had not anticipated the abundance of beets near White Harbor. Initially, he intended to conduct preliminary research into sugar production following the establishment of the trade route and the conclusion of the banquet, aiming to develop a more lucrative venture. Given that current productivity nearly parallels that of medieval Western Europe, sugar, which was a luxury item reserved for the nobility during that era, necessitated his pursuit of this endeavor. After all, his father had a penchant for sweets, and most sugar in the realm of ice and fire predominantly originated from Essos, where mature fructose processing techniques were employed in a land known as Valyrian. Should they succeed in producing substantial quantities of white sugar from beets, it would significantly bolster their economic development, especially since the North lacks other viable exports. One cannot solely rely on selling timber from fish weirs, lest they face dire consequences upon the resurrection of the three-eyed crow. The crossbow artillery is merely a rudimentary invention of theirs, as it remains an essential defensive tool against both the Dothraki and other threats for Braavos and other city-states. With a sufficiently large market, sales are assured. Simultaneously, Albert's newly designed sailing vessel also promises a considerable market, although its potential will reveal itself in due course. For now, the three-masted ship is still perceived by others as a mere toy, a trifle crafted by bored children. The assault on this lucrative trade route, which could bring untold wealth to White Harbor, is utterly intolerable for the future Count of White Harbor. Albert promptly sought out his grandfather, recalling that there should be 2 nearly completed sailing vessels in the shipyard. Once these ships were finished, he would possess all the necessary components to assemble a small fleet, enabling him to venture forth upon the sea and attempt to eradicate the pirates. In truth, the condition of the 2 vessels was slightly better than he had initially anticipated. Although these warships were designed with a more elongated shape, which indicated increased complexity in their construction, the reduction in the number of oars and oarsmen allowed the ships to achieve combat readiness in a shorter span of time. However, the immediate priority was to train a sufficient number of signalmen. Upon his arrival in this era, Albert noted a significant flaw within the naval forces, a lack of effective communication among the crew. To be fair, it was not until the early 19th century that humanity devised a rudimentary solution, the signal lamp. Yet, it was impractical to expect the creation of such a device at present. While Albert did possess methods reminiscent of this, the available lights could only be utilized during twilight or nighttime operations. During the day, they would have to rely on flag signals. In light of this, at Albert's insistence, all warships were equipped with signal officers, and a dedicated artillery commander was assigned to manage the crossbows. Given the other ships' sizes and armaments, crossbows were not universally suitable. Albert remained uncertain about their efficacy. Furthermore, the production of crossbows had been too recent, meaning not all vessels were outfitted with them. Only a few three-masted ships were so equipped. Consequently, the demand for artillery commanders was not overwhelming. Additionally, due to the brief period since the introduction of crossbows and Albert's inadequate preparation of training programs, the soldiers were still not adept at operating them, resulting in a scarcity of qualified artillery officers. Thus, the expedition would need to be postponed for several more days. During this interval, Albert urged the soldiers to enhance their various skills to ensure they could perform effectively in battle. It was not until the remaining crew members of the first raiding fleet gradually returned from the sea that they attained operational capability, which took an additional month. Even then, they hastily reduced the originally allocated 20 crossbows per ship to 16, ensuring that each vessel was barely equipped with a signal officer before setting sail under Albert's command. Chapter 10. Naval Warfare. The men of the Mandler family possessed innate abilities in maritime combat. For the Mandlers, the ocean was not merely a part of their habitat. It was also the lifeblood upon which they depended for survival. 5 ships sailed in a straight line across the vast ocean. Thankfully, Albert returned just in time to successfully command the warship on its voyage, for the completion of the 2 vessels progressed far better than he had anticipated. Moreover, the loading and training of the crossbows exceeded his expectations, with the actual monthly output reaching an astonishing 57 units, contrary to the initial estimate of 45 to 50. During these days, apart from training the signal officers, Albert devoted himself to the task of improving the new type of crossbow, primarily focusing on drafting new blueprints. The distinction between the rapid-fire crossbow and the conventional one lies in the former's mechanism, which features a chain that automatically cocks the crossbow. Although the design was conceived, the chain mechanism was rather advanced for the current era, rendering its realization quite challenging. Even if it were designed, it would require clear communication with the carpenters. Thus, this task would have to wait until he returned home. Searching for the pirate ship amidst the endless ocean proved to be a daunting endeavor. Given the ruling style of the king on the Iron Throne, the number of pirates was likely to increase. Consequently, it would be essential to equip his fleet with ample escort forces. Under the firm control of King John Arryn, the overall security of the 7 kingdoms had improved significantly. However, with Robert's unrestricted policy of amassing wealth among the populace, the number of pirates and the combat capability of the royal fleet were also on the rise. Coupled with the conflicts among the Dothraki, an increasing number of Associ had turned to piracy, rendering maritime routes increasingly unstable. Yet, this was not a concern for Albert at present. Although he claimed it was his first experience in naval warfare, he possessed a relative understanding of the ocean due to his family's traditions, enabling him to function as a somewhat competent fleet commander. However, they currently relied solely on the stars at night and the sun's position to navigate, which proved troublesome. After much contemplation, he resolved to consider the implementation of a compass in the future. After drifting aimlessly at sea for nearly a week, on the 8th day, a development finally emerged. From the lookout atop the central mast, a sailor shouted anxiously upon spotting pirates. The lookouts on the other warships gradually identified the targets as well. There were approximately 4 vessels, all ordinary single-masted sailing ships. The pirates of this era did not sport the familiar skull insignia of later times. Their sails were rudimentary fabric, and some of the less fortunate vessels lacked sails altogether, relying solely on oars for propulsion. All signal officers ascended the lookout tower, and the sailors prepared for battle. Aiming the bow cannons at the enemy's masts, the crew sprang into action, aligning the 5 ships in a linear formation, adjusting the angles of their sails according to the wind direction before charging towards the enemy vessels. The flagship, Fury of the Seas, was the first to unleash its fire, as its 2 bow-mounted crossbows swiftly discharged solid projectiles towards the enemy vessels. The pirate commander, evidently unable to discern the nature of the 5 ships before him, remained in a state of bewilderment while the attack was already upon him. Both projectiles struck their mark on the largest enemy ship, creating a gaping hole in the bow and perforating the sails as well. The crossbows, equipped with solid spherical ammunition, had an effective range of approximately 210 meters, marginally surpassing that of light catapults. In a favorable wind, the Fury of the Seas entered the enemy's range. Yet the catapults could not effectively target the swiftly maneuvering sailing vessels. Instead, the well-prepared crossbowmen unleashed a barrage of projectiles, instilling panic among the pirates. Navigating around the enemy ships, our forces utilized both port and starboard crossbows to sink their vessels, with no intention of capturing them. Albert stood upon the bridge of the Fury of the Seas, issuing commands to the surrounding sailors, who promptly adjusted the ship's angle. Soon, the 5 ships maneuvered between the 4 enemy vessels, commencing their assault with crossbow fire. In swift succession, dozens of projectiles rained down upon the enemy fleet, resulting in the immediate sinking of 2 pirate ships. The remaining pirates attempted to set sail and evade the onslaught. However, their vessels were no match for the speed of the sailing ships. Desperation set in as they realized they could not outrun the formidable warships. Continuing their barrage, the order was given to sink the remaining ships. The remaining vessels engaged in unrestricted pursuit, showering the now frightened pirates with relentless crossbow fire. Within a few hours, the battle concluded, having begun in the morning and ending well before 3 in the afternoon. This marked the inaugural deployment of the three-masted sailing ship in combat, as well as the first utilization of crossbows in warfare. Judging by the results, they executed their roles flawlessly, sinking enemy vessels while sustaining minimal damage to their own. The swift, three-masted warships evaded the enemy's live ammunition with their remarkable speed, showcasing their superior maneuverability and leaving the enemy with no refuge. Rather than capturing the enemy vessels directly, they opted to rescue a few pirates from the sea for interrogation, as locating their stronghold was deemed far more critical than merely defeating this pirate fleet. Although the waters around Stone Island were rife with pirates, clearing out a significant number of them was still a meaningful endeavor. Regrettably, the pirates' base was situated along the coast near Junlin, and even with immense courage, Albert dared not approach the vicinity of Junlin to confront them directly. The design of these pirate ships resembles that of ordinary fishing vessels adorned with black sails rather than true pirate ships. Given such governance, it is inconceivable that the 7 kingdoms would remain untroubled. The fishermen have been driven to piracy. However, even if disturbances arise, that is a matter for the future. If the complete eradication of all pirates cannot be achieved this time, then a retreat must be the only option. Chapter 11. A triumphant initial encounter. This battle was won with remarkable ease and comfort. Only 2 of our sailors fell overboard during a sharp turn, and 1 sustained a minor injury. The opposing side fared far worse, with fewer than 40 survivors across 4 ships, all left half submerged. The waters littered with the bodies of fishermen turned pirates. In a typical noble conflict, captives would face execution, but these individuals were merely common farmers from the lordships and nearby towns, not deserving of death, as they were not inherently malicious. Albert insisted that the pirates return all the plunder taken from his caravan before setting sail for home. Before departing, he collected nearly 100 corpses, placing their weapons beside them to showcase his triumph. Ordinarily, for ships should not be burdened with such a multitude of pirates. However, these fishing boats lacked substantial long-range offensive capabilities, resulting in them carrying over 50 individuals each, unlike other warships, which could accommodate only 30 to 40 soldiers. While one might question the integrity of these individuals, considering they had resorted to piracy, it would be equally misguided to label them as wholly malevolent. The living conditions under Robert's rule were likely harsh, and Albert could surmise that their plight was far from easy. Thus, he decided to show mercy, having already retrieved over 100 bodies, and opted to cease further action. He believed it wise not to intervene in matters concerning the lordships, as his relationship with the Iron Throne was not unfavorable. After all, the throne had a good rapport with his superior, necessitating a degree of respect. As for the common folk, he currently possessed no authority to govern them, as any intervention would be considered overreach. The Iron Throne still held considerable power and would not relax its dominion merely due to the whims of a minor border lord. Undoubtedly, the days ahead would prove more arduous. This period still belonged to a semblance of peace. The ensuing War of the 5 Kings, along with the subsequent conflicts, would see King's Landing torn apart like a small boat caught in a merciless whirlpool. This marked Albert's inaugural experience commanding troops in battle. Though it was a naval engagement, it was evident that both technological and military victories were hard-won achievements of his own making. In a world that venerates martial prowess, it is indispensable for an heir to possess formidable combat skills and exceptional military talent, as it contributes significantly to securing their position in the future. This battle should serve as a testament to the might of the Manderly family. After all, it is noteworthy that our side did not deploy a substantial military force and incurred minimal losses. However, the annihilation of over 200 pirates is, under normal circumstances, a daunting task for governmental troops. Particularly achieving such a feat without sustaining damage is indeed quite challenging. The naval forces of White Harbor in the north have remained relatively obscure until now, but this engagement should elevate their reputation. The 4 ships of pirates, in strict terms, do not represent a particularly weak faction. The complete annihilation of a pirate crew, while accomplished by other renowned military leaders through overwhelming superiority, remains a rare achievement. Although the White Harbor Fleet, now comprising 5 additional vessels, totals only 19 ships, it still finds itself slightly at a disadvantage compared to the fleets of other kingdoms. Among the 7 kingdoms, the most formidable is the Iron Fleet of the Iron Islands, boasting approximately 200 vessels, followed by the fleet of Qingting Island with around 140. The Royal Fleet and the Straits Fleet each comprise about 60 ships, while the fleets of the remaining city-states are considerably weaker. The White Harbor Fleet ranks roughly 7th among the 7 kingdoms. While it cannot be deemed excessively weak, it certainly lacks the strength of the more renowned fleets. In terms of both quantity and quality, it falls short when compared to the elite fleets. However, since the advent of the main cannon and the three-masted sailing ship, there are those who believe these innovations could alter the dynamics on the battlefield. Though such sentiments are held by a minority, this occasion may indeed prove their validity. Moreover, this could ignite a new wave of militarization across Westeros. The reputation of the crossbow, once merely a curiosity for nobles at feasts and a topic of idle chatter among soldiers, now stands as a testament forged from the sacrifice of over 100 lives. If there were skeptics who previously regarded the power of the crossbow as trivial, they are likely to be awakened by this demonstration. Its might rivals that of any siege weapon, if not exceeding it. For the 7 kingdoms, the most formidable siege weapon known to them is the trebuchet, a cumbersome and challenging device to transport and maneuver. Yet, in the face of the crossbow, lightweight, portable, and easily handled even by infantry, the fortifications of Westeros may soon require significant renovations. Certainly, the artillery shells specifically manufactured for other lords are inherently flawed, or at best, of mediocre quality, while the highest caliber shells are reserved for personal use. Consequently, one's own crossbows unleash a mightier force when confronted with those of rival lords. Moreover, the adversaries have already managed to deploy their crossbows, and given Albert's disposition, it is unlikely that he possesses an effective countermeasure. The sole strategy to counter crossbows lies in eliminating them before they can fire and employing cotton padding to mitigate their impact. It is evident that William would favor the latter option. After all, if one truly had the capability to annihilate the crossbows before detection, they would not find themselves on the battlefield, as the enemy's crossbows would be all too apparent, making their survival improbable. To many, this may seem like an utter triviality. Therefore, utilizing cotton padding to shield one's troops has undeniably become the superior, if not the sole, choice. Albert opted for a skirmish line formation for his soldiers, as long as their morale remained high and they did not falter. Maintaining a line of paratroopers would ensure their swift movements on the battlefield and successful evasion of those vexing projectiles. The crossbows employ spherical projectiles, which can only inflict harm upon 1 or 2 soldiers at most. However, should the crossbows be equipped with bolts, the consequences would be markedly different. Chapter 12. The Bastards' Conspiracy. Shortly after Albert and his companions departed, similar doubts began to stir within King's Landing. Old Aelin gazed at the parchment in his hand, his grip tightening unconsciously. The descendants of the Baratheon lineage, with centuries of heritage, had always possessed raven-black hair, never golden locks. Thus, Stannis' assertions might indeed hold truth. The current crown prince and his siblings may not be the biological offspring of the reigning king. This jest failed to elicit amusement, instead sending a chill down his spine. What exactly are the Lannisters plotting? In this precarious situation, summoning Stannis back from Dragonstone would undoubtedly attract the attention of their spies, as the court is teeming with members of House Lannister. Contemplating this, he sighed. Without these Lannister affiliates, the interest-free loans might vanish, and the Iron Throne currently owes a staggering sum to Casterly Rock, amounting to hundreds of thousands of gold dragons. In all of Westeros, locating a family capable of producing such a sum at a moment's notice is no small feat if all else fails. Prince Tommen may need to secure an alliance with the young granddaughter of House Tyrell. As for Joffrey and the Stark family's eldest daughter, that union was of his own design and could not be undone. The Stark family commands a formidable military presence and governs over more than 40% of Westeros, making their alliance indispensable. Regarding Myrcella's potential union with her own brother, young Aelin, it seems a strategic move to ensure the integrity of the alliance and maintain stability across the 7 kingdoms. As for the aging lion, Tywin, in the eyes of the Hand of the King, the prowess possessed by this former leader far exceeds that of his peers. However, despite his formidable strength, he remains but one family among the Lannisters, who are at odds with nearly all the other houses within the realm. This enmity provides a certain level of comfort, as such a diplomatic black hole lacks the capacity to destabilize the overarching governance of the 7 kingdoms. No one can dispute the Lannisters' formidable military might and their substantial wealth derived from gold mines. Yet, it is equally undeniable that their diplomatic skills leave much to be desired. While Tywin may stand as an exception, the intellect of one cannot outweigh the detrimental influence of a collective that hinders progress. In the realm of Lannister diplomacy, aside from Tywin, others often seem to exacerbate the situation rather than alleviate it. As for our queen, her intellect may have been drained, akin to milk squeezed from a source. Who knows what thoughts occupy her mind? At that moment, a subordinate presented a report detailing various events from the 16th named day of Lord Eddard's son. The once-bored prime minister was suddenly captivated by a particular detail. The spies within King's Landing were everywhere, with some being agents of the prime minister himself, thus enabling them to gather comprehensive intelligence. Is it truly possible for him to wield such destructive power? My lord, we have verified that he indeed possesses such formidable capabilities. The three children of House Manderly relied on these devices to break the ice and journey from the White Knife to Winterfell. Just then, another subordinate delivered a second piece of intelligence. The prime minister, still reeling from the earlier shock, was once again taken aback. 5 warships had annihilated 4 pirate vessels without sustaining a single casualty. This intelligence came from a spy placed by Lord Aelin within every family in the north, including the Manderly fleet, which also housed spies from the opposing side. This particular spy had infiltrated the expedition and successfully relayed the information before the fleet's return. If these devices are indeed so fearsome, then procuring them in large quantities becomes imperative. The crown must possess a military strength that surpasses all other nations. Otherwise, widespread unrest could ensue across the realm. Dispatch a messenger. We must procure a substantial number of these devices. My lord, the production rate of these devices is approximately 20 per month, and House Manderly has publicly declared that each family is permitted to purchase only 40. After a moment of contemplation, the hand of the king issued a command to acquire 120 of these devices under the names of both the royal family and House Baratheon. Insisting on priority supply, a letter must be sent to Lord Eddard, urging him to oversee and assist in this matter. Military affairs demand the utmost seriousness. Even if the opposing party is not a direct vassal, such actions are essential. My lord, if that is the case, then proceed as I have instructed. The hand of the king spoke with an unwavering tone to his spy. Once his subordinate had departed, he swiftly summoned another aide. I require all information pertaining to the heir of the Mandrick family. It must be delivered to me by nightfall at the latest. If this Mandrick scion truly possesses such talent, then utilizing it would not be a folly. After all, in comparison to the deeply entrenched and formidable Lannister family, the Mandricks appear considerably more manageable. Furthermore, their status does not diminish significantly. The only question remains whether the queen will consent. Yet, that is beyond her purview. A rare smile graced the lips of the old prime minister, as it seemed he finally had the opportunity to attend to his own affairs. After all, one ought to equip their household with formidable crossbows. With the king's matters resolved, it was now time to address those of his own domain. Despite this, he would not adopt the hand of the king's mindset in procuring such items or in contemplating these issues. He was, after all, a seasoned noble. The king's problems were unavoidable, yet his own were not particularly pressing. Eagle's Nest was inherently easy to defend, and with the addition of powerful crossbows, it would become even more formidable. Thus, he felt no need to be overly anxious in comparison. Next, he must devise a means to ascertain whether the princes truly aligned with the king's lineage. If they did not, then he would have to find a way to manage the queen's predicament. The hand of the king's gaze sharpened. For him, the interests of his 2 adopted sons were sacrosanct. To ensure the continuity of the Baelor dynasty, all unstable factors must be eliminated, and the queen was evidently in the crosshairs. This matter required careful handling. The issue of the next queen was not of paramount importance, as there remained a sufficient number of noble women of adequate rank. The primary concern was to first resolve the questions surrounding the bloodlines of the princes and princesses. Although they were not legitimate heirs, stripping them of their claims would still render them valuable as tools for political marriage. The old prime minister could scarcely tolerate the thought of depriving his own offspring of their dynastic rights. Chapter 13. The Grand Order Albert's fleet had just returned to White Harbor when he was drawn into the new castle by his grandfather. Before he could raise his head, he noticed a knight adorned in armor emblazoned with the sigil of the mighty eagle standing below, awaiting him. My lord, I am an envoy sent by the King's Landing, intending to procure crossbows. Realizing he had encountered the right individual, Albert chose to be forthright, for in terms of the nobility's practical circumstances, the old count lacked the authority to decide on the intellectual property of the crossbows or their specific parameters. He could only await Albert's return to take matters into his own hands. According to regulations, Wang Ling is permitted to purchase approximately 40 crossbow catapults. We can extend certain discounts to you, yet the quantity is undoubtedly limited. Albert's response was resolute, lacking any room for negotiation. He had meticulously planned this to prevent the dissemination of crossbow technology. Furthermore, considering that you possess scorpion crossbows in King's Landing, why do you insist on inquiring about purchasing catapults from me? My lord, here is a decree from Lord Allen, the hand of the king. Upon hearing Albert's firm declaration regarding the purchase limit, the envoy calmly produced a document from his waist pouch. Even with the hand of the king's decree in hand, the rules remain unchanged. We can indeed accept the proposal that King's Landing, Dragonstone, and House Valerion each utilize 120 catapults, but Lord Renly's decree has also arrived, indicating his intent to procure 40 catapults ahead of others. Simultaneously, Lord Stannis plans to place an order as well. Consequently, this would lead to an unwarranted surplus of 80 catapults, undermining the established regulations and adversely affecting our future reputation. Before the envoy could respond, Albert continued with rapid-fire statements. The Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands has already ordered 40 catapults, and my lord's ally, the Tully family, has also requested 40. Even if we prioritize the production of the catapults necessary for the undead, we still cannot modify them in a short time frame. After all, our maximum production capacity is only 40 units per month. It would take at least 3 to 4 months to meet your requirements. Furthermore, should we ship separately or directly to King's Landing? The envoy appeared bewildered, having never anticipated such inquiries. Nor did he realize that Storm's End and Dragonstone had already placed their orders. Even if we were to prepare the goods, to which destination would they be sent? In utter frustration, the envoy retrieved a document he had obtained during his detour to Winterfell. The old chancellor had foreseen that this young man would be unyielding, thus instructing the envoy to wait at Harrenhal. He sent a raven to contact Eddard Stark of Winterfell, requesting the issuance of a document to be dispatched via raven to Harrenhal, after which he would proceed to White Harbor. Albert had anticipated that Eddard Stark would intervene in this matter, considering the old chancellor was his foster father. Let me see how decisively you will act. Upon receiving the letter, Albert meticulously examined its stipulations and realized that experience speaks volumes. The letter clearly stated that the demands of the hand of the king must be adhered to, with prices equivalent to those enjoyed by Winterfell, alongside priority shipping for their goods. Moreover, this arrangement should not disrupt the supply of catapults to the other two locations. In essence, King's Landing would possess a total of only 120 catapults. This is undoubtedly a treaty that cannot be adhered to. The White Harbor itself lacks sufficient armaments, and its fleet is not even fully equipped with crossbows. The production capacity is insufficient, and the supply of ammunition falls short. To discuss such matters while prioritizing our own needs is utterly absurd. It is likely that Aid is aware that compliance with this treaty is unattainable, for its demands are exceedingly exorbitant. How can I fulfill a request when my own needs remain unmet? Currently, the output of White Harbor City is certainly being understated. In reality, it can produce approximately 60 to 70 pieces of artillery per month, and the stockpile of ammunition is gradually increasing, currently capable of supplying about 70 rounds per crossbow. The concept of a base quantity was first introduced by Albert, with a standard being 40 rounds, and each soldier must master the skill of reloading. I still need to gather the blueprints for repeating crossbows, but I cannot afford to waste time negotiating with the envoy. However, I must heed the edict of my lord, which cannot be ignored. Albert will undoubtedly make some adjustments to the proposal, such as a half price, which is virtually untenable. If the production of such a quantity of crossbows were to be reduced to half price, there would be no profit for us. Additionally, the idea of free maintenance is simply too much to ask. Albert decisively cut down the offer. If you require speed, I can only provide you with 100 crossbows from my current stock. However, I cannot guarantee that all of them will have sufficient ammunition, as I do not possess enough rounds. Furthermore, I cannot provide maintenance for free, as that would lead to significant losses for us. It is important to note that the king does not have direct jurisdiction over White Harbor City. Even with Lord Aid's decree, recognition cannot be granted, as we cannot engage in unprofitable transactions. The terms are clear. Unless the king himself comes to inquire about purchasing, do not expect any cooperation. My own fleet is not fully equipped with crossbows, and there are still 7 or 8 vessels in production that have not even been allocated more than 10 crossbows each. The old warehouse holds a total of over 120 pieces, and it is impossible to provide them all. Sending you 100 would be the utmost limit. In 2 days, you may send a fleet to White Harbor to collect the goods, totaling over 100 crossbows, along with a base quantity of ammunition. As for maintenance, we can only accommodate up to a 30 discount. If you have further inquiries, then let His Majesty send an envoy personally. Even with Ade's endorsement, it will not hold weight here, and I must personally travel to Winterfell to address this matter. Is this how one conducts oneself? This is utterly excessive. Although I am not yet the direct leader of White Harbor, your behavior is most unbecoming. My sister happens to be in need of a suitor, and that is not my concern. If you do not take one of the two young ladies with you, our dealings will remain unresolved. Chapter 14. Seeking justice. As soon as the envoy departed, Albert promptly prepared to set forth towards Winterfell to demand retribution. Wyman, recognizing the futility of halting his advance, could only instruct a contingent of 20 cavalry to follow closely behind. Albert himself commanded 5 personal guards, a novel concept he had introduced. Each of these warriors was equipped with gauntlets of plate armor, powerful crossbows, steel swords, and shields, alongside their battle steeds. These elite infantrymen, having undergone rigorous training, did not yet require expansion, but should Albert lead the charge, their numbers would undoubtedly grow. Simultaneously, he had allocated the sugar production facilities and processes to his skilled craftsmen. Although the quantity of beets procured was modest, the first batch was ready for harvest and use. A trial run would commence, and should it prove insufficient, large-scale cultivation could follow. Having orchestrated these arrangements, the 25 cavalry gallantly set forth along the King's Road, en route to Winterfell to seek justice. The King's Road, akin to the swift paths of the Chine, had been meticulously designed by Albert to connect White Harbor with other noble domains. Wooden tracks ensured that the steeds could gallop at maximum speed for extended durations, significantly enhancing the mobility of the troops. Although reaching the designated location would take no less than 5 days by horseback, the use of warships was currently impractical. The vessels had only just returned to port, and dispatching them immediately would impose a considerable burden on the sailors. Moreover, the warships were not fully stocked with ammunition. Embarking under such circumstances would not only slow their journey, but also raise concerns regarding the sufficiency of supplies to reach Winterfell. Thus, the cavalry was the only viable option. Should they ride ceaselessly, an estimated 4 days would suffice to reach their destination. The soldiers bore only rudimentary camping equipment, while the personal guards carried enough supplies to erect a tent accommodating 6 individuals, with the mermaid banner held aloft. The 20-odd cavalrymen nearly filled the entirety of the King's Road, drawing the attention of passing merchant caravans. It was inconceivable that Albert was devoid of ire. After all, Ed's refusal to negotiate further, which had nearly devoured half of his profits, was galling enough. If a mere handwritten note could wield the same influence, what future was there for his business? Government intervention in the market must be tempered. Otherwise, how could small traders and individual entrepreneurs survive? Thus, in pursuit of justice for the multitude of small merchants and independent operators, Albert resolved to confront Winterfell, demanding an explanation. Should negotiations falter, he mused, he might consider the price a mere dowry, 2 sons in exchange for his leniency. This time, Albert himself harbored doubts about Ed's potential for concession. After all, during the previous negotiation, it became evident that Ed was dissatisfied with his pricing, feeling it was excessively high. Yet, he could not openly admit that he had deliberately set such a lofty price to prevent technological leakage. Even if Ed's emotional intelligence were lacking, he should have recognized the situation. Instead, he not only remained oblivious, but also encouraged others to conspire in purchasing our goods at an astonishingly low price. What was his aim? Who does he think he is? Regardless, this time I am determined to extract at least 1 son from him. After 4 days of relentless travel, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Winterfell. Ed seemed to have anticipated this development. To avoid suspicion, he led his children out for a hunt. Albert could afford to wait. Indeed, they set up camp near the castle, biding their time. I refuse to believe you won't come back through the front gate. The group waited for 2 full days before witnessing the banner of the Grey Wolf rising from the distant horizon. It would have been imprudent to intercept their returning party directly, so they resolved to let the others enter first, then follow suit to seek out their target. The procession gradually entered the gates of Winterfell, after which Albert led his small contingent to knock on the door. Ed was clearly aware of the circumstances, as he should have considered such possibilities when composing that letter. His vassal had indeed suffered a considerable loss in this instance. My lord, your dealings this time have been rather unscrupulous. If I were to reduce the price to such levels, we would scarcely make a profit, thereby jeopardizing our ability to innovate and upgrade our products. Moreover, your actions blatantly violate the principles of the market. If numerous nobles were to act as you have, our business would be untenable. Albert's mother hailed from another family, and his aunt and grandmother belonged to 3 distinct clans. If they all adopted such tactics, Would our business survive? In rallying others, I might as well drastically slash the prices. Ed, feeling the weight of embarrassment, could only take Robb and Albert to the godswood. My lord, this transaction has inflicted severe losses upon us. The hand of the king requests 120 crossbows, yet the entire city does not possess such a stockpile. Furthermore, Lord Stannis and Lord Baratheon have already placed their orders. In this predicament, to whom shall we deliver the crossbows? If I am not mistaken, even if you were to reduce the price to 75 golden dragons each, we would still make a profit. Ed could only express this sentiment. However, the hand of the king insisted on acquiring them at half price. Albert continued, stating that he had already replied to the Duke of Dragonstone and the Duke of Storm's End, instructing them to retrieve their goods in King's Landing. Should any further questions arise, they were to correspond directly with you. Ed, upon hearing this, could only remain silent. After all, strictly speaking, he had indeed ensnared others in this affair. My lord, if you intend to adhere to the commands of the hand of the king, then we must discuss other matters. The interests of House Manderly must be safeguarded. The directness of his request was nearly brazen. Indeed, he was there to demand compensation, and it was clear he expected it. Ed was taken aback by such forthrightness. I am the highest lord of your family. Surely you must afford me some respect. Chapter 15. Negotiating the transaction. This audacious maneuver of vassals turning against their lords could only be executed by someone as bold as Albert, who surely had assessed the honest nature of Ed and his son. Even if the negotiations fell through, Ed's loss would be limited to a mere financial setback. He certainly wouldn't resort to violence against him. Given this, Albert could assertively present his case, calling Ed shameless, heartless, and devoid of honor. Ed, along with his companion, stood there listening to Albert's lamentations, aware that their actions had indeed been rather unscrupulous. They had disregarded the established market rules. And not only had they violated these rules themselves, but they had also aided Ed's father in doing so. There are limits to undermining others. Such actions could jeopardize one's very existence. While Albert lamented, Ed was preparing himself for the inevitable. The more dreadful and pessimistic Albert portrayed the situation, the greater the demands would be when he finally spoke. Sure enough, after a prolonged, tearful accusation, Albert revealed his true intentions. My lord, my sister is merely 17 and has yet to find a suitable husband. In essence, he was proposing a sale, whether one son or two. The question remained, would he proceed with this transaction? Ed glanced nervously at Robb, fully aware that the age of Albert's sister had been disclosed, and the only suitable young man in their household was Robb himself. This was indeed a matter worth considering. Then, my lord, prepare to cover the remaining premium for the 120 crossbows. The hand of the king acquired 100 crossbows at the price of 75 coins each, along with a base amount of ammunition. Additionally, what are your plans regarding the forthcoming maintenance costs? Will you pay in full or in installments? Dare he hesitate? How could he afford to hesitate? Will you marry her or not? If not, prepare for financial ruin. In the humid climate of King's Landing, compounded by the nearby dilapidated neighborhoods, rust will accumulate at an alarming rate. Maintenance will inevitably require annual visits. And can Winterfell afford such costs? Today, whether you wish to sell your son or not, he must be sold. Ed seemed to grasp this reality as he contemplated for a considerable time before finally uttering, your father shall receive a marriage proposal within 2 months. However, let us emphasize that a son cannot simply be sold. It is imperative to extract sufficient resources and wealth to secure an ample dowry. Rest assured, the old man has been preparing the dowries for his 2 granddaughters for many years, with the initial aim of securing the position of the Duchess of Winterfell, thus ensuring that the dowries are prepared to an equitable standard. You may attach the details to the letter and send it forth in 2 months. We can proceed with the wedding ceremony. Having achieved his objective, Albert naturally altered his demeanor and then earnestly advised Ed, my lord, if you intend for the young master to assume control, preparations can commence immediately. For instance, you might consider establishing a town on a vacant plot within your domain, overseen by the young master himself, while inviting heirs from various families to engage in practical work, thereby elevating the young master's prestige. Given Ed's countenance, it seemed unlikely he would acquiesce. Thus, Albert refrained from further commentary and summoned the soldiers to regroup, ready to return to his ancestral home. His task was complete, leaving only the engagement banquet for the two to anticipate. Bearing the delightful news of having successfully secured the marriage proposal, Albert, accompanied by 25 cavalrymen, returned to White Harbor. As they galloped into the city along the newly constructed road, stable hands swiftly approached to tend to the cavalry's steeds. Albert, together with his 5 personal guards, promptly dismounted and sought out his grandfather. Wyman and Wilson were already awaiting him, As Albert entered, he declared, "The discussions have concluded, and my sister's marriage is settled." Upon hearing this news, the two elders exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions tinged with satisfaction. Indeed, the elder sister herself was not dissatisfied. Having encountered Robb, one could say that. In an era predominantly marked by intermarriages among the northern nobility, securing a match with someone who embodies the valiant and resilient spirit of the North, coupled with a more refined appearance and demeanor from the South, especially as the heir of Winterfell, was quite commendable. Robb was quite handsome, and prior to this, the old eel had taken both sisters to Winterfell multiple times, allowing them to mingle with Robb, which fostered a considerable fondness for him in the young lady's heart. As for the younger sister, Vera, her future remained uncertain. However, Wyman intended to arrange her marriage to either Aelin of the Eyrie or the Prince of Dorne, or perhaps another prominent noble from the north. Albert would not come of age until next year, so matters of marriage for him could be temporarily set aside. In truth, this year marks the year of Conquest 296, and next year will herald the onset of the War of the Five Kings. At that moment, when Eddard would descend with his two daughters to face their demise, Albert intended to ardently alter the situation. After all, if the head of the North were to perish and not be replaced by the remaining two who, while morally acceptable, lacked certain personal capabilities, it might prevent the North from meeting such a fate in the ensuing war. Consequently, his own Stark lineage, prioritizing survival, would not be reduced to such a state. However, he was acutely aware of the impossibility of stopping Eddard. Thus he resolved to train a naval force to expedite their descent southward and rescue them. Given the current state of piracy in the seas and the astonishing combat prowess of the soldiers from King's Landing, it became evident that the naval defense system of King's Landing was in a deplorable state. Most crucially, the defense of Blackwater Bay was entrusted to the fleet of Dragonstone, led by Stannis. Therefore, Albert could leisurely develop his technological advancements while awaiting his day of naming, and afterwards, he would lead his fleet southward to ravage King's Landing. As Albert contemplated, he mused that if possible, the next technological advancement should be the development of gunpowder weaponry. The emergence of such weaponry marked the late Middle Ages, appearing from the late 14th century to the early 15th century, coinciding with the fall of Constantinople in 1453, signaling the end of the Middle Ages and ushering in the so-called Renaissance, an era shattered by gunpowder. This period, devoid of gunpowder, lacked cannons and other forms of ranged weaponry, including firearms. Chapter 16. The engagement letter. Albert diligently worked to establish the foundations of the nitrate fields, installing fixed latrines within the castle and residential areas. He also hired several unemployed individuals to daily remove the accumulated waste from these latrines to a designated location. Simultaneously, he commanded all those responsible for livestock to gather and dispose of the manure in the same specified area. Below, he excavated a cellar, applying a certain degree of heat to the soil above daily, while assigning personnel to patrol the vicinity, striving for the strictest protection. Moreover, Albert significantly expanded the size of his personal guard, funding this expansion through the profits generated from his crossbow invention, which he conceived himself, thereby securing 40 of the profits for his own benefit. He was also actively engaged in constructing both military and civilian sailing vessels. The military ships would feature a dedicated watchtower, serving as a mast in exceptional circumstances, while civilian ships would be optimized not only to increase cargo capacity, but also to enhance transport speed. Thus, this endeavor substantially bolstered profitability. Consequently, neither Count Wyman nor Wilson expressed any discontent regarding Albert's financial expansion of his private militia or his peculiar inventions. Additionally, Dielmund, the son of Wenmarl, frequently trailed his older brother, either learning from these endeavors or, more often than not, causing a ruckus, for Dielmund was but 11 years old this year. To speak candidly, Dar is more captivated by the prospect of sailing the high seas, particularly with the recent design of a military three-masted vessel by Albert. Like Vera, he does not possess a ship of his own, while Wilfred has been bestowed with a splendid civilian craft as his exclusive vessel. Albert's Tempest of the Furious Seas has been returned to the shipyard for modifications, aiming to transform it into the most formidable three-masted ship. As for the warships of his grandfather and ancestors, they have not undergone any renovations and are gradually being phased out of frontline combat. Though there are now 12 three-masted vessels, the scale of the White Harbor Fleet continues to expand. The number of traditional ships, while not increasing, is still maintained through regular upkeep. Thus, classic sailing ships still comprise the majority of the fleet, albeit lacking the overwhelming numerical advantage they once held. The family's vision for Albert's fleet resembles that of an avant-garde armada, with nearly 700 soldiers aboard the 12 ships, each equipped with an average of 20 crossbows, rendering them more than capable of dealing with ordinary fortifications. The potency of the crossbows, coupled with Albert's efforts to minimize their dimensions, has sparked a more intense arms race among the castles of Westeros. For instance, the fortifications of White Harbor have been elevated to 5 tiers. The outermost layer consists of brick walls, followed by a layer of sand, then a mud wall, another sand layer, and finally, a stone foundation, all designed to withstand the projectiles launched by crossbows. Concurrently, Albert has begun to assume control over certain operations of the Eye of White Harbor, yet he has discerned its limitations as merely an intelligence agency, incapable of supporting specialized actions akin to espionage and covert operations. They also aim to extend their surveillance across the sea to the continent of Essos. Therefore, Albert plans to clandestinely establish 2 additional teams, one dedicated to counterintelligence and the other to conduct assassination missions within enemy territories. Given that his father still holds the majority of authority over the Eye of White Harbor, Albert is able to directly organize these 2 small squads, recruiting personnel from his own guard, while the instructors will be 2 retired members from the Eye, sourced from his father. The teams have been aptly named the Blade of White Harbor and the Shield of White Harbor. Simultaneously, Albert has strengthened the ongoing development of the sugar industry, recognizing that individuals, regardless of culture or time, possess their own preferences. In medieval Western Europe, sugar primarily derived from honey, a resource whose production is inconsistent and unevenly distributed, particularly scarce in the north. Although it is said that during the war between the Andalusians and the First Men, the Andalusians nearly incinerated every forest visible in the southern regions of Westeros, it is important to acknowledge that the children of the forest possessed magic. Without resorting to such extreme measures, they might not have prevailed. However, following that tumultuous period, the forest did experience a certain degree of recovery. Thus, while the production of sugar predominantly originated from the south, it was not the case for the vast majority of the region. For instance, Casterly Rock did not partake in this. The Tyrell family of Highgarden initially flourished as a commercial dynasty by engaging in the extensive trade of sugar. Consequently, when Albert revived the sugar industry in the north utilizing beets, his produced sugar was sold almost instantaneously. Furthermore, all items within the beet fields and sugar factories were firmly secured by soldiers organized by Albert, who ensured that no one could leave. Albert was not short on funds, as he still had 2 shops engaged in exclusive sugar distribution within White Harbor, while simultaneously expanding his sales territory and establishing his shops in the top 5 fortifications of Beacon to sell sugar and disseminate intelligence from White Harbor to other cities. The sugar production also provided Albert with the confidence to further enlarge his personal guard, which now comprised nearly 600 men, in addition to over 700 from his fleet. Albert believed that capturing a castle was now well within his grasp. Moreover, these soldiers had the means to organize better and more formidable armaments. Albert also introduced the steel casting method into White Harbor's iron smelting system, significantly enhancing the weapon manufacturing capabilities and steel utilization rates. Consequently, nearly every member of Albert's personal guard was clad in rudimentary plate armor, equipped with high-quality weaponry. As for the engagement letters, they had long been dispatched, with the engagement date set for the first day of the year 297 after the conquest. Prior to this, countless ravens had already conveyed significant news to the major cities of the north. Robb Stark, the elder son of Eddard Stark, the young wolf lord of Winterfell, was officially betrothed to Wyman Manderly's granddaughter, Wilfeth Manderly. Preparations for the wedding were also being hastened, and although it was taking place in White Harbor, the dowry had to be delivered simultaneously. With the commercial profits from White Harbor continuously rising, Wilfeth's worth was increasing as well, leading to concerns that the initial dowry prepared by Old Eel might be insufficient, necessitating further preparations. Chapter 17. The Hunting Expedition in the Blink of an Eye. The time for the engagement banquet arrived. This gathering, being a private arrangement between the 2 families, did not invite a plethora of nobles. Some, such as the Boltons, were not even sent invitations. Naturally, in such events, uninvited guests were inevitable, exemplified by the king's entourage arriving in a hasty manner. The matters between the 2 families are personal, and since they are not of substantial noble stature, I was neither informed nor intended to be informed. After all, a child's engagement is typically a private affair between 2 castles, requiring no notification to me. At most, a brief mention suffices, and even the king need not attend. However, this time, an unexpected guest arrived. To others, it may have seemed like a perfectly ordinary visit, yet for Albert, it held a different significance. As he vividly recalled the ensuing events, Roberts chose this specific moment, precisely at the 297th anniversary of conquest, to make his presence known. Little did anyone expect that the old Prime Minister, having just concluded an utterly shameless bargaining session, would succumb shortly thereafter. Along with the Prime Minister's wife and their 10-year-old son, who was still nursing, hastily returning to Eagle's Nest. Meanwhile, they were out hunting, and Ed had brought back a few wolf cubs from the frozen plains for his children. The engagement banquet was originally intended to be elaborately discussed, yet given the gravity of the situation, such details could not be elaborated upon. After a hurried meal, the newlyweds were encouraged to become better acquainted, while the king took the Duke into the cellar of Winterfell to pay homage to the long-deceased Duke's sister. Meanwhile, Albert ventured out for a stroll with a few wolf cubs, partaking in the traditional hunting custom of Winterfell's feasts. The following day, due to the time constraints and the large number of attendees, it would not be a hunt, but rather a group excursion. However, under the guidance of Jon and Scene, Albert trailed behind, experiencing the scenic beauty of the hunt. This particular expedition was small-scale, with only 3 older boys present, while the younger ones, Reek and Bran, remained inside the castle. Despite the strained relationship between Jon and Scene, family unity had to be maintained in the presence of outsiders. The 3 positioned themselves in a fan shape, gradually advancing forward. Albert, utilizing his keen hearing, discerned the presence of a large creature ahead. Jon had not noticed anything amiss, but Ghost was unusually excited, sensing something ahead. Indeed, the trio had brought only 2 hunting dogs. One was a greyhound that Albert had recently acquired in town. The local cuisine in Winterfell heavily relies on hunting, thus there exists a well-established training system for hunting dogs within the city. To facilitate this hunt, Albert had chosen to purchase one. As they pressed forward, both dogs displayed signs of nervousness, while Ghost, still too young, was cradled beside Jon. Albert cautiously loosed an arrow, clearly perceiving that the unidentified creature ahead was of considerable size, and it was not far from their position. Once the arrow was released, faint sounds emerged from the distant woods. Sheehan and Jon's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed they had indeed encountered something substantial. After all, larger creatures are more easily startled by probing attacks, while smaller ones often remain oblivious to dangers lurking at a distance. Hence, the commotion in the woods, following the shot, undoubtedly indicated the presence of a sizable beast. For hunters, capturing larger prey signifies greater prowess, and the trio could not suppress their exhilaration, particularly Albert, who, on his inaugural outing, had stumbled upon a significant quarry. What a stroke of fortune this was. However, upon approaching the source of the noise, they sensed something amiss. There appeared to be signs of a fire nearby. Under normal circumstances, if travelers were camping and cooking in proximity, their activities would likely remain close to their encampment. If they were not travelers, however, that would be another matter altogether. Judging by the extent of the campsite, it seemed there was a group of at least 20 to 30 individuals in the vicinity. This number is quite considerable compared to typical travelers, though relatively modest for a merchant caravan. The dilemma lay in the fact that a group of this size would usually opt for a campsite not too far from a main road. Thus, the only plausible explanations for such a sizable gathering in a secluded area were either organized criminals or wild men from the north. Regardless of the angle from which one viewed the situation, it was imperative to investigate further. Should they ascertain that they were indeed poachers or northern savages encroaching southward, it would necessitate action. Even if they were outmatched, they needed to gather intelligence and return with reinforcements. The 3 continued their search in a fan-like formation, hoping to uncover something of significance. Yet, after venturing nearly 100 meters without finding any trace of human activity, they stumbled upon the very quarry they had initially frightened away, a large nightblade. This creature is a formidable predator inhabiting the forest, with adults weighing over a ton and standing at a height of about 2 meters when crouched, rivaling the size of a dire wolf. It possesses incredible speed and sharp claws, capable of confronting large herbivores independently. However, this specimen was evidently not fully grown, only reaching Albert's abdomen when seated. The arrow had not embedded itself in its flesh, yet Albert's subsequent 2 shots found their mark. One struck its left leg, while the other pierced its torso. Although the force of Albert's arrows may not have matched that of his companions, he had deliberately utilized a shield arrowhead combined with a tranquilizer concocted by the old hunters of Winterfell. The nightblade collapsed swiftly, revealing itself not to be an adult specimen, but rather one that had only recently emerged from its juvenile stage. Albert had no intention of slaying it for profit. Although the pelts of such creatures are indeed of exceptional quality, it would be somewhat unreasonable for a novice hunter to butcher their prey, particularly a rare animal, on their very first attempt. Moreover, given that this creature had only just transitioned from its infancy, and was still in a phase where it could be nurtured, he decided to rear it instead. After all, the jungles surrounding White Harbor often yielded large wild animals, indicating a need to cultivate one's own hunting companions. Chapter 18. Nightblade. The trio returned home with their spoils and promptly reported to Ed about the suspicious gathering of individuals they had observed from a distance. Ed's brow furrowed in concern. Aside from the residential areas surrounding the main thoroughfares, there were not many people congregating in the vicinity of Lingdong City, particularly deep within the forest. The emergence of any small, organized groups could only suggest the presence of wild men or poachers. Both scenarios posed significant problems. One could lead to the degradation of forest resources, while the other directly endangered the safety of the populace. In response to this alarming situation, Ed swiftly bolstered the security forces surrounding Lingdong City and rigorously initiated searches and investigations within the various fur and animal markets to ensure that no large-scale poaching syndicates had taken root. He also sought to guarantee that, should wild men be involved, they would not launch a sudden assault on the city, which could result in devastating losses due to unpreparedness. Such matters bore little relevance to Albert, who was primarily focused on his newfound trophy. The Nightblade, a large feline creature, though still in its juvenile phase, was of considerable size and had already developed a semblance of wildness. Consequently, taming it would prove as challenging as training a hawk. Albert did his utmost to secure the creature, confining it within a small cage. Given its recent departure from infancy, it was not excessively large, reaching only to Albert's chest, and weighed approximately 50 kilograms. Indeed, this weight was equivalent to that of a hefty Sam, a considerable burden for Albert to manage. In his previous life, few individuals would possess such weight. Even his armor alone weighed 20 kilograms. Albert felt a profound sense of bewilderment as he grappled with the conversions of weight and mass. However, the resilience of this creature surpassed that of a human. Compelling it to submit before him would undoubtedly require significant effort. In the current situation, Albert found himself at a loss. The seasoned hunters had never captured such young creatures. More often than not, I would allow these infants to starve for a few days before selling them directly to the nobles. Typically, they could not be kept for long. This time, however, the shift towards domestication left many seasoned hunters at a loss. In Winterfell, very few of the elder hunters possessed experience in capturing nightblades, let alone in the art of taming them. Thus, Albert had no reference or experience to draw upon and could only wait, akin to a falconer, to see who would succumb to slumber first. In light of this, he deliberately added a few anesthetics to the live poultry feed entrusted to him. If this substance possessed bioaccumulation properties, it might prove effective. Otherwise, he would also have to endure. This endeavor was largely a matter of chance, but unexpectedly, the creature seemed to be underdeveloped or still in its growth phase. Perhaps the anesthetic he administered had taken effect, causing it to quickly succumb to drowsiness. One might say it was still an immature being. The juvenile phase of such creatures is brief. Once weaned, they are no longer considered infants. Yet they require an additional 1 to 2 years to reach adulthood. The lifespan of a nightblade is approximately 30 years, and this young one appeared to be merely a few years old. Typically, nightblades are solitary beings. The young male remains with its mother until it reaches maturity, at which point it establishes its own territory. Normally, a nightblade's territory spans nearly 10 square kilometers, suggesting that if this were a female, Albert would need to prepare a hunting ground of several dozen square kilometers. It is hoped that the range required for the domesticated nightblade would be smaller. Otherwise, the adjacent woods may prove insufficient for its territorial needs. When the little creature was brought back, all attention was focused on its wounds, leaving no one to ascertain its gender. Thus, Albert remained uncertain whether it was male or female. As he observed the nightblade gradually succumbing to sleep within its cage, Albert too began to feel the weight of fatigue. The guest accommodations in Winterfell were indeed quite pleasant, as he had dedicated a tower for the comfort of his guests, which explained how so many nobles managed to fit in during the last banquet. However, Albert himself did not reside there, for he had arrived too late and was merely showcasing his might, making it unnecessary to stay at the camp. The formal wedding decision was made to be held earlier, and after the ceremony, Ed would lead the procession south to take up his royal duties. After all, one must attend their own son's wedding. And both individuals had reached adulthood. The bride was already 17, and it was indeed time for her to marry, lest she remain an old maid. The groom was 16, and historically, the issue of noble heirs has always been of utmost importance, receiving considerable attention from the nobility, particularly in Ed's case, where a successor had already been established. There was a strong desire to ensure the seamless continuation of the family line into the next generation. Simultaneously, The women were eager to witness the emergence of the family's new generation. Thus, holding the wedding earlier was beneficial for all parties involved, and it was amicably agreed upon. Consequently, Albert decided to stay until the conclusion of the wedding festivities, and his grandfather and father were informed and would soon arrive. During this interim, the management of affairs would be temporarily entrusted to Hel, the apprentice of the castle's scholar, Lewin. Daily operations were running smoothly, especially since nearly all the Mandlers had gathered for the wedding, and there was little of concern within the town. Other nobles were also gradually receiving notifications. Having just completed the naming day celebration for his 16-year-old brother, the subsequent rush to marriage felt remarkably swift. They had not even held a formal engagement banquet. Such rapidity was indeed unusual, yet the northern nobility was not particularly concerned, as formal engagement feasts were rare for them. It was only after the Duke of Winterfell fully integrated into the Seven Kingdoms a millennium ago that some southern customs began to take hold, leading to the gradual adoption of such practices. Thus, it was imperative for Albert to tame Nightblade as much as possible during this time. Otherwise, if he were to bring it back to White Harbor, it might be lost within days. Albert held little hope of possessing any shapeshifter blood, as it was predominantly the ancestors who were likely to awaken such lineage, though he was a legitimate descendant of the Loiter. And while some family members had intermarried with the ancients, it was unlikely that he would easily obtain shapeshifter blood. Notably, his mother did indeed carry the bloodline of the ancients. Chapter 19. The wedding. For the wedding of Robb and his sister, Albert had little to offer as a gift, so he presented the first experimental fire oil cabinet, demonstrating its astonishing destructive power in the courtyard. While fish oil and animal fats were still commonly used, this new oil was potent enough, even if it did not rival petroleum. In the context of medieval Europe, fire oil was frequently utilized in warfare. However, in Westeros, due to the existence of wildfire, its formidable capabilities had yet to be fully realized. Moreover, despite the presence of wildfire, its extreme volatility made it infrequently employed in battles. Therefore, Albert emphasized the need to utilize oil for spraying rather than wildfire. Although the flames produced in this manner are comparatively weaker than those of a wildfire, their controllability renders them formidable, particularly against armored soldiers who find it arduous to withstand such intense heat. In the context of the medieval era or the feudal system of Westeros, men are generally more inclined towards warfare than culture, especially in the north, known for its savagery. Thus, offering such a contraption as a dowry is indeed quite splendid. Moreover, it is crucial to note that he merely presented the finished product without the accompanying blueprints, as he himself has yet to fully comprehend the designs, this product being one of the more successful examples among numerous failed attempts. In comparison to refined oil, animal fat is evidently more challenging to control, and its quality is difficult to ascertain. Given the current ironworking technology employed across the Seven Kingdoms, the prospect of producing superior iron cans remains bleak. Albert has endeavored to substitute iron cans with pottery vessels and has made some progress, though it is still limited. This represents the most successful application of pottery thus far, now offered as a wedding gift to Winterfell. Receiving such a gift, Robb, ever enthusiastic about warfare, is undoubtedly elated, while Bran, who had recently fallen from the tower, remains unconscious. Although today marks his son's wedding, Lady Catelyn is still attending to her younger son upstairs, making only a brief appearance at the banquet before retreating once more. Meanwhile, several noble youths acquainted with the other lords are aware that Albert may have unveiled a novel weapon, yet they hesitate to approach him, feeling unworthy to solicit his attention given his proximity to the Duke of Last Hearth. If I recall correctly, the Manderly family should still have an unmarried daughter, right? Ramsay Snow inquired tentatively of his companion, Torrhen Stark. Indeed, but she is merely 9 years old. Do not entertain such notions, as she would not deign to notice a bastard like you. Ramsay's countenance darkened swiftly, casting a fierce glare at Torrhen. What of it if I am a bastard? Ramsay resolved to hasten his plans to eliminate his half-brother. Naturally, as the protagonists of the wedding, the newlyweds only made an appearance during the ceremony, thereafter remaining at the head table. Albert was preoccupied with the lamb chops before him, still struggling to adapt to the use of knife and fork despite having traversed several years in this realm. Even though he is of Undul descent, Night's Watch is momentarily confined to the guest quarters, for that individual remains untamed, and within this castle are many defenseless souls. Should an encounter occur, it could lead to a massacre. Having contributed to his sister's dowry, Albert is proud to acknowledge that the nascent sugar industry has yielded a portion of the profits that have been allocated towards this wedding. The Stark family has only covered 40 of the expenses, with the remainder generously provided by the Manderly family, as this is indeed a significant elevation in status. Even so, Witnessing his grandfather's joyous demeanor at the head table, it is unlikely that any dissent would arise. As per tradition, the household was overseen by his uncle while the remaining family members departed en masse. Even Darl sat beside him, grappling with the mutton chop before him. As a young boy of merely a few years struggled to wield a knife and fork, having only recently transitioned from the use of a spoon. The alcoholic beverage in question was a prized golden wine procured at a steep price from the High Court, with only 2 or 3 cases purchased. The remainder intended to enrich his grandfather's wine collection. Albert, being a rustic soul, had little appreciation for such fine wines, finding them no more remarkable than plain water. The 2 children nearby boasted about the bottles of wine, drawing the attention of discerning nobles, most of whom hailed from the south. For the northerners were indifferent to such matters. Due to their undull lineage, they found themselves seated among the retinue of kings and queens and the southern nobles who had journeyed to attend the wedding feast. Vera and the other ladies were seated at a table across the way, adhering to the medieval customs which prohibited unmarried boys and girls from dining at the same table. Of course, once married, women could choose to sit with their husbands, yet this time, Wilfie did not join them. Bored to tears, Albert amused himself by constructing a ship from the leftover bones of the mutton chop. Although his grandfather had provided him with extensive education in noble etiquette, adhering to such customs was as uncomfortable as a death sentence for a northerner like him. His mother, a true northern woman, made it even more challenging to present himself with noble grace in front of these aristocrats. After all, he was still young. Even if he were to celebrate his naming day and transition into adulthood next year, that was a matter for the future. For now, he relished the freedom to play with the remnants of his meal. As he busied himself with his makeshift ship, Wayland pondered the logistics of launching a fleet of 12 ships from White Harbor to King's Landing without raising any alarms, estimating it would take roughly 6 days. With favorable winds, they could arrive even sooner. Thus, if he intended to embark on an exhilarating adventure or participate in local festivities near King's Landing, he could certainly manage it. Even though he had yet to reach adulthood, after 3 years of military training, he could claim to be a reasonably competent knight. Even if he did not win the championship, participating would still be worthwhile. And so, he resolved that when the king held the tournament, he would join the festivities, taking the opportunity to pursue his own interests concurrently. Chapter 20. The Firegate gun. Albert did not return home simultaneously with his grandfather, who needed to wait for a while. During this interim, his uncle was the sole caretaker of the household, concerned that the elderly eel might not receive adequate attention. Consequently, he urged Albert to return home promptly after the evening feast, taking his belongings and his younger cousin with him. On the road, Albert pondered the possibility of significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of infantry in a short span of time. The Northern Army struggled to compete with the forces of other kingdoms in terms of equipment. Although they were undeniably valiant, their inferior gear constituted their most critical weakness. When ranking the military prowess of the 7 kingdoms from strongest to weakest, it would be as follows: the Riverlands with 120,000, the Stormlands with 50,000, the Westerlands with 40,000, the North with 35,000, the Vale with 30,000, the Reach with 25,000, Dorne with 22,500 to 25,000, the Iron Islands with 15,000, and the Stormlands with 10,000. In this era, population size was nearly equivalent to military strength. Dorne's population was comparable to that of the Stormlands, while the Vale and the Reach lacked robust mobilization capabilities. Although the North had relatively strong mobilization potential, the time and difficulty involved were substantial. The remaining factions possessed both mobilization capabilities and military strength. Thus, the North did not hold a significant military advantage. Even if they mobilized their entire force, they would still face formidable adversaries on the battlefield. Therefore, relying solely on numerical superiority was nothing more than a fantasy, necessitating a focus on enhancing combat effectiveness. To elevate the combat prowess of individual soldiers, the most effective method was undoubtedly to improve the army's equipment level. However, in an age of cold weapons, even if one were to augment the equipment with enhancements, it would still be insufficient to withstand an adversarial force twice their size without groundbreaking weaponry. Hence, the need arose to introduce the matchlock musket, a relatively rudimentary firearm requiring minimal technical sophistication. Most importantly, substantial yields from the sulfur fields near White Harbor now permitted research endeavors. If the sulfur fields proved unproductive, he initially planned to utilize sulfur, known for its incendiary properties. However, given the recent breakthroughs in gunpowder production, the pursuit of toxic sulfur became unnecessary. At present, Equipping the entire army with matchlock muskets in the short term was unrealistic. Therefore, there was an urgent need to not only mass-produce these firearms, but also to train the soldiers adequately while maintaining confidentiality. It was clear that during the initial phase of the War of the Five Kings, he would not be able to employ these innovations effectively. Ed's decision to march south, as historically chosen, was not difficult to comprehend. For both personal and political reasons, aiding Robert was imperative. Joffrey was betrothed to his daughter, and the king was his brother. Historically, the Stark family had often ventured south to seize opportunities, making their participation in this endeavor logical. Thus, to ensure a more comfortable future for himself, Albert was determined to devise a successful plan to bring the entire Stark family back intact from the south, currently situated in the north while Ed was in the south. Communication between them was limited, and Albert was unable to prevent him from undertaking significant actions. In this context, the only influence he could exert was through Catelyn. It is not to suggest that Catelyn abandon her desire for vengeance, but rather to ensure that she does not encounter the little demon. She could traverse by water, which would not only expedite her journey to King's Landing, but also facilitate the return of several members of House Stark from the south. Albert has ample time to devise his plans. Considering that Eddard has only just begun his journey south, it is improbable that he would meet his demise so swiftly. At the very least, it would be prudent to wait until the tournament in King's Landing concludes, and as of now, he has yet to receive any news regarding the event, rendering haste unnecessary. Furthermore, his parents may need some time before returning, and thus his sources of information remain quite reliable. Therefore, extending an invitation to Aunt Catelyn to travel south aboard his family's vessel is quite fitting, as he could also utilize the ship upon his return. Consequently, the primary concern now is to enhance the combat prowess of the Northern Army. Relying solely on wildfire is unrealistic due to its exorbitant cost. Orders for crossbows have already been placed with some southern families, and if both sides possess crossbows, the defense would appear exceedingly fragile. Achieving this in the short term is certainly unfeasible, especially considering that even the new city walls of White Harbor are merely in the planning stages, with no indication of when construction will commence. Thus, the immediate objective transforms into bolstering the fighting capability of his own troops, and indeed, the entire Northern Army, which necessitates the training of gunmen. In comparison to archers, the range of gunmen, approximately 90 meters, is somewhat limited. However, training an archer requires an extensive period, while a gunman, provided he possesses a reasonable intellect, could become combat-ready within a month. This versatility allows them to carry both melee weapons and firearms, functioning as both infantry and ranged soldiers. As for the gunpowder, it will be packaged in small paper bags, placed within a cloth pouch for easy access during combat. Albert has committed to memory the optimal formula and proportions, and it remains to establish the size of the projectiles and the caliber of the firearms. The emergence of hand cannons in Western Europe occurred during the 14th and 15th centuries, marking the transition from the medieval era to the Renaissance. Symbolized by the fall of Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. Should the development of smokeless powder prove successful, it would not only be applicable to hand cannons, but could also facilitate research into stone-throwing artillery. Compared to crossbows, stone-throwing artillery is significantly more advantageous for besieging fortifications and naval warfare, and it even proves more effective in defensive scenarios than crossbows. In the latter part of the medieval period, stone-throwing artillery supplanted the crossbow. Albert had long since committed the formula for gunpowder to memory, enabling him to retrieve it almost instantaneously for use. However, he felt it necessary to maintain appearances, as producing it too swiftly might arouse suspicions of heresy, a grave offense that could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 21. The tournament at King's Landing. Are you inviting me to participate in the tournament? He inquired. Yes, indeed. Would you care to join the revelry? Albert was endeavoring to persuade Vera to accompany him to the tournament at King's Landing. Since his arrival in this realm, he had diligently honed his combat skills under the guidance of his mentor, believing himself capable of defeating 3 or 4 soldiers. Yet, he had never before participated in a tournament, especially one hosted in a city as illustrious as King's Landing, where nobles from far and wide would gather, including Lord Eddard's subordinates. Although he harbored doubts about his martial prowess, he reasoned that merely making an appearance would be worthwhile. After all, it was inconceivable to him that he could fail to advance past the preliminary rounds, should he succeed in overcoming the initial challenge. While he might not earn a resplendent crown, he would at least be awarded a vividly colored sash. It was, after all, an opportunity for enjoyment, with little to lose. Most importantly, he planned to seize this occasion to convey a message from his sister to the Duke through their mother-in-law, Catelyn. as a letter from his sister indicated that Winterfell had uncovered the truth behind Bran's fall. "I shall inquire if anyone from Winterfell intends to attend," Albert remarked before ascending the tower to compose a letter. While most people preferred to draft their letters in the comfort of their rooms before delivering them to the maester at the tower, Albert had a different habit. He typically carried paper and ink with him. This time, his sister had married Robb and taken his ship with her, mooring it upstream on the weeping water for immediate action. The Ravens were swifter than any vessel, capable of reaching Winterfell within a day or two. The day before their departure, he received a reply. Wilfred expressed his delight at being able to join his siblings and would also bring along his brother-in-law and mother. Notably, Albert refrained from explicitly inviting Catelyn, instead suggesting to his dear sister, "If I recall correctly, Lady Catelyn is heading south to King's Landing in search of Duke Eddard. Why not allow her to accompany our ship?" The speed and safety of the three-masted ship surpassed that of overland travel to King's Landing, while its discretion was commendable, indeed. In the narrow sea to the east of King's Landing, the reach of the Old Lion's hand was limited. Even if they were to hire pirates to intercept them, Albert was not traveling alone. He had 5 vessels in tow. Under normal circumstances, the pirates of the narrow sea would stand little chance against them, unless they encountered Stannis' fleet, which he deemed unlikely to impede his passage. Thus, they deliberately waited for 2 days at White Harbor, until the merfolk ship from Werefield arrived, which was necessary for the guests before embarking alongside the 5 other vessels. At this juncture, there remained a full fortnight until the commencement of the tournament, affording them ample time. The three-masted ship could reach King's Landing in approximately 4 days, leaving them with a generous half-month to spare, alleviating any concerns. The reception room aboard the merfolk was hastily remodeled by Albert prior to his sister's marriage. However, the siblings continued to reside on the Stormbreaker, while Werefield was accompanied by her mother-in-law and her husband's brother aboard their merfolk. As the flagship of the entire fleet, the Stormbreaker sailed at the center of the 6 ships, parallel to the merfolk, following the prevailing winds. The 6 vessels reached the outer harbor of King's Landing in just 4 days, yet they concealed all armaments and the soldiers refrained from carrying long, standard weapons, entering the city under the guise of merchants. King's Landing itself was a vast, circular metropolis, with the outermost areas comprising the city's sewage processing facilities and the most impoverished slums. The residents disposed of their waste here daily, rendering the atmosphere quite unbearable, prompting an instinctive urge to flee. The stench of decay compelled the women in the party to cover their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs. Catelyn intended to visit an old friend, though Albert suspected it to be Littlefinger. He surmised that before their departure, the Raven had already conveyed Lady Catelyn's impending arrival in King's Landing to Littlefinger. The merfolk also boasted an equally tall lookout tower, capable of receiving and dispatching ravens, though communication on that front remained unclear to them. Each warship, particularly the three-masted vessels, was equipped with apprentices tasked with releasing the prepared ravens. They paid little heed to the numerous respectable inns within King's Landing. Instead, Rakin insisted that Werefield accompany him on a shopping expedition, with Vela joining as well. The 3 took several guards with them, while Catelyn gathered her own retinue, leaving Albert momentarily unattended. Given his preference for wearing either a captain's uniform or sailor attire aboard the ship, he blended seamlessly into the crowd, appearing no different than the rest, albeit slightly younger. Amidst the throng, William found himself idly wandering, as he realized that if he were to stay at an inn before their return, he might not be able to locate his companions upon their arrival. Moreover, they intended to lodge at the royal guest house, and the arrangements had already been communicated to Eddard. Consequently, Albert lacked any interest in exploring, slowly making his way toward the state guest house. After all, for someone accustomed to the advanced marvels of the 21st century, the quaint trinkets of the medieval era held little allure. With no sketchbooks or literature available, he pondered what else he could possibly acquire in this place. Certainly, it's not to say anything else, but Albert harbored little fondness for the handcrafted products in this region. After all, he had once been a member of the university's craft society and could have crafted an electric torch if given a chance with an LED. For him, these rudimentary handmade items held no allure. At that moment, a procession of carriages gradually approached from the roadside, led by an individual brandishing a grand banner of the crowned stag, adorned in shimmering silver armor, followed closely by an opulent carriage. Within the carriage sat a resplendent and dignified young noblewoman, accompanied solely by her youthful presence, devoid of any adult companions. The girl, with her lustrous golden hair, appeared to be under the age of 15, her skin smooth and delicate. Although lacking embellishments, her exquisite features served as the finest adornment, her eyes sparkling like precious gems. resembling a tranquil spring at their depths, undeniably a beauty from the noble house of King's Landing. The royal insignia on the carriage indicated that she was none other than Myrcella Baratheon, the daughter of House Lannister. Chapter 22. Myrcella Baratheon. The eldest princess of the Baratheon dynasty was indeed a striking beauty, even when compared to the daughters of House Stark, not falling significantly short. She could be considered one of the rare normal individuals in her illustrious Lannister lineage. However, her fate in the novels was rather tragic. Both of her brothers perished. She found herself ensnared in confinement. Her betrothed was burned alive, her parents turned against each other, and her nominal father was slain by her own mother's machinations, with two uncles conspiring to take her life. For a young lady, her plight was indeed dire. Conversely, her own family fared poorly in the original tale. Her father was taken captive before her birth, her uncle met his demise during a southern campaign, and her sisters were trapped within enemy lines. In comparison, her family's circumstances were hardly more favorable than those of her counterpart. She had come to participate in the tournament, where nobles from King's Landing and surrounding areas would gather, ensuring a lively atmosphere. Most importantly, the victor would receive a crown of love and beauty, which could be bestowed upon a lady present. The Knight of Flowers had once awarded the crown to Joffrey's betrothed, only for the young king to meet a gruesome end shortly thereafter. The champion of the tournament, hosted by House Tyrell, Brienne of Tarth, sought to become a sworn shield for the Tyrells, yet ultimately, the Lord of Highgarden fell to an assassin's blade. Thus, the event seemed to bear an ominous air. However, Albert was not superstitious. He believed that such misfortunes were merely the result of ill fate, for after all, Joffrey was indeed a vile creature. And Loras was hardly any better. Albert possessed his own gear for the competition, as his father had invested heavily in equipping him to become a commendable knight, procuring a fine array of equipment with golden dragons. Most importantly, he had concealed a rather impressive creation in his pocket, his very first handcrafted firearm. Despite the impossibility of defeating me, I could resort to the use of a fire gun for cheating. Although the current saddle is not particularly advanced, and thus does not allow knights to fully liberate their hands, Albert has the capability to make improvements. Indeed, in this era of mounted combat, contestants are entitled to choose their steeds, and Albert has devised a new saddle that better frees his hands, enhancing his combat prowess. Most importantly, the fire gun is strapped to his waist, making it a mere flick of a flame away from deceit. Even without ammunition, the mere flash of fire could startle an opponent's steed, proving effective in battle. Nightblade was not brought along, and even if it had been, its presence may not have been advantageous. While one is free to select their mount, it must be a horse, and a large creature could easily frighten others on the road. Although peculiar beasts are not uncommon in these times, Albert prefers to avoid drawing attention, as he is not one to seek the limelight. Moreover, his participation in the tournament is akin to a leisurely venture, not one meant to attract widespread notoriety. Therefore, bringing Nightblade into the streets would be rather excessive. As he pondered these thoughts while making his way towards the Red Fort, Mizera, seated in the carriage, noticed someone seemingly fixated on her. The young lady glanced back through the carriage window, her gaze locking onto a young man clad in a captain's attire amidst the crowd. Although he donned a sharp captain's uniform, his well-groomed hair and fair complexion, along with the pristine condition of his attire, set him apart from the typical captains of this era, who were often disheveled from the rigors of life at sea. Additionally, his hands bore no familiar anchor tattoos, and his smooth skin lacked the calluses that seasoned sailors typically possess, and his countenance did not reflect the wear of hardship. At that moment, two figures clad in golden robes burst forth from the side of the road, pursuing three individuals. One of them brandished a sharp spear, which struck the majestic steed before the carriage. The crowd erupted into chaos, and the frightened horse began to thrash uncontrollably. The Imperial Guards in the front ranks sensed the disturbance, yet the surging throng rendered them powerless to manage the situation. The horse pulling the carriage, overwhelmed by the cacophony and tumult, lost its composure entirely, charging wildly backward with the carriage in tow. The guards intended to intervene, but the sheer number of people made it impossible to regain control, allowing the runaway horse to drag the carriage, along with the princess, back towards its original path. The carriage raced away with Mizera, and the panicked crowd failed to impede its progress. Rather, those who attempted to obstruct it were trampled by the stampeding horse. At this moment, William produced the flintlock pistol concealed upon his person. Although this was his inaugural attempt at its use, he clumsily tore open a small paper pouch containing gunpowder, which was pre-measured for his equipment. However, the bore of the flintlock was rather diminutive, and it took him quite a while to successfully pour the powder inside, after which he began to use a ramrod to compress it tightly. Next, he inserted a small lead ball, of which he carried nearly 25. Following this, he retrieved a fuse from the rear of the flintlock. The fuse was a full 3 feet in length on Mount Rillian. He bit off a piece, taking care to avoid wetting it with saliva. He then leveled the barrel, initially intending to shoot the warhorse directly. However, he reconsidered, realizing that should the horse collapse suddenly, the momentum could potentially overturn the entire carriage and injure the passengers within. Consequently, Albert resolved to aim for the axle between the warhorse and the carriage instead. With a resounding bang, the flash incited a minor commotion among the crowd. Almost immediately, a tremendous noise followed, and the carriage, drawn by the warhorse, suddenly detached. The carriage continued to glide forward for a considerable distance due to inertia, while the warhorse galloped away uncontrollably. The carriage came to a quiet halt until Albert stowed his weapon and lifted the cover of the carriage. Inside, the young princess trembled, huddled in the carriage, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. The recent cacophony of neighing and the jarring motion had frightened her, leaving her in a state of shock. Albert gently lifted her from the compartment, softly reassuring her, "You are safe now. We have resolved the situation. Please tell me your home, who your family is, and I shall escort you back." Chapter 23. Mr. True. Albert, still grasping the shaken princess, noticed that the young girl, unaware of what had transpired, instinctively clutched her clothing tightly around her shoulders, her arms crossed protectively over her chest. Albert remained remarkably composed. After all, he had encountered far more startling scenarios in his lifetime. In comparison, the demeanor of this 11-year-old girl was rather commendable. At just 15, he was certain that he would not have fared better in such a situation. The girl was exceedingly anxious, her eyes tightly shut, her body trembling slightly. It was only when she felt Albert's warm breath and the comforting embrace that she slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing she was in the arms of a strange man, she blushed and instinctively began to struggle. However, Albert, possessing the strength of nearly an adult, effortlessly stabilized her, and upon confirming she was unharmed, he gently set her down. "May I inquire as to who you are?" she stammered, the flush still lingering on Micella's cheeks, as she shyly addressed the remarkably young captain beside her. "Your Highness, I am Albert Manderly from White Harbor, and it is my utmost pleasure to serve you. May I escort you back to the palace?" Albert performed a standard gentleman's bow, a skill diligently instilled in him by his mother and aunt since his earliest memories, and now he executed it flawlessly. Miss Micella Manderly was momentarily taken aback. She had recently overheard her father speak of this name, though not in flattering terms. "Who does this insolent boy think he is? I am the king. And how dare he presume I cannot procure those cumbersome wooden contraptions from him? I am his sovereign, and he dares to address me in such a manner. He believes he is someone of importance. Those wooden contraptions he crafted have no real value. I could easily smash them to pieces with a single blow." In any case, there was nothing commendable to say. William could probably surmise the situation. After all, for Lord Robert, the two most significant individuals were his adoptive father and his brother. His letter had likely offended them both, and thus, he would not expect a warm reception. Of course, whether or not he received a cordial demeanor was entirely at their discretion, considering this king would not be alive much longer. With Ed's temperament, it was only natural that such a heavy stone would stir up the stagnant waters of King's Landing. "Sir, would you kindly take me back to the Red Keep?" "Of course, for I too must make my way to the Red Keep. Might I inquire, Your Highness, if you are in a hurry? If time permits, perhaps we could explore the surroundings of King's Landing." Albert ventured a light-hearted jest, as the 4-year age difference between him and Micella rendered her, in his eyes, a peer of sorts. Typically confined within the depths of the palace, she likely had few opportunities to venture out. This encounter was likely a consequence of her sneaking away for a bit of adventure. Given the circumstances, he thought it best to take her on a brief tour before returning her home. As for the trinkets outside the palace, should he wish to procure something for her, he could do so. However, items of sustenance, for example, would certainly not be suitable. Thus, the two strolled through the vast expanse of King's Landing. Truth be told, the outer areas of the city lacked the vibrant life found in bustling shops, which were primarily nestled within the heart of the slums, separated by mid-tier residential districts. The vicinity surrounding the slums was rife with brothels, gambling dens, and taverns. It could be regarded as the red light district of King's Landing. If not for pressing circumstances, a man of gold robes would not venture here, as such a journey could easily result in capture or a severe beating. However, a captain accompanied by a young lady clad in finery wandering through such a place was simply unrealistic. Hence he had no intention of lingering in the slums for long, as he was purposefully headed toward the palace. As Albert meandered along, He soon found his steps impeded, not by his own inability to walk, but rather by the persistent tugging of the little girl beside him, who clung tightly to his arm, hindering his movements. He paused to observe the golden-haired child standing resolutely by his side, her gaze fixed on a family passing by, a daughter perched upon her father's shoulders. While he grasped his son's hand, the latter sporting a blade of grass between his lips, with their mother trailing closely behind, embodying a picture of familial harmony. Reflecting on this scene, Albert rummaged through his pocket and produced a piece of white candy, its shape reminiscent of rock sugar, yet assuredly sweeter. "Here, take this," he offered, extending the confection. While it might not rival the sweetness of honey-derived treats, its flavor was unlikely to disappoint. The young girl accepted the candy, briefly gazing up at Albert before popping it into her mouth. Immediately, he sensed the resistance beside him diminish, and his steps regained their lightness. The castle loomed at the very heart of King's Landing, while their current location was on the city's outskirts. Thus, by the time the two arrived back at the Red Keep, twilight had descended. Albert approached the guards stationed at the Red Keep and presented his identification, subsequently offering Micella's hand. "I am Sir Albert Manderly, seeking an audience with His Majesty." Upon noticing the princess's presence, the guards, naturally, did not dare to be lax. They hurried to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, an officer emerged to address Albert. "Sir Manderly, the king commands your presence. Princess, the queen requests your immediate attendance." The guards escorted Mizella away, while Albert followed the officer into the grand hall. At the center of the room sat a corpulent man upon the throne, with Ed standing silently beside him, his head bowed. "So, you are the one who penned that letter berating the former prime minister as a scoundrel?" Just as Albert prepared to respond, Ed interjected, "My lord, we indeed erred in this matter." "You needn't elaborate," Robert brusquely interrupted. "Listen here, lad. Since you returned my daughter safely, I shall refrain from causing you trouble. But remember, I am your king." He then gestured to the guards, instructing them to take Albert away. With a sigh of relief, Albert felt fortunate to have navigated the situation unscathed. Upon exiting the grand doors, he caught sight of a small shadow smiling at him, her lips moving in hushed speech, though the distance rendered her words inaudible. However, by reading her lips, he discerned her saying, "Goodbye, sir." Chapter 24. The tournament. For several consecutive days, Albert had not encountered the little princess, yet inquiries regarding the candies he possessed persisted. Albert remained unperturbed, instead embarking on a quest throughout King's Landing to scout shops, with the intention of establishing a candy store and subsequently a bookstore. Indeed, the concept of papermaking has been introduced, and the people of White Harbor are currently seeking materials for experimentation. It will not be long before results emerge. These two establishments also serve as the intelligence division and clandestine organization of White Harbor, operating as secret outposts in King's Landing. After scouting these two shops, the date for the martial competition has arrived. Following a brief meeting with Eddard, Caitlin promptly returned aboard the Merfolk. Now, only Albert and Vera remain. This martial competition differs significantly from previous ones, as the latter typically featured at least 2 or 3 events. However, due to financial constraints, Eddard could not afford to expand the program, especially since the treasury is utterly depleted. Therefore, this competition is rather meager, aside from the first prize. No other participants will receive any rewards. Of course, the first-place prize is traditionally substantial, not only consisting of a considerable sum of gold dragons, but also a splendid crown. Albert considers himself to possess a commendable level of combat prowess among knights, and with the advantage of his own equipment, he aims to secure at least a top 3 finish. Despite the presence of formidable opponents like the Mountain, he believes that the Flower Knight, being of a similar age, should not be able to best him. During the competition, Albert refrained from revealing his true identity, instead entering as a wandering knight while donning a beaked helmet, rendering him unrecognizable. Even his own sister, cheering for other knights from the stands, remains unaware of his true identity. Clearly, this knight adorned with a beaked helm stands out among the throng of competitors. The helm was modified by soldiers aboard his ship, the Maelstrom, while his armor underwent alterations as well, featuring a layer of chainmail beneath a leather garment, topped with plate armor. The plate armor includes support designs to ensure additional stability upon impact, making it difficult for even a brute like the Mountain or Robert to strike him directly through both layers of armor. Albert's design shifts the armor's support from the shoulders to the waist, a concept that would only emerge during the Renaissance, showcasing a knight's resourcefulness and maximizing combat efficacy. Moreover, his swords have been deliberately weighted to provide him with a greater advantage in battle. With all preparations complete, Albert's first opponent is Sir Lavara Lake from the Vale, who rides a majestic steed adorned with white patches on its brow, resembling a formidable bear when he bends down. Albert's horse, procured from a trader, is reputed to be of fine lineage. After securing his saddle and stirrups, he feels confident as both knights lead their steeds to opposite sides of the arena. Albert mounted his steed, initially prompting the horse to break into a gentle trot. Gradually, the pace quickened, as the nature of the sprint required no excessive acceleration. From the outset, Albert urged his horse into the preparatory phase for the charge, followed by a continuous increase in speed. I intended to strike his head with the tip of my lance. The steeds of both knights soon closed the gap, and at the moment of contact, Albert swiftly raised his lance, delivering a fierce blow to his opponent's head. Sir Elvira, on the other hand, aimed for Albert's abdomen, but her attack was thwarted by his specially reinforced breastplate, causing her to be unceremoniously toppled to the ground. Thus, Albert emerged victorious in his first match without any peril. After the competition, both knights approached the audience, removing their helmets, at which point Elvira realized that the knight with the peculiar helmet was none other than her own brother. The cheers from the crowd grew even more fervent, and on the other side, Mizera smiled upon recognizing Albert as the gallant knight who had aided her previously. Even King Robert and Ed were taken aback, for this young lad was merely 15 years old, facing a knight who had been of age for 3 years. According to the competition rules, Albert needed to win at least 3 matches to have a chance at the semifinals. Winning the first round unscathed was indeed a cause for celebration for Albert. The second match did not involve him, allowing him to give his horse a moment's respite. After all, this was a wild horse, one he had recently acquired from a dealer, and it was not yet accustomed to vigorous exertion in combat. Thus, he needed to foster a rapport with the creature, as he lacked the courage to ride it into 3 more matches without proper acclimatization. After approximately 30 minutes of intermission, Albert received the summons for the next round. Donning his duck-billed helmet, he led his horse back to the arena, this time having made minor adjustments to his lance. The tip was reinforced with 2 iron rods, enhancing its weight significantly. Given the heft of this lance, any adversary struck by it would certainly reconsider their position. Albert mounted once more, this time facing Sir Minon Horad of the Horad family, who hailed from the town of Magoo. Employing his classic strategy, Albert charged yet again. But this initial assault failed to breach his opponent's defenses, as Sir Minon was evidently prepared, deftly parrying Albert's lance with his own. However, in the subsequent round, Albert seized the opportunity to strike decisively, sweeping his lance horizontally at close range and unseating his opponent from his mount. Once again, victory was secured. Yet this time the opponent suffered a more grievous defeat. Albert's strike landed squarely upon his adversary's ribs, shattering 2 of them and causing the knight to collapse to the ground, devoid of any will to continue, promptly conceding defeat. In the subsequent third round, Albert faced Sir Aemon Valerian of the illustrious Valerian family, whose prowess far exceeded Albert's expectations. In the first round, Albert found himself unseated, having been knocked from his mount, though his opponent also met a similar fate, resulting in what could only be deemed a draw. As the second round commenced, Albert pondered a different approach. It was evident that a direct confrontation would not suffice against this formidable knight. Thus, he resolved to exploit a loophole in the rules. The regulations did not explicitly state that only a single weapon could be employed. Previously, the soldiers had not been equipped with saddles, necessitating the use of both hands to control their steeds, thus precluding the simultaneous wielding of 2 weapons. However, Albert's specially crafted saddle permitted him to manage his horse without the need for his hands. During this bout, the spectators were treated to the spectacle of dual wielding in mounted combat. Albert commenced by severing the point of his opponent's lance with his sword, before swiftly sweeping the knight off his mount with his own weapon. This audacious maneuver left the audience in stunned silence. The women gasped, deeming Albert's actions somewhat unscrupulous. Traditionally, 1 weapon was to be utilized in such contests, yet he had wielded 2, first disarming his opponent and then unseating him with ease. The men, however, were astonished by the young knight's ability to control 2 weapons while maneuvering a galloping horse, undeniably showcasing his extraordinary skill. Yet, Sir Aemon was not without his grievances. "Your Majesty, this is unjust. It constitutes cheating," he bellowed in indignation. "Throughout history, we have always fought with a single weapon, while not explicitly stated. Who could foresee that you would employ 2? Albert, however, had no intention of disputing this claim. The unspoken rule of the medieval age was clear, if not expressly forbidden. One was free to act. The majority of the men shared his sentiment, for they were more intrigued by how Albert had managed to wield 2 weapons while controlling his steed at such a rapid pace. Albert refrained from disclosing his tactical methods, recognizing that revealing them would diminish his technological advantage. With future conflicts looming, such a revelation would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage, a prospect he deemed unwise. Chapter 25. The Blossoms and the Mountain of Magic. Having triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, all competitors from the north, save for Albert, had been eliminated. Even the foremost member of the Winterfell Guard, Jory, had failed to endure past the 3rd round, and Albert had only managed to secure victory through some minor stratagems. Fortunately, the onlookers were more intrigued by his ability to wield 2 weapons simultaneously while on horseback than by the ethical implications of such an act. Indeed, executing such a feat whilst galloping was no small accomplishment, and Albert was disinclined to share his unique techniques with others. They had all witnessed him deftly maneuvering 2 weapons from a frenzied steed. However, he anticipated that his upcoming adversaries would pose an even greater challenge, likely rendering him unable to defeat them with a single weapon. The first opponent he might evade could be the Mountain, yet the second would undoubtedly be one of the 2 formidable knights. The Knight of Flowers relied on cunning and, though capable of besting the Mountain, if he achieved victory through trickery that startled his opponent's steed, it would demonstrate his own considerable prowess. In contrast, Albert found that his own skills were not applicable in this scenario. His steed was not of his own breeding, placing him at a disadvantage against the Knight of Flowers. Facing the Mountain, defeating a traditional knight seemed nearly impossible. With his formidable physique and unparalleled charge speed, the Mountain was indeed a force to be reckoned with in the realm of Westeros. Were it not for the equestrian competition, Albert might have stood a chance. However, in such a contest, the emphasis lay on impact and physicality, qualities the Mountain possessed in abundance, unmatched by any save for the Hound. Given the Mountain's robust form, combined with the full-force speed of his steed, clad in the most opulent armor of the Kingsguard, it was evident that few could withstand such might in this era. As for the Knight of Flowers, his reliance on cleverness was well known, while not devoid of merit. It paled in comparison to the more disreputable tactics observed in other justs across Western Europe. As fate would have it, Albert drew the Mountain, leading many to believe that this knight, who had relied on wits and some skill to reach this stage, would soon face his reckoning. After all, the Mountain was not a foe to be vanquished through mere cunning, though the Knight of Flowers was but a year older than Albert. The disparity in their arm strength was palpable. Albert, who had spent his days at sea, could not match the land-honed experience of the Knight of Flowers, Loras, who had triumphed in previous matches purely through his own strength. However, at this juncture, surrender was not an option. Although he harbored doubts about his ability to defeat Loras, he was unafraid to engage. There was no time for subterfuge. Dismantling his saddle would consume precious moments, and his intermission allowed for no more than half an hour. Thus, he resolved to devise a strategy to evade the Mountain's initial strike while bolstering his own offensive capabilities, hoping to unseat him in one fell swoop. For a seasoned warrior like Mokshan, once his stratagem is discerned, he is quick to find a countermeasure. Hence, one is afforded but a singular opportunity. Albert resolved to employ an unprecedented tactic, to exchange his sword for a mace, aiming to shatter his opponent's spear. If he could strike just a little higher, he might evade Mokshan's blows and then, with a swift thrust of his own lance, pierce toward his adversary's chest. Albert was confident that with the speed of his steed and his own formidable strength, he could unseat Mokshan in one decisive strike. This maneuver demanded exceptional reflexes from the knight, and Albert could not resort to firearms. After all, that contraption remained shrouded in secrecy. Should he brandish it at the tournament? Based on Ed and Robert's recent opinions regarding his crossbow incident, he could forget about any semblance of stealth. They would undoubtedly become wary of him. Therefore, no matter how arduous the circumstances, it was imperative to keep the firearm concealed. Once revealed, the repercussions would be dire. The crossbow could still be justified with sufficient substitutes, but such an opportunity might not present itself again. Thus, in his quest for victory, Albert was prepared to gamble his very life, fully aware that if he failed to evade his opponent's lance, he would likely face a fatal blow. Mokshan's full-force strike was no trifling matter. It could very well result in his ruin. He could not allow himself, as a transmigrant, to perish at this juncture. Although he had traversed 3 years in this new realm, it would be a disservice to abandon his nascent endeavors. Hence, Albert resolved to take this gamble, marking perhaps the first time since his arrival that he would wager so heavily on an uncertain outcome. Both knights mounted their steeds, with Albert's horse displaying a hint of trepidation when faced with its opponent. Compared to his small mare, the opposing knight was undeniably a fearsome adversary. Mokshan, towering over 2 meters, appeared even more imposing atop his steed, resembling a towering edifice of over 3 meters. The members of House Lannister, seated high above, felt a swell of pride and cheered for him. The Griggan family indeed served as a lapdog to the Duke of Casterly Rock. This was not mere disparagement, for their banner depicted a dog, signifying their lineage as trainers of canines for the Duke. However, from this canine lineage emerged such a formidable son. The two brothers served as the realm's most potent royal guards, tasked with the protection of the king and the crown prince, showcasing their formidable prowess. The sight of Mokshan, whose stature approached 4 meters, instilled considerable pressure upon all present. Scarcely anyone believed Albert could triumph, and Vera had even begun to weep. In the corners where Albert's attention failed to reach, Messila also tightened the sleeves of her garment, her gem-like eyes revealing a gaze filled with anxiety. Almost all those who had chosen to merely observe the spectacle now began to feel a sense of urgency. After all, it is widely acknowledged that any casualties during the tournament would be exceedingly inauspicious. Duke Ed, observing the scene below, subtly shook his head. In his estimation, Albert was indeed a remarkable knight, yet overly youthful. Had he chosen to confront his opponent in the manner befitting a true knight rather than resorting to underhanded tactics, he might have secured a noble defeat instead of the precarious situation he now faced. If the formidable mountain of magic were to strike him down, he could very well find himself unceremoniously cast from his steed. Albert himself was equally tense. This was no mere competition of amateurs. His adversary was a genuine knight who would not hold back. Conversely, the mountain of magic had previously shown a willingness to commit heinous acts, even against queens of the former dynasty. In this contest, he had already inflicted some injuries, and he would not hesitate to do so again. The knights positioned their steeds at the designated spots, and keen-eyed spectators noticed that Albert's weapon was no longer the sharp handsword, but rather a mace. As the horses began to trot, Albert clutched his lance with one hand while gripping the mace tightly at his waist with the other. He was searching for a crucial moment to strike. Suddenly, the tip of the mountain's lance loomed before him. In an instant, Albert drew his mace from his waist and forcefully struck the lance's tip. This decisive blow diverted the lance, which had been aimed directly at his face, sending it flying off course. Seizing the opportunity, Albert swiftly positioned his lance horizontally, and with a resounding crash, the mountain was unceremoniously hurled from his mount. The audience seemed momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. To them, Albert's incredible counterattack appeared almost as though he had cheated. However, Duke Ed, seated at the dais, had witnessed the entire sequence of events unfold. As a distinguished knight, he understood precisely what had taken place in that fleeting moment. Beside him, Robert was equally astonished, though he concealed his surprise as a king should. Despite the fact that his royal guard had been unceremoniously toppled, he recognized the undeniable prowess of the young contender. In that critical moment, Albert's mace had struck the mountain's lance with such force that it was undeniably sent flying. The mountain's face reflected a momentary shock before Albert's lance swept fiercely into his abdomen, propelling him outwards with great force. As the warhorse thundered to the end, Albert was drenched in cold sweat, hardly able to believe that his audacious maneuver had succeeded. He had single-handedly vanquished the mountain of magic in a single round. The other spectators were momentarily stunned, but soon the arena erupted in an epic celebration. It was simply astonishing. A novice knight, participating in the tournament for the first time, had triumphed over the elite Iron Guard. Amidst the astonishment, the referee, a learned scholar, instructed someone to lead Albert's warhorse away. As they passed by Albert, he distinctly heard the scholar mutter, "That lad must have been dreaming just now." Even Albert himself could hardly fathom his success, yet now that he had achieved it, he was to face a new adversary, the Flower Knight, Loras. A contest between the grandson of a count and the son of a duke would, under normal circumstances, suggest the countess' grandson was destined for defeat. However, in Westeros, such outcomes were seldom realized. The counts often proved formidable, as their sons had repeatedly triumphed over seemingly invincible foes in these contests. With a remarkable display of skill and an improbable victory, Albert captured the public's admiration. Now, he appeared to be the true star of the arena, even drawing a courteous smile from Loras as he entered the field for the finals. "I have a premonition that you shall be a formidable opponent," the knight remarked, extending his hand in a rare gesture of camaraderie. Albert, naturally, reciprocated. Being a year younger, he refrained from initiating the handshake, but the moment their hands clasped, he discerned Loras's intent. The knight's grip was notably strong. Albert, undeterred, matched his strength, feeling emboldened by his recent victory over the mountain. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a moment, and even the onlookers sensed an underlying tension between them. Ultimately, the Flower Knight chose to release his grip, perhaps due to Albert's considerable strength. Each returned to their respective starting positions, and Albert mounted his steed. From their earlier exchange, He realized he had perhaps overprepared. Loras's strength was unlikely to surpass his own, and his saddle had been specially reinforced. Unless Loras could somehow unseat him, it would be a futile endeavor. Without hesitation, Albert commanded his mount to charge, intent on unseating Loras from his mare in a decisive blow. At the moment their steeds collided, Albert, though taken aback by his opponent's strength and sensing a slight disadvantage, found himself even more astonished by Loras, who was genuinely unaware that Albert possessed such formidable power. When the tips of their lances met, both knights felt as though they had crashed into a wall, and subsequently, they simultaneously experienced a sudden loosening of grip, for their lances had broken upon impact. Both emerged unscathed, charging towards each other once more. Guards, provide them with new lances. Robert's interest was piqued. It appeared these two knights were truly evenly matched, promising an exhilarating conclusion to the tournament. This time, Albert held nothing back. If his opponent was to give his all, so would he. The long lances clashed once again, but this time, Albert skillfully maneuvered his lance to evade Loras's, or rather, at the moment of impact, he slightly lessened his force. With a deft twist of his wrist, his lance elegantly glided past Loras's frontal defense, continuing onward with the momentum to strike the Flower Knight, successfully unseating him. The two steeds galloped to the ends of the arena, but this battle had reached its conclusion. The Flower Knight had experienced a rather humiliating defeat, having been flung from his mount, crashing heavily to the ground, even losing his helmet in the process. His beautiful hair cascaded through the air, eliciting sighs from many infatuated noble maidens in the stands. However, the majority of the audience set their gaze upon the victor of this encounter. Chapter 26. The Champion's Crown. After a resounding cheer, Albert approached the throne, leading his steed. Although Loras had been bested and lay in a rather undignified manner, he still maintained a semblance of knightly decorum as he too led his horse to the throne. The two knights knelt on one knee before the throne, for it was customary to reward the champion of the tournament handsomely, especially since Albert had managed to humble many of the esteemed nobles of King's Landing by defeating the much-favored mountain. According to tradition, the champion was to receive a garland symbolizing love and beauty, or a crown, though given its appearance and the sheer number of similar prizes, referring to it as a garland seemed equally fitting. Eddard Stark personally bestowed the garland upon Albert, who, as per custom, was to present the crown to the fairest unmarried lady in attendance. As Albert scanned the crowd, he noticed Vela's eyes fixated on the garland in his hands. He mounted his horse and galloped to the base of her platform, extending the garland towards her. It was then that they noticed the mermaid insignia adorning her gown. Meanwhile, Albert's attention was drawn to a pair of gem-like eyes fixed upon him. Turning, he discovered it was the young princess, seated beside the throne, her eyes sparkling like precious stones as they gazed in his direction. Albert seemed to perceive an inexplicable emotion within those eyes. However, what he truly required at this moment was to receive other rewards, such as the resplendent golden dragon coins. The victor of the tournament would not only be crowned, but would also be bestowed with the golden dragon. As Albert ascended the stage, Ed presented him with a heavy pouch filled with golden dragons. Clearly, for a treasury that was nearing emptiness, such extravagance appeared somewhat excessive, yet rules were rules. Upon returning to the ground, Albert took the opportunity, while Ed had not yet departed, to pull him aside. "My lord, our fleet passed Dragonstone before arriving in King's Landing. Lord Stannis has expressed concerns regarding the legitimacy of the prince's lineage, and has even hinted that Lord Aaron's death may be connected to this." Although Ed remained silent upon hearing this, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Albert. Everything unfolded as Albert had anticipated. Yet he feigned calmness as he addressed Ed. "Lord Stannis's reasoning is grounded in the fact that the Targaryen family has historically possessed dark hair, whereas the prince has golden locks, as do both princes and the princess." Did Lord Stannis say anything further? Albert continued. Lord Stannis revealed this information to Lord Aaron, and following Aaron's death, he suspected he might be next, prompting him to hastily return to his fief. After absorbing this information, Ed fell into deep contemplation without uttering a word. "My lord, should we first bring Lord Stannis back, or should we report this matter to His Majesty the King?" Albert inquired tentatively. "Let us not rush. I shall inform His Majesty at the appropriate time. You should return to the north and then proceed to Dragonstone to ascertain the situation with Lord Stannis. Once you have confirmed the details, contact me. My lord, I have 2 shops within the city. If the situation becomes urgent, you may temporarily take the 2 ladies there for refuge." Albert provided the specific addresses of his soon-to-open bookstore and his already established candy shop. In truth, these shops housed the first batch of spies he had cultivated, ostensibly. They were mere establishments for commerce, but part of the rationale was to generate additional income. In reality, they served as positions for armed forces to conduct espionage and intelligence gathering. Some members of the Eyes of White Harbor were also among them, tasked with mentoring new recruits to enhance the Army's intelligence collection capabilities, ensuring an advantage in the impending War of the Five Kings. Naturally, the registration of these shops could not be conducted under the name of White Harbor, but rather under the auspices of various cities, primarily those from the neighboring continent of Essos. This approach aimed to minimize scrutiny from the gold cloaks. However, this was merely a stopgap measure, should conflict arise. It would ultimately be more reliable to trade scarce resources for survival in the King's Landing area, as relying on the names of other city-states would likely yield little effect. Albert has introduced the casting method into the military equipment manufacturing sector. Thus far, this approach has significantly reduced the amount of iron consumed in the production of soldiers' gear. As a result, the once heavily import-dependent city of White Harbor has recently experienced a surplus of metals, allowing it to independently produce its own equipment without relying on external sources for iron ore. Moreover, the durability and quality of the produced armaments have far surpassed those of previous generations. In a stroke of innovation, Albert has creatively integrated the concept of fertilization into agricultural practices, moving away from rudimentary management techniques. This has led to a modest increase in grain production in the north, barely achieving 70% self-sufficiency, with any remaining surplus having to be procured from Essos. The people of Braavos were the first to take notice of Albert's crossbows, with rumors suggesting that Braavos once possessed similar weaponry. Reflecting on the original storyline, Albert speculated that these might be Scorpion crossbows. However, just as the Scorpion crossbows of Westeros have vanished, the Braavosi gradually abandoned such weaponry after the dragons departed from Essos to Westeros, making it increasingly difficult to find prototypes, which must now be acquired from abroad. In an extravagant display, a purchase of 120 units was made. Despite Albert's pricing being 3 times that of the local Westerosi market, 300 gold dragons per unit, with ammunition priced at half. Astonishingly, there were still buyers. Furthermore, wildfire barrels began to be sold, specifically to regions with weaker naval capabilities, such as Valyrian, enabling them to contend with the fleet of Braavos. Notably, the price for the crossbows acquired by Valyrian was slightly lower than that of Braavos, approximately 275 gold dragons per set. The fact that there were still buyers at this price is truly unbelievable. Indeed, these merchants appear indifferent to all but their own survival. Albert is contemplating further upgrades to these weapons, aiming to make the crossbows more compact, so much so that a single individual could wield them. He also intends to explore the possibility of developing a repeating crossbow. Meanwhile, it is rumored that the Beggar King across the sea is negotiating with his sister to exchange her for a formidable army. Consequently, the kingdom has begun assembling the royal fleet of Westeros. Previously, the royal fleet was primarily comprised of the Dragonstone fleet, but following the War of Usurpation, its combat effectiveness has declined sharply. Although there has been some improvement since Stannis took command, facing an army of thousands remains a daunting prospect, especially considering that the target of the opposing force may be the Stepstones, historically the launching point for Essos' incursions into Westeros. Chapter 27. The twins just a few steps back home. While Albert was still occupied with unfinished matters, a letter arrived from Old Eel, requesting that he take his sister along for a visit to the twins. It seemed yet another son was seeking a partner or a daughter was looking for a suitor, a situation he had long since grown accustomed to. After all, over the past few years, he had received numerous invitations to various gatherings. However, this was the first time from House Fry. Yet, it certainly would not be the first encounter at a banquet. Old Fry is indeed an eccentric figure within the noble circles of Westeros. This venerable gentleman, nearing his nonagenarian years, has recently wed a 17-year-old lady-in-waiting, raising concerns about the potential consequences of such a union. His lineage is remarkably extensive, comprising nearly 500 descendants, suggesting a rather routine approach to matrimonial alliances. The geography of Riverrun is rather awkward, as it straddles the upper reaches of the Green Fork River, with fortifications constructed from rock, rendering it both defensible and challenging to besiege. Each side of the bridge boasts a formidable bastion, and the city gates are not mere wooden barriers, but are reinforced by iron portcullises. If the Fry family were to seek suitable matches individually, it is likely that the entire noble class of Westeros would be insufficient for their needs, and it seems they have set their sights on their own kin. To be candid, who would truly choose to ally with this house if given the option? There is a possibility that the matches would not be genuine, and Lord Albert could certainly seek alliances with more prominent noble families. Presently, the Stark family has only Rickon and Arya unwed. while the remaining eligible suitors include Little Rose from House Tyrell, the Flower Knight, Prince Quentin Martell, Princess Arian Martell, and young Ellen from the Eyrie. Aside from these few, Albert stands as part of the second tier of suitors. White Harbor boasts both wealth and status, ranking among the largest cities in Westeros, making it a highly attractive option. Moreover, Albert will come of age next year, currently at the age of 15 by traditional calculations. The customs of the southern regions favor this method for determining marriageable age, whereas the remaining 6 kingdoms adhere to actual age. Thus, should he seek a southern noble bride, he is still considered rather young, though he is eligible for betrothal. Vera, by southern standards, is 13 years of age, which, while still some distance from marriage, makes her betrothal entirely appropriate. Therefore, the two find themselves in a tentative exploration of potential matches. While a duchess may be beyond reach, a countess would still be a coveted prospect, which explains old Fry's invitation for them to attend a banquet. Consequently, they opted not to return to White Harbor, but instead redirected their journey toward Riverrun. This city lacks a dedicated port. One might say the Fry family is rather nouveau riche, unable to afford the construction of such facilities. Apart from the castle, there are merely 2 towns and several small villages. Albert's 6 warships, when lined up, cannot dock properly due to the absence of suitable conditions, necessitating the temporary construction of a makeshift mooring from wooden frames to secure the vessels, while leaving behind some soldiers for oversight. Given their proximity to the Green Fork River, one wonders why they have not deemed it worthwhile to establish a port. Albert could not help but voice his frustration. Upon arriving beneath the castle, he realized that this fortress was not impoverished. Rather, it had never intended to construct a port. When considering the opulence of the castle, it was actually quite impressive. Primarily constructed from solid rock, with the towers adorned in green bricks. Such architecture offered formidable resistance against fiery assaults. The towering castle boasted 2 formidable walls, with each bastion equipped with robust defensive mechanisms, signifying that breaching the fortress from the outside would prove exceedingly arduous. Moreover, this castle housed no fewer than 18 independent towers, each featuring platforms for soldiers to garrison. When heavy troops were deployed on these platforms during battle, they could inflict significant damage upon any attacking forces. The foremost wall soared to a height of 40 feet, and with no nearby forests to facilitate the construction of siege weaponry. It implied that such devices would need to be transported from afar. Albert navigated his warship, the Wrath of the Sea, intending not to anchor it outside with its soldiers, but rather to dock beside the large stone bridge. The soldiers guarding the bridge exchanged astonished glances. After all, if such a vessel were to truly anchor outside, it would be quite intimidating. Of the 20 crossbows aboard the ship, 10 had been moved onto the deck, aimed directly at the bridge. War drums were soon set up on the bridge, and the soldiers prepared ladders for assault, positioning them onto the bridge to check their armaments. This display suggested an impending siege. The soldiers defending the castle, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily reported to the lord of the castle. Before long, the venerable Lord Fry, aided by several of his grandchildren, trembled as he approached the bridge. "My lord, what are your intentions?" The advanced crossbows aboard the warship were renowned engineering marvels, of which even some nobles from the bay had heard, and those from the Riverlands were certainly aware. With a dozen crossbows aimed at their own stronghold, anyone would feel a pang of anxiety. The Fry family could muster no more than 3,000 soldiers. Should a conflict arise, they would undoubtedly be outmatched by Manderly. The audacious display from the heir of the opposing faction indeed placed considerable pressure upon them. Albert, dissatisfied, remarked, "Lord Fry, we have sailed for miles without encountering anyone to extend a greeting. The castle appears rather desolate. Not even a port exists. Nor has anyone come forth to offer a word of welcome. Is this truly how you treat your guests?" Old Lord Fry discerned the underlying mockery in these words, which subtly derided his family's nouveau riche status, highlighting their disregard for noble etiquette while frivolously spending wealth on trivial pursuits. However, the pressing matter at hand was to await the guest's descent. He reluctantly commanded his attendants to escort the esteemed visitors to a place of rest, instructing that Albert should meet him in the tower after their respite. Having arranged these matters, Albert ceased his display of bravado, directing his soldiers to maneuver the ship closer to the bridge before disembarking alongside his sister. At least this display of power was rather commendable. Chapter 28, The Olive Branch of Riverrun. This banquet was ostensibly held to celebrate the 90th birthday of Old Lord Fry, yet in reality, it was devoid of any noble attendees aside from the Manderlys. Thus, for Albert, it resembled a clandestine gathering of sorts. During the meal, Albert and his sister were seated at the southernmost end of the long table, directly facing Lord Fry. The table was quite lengthy, with Frey's son and daughters occupying the center, though predominantly it was the sons, as the daughters had been married off into other noble families. Albert, however, was not particularly finicky about food. After all, he had been invited to dine, and he was acutely aware of the intentions behind this gathering, which he had no intention of allowing to come to fruition. Hence, he permitted his sister to indulge herself without regard for decorum. Although the Fry family had meticulously organized this banquet, to Albert, it was, how shall I say, rather unremarkable. The nobility of the Riverlands excelled in indulgence. Yet that was the extent of their merit. The White Harbor region offered not only the culinary delights of Westeros, but also delicacies from the distant shores of the continent. As for the native fare of the Riverlands, he found it rather unimpressive. Consequently, the two of them maintained their composure, merely exchanging glances that conveyed their disdain. After all, the Fry family's wealth was rather modest, making it difficult to hold them in high regard. Additionally, the entire family bore a striking resemblance to weasels. Knowing the true purpose behind their invitation would certainly diminish one's interest and make it hard to regard them with respect, given that this family looked so much like weasels. It was no wonder they preferred to host others for matters such as marriage, likely believing that getting their guests intoxicated would ease the conversation. However, Albert abstained from drinking. Even though the wine served was a fine white grape variety procured from the Vale, he simply lacked the inclination for such pretentiousness. Of course, Old Lord Fry would undoubtedly boast excessively about his daughters, prompting his young men to raise their cups and toasts one by one. For Albert, this was merely a trivial affair, and he managed to navigate through it with as little engagement as possible. His sister, Vera, however, had been persuaded to consume quite a bit of wine, leaving her somewhat inebriated by the end of the evening. Albert had a fair idea of the weasel's intentions, and, noticing Vera's slightly tipsy state, decided against allowing her to board the ship for the night. Instead, he opted to stay by her side and ensure her well-being. My Lord Fry, my sister's tolerance for alcohol may be rather low, and I believe she can drink no more this evening. I will take her to the guest room to rest, simply arrange for one. Having not brought any guards with him, as they remained on the ship, he had no choice but to attend to his sister himself. After borrowing two of Lord Walder Frey's granddaughters to assist in cleaning Vera up, Albert guided her back to her room. Once he settled her into bed, he took a seat by the window, lighting a lamp and immersing himself in a book. Albert meticulously clarified the fundamental steps of papermaking, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. He even added specific conditions regarding the drying process. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the research and experimental plans for a series of advanced tools, including the trebuchet. Given the current circumstances, he realized that he might not have the luxury of conducting experiments one by one himself. This, of course, implied that he required a larger contingent of soldiers, or rather, he first needed more talented individuals to assist with the experiments, as he was unable to undertake the practical work alone. Albert contemplated expanding his team. The old White Knight was likely still present, and Yora had already aligned himself with the Dragon Queen, making it impossible for him to recruit from those two sources. As for the Night's Watch, it would be folly to consider them. He pondered the possibility of purchasing the formidable Unsullied, particularly since emissaries from Meereen had repeatedly sent messages requesting the acquisition of a substantial number of crossbows. If they raised the price, perhaps Albert would acquiesce to their demands. However, the prospect of trading 4 crossbows and 2 technical munitions for 10 Unsullied remained uncertain. If they refused, he would simply remain patient. When the Dragon Queen led her army to besiege the city, they would recognize the value of these resources, and at that juncture, he would certainly capitalize on the situation. Rest was not an option tonight. He could not trust the moral integrity of the phrase. What if, in the midst of slumber, a burly man were to invade and abduct his sister, or a maiden were to come and take him? To whom could he appeal for justice? Regardless, after the negotiations on the morrow, should nothing of significance arise, he planned to depart the day after. Count Fry had little reputation to uphold in Westeros, and Albert found nothing surprising in the actions of such a man. After all, a man of over 90, marrying a 16-year-old girl, could hardly be deemed virtuous. Trusting in their character was far less prudent than maintaining a vigilant stance. Albert had taken precautions, arranging to slip away if necessary. During his time there, he remained acutely aware of the room's dynamics, always keeping his sister close by. They would hardly dare to act brazenly in his presence. Nevertheless, Albert harbored a certain trepidation. That very night, he sought to contact the ship, which the following day dispatched a dozen soldiers to serve as his protectors. True to form, the Fry family attempted to force their way in that night, and Albert spent the entire evening on edge, hearing footsteps outside the door, unable to sleep. Initially, he had thought they merely sought a meal, yet he found himself grappling with concerns for his safety and honor. As dawn broke, the Fry maidens arrived to rouse the siblings from slumber, only to be astonished to discover that Albert had not slept at all. Was it not the old man who arranged for that figure to roam before his door all night long? In an instant, Albert felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon him and his sister. It was clear they could not linger in this place any longer. Today, they would survey the city inside and out before departing without delay. Resolute in his decision, Albert prepared to make a swift exit. The vessel already positioned at the bridge's edge. He had best articulate any pressing matters at hand. Otherwise, he would take his leave immediately, vowing never to look back. With disheveled hair and prominent dark circles under his eyes, Albert approached in a frenzy, consuming his breakfast with the enthusiasm of chewing cardboard, and left without a trace. Next time he visited, he would certainly bring a few crossbows along. Why should he heed their summons? He would first unleash a barrage upon them. Chapter 29. Tyrion captured Albert, and his companions fled from Riverrun as if their lives depended on it. The locals were excessively warm, and it was a situation best avoided. Had it not been for his vigilance, he and his sister might have lost their virtue in this place. The fleet hastened back to White Harbor, and upon arrival, Albert received astonishing news. The heir of House Lannister had been captured by Lady Catelyn. Upon hearing this revelation, Albert's jaw nearly dropped. Despite all precautions, Lady Catelyn had ultimately apprehended the imp. He had anticipated every possibility except this one, having overlooked the fact that Tyrion had accompanied Jon to the wall, eager to fulfill his illustrious mission of urinating from its heights. Upon returning, he had lingered in Winterfell to visit Bran, who had fallen from the tower. Meanwhile, Lady Catelyn's descent southward was facilitated by the very ship Albert had prepared, allowing her to traverse the distance far more swiftly than if she had walked. Consequently, Tyrion's return coincided perfectly with Catelyn's presence in Winterfell, where she tended to Bran. What chance did he have of slipping past her? Without mercy, shortly after gifting a saddle, the imp was seized. In that moment, Albert realized that, given the speed of information dissemination, news of this event must have already reached King's Landing. Lord Eddard's situation was perilous. None could predict what reckless actions Jaime, driven by his protective instincts, might undertake. Just as Albert contemplated a journey to Winterfell, a massive figure appeared before him, and before he could react, he was toppled by the creature. As he endeavored to push off the weight upon him, he felt a series of licks against his face. Once he managed to lift himself, he discovered it was his dire wolf, having grown larger than him in just a few days. How had they been feeding it at home? Gazing at the imposing feline-like creature, Albert found himself momentarily stunned. Turning to his uncle for an answer, in his daily sustenance, we provide him with whatever he consumes. Recently, however, we have allowed him the freedom to forage on his own. Mon heir, astonished, exclaimed to his nephew, "Isn't this what you caught? Without your intervention, we can only resort to letting him roam freely. My goodness, it is no wonder he has grown so large. By the way, Dal, would you accompany me to Winterfell? I wonder if I might be able to market one more. Shall we depart now? Delaying could lead to dire consequences. Time is of the essence, and the task is daunting. Riding a warhorse is impractical, so Albert and the others opted to ride the Nightblade directly. Before leaving, they placed a pouch of gold dragons on the table, instructing their uncle to allocate it to the soldiers under his care for the purpose of updating their equipment. Subsequently, they mounted the Nightblade and galloped away at great speed. Remarkably, they arrived in half a day, albeit at the expense of their appearances, which resembled that of heads blown by a powerful hairdryer and then forcibly styled with hairspray. Quite a ludicrous sight. Upon reaching Winterfell, Albert eagerly sought out his sister to inquire about the status of the little imp. Wellfield looked at her brother in astonishment. In her memory, Albert always maintained a calm demeanor, regardless of the circumstances, an attribute cultivated during his time as an engineering student, where he strived to conduct himself with decorum in diplomatic endeavors. Yet this time, Albert's appearance bore no semblance to that of a gentleman. His hair was disheveled, his clothes still bore the dust of the ship, and his boots were muddied, adorned with tufts of beast fur and leaves that clung to him in his haste, presenting a rather disheveled image. If you are searching for Lord Tyrion, he is currently confined in the dungeons of Winterfell, and the lady is contemplating how to judge him. After expressing his gratitude, Albert entrusted Dal to his sister and rushed into the dungeons of Winterfell. Upon witnessing Tyrion's condition, he found that the little imp appeared to be in relatively good spirits, indeed, far better than his own. Robb was an exceptional lord, known for his fairness and just treatment of every prisoner, particularly before a verdict had been rendered. Even if Tyrion was the perpetrator of harm against his brother, he, owing to the exemplary upbringing imparted by Eddard, refrained from any brutal actions prior to being convicted. Albert scrutinized the occupant of the cell, The disproportionate size of his face and skull rendered him seemingly wrinkled. He was diminutive in stature, clad in ill-fitting leather attire and boots more suited for a child, with a short sword hanging at his waist, a token of respect for his lineage that the guards had not confiscated. The guards, indifferent to his entreaties, silently delivered food and water to the threshold, allowing him to serve himself. "Is there anyone who can assist me? Please, relay a message to Jaime Lannister in King's Landing. I will compensate you generously, beyond measure. Do not waste your efforts. They have already received orders, and no matter what you say, they will not respond. These are the guards of Winterfell, and your words will fall on deaf ears." Albert appeared at the door, and Tyrion was still pondering who this fellow was. "I am the designer of the crossbow, a user of the three-masted ship, and the heir of White Harbor. You will help me prove my innocence, will you not? I currently have no means to assist you, but I will endeavor to secure a chance for you to return to King's Landing for trial. If I can achieve that, I will have done my utmost." Tyrion fell silent for a moment and then inquired, "Why do you wish to help me? Do not misunderstand. We have discovered that it was not you who threw young Bran from the tower. Rather, it is highly likely to have been your brother and sister." After a brief pause, Albert was the first to ask, "Do you know their circumstances? Are you referring to the incestuous relationship between the siblings, or—" "I know far more than you can imagine, including the matters between the two of them and the 3 children." Albert's gaze remained fixed on Tyrion, as if seeking something deeper. "Are all Lannisters like this? How much do you know about their affairs?" The little imp remained silent, and after a while, he muttered, "Perhaps I bring this upon myself. You need not bear the burden of their mistakes. You now have 2 choices. One is to reveal the entire truth during the trial, which would lead the North to unhesitatingly wage war against the South. The other option is to return to King's Landing for trial, and then find a way to escape. Never to return." Chapter 30. Southward to King's Landing. Albert now understood clearly that if he were absent, the imp would have only 2 paths to choose from. Either take all the blame upon himself and subsequently be torn to pieces, or reveal the truth, thus igniting an official war between the North and the South. Whichever option he chose, it was one Tyrion would prefer to avoid. Yet, at present, his greatest dilemma was how to escape Winterfell. For as long as he remained in this place, he would always be under threat. "Northerner, can you devise a way for me to return south for judgment? I am striving to ensure your return to King's Landing for trial. That way, at the very least, you may preserve your life." Albert sighed. "But the crux of the matter is that I truly lack the ability to convince Lady Catelyn. She is resolute in her decision to have you judged here. That mad she-wolf is not to be trifled with," he thought, but it was unnecessary. What Albert needed to do was persuade Robb, not Catelyn, for the latter was an impossible task. Albert could only seek out Robb. Although the acting ruler of Winterfell might struggle to sway his own mother, he did not necessarily need to. For the current acting duke, as long as he issued a command, it would suffice. Albert had yet to depart, while the second wave of envoys had already arrived, representing the Bolton family. The dealings between Old Skinner and the noble faction were scarcely a secret in the North. Indeed, the populace was well aware. After all, we had a fair understanding of Old Skinner's true nature. However, his approach only served to deepen Robb's disdain and prompt his refusal to release anyone, achieving little else. If there were truly no issues at hand, why then did so many persistently come forth to plead on your behalf? Albert was compelled to shift his perspective. While he could not sway you or postpone the trial indefinitely, he argued that the matter directly concerned your brother's safety, and thus it would be prudent to await your father's return before making any final decisions. What? Your father is currently in the South, serving as Hand of the King, and cannot return? That is easily remedied. You could escort him back yourself. After all, both you and your mother are stationed there, and surely they would not dare to act with bias in your presence. No matter how audacious they may be, they would think twice before taking action before the Hand of the King. Most importantly, the court is filled with Lannisters at present. What if something were to happen to the Queen's brother while you are here? Should your father and the Queen's faction come into conflict, it would create complications for us. Even as royalty, we ought to refrain from taking matters into our own hands. Don't you agree? Therefore, I propose we transport him to the South for the King to adjudicate the matter directly. In essence, brother, if we truly cannot manage this situation, we should send him south to be dealt with there. This formidable figure is beyond our capacity to handle." Before he could finish his thought, a third wave of envoys arrived, this time the Freys, whom Albert knew well. Old Fry had allied with the Lannisters through marriage, with his eldest son wed to a distant cousin of theirs. With their kin now captured, it was only natural for them to come and intercede. Upon the arrival of the third group of envoys, Albert discerned that the pressure to relent was mounting. After all, Winterfell could not indefinitely withstand this relentless parade of supplicants. "Very well, I shall confer with my mother about transporting our captive south for questioning. At last, the gears began to turn, and Albert exhaled deeply. If this were the case, the War of the Five Kings would likely be averted. Yet, he had underestimated the speed of information dissemination. Had he considered that if the Freys were aware, then the Lannisters would certainly be in the loop as well? In King's Landing, Jaime had already commenced preparations to act against the hand of the king. Just as Eddard, as Albert had predicted, emerged from inspecting the last of the brothels. He found himself surrounded by Lannister forces. Indeed, within the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, the Lannister clan had stationed troops, their ranks bolstered by both their sons' and daughters' personal guards, totaling over 700 strong. Among the Seven Kingdoms, the only individuals whose cunning could rival that of Tywin are the recently deceased former Prime Minister and the elder of House Tyrell. Presently, the elder Tyrell remains indifferent to worldly affairs, or perhaps, even if he does take notice, it bears little significance. With the former Prime Minister having just passed away, Tywin has ascended to become the unrivaled master of political maneuvering in the realm. Of course, Peter Baelish has yet to make an appearance. He remains merely a common master of coin in King's Landing, a position fraught with peril, as one could be eliminated at any moment. His predecessor met his demise due to the inability to procure sufficient funds for the king, burdened by the debts of the Iron Bank. The Iron Throne of Westeros now owes a staggering debt of over 2 million golden dragons to the Iron Bank of Essos. Astonishingly, the prize for the recently concluded tournament amounted to over 1,000 golden dragons, not including the costs of crafting the crown. Albert is perplexed. How is it that the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms endures such a king? The audacity of their hearts is remarkable. Ultimately, they were successful in bringing the imp to King's Landing for judgment, although Albert is left wondering how Robb managed to sway his mother. For Lady Catelyn is a woman of strong convictions, and Albert is well aware of this. In this operation, Albert already possesses a comprehensive plan in mind. Choosing to bide his time for the subsequent phases of execution, he has informed Eddard of the investigation's direction, and results are anticipated soon. The next step will be to reveal their intentions. Their mission is to escort Stannis into the city before the reveal, then utilize the imp to exchange the remaining members of House Stark, preparing for war thereafter. While the War of Five Kings may not ignite, a War of Four Kings can certainly unfold. The Westerlands and the Riverlands are mobilizing, and he doubts the Iron Islands, known for their incessant plundering, will remain unaffected. Following this, the other kings will take their turns in this grand play. To ensure the southern conflict is sufficiently intense, Albert must prepare a safeguard for Renly, as the Shadow Assassin presents an undeniable threat. Furthermore, to allow the North to enjoy the comforts of home like the Dukes of Winterfell of yore, feasting, singing, and awaiting the southern realm to falter and leave them to pick up the pieces, Albert must bolster Stannis with additional stakes. Chapter 31. Meeting Stannis on Dragonstone. Thus, shortly after departing from the ship, Albert is once again called upon under duress, commanding a fleet to escort the imp southward, accompanied by several northern nobles, including the young Wolf Lord. However, before reaching King's Landing, Albert first pays a visit to Stannis on Dragonstone. To speak candidly, although the title of Duke of Dragonstone was a designation reserved for the crown prince during the Targaryen dynasty, it is undeniable that this locale is rather impoverished. The entire island boasts but a single administrative unit that can barely be considered a town, lacking in abundant resources. The precious Dragonstone is of little interest to buyers, and the village, apart from fish, must procure even the salt for curing fish from external sources. Indeed, you read that correctly. Despite being a coastal settlement, Dragonstone is unable to supply its own salt. This fief resembles more of a place of sustenance, and the Duke of Dragonstone, while ostensibly its ruler, possesses no authority to command the villagers of this land. The castle itself is rather rudimentary compared to others. The tallest structure on the island is the Dragon Motte, which served as the training ground for dragons during the Targaryen reign. Naturally, Stannis himself resides in the slightly more opulent keep, though this modest luxury is relative, for the state of poverty is indeed palpable. The Duke of Dragonstone, as he had anticipated, remained there, and the medieval visits were not as formal as in ancient Europe. After announcing his name and title, Albert was successfully granted entry. Stannis sat in the hall, with his wife and daughter, Shireen, standing beside him. The young girl bore patches of gray, scale-like skin on one side of her body, while the other half appeared as that of a normal girl, known as grayscale. This affliction in the realm of ice and fire is akin to a terminal illness, one that is contagiously perilous. Mere contact with the blood of an infected individual could lead to transmission of the disease. The young princess had contracted grayscale after an unfortunate encounter during an adventure. resulting in her own infection. Lord Albert, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Stannis inquired. Lord Stannis, I come on behalf of King Eddard's commission to verify the lineage of the current prince, Albert replied. This statement evidently piqued Stannis's interest, prompting him to lean forward slightly. My lord, we have observed a discrepancy in the hair color of the king's 3 children compared to that of the royal lineage throughout the ages. Our investigation reveals that all of the king's illegitimate offspring share his black hair, yet the 3 legitimate children do not. Furthermore, we discovered that the death of the previous king is related to this matter. Lord Eddard has tasked me with seeking your confirmation and, should the need arise, welcoming you back to court to oversee the situation. Albert's fabrications were delivered with an unflinching demeanor, and though Stannis seemed to perceive the deception, he chose not to expose it. After all, while the lad was indeed lying, he was, in a sense, speaking the truth. Stannis believed himself to be the rightful heir to the throne, having already acquired the lands befitting a crown prince. Thus, should he not be deemed the rightful successor to the throne? Moreover, the assertions made by this individual were entirely consistent with the findings of his prior investigations. Indeed, it appears that those 3 nephews bear no blood relation to me, which implies that the sole legitimate heir of the Stannis lineage is myself and my daughter. The youngest has yet to marry, while the eldest has reached maturity but has not produced even a single biological nephew for me. Thus, does it not follow that I am the last remaining heir? What do you mean by that? Lord Eddard has gathered evidence and will soon confess to His Majesty the King. At that time, we shall proceed to Dragonstone to escort the Lord back to King's Landing. So, what is your current course of action? We are en route to Winterfell to assemble witnesses. Once they are gathered, we will return to Dragonstone to bring the Lord back to King's Landing. He may commence mobilizing his forces. Very well, I shall await the Lord's favorable news here. Stannis said, tinged with excitement. It is true that Albert has misrepresented certain details and has not relayed the entire situation to Stannis, including his previous conversations with Eddard and Robb, which were, in fact, a mix of 7 parts truth and 3 parts deception. However, it is evident that he has successfully rallied all present, and the War of the 5 Kings, nay, the War of the 4 Kings, is gradually unfolding according to his design. The key players have assembled. They now await Eddard's next move, and once the bounty is issued, the king must be swiftly eliminated, thus setting the narrative back on track. Upon Albert's return to his worship, he received astonishing news. King Robert had been grievously injured by a wild boar during a hunt. What the devil? This is not how the game is played, Albert exclaimed, likely having miscalculated the timing. However, there was no time for further reflection. The king was on the brink of death, and it was imperative to swiftly involve Stannis and take decisive action. Consequently, Albert turned back, given the current circumstances. The original plans were rendered futile. My lord, will your forces utilize wildfire in open battle? My army typically does not employ it. Yet a reserve has been stockpiled on Dragonstone in case of unforeseen events. I have just received word that the queen has attacked the hand of the king and the king himself. We must immediately proceed to King's Landing. Please assemble all your soldiers and naval forces. I have approximately 700 sailors who are capable of land combat. There are around 700 soldiers from House Lannister within the city. And excluding the gold cloaks, we should have sufficient manpower. Time is of the essence. I urge you to expedite the loading of all wildfire onto ships, and gather your subordinates to accompany me to King's Landing to rescue Lord Eddard. Albert did not anticipate Cersei's actions would be so swift. Or perhaps he had miscalculated the timing, leading to a slight deviation from his expectations. After all, he still believed that both sides were grappling near the river. Unaware that this sudden clash had escalated the situation significantly, leaving his side without the opportunity to mount a defense. However, with the arrow knocked, it must be released. Now, it was merely a contest of speed. Chapter 32, The Strong Assault on King's Landing. 1. In the royal chamber of King's Landing, Eddard Stark gazed gravely at Robert Baratheon, who lay on the bed, teetering on the brink of death. The king, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded his old friend, intending for him to safeguard his 3 children and guide the kingdom forward. The responsibility for Robert's fatal encounter with the boar largely rested on the shoulders of his squire. After all, they were already out hunting, and when the king requests a drink, one does not simply refuse. Faced with the imminent demise of his dear brother, Eddard found it unbearable to reveal that the 3 children were not his true progeny, knowing that such a revelation might lead to Robert's immediate demise. Thus, when the king asked him to draft a will, Eddard refrained from elaborating and took it upon himself to amend the statement regarding Joffrey's succession to the throne and his own role as regent, changing it to designate the rightful heir as the successor with himself responsible for guidance. He promptly sought out his brother, Sir Lancelot, who remained in King's Landing. To be fair, among the Seven Kingdoms, the realm with the weakest military might was not the North or the Iron Islands, but the Stormlands governed by House Baratheon. Particularly Storm's End. The Stormlands could muster only about 15,000 adequately equipped infantry, roughly on par with the forces of Casterly Rock and Winterfell. Especially after the War of the Usurper, which saw a significant portion of their territory ceded to the north, including the most formidable area of Storm's End, which had a population of nearly 400,000. Despite the significant reduction in power, the governance of the Stormlands under Sir Lancelot remained woefully inadequate, necessitating his summons to the capital, while the management of Eddard's own affairs was entrusted to his loyal advisors and the castle's steward. When Eddard found Lancelot, he was engaged in revelry with noblewomen, seemingly oblivious to the grave condition of his brother. After Eddard detailed the situation to Lancelot, the latter eagerly suggested, "My lord, we must immediately gather our forces. How many men does your guard comprise? If you are uncertain, I can rally around 100. Let us assemble all who can be gathered, secure the prince and princess, and use them to compel the queen to negotiate." Eddard firmly rejected this notion, asserting that the throne should rightfully pass to Stannis, and that such clandestine actions did not align with the chivalric code. "What time is it, brother? We are without soldiers or weaponry and lack a strategic advantage. How can we possibly wage this battle? You may not be aware that the Queen's family now has nearly 1,000 troops stationed throughout the city. If we do not act swiftly, by tomorrow's daylight, we will lose our chance to strike." Eddard remains steadfast in his chivalric ideals, while Renly wears a countenance of utter despair. It seems all hope is lost. At this juncture, Eddard still believes that with the support of the city guard, his side possesses a significant numerical advantage. The Duke has taken far too long to comprehend that if the opposing side were inclined to assist him, they would have already mobilized their forces, rather than seeking allies. Consequently, Eddard sought out Petyr Baelish under the cover of night, imploring him to bribe the soldiers of the city guard. Yet, in a rare display of humanity, Eddard decided to have his second daughter practice her swordsmanship at the shop acquired by Albert the next day. At last, the day arrived when the king, after a prolonged wait, finally breathed his last. The castle echoed with the weeping of women, yet amidst this sorrowful and serene atmosphere, the queen did not appear overly distraught. Instead, she gathered her 3 children, all her soldiers, the loyal guards of the Red Keep, and the King's Guard, all assembled before the Iron Throne. Indeed, the king's demise was one of the queen's masterstrokes. The boar, the wine spilled on the floor, and the exacerbated wounds, all were orchestrated by her. As Eddard led his dwindling forces alongside the city guard toward the palace, they were met by a well-prepared army and the queen's subordinates. By now, Eddard had grasped the full scope of events. Even upon learning that Robert's fate had been sealed due to excessive drinking and an unfortunate encounter with the boar, he began to understand the situation. The queen had struck, and her assault was so formidable that there was no possibility of a full counterattack. Observing the city guard and the military forces at his back, he felt a flicker of confidence, for he believed he had the city guard firmly in his grasp. He then led the city guard and his own retainers into the hall of the Red Keep, where the queen and her followers, along with the king's guard, stood ready before the Iron Throne. Approaching the queen, Eddard's gaze seemed to reproach her for not heeding his counsel to return with her children to their homeland, instead choosing to remain in King's Landing. It appeared he was also holding her accountable for her role in Robert's demise. Cersei, however, remained undaunted. For her, power was paramount, and she aspired to be the queen. Just then, a throng approached the Red Keep, led by none other than Stannis. Albert had finally succeeded at the last moment, using his swift ship to escort Stannis and his over 700 guards to this very place, while he himself remained outside to command the fleet, ready to prevent any escalation of conflict. At this moment, both Eddard and Cersei appeared somewhat bewildered. Eddard was astonished that his letter had only just been dispatched, and yet here she was, materializing almost immediately. Cersei was equally unprepared for Stannis' arrival, while Eddard had completely forgotten that he had previously entrusted Albert with the task of bringing Stannis back. In truth, this operation had been delayed for quite some time, which explained his lapse in memory. Regrettably, it seemed the queen had no intention of backing down, despite the fact that their adversaries now held the numerical advantage. Petyr Baelish was equally taken aback. He found himself at a loss in this unexpected situation, as he had not anticipated Stannis' early arrival. His original plan to stir the waters for personal gain had suddenly become untenable. The captain of the city guard also cast a glance in his direction, expressing his disbelief that the situation had diverged so drastically from what had been agreed upon. While the city guard boasted a force of over 2,000, only about 100 had actually come along this time, and Captain Jericho could not command the entire city guard, having control over merely around 600 men. Thus, the numerical superiority that had once seemed overwhelming was no longer the case. Amidst the chaos, Eddard's mind remained remarkably clear. He cleared his throat, intending to summon the most esteemed individual present to read the will aloud. This individual was none other than Ser Barristan Selmy, standing at the center of the hall. Chapter 33. A Forceful Assault on King's Landing. 2. Ser Barristan, the Venerable Knight, had been one of the Kingsguard of the previous Mad King. His steadfastness in battle until the very end had earned him the admiration of Robert, who then appointed him to his own Kingsguard. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the most esteemed figure among those gathered, and he naturally took the will from Eddard's hands and began to read it aloud. When the request for a suitable heir to the throne was announced, differing expressions emerged on the faces of Cersei and Stannis. It appeared that, even if the king himself was unaware, the hand of the king was certainly informed. The question then arose, after all, this hand of the king now possessed the authority to determine which faction was guilty of treason. With both sides poised for battle, there were originally over 700 soldiers of House Lannister within the city. However, due to certain strategic reasons, Jaime had been compelled to reposition some of his troops to avoid suspicion, resulting in an astonishingly similar strength on both sides. Now, the sole entity capable of swaying the outcome of this conflict was the City Watch present at the scene, yet their clandestine manipulator, Peter Baelish, found himself at an impasse, unsure of whom to favor. Meanwhile, Albert could no longer afford to wait. The absence of any news over such an extended period was torturous. Thus, without receiving any intelligence, Albert unilaterally initiated the second phase of his plan. On the walls of the city, the garrison was traditionally manned by a contingent of commanders from the Wall and other leaders of the capital's defense force. This arrangement implied that various factions within the garrison assigned their soldiers to specific sectors, meaning that when one area came under attack, the remaining forces might not promptly provide assistance. In the harbor section, under the direct command of the captain of the capital's garrison, a small boat wobbled its way into the port. This vessel was not laden with the sick or other cargo, but rather an entire shipment of wildfire. As it gradually approached the harbor, the soldiers attempted to intercept the boat, sensing something was amiss. However, it was too late. From the larger ship trailing behind, Albert launched a fiery rocket that detonated the entire vessel. The explosion of wildfire engulfed the walls in an instant, and amidst the flames, 6 swift sailing ships seized the opportunity to charge into the harbor. The crew, brandishing their weapons, disembarked, flying the banner of the king's hand. This army began to methodically take control of the port, and although the soldiers and others present found the situation perplexing, they could not impede the northerners. Knowing that if a northern trading company truly intended to enter, they would not resort to such tactics, as northerners typically did not venture southward except for trade. After fully occupying the harbor, Albert swiftly dispatched men to his 2 stores, reasoning that if Eddard intended to retreat, his fallback would likely be at these establishments. As anticipated, the soldiers soon returned with Arya. However, the 3 fools remained elusive. They left sufficient personnel to assist the approaching Robb while transferring all valuables from the stores onto the warships. Recognizing that the small shop might not be operational for some time, they then set sail towards the Red Keep with over 500 men. This contingent did not include the personal guard trained by Albert, as time was of the essence. He had only managed to send a raven before hastily making his way to the harbor, unable to transport his prepared army. Although these 500 sailors might not match the regular forces in combat prowess, they were still capable of fighting. Moreover, they brandished the wolf banner, entering the Red Keep under the banner of the king's hand, thus rendering them immune to obstruction. Albert's actions provoked the queen's faction within the castle, clearly indicating that they were now surrounded. Enraged and emboldened, they commanded their troops to charge at Stannis and his bewildered entourage. Thus, the battle erupted. Due to the confined space of the Red Keep's hall and the sheer number of soldiers, effective maneuvering was severely restricted. In this scenario, the city guard was poised to make their escape when they unexpectedly encountered over 500 individuals approaching from this direction. To be fair, Jericho's subordinates were not numerous, comprising only 600 or 700 men. Upon colliding with Albert's contingent of over 500, they quickly succumbed to fear, believing their adversaries were genuinely intent on confrontation. Thus commenced a tumultuous scuffle. It must be said that the physical prowess of these golden stags was relatively commendable. However, when faced with the valiant northerners, whose equipment, training, and morale surpassed their own, they were inevitably pushed back into the hall. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside as Robb, leading the northern guards, arrived just in time. Albert had dispatched a letter to Robb on the very day he set sail from Dragonstone, prompting a swift response from the latter, who promptly mobilized a shipload of men to the scene. Upon reaching the port, they were quickly guided by the soldiers controlling it to the Red Keep, joining the fray. Chaos reigned within the hall as soldiers from various factions clashed. The situation was somewhat unfavorable for their side. Although Albert and Robb's nearly 600-strong contingent had surrounded the city guard and the Lion's army from the outside, Stannis and Eddard found themselves trapped in the midst. Under the pressure of attacks from both sides, their endurance waned rapidly. The quality of the city guard, under Littlefinger's command, was well understood. Albert's sailors and Robb's northern troops advanced through them as if they were mere chaff, soon reducing the guard to a meager 100. Tragically, they found themselves caught in the crossfire, while Eddard and Stannis led their elite forces in a desperate resistance against the Kingsguard. All but Barristan had joined the battle. And compared to ordinary soldiers, the Kingsguard displayed commendable combat prowess, causing initial disarray among the combatants. It was only through the steadfast presence of Eddard and Stannis at the front line that morale was begrudgingly maintained. Meanwhile, Albert and Robb swept through their adversaries with ruthless efficiency, clearing the way, while Littlefinger slipped away amidst the turmoil. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded during the skirmish. Chapter 34. The Assault on King's Landing. 3. Amidst the chaos, a crossbow bolt suddenly shot forth from an unknown direction, startling Cersei. For the bolt was wielded by her son, Joffrey, in stark contrast to the trembling Tommen and Myrcella, who cowered in their mother's embrace. Joffrey had begun to develop a semblance of intellect. He had discerned the unfolding events and recognized that this faction sought to usurp his throne. Joffrey held a deep affection for his father, yet this affection was contingent upon his status as king. Were he not a king, Joffrey believed that such a man would not merit his devotion. As long as his father reigned as king, he would remain a prince in Joffrey's eyes. However, this precarious situation now loomed, for while his father was indeed the king, Joffrey could not be certain of his own legitimacy as his true son. This situation is indeed quite awkward. Thus, upon discovering that Stannis was the designated heir to the throne by his father, a dreadful thought emerged in his mind. If he were to perish, would I not still be the foremost heir to the throne? Once this notion took root, it proved impossible to suppress. Fortunately, beside the Iron Throne, a crossbow was prepared specifically to thwart any assassination attempts on the king. Joffrey seized the crossbow and aimed an arrow towards Stannis. Just moments after narrowly evading the Hound's assault, Stannis found himself ill-equipped to retaliate. At this critical juncture, Eddard leaped in front of Stannis, shielding him with his own body, only to have a crossbow bolt pierce through his chest. Stannis rushed to embrace Eddard, but it was already too late. The bolt had struck deeply into Eddard's heart. The remaining soldiers, taken aback, could hardly fathom that their own prince had instigated such a tragedy. Robb, who had just broken through the capital's guard to assist his father and Stannis, witnessed the harrowing scene of his father taking the arrow for Stannis. Albert was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how Joffrey, despite his youth, could possess such cruelty. This spectacle ignited fury among the Northmen, who began to unleash havoc upon the Lannister guards. The Southerners struggled to understand the significance of Winterfell to the north, enraged. The Northerners embarked on a slaughter of the Red Keep's defenders. Meanwhile, Littlefinger, having slipped away, commenced his revenge with the soldiers from the guard. Should the capital's defense forces be summoned, they would number over 3,000, an insurmountable challenge. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to retreat. After effectively decimating the Lannister guards, Stannis, under the protection of his escorts, led a charge out of the encirclement, heading straight for the harbor. Albert, along with a handful of soldiers, exerted considerable effort to drag Robb away. Since their forces had initially secured the harbor, the other soldiers of the capital's guard, witnessing their captain's plight, showed no inclination to assist. After all, their captain was not a virtuous man. As this throng surged towards the harbor, the makeshift barricade erected by the capital's guards proved utterly ineffectual against such bloodthirsty assailants. Once everyone boarded the ships, Albert commanded his soldiers to demolish a section of the harbor's wall entirely. Countless crossbows turned their aim towards the wall, unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate fire. Heavy projectiles struck the stone walls, swiftly creating numerous breaches, while the soldiers began their retreat, with the sails fully drawn. With the royal fleet under Stannis' command, there were no ships to obstruct their departure. Instead, the entire fleet sailed alongside the northern ships, leaving the harbor. Simultaneously, Stannis meticulously documented the unfolding events within the Red Keep, along with the intricate lineage issues concerning Joffrey and the other two, entrusting this correspondence to the ravens dispatched from Dragonstone. Meanwhile, the astute Lancel, having successfully escaped, began disseminating information far and wide from Storm's End, similarly alleging discrepancies in the bloodlines of the three princes and princesses. However, this time, the rightful claim to the throne had inexplicably shifted to himself. While the rationale was manifestly tenuous, it mattered little, as there were those willing to believe it. After all, the realm was rife with ambitious noble women. Yet, that was a matter for another time, as once they had emerged from the Blackwater Bay, the two fleets parted ways, leaving the imp confined. Under the current circumstances, the imp was certainly not to be released. Eddard had undoubtedly perished at the hands of House Lannister, and they had fought valiantly, yet failed to reclaim his body. Returning to face Lady Catelyn would indeed be a daunting task. Moreover, Stannis bore a significant share of blame, for Eddard had sacrificed himself to protect him. Peter Baelish could not escape culpability either, having obstructed their pursuit of vengeance. Now, the northern forces had identified their targets for retribution and were unwilling to heed Stannis' commands, harboring a palpable sense of grievance. Upon returning to the north, Robb began to prepare for the summoning of his vassals to march south against the Lannisters. However, it was not the northerners who were the most anxious. Stannis had already brazenly raised the banners of justice and kingship on Dragonstone, rallying his troops. Likewise, Lancel in the Stormlands began to recruit. Though he was not directly assembling his own forces, Stannis, beyond being the Duke of Dragonstone, was also a Lord of the Storm Isles and bore the weighty title of Prince of Dorne, enabling him to muster far more troops than those from Storm's End. He was acutely aware that his adversaries extended beyond the Old Lion. He had his own brother, or rather, all potential threats to his claim to the throne. Yet, he possessed a unique advantage. He was yet unwed. Thus, anyone willing to aid him could potentially see the future queen emerge from their lineage. The exchange of a queen for military support was, in essence, a fair trade, for under normal circumstances, no matter how colossal the effort, one could hardly expect to simply procure a queen at will. Consequently, he swiftly attracted the attention of two prominent dukes, one from the Riverlands and the other, the Prince of Dorne. The choice was almost self-evident. Once one was selected, the other would likely side with Stannis. However, this was merely Lancel's personal opinion. Therefore, the choice was evidently in favor of the Riverlands, despite the renowned beauty of Arianne being well known throughout King's Landing. Dorne's military might was lacking. Thus, this decision was essentially made. The War of the Five Kings commenced much as history had recorded, with little alteration to the compositions of the opposing factions. Chapter 35. The War of the Five Kings commences. The fleet of multi-sailed ships proved to be exceptionally efficient, as their speed had nearly doubled compared to before, allowing them to successfully harness the winds and return to the north. Upon their arrival, Robb's first course of action was to mobilize his forces. However, this time, they intended to descend south not in haste, but under the pretext of avenging the Duke of the North. Albert, being related by marriage to the Manderly family and having been involved in the affair from the outset, saw no obstacles to securing unanimous support for the cause. His father, Wilson, was leading the cavalry of White Harbor on the route to Winterfell. Upon returning home, Albert promptly convened his intelligence network and personal guard. This contingent, previously mentioned, numbered approximately 1,000, his entire armed force. Due to equipment constraints, this army was characterized by its quality rather than quantity. The population of White Harbor was more than sufficient to equip a military force. Furthermore, Albert had invested nearly all the profits from his commercial ventures, including sugar and crossbows, into this military, ensuring that even when compared to the premier armies of the South, such as Tywin's forces, his troops were not to be underestimated. Albert commanded 3 intelligence units from White Harbor, including the Eyes of White Harbor, which had now come under his jurisdiction. His fleet comprised a squadron of 6 three-masted ships, totaling over 700 men, supplemented by his personal guard of more than 1,000. Alongside a crossbow unit of 500 from the city. Additionally, the formidable Sea God Guard, led by his father, accounted for over 2,000 combined infantry and cavalry, representing the mightiest fighting force in all of White Harbor. However, this time, his father had not taken the field. Instead, he entrusted the command of the fleet to Windman, while Albert's 6 warships operated independently under his command. A newly launched warship was being assembled into a special reserve fleet, which, after a brief training period, would also fall under Albert's command and join the fray. Thus, Wilson, alongside his son, led a formidable army of nearly 4,000 men towards Winterfell. This force was predominantly semi-professional, with the conscripted soldiers remaining behind to guard White Harbor. Unlike other cities, White Harbor was a coastal port city, making it particularly vulnerable to naval assaults. Given the uncertainty surrounding Stannis' true allegiance, it was prudent to forge an alliance with him for the time being. However, ensuring the safety of the southern gate of the north remained paramount. The journey ahead spans a full 15 days, and without the aid of ships, the pace of arrival is inevitably slower. The warships are tasked with transporting supplies for the army. After all, Albert's vessels can navigate most areas of the north and the riverlands, ensuring ample provisions are at hand. In naval prowess, Albert's White Harbor fleet shows no fear against Stannis' Royal Navy, with their only concerns being the Iron Fleet and the Dragonfly Island fleet. On the battlefield, additional responsibilities await. The 800 heavily armored knights brought by Albert constitute a significant portion of the North's cavalry, exceeding 25 of its total strength. Apart from these knights, Winterfell contributes nearly 2,000 of its own cavalry, alongside approximately 500 from both Carhold and the Dreadfort. The numbers from the remaining vassal knights are relatively modest in comparison. After their arduous 15-day journey, Albert and his contingent, predominantly cavalry, along with the White Harbor Guards, who also possess their own means of transportation, arrive earlier than most other lords. By the time they reach their destination, even the forces of Winterfell have yet to fully assemble. Robb Stark has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the cause, gathering not only the soldiers stationed outside Winterfell, but also rallying the local free folk for the fight, resulting in a total force exceeding 5,000. Unlike previous times, the Stark family now boasts not only their own troops and the formidable Robb, but also the support of a new alliance. The Lord of Carhold has arranged for his youngest daughter to wed Rickon Stark, thus securing the commitment of 2 additional families to their cause. Although the Ironborn fleet is unable to be deployed, the Manders demonstrate their earnestness by mobilizing their entire heavy cavalry. The Manders, spanning 3 generations, are fully engaged, with Wyman Manderly overseeing supply dispatch from the rear, while Albert and Wilson actively participate in the conflict. Moreover, the Karstark family is fully invested, bringing forth all 500 of their standing army. Thanks to the concerted efforts of over half the prominent families in the north, although not all forces have gathered, the assembly already exceeds 17,000 to 18,000 troops. It is reasonable to estimate that this number surpasses the 25,000 spoken of in the original text, especially considering that the armies of Deepwood Motte and the Dreadfort have yet to arrive, while the forces from Last Hearth have already reached, contributing an additional 4,000 soldiers. Overall, the commitment of the North is greater than ever, and Albert begins to lay the groundwork for his backup plan, involving the favored of the drowned god, the people of the Iron Islands. The northern armies are still gathering and are unlikely to deploy forces for the time being. However, the Westerlands, one of the southern kingdoms, can no longer endure the situation. The Old Lion received intelligence almost immediately. If Stannis were to breach King's Landing, his own children would undoubtedly face retribution. To make matters worse, he has 3 children, 2 in King's Landing and 1 in enemy hands. This time, Stannis did not require an extensive period to assemble his troops, as they had already been gathered well in advance. During Albert's journey from southern King's Landing to Dragonstone, Stannis began rallying his forces, completing the assembly several days ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, the cunning Lord Baelish awaited someone to take the bait within his own castle. Thus, in January of the year 298, Stannis' grand army had amassed at the gates of King's Landing. Chapter 36. The Battle of King's Landing. Albert was acutely aware that certain matters had deviated from the original intentions of some parties. Under such circumstances, whether the Vale would choose to remain passive, as it had previously, posed a significant question, especially with one of the lords of the Vale still residing in the south, harboring a deep-seated grudge against Stannis. Indeed, this was none other than Peter Baelish. Albert understood that Baelish was the covert orchestrator behind the Court of the Eyrie, and presently, he faced not only oppression from the Court of King's Landing, but also threats from Stannis. As a side note to this operation, Albert and his companions planned to meet with the forces of the Eyrie. After all, they were allies, and it should not be deemed a crime to seek support from an ally. The Tully family in Riverrun had responded to the call, and due to the absence of the mountain, Edmure was not attacked by Tywin's forces, allowing him to muster over 20,000 men. Tywin, however, found himself in the most precarious position. Though he commanded more than 20,000 seasoned troops, the military pressure in the Westerlands was immense. The combined forces of the Stark and Tully houses, numbering 40,000, loomed in the distance, while Stannis' army of over 10,000 lay just outside King's Landing. Our esteemed brother, Comrade Stannis, began gathering his troops the moment he set out for King's Landing. The first wave of over 11,000 soldiers had already assembled, while King's Landing had yet to repair the harbor devastated by wildfire. Furthermore, the number of soldiers available for combat within the city was alarmingly low. Aside from the 700 troops led by Captain Jane who had been defeated in the previous coup, the courts guard sent by Tywin was nearly annihilated. In total, a mere 2,000 soldiers remained in King's Landing, facing an enemy force nearly 5 times their number. Given his daughter's capabilities, Tywin had no illusions that she could hold the city, and with Tyrion absent, only Jaime could be dispatched as a combat commander. However, the crucial point is that Jaime Lannister has already joined his army, which signifies that there is currently no one capable of commanding the troops within the entirety of King's Landing. As for the current Kingsguard, the Mountain, there is no need for elaboration. The Hound is merely a brute, proficient only in brawling, lacking the acumen for warfare. But what of Stannis? He has valiantly held storms and with a mere handful of troops for an entire year, with even the most formidable assaults failing to seize the stronghold. Tywin does not believe that the capabilities of those within the castle surpass that of the Great Fish, and thus feels an urgent need to provide support. One may inquire, does King's Landing not possess a plethora of crossbows? The answer is straightforward. King's Landing currently has only 40 crossbows, while Stannis himself has brought 20. Additionally, as a temporary measure, Albert has diligently funded 15 more crossbows. Hence, if one were to ask who in the south possesses the greatest number of crossbows, the answer would undoubtedly be Stannis. Armed with such formidable artillery, Stannis commenced his siege without hesitation. Meanwhile, the northern forces, originally scheduled to advance southward, found their plans thwarted. The reason? The Terror Castle audaciously raised its banner, disregarding summons. Moreover, the Three Fools are not expected to encounter danger anytime soon, so there is no rush. Once Stannis breaches the city, he is expected to uphold the safety of Sansa, in accordance with the prior agreement between Albert and Robb, which was a condition for Albert to allocate the 15 crossbows from the ship, with 35 siege engines at his disposal. And given that cities near the harbor do not typically boast high walls, Stannis led his grand army into the assault. The expanse of King's Landing is considerable. Encircling the entire city is nearly unfeasible, especially with a mere 10,000 men. Thus, Stannis did not dally and opted to launch an attack from the harbor area, which, since the wildfire explosion, had yet to repair its iron chains. At 6 o'clock on the morning of the first day, Stannis led his fleet into battle. This marked the first demonstration of the crossbow's formidable might before the southern nobility and indeed the world. Stannis ordered each leading warship to be equipped with a crossbow, and despite adjustments, only 2 crossbows were transported to the harbor area. Stannis did not confine himself to this front. He also arranged for auxiliary forces to assault other sections of the walls, with these detachments commanded by the Onion Knight, Davos. Although their combat prowess may be lacking, his leadership skills are commendable, having successfully transported an entire ship's worth of supplies into the fortress under siege. Stannis' own forces gradually advanced towards the harbor area, and as the crossbows came within range, they commenced continuous fire. The walls were defended by only 2 crossbows, which were swiftly targeted and obliterated by a volley from 7 or 8 opposing crossbows. Stannis was acutely aware of his overwhelming military superiority. He did not rush to seize the city, knowing that his brother would summon troops, which would take at least a month. Meanwhile, the Old Lion remained indecisive, uncertain of which threat to address first. The northern forces of the Riverlands had begun mobilizing, boasting an army of a staggering 40,000. Furthermore, the Lannister forces would require at least a week to arrive, even though they were a standing army, capable of rapid deployment. However, the sheer scale of their numbers and the distance to cover, even by water, posed significant logistical challenges. With methodical precision, Stannis ordered his soldiers to bombard every segment of the city walls, reducing them to mere rubble. He was not in a hurry. After all, the range of the crossbows was a full 200 meters, and navigating the ships the same distance would take time. Consequently, the gunners aboard the vessels fired as they sailed, swiftly clearing a path of over 100 meters. They then deployed 2 crossbows specifically to target the beleaguered city guard, who were attempting to regroup amidst the debris. At last, Stannis' army landed, charging towards the heaps of ruins, while the city guard, preoccupied with evading the crossbow fire, only began to reassemble their ranks at that moment. Unsurprisingly, they were swiftly dispatched, and a landing zone was rapidly established. Chapter 37. The fall of the Valley forces. Stannis' troops gradually penetrated the city, where the defense system of King's Landing relied primarily on armed freemen and the private soldiers retained by various nobles, whose willingness to fight remained uncertain. The city guard now numbered just over 2,000, clearly unable to constitute a formidable defense. The notion that a city could be protected by merely 3,000 men against a besieging force of 10,000 was, in itself, absurd. In truth, the city was devoid of any competent military leaders. It could be said that there was not a single unified authority among them. Each faction fought independently, further diluting their already fragmented combat effectiveness. During the assault on the port, not a single faction's army came forth to provide assistance, and the city guard was quickly overwhelmed by Stannis' forces. The Onion Knight received word of the port's fall and promptly ceased his aimless maneuvers outside, rallying his troops to concentrate their efforts on attacking the port. At this juncture, more than 10,000 of Stannis' soldiers amassed in the port area, making the capture of the city seem almost inevitable. Freedom reigned, yet it was merely the armed citizens defending their own territories. Stannis, however, had no intention of slaughtering the city. Instead, he opted for a direct assault on the Red Keep. The soldiers unloaded 15 crossbows, which were small and lightweight enough to be easily transported, as they advanced to breach the walls and eliminate any resistance encountered, striving to carve a direct path to the Red Keep. The final defenders of the Red Keep gathered, consisting of soldiers who had sworn allegiance to the Lannister family. Their combined strength amounted to fewer than 1,000 men, and with the previously reinforced guard units, their total force barely exceeded 1,200. This represents the final defensive strength that the Red Keep can muster. They are utterly incapable of commanding the solitary garrison troops of other factions or the independently fighting Free Folk, as the Free Folk are a militia organization that can only be mobilized under a state of war declaration. Absent an invasion by foreign entities, such coordination is nearly impossible. Thus, even though thousands of residents from the military cemetery have engaged in battle, they are merely safeguarding their own localities. Merchants have even hired them to protect their shops. Yet no one has come forth to defend the Red Keep. Recently crowned Joffrey, witnessing this scene, erupted in furious expletives, yet he found himself powerless. Forced to command the remnants of the capital's garrison to drag the now useless crossbows back into the Red Keep for a defensive stand. He incessantly reiterated his status as king, but at this moment, he could hardly command even the most basic of guards within the Red Keep. Amidst the chaos, Stannis' forces encircled the castle. The design of King's Landing is relatively conventional, with the castle situated at the very center of the city. It is not overly small and can ordinarily accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers, serving as the last line of resistance after breaching the capital. However, the crucial issue is the lack of personnel. As the castle found itself besieged, nearly 10 crossbows were dragged back. Given that most were under the jurisdiction of the capital's garrison, which had already dispersed, soldiers, in a panic to save their own lives, had no time to heed the king's desire for crossbows. It was as if the newly appointed king did not require his golden cloak. A few shouts into the air seemed sufficient to justify the meager salary he received. With such paltry wages, who would risk their life? The army quickly surrounded the castle, leading to the customary attempts at negotiation. Stannis had originally intended to employ this tactic during the siege, yet he had not anticipated that his nephews would lack the courage to ascend the walls. However, having reached the gates of the castle, they had no choice but to emerge and negotiate terms. After all, the enemy had encroached upon the castle, and further concealment was futile. The queen boldly ascended the walls with her 3 children. Stannis, if you dare, use the crossbows to breach the walls. If we are to perish here today, you shall be deemed disloyal and treacherous, a regicide against kin. Come, unleash your cannons, this is your doing. Without hesitation, Stannis commanded the artillery to fire. In an instant, several crossbows from 3 different directions of the castle roared in unison, unleashing heavy projectiles that embedded themselves into the walls. Is this truly happening? I stand upon the walls, and you dare to act? Cersei was genuinely taken aback by the directness of the assault against her. The flying debris struck the queen's face, leaving her astonished. What on earth was her little uncle attempting to achieve this time? It is quite straightforward. Among the numerous crossbow artillery pieces, only one is directed towards the queen's side, primarily intended to intimidate her. Meanwhile, the other sections of the city walls are genuinely under siege. Stannis could not help but feel relieved. It must be said that the contraption invented by the Northerners is remarkably effective, rendering other engineering devices unnecessary. Traditionally, soldiers would ascend ladders without a hint of fear to assault the fortress, incurring substantial losses. However, since the advent of the crossbow, with respect to this relatively diminutive castle, there is no longer a need for ladders. they can simply bombard the walls to rubble. Under the relentless onslaught of dozens of crossbows, a massive breach soon appeared in the walls, allowing Stannis to deploy his elite infantry. The lords of the Narrow Sea may lack formidable cavalry, yet their infantry boasts a diverse array of units, from lightly armed and agile skirmishers to sailors armed with pikes and pistols who fearlessly engage in close combat. Not to mention their skilled gunners and brave warriors. Undoubtedly, their most renowned forces are the relentless and indomitable heavy infantry. Though the islands of the Narrow Sea are rather impoverished, they manage to generate substantial income from commercial taxes and escort trade, which affords their soldiers relatively better equipment. However, their numbers are limited. The entire assembly of the Narrow Sea lords cannot muster 30,000 men. Yet, one must not forget that King's Landing does not possess such a vast garrison. When the heavy infantry surged forward into the castle, the outcome of this conflict had already been sealed. Despite the presence of formidable royal guards, they alone could not alter the course of battle. Especially considering that Mountain had ventured out with Jaime, leaving only 4 individuals present, as Barristan was also unwilling to pledge loyalty to Joffrey. Thus, when the sun rose the following morning, Stannis' majestic stag banner was already fluttering atop the fortress. At that moment, in the heart of the Vale, within the Eyrie, Lisa Tully cradled her son, gazing at her subordinates below. My sister's husband has perished in that wretched land, and many of our kin remain trapped there. We must avenge my husband's death. Below her, the lords of the Vale knelt on one knee, silently listening to their lady express her grievances. Now, my loyal subjects, I implore you to fulfill your duty to my husband. Let us march southward. Chapter 38. Developments in the north while chaos reigns in the south. Has our northern army not yet gathered its forces? In truth, the assembly of the northern army has reached a temporary conclusion, albeit imperfectly, as one of the great lords. The frontline lord of the north has failed to heed the call, Ruth Bolton of the Dreadfort. Consequently, some northern lords have not been able to mobilize their full strength. Ultimately, the young wolf's recent ascension, coupled with his lack of significant martial accomplishments, leaves many questioning who would follow him. Thus, Lord Luss initially intended to mobilize his forces, albeit not to the extent demanded. However, at this juncture, a missive from the south arrived. Who penned this letter? Everyone had an inkling, undoubtedly. It was our esteemed Duke Tywin. After all, in light of his prior decision not to engage in an attack on the Riverlands, the North and the Riverlands had managed to muster nearly 40,000 troops. What does that imply? The total mobilization of the Westerlands army is approximately that number. Yet, at this moment, he could not simply engage in a conflict with the North. He also had to remain vigilant against Dorne. Furthermore, should the entirety of the Westerlands march out, there loomed the possibility of an ambush from the Iron Islands. It was untenable to confront too many adversaries at once. Thus he had to allow one of his foes to remain quiescent for a while. Therefore, in the letter, Tywin merely requested that the forces from Casterly Rock postpone their deployment, at least by 3 to 4 months. It was not a refusal to engage. Rather, a slight delay seemed harmless, did it not? Had this request been made earlier, Robb might have acquiesced, as indeed, Casterly Rock was a formidable stronghold, and to suffer significant casualties before a campaign would be ill-advised. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. After all, alliances had been forged with several prominent noble families. And as he had just ascended the throne, such a tactic felt rather disrespectful. Robb deemed it necessary to make an example of this situation and summoned representatives from House Manderly and House Stark to the council chamber for deliberation. To be fair, neither of these houses harbored much affection for Casterly Rock, given the imposing castle's proximity to their lands, which indeed posed a considerable nuisance. Moreover, the 3 factions had previously engaged in territorial disputes. This left them in a rather awkward position. After all, it was the Luss family that had initially provoked this situation. They possessed leverage, considering House Luss's prior transgressions. Thus, an agreement was reached to show Lord Luss some consequences, ensuring that certain individuals did not become overly presumptuous, daring to disregard the Duke of the North's directives. The recently deceased Lord of the Vale left behind a son without a wife, and with only a bastard child. He was in dire need of a spouse. The Lannister family, seizing the opportunity, decided to offer a distant female relative in marriage to Lord Luss. The terms stipulated that if the war commenced favorably for them, he should delay his forces' deployment. Conversely, should the Scorpions fare poorly, he was to refrain from sending troops altogether. Would neutrality suffice? Upon receiving this proposition, Lord Luss found it agreeable, no bloodshed, and a potential bride, alongside the undeniable advantages of an alliance with House Lannister. Why should he refuse? However, this acquiescence led to unforeseen complications. When he learned that the Duke of Winterfell was leading the armies of White Harbor and Cahor toward his gates, Lord Luss was left utterly bewildered. Surely, he thought, we were merely late to the fray. We never indicated a refusal to participate, did we? However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the combined forces of the three factions number nearly 10,000, encircling the castle. What can one say now? Albert has, in a sense, dredged up every unfulfilled order from his warehouse, deploying a staggering 120 crossbows. Lord Rusburton has also begun to hastily prepare for battle. The suddenness of the siege has left his side utterly unprepared. Summoning reinforcements is evidently impractical. Thus, the soldiers within the castle must first ascend to defend their stronghold. For the time being, the inhabitants of Terror Fortress remain oblivious to the formidable utility of the crossbows, or perhaps Albert harbors a slight grievance against them. Regardless, the consensus remains that they are woefully under-equipped with such weaponry. This is indeed an awkward predicament, especially considering that Albert alone boasts 120 crossbows. As the combined armies fully encircled the fortress, even the seasoned Lord Rusburton began to feel the pressure, particularly when he observed Albert positioning all 120 crossbows towards his castle gates. What does this signify? Although he is not yet aware of the true might of these weapons, the fact that they could command such high prices among the trading city-states of the Essos continent suggests their formidable nature. Albert glanced at Robb, silently inquiring if they should commence fire. Robb raised his hand momentarily before galloping to the front of the formation. Lord Rusburton, I command you to gather 2,000 soldiers to meet with me to avenge my father. Why do you not comply? From atop the battlements, Rusburton replied, My lord, signs of wildling activity have been discovered on my territory, and the entire army is under strict alert. We cannot mobilize. Then why did you not clarify this in your correspondence? The letter was on the verge of being dispatched when you arrived. Yet it has been a full month since I issued the call to arms. Deception begets further deceit. Once one lie is told, a multitude must follow. If even one cannot be substantiated, the entire web of falsehood collapses. Rusburton decided to abandon pretense, commanding his archers to prepare. Robb understood the signal and, with a decisive motion, ordered the crossbows to fire. A volley from the 120 crossbows unleashed a devastating barrage, toppling a tower from the castle's battlements. The soldiers poised to launch projectiles were thrown off balance by the tremendous shockwave, causing dozens to plummet from the heights. Gasps of astonishment echoed as onlookers beheld the sheer destructive power of Albert's crossbows, which had just reduced a tower of Terror Fortress to rubble. With words now exhausted, neither side was inclined to grant the other any semblance of honor, and thus, the assault commenced in earnest from three directions. Clearly, Lord Rusburton is a seasoned veteran. Terror Fortress has seldom, if ever, been breached since its construction. Moreover, the over 4,000 soldiers within, loyal to the House of Rusburton, bolster his resolve to hold the line. The armies encamped beneath the city were equally determined to seize the stronghold, bolstered by the formidable presence of 14,000 to 15,000 troops surrounding it. The devastating power of the crossbows instilled a sense of confidence in all. Albert commanded a triple volley, entrusting the ensuing assault to the infantry. In Chapter 39, The Capture of Lusbolton, Albert unleashed 3 successive volleys from the 120-pound crossbows, targeting a tower and a section of the city wall. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Terror Fortress relentlessly employed projectiles in an attempt to disrupt the crossbows' onslaught. Albert's elite infantry raised specially designed heavy shields. The first layer of soldiers laid their shields flat on the ground. The second layer held theirs horizontally before their chests, while the third layer shielded their heads, seeking refuge from the enemy's missiles. Conversely, the infantry of Keho City resorted to an ancient weapon, the thrown spear, which possessed a range of approximately 60 to 70 meters, mercilessly piercing the bodies of the soldiers atop the walls. Even when aimed at the crenellations, these weapons could potentially penetrate and harm those behind. On the other side, Robert had established a dual assault with crossbows and trebuchets, ceaselessly bombarding the city walls. Soon, the first wall became pockmarked under the relentless assault from 3 fronts, while the infantry stood in disciplined formation, shielding themselves with their shields. The initial downpour of arrows from the walls was dense, yet after a prolonged wait, the enemy failed to deploy an engineering team, instead continuing to bombard the walls with siege weaponry. Gradually, the morale of the soldiers stationed atop the walls began to wane. Old Bolton recognized that they lacked crossbows and could not reach their adversaries. Their trebuchets, with a range of 140 meters, fell short compared to the crossbows. Consequently, despite the vigorous efforts of the trebuchets, they could only inflict damage on the forces of Winterfell and Keho City, proving ineffective against the White Harbor troops. who were tirelessly dismantling the walls. Realizing that the situation could not persist, Bolton understood that if the walls were to collapse, a grim fate awaited his family. Thus, the city gates slowly creaked open, and Bolton prepared to dispatch his most elite force. 800 heavy cavalry from Terror Fortress. Even with the long-range crossbows, which reached only 200 meters, the cavalry could cover the distance in mere moments, easily annihilating the enemy infantry and crossbows before transitioning back to siege warfare. Given that this was a joint operation by the three factions, and with their own reinforcements en route, prolonged encirclement benefited no one. Once both sides were exhausted, he would propose negotiations. Surely, they would have to concede. However, as the heavy cavalry charged forth, Albert's soldiers did not retreat, but instead formed a shield wall on the spot. 800 cavalry against 1,000 infantry, who granted them the audacity to stand their ground. Bolton, leading the charge, could hardly suppress a laugh at the apparent folly of the heir of White Harbor. Albert commanded his soldiers to form a shield wall, protecting their artillery behind them while all soldiers pointed their spears outward. At last, the heavy cavalry collided with the shield wall, and surprisingly, the shield wall did not yield. Nor did the soldiers falter. Why was this the case? It was because Albert had dismantled the mobile bases of the crossbows, replacing them with fixed ones, ensuring that the crossbows stood firmly on the ground, while soldiers shielded the front and the artillery shields secured the rear. Thus, the charge of the heavy cavalry faced the formidable challenge of toppling both the crossbows and the soldiers together. Although the crossbows were not excessively heavy, they weighed a considerable amount when mounted on wheels, typically around 200 to 300 pounds. Coupled with the weight of the soldiers themselves and the shields firmly planted in the ground, a cluster of 3 or 4 soldiers presented a mass that the half-ton impact of the cavalry could not easily displace. As the soldiers of the other two armies saw their adversaries surge forth from the city gates, they too moved to this location to engage in combat, forming an anvil-like resistance. The infantry stood steadfast, preventing the cavalry of the Bolton family from breaking through, while the other two armies attacking from the sides acted as hammers. Soon, the cavalry, stripped of its advantage and momentum, confronted the neatly arranged enemy infantry line, and with infantry advancing from both flanks, they found themselves swiftly surrounded. At this juncture, Albert unveiled his second formidable weapon, the halberd. Indeed, Albert had equipped his guard with both long spears and halberds, designs that had been entrusted to his grandfather before their previous encounter with Frege. Although only a few hundred had been produced, it was just sufficient for their needs. The infantry quickly transformed their once linear shield wall into a crescent shape, slowly enveloping Luke Bolton and his cavalry in a vast net. While the other opponents might have been relatively easier to handle, the situation for Albert proved far more challenging, particularly at close quarters, where the spears of Keho City could not be effectively utilized for fear of harming their own. The soldiers of Winterfell were equipped with well-known short swords and long spears, and in comparison, the lethality of the halberds against the cavalry was incomparably greater. Thus, the Bolton forces, initially possessing an advantage in equipment and troop type, were soon encircled by the relentless infantry, trapped within their ranks. Simultaneously, Albert commanded his halberdiers to disperse in units of 5 among the various armies. Regardless of which direction the Bolton cavalry attempted to break through, they would face multiple halberds. The infantry slowly converged towards the center, systematically annihilating the enemy cavalry, with soldiers dragging steeds and riders down from their mounts. Albert instructed his troops to prioritize attacking the horses rather than the riders, thereby hastening the cavalry's loss of combat effectiveness. As for the incapacitated cavalrymen, White Harbor had no shortage of funds to spare. Thus, over 1,000 cavalrymen were effectively encased by several thousand infantry, much like dumplings. Luspen was still hopeful of leading his heavy cavalry out. Yet in such an extremely dense situation, the knights could not gain momentum and were utterly unable to break free. The archers from Winterfell and Castle Black began to rain arrows into the encirclement, achieving little in effectiveness, but imposing considerable psychological pressure on the enemy. The shield-bearing soldiers managed to confine the enemy troops, rendering them incapable of leaping or charging, leaving them trapped within the circle, eliminated one by one. Luspen was acutely aware of his defeat and felt deep remorse for his decision to engage outside the city. At the very least, he should have brought along some infantry. After all, Albert's infantry formation was not particularly large, and had there been a sufficient number of infantry to charge, they could have easily annihilated their foes. However, adhering to the entrenched mindset of Western nobility, it was deemed necessary to deploy cavalry for the assault, which ultimately led to his capture. After struggling for a considerable time, the knights chose to surrender, Among the fallen infantry, there were a total of 120, yet they had managed to slay over 300 cavalrymen. Once all the cavalry were captured, the city's defenders did not open the gates, as strictly speaking, the fortress could still hold out for a while longer. Chapter 40. The valley joins the fray. While the struggle continued fiercely beneath the terrifying castle, the situation in the south introduced new complexities. The people of the valley displayed a remarkable unity compared to other southern lords. If one were to rank the cohesion of lords rallying around their sovereign within their own territories, the first place would likely go to the Valley and Wind Whisper Fort. The former's isolated mountainous environment has resulted in nearly no internal strife and exceedingly limited external communication. The latter benefited from the prior recruitment efforts of King's Landing, which had expelled all disloyal individuals to the royal domain. The second tier comprises the Westlands along with the royal domain and Dorne. The former eradicated all dissenters, while the latter, following the War of Usurpation, underwent a physical revolution, leading to some lingering resentment towards the royal family. Initially loyal, the last group began to waver as Prince DeLong's health deteriorated, compounded by Prince Oberon's prior incapacitation of the Stone Road Guardian. The most fragmented regions were the Riverlands and the River Bay, both sharing similar grievances, as their former lords were exterminated by the Targaryens, leaving them discontent. The River Bay, in particular, harbored additional sentiments, given that House Heltar's Old Town was among the largest cities in the Seven Kingdoms. Despite their relatively small numbers and reluctance to interfere in external affairs, the Lord issued a command that summoned a contingent of troops, amassing a total force nearing 18,000 men, who, under the leadership of Bronze Yorn, began to slowly gather near the Bloodgate. At the same time, the Old Lion's forces gradually arrived at the upper reaches of the Blackwater River. Stannis also reorganized over 11,000 soldiers conscripted from King's Landing, bolstering the garrison within the city to over 17,000 troops. Regarding Brother 3, after Stannis captured King's Landing, despite the Tyrells making every effort to support him, the pace of recruitment has slowed. Thus far, approximately 30,000 soldiers have been enlisted. As for Dorne, there is currently no news. Dorne has not participated in the Wars of the Seven Kingdoms for many years. During the War of the Usurper, they did not even have the opportunity to deploy troops before the conflict concluded. At present, Dorne's army can mobilize a maximum of just over 20,000, but they must first navigate through the Riverlands, where the forces of Renly Baratheon have begun to establish some defensive measures, albeit with limited numbers. At this moment, Stannis' principal adversary is the Old Lion, whose army is both formidable and relatively numerous. After all, his own forces have yet to be fully assembled, so they need not be overly concerned for now. As for the Vale, in order to redirect their focus, Stannis has sent Peter Baelish back. The greater strategy takes precedence. Presently, the 2,000 soldiers from the Westerlands are preoccupied with their own affairs, and Stannis' own contingent of 17,000 is already a significant achievement. Introducing the powerful cavalry from the Vale at this juncture would complicate matters considerably. Naturally, there are those who will deal with the cavalry of the Vale. Stannis places his hopes on the north, which has yet to deploy its forces. Indeed, the death of Eddard Stark was, in part, orchestrated by Peter Baelish. After confirming that the city guard had betrayed Eddard, the North is unlikely to remain passive, although the Northern Army is currently focused on dealing with their own traitors. Given the current state of affairs, how many soldiers can be mustered within the castle in a timely manner? The three besieging armies total nearly 10,000. In this era, the sheer number of troops directly influences the outcome of warfare. A disparity of 3,000 in a 10,000-strong army is not particularly significant, but if the numbers swell to double or even triple that of the opponent, the implications are profound. Missing 2,000 or 3,000 in the 10,000 range is not overly critical, yet facing an opponent of 10,000 with only 1,000 remains daunting. Thus, Stannis harbors little concern regarding the northern situation. When the North resolves its internal conflicts, their first target will be either the Vale or the Westerlands. Can either of these factions withstand the combined might of 40,000 from the North and the Riverlands? It is conceivable that the Westerlands could hold their ground, but if the enemy can circumvent the Bloodgate, the defenses of the Vale would be exceedingly fragile. They are acutely aware of the formidable naval strength of White Harbor. Indeed, their own fleet may struggle to match it, at least in terms of transportation capabilities. Under such circumstances, the Vale's defenses appear somewhat superfluous. Therefore, Stannis remains entirely unconcerned that the enemy could effortlessly capture the Vale or force it to surrender. His primary adversary remains the Old Lion, along with his more than 20,000 standing troops, which exert considerable pressure on Stannis. After all, the enemy's numbers exceed his own. comprising a mixed force of infantry and cavalry, while Stannis primarily relies on heavy infantry, with scant cavalry. If a confrontation were to occur on the vast plains, he would indeed find himself at a disadvantage. Soon, Stannis mustered his grand army. Although the quality of his troops may not rival that of Tywin, he believed that, with the experience of his seasoned generals, he still had a fighting chance. Moreover, the question of who would engage first in the Vale remained uncertain. Having shifted his allegiance to Petyr Baelish, Stannis found himself returned to his previous position, making a declaration of war against Stannis somewhat ill-timed. After all, following the alteration of plans, his original intention was not to wage war against Stannis. His primary objective now was to silence his opponents. Indeed, the utmost goal was to ensure that Cersei and Jaime could not utter another word. If Jon Arryn's death were to be attributed to him, it would be problematic, especially since the siblings had no involvement in that affair. It was he who exploited their names to commit murder. Should they divulge the truth, even with the support of their deceased brother and son, his position would become untenable, as the people of the Vale would certainly seek retribution. The immediate priority was to silence the dissenters. Littlefinger's strategy involved first defeating Tywin's grand army and then, under the pretext of Stannis controlling King's Landing, finding a way to eliminate the siblings. After all, Stannis' intelligence-gathering capabilities were on par with Eddard Stark's, unless Varys collaborated with him. It was unlikely he could seize control of the capital. He even had the audacity to take lives in Varys' presence, believing that the latter could not prevent him from slaying Cersei. Thus, the objective of the Vale's forces was established from the outset. It was Tywin. Chapter 41. The Battle of Blackwater. 1. After a prolonged march lasting half a month, the armies finally converged near the tributaries of the Blackwater River. Tywin's forces consisted of 14,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry, lacking any crossbowmen. Stannis, on the other hand, commanded 12,000 infantry, 500 cavalry, and 500 crossbow operators. With no immediate concerns along the southern front and a non-existent threat from the north, and given the improbability of an assault from the sea, Stannis retained only 10 crossbows, bringing along the remaining 50. While Tywin effectively controlled almost all of King's Landing's Kingsguard, it is crucial to note that of the 6 members, 2 had already fled. 1 had defected, and the remaining 3 had been captured. In terms of individual combat prowess, they were not significantly superior, particularly considering Stannis' own formidable skills. It was advisable to prevent Tywin from engaging in direct combat. As the armies clashed, the formations faltered, individual combat skills would become irrelevant. In this regard, neither side intended to engage in a fair contest, for the tradition of martial duels was not customary in the West. Such practices were distinctly characteristic of the Chinese. On the plains of the Blackwater River, Stannis arranged his troops, not intending to initiate an aggressive offensive. Given the enemy's cavalry superiority and his own force's lack of training, any attempt at a proactive strike would likely yield significant losses. His strategy was simply to hold the line until reinforcements arrived from the valley, with twice the manpower. How could he not prevail? More crucially, if he could not afford to delay, then the opposing line would be even less able to do so. In terms of logistics, although the West, with its stronghold of Casterly Rock, was slightly better off than Stannis and King's Landing, the logistical distance was considerably greater. While it was true that Renly required more troops, his character would prevent him from daring to march north before a substantial army was assembled. Indeed, this third brother was rather timid, earning his moniker of the Copper King. In this era, when one possesses ample military strength, engaging in direct combat is a viable strategy. Given his own force's limitations and inability to execute remarkable maneuvers, relying on sheer numbers could indeed lead to victory. The only concern was whether he was aware of this reality. But fortunately, he was quite self-aware this time, bolstered by the presence of the seasoned commander, Sir Lancelot Tarly. At the onset of the conflict, Tarly had been in King's Landing, but had fortuitously stepped out, narrowly escaping the initial riot that claimed many noble lives. When he sought to return, he found himself amidst the current turmoil and hastily retreated back to the Riverlands. Now, he commanded the forces, as he was the most capable warrior in the entire Riverlands. The remaining factions of Storm's End and the Riverlands, with their combined millions, failed to field a single effective combatant. Stannis' army on the expansive plain chose not to engage in an offensive maneuver, instead forming a robust infantry formation. His cavalry was deployed on the flanks, with 1,000 infantry in the center, flanked by 400 cavalry on either side, supported by 25 crossbow artillery pieces and an additional 1,000 infantry. The remaining crossbows were stationed behind the center. Stannis personally commanded the center, with the Onion Knight on the left flank and his son on the right. In contrast, Tywin's formation was relatively loose, with himself at the center, flanked by Jaime on the left and the Mountain on the right. The center consisted of 1,000 cavalry and 8,000 infantry, with the leftover cavalry on the left and the remaining infantry on the right. Due to the impracticality of transporting siege engines, he opted not to bring any, planning to procure resources at the gates of King's Landing. By 9 o'clock in the morning, both sides finally took their designated positions. At this juncture, Tywin enjoyed a substantial cavalry advantage and, without hesitation, launched a frontal assault. The cavalry at the center charged first, aiming to disrupt the enemy's infantry formation. Over 1,000 cavalry surged forth against Stannis' infantry, which, while numerically superior, lacked any cavalry support. Stannis possesses a keen intellect and is acutely aware that his center forces face the enemy's cavalry, despite their numerical superiority, which places him at a distinct disadvantage, particularly due to the inherent advantage cavalry holds over infantry, especially on open plains. This understanding is one of the reasons he has brought along over 50 crossbows. With a commanding gesture, Stannis orders the crossbows to advance. This time, they do not employ live ammunition. Instead, they utilize crossbow bolts, each affixed with a sack of a noxious mixture of dung and lime. As the bolts are launched, Stannis himself shoots through the large bags, unleashing a deluge of foul liquid upon the cavalry below. Despite the armor worn by the horsemen, the dreadful substance scorches the steeds, causing many to rear in agony and neigh in distress. Seizing the opportunity presented by the chaos among the enemy cavalry, Stannis commands his soldiers to unleash arrows upon the disorganized horsemen. This liquid weapon, acquired during trade from the distant lands of Essos, is said to be used for defending against foes in siege warfare. Stannis had prepared this tactic long before his birth. While Tywin's forces are indeed well equipped, they do not lavishly armor every steed, rendering the horses particularly vulnerable. Directly firing arrows proves inefficient, and crossbows are less effective against cavalry. The question arises, how can one inflict area damage upon cavalry? Just as Stannis grapples with this dilemma, the Onion Knight suggests that their attack could be as evenly distributed as rainfall. This revelation ignites an idea within Stannis, recalling a defensive liquid weapon known as golden juice, brought by a merchant caravan from the east. If executed correctly, it could indeed fall upon the enemy like rain. Thus, Stannis devises his strategy. The 1,000 cavalrymen release the golden substance, resulting in severe burns on many soldiers' skin, but the most grievous impact is on the horses. Numerous steeds suffer from corrosive burns, with many sustaining severe injuries to their eyes, leading to blindness. In this turmoil, Stannis again commands his archers to shoot, and the disoriented cavalry, unable to mount a defense, fall victim to numerous arrows. In Chapter 42, The Battle of Blackwater, Stannis' liquid weapon plunges the opposing cavalry into disarray, and he intends to leverage this tactic further. He strategically disperses the majority of his crossbows across both flanks, uncertain of where Tywin will position the bulk of his cavalry. Upon discovering that the enemy's main cavalry force is led by his own son, Stannis finds solace, knowing that he now only needs to contend with the 9,000 enemy infantry directly before him. Tywin's expression was a reflection of tumultuous emotions. He had never anticipated that his most prized cavalry would suffer such significant losses. Most crucially, his cavalry had scarcely made an impact, having been vanquished by the enemy's peculiar tactics. He was left with no choice but to command the infantry to launch another assault, awaiting the outcome of the battles on the left and right flanks before making further decisions, for his forces outnumbered those of the adversary. The left and right flanks comprised 5,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, led by his loyal companion, Mountain, and his own son, Jaime. The skirmish on the left flank had already commenced. In contrast to the entirely infantry-based Lion Legion, the forces personally led by Davos, consisting of 3,000 cavalry and 1,000 infantry, held a relative advantage. The infantry on both sides roared as they clashed, while the Onion Knight employed a strategy akin to that of Albert, known as the anvil tactic, wherein infantry formed sharp phalanxes to obstruct their opponent, while cavalry surged from the rear to strike at the enemy's infantry formation. However, it was evident that Mountain's personal valor played a monumental role in this conflict, as he charged forth with the intent to breach the Onion Knight's infantry lines. The soldiers were compelled to shield Mountain as he prepared to deliver a devastating blow before their own cavalry could execute a surprise attack on the enemy infantry. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, the martial prowess was relatively modest, to put it plainly. It was no simple feat for an individual to contend with even 1 or 2 fully armed soldiers, let alone 4. Without hesitation, he dispatched his special forces to confront Mountain. Surrounded by 7 or 8 infantrymen, Mountain found himself besieged, while the remaining infantry roared and charged towards the enemy lines. The defending infantry met the oncoming tide with fierce determination, and their cavalry surged from the flanks to encircle the enemy's rear for a surprise attack. Although Mountain was not equipped with any extraordinary weaponry, Tywin's tactical finesse shone through. Suddenly, a contingent of robust warhorses burst forth from the infantry ranks, each tethered with a torch at the front, sides, and rear. Provoked, the horses charged into the infantry formation, catching the Onion Knight's troops off guard. In an instant, their ranks began to falter. At that moment, the infantry intensified their assault, revealing signs of impending collapse. Just then, the cavalry from the flanks closed in to provide support, launching a rear assault on the Old Lion's infantry. However, the infantry appeared well prepared. Although Mountain was engaged in single combat, his commands had been directly relayed by Tywin. The soldiers dispersed into small groups, maintaining close proximity to one another, making it impossible for the cavalry to break through multiple small formations independently. Yet, united, these small formations could disrupt the cavalry's charge, forcing them to attack in waves, taking only a few soldiers' lives with each onslaught. The primary objective of the soldiers was to hold the line. Even if they could not achieve victory, they had to delay the enemy. Indeed, their mission was to stall until the middle and right flanks could determine their outcomes. As long as they could prolong the confrontation, the rest was beyond their concern. At the outset, Tywin had no intention of allowing the Mountain to engage in one-on-one combat, for the Mountain was indeed a formidable fighter. However, in the theater of war, individual duels do not dictate the outcome, especially when the opposing side boasts a remarkably cohesive formation. Confronted with Stannis' army, composed almost entirely of the vassal lord standing troops, it was undeniably impossible to expect the Mountain's cavalry to charge through and shatter their ranks. The best he could hope for was to have the Mountain stall, which, while crucial, could only ensure a stalemate rather than a victory. Yet, Tywin miscalculated. He presumed victory would be easily attained. If such triumph were assured, then having the Mountain merely hold the line would suffice. However, should the center become mired in turmoil, the Mountain's ability to delay would merely guarantee survival, not conquest. All eyes now turned to the right flank, where Jaime's contingent of 5,000 cavalry faced off against 1,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry led by the Onion Knight's son, along with 25 crossbow machines. Employing a strategy similar to Stannis's, Jaime devised a countermeasure. He divided his cavalry into 5 squadrons of 1,000 each, further segmenting them into groups of 200. Each charge would deploy only one group of 200, yet the Onion Knight was oblivious to this stratagem, as Jaime unleashed wave after wave of gold. Each wave could only sway 200 of the opposing cavalry, but Jaime gambled on the assumption that the enemy lacked sufficient reserves. Clearly, he was correct. By the 7th wave, the Onion Knight had evidently exhausted his supply of gold. After suffering the loss of 400 cavalry, Jaime finally breached the enemy's infantry formation. To be fair, even though Stannis commanded powerful infantry, their cavalry could not be compared to that of the Western Gene. In equal numbers, the cavalry could at most serve a restraining function. However, the reality was that 600 enemy cavalry were pitted against 1,000 of his own infantry, which was manageable. Consequently, the right flank descended into chaos. Next, it was Tywin's turn to be taken aback. Initially, he envisioned a breakthrough on the right flank that would allow his center to hold firm, even if it merely stalled. Once they had routed the enemy's left wing, victory would be within reach, given their numerical superiority. However, he certainly did not anticipate such an unfortunate turn of events. Now both the left and right flanks were locked in a deadlock, leaving the outcome dependent solely on their own efforts. The fiery cavalry tactics were evidently rendered ineffective, as their own cavalry lacked sufficient reserve mounts. Thus, they were left with no choice but to confront the opponent's 12,000 infantry, head-on with their own 9,000. Tywin's only advantage lay in the fact that half of the enemy's 12,000 infantry were green recruits. Yet this advantage rapidly devolved into a disadvantage, as the enemy had placed these novices at the forefront. Indeed, while they were inexperienced, they could still be employed to deplete the strength of Tywin's forces. The newly enlisted soldiers wielded relatively crude weapons, yet they were capable of inflicting a modicum of damage upon Tywin's seasoned veterans. After all, Tywin merely needed to exhaust a handful of them, as Stannis' truly elite heavy infantry remained stationed at the rear. forming an impenetrable shield wall that effectively barred the path of all retreating soldiers, while they relentlessly pressed forward. This situation compelled the forward ranks of new recruits to confront the sharp edge of Tywin's army head-on. These commoners, whose nutritional status was marginally superior to that of the peasants, found their latent ferocity ignited under such dire circumstances, subsequently causing considerable turmoil for Tywin's forces. The battle raged on, leaving Tywin's army with no choice but to face Stannis' contingent of over 12,000 soldiers. The soldiers of both sides clashed with a deafening roar. Although Stannis placed his most vulnerable 6,000 recruits at the forefront, a decision that raised eyebrows, his tactical approach, albeit cold-blooded and brutal, proved effective. Indeed, the 6,000 new recruits faltered swiftly, nearly retreating at the first contact. However, the formation of heavy infantry was closely aligned behind them, compelling the recruits forward against their will. Stannis had strategically positioned a full line of heavy infantry behind the new soldiers, wielding their large shields as they advanced, preventing the retreating soldiers from fleeing backward and forcing them to confront the onslaught of Tywin's forces. Thus, despite the disarray, these soldiers exerted every effort to inflict damage upon Tywin's troops. As the saying goes, even an old dog can bite when cornered. These commoners unleashed astonishing combat prowess in their desperate plight, momentarily overwhelming Tywin's forces. However, it was evident that these inadequately equipped commoners were ill-suited to contend with Tywin's well-armed troops. Even though their vanity was stirred in the face of adversity, Tywin's army boasted an armor rating exceeding 50%. Despite the heavy casualties among the commoners, they were ultimately unable to inflict significant harm upon Tywin's men. When the last commoner fell beneath the blade of a Tywin soldier, Tywin had already incurred losses of nearly 2,800 men. What awaited them next was Stannis' pride, his heavy infantry. Tywin's forces were met with a merciless onslaught, being driven back without hesitation. It was true that Tywin faced the prospect of defeat, yet his singular resolve was to inflict as much damage on Stannis' army as possible. If he could not seize King's Landing, then neither would Stannis. Stannis, having roused himself from the earlier pretense of battle, recognized that this war was fundamentally about defending Athena. He not only had to secure victory, but also strive to preserve the strength of his forces, for the subsequent waves of battle would demand their utmost. It is evident that Tywin is highly likely to face defeat in this round. Regardless of Jaime's prowess, both the central and left flanks have descended into turmoil. The question remains as to how many cavalry can be salvaged after the engagement, and even if they join the fray now, it may not alter the course of the battle. The standoff persists, and Tywin's situation worsens. The left flank crumbles first as the grinding battle ultimately overwhelms their defenses. His infantry dwindles to a mere 700 men. The fiery cavalry, unable to breach the enemy's lines, have already sealed their fate. Once the steeds engulfed in flames are slain by a hail of arrows, their inferno gradually extinguishes, plunging Tywin's infantry into disarray under the relentless assault of the combined forces of the enemy. Ultimately, only around 700 men managed to escape the battlefield, fighting their way out under the leadership of the formidable magician, charging towards the direction of the Riverlands. The Onion Knight does not pursue. Instead, he directs his infantry and cavalry to encircle Tywin in the central area. If they can suppress the center, even Jaime Lannister's unmatched prowess will be rendered ineffective. Clearly, the already fragile center, after such a betrayal, shatters like ice under the impact of a crossbow bolt, fracturing into countless pieces. Nevertheless, Tywin's soldiers, despite the crumbling formation, instinctively form small circles to resist or delay the onslaught. Jaime's right flank represents the last glimmer of hope, yet it is apparent that the Onion Knight will not relinquish this avenue. After leaving a portion of cavalry to disrupt Tywin's formation, the remainder of the forces surges towards Jaime, prioritizing the neutralization of his wings. Initially, Jaime's forces had begun to gain the upper hand, but with the enemy cavalry launching another rear assault, his army predictably collapses. The three armies now consist solely of Tywin's contingent, over 9,000 infantry desperately holding the line, though only about 6,000 remain truly effective. As Tywin and Stannis engage in this desperate struggle, Tywin realizes that victory is slipping from his grasp. Soon, as Stannis' reinforcements arrive on both flanks, Tywin's center finally crumbles, soldiers clustering together in disarray, while Tywin's personal guard valiantly covers their retreat from the chaotic battlefield. Most of the remaining legions fall victim to slaughter, and Stannis' fresh troops suffer near total annihilation, with only approximately 1,300 of the 6,000 new infantry surviving post-battle. Stannis, of course, does not spare Tywin's forces, dragging nearly all prisoners back as laborers, while the wounded are executed on the spot. Following this battle, Tywin's once mighty army of 20,000 is reduced to a mere 6,300, with over 11,000 slain, 2,000 captured, and the remaining 700 lost to the chaos. Stannis' 18,000 soldiers suffer losses exceeding 7,000, leaving them with just over 10,000. As for Tywin's remnants led by Stannis, pursuing them was no longer feasible at this juncture. After enduring a fierce battle, not only were many soldiers wounded, but the troops were also ensnared in a state of exhaustion. Tywin had not taken any provisions. His camp, military funds, and even all his personal belongings were left behind. Now occupied by Stannis, Tywin had suffered a significant loss this time, but a greater tragedy awaited him. After fleeing approximately 100 miles, his forces unexpectedly collided with the cavalry from the Vale. This situation was quite precarious. Despite the Vale soldiers being relatively weaker, they held an advantage over Tywin's beleaguered army of over 6,000, who were starved and battle-worn, not to mention the Vale's formidable force of over 18,000. At that moment, Tywin's younger brother Kevin arrived with more than 8,000 soldiers to offer support, representing the last standing regular army of the Westeros. Faced with an opposing force nearing 15,000, the Vale army led by Bronze Yohn refrained from initiating an assault. Thus, both sides stood in a stalemate on the vast plains. Should the Vale army launch an attack, they would confront a pincer movement. Yet the formidable cavalry of the Vale also rendered Tywin hesitant to act recklessly. Chapter 44. The Doom of Horror Castle returning to the north. It had been a full week since Bolton was captured. During this time, Albert did not employ the crossbows to bombard the enemy's walls again, primarily to delay until the southern front had hopefully concluded its campaigns. When discussing the reports from the Battle of the Blackwater, three individuals, Robb Stark, Albert Manderly, and Alec Stark, convened to deliberate. They were astonished to discover the existence of such weaponry. Albert was particularly taken aback, as this marked the first instance of biological warfare in Westeros. When we issue our challenge, let us inform the townsfolk of this report, shattering their illusions further. Alex, unconcerned with others, was the eldest son of Ricard, while his two brothers served as junior officers in Robb's retinue. After considerable discussion, the trio decided against utilizing the crossbows to completely obliterate the fortress, deeming a siege unnecessary. They aimed to breach the gates with the assistance of Roose Bolton. However, they found that the little flayer was truly resolute, having called for a challenge for an extended period without emerging. Deep down, the three did not wish to dismantle the fortress, as it had historically been a coveted location in warfare. Reducing it to rubble would complicate future repairs. The crossbows functioned as a one-time solution, and given the current circumstances, finishing the job would require at least 35 units of artillery. Even for Albert, who is responsible for production, this situation is exceedingly grave. After all, it is imperative that business continues. The journey south may indeed necessitate the use of crossbows. Albert has prudently prepared 120 crossbows and 75 units of ammunition. Yet he cannot afford to expend nearly half of this stockpile at this juncture. Therefore, it is essential to minimize the utilization of crossbows in combat, as the available ammunition is woefully insufficient. To scale up production would require at least 3 to 4 months, by which time the situation could deteriorate significantly. Moreover, during this period, they have gleaned insights into the tactics employed by Stannis. Albert is acutely aware that this method cannot remain concealed. Indeed, crossbows can launch exceptionally long and swift bolts. However, their current objective is to devise a strategy to conquer the Terror Fortress without inflicting damage upon the stronghold. It is crucial to minimize troop losses, especially since this army must continue its southward advance. Encirclement is unfeasible, dismantling the city is not an option, and a direct assault is likewise inadvisable. Faced with these constraints, their options appear limited. The tactic of bombarding the city gate has already been employed, yet the enemy has barricaded the gate with an array of materials, determined to resist any breach. After extensive deliberation, Albert resolved to feign a withdrawal. He planned to retreat his forces to the woods near the eastern town of Keho, leaving behind an elite detachment, each soldier equipped with 2 warhorses. This contingent would remain stationed at the border, awaiting the moment the enemy opened the city gate. They would rest for 1 night, and then, under the cover of darkness on the second night, launch an assault on the gate. Once the gate was breached, the main forces would advance. The total strength of the detachment would be approximately 500 men, selected for their combat prowess, each with 2 warhorses. The journey from the border of Keho to the Terror Fortress would take roughly half a day, as Keho is a fortress established on the territory previously conquered by the Stark family from the Bolton family. The forest's edge reaches the Terror Fortress in no more than half a day, and if the horses exert themselves fully, the travel time could be shortened, potentially reaching the fortress by late night. Additionally, Albert has prepared ample supplies of carrots and donkey meat to provide the troops with vitamin A, ensuring that they do not suffer from night blindness and lose their combat effectiveness. Once all preparations were meticulously arranged, the army commenced a slow withdrawal, escorting Lus Bolton with them. Upon reaching the forest boundary, they stationed heavy guards over Lus Bolton and then gradually retreated from the Terror Fortress's perimeter, leaving a 500-man detachment led by Albert and Robb concealed in the jungle. They waited for 3 days without any discernible effect, at least not witnessing the routine patrols and reconnaissance of the Terror Fortress's forces. It was not until the 6th day that signs of enemy activity in the vicinity were detected. Albert did not intend to strike swiftly. Rather, he planned to launch his attack at midnight on the 8th day. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., it is generally the time when everyone feels most fatigued. Launching an attack during this period can yield remarkable results. After interrogating the captured soldiers, the shift change schedule for the Terror Fortress was uncovered, and the time for the assault was set for 1:30 a.m. With all preparations in place, as the 8th night's moon began to ascend, the army advanced towards the borders of the Terror Fortress. Each warhorse was wrapped in a layer of cotton, and the soldiers held a silver stag in their mouths. Thus, the Grand Army stealthily approached the Terror Fortress. At 1:30 a.m., as the soldiers of the fortress changed shifts, Albert fired a signal rocket into the sky. The soldiers, who had been poised for action, set up a catapult and used its projectiles to batter down the city gates. A pre-selected contingent of 300 soldiers surged forward, dispatching all guards near the gate, before igniting torches and placing them at the entrance to signal the main forces to launch their attack. Simultaneously, Ellion led his troops into a full-scale offensive from the border, eliminating all resistance along the way. Albert personally commanded the 300 Death Squad members who breached the gate, cutting down every armed foe in sight before setting fire to various parts of the city to sow chaos. Little Bopi, just roused from slumber and unaware of the unfolding events, stepped outside in confusion, only to learn from his attendant that the enemy had invaded the castle. Initially skeptical, he was jolted into action upon witnessing the towering flames within the fortress, swiftly rallying his guard to charge towards the gate. Albert, accompanied by his elite guard, spearheaded the assault, while Robert also led his forces into the fray, expanding the battle. After securing the gate and awaiting Robert's soldiers, Albert directed his remaining troops towards the main building of the castle. They soon encountered Little Bopi and his guards, who appeared caught off guard, many soldiers donning their armor haphazardly. Leveraging his prowess as a tournament champion, Albert seized a horse offered by his subordinate and galloped forth, successfully striking down 8 soldiers in the initial charge. Although Albert's warhorse was originally equipped with a custom saddle allowing for dual-handed weaponry, the steed he was provided lacked such fittings, thus limiting his effectiveness somewhat. By the time Ellion's forces arrived at the castle's base, Albert and his men had already seized a significant portion of the fortress, while Rams led the remaining troops in a final skirmish atop the main keep. Albert commanded the artillery to bombard the keep's gates, while Rams ordered that all available materials within the fortress be used to barricade the entrance. Once it was confirmed that the enemy could not exit through the gates, Albert commanded his soldiers to dig a tunnel to breach the keep's cellar, while he continued to direct the assault on the gates with relentless artillery fire. The terrifying fortress boasts an expansive cellar, covering an impressive area of 40. Consequently, by excavating vertically downward, they swiftly reached this subterranean space. A select elite team, led by Robert, was dispatched to ascend through the cellar. Before long, under the assault from both within and without, the gates of the fortress were breached. Albert, commanding his troops, entered the city, encountering armed individuals whom he promptly dispatched with lethal force. Soon after, they reunited with Robert's strike team within the castle, methodically clearing each tower. Ultimately, they confronted Rams and his last 4 guards at the highest tower. "Yield and you shall not be harmed," Robert declared to Rams. Albert also commanded his soldiers to prepare the crossbows, intending to bombard the chamber door should their adversary refuse to surrender. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rams ultimately chose to capitulate. Thus, the once impregnable northern fortress had fallen into the hands of the triumvirate. Chapter 45. The Iron Men mobilized just as Albert and his forces secured the terrifying fortress and began to consolidate their gains. News arrived from the nearby Iron Isles. A fleet of 300 ships, led by the king's third brother, Victarion, had set sail. Upon receiving this intelligence, Albert hastened to confer with the other noble lords. With an average of 35 men per vessel, this amounted to approximately 500 warriors. Moreover, Victarion's flagship, the indomitable Ironborn, boasted a crew of 60 to 80. And it was likely that additional large warships were deployed, bringing the total strength of this force to between 11,000 and 12,000. Such a significant mobilization of Ironborn left only around 3,000 at home to defend their territories. What was their intent? In an instant, the entire north grew tense. Ed remained behind with a portion of the army to guard the gates, while he urgently led the remaining forces to the western coastal region of the north, prepared to thwart a large-scale invasion by the Ironborn. However, this wave did not attack the north or even the riverlands. Instead, they sought to ambush Castle Casterly. Given that Castle Casterly's total military strength was roughly 50,000, and with 28,000 already dispatched, the remaining troops were scattered across the castles of the west, leaving Castle Casterly relatively undefended. Compared to raiding the repeatedly plundered riverlands or assaulting the fully prepared north, their options were limited. Thus, targeting Castle Casterly became their only viable strategy. With such a formidable army, they could seize the entire coastal region of the west, especially since over 60 of the forces were currently engaged in a standoff against Tywin at the Blackwater. After a moment of reflection, Robert dispatched Albert with his 1,000 personal guards to assist his uncle, Aemond, in constructing a defensive line, while also instructing the fleet from White Harbor to commence raiding enemy merchant vessels. After receiving his orders, Albert led his contingent of over 1,000 men, equipped with nearly all their crossbows, southward. After all, in a land-based defense, crossbows could inflict significant damage upon the fleet. This time, Albert was permitted to bring along his pet, the Nightblade. However, this maneuver seemed somewhat inconsequential, as Victarion had already landed his fleet along the western coast. Initially, they did not attack Fairy Island, but instead deployed a portion of their forces to land, while the remainder of the fleet, under the cover of night, circumvented Fairy Bay and approached the southern part of Castle Rock. Victarion's strategy bore resemblance to Stannis' tactics. They intended to disguise themselves as merchant ships and, upon nearing the harbor, suddenly raise their flag. After securing the harbor, they would immediately split their forces into two. One would march directly towards the stronghold, while the other would charge the city gates. Once the gates were opened, the outside troops would surge in and wreak havoc upon the city. For both Stannis and his brother, a crucial principle in their campaigns was to shatter Tywin's army. In this scenario, two formidable fleets belonged to the royal forces, the Dragonfly Island fleet from the Riverlands and the Royal Fleet. The North and the Riverlands had opted for neither independence nor rebellion. Thus, should they be attacked by the Ironborn, they might call for aid from the center. This would allow the two returning royal armies to strike against the Iron Islands at any moment. However, attacking Castle Rock would eliminate this obstacle. Castle Rock lacked a powerful navy and was currently undermanned, all while being exceedingly wealthy. Relatively prosperous ports, aside from Highgarden, Old Town of Hightower, and Castle Rock itself, were primarily located in the eastern part of Westeros. This meant that to successfully raid the eastern territories, they would need to breach the blockades of three fleets. As for circumventing from the north, it was nearly impossible. No one knew what lay beyond the northern reaches of Westeros, and captains sailing north rarely returned. Thus, the only two targets available for unrestrained plunder were Highgarden and the formidable Castle Rock before them. Castle Rock had never been conquered in its history, as it was a fortress perched upon a massive rock, characterized by steep terrain and grand architecture. Additionally, most of the gold mines were excavated at its rear. Originally, Castle Rock was but a small mining town, which, through its gold resources, had established itself as the largest city in the West. Defending this stronghold was no simple task. Firstly, one needed a sufficient number of guards. However, the Lannister soldiers had largely been drawn away, leaving less than 1,000 defenders in the city. Relying on such a meager force for its defense was nearly impossible. Tywin had the audacity to nearly deplete all his troops, relying solely on the belief that, apart from its harbor, the city was virtually impregnable. Furthermore, due to certain peculiarities, a river flowed through the city, rendering direct access to the gates from the islands impossible. The low-lying areas could hardly withstand reprisals from the west, and the intervening terrain lacked the capability to mount an effective defense, while other forces would need to advance through arduous routes. Thus, it was said that Cayenne City faced minimal risk of external assault. However, as the Iron Folk gradually approached the city, Victarion unearthed a fatal vulnerability that Tywin had likely overlooked, an oversight that would prove to be the city's Achilles heel. This vulnerability lay within the city's drainage system, which had a substantial outlet located at the rear of the rocky bastion. Nonetheless, Victarion did not alter his grand strategy, instead leading a contingent of soldiers to land along the coast, while delegating another group to his subordinate, who would sail directly into the harbor, masquerading as merchant vessels before launching a surprise attack. He also allocated a detachment of troops to his niece, Asha, directing them to ascend through the sewers. This seemingly unconquerable fortress was now at grave risk. His assailants vastly outnumbered the defenders within the city, while his own forces were among the most fatigued in the entire army. Certainly, following this battle, the entire landscape of war would be irrevocably altered, as the unaligned maritime marauders could strike at any major city. Victarion commanded his crew to drag their ships ashore, concealing them beneath sand and stone to obscure their presence. This maneuver went unnoticed by the sentinels on duty that night, when the sun rose the following day and the soldiers prepared to greet the dawn. They remained blissfully unaware that the city's doom was upon them. Chapter 46. The Battle of Cayenne City, Part 1. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the shaded areas of Cayenne City, Victarion's scheme began to unfold. The sentinels, having just taken their posts and relieved their comrades who had stood watch throughout the night, soon spotted a fleet of vessels wobbling toward them. The opening hours of Lannister Harbor were notoriously erratic, typically dictated by the first light of day touching the ground. Additionally, the harbor was secured by a massive iron net, each link as thick as a human arm, making it nearly impossible to breach from the outside. This was precisely why no one had ever attempted an assault from the harbor. It was deemed an insurmountable obstacle. At a glance, it appeared to be a convoy of merchant ships. The soldiers were astonished by the early arrival of this fleet, yet found nothing amiss, failing to consider an attack from this direction, for since the establishment of Lannister Harbor in Cayenne City, no military force had ever launched an offensive from this vantage point. Two soldiers swiftly made their way to the control ropes of the colossal net, but first, they needed to collect a toll and ensure they had sufficient rewards before they could lower the net. Their eyes were fixed intently on the lead ship of the caravan, contemplating the potential benefits they could extract from it. With a deep waterline, it was likely transporting valuable cargo. The seasoned guards discerned that this caravan was probably carrying precious goods from across the strait. The remaining new recruits followed closely behind, their eyes gleaming with greed. Given the considerable distance from the opposite shore of the strait, it was unlikely that first-hand goods from there would be available, and according to the principle of scarcity, such items could fetch a handsome price here. At last, the first large vessel gradually came to a halt, while simultaneously, a small fleet at the sewer entrance of Cayenne City attempted to pry open the iron net. The city's sewage discharge occurred at specific times, around 8 a.m., noon, and 7 p.m., coinciding with each meal. Thus, at this hour, the sewer was relatively quiet. Two skilled ironworkers tested the chains with their blades, finding them unyielding. They then retrieved cotton from their belongings, ignited it with flint, and applied the flame beneath the iron chain for a time before resuming their efforts with the knife. With a single stroke, they severed the chain and swiftly cleared the entire iron grate of the drainage outlet. As the people aboard the ship descended to be interrogated, this small squad of soldiers began to ascend the sewer one by one. This contingent comprised a formidable force of 300 men, who made little noise as they emerged from the depths. Meanwhile, Victarion led nearly 10,000 soldiers, carefully maneuvering to the base of the city walls. The army split into two waves, one flanking the left side of the city gate and the other the right. When the guards attempted to lower the iron net upon them, the leader of the merchant ship demanded a toll, only to be met with a massive battle axe. After the dragon guard was felled, they swiftly seized control of the corner and lowered the net. The subsequent influx of ships surged into the harbor, and upon docking, dozens of fully armed crew members leapt ashore, ruthlessly dispatching everyone in their vicinity, regardless of whether they were armed. At this juncture, other guards began to react, and the entire city resonated with the sound of alarm bells. Soldiers began to gather at the port, attempting to drive back the invading forces that had yet to secure a foothold. Unfortunately, these soldiers were ineffective, as the number of invaders was overwhelming. A total of 30 warships surged in, each carrying 50 fully armed ironworkers. As they descended, 500 men quickly leapt from the vessels, attacking indiscriminately, while the gathered soldiers numbered merely over 300, who were almost instantly engulfed by the ironworkers. At this moment, the remaining Lannister commander had discerned the identity of these individuals. Enraged, he bellowed for all to arm themselves, declaring that every soldier must engage in combat. Compared to other cities, Triumph City possessed a relatively intact mobilization system. Once the commanding officer issued a command, within 30 minutes, all adult male citizens in the residential areas would seize their weapons and rally to their designated armed leaders, forming battalions from their communities before advancing to the front lines. Victarion's predictions were not entirely erroneous. The regular army within the city indeed numbered only slightly over 1,000. However, he commanded nearly 4,000 well-equipped and relatively well-trained militia, alongside a self-defense force comprising citizens with commendable physical prowess, and an additional 1,500 city guards tasked with maintaining order. The city was effectively defended by around 600 personnel. Yet, when the hastily assembled 300 soldiers were overwhelmed and routed, the Iron Men swiftly crossed the city's canal at a pace exceeding the commander's expectations. Utilizing their shields as makeshift bridges, several shields were stacked together and secured with a long bamboo pole, forming a rudimentary yet functional wooden bridge. The soldiers hurriedly traversed these makeshift spans, retrieving their shields afterward, all the while continuing to slay any adversaries in sight. The Iron Men pressed fervently toward the city gates. But before reaching them, they encountered a significant number of city guards, who had mobilized earlier and were now maneuvering toward the gates. The two factions clashed violently, igniting a brutal melee. The city guards were primarily veterans who had sustained injuries and retired from the regular army. Though their physical condition may have rendered them unfit for active service, they were still competent in defending the city, engaging fiercely with the 1,500 Iron Men. At the city gates, Victarion observed the situation. The port contingent, dispatched to open the gates as per the predetermined plan, likely sensed they were encountering difficulties. Consequently, the soldiers began to employ a makeshift battering ram to assault the gates. However, the gates were not easily breached, as they were reinforced with two massive iron portcullises. Victarion was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, he instructed his soldiers to fashion rudimentary grappling hooks from their clothing and available pickaxes, launching an offensive from the city walls. Although the number of defenders atop the walls was scant, they were attempting to dislodge the Iron Men's rudimentary climbing apparatus. Their objective was simply to hold the line until the self-defense forces, composed of the city's residents, could ascend the walls, thereby temporarily fulfilling their mission. Certainly, with a scant number of defenders, it was utterly impossible to guard such an expansive wall. In no time, various sections of the ramparts were besieged by the Iron Folk, who steadily ascended the battlements and launched their assaults upon the soldiers. The defenders were valiantly striving to buy time, forming a circular formation of 7 or 8 men around a young officer stationed near the winding path of the Iron Gate. They had to hold their ground until the town's militia could reach the walls and take over the defense. Otherwise, the city would inevitably succumb. Chapter 47. The Battle of Kagan City, Part 2. The soldiers united in their efforts to repel the invaders from the city gates. Yet the sheer number of assailants was overwhelming, with Iron Folk continuously scaling the walls. In stark contrast, fewer than 300 soldiers stood guard. This small contingent faced an onslaught of over 10,000, leaving them nearly paralyzed. Most of the soldiers were slaughtered without inflicting any harm upon the enemy, as they found themselves combating at least 3 foes simultaneously. Meanwhile, the city's militia was gathering over 4,000 warriors in the central square of the residential district. As they entered the slums, they gradually rallied additional fighters, swelling their ranks to over 7,000. Kagan City had indeed procured its own 40 crossbow cannons. However, given the city's vastness, it was impossible for all 40 to be deployed across the extensive walls, resulting in their placement solely at the main fortress. The militia assembled with utmost urgency and charged towards the walls, but they were still too late. By the time they arrived, aside from the soldiers still holding firm at the winding path of the city gate, the ramparts had been entirely abandoned by Lannister troops. The Iron Folk hurled the soldiers' mobile devices down below, instilling considerable panic among the citizens, who had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle and could scarcely believe the depths of human depravity. The townsfolk attempted to ascend the walls via ladders, yet they were fiercely guarded by robust Iron Folk, who stood resolute and immovable. The narrowness of the spiral stairs meant that a single Iron Folk could hold the passage against many. The militia sought to advance, but the Iron Folk wielded their sharp axes, dispatching them from the heights with lethal precision. Ultimately, the winding path at the city gate fell to the Iron Folk, who surged in, slaughtering every living thing in sight. The militia, striving to scale the walls, abandoned their efforts and instead engaged in brutal combat alongside the Iron Folk pouring through the gates. Over 10,000 Iron soldiers faced off against more than 7,000 defenders. with significant discrepancies in their armaments. The hastily crafted gear of the militia paled in comparison to the standard issue provided by the Lannisters. Soon, the chaos of battle spread throughout the city, even reaching those ironfolk previously held at bay by the city's defenders, who now received reinforcements. The vicinity of the residential area echoed with cries of slaughter as the numbers of the militia dwindled sharply, overwhelmed by the battle-hardened ironfolk. The citizens had scarcely ever engaged in combat. The swords they wielded were mostly heirlooms passed down from their ancestors, remnants brought back from wars long past. As they brandished their weapons, they were painfully aware of their fragility in comparison to the ironclad armaments of their foes. Countless individuals were cleaved in two, while many others were sent into disarray. They retreated incessantly, as their commander endeavored to rally his troops in the town square, a crucial juncture leading to both residential and commercial districts. It was imperative to hold this position, otherwise, the entire city would descend into chaos beyond repair. Once the ironclads had dealt with the city guards and the disorganized militia, they surged toward the square, where they encountered a formidable shield wall. Despite their lack of combat experience, the citizens had undergone military training and managed to form an impressive formation that nearly blocked the entire thoroughfare, leaving the ironclads with limited options. Then, a man wielding a massive double-bladed axe stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the citizens who dared to hide behind their shields. Victorion, brandishing his colossal axe, leaped to the forefront and brought it down with devastating force, shattering the shield wall by obliterating the soldier who held it. This brutal display left onlookers momentarily stunned, their attention diverted from the front line. Yet Victorion had created an opening and was determined to dismantle this barrier entirely. The towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall, began to spin relentlessly, his axe cleaving through anyone who dared approach him, dismantling the wall in a flurry of destruction. The remaining ironclads surged forward. Their commander, evidently experienced from service in a regular army, calmly instructed his soldiers to take a step back and re-establish a new shield wall. While Victorion remained a formidable force, the other ironclads had also leapt into action, acknowledging that while they could not wholly withstand him, they could at least attempt to defend against others. The shield formation continued to retreat, overwhelmed by the relentless pressure of their adversaries, until a cannonball landed at Victorion's feet. Indeed, they had ventured within the range of the fortress's crossbow. Soon, the crossbow responded with a thunderous roar, unleashing a barrage of massive stone projectiles that rained down upon the ironclads, swiftly turning their tightly packed ranks into a gruesome tapestry of bloodshed. As many were crushed and torn apart, the crossbow cannon continued its relentless assault, striving to repel the invading forces. This was the most significant role it could fulfill, for the expanse of the square provided a relatively open arena. As for those iron men who had taken refuge within the houses and commenced their pillaging, they were beyond reach. Many residents, upon hearing the tolling of the bells, had already sought refuge within the stronghold, where now over 20,000 souls had congregated. Meanwhile, the iron men roamed the streets, mercilessly slaughtering those who had not managed to evacuate the castle, engaging in acts of violence and igniting flames throughout the city. The air was filled with the curses of men, the clashing of weapons, and the piercing screams and sobs of women. After a grueling 6 hours, the atrocities within the city momentarily abated, yet more and more iron men gathered in the square and the surrounding structures, preparing to launch an assault on the city walls. The stronghold mobilized its last remaining able-bodied men to ascend the ramparts. These men were vital to the defense of their city, for without them, both their community and families would face utter devastation. The iron men constructed rudimentary ladders from salvaged materials, scaling from rooftop to rooftop, ultimately mounting an offensive against the walls. As these ladders were not erected from the ground, but rather pushed along from above, it proved difficult for the soldiers to dislodge them. Thus, whenever an iron man managed to reach the walls, the defenders attempted to strike him down, yet it was Victorion who first breached the ramparts. Victorion unleashed an astonishing wave of destruction, simultaneously confronting 2 or 3 civilians and carving out a small vacuum of safety amidst the chaos. Behind him, the iron men surged onto the walls, the clamor of battle continuing, though the sounds of clashing steel began to diminish. Eventually, the commander of Lannis decided to lead his final reserve onto the battlefield. The arrival of over 300 regular soldiers began to shift the tide upon the walls, slightly suppressing the iron men. Seizing this opportunity, the civilian reserves also ascended the ramparts, engaging in fierce combat with the iron men. The walls transformed into a veritable arena of carnage, as the bodies of fallen soldiers were cast down, while blood flowed like a small stream. accumulating to a height that reached the feet of the onlookers, yet more continued to ascend. Finally, an Iron Man successfully breached the formidable blockade and arrived at the crossbow's emplacement. Though this valiant Iron Man was almost instantaneously torn to shreds by the crossbow operator wielding his close-range weapon, this could not alter the undeniable truth that the defenses upon the walls were gradually collapsing. As time progressed, an increasing number of Ironborn approached the once inaccessible territory, and all the crossbowmen joined the fray. Their participation, while momentarily bolstering the morale of the citizen militia, proved ultimately ineffectual. Despite their superior skills, greater combat prowess, and advanced equipment, they faced adversaries consumed by bloodlust. The Ironborn, now utterly feral and engaged in a merciless slaughter. The Ironborn were systematically exterminating, while the Lannister commander orchestrated a rally from the highest point of the castle. This unit, having emerged from the sewers, successfully infiltrated their target. The trembling refugees huddled in the hall. As this contingent of Ironborn surged forth, a cacophony of screams erupted within the hall, overwhelming the few defenders who were utterly incapable of resisting the furious onslaught of these wrathful invaders. Soon, the marauders descended upon the frail and vulnerable, indulging their basest desires and silencing the cries of the hall. This chaos bewildered the Lannister commander, who had just descended with his personal guard, only to meet his demise at the hands of Asha, who cleaved his head from his shoulders with a single swing of her axe. From that moment, the castle's defenses began to unravel completely. The soldiers on the walls were gradually slaughtered, and an increasing number of Ironborn joined the gruesome festivities in the hall below. The majority of the golden-haired men, the backbone of the city's defense and kin to the Lannister family, were brutally dismembered. The ferocity of the battle filled the castle with the stench of blood, and many were seized as slaves, with only a scant few managing to escape the clutches of death. For the next 4 full days, the Ironborn unleashed a relentless massacre upon this once great and magnificent city, filling their carts with captives intended for transport back to their homeland. After the fierce conflict, the Ironborn suffered nearly 2,000 losses, yet claimed the vast city as their own. They demanded that the captives cleanse the castle, asserting that only Ironborn were worthy of inhabiting such a grand city, which must be preserved in its former glory. This once great city now endured the most brutal ravaging of its existence, as the Ironborn plundered the Lannisters' wealth accumulated over millennia. Almost all skilled craftsmen were seized and enslaved, with the ships that had initially brought them proving insufficient for the spoils. Consequently, the Ironborn fashioned new vessels using the finest ores while others continued their plundering. This horrific slaughter persisted for half a month, until the death toll reached a point where they could carry away the bodies. Victarion deemed the carnage sufficient, realizing that further bloodshed would irreparably entrench the enmity with the Old Lion, a feud that was already becoming inextricable. The Iron Men carried their captives upon their shoulders or dragged them along the ground, subsequently loading them onto ships or newly constructed vessels. Throughout this endeavor, every merchant ship that arrived was seized, its cargo entirely appropriated, and its crew mercilessly slaughtered, with the entire ship claimed as their own. With the plundered merchant vessels and their own formidable warships, they managed to seize all the goods and populace they had intercepted. Upon their triumphant return to Pike, this marauding fleet was met with a rapturous welcome from nearly the entire populace. However, for the city of Casterly Rock, this marked the onset of 20 days steeped in despair. When Tywin received intelligence indicating that the city, along with its subordinate port of Lannisport, had been nearly obliterated, he was driven to the brink of fury, his teeth nearly grinding to the point of drawing blood. "We must retreat," he declared, his teeth clenched in frustration as he presented the report before Kevin, who nearly fainted upon reading it. At that moment, as if receiving some signal, the forces from the Vale arranged themselves for an imminent assault. Kevin was compelled to abandon the retreat plan and instead conferred with his brother on how to confront the imminent threat posed by the Vale's forces. Their combined strength amounted to 14,000 men, while the opposing side boasted a formidable 18,000. The expanse of the battlefield was a vast plain, where they would likely struggle against the superior cavalry renowned in the Vale. This promised to be an exceptionally fierce and troublesome conflict. Chapter 48. The Second Battle of Blackwater. 1. The Vale's army now held a distinct numerical advantage, comprising 18,000 infantry and cavalry. Although Tywin had reunited with his brother, their combined forces totaled just over 14,000, having nearly exhausted their cavalry resources, now numbering fewer than 1,000, while possessing 13,000 infantry. In contrast, the Vale's forces included 10,000 infantry and 8,000 cavalry. Among the armies of the Seven Kingdoms, only the Iron Islands lacked cavalry entirely, with most others maintaining a ratio of approximately 1:3, while the Vale's forces boasted an impressive ratio nearing 5:4, dominating the realm. The cavalry of the Vale primarily consisted of the Vale Knights and their respective retainers, with each knight typically commanding 5 to 6 followers and most knights equipped with warhorses, resulting in a significant cavalry presence. Faced with such a vast and well-equipped force, which had scarcely seen battle and was brimming with morale, Tywin found himself in a precarious situation. His own forces comprised over 8,000 inadequately trained, yet reasonably equipped infantry, alongside more than 5,000 weary and demoralized foot soldiers, plus fewer than 1,000 cavalry, most of whom were battle-worn and their steeds injured. Indeed, Stannis's biochemical assault had inflicted severe damage on Tywin's cavalry, with the horses suffering to varying degrees. The circumstances of this battle were decidedly unfavorable, and unless a strategy could be devised to effectively contain the enemy cavalry, the likelihood of a defeat was all but assured. At this moment, Tywin had received some news regarding the attack on Casterly Rock, yet the specifics of the damage remained elusive. However, after being assaulted by over 10,000 Iron Men in successive waves, the city undoubtedly suffered substantial losses. This campaign could be deemed a dismal failure. Not only had their homeland been pillaged, but the troops they dispatched were also decimated, leaving them in a precarious position. Before they could successfully retreat to the castle, they first needed to extricate themselves from the immediate predicament posed by nearly 20,000 Valley soldiers. Contemplating this, Tywin found himself seething with frustration, for his offspring proved to be more of a liability than an asset. The only one who inherited his intellect, Tyrion, was unfortunately a dwarf, and lamenting his absence was futile, as he had been captured by forces from the north and remained in captivity. The more pressing concern was that his own grandson appeared to have personally slain the Duke of Winterfell. Thus, even if the north were to send reinforcements, it was likely that they would not fare well. Various complications left Tywin overwhelmed, and while his subordinates considered offering words of comfort, they hesitated, sensing the gravity of the situation. However, the respect shown by his own men did not extend to others, as one of the Valley Knights raised his hand and shot an arrow that struck the ground directly before Tywin, jolting him from his contemplation. This was intolerable. Despite his current misfortunes, he was not to be trifled with by such rabble. Enraged, Tywin immediately commanded his subordinates and allies to prepare for battle. After all, he was a Duke of the Westerlands, and it was unacceptable for such antics to disrupt his thoughts. That said, Tywin recognized the need for composure in light of the formidable forces arrayed against them. Otherwise, he risked sacrificing the last remnants of his elite troops. The enemy cavalry held an undeniable advantage, positioned at the center of their formation, rendering a direct confrontation impractical. The remaining forces consisted of 3,000 infantry on each flank. For Tywin to achieve victory or repel the foe, it was essential for the central formation to hold firm while the flanks dismantled the enemy and encircled them, thereby creating a pathway to triumph. The typical strategy employed by the Valley Knights relied on the decisive charge of cavalry. Though simplistic, it proved effective. In this era, most conscripted soldiers were ill-equipped to counter such an assault, rendering them virtually defenseless against a simultaneous charge from thousands of knights. However, they faced Tywin's infantry, seasoned by similar targeted training. Tywin remained confident. Even if the enemy's infantry were formidable, he was prepared to match his elite troops against their charge. Tywin resolved to take a bold gamble, employing a shield formation composed of his heavy infantry to withstand the onslaught of the opposing cavalry. He positioned his own 1,000 cavalrymen on the right flank, while the central formation consisted of over 6,000 infantry. On the left flank, his son Jaime commanded 1,000 cavalrymen accompanied by 3,000 infantry, and on the right, his younger brother led 4,000 infantry. This strategy was laid bare, as Tywin hoped to establish a formidable defensive line with his infantry to block the enemy's advance. Placing his trust in the swift breakthroughs of his son and brother from the flanks, Tywin held confidence in his son's command abilities, as well as in his brother, who had also garnered significant military accolades. With this thought in mind, Tywin conveyed his tactics to the commanders of the flank formations. At this juncture, there was no alternative but to proceed with this plan. Kevan stroked his beard thoughtfully, while Jaime remained silent, acutely aware of the considerable trouble he and his sister had caused. The hard-won prestige and formidable army of House Lannister nearly faced ruin due to their reckless actions. Tywin glanced at his son, sighed deeply, and refrained from uttering words, perhaps knowing that words would be futile. Prepare to advance. Let them understand that despite our recent defeat, the honor of House Lannister cannot be tarnished by such a petty house. Meanwhile, the commander of the Vale, Royce, was undeterred by the opposing forces. Given equal numbers, the Knights of the Vale were well positioned to secure victories in this phase of battle, as the cavalry charge possessed an undeniable deterrent effect that could not simply be countered. Even the mightiest army in the Seven Kingdoms, the Riverlands, would find it challenging to muster their 60,000 troops to confront the 20,000 soldiers of the Vale. The Vale was renowned for its formidable cavalry, often fielding a number of horsemen that surpassed those of other lords by a factor of 2. One should not underestimate these skilled horsemen. According to incomplete statistics, should the Vale deploy all its cavalry, the opposing forces would incur losses at least double that of the Vale's. This was the foundation of Bronze Royce's audacity to disregard the astonishing combat prowess of the legendary Tywin army, rooted in his absolute confidence in his own troops. Chapter 49. The Second Battle of the Blackwater. This time, the chosen battlefield was the expansive plains near the upper reaches of the Blackwater River, adjacent to the Westerlands. With such terrain, it was indeed more advantageous for cavalry, and the Vale, boasting over 8,000 horsemen, faced their adversaries without trepidation. As both sides arranged their formations, the Vale's cavalrymen looked disdainfully upon the meager infantry line before them. After all, the infantry opposite did not even outnumber their cavalry. Yet they dared to engage in a serious confrontation. This was beyond his expectations. The majority of Tywin's forces were remnants from the previous Battle of Blackwater, where he had managed to escape with just over 300 men, while another 700 had been taken away by the mountain to an unknown fate. However, these few thousand infantrymen were seasoned veterans, having faced the horrors of battle, and they were among the rare troops in Westeros capable of withstanding a cavalry charge. Thus, as the battle commenced, the cavalry from the Vale launched their assault, crashing directly into Tywin's meticulously prepared shield wall. Even though these infantrymen possessed exceptional training and advanced equipment, they were met with the sheer force of a half-ton impact, multiplied by 8,000. The first line of Tywin's forces was nearly shattered, forcing even him to join the front lines, standing shoulder to shoulder with his soldiers to withstand the onslaught and bolster their morale. Royce was equally astonished. After all, his 8,000 cavalry had initiated the first wave of the charge, and logically, they should have been able to break through the first 3 lines of infantry. This left him in awe of the formidable combat prowess of the Westerlands infantry. But could these few thousand soldiers truly alter the course of the battle? The flanks launched their own charges, but the forces from the Vale opted for a defensive stance, while the Westerlands troops surged forward recklessly. The Westerlands must swiftly eliminate the infantry directly in front of them before the opposing cavalry could break through their central line, while the Vale's task was to delay them. The infantry from the Vale were, in traditional terms, mere foot soldiers, genuine cannon fodder. They certainly could not withstand a direct assault, but they had a chance to hold their ground defensively. Jaime led his over 1,000 cavalry to the infantry's position and initiated a charge. The infantry line remained remarkably steadfast, with only a few soldiers retreating a step before quickly re-establishing their ranks. This surprised Jaime greatly. His cavalry was undoubtedly elite, and although they had faltered against Eddard's northern guards, they were still far superior to other units. Yet now, they could not even breach the opposing infantry line. After years of warfare, Jaime's combat tactics had evolved from the rigid formations of yore to relying on decisive cavalry charges, followed by infantry to clean up the aftermath. Yet this time, he found himself unable to break the enemy's resolve, leaving him baffled. Soon after, the infantry surged forward, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Despite the Vale's troops skillfully forming their shield wall, they could not withstand the combined might of the Westerlands cavalry and infantry, and the line began to slowly retreat. In the wake of the initial cavalry charge failing to yield results, James was compelled to retract his cavalry forces in preparation for a second assault. The infantry's objective was to dismantle the enemy's formation, thereby creating an opportunity for their cavalry to strike and inflict substantial casualties on the opposing side. Consequently, once the cavalry withdrew from the battlefield, the infantry in the valley gradually transitioned their already fragmented line formation into a circular arrangement. This presented a formidable challenge, for the most effective counter to a cavalry charge is indeed a circular formation. James's desire for a swift victory appeared to have encountered a slight setback. However, there was little time for contemplation as the second wave of cavalry surged forth, attempting to breach the valley infantry's circular formation, yet achieving negligible effect. On another front, Khyvon faced a similar predicament. The flanks of the valley army required no eagles, they merely needed to buy sufficient time for their central forces. Their sole objective was to stall the enemy. When your mission is not to secure victory, but merely to impede your opponent, the scope for maneuverability and operational flexibility increases significantly. Meanwhile, the central forces of Tywin were confronted with a dire crisis, as their manpower was ill-equipped to sustain such an engagement. The deployment of over 8,000 cavalry from the valley was no trivial matter. It was a genuine threat to life. Simultaneously, the infantry of Gudi was not idle during the cavalry's charge. They divided into two segments, encircling from the flanks of the infantry formations, aiming to completely envelop the adversary. The current situation seemed exceedingly unfavorable for Tywin. If the battle persisted, his forces might face complete annihilation. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The valley's lord, Bronze Royce, was in the midst of reorganizing his troops for a second wave when a Tywin squire drew his bow and struck Royce's steed. Although the horse was armored, the impact startled it, leaving Royce unable to calm his mount in the short term. Thus, he had no choice but to withdraw under the protection of his retainers. This incident triggered chaos among the remaining forces of Gudi, as they found themselves without a commanding leader. Consequently, the infantry from various houses began to spontaneously form small groups to mount attacks. Simultaneously, the rhythm of the cavalry's assaults shifted from a coordinated formation to a disordered and erratic onslaught, with cavalry from different houses clustering together to occasionally strike at the infantry formations. Meanwhile, Jon Cobble of the Cobble family, engaged on the right flank, assumed command but found himself unable to effectively direct the now disintegrated valley troops. After launching 2 additional charges, he finally succeeded in rallying the remaining soldiers and reorganizing their offensive, thus granting Tywin an opportunity to regroup his forces. In reality, Tywin remains ensnared in a disadvantageous predicament, as the opposing forces are still overwhelming, and the considerable advantage of cavalry over infantry has been effectively demonstrated. Nevertheless, Tywin has conceived a strategy that may not guarantee victory, but could potentially lead to a stalemate. As the bronze-clad Royce withdrew from the battlefield, the conflict seemed to reach an impasse. However, Tywin seized this fleeting moment to reorganize his troops. Despite his soldiers being utterly fatigued after 2 fierce battles, they managed to maintain their morale relatively well. Even so, he found himself still in peril, as the relentless assaults from the valley's cavalry inflicted severe losses on his infantry, particularly among the elite soldiers at the forefront. Jon Cobble, who took command for the valley forces, was an exceptional infantry commander. Although he was not particularly adept at leading cavalry, he was one of the rare generals in the valley army who excelled solely in infantry tactics. His subsequent maneuvers skillfully circumvented this limitation. He divided a portion of his central troops to bolster the flanks, allowing them to withstand longer and even launch counterattacks. He then led the cavalry to encircle Tywin's formation at its core, while his infantry dispersed outward, employing archers to rain arrows upon Tywin's beleaguered forces, which were now trapped and unable to counterattack. Tywin issued commands to his men to form a robust shield wall, aiming to temporarily exhaust their cavalry's stamina. If possible, he instructed them to refrain from engaging the enemy infantry directly and instead target their commanders. Tywin understood that achieving victory in his current state was exceedingly challenging. However, securing a draw was somewhat plausible. By focusing on incapacitating the enemy commanders, he hoped to buy time and undermine the opposing morale. In the absence of their duke, the morale of the valley soldiers might not be as high as he presumed. The recent chaos following Royce's defeat indicated that the strongest duke and the mightiest lords of the valley were absent from the battlefield, suggesting that the troops' morale was likely lower than he anticipated. Nonetheless, due to the lack of cavalry on his side, pursuing the enemy was out of the question. Tywin resolved to have his soldiers launch their spears, hoping to inflict casualties on the opposing cavalry. Regrettably, the high-speed maneuvers of the cavalry rendered the spear throws ineffective, though they may have served as a deterrent to the infantry at the rear. Tywin now needed to devise a method to weaken the morale of the valley army sufficiently to induce their collapse. Otherwise, remaining ensnared in this situation would ultimately be detrimental to him. Thus, he commanded his soldiers to adopt a defensive stance with their shields, while the valley cavalry continued their encirclement, opportunistically striking at any exposed soldiers. Upon realizing the formidable nature of the central infantry phalanx, Cobble resolved to dispatch a contingent of cavalry to engage the enemy forces flanking the left and right, as prolonging the stalemate was untenable. The cavalry that was sent forth initially targeted James's cavalry unit, which, caught entirely off guard, found itself overwhelmed by 1,000 advancing infantry. The initial chaos of the assault compounded as the opposing cavalry surged forward, leading to the disintegration of James's cavalry within half an hour. Subsequently, the two great formations adopted a circular shield arrangement, striving to impede the cavalry's advance and inflict costs upon those attempting to assault. Continuous combat significantly diminished the morale of the valley's cavalry, while the infantry found themselves unable to intervene. Any nearby foot soldiers were repelled by the spears hurled by Tywin's troops. Meanwhile, the infantry flanking both sides, having just endured a series of disadvantageous skirmishes, required a brief respite. As the sun began its descent towards nightfall, Cobble grew increasingly anxious. For the ancient soldiers, engaging in combat after dark posed considerable challenges. Their steeds would become invisible, and Tywin's forces had not lit torches. Nighttime warfare was an arduous endeavor for medieval soldiers, and Cobble understood that he must create an opening within 1 or 2 charges, lest this battle culminate in futility. Thus, he personally led a cavalry charge against Tywin's central formation, where a small group of horsemen formed a wedge and fortuitously penetrated the infantry's ranks, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by attacks from all directions. Yet, Cobble's spirits lifted as he discerned that this infantry formation was more susceptible than he had anticipated. The wedge of cavalry could indeed carve a small breach. The initial failure stemmed from an insufficient number of cavalry, leading to encirclement by the infantry. Consequently, he withdrew a contingent of cavalry, amassing over 400 men to form a formidable wedge, which, in concert with the encircled cavalry, thrust decisively into Tywin's infantry formation. Tywin, acutely aware that if he could endure until sunset, the conflict would likely resolve favorably for him, anticipated that his forces could withdraw under the cover of night. Glancing at the distant horizon, he noted that sunset was imminent. They merely needed to hold out a little longer, as the valley's cavalry would likely retreat due to their horses' limitations once darkness fell. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, the opposing wedge charged forward, composed of 400 cavalrymen, who nearly instantaneously shattered the infantry formation, toppling several thousand soldiers in a single push. Nevertheless, Tywin remained steadfast at the helm, raising his banner high to offer meticulous encouragement to his surrounding troops. He dispatched his most capable subordinate to lead a countercharge, managing to repel this wave of cavalry, albeit with great difficulty. Tywin understood that in the hours leading up to sunset, the forces of Casterly Rock would charge his troops with unwavering determination. If he could hold his ground, he might transform this perilous situation into a safe one. The knights were continuously maneuvering, launching several tentative assaults from various directions, thereby heightening the tension among the soldiers, who remained in a state of acute focus. Seizing the moment, Casterly Rock launched a charge, deploying a full contingent of 500 knights who nearly breached Tywin's infantry line. However, through Tywin's personal engagement in the fray, he ultimately repelled this wave of attackers. As he gazed at the sun sinking in the west, Casterly Rock resolved to make one final charge. Regardless of the outcome, the cavalry would cover the infantry's retreat. Chapter 51. The Second Battle of the Blackwater. 4. Casterly Rock led nearly 700 cavalry in a grand assault that almost pierced Tywin's infantry line, successfully shattering the guard units surrounding Tywin. A knight's lance even struck Tywin's warhorse, causing the unfortunate beast to topple, taking Tywin down with it. Just as the knight prepared to finish him off, another guard clung desperately to the horse's hind leg, only to be cleaved in two by a passing knight. In that moment, Tywin's subordinates managed to lift him to safety, forming a shield wall while several spearmen launched a counterattack, successfully unseating the two knights. Despite their efforts, the knights nearly overwhelmed the enemy infantry line, plunging into chaotic melee. The mounted knights, elevated above the foot soldiers, extended their range of attack further than that of the infantry. Tywin found himself tightly encircled by his attendants, akin to a ball tossed among the knights. His warhorse had been slain in the recent skirmish, and with no other mounts available, he could only be dragged along by his soldiers. Disoriented and unable to command effectively, Tywin was fortunate that his standard-bearer remained by his side, hoisting his banner. Though the soldiers' morale was on the brink of collapse, they persevered. Amid this tumultuous environment, Jaime's forces made a breakout attempt, seeking to strike at the cavalry. Several soldiers attempted to trip the mounted knights with their lances, but the knights and their weapons were soon brought down, only to be overwhelmed and slaughtered by the advancing cavalry. If the battle continued, it would prove fatal for the Lannister forces, whose morale had plummeted. It seemed that escape was no longer an option for the Lannisters. At that moment, a mixed force of infantry and cavalry suddenly emerged on the distant horizon, leaving both sides perplexed as to which faction this new army belonged. until he raised that familiar Golden Lion banner. The morale of the Lannister troops surged dramatically, stabilizing their formation, for the reinforcements were now within sight. But who were these reinforcements? It was the Mountain, yet he was leading a mere 300 soldiers. However, at the moment the banner was hoisted, Cabal began to suspect that something peculiar might transpire, as the morale of the Vale army plummeted. At this juncture, it would be expected for the commander to dispatch a small detachment to assess the situation. If the reinforcements were substantial, he could contemplate a retreat. If they were meager, then they should be annihilated altogether. Nevertheless, Cabal harbored a misguided perception of the astonishing morale possessed by the Lannisters, mistakenly believing that their spirit was buoyed by a hidden advantage. Despite his earlier assaults nearly claiming Tywin's life, the Lannister forces remained resolute. Cabal questioned whether he had fallen victim to Tywin's cunning, for the shock this battle inflicted upon the Vale was considerable. Just then, a force appeared on the distant horizon, brandishing the Golden Lion banner, and Cabal's unease reached its zenith, suspecting himself to be ensnared in Tywin's machinations. In this climate, before the Lannister army launched a counterattack, the morale of the Vale troops had already crumbled. Ultimately, Cabal resolved to retreat. The standard-bearer sounded the horn, and all the knights ceased their maneuvers, regrouping. The infantry provided cover as the main force gradually withdrew from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Tywin's soldiers began to assemble, eager to depart. For who could predict whether Cabal would return with his forces, having realized that this was not a trap, but merely a coincidence? Fortunately, the old lion's banner remained steadfast, dissuading the soldiers from fleeing. Tywin himself was uncertain of the identity of this army. As per his strategy, there should be no friendly forces wandering nearby. Regardless, he considered himself narrowly saved. Had the Vale army dared to launch an assault, his troops would undoubtedly have faltered. The slowly retreating Vale army left little in the way of spoils, for they had already been defeated, and merely surviving was a feat in itself. In this battle, the Vale lost 700 cavalry and 1,400 infantry, while Tywin's army fared even worse. Originally boasting over 14,000 soldiers, they were down to fewer than 9,000 after the skirmish. From nearly 30,000 troops initially deployed, they returned with scarcely 10,000, a reality that would certainly cause Tywin considerable distress. Moreover, of the remaining troops, only 30% were his own, while the rest comprised the forces of his vassals. During this campaign, the Lannister army mobilized 28,000 troops, with over 12,000 being their own direct lineage, while the remainder consisted of forces gathered from various lords. The losses sustained by this contingent were considerable, and most critically, the family's own troops were nearly obliterated. Contemplating this dire situation, Tywin's thoughts drifted to his son and daughter, who were likely to stir up further troubles. His daughter remained in the hands of Stannis in King's Landing. With a heavy sigh, Tywin pondered whom he might sacrifice to secure his daughter's return. Following this brutal engagement, it remained uncertain how long it would take for the Westerlands to recover. At that moment, the commander leading the reinforcements arrived, escorted by 17 knights, which constituted nearly all his cavalry. As this imposing figure approached, Tywin's eyes widened in disbelief, for it was none other than the Mountain, who had fled north after the disastrous First Battle of the Blackwater. "How dare you return?" Tywin seethed. "You possess a remarkable amount of courage. Today's sun is splendid, and tomorrow's will be equally magnificent, yet I doubt you will witness it." His teeth nearly ground to dust. Tywin fumed over the whereabouts of this fool. Chapter 52. The Mountain's extraordinary adventure after the First Battle of the Blackwater, where Stannis utterly shattered their forces. The Mountain led over 700 infantry in a frantic flight northward, seizing a few horses that had not been too severely scorched. It is well known that King's Landing and the northern expanse of the Westerlands nearly border the Riverlands, and at this critical juncture, the Ironborn launched a massive offensive. Consequently, the lords of the Riverlands entered a state of war, as the Riverlands and the Iron Islands shared a profound revolutionary camaraderie. Historically, the Ironborn regarded the Riverlands as a fertile ground for plunder, repeatedly raiding it, and at one point even conquering the entirety of the region to establish the Kingdom of the Isles. Baron Balon instigated a rebellion 2 decades prior, which directly devastated the Riverlands, and although Eddard later quelled the insurrection, sporadic skirmishes continued to erupt. Thus, the economy of the Riverlands began its decline from that point onward. What are the Ironborn? They are pirates. The Riverlands boast many excellent ports and a dense network of waterways. Although this presents certain challenges to transportation, it is a region ripe for commercial development. However, the presence of the Ironborn stifles trade entirely. After a brief period of conquest, the Ironborn nearly reformed, refraining from raiding merchant ships for a span of 140 years. Yet, eventually, the Ironborn resumed their predatory ways. Thus, the lords of the Riverlands, upon witnessing the Ironborn resurgence, were nearly traumatized. Realizing the scale of the Ironborn assault, Robb quickly abandoned his plans to march south and instead stationed his forces along the borders, fearing an imminent attack. He then dispatched his uncle's assistants, sending Albert with over 1,000 of his personal guards southward to bolster defenses. Although Yoga may lack distinguished generals, this is only true for the direct lineage of the head of the household. In contrast, the head's brother, Heyu Bjorlanden, is indeed an exceptional commander. When Albert rode south on his Nightblade, accompanied by cavalry soldiers, he was astonished to discover that the defenses in this region were commendably robust. Fortunately, Emu Deng had promptly gathered his troops, ready to join forces with Robb's army for the southern advance. However, this preparation proved futile, as it was ultimately employed to resist the Ironborn. While the Ironborn's main force was indeed headed towards Castle Kalich, they had dispatched nearly 40 warships towards 2 other kingdoms to mislead rival lords. These vessels were predominantly smaller craft, totaling no more than 500 men, and soon, several coastal pirates were either repelled or annihilated. Nevertheless, Albert was not inclined to relent, for this area was, strictly speaking, nearing the borders of the West. A preliminary strike seemed plausible, yet dispatching his 1,000 men for dubious plundering felt somewhat inappropriate. Thus, he requested Emu Deng to provide him with a guide. Given the cordial relations between his family and House Stark, and Lady Catelyn's favorable view of his sister as a potential daughter-in-law, he also enjoyed amicable ties with House Tully. Consequently, upon Albert's request, Emu Deng readily dispatched 500 men to accompany him. They commenced their assault on the fields of several nearby villages in the west, where Albert set fire to the grain but refrained from slaughtering the inhabitants, opting instead to either seize or incinerate the supplies while identifying the large grain-producing areas for future military actions. The distribution of such resources varied from village to village, making it impractical to rely solely on intelligence personnel for reconnaissance. After devastating the fields of 7 villages, Albert and his forces established a camp by a riverside and dispatched scouts to the vicinity. This was not merely a precaution. The lords of the West had become increasingly vigilant. In recent days, encounters with enemy patrols had occurred during their village burnings, prompting them to hold off on further actions until the enemy's soldiers had retreated. Simultaneously, the opposing forces might organize a purge, making it unwise to further divide their troops for scattered assaults. They decided to remain encamped for a few days to assess the situation. Meanwhile, the Magma Mountain forces, having been repelled, had been hastily retreating northward. Lacking essential supplies and riding horses in a state of disrepair, the number of cavalry dwindled, not due to fatalities or desertion, but because soldiers were forced to transition to infantry as their mounts perished. Unfortunately, these horses had been afflicted by the taint of gold, rendering them ill, and soon the soldiers began to suffer from various forms of food poisoning. Observing the current situation, the Mountain contemplated that returning now might be somewhat imprudent, as he would certainly face accountability. Thus, he chose to linger in the northern territories for a time. He resolved to raid a few villages in the Riverlands to replenish his strength. Upon reaching the border region, he was, predictably, detected by scouts. "What did you say? An oversized knight?" Albert was taken aback by the scout's report. Typically, only 2 individuals in the entire Westerlands could be referred to as such, a moniker reserved for the Clegane brothers. However, these formidable warriors were the King's Guard, and under normal circumstances, they should remain close to Tywin. While it was indeed possible for Tywin to unleash these 2 hounds to wreak havoc, he was currently engaged in a fierce struggle with Stannis and had just suffered a defeat. It seemed unlikely that he would deploy such vital combat forces at this juncture. Yet, Albert recalled that Tywin had previously dispatched the Mountain to this region for plundering. Everything began to make sense. This fellow must be here to loot. Given that they had been lurking for over a month without engaging in significant battles, and his own guards had scarcely seen blood outside of their assault on the Terror Fortress, Albert decided to organize an ambush to test the Mountain's mettle. After all, he had once bested him with remarkable skill at a tournament, albeit that victory could be attributed to luck. Nevertheless, he had triumphed. This time, however, Albert intended to discern whether the Mountain possessed any unique insights into warfare that might be worth learning. Thus, preparations for an ambush against the Mountain's forces gradually commenced. Chapter 53. The border ambush. Albert and his men were determined to engage in their first significant battle. The Mountain commanded over 700 soldiers he had initially brought, along with more than 200 acquired through local raiding. On Albert's side, he had his own 1,000 troops, supplemented by a contingent of crossbowmen and an additional 500 from the Tully family. The strengths of both sides were relatively comparable. However, facing a warrior like the Mountain posed a considerable challenge. Although Albert had previously defeated the Mountain in the tournament, that victory had been largely fortuitous. Albert never relied on luck. After all, pitting his freshly bloodied guard against the Mountain in a direct confrontation seemed utterly impractical. He sought a more strategic approach, one that would minimize casualties while effectively neutralizing the threat. Naturally, his minimum tactical objective was to drive the Mountain away, although achieving total annihilation seemed improbable. Given the current combat capabilities of the opposing forces, complete destruction was nearly impossible without a numerical advantage of 3 to 4 times their strength. Among this group, there were only a few dozen cavalry, the majority being infantry. Based on the extent of the damage to their armor and the intelligence Albert had received, it was evident that these were remnants from the Battle of Blackwater River. Thus, there was little cause for concern. The morale of these men would likely be quite low, having recently suffered defeat and fled for many days. Judging by their route of retreat, they would lack the audacity to rob the larger lords, suggesting their supplies would be scant. Deprived of food and clothing, having faced defeat, and burdened by their troubled minds for so long, their state of affairs was unlikely to improve. A single charge, or perhaps 2 or 3 assaults, should suffice to subdue them effectively. With this thought, Albert cast aside the last vestiges of his worry. He was certain of victory in this battle, the only question being the manner of that victory. The infantry of the Demon Mountain gradually advanced into a forested area, the only woodland in the northern region of the western frontier. This troop likely sought refuge here from the turmoil. Albert planned to launch a surprise attack at this moment, for it was during their greatest fatigue and lowest defenses that the chances of success were highest. Moreover, it was crucial that this operation be executed with flair, as the enemy's infantry could potentially arrive to provide support at any moment. The nearest border fortress was nearly 20 miles away. Convention dictated that if the enemy was determined to assist, they would arrive before the ambush concluded. It was improbable that the Demon Mountain would request reinforcements. Nonetheless, Albert remained cautious of unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, he allocated the 500 men he had summoned from the Lord of the Riverlands as a final reserve force for the battlefield, while the primary offensive contingent would consist of his own subordinates, as he trusted them above all others. The infantrymen formed their combat formation as per their frequent training, with Albert employing the simplest circular formation. The soldiers were divided into 2 teams of 500 each, advancing to envelop the open ground where the enemy rested. The clearing amidst the trees gleamed like a beacon in the darkness, and Albert quickly fixed his gaze upon the tallest horse within the enemy's ranks. Albert himself had no mount. His only companion was his cherished pet, Nightblade. Thus, upon spotting that singular towering steed, he resolved to intercept this group. The western region did not produce horses, but the southern Balins were renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms for their splendid steeds. Albert's relations with them were not amicable. In fact, the entirety of the northern territories shared a poor rapport with the nobility of the Balins. Consequently, the north could only rely on its native breeds. The northern horses and greys, for cavalry mounts, both of which were notoriously difficult to tame. Thus, a fine horse was exceedingly rare in the north. The moment Albert laid eyes on the horse, an undeniable thought struck him. This steed rightfully belonged to him. Yet, at present, it was being ridden by the imposing Mountain. Thus, my friend, without hesitation, I shall seize your horse. As all parties took their positions, Albert resolved to commence the battle with a crossbow, setting it amidst the woods. Aimed directly at the grand battle flag adorned with a golden lion, wielded by the Mountain himself. With a swift whoosh, a hefty bolt was released, and the flag nearly tumbled to the ground, echoing with the distinctive roars of the Northmen in the surrounding forest. Knight Albert Nightblade was the first to charge forth, his fellow soldiers trailing behind him. He immediately targeted a Lannister soldier's head, swinging his sword with precision, a flash of steel, and a head sword several meters away. The startled Mountain hastily rallied his forces, eager to ascertain the number of ambushers, but chaos erupted all around, with Albert personally dispatching another soldier. He then commanded the soldiers entangled in the fray to regroup and form a square formation, advancing steadily. Meanwhile, most of the Lannister soldiers were in a state of utter disarray, many bewildered by the sudden ambush on their own territory. In their panic, several hastily reattached armor they had just shed, but by that time, Albert's men had already slaughtered dozens, with Albert himself felling 3 soldiers in swift succession. As the initial confusion subsided, the Lannister soldiers began to form small circular formations, yet these infantry ranks soon faced devastating fire from the crossbow. Whenever a soldier attempted to regroup, Albert commanded the crossbowmen to target those areas. Stray soldiers were mercilessly cut down by the advancing infantry, their bodies discarded as the encirclement tightened. At this juncture, the Mountain mounted his warhorse, mustering the remaining 70 or 80 cavalry in a bid to breach Albert's infantry line. This cavalry formed a wedge formation, charging directly at the infantry. Albert responded in kind, leading his guards to the rear of the infantry line, integrating into their formation. A visceral clash ensued. The Mountain and his cavalry failed to breach the defense, while the Mountain himself plunged into the midst of the infantry. Albert, well prepared, commanded his guards to employ long ropes to attempt to bind the Mountain. Several soldiers successfully ensnared his arms and legs, dragging him from his steed. Yet that was the extent of their success. They found themselves overwhelmed by the Mountain, clad in the finest armor of the Seven Kingdoms, rendering any further efforts futile. Albert attempted to strike or batter the Mountain's armor with the long sword in his hand, yet his efforts proved futile. The Mountain seemed as immovable as an iron tower. Dragged into the infantry formation by the soldiers, while he struggled incessantly, convinced that he could not overpower the brute, Albert commanded his men to bind him as best they could and to engage the other soldiers instead. The infantry, already plunged into chaos, was unable to mount an effective defense, and after being repelled once more, the cavalry also abandoned the fight. Albert directly captured nearly 60 esteemed Lannister cavalrymen along with over 60 warhorses. From the breach created by the Mountain, 300 to 400 infantrymen surged forth, while over 200 remained captive and more than 100 perished in the melee. Among the 60 fine Westerland's horses, 4 were Mares, causing Albert to grin widely. However, the ambush was not entirely successful. Regrettably, not only did the Mountain escape, but his battle standard was also taken away by the fleeing infantry. Despite this, the spoils of war were commendable, including over 300 sets of reasonably fine armor and 60 admirable warhorses. Chapter 54. The massive southern advance after successfully ambushing the Mountain. Albert received orders to return and report. On the way back, he learned of the Ironmen's attack on Casterly Rock. With this, the West and the Iron Men had firmly established their enmity. It was likely that upon Tywin's return, he would not spare these ruffians. Consequently, the North could rest easy for a time, free from threats from other quarters. Thus, there was no stopping Robb's advance southward now. As Albert led his captives and troops to the neck, he beheld a substantial force belonging to Robb. Robb's plan was straightforward. His army would split into 2 divisions. One, personally led by him, would crush the defending forces in the border regions of the West and then storm into the West, directly targeting Casterly Rock, aiming to compel Tywin into a decisive battle. The other division would advance south through the valley, severing the connection between the loyal nobles near the Kingswood and Tywin's forces, and, if necessary, assist Stannis in defending King's Landing. After all, their mission, aside from seeking vengeance, was to aid Stannis in winning the war. Naturally, winning the war was secondary to revenge, which took precedence. Albert's contingent comprised over 3,000 troops, including Aerion, the eldest son of Rickard, and his own forces. With his own 1,000 men, supplemented by his entire cavalry and specially organized crossbow units, his total strength amounted to 3,300. Combined, the 2 armies totaled over 6,000, representing roughly 1/3 of the entire northern forces. This formidable army steadily advanced southward, only to encounter their first adversary, the Lannister commander stationed at Harrenhal, Devon Lannister, who led a coalition force totaling over 4,000. They are stationed at the renowned ruins of Harrenhal, a castle that, in terms of area, could be regarded as the largest in all of Westeros. With merely over 4,000 men, it is impossible to adequately guard such a vast fortress. A significant number of troops are encamped in the vicinity of the castle, amidst crumbling walls, with only one hall remaining somewhat intact. This contingent of soldiers remains loyal to House Lannister within the realm. During Stannis' consolidation of the lands of the dead, these troops did not submit to him, but chose to seek refuge in this location after departing from King's Landing, although they did not venture far from the grasp of Davos Lannister. As for the other members of House Lannister within the castle, they have been detained in batches, including the nominal 3 children of the former King Robert and the former Queen. Indeed, a considerable number of individuals, including the Queen, have been captured, and given the current circumstances, there is little hope for a prisoner exchange in the near future. Albert's descent southward was accompanied by a letter penned by Robert himself, intended to prevent any misunderstandings with Stannis, as his purported purpose for this journey was to advocate for Stannis' claim to the throne on behalf of Eddard. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the Stormlands, nearly 30,000 soldiers have been summoned, though the Tyrell family has pledged their support. The incursion of the Ironborn has hindered their ability to fully commit to the war effort. Even with the formidable fleet of Dragonstone, they may not prevail against the Iron Fleet, which has dominated the seas for centuries. Thus, at least 20,000 troops must remain on standby. While also preparing for potential threats from Dorne, Stannis has communicated to Prince Doran that should he secure victory in this conflict, Dorne could be granted a position for a royal consort, provided, of course, that his daughter's grayscale affliction can be cured. Recently, a woman claiming to be Melisandre, a red priestess, has joined Stannis' court. This sorceress asserts that she possesses the ability to heal grayscale and has already demonstrated some effective methods. However, the 4,000 soldiers led by Davos, who stand before Albert, present a significant challenge that he must confront. To speak candidly, the combat effectiveness of these 4,000 soldiers, based on Albert's reconnaissance, appears rather lackluster. They lack standardized uniforms and a unified banner, with each family bearing their own sigils, leaving the entire force without a legitimate, cohesive standard. Faced with such a disorganized militia, Albert feels a tinge of dissatisfaction. What could such a force possibly accomplish? Yet, considering the possibility of over 100,000 troops gathering in the south, Albert perceives a formidable challenge ahead. Although the military power of both the Stormlands and the Reach is currently held by Renly, it is well understood that neither side would fully commit to the war. Thus far, the forces that Stannis and his allies must defend against should not exceed 40,000. For the armies in the Reach require protection not only from Stannis, but also from Dorne to the south, which can muster 35,000 soldiers at their peak. Tywin, too, possesses the means to court Dorne, or at the very least, maintain their neutrality. However, his leverage currently resides in the territory of others. Meanwhile, Albert holds no affection for the Lannisters, who are already deeply entrenched in this war and are steadily sinking. Aerion rode up beside Albert, inquiring about their strategy for battle. Let us not be hasty. Our primary objective is to restrain them here and, if possible, eliminate them, Albert responded, pausing momentarily before gesturing towards the nearby ragtag soldiers. And observe their appearance. It is evident that they are far from elite troops. Aerion nodded thoughtfully, judging by their encampment methods. It was indeed unlikely that these were seasoned warriors. They lacked even the necessary protections, with large bonfires concentrated near the tents, employing a suspended hearth method that ensured the flames burned brightly for an extended period. However, this was certainly not the appropriate technique for camping, especially when utilizing fabric tents, as severing the supporting lines would cause the hearth to collapse, igniting the tents. When shall we initiate our assault? Aerion asked. Patience is key. We shall wait until nightfall. Albert signaled for his companion to remain calm, reminding him that they were currently in a covert state and there was no need for urgency. With just over 6,000 men on their side and more than 4,000 opposing them, any reckless actions could result in significant casualties on their part. Thus, it was prudent to hold steady and wait for the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack, for their mission extended beyond merely vanquishing this particular enemy force. As night fell, the soldiers in the camp began to settle into a state of rest, with only a few sentinels remaining drowsily vigilant. In the shadows, Albert contemplated from which direction to strike. The remnants of Harrenhal featured 4 substantial towers, now serving as fortified positions for the garrison. These towers effectively covered the entire area where the soldiers were stationed, while higher vantage points remained unoccupied due to their perilous nature, bordering on dilapidation. The total garrison at Harrenhal was approximately 4,000, an inadequate number for such an expansive fortress. Moreover, instances of soldiers straying were increasingly prevalent, with the numbers bolstered by the forced conscription of nearby farmers. Albert patted the sturdy night blade at his side, recognizing that should a nocturnal raid be necessary, these beasts would serve as the finest instruments of warfare. The battle plan is rather straightforward. Initially, the Nightblade and a select group of elite soldiers will infiltrate the enemy's encampment to sow chaos. As the adversary's troops emerge in disarray, our forces will advance in a disciplined infantry formation. The elite squad will undoubtedly be led by Albert himself, while Ellion is tasked with assembling and organizing the troops nearby. Albert's team comprises 40 individuals, primarily the most capable soldiers from his personal guard. Their objective is to disrupt the encampment as much as possible, with the optimal strategy being an assault on the central command. However, the command center is heavily fortified with a plethora of tents and a dense patrol, making it challenging for Albert and his 40 soldiers, along with their steeds, to penetrate the heart of the camp. Thus, they must resort to igniting the most concentrated area of tents. After neutralizing a few scouts, this mischievous squad swiftly entered the enemy's camp. Albert intended to initiate the fire using the readily available braziers. By severing their tethering ropes, the braziers would tumble to the ground and ignite immediately. To ensure the flames burst forth with ferocity and surprise, Albert divided his team into 8 smaller groups, with himself and Nightblade forming one unit. He took the lead by cutting down a rope connected to a brazier, which fell with a resounding thud. Upon hearing this sound, the remaining soldiers quickly severed their adjacent lines. Soon, as all 9 braziers crashed to the ground, the camp erupted into a blazing inferno. The soldiers, now aware of the ignoble ambush, scrambled from the burning tents, astonished by the ferocity of the flames. Albert had chosen ignition points that effectively surrounded the entire encampment, largely due to the distribution of the braziers, which were primarily located at the periphery. Consequently, a vast sea of fire engulfed the scene, and the hastily assembled rabble soon descended into chaos. While this spectacle of flames might appear formidable, Albert understood that the actual casualties from the fire would likely be minimal. However, the assault had undoubtedly dampened the enemy's morale. Despite their elite status, Albert witnessed the Lannister commander swiftly reorganizing his troops, signaling that a bloody confrontation was imminent. Yet, Albert remained composed. He had never tasted defeat since embarking on his journey and was confident he would not falter in this battle. Amidst the turmoil, the enemy's formation gradually came into view. This army possessed hardly any cavalry but was abundant in infantry. In the siege, the role of cavalry is significantly diminished. Albert finds himself confronting a formidable force, at least in the context of the siege. Even though the rear wall has been reduced to ruins, the city still possesses its fundamental walls and halls. Compared to other cities, this one exhibits a lack of defensive strength at its gates. However, in the heat of battle, the gates themselves may not prove to be of paramount importance. Although Albert is equipped with ballistae, the city has already been extensively devastated, and unless the enemy's infantry is arrayed in formation, the ballistae may not wield significant power. The soldiers commenced their assault in the vicinity, dismounting the cavalry to engage in combat. The crossbowmen targeted the enemy's assembled ranks, yet the bulk of the enemy forces remained concealed within the city. Despite its current dilapidated state, Albert organized 2 waves of offense, even deploying his night blades into the fray, but they failed to breach the enemy's defenses. Amidst the rubble, his forces struggled to maintain a defensive formation, while the enemy adeptly utilized the intricate terrain to launch ambushes. In fact, the ambush executed was remarkably effective, drawing the attention of even an adversary like Albert towards the commander, Devon, who skillfully exploited the ruins within the city, utilizing every piece of debris as a stronghold. Furthermore, hidden pathways within the city thwarted Albert's troops from advancing. Nevertheless, it was evident that even with such formidable defenses, Albert possessed means to dismantle them. He had prepared 7 incendiary oil cabinets. Though not in abundance, these were intended for confronting dense infantry lines, yet under the current circumstances, they were repurposed for urban combat. Groups of 7 or 8 soldiers hoisted each cabinet, with 4 soldiers on the front line for protection, 2 for transport, and 1 for operation. This fearsome contraption, once introduced to the battlefield, intimidated many foes. While it lacked the portability of a flamethrower, the incendiary oil cabinet unleashed devastating destruction, igniting any soldier in the rubble, regardless of their cover. In an instant, the battlefield was suffused with the acrid scent of charred flesh, and the ground was strewn with the bodies of soldiers, each bearing horrific burn marks. Gradually, in the scattered outer regions, all stationed soldiers were identified and dealt with. What remained were the still-standing castle's core and the multitude of soldiers lurking within. Thus, the first phase of the battle concluded. Chapter 56, The Battle of Herrenberg. 2. The soldier groups, under the cover of a substantial number of troops, finally dealt with the scattered stragglers outside the city. Next, they were to confront the enemy forces entrenched within the yet-to-collapse core of the castle. Albert's soldiers attempted to douse the gatekeepers in blazing oil, yet shielded by their armaments. The defenders remained well protected, rendering this tactic ineffective. Upon spotting their adversaries, the enemy soldiers immediately hurled countless spears, striving to keep Albert's forces at bay. In response, Albert ignited licorice balls and cast them into the fortress, instructing his soldiers to form a circular formation outside. The strategy aimed to slay any enemy soldiers who emerged from the smoke. While the approach appeared promising, it yielded little success, as the thickening fumes obscured the vision of Albert's men, leaving them blind to the situation within. "What shall we do now?" Elian inquired, as Albert pondered the feasibility of their next move. The fortress, akin to a venerable tortoise, despite its apparent decline, still proved formidable. Albert contemplated various strategies, but found himself unable to breach the stronghold. If smoke and fire weapons proved ineffective, it seemed they would have to resort to arson. Yet, how to execute this? The suggestion of arson was too vague, given that they were already attempting to set fire. Albert summoned several steeds, ordering his soldiers to bind flammable materials to their backs and ignite them. Soon, a horse was ablaze, charging into the ranks of enemy infantry, toppling the gatekeepers. However, just as it was about to penetrate further, the horse was repelled by several pikemen brandishing their spears. Although they failed to break through, this tactic revealed potential, prompting Albert to command the use of older horses for the same method. Before long, 4 or 5 aged steeds were brought forth, their backs layered with damp straw, covered with cloth, and then topped with ignited straw. These horses entered a frenzy, racing towards the enemy's lines. Their effectiveness was evident as they swiftly cleared the guards at the entrance, allowing Albert's troops to surge through. The elite guards held a distinct advantage over the common soldiers, both in equipment and physique, as they charged in, striking down all in their path. Albert promptly deployed a second wave of troops, and the castle's hall erupted in chaos. The enemy soldiers, though not superior in condition or armament to the elite forces, steadfastly held their ground. Soon, the soldiers carved out a no-man's land within the hall, while the subsequent troops cautiously advanced towards this newly established foothold, only to encounter yet another obstacle as the enemy arrayed their spears. In the confined expanse, the cavalry's charge appeared ineffectual, while the opposing soldiers brandished their long spears, effectively ensnaring Albert's infantry within that diminutive area, which was steadily diminishing. Observing this predicament, Albert commanded his soldiers to bring forth the incendiary oil barrels to incinerate the enemy's infantry formation. This strategy seemed to bear fruit, as the enemy's soldiers scattered once more. However, they resolutely held their positions at the entrances of each room, rendering Albert's maneuvers futile. After all conceivable defensive strategies had been employed, yet they remained steadfast in a few pivotal chambers, indicating an inability to breach the fortress from within. The methods previously utilized appeared futile against such a bastion, for only a little over 1,000 soldiers remained, dispersed across 7 or 8 sizable rooms, with the sole staircase leading to the command center on the second floor firmly secured by the enemy's forces above. Faced with such an imposing castle, Albert found himself at an impasse, compelled to order his soldiers to engage inch by inch in a relentless assault. Soldiers, shielded by their large shields, advanced the incendiary oil barrels to the doorways of the rooms. Then, with a deft maneuver, the frontline soldiers ignited a conflagration that engulfed the defenders. They pressed forward, undeterred by the astonishing number of adversaries. Albert could scarcely fathom how so many were concealed within such a lowly chamber. Yet, as they advanced, the enemy soldiers were systematically eliminated, even in their advantageous defensive positions, being thrown out of rooms or slain by the relentless blades. The combatants' objective seemed less about vanquishing the attacking forces and more about stalling for time to assist their comrades. This was a vexing dilemma. While defeating them seemed a straightforward task, annihilating them proved exceedingly challenging, as the fortress lay in ruins, with breaches between each castle and even among the walls allowing for free passage. Nevertheless, the entire fortress was gradually being cleared, with the soldiers remaining in the lower chambers falling one by one. As Albert's forces grasped the principles of room assault, they began to sustain fewer casualties while successfully capturing each chamber. In the heat of battle, nearly 400 of Albert's soldiers had succumbed. Regarding the enemy's losses, Albert remained uncertain, though he was aware that at least over 1,000 still lurked within the fortress. The scene was extraordinarily chaotic, and the second floor remained an enigma, concealing an unknown number of foes. Clearing the first floor had already proven cumbersome, and the task of addressing the second floor promised to be even more arduous. At long last, they had thoroughly eliminated the enemy soldiers on the ground floor. Within this formidable castle, they had incurred minimal losses in the field, yet suffered significant casualties in the close-quarter combat indoors, with nearly all of their losses stemming from within the castle's confines. At this moment, Albert found himself intrigued by this commander, as it was the first time he had encountered someone so resilient. Chapter 57. The Battle of Herrenberg. 3 now? Only the enemy forces on the upper floor remained. Albert had lost track of how many rooms he had fought through, but one thing he was certain of was his desire to confront the commander once he surrendered or was captured. However, the staircase posed considerable challenges. The enemy had fortified every corner, and the rickety stairs could barely withstand any large-scale commotion. Most critically, the stairs were too narrow to allow them to lift the incendiary oil cabinet. Albert had no choice but to take the lead. dispatching all enemies on the staircase before moving on to clear the next corner. Although the enemy soldiers were not particularly skilled, fighting two at a time proved to be quite taxing for Albert, especially since he wielded a conventional sword rather than a massive axe. Consequently, when faced with multiple foes side by side, Albert found himself struggling, and his combat efficiency began to wane. Finally, just as he felt on the verge of collapse, they had successfully ascended to the upper floor. The staircase seemed poorly designed, winding around the castle's exterior before finally reaching the entrance to the second floor, providing ample opportunities for the enemy to fortify their position, much to Albert's dismay. Countless bloodstains marked their path, and his primary concern now was how to breach the second tier of this fortress. There were no convoluted rooms here, only a single chamber. Yet the enemy was well prepared to continue the fight. As Albert exposed himself, he was suddenly confronted by a massive spiked log rolling towards him. Desperately, he raised his shield to block the oncoming projectile, but once it halted, the soldiers behind began to push it downwards with relentless force. "Push me up," Albert shouted to the soldiers below, who began to strain against his back with their shields, desperately attempting to propel him upward. It was evident that this upward attack posture was far from favorable, and Albert exerted every ounce of strength to avoid tumbling down. Then, from behind the front line, two spearmen attempted to pierce his body directly. With the log bearing down on him, he had no means of escape. Suddenly, a soldier dashed in from beneath him, swiftly severing the advancing spear, and more soldiers surged into the fray from that position, quickly turning the entire second floor into a chaotic battleground once more. After dealing with the rolling logs, Albert personally entered the battlefield. Armed with his prowess as a champion of the tournament, he fought valiantly alongside his comrades, gradually clearing the enemy soldiers from the second floor. Soldiers continued to ascend the staircase from behind, and even a few men maneuvered a barrel of flaming oil into position, the fierce flames inflicting excruciating pain upon many Lannister soldiers. The task of clearing the second floor proved to be a prolonged endeavor, as these foes seemed to emerge from every corner. The resistance offered by this group of enemies exceeded Albert's expectations, yet their defiance was ultimately quelled. As the last plank was kicked aside, Albert glimpsed his opponent, a young man of similar age, adorned with lustrous golden hair and relatively handsome attire. Albert's own armor, having been battered in the fray, was now soiled and grimy. "Damn, you've certainly made us work hard," Albert remarked, now shielded by his attendants, allowing him to refrain from further combat. He did not express anger, but instead addressed the young man. "It is inevitable, given our duties. If I recall correctly, you must be the son of Kavon." "Indeed, that is my father," the young man replied. "No wonder, a staunch loyalist of House Lannister. It explains your prolonged resistance. You may choose to surrender now. We have no intention of harming your father." Albert attempted to persuade him. Given the current state of the battle, his soldiers were weary, and it would be ideal to secure a surrender. If that proved impossible, he would not hesitate to use the flaming oil barrel to turn the room into an inferno. "I can declare my surrender, but I have two conditions. First, you must release all prisoners. Second, you must ensure that the members of House Lannister are treated with respect. I cannot guarantee that, as they are not in my control at present. Moreover, the most pressing matter is that the Lannisters have slain my duke, and I lack the authority to offer such assurances. Then I too lack the authority to demand my soldiers' surrender." Upon closer observation, Albert discerned that most of these soldiers had merely found themselves on the wrong side in this conflict, stripped of their choice. Only by complicating the war could their lord mitigate punishment. After all, it was only through my resistance that I could convey my troubles to you, thus paving the way for better negotiation terms. Albert did not coddle them, addressing the soldiers directly. "I assure you, the prisoners will be treated well, and after the war concludes, you shall be allowed to return home. Otherwise, you will face annihilation." However, Albert witnessed no one surrender. Thus, since the soldiers had made their choice, Albert could not refuse. He dispatched his own troops to eliminate every last defiant soldier. The battle raged on for an extended period, continuing until the following morning, when after 2 rotations of soldiers, the area was finally cleared. Albert appeared utterly fatigued, having commanded his forces continuously for a full 2 days, transitioning from night to day and back again, until the early hours of the 3rd day marked the conclusion of the Battle of Harrenburg. He did not demand the head of the opposing commander, Fawn, but rather granted him the choice of his demise. Ultimately, this commander, who had thwarted him for over 2 days, opted to leap from a great height. This marked Albert's inaugural experience commanding such an intense siege. He had never envisioned a siege unfolding in such a manner. The enemy fiercely contested every room for control of the stronghold, yet fortune favored them in the end. The design of Harrenburg itself was intended for staunch defense, having been conceived to withstand the Targaryen dynasty. It was the largest and most formidable castle among the Seven Kingdoms. Though now, after being ravaged by flames, it lay in ruins, reduced to a vast expanse of debris. As the soldiers gathered their belongings, Albert resolved to continue southward to rendezvous with Stannis, anticipating fewer formidable foes along the way. Chapter 58. The Little Princess. After nearly a month of travel, they finally reached King's Landing. Along the journey, they encountered numerous small contingents of Lannister forces. While they managed to annihilate these encounters, they still suffered some casualties. Upon arriving at King's Landing, the original force of over 6,000 had dwindled to 500. Albert commanded his soldiers to prepare for recruitment while also instructing them to contact their headquarters. He intended to expand his personal guard to 500 men. Simultaneously, he dispatched a message to inquire about the progress of the wildfire gun's research, emphasizing the necessity of producing a substitute for the firearm before proceeding to ignite it. Having completed these tasks, 2 men bearing Robb's handwritten letter approached the castle to meet Stannis. The throne room remained unchanged. Yet the previously displayed banners of the Golden Stag had been replaced with those of the stag itself. Stannis sat upon the Iron Throne, perusing the letter that contained Robb's request for an alliance and the distribution of spoils following their victory in war. After a cursory glance, Stannis deemed the contents acceptable, considering that he had already secured an alliance with the Prince of Dorne and was indifferent to adding a northern prince to his ranks. I am now largely informed of the situation. Since you have been dispatched to provide support, please proceed to station your forces at our encampment. Your pay, supplies, and logistics will be managed by us, so kindly present a list of the provisions and equipment you require. Additionally, if you intend to recruit soldiers, it would be prudent to commence immediately, as we are preparing for a significant expansion of our forces. Stannis exhibited a level of courtesy that contrasted with Robert's demeanor, refraining from coarse language. That evening, a banquet was to be held in honor of their allies, with Prince Oberyn of Dorne expected to attend. Standing beside the newly appointed king, the Onion Knight added, "Prince Oberyn is a representative from Dorne, as the northern lords have already informed us in their correspondence." After Albert concluded his response, he and Elian retreated to attend to matters within the military camp before they could find time to rest. Albert's troops generally obeyed orders. However, the forces from Caho were rather different, for old Ricard's military acumen paled in comparison to that of his grandfather. Once they arranged the troops, they began to meander through the streets. Albert intended to procure a new suit of armor, having heard from his trade supervisor that they had successfully acquired a set of Valyrian steel armor on the continent of Essos. Although he desired it, he recognized it would not be within his grasp in the immediate future. It was indeed time for him to prepare a new suit of backup armor. Elian, on the other hand, had different aspirations. Being of youthful exuberance and still unengaged, he busied himself courting the noble ladies of King's Landing. Rather than purchasing armor himself, Albert enlisted the help of local shopkeepers to select a suitable set, as he had visited King's Landing only a few times and was unfamiliar with its weaponry or blacksmiths. Subsequently, in his ennui, Albert wandered the castle, for Stannis had assigned them accommodations within its walls, and it was prudent not to venture out of the city in search of lodging for the time being. Stannis, in contrast to Robert, exhibited a greater aptitude for governance, while the Onion Knight specialized in addressing the darker facets of society. Given his prominent role within the underworld of King's Landing, their partnership, forged over many years, was marked by an exceptional synergy. As for the Red Priestess, a minor disruption caused by Albert had resulted in a slight complication with her prophetic visions. They did indeed see Stannis seated upon the Iron Throne. Yet her interpretation suggested that, with the aid of the Red God, Stannis led an army to usurp King's Landing and seize the throne. The reality, however, was rather astonishing, given that Albert bore no connection to the Red God. Any affiliation he had would more likely be with the Seven. His explanation bore no relation to the Red God either. It would be absurd to suggest that Eddard Stark worshipped the Red God. Thus, Stannis' trust in the Red Priestess diminished sharply. Nonetheless, she claimed to possess the ability to cure Shireen's grayscale, reportedly with considerable efficacy. So it was decided she would take the lead. Albert was inclined to suggest that if she could foster a good relationship with Old Town, a treatment could indeed be procured. As the Citadel represented one of the most significant cultural hubs in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, second only to the lands of the East, almost any ailment could find a remedy there. As Albert descended the stairs, he chanced upon 2 small figures in the garden, the former princess with golden locks and the current princess with dark hair. Princess Shirleen's skin ailment is quite conspicuous. as her visage and half of her body are shrouded in a grayish hue. However, following the treatment administered by the lady in red, the discoloration on her face has largely subsided, rendering it nearly impossible to discern any condition while she dons her gown. Were it not for the effects of the ichthyosis on her appearance, Shirlyn would be considered rather charming. Although her hair bears the dark brown hue of her father, she possesses a pair of exquisite eyes inherited from her mother, reminiscent of radiant emeralds. Upon encountering the armored knight, the two princesses offered a slight bow. Albert, having garnered renown across the Seven Kingdoms due to his previous military victories, is an esteemed commander in both naval and land forces, a skilled inventor, an excellent hunter, the heir to a prosperous territory, and a distinguished merchant. The nobility of the southern realms harbors a measure of admiration for this rising star from the north, prompting many families with unmarried daughters to contemplate making their presence known at the upcoming ball. However, Albert notices a hint of melancholy in the azure depths of Mycella's eyes. The young princess harbors complex feelings regarding her relation to him, which Albert can accept, considering she remains unaware that her biological father is in fact her uncle. Yet, Albert fails to recognize the subtle, special sentiment Mycella harbors for him, as he is preoccupied with retrieving a shipment he has just received. The armor he requested has arrived with several samples for him to select from, necessitating his swift departure to avoid inciting the craftsman's ire. Chapter 59, The Ambush. The assassin Albert descended the spiral staircase, making his way towards the castle's grand entrance, while the two princesses resumed their repose in the garden after their courtesies. Albert had no intention of lingering. However, he suddenly spotted a long, dark object coiled nearby Mycella. Could it be a snake? He halted to scrutinize the sight. For in the royal gardens, the presence of such a fierce wild creature would be utterly unexpected. Yet, he was certain his eyes were not deceiving him. The creature's posture undeniably resembled that of a serpent. Moreover, Albert caught a glimpse of the creature flicking its long, forked tongue, a faint lavender hue indicating it was likely venomous. At that moment, the serpent was fixated on Mycella and Shirlyn. Mycella, upon noticing the snake, was overwhelmed with fright and screamed, drawing the attention of nearby guards. Unfortunately, the distance between the two girls and the snake was far shorter than that separating them from the guards. In a moment of urgency, Albert unsheathed his sword, fixating his gaze on the venomous serpent. "Come to me," he instructed the princesses before lunging forward, striking at the advancing serpent with a decisive blow. The two princesses appeared somewhat flustered, and under such circumstances, it was hardly reasonable to expect them to act with agility. The young ladies seemed utterly paralyzed by fear, prompting Albert to hastily maneuver himself beside them. The venomous serpent, as if capable of comprehending human discourse, immediately redirected its focus upon Albert after his shout. Albert was somewhat prepared. After all, he possessed a degree of experience in dealing with such beasts. However, in his haste to depart, he had neglected to bring his small shield, relying instead on the layer of armor he wore. Confronting the serpent, Albert remained resolute. After executing 2 tentative strikes, he discerned that the serpent appeared to be under some external manipulation. Aside from auditory signals and visual cues, pheromones must also be influencing the creature, as serpents rely on such chemicals for hunting and mating. Scanning his surroundings revealed no apparent puppeteer, thus Albert opted to engage the serpent first. The creature seemed to have undergone training. It displayed no fear of the armed knight, and instead taunted him with a flick of its tongue. At that moment, the palace guards arrived, and sensing the hostility of these newcomers, the serpent coiled low, its body undulating as it hissed ominously. The serpent seemed enraged, and Albert felt a wave of unease. After all, others were present in the face of an incensed, venomous creature, and even he harbored doubts about subduing it unharmed. The serpent paused momentarily before launching its attack. Albert intercepted the serpent's fierce charge with his sword, swiftly pivoting to deliver a decisive blow that cleaved the creature in two. Just as relief washed over the onlookers at the serpent's demise, a figure cloaked in black suddenly burst forth from the ranks of the guards. Wielding a short sword that glimmered with a purplish hue, the assassin charged directly towards Mycella, brandishing a blade that was likely laced with poison. Without a moment's hesitation, Albert leaped to intercept the intruder, drawing his own sword and eyeing the assassin's toxic weapon with trepidation. Deep down, Albert felt uncertain. His armor, though present, was not particularly formidable by southern standards. Should the assassin come prepared, his short sword might possess formidable armor-piercing capabilities. "If I am not mistaken, you are a serpent master." Albert attempted to engage the adversary in conversation, hoping to distract him in this tense moment. The serpent master is a mysterious profession from the continent of Essos, akin to shadow binders and crimson-robed witches. endowed with a fantastical aura. These individuals wield the ability to control serpents and excel in assassination. Their powers reminiscent of the shapeshifters from the north, yet limited to serpentine creatures. Damn, Albert confirmed. The short sword in the assassin's hand was undoubtedly coated with serpent venom. The other party appeared equally astonished that Albert had discerned his identity. However, despite his surprise, he did not cease his actions. Albert understood that the individual likely had little desire for conversation, thus he resolved to first overcome him. Only by calming him could he hope to extract the remaining information from his lips. Lacking a shield. After all, who would come to pay homage to a lord bearing one? Albert found himself reliant solely on his half-worn armor. The assassin, agile and swift, lunged forward with a single stride, gripping his dagger in a reverse hold, aiming for Albert's chest. "Be careful," Mizera exclaimed from behind. Albert, undaunted, adjusted the angle of his short sword and thrust it directly into the assassin's dark cloak. To his astonishment, he felt no tangible resistance. The man bore no armor. Realizing this, Albert swiftly redirected his hand, delivering a horizontal slash. The assassin, quick on his feet, leapt back just in time to evade Albert's strike. With a daring advance, he swung his sword ferociously, yet failed to connect, for his opponent skillfully dodged. Albert, regaining his composure, pivoted his hand again, slashing in the opposite direction. This time, although the assassin was aware of the incoming attack, the confined space hindered his escape, and Albert's blade grazed his skin. Evidently, the blow did not incapacitate the assassin. Instead, he recoiled momentarily, creating distance between them. Albert was intent on pursuing. But the assassin swiftly retrieved a poisoned dart, and before Albert could react, his left arm was pierced. A cascade of dazzling lights flickered before his eyes. "Damn it, my head feels so heavy," he thought. Struggling to maintain his footing, he plunged his long sword into the ground for support, but soon felt the world spinning around him. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, he caught a final glimpse of Mizera, her face etched with concern as she knelt beside him. He attempted to lift his left hand to caress her cheek, yet for reasons unknown, his arm felt unbearably heavy, as if all strength had been sapped from him. The spinning intensified, and the heat on his forehead surged. His attempt proved futile, and he slipped into oblivion. Chapter 60. Valaya, damn it, damn it, damn it. When did that night appear? In a secluded alley of the flea market, the cloaked figure removed his hood, revealing his light brown skin, flaxen hair, and the serpent-like golden eyes characteristic of his kind. He had meticulously crafted his plans, even anticipating the reactions of the guards, yet had failed to account for the presence of two northern knights. Indeed, at this moment, the only person aware of Albert's entrance into the stronghold of King's Landing is likely himself. The female assassin was seething with rage, for she was now injured. Through his probing, Albert discerned that the assassin bore no armor, leaving her with a relatively shallow yet successfully inflicted wound upon her abdomen. Given the circumstances, with the assassination having failed, it was certain that King's Landing would enter a state of lockdown, diminishing her chances of acquiring medicine. She touched the pouch strapped to her thigh, containing only a few meager silver stags and copper stars, a sum far too paltry to secure accommodations at a respectable inn. Originally, Valaya had planned to eliminate Marcella and exchange a strand of her golden hair for a bounty, allowing her to escape this wretched cesspool. However, who could have anticipated an unexpected interruption by some northern knight? This had derailed all her plans and left her injured. Now, with scant funds and a need to tend to her wounds, she faced the additional burden of replacing her deceased snake and finding suitable lodgings. Staying too long in this filthy flea-infested hovel could lead to a severe infection, and this era was not akin to the time before Albert's arrival. Infections during the medieval period could be fatal. A crucial factor determining whether a wound becomes infected is the cleanliness of one's surroundings. How sanitary could a squalid alley be? One might wonder. Therefore, it was imperative for her to find lodging swiftly. She could not afford to spend the night here. Damn those northern folk. Should she survive this ordeal, she would ensure to place a curse upon him. However, having been injected with her snake's venom, he might struggle to survive. Valaya retained a measure of confidence. After all, her snake's venom was exceptionally potent, a testament to her audacity in undertaking such a perilous task as a lone woman. Aside from herself, few possessed the antidote to her venom, and saving him would necessitate bloodletting. There was no other remedy. Yet, considering the speed at which the venom spread, unless someone bled him while simultaneously transfusing blood, he would perish before the bloodletting could reach the critical point. Though injured, she deemed this encounter not entirely fruitless. Should she be unable to save the boy, she could still infiltrate under the guise of a physician, seeking another opportunity to strike. But first, She needed to tend to her wound. Valaya glanced around. This flea-ridden lair offered no suitable refuge, and the unsanitary conditions compelled her to make her way toward the residential district. If all else failed, she could resort to eliminating a couple of doctors and assume their identities. Resolved in his determination, Valaya tore a bit of the black hood enveloping him, subsequently tearing his trousers as well, masquerading as a girl who had been assaulted. He stumbled and ran towards the nearest physician's residence. The castle was in disarray. The assassin's audacity had left Stannis astounded, for he had never anticipated that anyone could draw so close to his palace, nearly taking his daughter's life. What is the meaning of this? How could an assassin penetrate the palace's defenses? He thundered at the captain of the guards. After a moment's pause, Stannis inquired, "Are you certain there is no antidote?" Maester Crescent shook his head. "My liege, we have yet to discover a remedy." Stannis's countenance darkened. After all, Albert was not merely a supporter but also the Lord of the North, serving as his liaison and ambassador. Such a fate befell him, and Stannis found himself in a precarious position, unable to safeguard his own castle and guests. If a king cannot protect his own stronghold, how can he hope to defend his realm? This was undeniably a sign of incompetence. Yet, the maester was at a loss, for the serpent's venom was exceedingly potent. By the time they had laid Albert upon the sickbed, the toxin had already spread across half his body, and under its influence, the veins on one side turned a sinister shade of purple. His daughter and niece stood anxiously nearby, observing the dire situation within the chamber. Although they were not the biological offspring of the former king, Stannis still afforded them the privileges of prince and princess, while the queen remained under house arrest. Deemed too excessive in her actions, Stannis's pretext for waging war against Tywin was the alleged murder of the previous kings by the Lannister family. The fact that the three children were not Robert's true heirs was known only to a select few, including himself. After all, family disgrace must remain concealed. "Uncle, what is the situation?" Stannis was intercepted by his niece and daughter as he stepped outside. The two young girls stood at the door, tears glistening in their eyes. Having waited there for quite some time, "Father will find a way, you two need not worry." Stannis was at a loss for words, offering this meager comfort to his daughter and niece. At that moment, the Red Priestess emerged from the shadows. Only the blood of a king can save him, to purge the poison coursing through his veins. In this dire circumstance, we must bleed him, expelling the serpent's tainted blood. "What nonsense are you spouting, heretic? If we release all the blood now infected by the venom, he will perish from loss of blood. Thus, we must bleed him while simultaneously administering a transfusion." "And whose blood do you intend to use for the transfusion?" Stannis's voice was heavy with concern. After all, he was unfamiliar with such a treatment, and he wondered if the castle's resources could accommodate such a procedure. The gaze of the crimson-robed witch lingered upon Myrcella. For the blood of this young maiden bore an extraordinary quality, akin to that of royal blood, yet not entirely so. If one were to draw a comparison, it resembled the blood of saints. Whether the blood of kings would prove efficacious remained uncertain, yet in this dire moment, the witch felt compelled to gamble on this unlikely remedy. She intended to utilize this successful act of salvation to convince Stannis of the Red God's formidable power. Chapter 61. My will be done. The blood of the little princess and the two princes could indeed be employed, but only with the express consent of the donors. Otherwise, it would poison the recipient. Should the owner of royal blood explicitly refuse, any forced extraction would transform it into toxic blood, far deadlier than any poison known to man. Stannis pondered deeply. While he harbored no desire to harm Albert, he could not wager the safety of his three nephews. This matter necessitated the counsel of the former queen. Yet, given her nature, her approval was unlikely. Even with another, she would never permit her children to part with their lifeblood, let alone considering her utter disdain for Albert, who had thwarted her ambitions and reduced her from a once revered queen to a mere captive within the palace walls. It was said that the madwoman had laughed for a full 20 minutes upon learning of Albert's injury. Convincing her would be more challenging than persuading a lion to forego its meal. Stannis resolved not to pursue that avenue further, and Tommen had always harbored a fear of pain, while Joffrey had never shown a propensity for altruism. Thus, the only viable option lay before him. He hesitated, casting his gaze upon his niece. The sole remaining possessor of royal blood was Myrcella, yet how could he possibly allow his youngest niece to undergo such a perilous procedure? After all, in this age, blood transfusions were fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could result in both donor and recipient contracting a virus, a scenario that would render any potential gain utterly futile for Stannis. Yet Myrcella's expression was remarkably resolute. The young girl comprehended the witch's words, fully aware that only her blood could save Albert, who lay in a sickbed. "Uncle, please use my blood. I am willing," she declared. Stannis gazed in astonishment at the 12-year-old tugging at his trousers. The notion of a blood transfusion was indeed a daunting one, even for an adult such as himself, who momentarily faltered at the thought. Yet here stood his niece, embodying a bravery that left him in awe. The crimson-robed witch knelt before Myrcella and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to offer your blood?" Myrcella's voice, though soft, was imbued with unwavering conviction. "Lady Witch, then please use my blood to save Sir Albert." Evidently, the Scarlet Witch was taken aback by the young girl's audacity. Nevertheless, she gently laid the girl upon the bed and, wielding the dagger in her hand, made an incision on the girl's arm. Blood began to flow forth, and for a fleeting moment, a look of pain crossed Myrcella's face, but she swiftly regained her composure. At that moment, the Scarlet Witch produced a prepared tube, aligning it with the wound, while simultaneously inflicting a cut on Albert's arm and affixing the tube to his injury, thus commencing the transfusion. The 12-year-old girl undoubtedly possessed less blood than Albert. However, it was unnecessary for the entirety of her blood to be transferred. The primary objective was merely to ensure that Albert did not succumb during the process of bloodletting. Yet, throughout the transfusion, vigilant supervision was imperative to halt any bleeding promptly and to avert the formation of clots. Thus, Albert was akin to a swimming pool often depicted in mathematics textbooks, simultaneously losing and replenishing blood, and soon the darkened veins began to fade, returning to their normal hue. The transfusion would need to persist for an extended duration, demanding constant oversight. Consequently, the witch expelled everyone else from the room. Valaya, cradling her wounded body, sat in a relatively clean chamber, while on the opposite side lay two corpses. It appeared that this woman had successfully usurped the dwelling, while the two cadavers belonged to the unfortunate original inhabitants of the room. Skillfully, she bandaged her wounds and wiped her blade. This endeavor had proven costly. She had lost the venomous serpent she had painstakingly nurtured, as well as a poisoned dart. Most critically, after exerting tremendous effort to infiltrate the castle, she had ultimately failed to eliminate her target and had nearly met her own demise. Glancing at her meticulously bandaged injury, she resolved to take action. Tomorrow, she vowed to venture to the Red Keep, striving to successfully eliminate that scoundrel, along with our little princess. To this day, Valaya remained oblivious as to who had commissioned her to assassinate the princess. Yet the remuneration offered was substantial enough to warrant the deployment of a full contingent of 15 assassins from headquarters. Although the number of those who arrived alive in Westeros is not worth mentioning, many had successfully infiltrated the military encampments, only to be systematically dealt with before reaching the castle. Valaya had managed to ensnare 2 patrolling guards through the allure of her charms, and after dispatching them, she had gained entry into the castle. Originally, Valaya hailed from the slave city of Meereen, where both her parents and she herself were once enslaved. On a night that was as ordinary as any other, her master attempted to claim her body, having killed her parents in the process. Just then, a hired assassin from her enemies appeared and poisoned her master before her very eyes. From that moment onward, she became affiliated with the assassins and, after undergoing rigorous trials, ultimately emerged as a skilled killer within their ranks. Since embarking on this journey, I have endured the brutality of slaughter on 7 or 8 occasions and have garnered a modest reputation within the Serpent Order. Initially, I had no intention of accepting this particular task, as my master had not assigned it to me. However, driven by my curiosity to uncover the circumstances surrounding this mission, I seized the opportunity. I anticipated a straightforward endeavor, yet I nearly met my demise. The thought of this sends a pang of pain through me, for that venomous serpent was a prized possession I had painstakingly acquired from my leader at great cost. Its poison is virtually irredeemable. This serpent was pivotal to my successful execution of tasks. Thanks to it, and its potent toxins, I managed to complete missions time and again with ease. Yet now, my companion, this serpent, has been cleaved in 2 by the heir of the Northern Count. Not only must I expend effort to find a new serpent, but I also need to extract its venom to reapply it to my blade. Each instance of reapplying the poison is fraught with peril and difficulty, which explains my rather grim demeanor. Inwardly, I have made a mental note to hold Albert accountable for this misfortune. Chapter 62, Awakening in a Haze. Albert felt something gently caressing his lips. He had lost track of how long he had been unconscious, but an overwhelming thirst consumed him. Damn it! What on earth had that fiend coated his sword with? Albert cursed inwardly, feeling that the act of poisoning a blade was utterly excessive, devoid of any semblance of knightly honor. Water, Albert murmured absent-mindedly, and suddenly a cool sensation graced his lips. As a stream of fresh water poured into his mouth, he struggled to open his eyes, yet perhaps due to the lingering effects of the poison, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. He exerted himself to pry them open, but to no avail. Albert shook his head vigorously, attempting to distance his mouth from that chilling touch, for he had had his fill of water. The guards outside seemed to understand his intent and swiftly withdrew the icy cup from his lips. Albert yearned to open his eyes wide enough to discern who was watching over him. It felt as though he had kept them closed for far too long, and the world beyond was filled with crystalline shapes. Damn, those should be his eyes. Sensing Albert's desperation to awaken, a cool hand brushed against his eyelids, clearing away the debris. Ah, much better. Albert felt the last remnants of resistance fade away, and he summoned his strength to open his eyes. A narrow slit gradually widened, and the person attending to him appeared equally exhilarated, leaping from their chair and rushing towards the door. Albert fully opened his eyes, adjusting to the bright light outside, and attempted to turn his head. This room should be the one designated for my rest. Albert strained to sit upright, realizing that his arm, seemingly still unwell, was bound with a large roll of bandages. Damn it. It appeared he would have to wait until someone came in to assist him. After an indeterminate period, the person who had been attending to him returned, and after gazing for some time, Albert recognized her as Mizella. The signs of exhaustion were evident on the young woman's face, indicating she had not rested for quite some time. Albert summoned all his strength to sit up, but she, clearly perceiving his weakness, gently helped him to rise. Thank you. Having just regained consciousness, Albert's face was still pale, and a gnawing hunger accompanied him. At that moment, others began to arrive, with Elyan and Princess Sharen leading the way. Following closely behind were Stannis, accompanied by the scholar, the red-robed woman, and the Onion Knight. How long have I been unconscious? Exactly 2 days, not excessively long, Elyan replied succinctly. Albert exhaled a sigh of relief, having feared he had been asleep for an eternity. Were the assailants apprehended? Elyan's response was brief, no. After chasing them to their lair, they vanished. Albert paused in contemplation. Indeed, such a person, capable of nearly ending his life, posed a significant threat. Furthermore, their target appeared to be the princesses and princes. The reckless attack on the 2 princesses indicated that the assailant's objective was likely the children. At present, we are strategizing on how to capture these individuals. Since you have encountered him, does he possess any distinguishing features? He appears to be a serpent handler, unarmored. My sword grazed him, leaving a wound on his abdomen. Anything else? It is highly probable that he is not male, for when the dart was launched, I observed his face lacked facial hair. The men present could not suppress their laughter, but quickly stifled their smiles. Albert, please maintain a serious demeanor. I shall do my utmost. It was now confirmed that the assailant's target was indeed the princesses, and possibly the princes as well. Albert could acutely sense Micella's tension beside him, her hand gripping his arm tightly. Fear not. I have devised a plan to confront him. Albert stated calmly. Could I trouble you for a glass of water? Mizella promptly handed him a glass water jug from beside her. Albert took a sip and continued, currently. Our sole advantage lies in the fact that I have awakened, while he remains oblivious to this. He still believes I am in a state of unconsciousness. We shall exploit this to draw the serpent out of its lair. My lord, you must swiftly announce to the outside that an assassin has infiltrated your court, injuring a knight, and offer a substantial reward for the antidote. As these assassins have accepted their mission, it is inevitable that they will persist in its completion. Thus they will continue their attempts to infiltrate the castle. We must create an opportunity for them, as we know that the adversary is a young man with a belly wound, unarmored. Furthermore, the serpent bearers possess a distinctive feature that others lack, their amber eyes. At this juncture, a scholar remarked that serpent bearers share similarities with the shapeshifters of the north. Both can command beasts to fight on their behalf. Albeit the serpent bearers can only control snakes, whereas shapeshifters can manipulate various creatures. The serpent bearer's snake has already been slain by Albert, significantly diminishing his combat capabilities. Elyan continued, suggesting that if he is aware Albert is still alive, he might assume the guise of an antidote specialist to gain entry into the castle, seeking another chance to target the 2 princesses. This could provide us with an excellent opportunity to capture him and extract information regarding his superior and the one who orchestrated his actions. The serpent bearer's headquarters is in the city of Milan, and they worship the god of all serpents, Kuz. The red-robed witch remarked that this is a rather niche belief. They take pride in commanding snakes, and it is likely that more than one serpent bearer is involved in this assault, as I have frequently observed traces of these reptiles' movements near the castle. We must prepare to face an overwhelming assault from a multitude of enemies, who may be accompanied by snakes, and thus all soldiers must be ready for defense. The guard contingent I brought can partake in the combat, Albert stated. I have arranged for a batch of armor to be crafted at a nearby blacksmith. If fully equipped, their defensive capabilities should surpass those of the Red Keep's guards. Elyan exclaimed, Where do you acquire such wealth? Sugar, crossbows, and paper. Paper has begun to circulate slowly in the southern Six Kingdoms, and it has even been embraced as currency in certain regions. Chapter 63. Capturing the target. Thus, the plan was established. The news of Albert's awakening was tightly controlled, to the extent that even the North remained unaware. Stannis publicly declared that a knight from the North had been injured in an assassin's attack and urgently required the expertise of a renowned physician to counteract snake venom. The number of dependable doctors within the city is quite limited. Most are charlatans, but targeted inquiries based on the physical characteristics of the assailant have proven somewhat effective, as he is unarmored with a wound on his abdomen and striking golden eyes. The city's defense forces searched throughout for individuals possessing these traits. Amber hair is indeed rare, and an abdominal wound is even more so. Numerous soldiers roamed the entirety of the urban area, scouring every locale except the flea market, having traversed nearly the whole city. The Onion Knight also mobilized his influence to overturn the entire flea market, apprehending all local ruffians to inquire if anyone had seen an individual with amber pupils. Every individual capable of becoming a physician was subjected to such inquiries. Soldiers not only questioned them directly, but also conducted searches within their abodes. Valaia's hideout had been scoured repeatedly, yet the clever young woman had managed to evade detection each time, believing that the soldiers were unaware of the distinctive characteristics of her pupils, which were indeed amber-colored, a feature known to only a select few. In truth, once the soldiers of the city guard departed, they promptly reported unusual circumstances at the physician's residence. As these two soldiers resided nearby and had previously consulted this doctor, Stannis had specifically instructed his men not to raise any alarms. Any findings were to be meticulously compiled and reported. Initially, there were concerns that she might be concealed within a flea-infested den, but upon witnessing the Onion Knight mobilizing his forces to overturn the entire flea nest without uncovering a single amber-eyed individual, their fears were alleviated. This outcome was not unexpected. After all, Albert had inflicted a wound upon his opponent with his sword and would certainly avoid such unsanitary conditions to prevent infection. Once the city guard confirmed the location of their target, Stannis personally led the troops to encircle the area, sealing it off completely. Unimportant residents had already been evacuated by the city guard, leaving only the room of the female assassin. In the entirety of King's Landing, there were scarcely any female physicians. When Valaia cautiously peered out, she realized she had been surrounded. A serpent bearer requires a snake to unleash their full combat potential. Their assassination prowess hinges significantly upon their pet. Without a snake, their capabilities would be severely diminished. However, Valaia had already been cleaved in two by Albert and was now encircled by the city guard, rendering escape impossible. Yet, the young woman did not surrender easily. Despite lacking a snake or venom, she successfully dispatched two soldiers before being apprehended by Stannis himself. Stannis was taken aback to discover that his adversary was a woman. He roughly tore open her abdominal garments, revealing a genuine wound beneath. A false physician, amber eyes, and an abdominal injury. There was no doubt. She was indeed an assassin, agile in her movements. To prevent her escape, Stannis had prepared an extended set of shackles, which he fastened around her ankles and forcefully pulled down, causing the coarse metal to inflict a deep gash on Valaia's ankle. Convinced that this assassin was now incapable of fleeing, Stannis returned to the castle, confining Valaia in the darkest depths of the dungeon. He also doubled the guard outside to ensure that this assassin could not escape once more. The conditions in the dungeon were far from pleasant, and with the injury on Valaia's ankle, any subsequent infection would further hinder her chances of escape. Stannis had no intention of letting the assassin escape, for it was a blatant affront to his honor. He could not protect his own castle or his own guests, and his daughter had nearly fallen victim to an assassination attempt. Valyria was temporarily confined in the dungeons, while the other serpents lay either dead or injured, making further attacks unlikely for the time being. Albert, too, had not fully recovered. His dominant hand bore the mark of a poisoned dart that had only recently been extracted, leaving a conspicuous scar. This woman had indeed struck with ferocity, aiming directly for the artery in his arm. Despite Albert's evasive maneuver, the dart had caused significant damage, as its inertia had pulled the flesh aside, resulting in torn muscle, thereby incapacitating him from wielding his sword for the moment. During this time, our third brother had finally assembled his forces, totaling over 60,000 men. Although he would need to allocate 20 to 30,000 to monitor movements to the south, it still constituted a formidable army. After joining forces with over 10,000 of his own men, the coalition army at Storm's End had swelled to over 40,000, slowly advancing towards King's Landing. The garrison defending King's Landing supplemented by the reinforcements brought by Albert, numbered no more than 20,000. The probability of successfully conducting a siege was slim, thus it seemed likely they would have to engage in open-field combat. However, Albert's current condition rendered him ill-suited for such a confrontation. Consequently, Albert could only lead his King's Guard to hold the walls, while observing the others engage in battle below. Meanwhile, Stannis had dispatched letters requesting aid to the Vale and Dorne. Prince Oberyn was also within the city. However, he had not been able to meet with Albert during the banquet that fateful night when Albert fell into a poisoned stupor. This time, Oberyn was stationed in the city to assist in its defense, while Stannis himself led the main army into the field. The garrison was composed of Albert's personal guard, cavalry, and crossbowmen, totaling nearly 500 men, alongside Oberyn's own contingent of 1,000 and 2,500 city defense troops. Engaging in open-field combat against Stannis's forces were his 13,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, and a mixed contingent of 3,000 from the north, led by Arianne. The troops encamped on the western side of the city, swiftly erecting a robust military encampment, forming a strategic position against King's Landing. Given their numerical superiority, the opposing forces were compelled to divide their ranks in order to secure victory. It was hoped that the third brother could simultaneously assault the city while attacking the main camp. Chapter 64. The Battle of King's Landing. 1. The coalition's total strength reached 45,000, while the enemy boasted 40 siege crossbows. It was uncertain whether Highgarden could fully deploy its armaments, so it was assumed that all 40 crossbows were the possessions of Storm's End. The infantry numbered approximately 40,000, with cavalry amounting to 5,000. In comparison, their absolute numbers far exceeded those of the defenders. Lancelot was acutely aware of his limitations, which is why, despite bringing only a modest force, he successfully ensnared the formidable general, Lord Tarly of the Riverlands. Lancelot himself commanded a contingent of 20,000 infantry to besiege the city, while Tarly led another 20,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry to confront Stannis. Even in the event of defeat, their assembled forces surpassed the defenders by more than double. In Western Europe, it is not uncommon to lay siege with several times the number of troops, as long as one has over 20,000 soldiers. An attempt is deemed feasible. As for the clash between Stannis and Tarly, we shall set that aside for the moment and examine the situation within the city. Lancelot was a barely competent noble commander, and his army was devoid of cavalry, consisting solely of 20,000 infantry surrounding the city. However, the siege perimeter did not encompass the harbor. While the 2,000 soldiers could easily encircle the entire city, their crossbows failed to exert sufficient impact. When their artillery attempted to breach the walls, Albert commanded the wall's crossbowmen to pierce the siege engines with heavy quarrels, which proved far more effective than the projectiles. Before long, the army's 40 crossbows were entirely annihilated. Albert continued to direct his soldiers to sweep away the enemy infantry with his heavy crossbows. With the loss of their artillery, the infantry began to disperse and launched assaults through various engineering methods. Lancelot ordered his troops to dig tunnels, while Albert simultaneously commanded his men to disrupt the enemy's progress with crossbow fire and to excavate counter-tunnels within the city. Regarding the command and training of the crossbows, Albert had brought a total of 120 crossbows, in addition to the 40 already stationed at King's Landing, effectively suppressing the attacking forces. Consequently, Lancelot could not deploy his infantry to storm the gates, as even a single quarrel could impale 3 or 4 soldiers, leaving them to suffer in agony rather than dying instantly, which posed a significant psychological and physiological challenge for the troops. Thus, they were compelled to resort to tunneling as a means of attack. However, the traces of their excavation were glaringly obvious, marked by several straight lines leading directly to the walls. Albert ordered his men to collapse the tunnels with artillery fire and then commanded them to dig vertical shafts above the tunnels, descending through these to impede the enemy's engineering efforts. Soon, both sides engaged in a series of fierce skirmishes around the sprawling network of tunnels near the city. Faced with tunnels that could not be seized, Albert opted to obliterate them with crossbow fire. Unable to breach the city through tunneling, Lancelot commanded his soldiers to fell great trees, binding the fallen timber into large shields, which they then raised in a concerted assault against the walls. After contemplating for a moment, Albert ordered his men to deploy flammable oil, hauling fire barrels up to the walls. Though their range was limited to about 6 meters, as long as they could set the wooden walls ablaze, it would suffice. The blazing oil cauldrons, an extraordinary weapon, were evidently unforeseen by the forces of Lannister in both intelligence and combat. As wooden walls ignited one after another, Lannister's fury escalated, prompting him to command his soldiers to set up catapults to bombard the city walls directly, with wooden barriers positioned before the catapults to intercept crossbow bolts and arrows. Albert ordered the use of crossbows to first launch a canister of oil onto the wooden walls, followed by a command for soldiers to shoot flaming arrows at those same walls. Once the wooden structures were drenched in oil, the subsequent assault from fire arrows swiftly transformed them into a conflagration of burning timber, leaving the catapults once again exposed and shattered by the crossbows. Lannister instructed his archers to suppress the enemy archers atop the city walls. However, the gathered archers became perfect targets for the opposing crossbows. Albert directly commanded 20 crossbows to target the congregated infantry, while another 20 were designated to demolish the enemy's tunnels, collapsing every established passageway. It appeared that the assault on the city would not be easily accomplished. Lannister could not gain an advantage from the front. The gates of King's Landing had remained unscathed through numerous battles, rendering their defenses remarkably resilient. His infantry found it impossible to reach the gates, as Albert's crossbow placements aimed for crossfire effect, with at least 3 crossbows positioned on the same enemy tower and mutual cover between 2 towers, effectively obstructing the enemy infantry's charge. With no other recourse, Lannister commanded his infantry to advance in a scattered formation towards the walls. Albert, cunningly, rammed the oil cauldrons directly against the city walls. Should any soldier manage to scale them, they would be met with a fierce jet of fire, often igniting soldiers before they could launch their own attacks against the enemy atop the walls, sending them plummeting below. Lannister had no choice but to instruct his men to construct catapults, this time binding wooden boards directly to them, positioning the catapults beyond the range of arrows. As long as their crafted siege engines were sufficiently numerous, they could pose a threat to the enemy towers before being destroyed by crossbows. On another front, Lannister dispatched his deputy to launch an assault from the direction of the harbor. A frontal attack would only squander his forces upon the battlefield, leading to a blood-soaked fortress that could not be filled. The defense of the harbor was primarily managed by a segment of the city garrison and the Onion Knights' elite forces. Although they were not fully prepared to face the onslaught, the sheer size of Lannister's auxiliary forces was difficult to conceal, and soon, both sides engaged in combat near the harbor. In comparison to Albert's well-trained troops, the soldiers of the city garrison clearly lacked proficiency, while Lannister's forces, being regular troops, surprisingly gained the upper hand. At that moment, the previously cleared harbor area erupted with the thunderous sound of hooves. It was the cavalry force that Albert had stationed within the city. Indeed, it was the 800 heavy cavalry from White Harbor. Once the debris near the port was cleared away, a vast expanse of open ground was revealed, providing ample space for the knights to charge. The infantry, who had nearly succeeded in their assault, were once again driven back into the sea by the cavalry. Gazing at the formidable fortress across the way, though filled with fury, Lannister found himself powerless. At that moment, a towering knight clad in iron armor surged forth with his men from one flank. This formidable warrior led his troops through the rain of crossbow bolts, astonishingly reaching the base of the city walls. Even Albert was taken aback. How had they managed to get this far? However, the knight's display of audacity was far from over. Seizing a sword from a soldier, he plunged it deep into the wall. Gripping the hilt with determination, he hoisted himself upward. Then, with another sword, he drove it into the wall, pulling himself up once more. This breathtaking method of assault left everyone in awe. Albert promptly ordered an attack using incendiary barrels. The fierce flames quickly forced the knight down from the wall, yet he did not concede defeat. Instead, he commanded his men to procure a long pole. What could he possibly intend? Before Albert could process this, he witnessed the enemy thrust that long wooden pole directly into his incendiary barrel, resulting in an explosion that engulfed both the barrel and the 3 soldiers operating it in flames. Unbelievable. Before Albert could react, the knight had already scaled the battlements. Meanwhile, Lannister, witnessing the silhouette of his troops finally appearing atop the wall, was overjoyed and immediately ordered a concentrated assault. Albert also directed his soldiers to encircle the knight. Yet this warrior was ferociously formidable. With his massive sword, he struck down all soldiers who dared to approach the parapet. Crossbow! Crossbow! A soldier urgently shouted, maneuvering the crossbow on the enemy's tower, loading a bolt aimed at the relentless knight. With a swift whoosh, the bolt was released. Chapter 65. The Battle of King's Landing. 2. As a tank ascended the walls, it unleashed a bloody massacre, casting many soldiers from the heights. Albert was compelled to command his guard to form a shield wall, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of this rampaging knight, who charged like a wild bull. Below, The Allied forces, sensing the breach, surged forward like rabid dogs. Albert simultaneously ordered the incendiary barrels to be dragged to the wall while arranging for the gap created by the Knights' charge to be blocked. The shield formations on both sides converged towards the center, attempting to contain this formidable foe. Yet, it was evident that this knight possessed an extraordinary strength, rivaling that of a mountain, nearly breaking through the shield wall. Ultimately, Albert was left with no choice but to employ the techniques used against the mountain, launching 3 or 4 lasso traps from various directions towards the knight. 2 nooses ensnared his legs, while another encircled his head. The soldiers on either side tugged desperately at the ropes. Initially, the knight managed to struggle, but when the 4th noose tightened around his waist, he was ultimately pulled to the ground, thrashing against the bindings. Albert methodically commanded the shield formation to converge, successfully capturing the fierce knight. Although Albert was curious to discern the identity of this formidable adversary, his primary concern remained the situation atop the walls. Despite the Blue Army seizing the opportunity to assault the ramparts, Albert swiftly stabilized the defenses, thwarting the attack before it could gain momentum. The newly deployed crossbow units quickly suppressed the advancing ranks with crossfire. Davis defended the opposite side of the fortress, facing an enemy contingent intent on assaulting the harbor. As thousands of soldiers prepared to launch their offensive from the harbor's direction, they were met not only by the newly repaired Iron Gate, but also by the White Harbor Fleet, which had long awaited their arrival. Exerting his authority, Albert dispatched his small fleet of 6 ships to a clandestine port within Blackwater Bay, evidently unnoticed by the enemy. Thus, this army was successfully intercepted during its advance, and the initially unprepared assault force was ambushed, suffering heavy losses as they struggled to reach the shore. Once ashore, they were met with a relentless barrage from various ranged weapons atop the walls. Ultimately, after depleting the majority of their strength, the army finally reached the Iron Gate of the harbor. They attempted to sever the iron lock with flames, and upon breaching the gate, they were immediately met with a hail of javelins from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the army disintegrated, with the remaining fleeing soldiers surrendering without resistance. Subsequently, the battle atop the walls devolved into a relentless cycle of the enemy's futile charges, littering the ground with corpses. Meanwhile, within the encampment beneath the walls, the fighting grew increasingly fierce, as neither Stannis nor his opponent, Tarly, was easily subdued. Both sides arrayed themselves across the plain. Tarly commanded merely 5,000 cavalry, a number comparable to Stannis's, but his infantry outnumbered Stannis's by a staggering 3-fold, easily surrounding the entire stronghold. Albert had not allocated an excessive number of crossbows to Stannis, as he understood that should the stronghold fall, these weapons would fall into enemy hands. Stannis, equipped with a substantial treasury, had no intention of engaging in a positional battle with his numerically inferior forces. He merely needed to hold out until Robb arrived with reinforcements, which would ultimately bring an end to this conflict. Robb marshaled his 20,000 troops, leaving Blackfish Brynden to lead the forces of Riverlands against Tywin's army. Meanwhile, over 18,000 from the Vale were swiftly approaching. Once all these forces converged at the city gates, they would possess the means to turn the tide decisively. Stannis commanded an army of over 20,000, engaged in a protracted siege, and it was inevitable that the opposing forces would incur losses. Should both contingents arrive in full strength, a qualitative shift in numbers would ensue. Renowned for his strategic acumen, Lannister understood this predicament, compelling him to seek a swift resolution. Delaying until the other 2 armies could reinforce him might result in the entire 45,000 being trapped. Even though the land forces of the Riverlands were unrivaled across the 7 kingdoms, they could not withstand such a significant blow. After all, 45,000 represented the upper limit of what House Tully could muster in a short span. Should this army face annihilation, Tully would have grave concerns for their own survival. Furthermore, the Dornish forces had commenced their assault on the Riverlands, while the Iron Fleet began striking various strongholds south of Fair Isle. Thus, it was evident that neither side could afford to lose this war. Tully meticulously arranged his troops to encircle the enemy like a swarm of ants. He was acutely aware that if the defenders employed numerous crossbows for their defense, the attackers would possess scant artillery of their own. With limited crossbow support, there was no need to scatter the troops for reinforcements. Instead, the soldiers charged forward, ladders in hand, launching themselves against the city walls. However, as they ascended halfway, they were met with a deluge of foul-smelling liquid cascading down upon them. Before they could react, the scalding substance burned them, sending them tumbling to the ground, where they were trampled by their comrades and subsequently dragged away by medics. This noxious liquid, composed of human excrement, caused severe skin burns upon contact, leading to rampant bacterial infections among the soldiers. Many faced amputation, while others succumbed to infection, with a few unfortunate souls rendered incapacitated for life. Stannis opted for patience rather than immediate confrontation, fully cognizant of the dietary habits that dictated the soldiers of the Stormlands, aware that they could not effectively fight at night. This strategy allowed him the luxury of retreating to the safety of the city. In turn, Tully devised an alternative approach to assault, tunneling. Stannis was aware that the enemy was digging tunnels but lacked adequate countermeasures, as he did not possess sufficient crossbows or techniques to thwart such endeavors. He could only command his soldiers to excavate counter-tunnels within the fortifications. However, Tully's strategy was evidently not aimed at tunneling directly to the citadel, but rather to undermine the very foundations of the walls, intending to collapse them entirely. Consequently, while Stannis' soldiers exerted every effort to dig counter-tunnels, Tully's forces patiently awaited their opportunity, undeterred by the futile attempts above. As Stannis pondered in confusion, the entire segment of the palisade suddenly collapsed. Subsequently, they found themselves surrounded by the relentless soldiers of the Riverlands. In Chapter 66, The Battle of King's Landing, 3, Albert was fiercely engaged in combat against the forces of Renly when he suddenly noticed a tremendous commotion emanating from the distant palisade. Observing the extensive marks upon the ground, Albert swiftly deduced the strategy employed by the adversary. Even he could not deny the brilliance of Tarly's plan. After all, without the protection of walls, it was exceedingly difficult for Stannis to secure victory with merely 10,000 foot and cavalry soldiers. Stannis did not exhibit remarkable combat prowess. His troops remained ensnared, suffering a severe beating, and only managed to break free with the cover of cavalry, retreating hastily towards the walls. Albert commanded his soldiers to unleash crossbow fire upon the enemy surrounding the walls, thereby granting Stannis' forces a critical opportunity. The city gates swung open, allowing them entry. Renly's army sought to capitalize on Stannis' troops' precarious position and launch a pursuing attack. However, Albert had strategically deployed 40 crossbows, creating a formidable barrage that sealed off the entire palisade. After suffering over 2,000 casualties, Renly's forces reluctantly chose to withdraw. Once the Riverlands' army disappeared from sight, Albert descended from the walls. Illyrian, gravely wounded, had seen significant losses among the troops he had brought from Castle Black. Even Stannis himself endured a strike from one of Renly's men during the retreat, narrowly escaping with his life as the blow struck his armor. Of the more than 10,000 troops Stannis had initially led, only slightly over 7,000 returned, while the northern contingent of 3,000 managed to bring back merely 1,400. Illyrian felt a chill run down his spine, as he had never anticipated such a tactical approach. The nearest forces belonged to the Vale, having commenced their march from the midstream of the Blackwater. In 4 days, the cavalry of the Vale would likely reach the city first. The alliance between the houses of Arryn, Stark, Baratheon, and Tully remained intact, and Stannis was firmly recognized as the primary heir to the throne. Thus, it was clear to all whom they should support in these tumultuous times. After regrouping, Royce led his cavalry ahead, while the infantry moved northward to rendezvous with Robb's army. The opposing forces were gradually assembling. However, at that moment, our comrade Renly remained blissfully unaware, reveling in the fleeting joy of having bested his brother. Stannis faced disgrace, and most critically, after suffering nearly 5,000 losses for various reasons, they would still have to endure for 4 more days in this beleaguered state. Yet, Renly's army did not emerge unscathed. As Albert's defenses held firm, Renly's forces incurred over 4,000 casualties and managed to breach only once, and that was through a solitary night's charge. However, the Taliban achieved a remarkably impressive exchange ratio, 3,000 to 5,000, which can only be described as a resounding victory. Albert assessed the strength comparison between the two sides. His forces had suffered losses exceeding 5,100 today, while the enemy had just over 6,000 casualties. If this attritional warfare continued, his side would ultimately bear the brunt of the losses. Yet, it was prudent not to prolong the conflict unnecessarily. If a decision was made not to engage in battle tomorrow, then holding the fort until reinforcements arrived should pose no significant issue. Stannis had also sustained some minor injuries, and after Albert had arranged for the defense of the battlefield, he personally visited to offer words of encouragement. Lannister had not scheduled a night attack for his troops, yet Albert saw an opportunity for a surprise strike. Nighttime raids had always been his forte. In this regard, he had amassed quite a reputation. That evening, Albert personally led a night assault unit of over 600 soldiers, equipped with 7 crossbows and a portion of gold, along with ample kerosene. stealthily descending from the city walls in baskets. The troops of the Riverlands were not universally averse to night raids. Yet Albert was confident that this particular contingent would be thoroughly intimidated as they hailed from the Vale. Indeed, this army's core was composed of soldiers from the Vale under Lannister's command. Given this fact, the soldiers from the Vale were unlikely to have ever encountered carrots, venison, or horsemeat, allowing Albert to deploy his men with confidence. Even if other Riverlands troops possessed the capability, if they did not constitute the majority of the garrison, they could be decisively vanquished. Albert brought along a considerable amount of oil, intending to enlighten Lannister's soldiers. The soldiers swiftly reached the camp's vicinity, and after Albert dispatched the sentries at the entrance with his nightblade, he opened the city gates. 400 commandos surged into the encampment, taking positions in various corners, while the remaining 200 soldiers were stationed near the main gate, tasked with holding back any potential counterattack from the enemy, thereby facilitating his forces' retreat. Albert himself, mounted on Nightblade, took charge of the incendiary devices. He was solely responsible for igniting the flames, while the other soldiers primarily focused on pouring the kerosene. Once all preparations were complete, Albert stealthily eliminated several wandering patrol members, with Nightblade effortlessly capturing and dispatching these individuals, allowing Albert to remain unconcerned about being discovered by the patrols. Once everything was in place, Albert ignited the flames and launched a signal rocket into the sky. Upon witnessing this signal, the surrounding soldiers promptly poured kerosene near the camp, with each squad converging towards the main gate. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the city gate ignited torches and began to roar with fury. The soldiers within the encampment were thrown into disarray, akin to a hornet's nest that had been disturbed, scattering in all directions. Albert commanded his soldiers to wreak havoc as much as possible. The 4 crossbows at the gate began incessantly firing upon the city walls. Ultimately, through the soldiers' relentless efforts, 2 segments of the walls were successfully breached. The fierce blaze engulfed the vicinity, leaving the opposing soldiers oblivious to the flames igniting on their own walls. The surprise attack was swift and effective. This time, Albert opted not to use baskets to retreat from beneath the walls, deeming such an act too humiliating. Instead, they chose to circumvent towards the harbor, where Albert, using torches, summoned his prepositioned fleet and successfully entered the city through the harbor. This successful ambush slightly lifted their morale, though the boost was minimal. After all, victory could not be achieved solely through stealth. Genuine confrontation was necessary to secure triumph. However, the next day, Albert was resolute in preventing Stannis from leading the troops down again. He would rather sacrifice all 6,000 of his soldiers than allow them to meet such a fate. As the morning mist gradually dissipated the following day, the siege troops discovered Albert along with his White Harbor cavalry and Royal Guard. This situation left the 2 primary commanders utterly bewildered. Albert had descended with just over 6,000 men to demand battle, although the city's garrison was not numerous. Facing more than 30,000 adversaries with a mere 6,000 was a daunting prospect. Despite Albert's nighttime raid having inflicted nearly 2,000 casualties on the enemy, their forces still held a significant numerical advantage. So far, the army had suffered losses of less than 10,000, while the enemy's losses, although similar, felt considerably heavier in comparison. In such circumstances, did he dare to send a mere 6,000 soldiers to assault my troops? Stannis had opposed the idea prior to Albert's descent, recognizing the peril inherent in sending so few men into battle. Yet Albert disregarded his counsel, boldly opening the city gates and leading his 6,000 soldiers into the fray. Had Albert lost his mind? Not at all. In fact, he had meticulously devised a strategy to repel the enemy. Currently, the advantage lay with Renly, primarily due to his overwhelming numbers. His camp was situated on the southern bank of the Blackwater River, and predictably, Albert's forces would not stand as equals to theirs. However, upon exiting the city, Albert arranged his troops along the banks of the Blackwater River. This maneuver necessitated that a portion of Renly's army must first defeat Albert before they could mount an attack on the city. Albert aimed to eliminate this small contingent of the enemy forces. Renly, however, did not regard Albert's army as a significant threat, believing that such a small number could scarcely make an impact. The enemy proceeded with their deployment, this time choosing to attack the city from 3 directions. The first assault was to be spearheaded by Tally, commanding a force of over 14,000 men. On one front, the forces commanded directly by Lannister number over 16,000, launching their assault from the harbor. The other contingent, led by the Knight of Flowers, Loras, comprises a smaller force of merely 8,000 troops. This marks the first engagement for the young Knight of Flowers, hence he has not been entrusted with a larger command. Following a moment of contemplation, Albert resolved to focus his breakthrough on the Knight of Flowers. Firstly, the enemy's point of attack is nearest to his defensive position, and secondly, the young knight is arguably the most manageable adversary among the attackers. The size of his forces, numbering just over 8,000, is significant. It occupies a middle ground, not too large, yet not inconsequential. Should this army be vanquished, it would inflict considerable pain upon the aggressors, though it would not deliver a devastating blow. Nevertheless, such a victory, albeit modest, remains crucial. Albert arrayed his troops along the riverbank, with infantry at the forefront and cavalry positioned behind. Closest to the river was a line of heavily shielded infantry accompanied by incendiary devices and several crossbows. The remaining crossbows were distributed in two sections, arranged in a crossfire formation to launch an assault on the enemy attempting to cross the river. Upon arrival, Albert observed that a portion of the Knight of Flowers forces was already attempting to traverse the river. Without hesitation, he personally led his cavalry to charge the enemy back down the riverbank. Subsequently, he organized his forces in formation, initially refraining from deploying the crossbows, maintaining a significant distance from the riverbank. Suddenly, an idea struck Albert. Perhaps he could deliver a significant blow to the Knight of Flowers forces. The Knight of Flowers had dispatched his cavalry to cross the river first. In this era, the primary tactic of ground forces hinges on cavalry breaking through enemy infantry lines, followed by infantry pursuing the remaining foes. The knight intended to employ this very strategy, positioning all his infantry behind his cavalry. However, they encountered the well-equipped guards of Albert, among whom were soldiers wielding heavy shields, in addition to the cavalry's nemesis, the pike infantry. Although Albert did not deploy the pike infantry as a distinct unit, he dispersed them among the infantry shield formations. Nonetheless, even a small contingent of pike soldiers could serve a crucial role in resisting the charge, as Albert's intention was not to directly confront the enemy cavalry with his pike infantry, but merely to delay them. Indeed, the primary mission of his forces was to stall the enemy. Albert initially positioned his infantry at the front, while placing cavalry, crossbows, and incendiary devices at the rear, with only a few crossbows accompanying the infantry formation, while the majority were stationed on the flanks. As the cavalry of the Knight of Flowers surged across the riverbank, they were met with the sight of the enemy's shields already fortified in position. The knights, thinking little of the situation, charged forward, firmly believing in the combat doctrine they had been taught, that cavalry could decisively break through infantry lines during battle. As the cavalry approached the shields, they soon realized that their adversaries had already erected a forest of long pikes before them. The cavalry collided violently with these formidable weapons, swiftly learning that certain obstacles are best avoided. The soldiers behind the pikes skillfully maneuvered their weapons, dislodging the mounted soldiers from their steeds, who met their demise almost instantaneously at the hands of the infantry. Meanwhile, more soldiers rode their war horses with fervor, crashing into the shield wall. Yet, behind that wall stood three ranks of soldiers, steadfastly maintaining their formation. The Flower Knight soon discerned that his forces were incapable of breaching this formidable line. Consequently, he resolved to send his remaining infantry across the river, seeking an opportunity for a flank attack. The infantry unit was slowly traversing the river's center, while Albert awaited the enemy's crossing, poised for the moment of counterattack. The Flower Knight's infantry gradually made their way through the turbulent waters, which were ill-suited for a swift crossing, and they would require time to regroup once they reached the opposite bank. At that moment, Albert commanded the central shields to withdraw slightly, moving in concert with the pikes, while the cavalry charging from the outside surged forward into the fray. However, upon breaching the line, they discovered that the crossbows were fully loaded, and before they could react and turn their mounts, they were transformed into a veritable hive of arrows. Simultaneously, other cavalrymen continued to surge through the breach, oblivious to the unfolding scene ahead, and suffered heavy casualties in waves. By the time the infantry had reformed their ranks, the cavalry had been nearly decimated. At this critical juncture, the long-awaited heavy cavalry finally erupted from the gap in the infantry line, while the infantry swiftly extended their flanks, encircling the enemy's ranks. The elite infantry, bearing their heavy shields and advancing forward, found themselves systematically targeted by the crossbowmen. The cavalry had brought the battle to a head, and only a handful of the enemy infantry retained the spirit to mount a defense in the face of the cavalry's advance. The majority, however, desperately sought to retreat towards the river, hoping to cross to safety. At this moment, Albert's strategically positioned crossbowmen played a pivotal role, piercing the bodies of all soldiers attempting to cross the river. Meanwhile, the Flower Knight and his retinue, having witnessed the grim fate of their soldiers in the river, chose to fortify their position rather than retreat, dispatching some of their men to request reinforcements. As they organized themselves into a defensive infantry formation, intending to hold their ground. Another of Albert's strategies was set into motion, the ferocious flaming oil containers. Almost all of the steadfast infantrymen were doused in the searing oil, rendering them unable to maintain their formation, as they were driven towards the raging river by the relentless wall of cavalry and infantry, or captured on the spot. Once Albert had resolved the conflict on this front, he positioned the infantry near the city gates and led his cavalry in a fierce charge. Relatively weaker. The rear flank of Lannister was caught unawares as the besieging forces were unexpectedly attacked from behind, resulting in utter chaos among their ranks. Stannis seized the moment to dispatch his scant cavalry to reinforce the front lines, and under this dual assault, Lannister's 14,000 soldiers faced a crushing defeat. Ultimately, Tarly remained unscathed, as Albert had no intention of targeting him. With three fronts converging, it became apparent that the remaining troops, regardless of their formidable morale, should retreat and evade further confrontation. Chapter 68. To retreat or not. The princess's concerns with Albert's resounding victory over the Knights of Flowers, even capturing their leader. Not only was this wave of aggression repelled, but fissures began to appear within the alliance. It was solely due to the foresight of Lannister's fiancée, Little Rose, who, prioritizing the greater good, exerted herself to salvage the crumbling coalition. Little Rose felt an overwhelming burden. Following her brother's capture, Lannister became distraught, even contemplating a negotiation to exchange for her brother's return. To outsiders, this appeared as the future king's earnest attempt to mend the alliance between their families. But only those privy to the truth understood the depth of his emotional turmoil. Having lost his beloved, how could he remain composed? Thus, the one reluctant to continue the conflict was indeed her own dear husband, striving to rescue her brother. Little Rose bore the weight of her predicament. Her brother was outmatched both intellectually and militarily by the neighboring Manderly heir, who also happened to be homosexual. The situation was further complicated by Lannister sharing the same orientation, leading to an uncomfortable yet poignant predicament. One could hardly expect her brother to forge a marital alliance under such circumstances. Consequently, this union seemed an aberration, and had she the choice, she would not have pursued it. Yet, becoming queen was her lifelong aspiration, and she was loath to let that dream slip away. In this war, she fought alongside her betrothed and brother, though she could scarcely fathom that despite their 45,000 troops, they struggled against a mere 20,000 adversaries for so long without a decisive victory. Moreover, aside from an initial advantage gained by Tarly, the following 2 days saw a complete reversal, as if the enemy had switched commanders, utterly dominating the battlefield. The siege, initially promising, unraveled into a disastrous night raid, culminating in the loss of her brother's command the subsequent day. The most troubling news loomed on the horizon. Tomorrow, the cavalry from the Vale would charge into battle. Bad tidings continued to mount. Her brother was now disheartened, and the relentless pursuit from the Vale's cavalry threatened to obliterate their 40,000 strong force. Even with 15,000 of those being Stormland troops, the remaining 30,000 comprised her elite soldiers. Should they be lost in this conflict, it would spell dire consequences for her. The gravest threats lay still ahead. Indeed, the more than 20,000 infantry from House Wolf are already en route, poised to launch an assault in conjunction with the forces of House Fish against us. Dawn continues to wreak havoc along the borders and in the Old Town, even inciting rebellion, with over 15,000 troops lurking in the shadows. Although they cannot directly engage on this battlefield, Prince Oberon resides within the city, accompanied by his contingent of 700 guards. This signifies that our siege will encounter significant obstacles. Nearly half of the Seven Kingdoms stands in opposition to us. Moreover, many lords remain discontent with our prominent status and share of wealth within the realm, particularly the avaricious Highgarden. It is precisely for this reason that I have relentlessly strived to ascend to the throne in hopes of altering this precarious situation. Yet, it appears that not only has the situation remained unchanged, but our alliance has exacerbated our plight. Yes, indeed, the current circumstances are exceedingly dire. A single misstep could result in total defeat. Little Rose has begun contemplating a retreat, but Brother Deer is utterly opposed to such an action, as his beloved remains within the city. The Flower Knights have proven utterly inept, unable to prevail against 6,000 adversaries despite our 8,000, suffering near annihilation and losing our entire cavalry in the process. Indeed, 5,000 cavalrymen have been nearly obliterated, as the operations in other directions did not necessitate cavalry, and their deployment was intended solely to support the offensive of other forces, serving as the most agile strike unit. Once the siege commenced, they would dismount to engage as infantry. However, now all has turned to naught, as our elder brother has been captured, leading to the destruction of all our cavalry. Who is this Albert Manderly? Why had I never heard of him before? He has remarkably triumphed over numerous formidable foes, achieving a record of unbroken victories since his emergence. Akin to a miracle, facing such an opponent, our house seems to hold little advantage, and even our once proud commerce appears diminished before him. How have we become so feeble? She dares not ponder further. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, a young lady harbors a similar doubt, albeit one tinged with goodwill. This is the young Princess Myrcella, who finds herself intrigued by the man beside her. Logically, as a princess, she should have no interest in a mere count. Yet, since his unexpected arrival in her life, particularly when he rescued her from the overturned carriage, she feels as though she has been ensnared in his thrall. When he shielded her from an assassin's attack, a flicker of despair washed over Myrcella's heart, as if it were she who had been struck. Unbeknownst to Albert, he was currently engaged in negotiations with Stannis regarding the potential exchange of a captive for the withdrawal of enemy forces. After 2 consecutive battles, the numbers of the Northern Army, which he personally commanded, had dwindled to a mere 5,000. Had it not been for his relentless conscription efforts, maintaining even this number would have been fraught with difficulty. The city could not endure further siege, as the meager supplies available could not sustain the hundreds of thousands of citizens. A famine had already begun to manifest in varying degrees within the city. Nevertheless, Albert remained confident. The besieging forces outside were undoubtedly faring worse than he. Their food supplies were likely on the brink of collapse, given the sheer size of their army. The standard supply capacity of the medieval West indicated that 30,000 was already a maximum threshold. However, they had overextended themselves by 15,000. Although Albert's recent assaults had diminished their numbers somewhat, the enemy's morale had plummeted. If feasible, a withdrawal would align best with their interests, particularly as they were left with little over 30,000 troops. Once the cavalry from the valley arrived, the balance of power would shift dramatically. At that point, retreat would be an impossibility. With Stannis's cavalry within the city, and if the cavalry from the valley exceeded 4,000, Albert could muster over 10,000 cavalrymen, capable of pursuing the enemy like rabbits. Chapter 69. Tumult. Unable to fight on while Albert and Stannis deliberated on how to compel the enemy to retreat. Neither were aware of the burgeoning unrest brewing within the city. Supplies had been cut off for an entire day, and the citizens in the flea-ridden area had likely gone 2 days without a substantial meal. If this continued, the city could descend into widespread chaos. Yet, in their preoccupation with strategies for repelling the enemy, both men lacked viable solutions. Despite Albert's extraordinary capabilities, he could not conjure provisions out of thin air. Stannis, too, found himself in an even more precarious situation. The north was already facing shortages and could not request supplies, as the valley lacked grain ports. Moreover, dispatching their fleet could easily be misconstrued as piracy. As for the Riverlands, they had already been thoroughly ravaged by the West, leaving no surplus grain to spare. Albert attempted to contact traders from Essos to procure food, but for reasons unknown, the emissaries from Essos consistently failed to reach the shore, thwarted by various misfortunes that sank their vessels. Consequently, the entire city now faced a dire shortage of food. In a bid to demonstrate his solidarity with the populace, Stannis was compelled to reduce his own rations, leading the entire royal household to endure hunger alongside the citizens. Albert's situation is not much better, especially since he still has 2 shops to manage. Intelligence personnel also require funds, and at most, he can provide some rations to support the king and his family, while the remaining individuals cannot be aided further. If the chaos continues, Albert will have no choice but to distribute sugar to everyone for free. Otherwise, there is simply no way to replenish their energy. All the troops received candy, which consisted of white sugar intended for the second month's distribution that had yet to commence formal sales. The soldiers needed to replenish their sugar intake, otherwise, their physical condition would deteriorate. Thus, Albert had no alternative but to disperse the sugar that had not yet been brought to market. Despite these efforts, it could not mitigate the declining morale of the troops, as they had been confined for a full 2 days. Aside from his own soldiers who had the opportunity to step out for a breath of fresh air yesterday, the city's food reserves were already limited. Now, with the onset of such a significant upheaval, an air of unease permeated the city. Even with repeated assurances that reinforcements would arrive imminently, the atmosphere of despair continued to grow. On that day, an unexpected group arrived at the flea nest, bringing several large carts to distribute provisions throughout the city. This group had emerged from the Tilly family's shop. Although Albert intended to intervene, he found himself lacking a valid reason to stop them, given that they were ostensibly delivering food. Thus, relinquishing his desire to obstruct, this group smoothly entered the flea nest with their vehicles. Beneath the bags, however, lay numerous concealed weapons. Under the guise of distributing food, this group had actually coordinated a large number of their own hired thugs, intending to incite chaos within the city. For the people of Junlin, who were already struggling to find enough to eat, this situation was akin to nurturing a powder keg. That evening, Elian was in charge of defending the city walls, while Albert planned to retreat to the shop he had purchased outside to rest. For he could not remain in the palace all day. He thought to himself that as long as he could endure the night, reinforcements would arrive the following day. Even if he did not deploy the Flower Knights, the opposition would not be able to stir up much trouble. Holding on to this thought, Albert fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the flea nest, a gathering of people had formed. Today, I witnessed them distributing sugar to the soldiers, pristine white snowflake sugar. Why should the soldiers indulge in such luxuries while we cannot? Those two northerners possess an abundance of food in their shops, indulging in bowls upon bowls of delicacies. Even the princess frequently dines there. Surely they have plenty. They must have seized the provisions that were meant for us. It must be so. Let us reclaim what is rightfully ours. As the tumult erupted, King's Landing, already a powder keg, was set ablaze. The idle ruffians and reckless gamblers, ever abundant, were swiftly mobilized to assault the city guard stationed at the flea bottom. Armed with an array of weapons, they soon directed their onslaught towards the residential quarters. The cacophony of fierce combat rousing Albert from his slumber. In his bewilderment, he mistakenly believed that the enemy had breached the city gates. Amidst the chaos, he resolved to rally his guards and summon his troops at the barracks and walls to prepare for a counterattack. The turmoil surged towards the castle at the heart of the city, and Stannis, too, was under the impression that the enemy had infiltrated. However, as he surveyed the walls, he discerned the absence of flames, suggesting that the invaders had not yet entered. Meanwhile, the forces outside began to assemble, preparing to launch an assault on the stronghold. Albert, noticing the lack of fire upon the walls and merely hearing the sounds of battle and clashing weapons without the tolling of alarm bells, deduced that the enemy had not breached the city. Regaining his composure, Albert decided to lead his troops towards the castle to ascertain how the king intended to respond. He gathered his associates, all members of his intelligence network, each possessing a degree of combat proficiency. With over 30 men, including his personal guards, they opted to first advance towards the royal palace before heading to the barracks. As they fought their way through, blood was shed, yet these were mere trifles. The intelligence operatives had undergone specialized training in urban warfare, primarily honed by the fighters of the Eyes of White Harbor, thereby exhibiting commendable combat abilities. Against this hastily armed mob, their prowess was undeniable. The group surged towards the palace, and upon confirming that the disturbance was localized near Flea Bottom, Albert was not oblivious to the unfolding events. With this understanding, he wasted no time in leading his men directly to the barracks. He instructed Elian to remain vigilant regarding the external situation, ready to unleash crossbow fire should the enemy show signs of aggression, aiming with precision at any torches spotted. Just as Lancel was leading his troops out of the camp, he witnessed the distant glow of flames erupting from the city, followed by a volley of cannon fire. Indeed, any sighting of torches warranted immediate cannonade in that direction. Chapter 70. The castle's deliverance. Albert, accompanied by his 30 subordinates, pressed into the castle, while Stannis found himself in a state of disarray atop the stronghold. Lacking clarity on the situation, he could only ascertain that the walls and barracks remained unscathed, with the insurrection originating from Flea Bottom. Among all the nobles within King's Landing, Albert was the sole resident from outside, making him the immediate focus of Stannis upon his arrival. Albert candidly revealed all that he knew. He could ascertain that the city walls had not yet fallen, and the only event of note at the flea nest today was the transport of supplies and provisions by the Tully caravan. At this juncture, Stannis was undoubtedly aware of which individuals had facilitated the armaments entry. He found himself at a loss for words, for, in strict terms, such caravans could not be intercepted. They were not engaged in military endeavors, but merely transporting goods. Albert, too, was troubled, as even monarchs of this era did not wield absolute power. Stannis, confronted with this predicament, was powerless. His edicts could scarcely extend beyond King's Landing. The current situation was that both the castle and the city walls were besieged, with the military encampment positioned closest to the walls. Hence, the defenses of the walls could still be maintained. Yet the castle was at grave risk of being overrun by the mob. One should not harbor lofty expectations regarding the defensive capabilities of medieval fortifications, as it was not uncommon for armed uprisings to breach such strongholds. Thus, it was imperative not only to safeguard the castle but also to swiftly establish communication with the walls. Prolonged delays could lead to a loss of control over the situation. With this in mind, Stannis promptly mobilized his troops, intending to break free from the encirclement. Albert, with his 30 soldiers, unhesitatingly joined the assault team. For among the nobles present, few possessed genuine combat experience, and those that did had primarily quelled peasant revolts. However, Albert had engaged in land, urban, and naval warfare, making him arguably the most seasoned warrior present, aside from Stannis and the Onion Knight. Consequently, Albert, accompanied by his Nightblade, 30 intelligence operatives, and personal guards, was designated as the first to breach the city, as Stannis and the Onion Knight could not abandon their positions, especially given the overwhelming presence of non-combatants and women. Thus, this honorable task fell to Albert, a man who had emerged from the very heart of the residential district. As the mob outside the castle momentarily retreated, Albert seized the opportunity to charge forth with his 30 soldiers. Though not particularly skilled in urban combat, his intelligence personnel had been trained by the eyes of the 100 Ports, rendering them adept in such environments. Furthermore, the Nightblade could either intimidate the clustered mob or plunge into their ranks, wreaking havoc. A throng soon erupted from the castle, traversing a path lined with rioters, as nearly all of them converged upon the stronghold. Some citizens, previously mingling in the residential and commercial districts, drawn by recent discontent or the malevolent thoughts birthed from chaos, began to join the ranks of the rioters. Fortunately, these individuals lacked significant combat prowess, and the city guard exerted every effort to maintain order within the capital, ensuring that the citizens who had not yet registered remained calm. The entire city guard comprised approximately 500 personnel, none of whom were stationed atop the walls, for it was well understood that their combat effectiveness was merely adequate for maintaining stability, but utterly inadequate for engaging in fierce battles against a regular army. After dispersing 2 waves of rioters, Albert found himself separated from his unit amidst the chaos of the battlefield, where soldiers constantly feared sudden attacks from their flanks. As outsiders, their understanding of the terrain paled in comparison to that of the local citizens. Under such circumstances, he could only fight alongside Nightblade towards the city walls. After a strenuous effort to reach the wall's edge, he was suddenly confronted with a blade pressing against his throat. Who could it be? Some of the rioters had indeed intended to assault the walls at the onset of the conflict, largely instigated by the Tyrell family's planted operatives within the city. Ellion had exerted tremendous effort to quell them, resulting in a tense atmosphere atop the walls, where anyone who approached was met with a knife at their throat demanding to know their identity. Albert identified himself to the soldier, yet to his astonishment, the soldier remained skeptical and dragged him to the highest-ranking officer on the walls, Ellion. Recognizing each other, the two confirmed their identities, after which Albert accepted the role of wall defense, permitting Ellion to lead his forces in a direct assault within the city, aiming to kill anyone they encountered. Indeed, at this hour, around 3 or 4 in the morning, aside from those registered, who else would be wandering outside? Most would have chosen to remain sheltered within their homes. Thus, attacking anyone they encountered was undoubtedly justified. This fierce contingent from Beijing, upon entering the battlefield, immediately altered the dynamics of the situation. The total number of citizens participating in the uprising in King's Landing barely reached 20,000. While defending the city might be manageable with such numbers, once dispersed across the vast expanse of the city, it was implausible for there to be a congregation exceeding 2,000, especially in a place like King's Landing, which lacked even a grand square. In stark contrast, Ellion commanded a formidable force of 3,000 seasoned soldiers, battle-hardened from 2 or 3 previous engagements. With their entry into the fray, ordinary citizens stood no chance of resistance. Moreover, the numerical superiority was absolute. With over 3,000 soldiers and the opposing force lacking a collective of more than 2,000, they could not hope to withstand the assault. Consequently, Ellion effortlessly advanced to the castle's base, swiftly dismantling the mob besieging it and alleviating the castle's peril. Following Albert's assumption of defensive duties, a noticeable shift became evident. The forces of Lancelot below felt markedly more intense, for they were not merely discharging crossbows indiscriminately, but rather targeting near their own assembly point. Albert could easily discern the arrangement of the enemy's forces by observing the number, density, and dispersion of the torches. Consequently, upon assuming command, the true potential of the crossbow artillery was realized. Thus, as both sides remained stalemated on the city walls, they simultaneously quelled the insurrection within, until the sound of a horn heralding dawn echoed from afar. It was the knights from the Vale. Chapter 71. The siege of King's Landing is lifted. The outcome is sealed upon hearing the familiar call of the horn. Albert finally felt a sense of relief. His forces were no longer intimidated by a direct confrontation with the enemy. After all, the cavalry of the Riverlands had been utterly decimated in their assault. And with the arrival of this contingent from the Vale, his cavalry now exceeded 10,000. After 3 days of combat, the troops of the Riverlands were utterly exhausted, and the forces from Storm's End suffered not only fatigue but also devastating casualties. The war for House Lannister had reached a deadlock. They could not sustain their campaign as their losses mounted without any tangible gains, and King's Landing still loomed defiantly on the border. This conflict was a resounding failure. Further delay could spell doom. Despite Lannister's reluctance, the cunning of young Tommen was evident. He understood that victory was unattainable, and thus hurriedly urged his betrothed to flee. The army retreated in utter disarray, scrambling back to their rear lines. Once safely withdrawn, Lannister plunged into the safety of Storm's End. Meanwhile, Stannis did not hasten to consolidate his forces. Instead, he opted to await the rendezvous with Robb's army, confident that with an overwhelming numerical advantage, they could strike decisively when the time was right. Thus, the battle temporarily ceased, allowing Stannis to take advantage of this reprieve to restore his troops' readiness for the impending brutal confrontations. To thoroughly defeat Lannister, it was imperative to capture Storm's End, for all forces loyal to Lannister were sheltered within its walls. Securing this stronghold would render Lannister's influence negligible, even if they could not apprehend him. As for the forces of House Tyrell, they were restrained by the presence of the youngest son of House Tyrell, held as a hostage. Could they truly abandon their kin in such a manner? As the war progressed, the situation became increasingly clear. The forces of Dorne had begun their incursions into the borderlands, and some lords from the region were reluctant to heed the Tyrell command. The battles fought since their deployment had resulted in one-sided, catastrophic defeats, leading to the extinction of many minor noble families. The plundering of the Iron Islands continued unabated, and fresh troops were en route. Not only did they need to defend against the Dornish forces, but they also faced the threat of the Ironborn. To compound their woes, the situation in the borderlands was precarious, and the old town of Harlaw had intentions of usurping control over the Riverlands. The circumstances were dire, particularly at such a critical juncture, with their son captured. The Tyrell family stands apart from other prominent families, with their eldest son being a cripple, their second son a commander renowned for his martial prowess, their third son a celebrated knight of flowers, and their youngest daughter known as the Rose of Highgarden. At first glance, they seem to be a family brimming with talent. However, the truth is known only to those who have worked with them. The third son requires no further elaboration. As a knight of flowers, he has never achieved a significant victory and is currently imprisoned. The second son, Garland, possesses a certain bravery but lacks strategy, charging into battle with little more than brute force. As for the eldest son, he shows little interest in matters of love, especially considering his disability. With most princes and princesses across the Seven Kingdoms having found their matches, the Tyrells are left with no choice but to seek alliances with lesser nobles. What? You mentioned that there are several young ladies under the Duke of the North? Please. The relationship between our families has never been particularly strong. Throughout the War of Usurper and the earlier conquest wars, as well as the numerous Blackfire rebellions, we have been adversaries. Do you honestly believe I would seek a match with your kin? Furthermore, the internal issues of the Reach are considerable. The Tyrell family of Highgarden is neither the most formidable military house nor the most influential political entity, nor does it boast the largest population in its city. What right do they have to govern such vast lands, if not through a royal commission? Yet now, the Warden of the North is Stannis Baratheon, and your support lies with the third prince. In essence, you have no voice in the Warden's court, and without the means to influence, that is clear. If the Warden can appoint the Tyrells to rule, he may just as easily assign other nobles to govern the Reach, for the land lacks nothing. And neither do the nobles. The great houses can be summoned with but a writ. Currently, the Iron Throne enjoys the backing of nearly all the dukes. So what merit do you possess to assume that I would shy away from issuing a writ to eliminate those dissenting nobles? The Tyrells are prepared to submit. Yet the young Rose harbors dreams of queenship that she is reluctant to relinquish. Moreover, with the third brother still in the enemy's grasp, surrendering without a fight could entail dire consequences for him, and it may require a hefty price to secure his release. Thus, for the Rose family, it is imperative to strive for a dignified defeat. Indeed, I must secure at least one victory. Although the overall situation appears grim, the Iron Throne faces challenges beyond just us, including the Iron Islands and the Westerlands. While the two factions are embroiled in their own conflicts, neither is to be underestimated. The Ironborn's fleet is the mightiest navy in the Seven Kingdoms, with the second strongest fleet held by us. Should you engage in battle with Iron, you will still find my support invaluable. As long as we hold significance, we shall not be easily cast aside. Thus, this is the very reason for their unwavering confidence. Should they triumph in the impending battle of Maple Creek Fortress, the current situation could still be salvaged, and discussions could continue. Contemplating this, she cast a glance at her companion, Loras, and let out a deep sigh. Why must she wed such a foppish man, who also happens to be homosexual? Were there truly no other kings or princes across the Seven Kingdoms? Regrettably, unless she were to marry Stannis, the Iron King of the Iron Islands was not widely accepted. Consequently, the army continued to retreat, and her heart sank further. It was evident to all that Loras lacked the necessary prowess. Stannis was youthful and capable of fathering another child. Who knows, perhaps his next offspring would be a boy. Moreover, the Seven Kingdoms had precedents for queens. The Tyrells had already begun contemplating a departure. At least, that was the sentiment of Lady Margaery herself. She resolutely refused to be tethered to this ship, for another affront to the Iron Throne could lead to the Duke of Highgarden's doom. However, unbeknownst to everyone, the forthcoming battle of Whispering Fortress would unfold into an extraordinary blunder. Chapter 72. The Invasion of Stormlands after a prolonged encounter. It was finally Albert's turn to launch an offensive. Having liberated himself from the siege of King's Landing, he now felt unburdened. With one leg draped over Nightblade, and his comrade, Arianne, mounted on a warhorse beside him, the morale of the Northern Army, having sufficiently replenished, soared high. The Stannis forces, trailing behind, were equally prepared for battle. Numbering approximately 20,000, while the Northern contingent ahead comprised over 6,000 men, along with 8,000 cavalry from the Vale. Additionally, Robb commanded 20,000 Northern infantry and cavalry, along with over 10,000 Vale infantry and 20,000 from the Riverlands, assigned to confront Tywin's forces from the west. Albert's troops advanced by both land and sea. In addition to the ground forces, he commanded sailors under his direct supervision, who had been dispatched to encircle Whispering Fortress by sea. Presently, the garrison at Whispering Fortress consisted not only of the original defense troops, but also over 25,000 weary soldiers retreating under Loras. Though the castles along the way were heavily fortified, they had not suffered any assaults, for Stannis had made it clear that the objective of this campaign was to capture the principal villain, with no repercussions for the rest. This declaration was not only directed at the other lords of Stormlands, but also aimed at House Tyrell. Should they choose to surrender and abandon the shadows at a critical moment, the Iron Throne would hold no grudges. However, if they persisted in supporting the rebels, they could not blame him for being unsparing. The battlefield would reveal the truth. This was the confidence Stannis currently possessed, as apart from the three dukes who were inclined to listen but not to obey, the remaining lords were now firmly united around him. Since the Iron Throne lost the formidable power of the dragons, it has displayed an unprecedented sense of unity. This newfound solidarity has greatly bolstered Stannis' confidence, leading him to believe that with his intervention, he could effortlessly reclaim his ancestral home. As for his disobedient brother, should he be in a favorable mood, he might allow him to guard the wall. Otherwise, the brother could face a lifetime of confinement. Meanwhile, another fleet has quietly departed from the continent of Essos. Although this fleet is not particularly large, it is poised to serve as a decisive surprise force. Stannis' spies on other continents have seemingly received rather unsettling news. Even the Braavos merchants collaborating with Albert have informed him that a fleet has set sail from Astapor. Upon hearing the name of this city, Albert felt a tinge of unease, though he managed to conceal it. After all, if this fleet is not substantial, they might not even stand a chance against his modest fleet. Currently, his small squadron boasts 6 sailing ships, and to put it bluntly, without a fleet of over 20 vessels, they would struggle to defeat him in naval combat. The exchange rate of his ships against the popular warships of Westeros and Essos is roughly 1 to 4 or 5, and if Albert were to command personally, he is confident he could elevate this ratio to 1 to 6. He is not intimidated by sheer numbers. In a 1-for-1 scenario, even if his fleet were to be entirely vanquished, they could still inflict some damage on the enemy. At this moment, within the Grand Camp, the Little Rose sighed deeply upon hearing the news of the fleet's departure. Her faction had indeed suffered considerable losses. Otherwise, how could they have mustered a force essentially forged from gold? In pursuit of a stable, if not favorable, engagement, she has invested heavily this time. A victory would be ideal, but a draw would also be tolerable. For the Tyrells, this battle is a matter of life and death. Even if Stannis only speaks of pursuing the principal offenders, She is now wed to Loras. Would the Tyrells abandon the little Rose? It is clearly out of the question. Not only would abandoning her provoke discontent among the others, but the commercial advantages stemming from her business acumen are too significant to forfeit. Thus, this investment has also received the approval of the elder Rose of Tyrell. As the army advanced toward the castle, they faced little to no resistance, for the lords were at a loss as to whom they should heed. On one hand, there is the valiant second prince, and on the other, the affable third prince. As Albert proceeded, he observed the carriage that contained the knight who had previously caused quite a commotion atop the city walls. To be precise, he was astonished the moment the knight's helmet was removed. Who could believe that the near downfall of the entire city of King's Landing was nearly precipitated by a woman? Brienne of Tarth, known as the Beauty, a name that carries a hint of irony, for this Brienne is hardly what one would deem a beauty. Nevertheless, being of noble birth and a valiant knight in captivity, she enjoys the privilege of being transported in a carriage, albeit stripped of her armor and weaponry. Now clad in a flowing gown, another carriage bears the accompanying families, a rather bewildering aspect for Albert. Yet it seems justified considering that His Majesty the King himself leads the campaign. After all, in a battle that one would presume the king is destined to win, how could the presence of loved ones not be welcomed for their cheers? Although Albert vehemently opposed bringing families to the battlefield, he recognized that it was wise to avoid provoking Stannis in this delicate situation. However, it was clear to Albert that Stannis had become somewhat inflated with confidence, nearing a state of hubris. This was a troubling sign, especially as Windwhisper Keep is renowned as a fortress that has never been breached. This castle, a testament to the prowess of its builder, Brynden, along with several others, has stood impervious to assaults, with tales circulating that Brynden infused his fortifications with magic, ensuring they would forever remain unconquerable. Thus, Albert not only brought 120 crossbows but also managed to assemble a prototype of the first trebuchet in the realm of ice and fire within the confines of his camp in King's Landing. Indeed, it utilized stone projectiles akin to those of the crossbows, yet boasted significantly greater impact and destructive power. This would be an opportunity to test whether technology or magic holds the upper hand. Chapter 73, The Battle of Windwhisper Keep. 1. In the year 299 of conquest. A year has elapsed since the commencement of hostilities, and at this moment, Stannis leads his forces in a siege against his own abode. The strongest fortress in the Seven Kingdoms, Windwhisper Keep, reputed never to have fallen. Perched precariously upon a cliff, it is accompanied by a grand lighthouse. The naval fleet had arrived days prior, well ahead of the main army, and now the port of Windwhisper Keep lies entirely sealed off. Upon assuming command, the strategies devised by Loras were decidedly romantic in tone. He did not fully deploy his infantry within the castle for defense, but rather opted to engage the enemy in a fierce battle upon the hillside before the fortress. Such a formation could only be conceived by his own brother, as Stannis observed that the opposing side had no cavalry at all, instead positioning their crossbows at the rear of the infantry line, with 40 crossbows lined up, seemingly with no intention of defending the castle. The number of infantry drawn up in formation is approximately 20,000, with over 7,000 troops painstakingly extracted by Little Rose. Given the severe disadvantage of having no cavalry, if we were to send our crossbows out as well, the defense of this city would be utterly untenable. Yet, Bluebeard insists on deploying all the crossbows, and there is little choice but to acquiesce. However, I have managed to retain 7,000 soldiers. Even if the city's defenses collapse before reinforcements arrive, there will still be a force to fight back. While 7,000 may not suffice for other cities, the strategic position of Windy Ford offers a glimmer of hope. Now, we can only pray that the enemy's siege weaponry proves unreliable, although considering Little Rose's previous display of the crossbow's devastating power, this hope is rather tenuous, a mere psychological comfort. My sole reliance now rests on my second brother's timely arrival with reinforcements. Upon reaching the front lines, Albert discovered that the enemy's forces had already positioned themselves on the hillside beneath the castle. To his surprise, they opted for open battle rather than a defensive stance. This was an unexpected move, especially since we lack cavalry and are at a disadvantage on such terrain against mounted troops, compounded by our infantry numbers being inferior to theirs. Stannis commands 2,500 infantry, while the northern forces have 3,000. Although the opposing knights do not possess infantry, some are willing to dismount and fight on foot temporarily. Thus, while our infantry might seem to hold an absolute advantage, the reality is more complex. From Albert's observations, despite the enemy's impressive formation, their infantry numbers do not reach 25,000. Our forces nearly outnumber them by 15 times, bolstered by over 10,000 cavalry. making a defeat inconceivable. Stannis' setup is extravagant. Indeed, his brother has never fought such a lavish battle. On the left flank, Albert and Ellion command over 6,000 northern troops, with Albert positioning nearly all of his crossbows here to harvest an initial wave before deploying infantry. The vanguard in the center consists of Stannis' commander, Onion Knight, leading 10,000 infantry, while Stannis himself directs 15,000 infantry from the rear. Albert prudently reserves all the fire oil barrels for Stannis' center. To the right, the Vale forces comprise 8,000 cavalry. In contrast, Bluely's formation appears more orderly, with 8,000 infantry in the center and 6,000 on each flank, all positioned remarkably close together, with Bluely simultaneously commanding all three formations. This arrangement highlights the extent of their reliance, as even legendary warriors like Stannis and Lannister would hesitate to claim they could command 20,000 troops simultaneously across three different fronts. It raises the question, does he believe he can perceive all around him, or that the messengers will fully grasp his directives? Do you truly believe you are engaged in a game of chess? Have the messengers been adequately dispatched? Upon witnessing this formation, Albert exhibited a modicum of restraint, while Ellion erupted into laughter. What on earth is this? Has House Tarly retreated? In truth, old Tarly has merely been left in the city by his own princess to defend it, for she harbored serious doubts about whether Bran could return intact and rational. The esteemed Knights of Flowers were indeed brought along for this campaign, with the intention of presenting a grand gift of tiller to them once the battle concluded. The three armies began to converge gradually, and the knights in the valley fired the opening salvo of the entire conflict, charging forth en masse. The infantry on Bran's side could barely be classified as heavy infantry, yet, aided by the terrain, they managed to withstand the initial onslaught. Meanwhile, Albert opted against an immediate cavalry charge, instead commencing an assault with crossbows against the enemy's infantry line. The opposing forces lacked formidable ranged weaponry, rendering them powerless to resist the crossbows' relentless assault. Albert commanded the crossbowmen to load their bolts, capable of piercing through 2 to 3 soldiers at once, pinning them firmly to the ground. Subsequently, the cavalry formed a wall-like formation, advancing steadily alongside the infantry shield line, with the infantry tasked with blocking incoming arrows while the cavalry pressed forward, determined to leave no survivor. With merely the crossbow bolts, Albert nearly shattered the enemy infantry, all the while riding Nightblade, shielded by a few loyal guards, at the forefront of the ranks. Ellion, seeking to impress, found the shield formation somewhat crowded, as the army proceeded in silence until they stood before the opposing infantry line. The nearest infantry could discern the expressions and features of their enemies. The clash ensued as Albert's 1,500 elite guards collided with Ellion's household troops of over 2,000, a cacophony of battle cries erupting as they clashed violently. Now that they were engaged in close combat, the crossbows lost their utility, and the crossbowmen ceased their attacks. As for the stone throwers, their spherical projectiles inflicted minimal damage on infantry, prompting Albert to reserve their use for the siege. Regarding morale, the Northern Army's spirits soared far above those of their adversaries, especially with the cavalry joining the fray, forming a wall-like advance that shattered the already disheveled infantry lines, plunging the entire left flank into a scene of carnage. Once the infantry lines were scattered by the cavalry, Albert's shield formation moved in to reap the fallen, yet still breathing soldiers. Chapter 74. The Battle of Wind's Rest. 2. The king, crowned and draped in a splendid crimson cloak, stood on the battlefield, conspicuously visible, as if he feared others would not recognize his presence. Naturally, this was his inaugural personal campaign, necessitating a grand display, with the court painter nearby capturing the grandeur of this conflict on canvas. The vanguard of the Onion Knights clashed with the infantry of Balon Greyjoy, and the confrontation between the heavy infantry was brutally visceral. Both flanks held significant advantages. The Northern Army on the left had effectively shattered the enemy's first and second lines, while the forces of Old Town on the right had encircled the opposing infantry, relentlessly constricting their space for survival, causing their formations to shrink progressively. If this continued, even if Balon's central forces fought valiantly, defeat seemed inevitable. Balon commanded his troops to unleash their crossbow artillery upon Stannis' vanguard. Initially, this caused considerable casualties, but the situation swiftly changed with the introduction of Albert's specially allocated tower shields. These shields were twice as thick as standard ones and tall enough to protect an entire soldier's body. Moreover, behind each tower shield stood 3 soldiers, each bracing their own shields against it, creating a defensive formation rivaling the strength of some robust city walls. Although the crossbow bolts had enhanced penetrating power, They failed to breach this formidable shield wall, which infuriated Balon. Gradually, his forces were being pushed back by this resilient shield unit. Despite his soldiers employing various tactics, firing even 7 or 8 crossbow bolts simultaneously at a single tower shield, they only succeeded in leaving sharp marks on the surface. The shields, riddled with bolts, remained intact. These shields were not only thick but also forged using a steel casting technique, endowing them with remarkable toughness and quality. Even when struck simultaneously by 3 bolts, they did not shatter. It was perplexing. Why were his own troops' shields so fragile against crossbow fire? While a single towering shield from the enemy could withstand the very same artillery, Balon began to suspect he had been duped by unscrupulous merchants, as the quality of the goods appeared drastically different. It seemed that with the continued onslaught, Balon's defeat was all but predetermined. Suddenly, a small gap appeared in Stannis' infantry formation. A tower shield had been broken. This unexpected breach invigorated Balon's forces, prompting the crossbowmen to exert themselves even more. While the infantry sought every means to dismantle those massive shields, one soldier, mistakenly grabbing a cannonball instead of a crossbow bolt, inadvertently smashed half of a shield with its powerful inertia. Observing this turn of events, the commander of the opposing crossbow unit immediately ordered all soldiers to switch their ammunition from bolts to cannonballs. Though the number of cannonballs was relatively small, their potential to shatter the enemy's tower shield formation was deemed sufficient. However, as both sides became entrenched in a brutal melee, the effectiveness of the crossbows diminished. Soldiers discarded their tower shields in favor of smaller ones, arming themselves with long swords, plunging into fierce close combat. The progress on Albert's side is the swiftest. As his infantry array advances like an impenetrable wall, the center revealing countless long spears, the cavalry has disbanded their formidable formation, instead surrounding the enemy infantry from both flanks. Lannister's left wing is entirely ensnared by 3 battalions. Annihilation is merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the cavalry in the valley, after launching 2 successive charges, has utterly shattered the enemy's infantry line, plunging the battlefield into chaos. No matter how formidable the infantry may be, in the absence of adequate equipment, engaging in melee with cavalry is undoubtedly a losing proposition, especially considering the numerical superiority of the valley forces. Lannister's troops are rapidly segmented and encircled, falling one by one. As for the Central Army, which initially exhibited some prowess, it too began to crumble under the onslaught of the Kingsguard. After all, as one of the most renowned pastimes in Westeros, finding several heavily armored infantry willing to serve the Great King as Kingsguard is not a daunting task, and soon, Stannis had assembled his luxurious 6-man team. The king even contemplated inviting Albert to join his Kingsguard. But the young noble's lack of age and his status as an heir made it impractical to abandon his title to serve as a mere bodyguard. Nonetheless, once this unit, clad in the most advanced armor, charged into battle, it was evident that the enemy's infantry formations, especially those already on the verge of collapse, would falter against such a formidable reinforcement. Coupled with the dismal circumstances of the other 2 battalions, Lannister soon found himself somewhat disoriented. Under the protection of his guards, he was ensconced in the center of the military formation, undoubtedly the most secure position within the army. To facilitate their leader's observation of the battlefield, a platform over twice the height of a man was constructed, allowing Lannister to witness his troops being systematically routed from this elevated vantage. Just as it seemed that the dust had settled, a contingent clad in black armor appeared behind Stannis' forces, led by a familiar face, Garland Tyrell. Stannis' scouts also spotted this unit, and he was astonished to discover that there was indeed a reserve force, maneuvering from the rear, albeit only numbering 5,000. While Albert could contend with 8,000 using 6,000 troops, due to geographical advantages and superior equipment, it would be outrageous for 15,000 to be bested by merely 5,000. Thus, Stannis decisively redirected his forces southward. They were now on higher ground, and geographical advantage should favor them, particularly with their forces being thrice those of the opposition. However, this opposing unit was anything but ordinary. Astapor, the mercenaries procured for a price, clad in black armor. Surely, everyone recognizes this formidable legion. Indeed, these are the Unsullied, a formidable force of over 5,000. Garland now gazes at Stannis with an expression akin to disbelief. He has expended nearly 100,000 golden dragons to summon these reinforcements, and yet it is assumed that victory is assured? Does he not value his own reputation? Chapter 75, The Battle of Wind's Breath. 3. Stannis regards the advancing 5,000 with utter disdain. For this king is primarily concerned with the affairs of Westeros and possesses little knowledge of the legendary forces from Essos. He cannot even discern the nature of the situation at a mere glance. The black-armored troops have formed a wedge, driving straight toward the rear of Stannis' center. His forces, numbering over 15,000, initially seem undaunted. After all, no matter how fierce Garland may be, it is improbable that he could overcome an enemy thrice his number. Thus, perhaps the largest blunder in the annals of Westerosi warfare is about to unfold. Leading with his heavy infantry, Stannis pivots his entire army, placing his heavy-foot soldiers at the forefront to counter the impending onslaught. According to the original strategy, this force should be able to withstand Garland's Unsullied, who are clad in leather armor, black helmets, and wielding wooden shields and spears. Stannis himself rides at the forefront, prepared for the collision. With all soldiers raising their shields high, Garland charges forth, colliding with Stannis in a fierce encounter. At this critical moment, however, Stannis' sword unfortunately shatters, and Garland, summoning all his might, strikes with such force that the blade is broken in two. Stannis, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, is thrown from his horse, while Garland, astonished by his own strength, plunges into the ranks of the heavy infantry. The fall of the king is a grave matter. His personal guards swiftly leap from the formation, encircling Stannis protectively, and he is thus escorted from the battlefield. Consequently, a gap emerges in the heavy infantry's ranks, providing the Unsullied with an opportunity to strike. The massive wedge crashes into the infantry formation, and the Unsullied interlock their shields to form flanks, with several soldiers hoisting their shields overhead. In one tremendous thrust, they penetrate the ranks of infantry, almost instantly breaching the 15 lines formed by the 15,000 soldiers. The Unsullied then engage in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the infantry. The individual prowess of the Unsullied far surpasses that of ordinary soldiers, even against this elite force that has fought alongside Stannis for many years. In one-on-one encounters, the Unsullied maintain a distinct advantage. Most crucially, the morale of the army falters, as Stannis' fall has deeply affected the spirits of his soldiers. A battalion of 5,000 has astonishingly shattered an army of 15,000. Moreover, the king himself has fallen, his fate uncertain. Albert is valiantly striving at the front to suppress the forces of Renly Baratheon. With a significant numerical advantage and the superiority of cavalry, he has nearly driven Renly's troops to the precipice. Just a little longer, and they could utterly annihilate this army. However, Albert soon noticed a disarray among his rear forces. Indeed, while the troops in the back were oriented away, the distance prevented Albert from seeing clearly, yet their banners, adorned with intricate patterns on both sides, had begun to falter under the charge of the Unsullied. With keen perception, Albert suddenly recognized this alarming situation, filled with trepidation. Should the rear ranks collapse first, his forces would be caught in a pincer movement. Despite their numerical superiority, the sight of the formidable troops behind them left Albert uneasy. The forces at his disposal comprised over 40 of the armed strength of White Harbor. Should they all be lost, it would be untenable for his father, and the intricate system he had spent years building would come crashing down. Upon confirming the dire state of the rear troops, Albert personally led his cavalry from White Harbor to assist them, believing that his front line, bolstered by Elian and the infantry, could manage for the time being. Thus, when the rear infantry began to waver, Albert's cavalry surged forth, crashing into the ranks of the Unsullied. This charge claimed many Unsullied lives, gradually stabilizing the faltering rear lines. After this bout of chaos, the other forces experienced a sharp decline in stamina and morale. Following Albert's assault, the Unsullied began their slow retreat, unable to withstand the pressure of the advancing army while contending with the relentless cavalry from behind. What troubled Albert most was the mysterious absence of Stannis. He felt an urgent need to conclude the day's battle swiftly so he could search for the king. At that moment, the cavalry in the valley began to withdraw, and the Onion Knights in the center also chose to temporarily regroup. Observing this, Elian announced the withdrawal of their troops to form a defensive perimeter, complemented by Albert's 1,800 cavalry and the original 15,000 troops, effectively encircling the Unsullied. Meanwhile, Renly's army had suffered severe casualties, now totaling barely 14,000. After reconstituting his forces, Renly would undoubtedly seek to reinforce this beleaguered contingent. Thus, the battlefield's dynamics shifted to a confrontation between Albert and the soldiers of the rear against the ensnared Unsullied, with their own remaining forces encircling them, while Renly's 14,000 soldiers lay on the outer fringes. Albert found himself at a loss for words. Stannis had truly lost his way, leading an entire 15,000 men only to be vanquished by a mere 5,000, and now he himself was unaccounted for. If not for his timely leadership in rallying the cavalry for support, they would now face a dire situation with their 3 divisions caught in a pincer movement. After a fierce melee, the Unsullied successfully breached their formation and retreated to regroup. Albert initially intended to pursue them. However, neither the cavalry from the valley nor the Onion Knight showed any inclination to follow. With over 6,000 men from the Northern Army, pursuing would only lead to unnecessary losses, and thus Albert had no choice but to relent. The Onion Knight was in a state of urgency, eager to locate his king. Should it be confirmed that the king had perished, it would become essential to elevate Shireen to the throne. The Unsullied, upon their arrival, had directly obeyed the commands of Stannis and the Onion Knight. Now, with one commander ordering a retreat and the fate of the other unknown, only Albert's northern army retained the capacity for independent decision-making. Since neither side intended to pursue, Albert found himself unable to act, allowing the nearly 20,000 troops to successfully withdraw to Windwhistle Fortress. Chapter 76, Albert vs. The Unsullied. 1. The army returned to their original encampment, where Stannis had been safeguarded by his guards within the camp. Once it was confirmed that he had merely suffered a fractured arm and no other complications, a collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks. The initial defeat had not clouded the commander's judgment, as they were acutely aware that a fortress like Winterfell could not be taken in a single assault. Nevertheless, the setback was somewhat disheartening. When Stannis had seen Renly lead the army into the field, he had nearly been convinced of victory. Yet, at a crucial moment, their efforts were thwarted by the unexpected emergence of the Unsullied, compounded by Stannis' sudden injury. With Stannis incapacitated, the ensuing days would necessitate a shift to small-scale engagements. The prowess of the Unsullied was well known. After all, Essos was not far away, and they had successfully repelled the Dothraki in 18 charges, forcing the enemy to queue up and cut off their braids before them. Although the number of Unsullied was limited, they represented over 50,000 Dothraki warriors. 50,000 cavalry. Even if they were light cavalry, Albert was confident that his forces might struggle against such odds. However, since all the Unsullied were eunuchs, Albert contemplated employing tactics suited to their unique circumstances. Aside from their relatively inferior physical capabilities, eunuchs possessed remarkable focus, discipline, and cohesion. Their primary vulnerabilities lay in their lighter armor and comparatively lower stamina. Albert could only design strategies targeting these 2 aspects. Otherwise, even if they managed to breach the gates, the 5,000 Unsullied standing at the entrance would prove an insurmountable barrier to any charge. That evening, Stannis convened all the commanders for a war council, where they would deliberate on how to confront this contingent of over 5,000 Unsullied. The Unsullied are undeniably repugnant. While it cannot be said that they have a habit of selling off more than half of their ranks at once, such practices are merely customary, and the number rarely exceeds that threshold. Once the coin is sufficient, they will undoubtedly part with them. After all, the Tyrells are astutely focused on profit. They have no shortage of resources, readily extracting millions of golden dragons without batting an eye. In the realm beyond Westeros, these coins possess considerable purchasing power, given their relative gold content, and the Targaryens have never been lacking in funds. A sum in the millions is indeed substantial, especially since they do not intend to deplete the entire stock, though it may cause some discomfort to House Tyrell. However, such is the nature of expenditure. Who among us does not indulge during sales? Does it truly disrupt one's ability to partake in future shopping sprees? Thus, if House Tyrell is so willing to spend, then it is imperative for our side to exhibit formidable resistance against them, to convey that their spending is futile. They should conserve their golden dragons to contribute to the economic development of the 7 kingdoms instead. Therefore, it has been decided that tomorrow, Albert will lead his army, the northern forces, in an attempt to vanquish these Unsullied. Meanwhile, the Unsullied within the city are already feeling the strain of today's combat. Even in the face of an assault, confronting an enemy 3 times their number proves to be quite arduous. Compounding their difficulties, they have also suffered a cavalry charge, resulting in significant casualties. Of the 5,000 strong army, only about 4,200 remain, with 800 having perished on the battlefield. The Unsullied, being an unarmored force, tend to suffer rapid attrition due to their inherently low defensive capabilities. On the front lines, faced with an aggressive onslaught, their losses are typically severe. Moreover, the recruitment of such troops is not a trivial matter. The cost of training a single Unsullied is approximately equivalent to 30 times their market value. As for command, they utilize High Valyrian, a language that most of Westeros's noble class is familiar with, as it is the tongue of the royal family. In the entire world of ice and fire, the preservation of this linguistic heritage exists only in Westeros and Valyria, the latter being the realm of the Valyrians. The Targaryen dynasty, once a noble family, has maintained a high degree of linguistic tradition. As for Valyria, it is the creation of the descendants of the Valyrians, thus representing a relatively complete transmission of their culture. High Valyrian has essentially become the lingua franca among the upper echelons of Westeros, akin to the status of French among the Russian nobility. The following day, as Albert leads his 6,000 northern troops to challenge the city, the defenders do not resort to the irrational act of firing crossbow bolts at him. Instead, they adopt an indifferent stance, disregarding his provocations. Albert, constrained from engaging in any outrageous behavior, is left with no choice but to bombard the city walls with his own crossbows as a demonstration. As a result, the breach in the wall was swiftly sealed from within by the adversary. In a state of desperation, one could only resort to their ultimate weapon, the trebuchet. Since you have spurned my goodwill, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Let me teach you how your father fights. The range of the trebuchet far exceeds that of the crossbow, although it had just been designed and had yet to be tested in battle. The preliminary results were quite promising. Thus, when this formidable, ominous apparatus was aimed at the city walls, the defenders, having never seen such a contraption, mistook it for a novel toy. Albert then commanded the artillery to demonstrate its power. Consequently, one of the towers upon the wall was entirely obliterated, sending the enemy soldiers plummeting down. Albert felt a twinge of embarrassment, for his aim had not been that particular tower. However, the deed was done, and he resolved to maintain his facade. With an air of arrogance, Albert called out to the defenders atop the walls, demanding the Unsullied to descend, as he sought vengeance. A brief commotion ensued upon the walls, and soon, 5,000 Unsullied, though now only numbering around 4,000, emerged from the city gates. Leading them was not the fabled Rhaegar Targaryen, but rather the seasoned Garrett Tarly. Albert positioned his infantry at the forefront, all equipped with tower shields, while his cavalry flanked the sides. This time, he did not bring along many others, only his companion, Ilyn. After witnessing Albert's tactical prowess on numerous occasions, Ilyn had come to respect him, and thus had largely followed his commands during their journey. This time, they were to confront a renowned force known throughout Essos and even Westeros. Chapter 77. Albert against the Unsullied. 2. The audacity of Albert to descend and issue a challenge must surely be underpinned by a strategic plan. The previous night, he had conferred with Ilyn for an entire evening. Their own army's current advantage against the enemy lay in cavalry combat, which proved of little significance against the Unsullied. The second advantage was their superior weaponry. They were equipped with halberds and tower shields, in addition to the trebuchet and crossbows. These armaments were particularly effective against lightly armored infantry, but one could achieve little unless the enemy arranged themselves in a formation, allowing for a systematic barrage from the crossbows. Relying on the enemy's blunders was far less prudent than ensuring their own side remained faultless, for had Stannis not committed grave errors, he would not have been vanquished in such a manner. The enemy forces were not prone to mistakes, even if the commander faltered. A disciplined army of 100 could still prevail remarkably. Furthermore, Garand was a seasoned warrior, reputed as the finest in the Reach, and his military acumen should not be underestimated. Open field combat, especially on hilly terrain, favored the adversary, who also had the advantage of a fortified city to potentially lend support. Albert felt unease within, aware of the Unsullied's formidable reputation, which had even reached his ears in Westeros. However, the vulnerabilities of the Legion of the Innocent are limited to two main aspects. The first is their equipment. All members are clad in light armor and wielding light weaponry, which signifies that if they are encircled by tower shields, they possess no means to counteract. Their sole advantage lies in their heavy cavalry, as Albert's method of steel tempering has significantly enhanced the efficiency of iron utilization. Consequently, equipping this heavy cavalry has proven less costly than anticipated, and the flexibility of their armor surpasses that of other cavalry units. Yet, even the Dothraki cavalry find themselves at a loss against them. As long as the enemy remains steadfast in their defense, victory seems unattainable. Ultimately, all must be tested to ascertain efficacy, without endeavoring. One cannot discern whether their methods are valid or flawed. After enticing the enemy's infantry to emerge from their fortress, Albert promptly commanded his cavalry to advance, employing a circular formation to confront them as previously utilized. The cavalry surged forth, encircling the soldiers. their movements a blur before the enemy as they began to employ an additional armament provided by Albert, the throwing spear. Upon the first innocent being struck by a spear, the remaining soldiers reacted swiftly, forming a shield wall with Garland ensconced at its center. This led to the emergence of a scenario Albert dreaded most. The enemy opted for defense rather than offense. Indeed, ancient cavalry seldom gained significant advantage by charging against a fully formed infantry line. They typically succeeded when instilling fear in inadequately trained soldiers, causing them to abandon their positions. Albert surmised that the spiked circular formation employed by the innocents may be the reason for their ability to repel the Dothraki, as these formations, while seemingly unthreatening, could prove disastrous upon collision, particularly for unarmored light cavalry. Moreover, their defense entirely nullified any potential damage from the enemy's ranged weaponry. Noticing the enemy's adoption of a turtle formation, Albert was compelled to deploy the crossbow artillery. This formation, characteristic of light infantry, merely attested to its defensive capabilities, or rather, one could only hope that their defenses were not particularly formidable. The crossbows did not fire bolts, but instead utilized projectiles, given their greater destructive power. 2 rounds struck, sending 2 soldiers crashing into the heart of the formation, yet no further consequences ensued. Indeed, the configuration of these castrated soldiers would not falter. Their fear had been diminished to an extreme, rendering them almost numb to the situation. This presented a rather awkward predicament. The enemy displayed no fear, implying that unless they themselves initiated an assault, the prospect of victory for Albert's forces remained bleak. However, Garland was evidently acutely aware of this. He would not command his troops to charge, for the enemy's numerical superiority alone surpassed his own, and their equipment was far more suited for open combat. Charging would likely result in devastation. With this tactic rendered ineffective, Albert was left with no choice but to resort to his final strategy. The cavalry retreated to the flanks, while the crossbows were drawn back. The formation consisted of heavily shielded infantry, and between the shields protruded the sharp tips of long pikes. The heavy infantry reformed their ranks, slowly advancing towards the enemy's large turtle formation, brandishing their pikes in an attempt to sever the wooden spears. The entire phalanx moved steadily forward. When confronted with insurmountable obstacles, they resorted to their sidearms, short swords, to dispatch them. The encirclement was rapidly tightening, and Galland found himself powerless against these foes, having already witnessed that even the charge of heavy cavalry could not shatter the phalanx composed of tower shields. Consequently, as the circular formation grew ever more constricted, the Unsullied were compelled to retreat inward, reaching a point of alarming desperation. At this juncture, Albert commanded his soldiers to extend their pikes, targeting the areas shielded from the circular shields, endeavoring to topple them. His aim was to suffocate the adversary within this confined space, much like a noose constricting a great beast. Faced with the ever-encroaching ironclad phalanx, Galland began to panic, ordering the turtle formation to dissolve and press against the enemy's shields in an attempt to push them back. However, the tower shields and the soldiers behind them were a tangible presence. They could not be easily budged by a mere handful of individuals. To confront such a formation, it was essential to concentrate forces to breach a single point, yet it was evident that Galland had never faced such a combat style before. He was bewildered and uncertain. Albert incessantly commanded his shield bearers to press forward, relentlessly shrinking the enemy's space for survival. This robust noose left Galland utterly helpless, gradually forcing him to the very center of the formation, while most of the troops initially dispatched to push outward had already exhausted their strength. The army composed of eunuchs had this notable flaw. Their physical endurance was considerably inferior to that of ordinary men. After enduring a prolonged struggle, all soldiers, even the most resilient Unsullied, had lost sufficient stamina, gradually retreating to the inner ranks to rest, allowing those still capable to continue the push. Yet, it was abundantly clear that they could not advance against Albert's forces, which tightened like a constricting noose, sapping the strength of this colossal adversary, driving it to the brink of collapse. Chapter 78. Albert's confrontation with the Unsullied. 3. This tightening noose encircled over 4,000 Unsullied, now rendered incapable of even standing. They had exhausted their stamina during the earlier breakthroughs, and the entire army was left with no recourse but to be gradually annihilated. Albert, without mercy or compassion, commanded his troops to further tighten their formation until all Unsullied were tightly pressed against their shields, forced to stand. Even so, the formation continued to constrict, and no one possessed the strength to wield their pikes any longer. The spearmen advanced with determination. Albert's own forces were also exhausted, yet he continually replaced his weary soldiers with fresh troops, tightening the encirclement. The repeated assaults from the Immaculates nearly shattered his shield formation, but the soldiers held firm, defending their position while compressing the enemy's space for survival. Once the adversary acknowledged their inability to resist any longer, Albert unleashed his trump card, a specialized spear-throwing unit composed of 200 men drawn from the elite guard. Under conditions of complete vulnerability, countless short spears pierced the ranks of the beleaguered Immaculate soldiers like sharp blades, leaving them defenseless, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. The soldiers relentlessly harvested these exhausted warriors. Confirming that the enemy had been reduced to a state of utter fatigue, Albert commanded his men to draw their short swords, discarding their shields to engage in close combat. The battle was scarce and, if anything, it was likely the last instance of stalemate, but it resembled a one-sided massacre. The Immaculates swung their swords with all their might. Yet the superior armor and sturdy shields of their opponents rendered many of their strikes feeble. Albert's devastating blows continuously eroded the enemy's fighting strength, leading to the downfall of an increasing number of Immaculates. The remaining ones fought valiantly, yet it was no longer merely a matter of equipment or numerical superiority. In the fray, Albert's troops showcased an overwhelming advantage in individual combat skills, their equipment, and even their numbers, which had now doubled that of the Immaculates. Whenever an Immaculate succeeded in dispatching a nearby guard, they would be swiftly overwhelmed by others. The cavalry awaited behind, ready to join the fray at any moment, while the throwers targeted the most formidable among the enemy with their long spears. This battle marked the downfall of the Immaculates, who had not anticipated such an unconventional tactic. Albert's forces suffered minimal casualties. In the final chaotic phase, only a few soldiers perished, while many others merely lost their combat effectiveness or sustained injuries. Confronted with this strategy, the Immaculates, despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, found themselves powerless. No matter how resolute their will, they could not withstand this form of combat. They were ultimately human, not divine. As long as they were not gods, there existed methods to defeat them, and even in this world, gods were not invincible. On the walls, Little Rose and Lancelot watched in anguish as the Immaculate Legion, recruited at great cost by Little Rose, faced near annihilation before her eyes. One can anticipate that, following this event, the invincible myth of the Unsullied will be utterly shattered. This strategy is not entirely unreplicable, should anyone disseminate the details of this battle. The glory of the Unsullied will be obliterated, for the eunuch soldiers are ultimately but eunuchs. After decisively vanquishing this unsullied army, Albert harbored no intention of leaving any survivors, as they could neither provide sufficient labor nor were such warriors currently required. Having captured Garland Tiller, he then set his sights on this new citadel. I shall grant you one final opportunity. In 3 days, should you fail to surrender, we shall return with a larger force. His voice was barely audible, so much so that many within the city did not hear it. Yet for the two commanders atop the walls, it was a veritable decree of judgment. Surrender, or face retribution. By choosing to surrender, you might retain your titles. However, should you opt for judgment, the Tiller family will pay an unfathomable price. The remaining soldiers echoed loudly the phrase, surrender, or face judgment. Both Lancel and the young Rose found themselves wavering. If even the Unsullied could be so easily neutralized, what formidable opponent could this man not conquer? Could their own city truly withstand his assault? Albert slowly withdrew his troops to the camp, and when they returned with over 4,000 unsullied heads tied to makeshift wooden carts, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. This might well be the first defeat in Unsullied history, and such a catastrophic one at that. A complete rout. One can only imagine the loss of respect for Astapor and its Unsullied should this news reach the continent of Essos. The tactics employed are not beyond replication. In fact, one could argue that achieving similar results would be quite straightforward, requiring merely a slight numerical advantage. Thus, it is evident that this battle could incite a genuine revolutionary upheaval on the other side of the sea in Essos. Previously, Stannis may have harbored doubts about marrying his somewhat fortunate niece to the current nobleman, but now he finds himself reconsidering. Such a person merits an alliance, and since his daughter is already betrothed to Prince Quentin, the only feasible connections lie with the niece and nephew for whom he has assumed guardianship. While pairing his nephew with the nobleman's sister may not seem appropriate given her youth, Joffrey would certainly not look favorably upon such a match. Although Vela is only 4 years younger than Albert, at 15 years by male standards, she is merely 14, and thus the age gap renders her but 10. Prince Tommen is the youngest, at only 9, while the little princess is a mere 12. Coupling a 14-year-old man with her seems, on the surface, not entirely unreasonable. However, The momentous occasion of Albert's 15th name day is fast approaching, marking his imminent transition into adulthood, at least by the standards of the realm of ice and fire. Stannis indeed harbors several plans, yet his foremost concern remains the ongoing war. The deadline set for 3 days hence was determined during yesterday's deliberations, with the outcome contingent upon victory or defeat. In either scenario, the third day looms, albeit under vastly different circumstances, victory or the dire threat of an advancing army. Chapter 79. Methods of post-war execution. After the annihilation of the organized army of the Unsullied, the morale within Wind's Rest has utterly collapsed, rendering the capture of this beleaguered fortress almost a mere formality through siege alone. Albert finds himself somewhat bored, despite the challenges he has faced in recent months. They have not proven overly difficult, with the exception of the truly arduous battle against the Unsullied. The subsequent skirmishes have unfolded rather smoothly. Even if Stannis were to dispatch his daughter to lead this campaign, victory seems assured, given that the besieged forces within the castle are comprised of over 14,000 demoralized troops, alongside more than 7,000 infantrymen. The forces encircling the castle likely exceed 30,000. Such odds render the situation laughable. One could merely position a loudspeaker beneath the castle walls and bellow for the defenders to surrender, lest they face dire consequences. A few more shouts would surely lead to the complete collapse of the soldiers' morale, compelling them to open the gates willingly. Consequently, Albert decides to withdraw his troops. As their mission here is nearly complete, it is time for him to pursue Robb and his forces, relinquishing the task of handling the fortress to others. After handing over 2 captives from the Riverlands to Stannis, Albert intends to bid farewell and head westward to engage in battle. The 2 men seek out Stannis in the central war tent, where he is currently conferring with the Onion Knight regarding forthcoming strategies. Upon their arrival, Stannis gestures for them to enter. "What brings you here? Your Majesty, the conflict at Wind's Rest has reached a cessation, and the remaining forces within can be subdued through siege tactics. The royal fleet is en route, and we must also proceed westward to assist the Duke in his campaign against the Westerlands. Might I inquire when we may depart?" In simpler terms, it translates to, "We need to leave. When shall you grant us permission to do so?" Stannis glances at the now sparse strategic map. The situation has become exceedingly favorable for his forces. Opposite him, the allied troops from Storm's End number merely around 20,000 and remain besieged within the fortress, while his own fleet has successfully delivered the remaining forces. Additionally, he has 8,000 cavalry from the Vale and approximately 18,000 to 19,000 infantry, alongside 10,000 infantry from Royce, who are on the march. To the south, the Dornish army has commenced an assault on the Riverlands forces, facing off against over 11,000 troops from House Swan, conducting guerrilla tactics on their own territory. To the west lay an army of 40,000 men, led by Robb. From the north and the Riverlands, poised against the remaining 32,000 soldiers of Duke Tywin from the Westerlands. Further west, a contingent of approximately 12,000 to 13,000 Ironborn faced off against 14,000 to 15,000 from the Riverlands and the Westerlands. Despite the Ironborn's smaller numbers, the coalition was burdened with the need to defend multiple positions, leading to frequent incursions by their adversaries, rendering their situation rather precarious. At this juncture, the circumstances favored Stannis' forces, prompting him to gesture for 2 individuals to lead the troops. In previous discussions, they had already determined the fate of the Westerlands. Cersei and Tywin were to be unseated, and a learned scholar from Old Town would be dispatched to assist the underage Joffrey. Tywin was to be exiled to the north, while Cersei's fate was to be confined within the Maiden's Tower, guarded by 3 formidable septas. Both Jaime and Tywin, along with Kevin, were to be sent to the Wall, effectively ensuring that nearly all adult Lannisters would be assigned there. In the north, Stannis, along with representatives from Dorne, Riverlands, and the Vale, were to maintain a presence in Casterly Rock, each commanding no fewer than 1,500 troops to oversee the city's reconstruction plans. Casterly Rock was to compensate each family a sum of 1 million golden dragons within 70 years, with the Lannister standing army capped at 7,000. Additionally, marriages involving 3 former princes and princesses would require approval from the Iron Throne prior to their execution. The fate of House Tully was even graver. Following the war, the Stormlands would merge with the Crownlands, and Storm's End would assume the role previously held by Summerhall. The southern region of the Riverlands, south of the Crag, including the town of Lysa, would separate to form a new kingdom. The Tully family would retain the title of Duke of the Riverlands, while House Hightower would be granted the title of Duke of Old Town. The southern Stormlands, including Night's Watch City, Vulture's Roost, and Blackport would all fall under Dorne's jurisdiction. The Tullis would be obliged to pay each of the other 5 families an annual tribute of no less than 100,000 golden dragons for a century, with the option for early settlement. As for the 3 princes and princesses, they would be escorted back by Albert and his companions. Regarding the Ironborn's rebellion, since they had inflicted minimal casualties on the royal forces, they would only face penalties for their declaration of independence. Balon would lose his royal title and would be required to issue a formal apology, with no further repercussions. Naturally, should he persist in defiance, Stannis would not hesitate to showcase the might of his fleet. Thus, the fate of the vanquished was sealed. For House Tully, this was a devastating blow, while for House Lannister, it was akin to having their faces ground into the dirt. The decades of prestige built by the Old Lion in the Westerlands and the glory of House Lannister were utterly annihilated by this war, with the Old Lion himself dispatched to the north alongside his son. As for Stannis' younger brother, he would undoubtedly be sent north as well, ensuring he would have no opportunity to escape his fate. Stannis has rendered his final verdict on the fates of several lords during the council. Once Albert's army arrives on the battlefield, their forces will outnumber the enemy by a staggering 15,000. For the Westerlands, this war will be an insurmountable challenge. Should Duke Tyrell of the Reach insist on engaging in battle, Stannis will promptly declare the independence of Old Town. In such a scenario, the Tyrell forces will likely dwindle to around 60,000, having already committed nearly 40,000 troops, with several thousand more occupied in the south dealing with Dorne. Should the remaining 20,000 to 30,000 from their side join the fray, it would undoubtedly lead to a swift defeat. It can be asserted that Stannis is indifferent to any potential retaliation from the opposing side, as they lack the resources to mount a serious challenge. Upon receiving the orders, Albert and his companion immediately headed north to King's Landing to gather their forces. For the two of them, the war has reached a temporary pause throughout the 7 kingdoms. Aside from the Westerlands and the Reach, all remaining pockets of resistance have been utterly extinguished, making the forthcoming battles seemingly effortless. Chapter 80. Beneath the walls of Casterly Rock. In truth, this conflict may require some time yet to reach its conclusion. When Albert and Elian arrived at the foot of Casterly Rock with 3 princesses and a prince, accompanied by their attendants, they were greeted by an endless array of troops. Throughout the journey, Albert kept a watchful eye on Myrcella in the carriage. Despite his repeated offers to provide a more comfortable vehicle for the princess, she stubbornly insisted on remaining with her brothers. Tommen also expressed his desire to sit alongside his elder brother. Joffrey, on the other hand, was confined to the most dilapidated carriage in the entire procession, a punishment imposed by Stannis for his near-fatal attack on him and the actual murder of the Duke of the North. Such retribution was unavoidable. Thus, the carriages of the 2 princes and the princess were laden with the belongings of the 3 siblings. The trio endured considerable discomfort within the rickety vehicle, with Albert frequently offering to switch carriages, though Joffrey's predicament rendered him unable to do so. Albert wished to provide Joffrey with a better carriage, but the official dispatched by Stannis was nearby, none other than Aemon, a member of House Velaryon, who had previously suffered defeat at the hands of Albert, leading over 1,000 heavy infantry of his house. Upon their arrival at the castle, the siege was still underway. The Old Lion had gathered all the forces at his disposal, amounting to over 30,000 men stationed within the castle. Although Casterly Rock had been ravaged by pirates, they had only slain a portion of the inhabitants, enslaving others. Many remained, providing Tywin with the resolve to continue his defense. The amassed forces outside had swelled to an astonishing 47,000 upon the arrival of Albert's contingent. They faced over 32,000 men under Tywin's command, while Tywin's brother, Kevin, led an army of more than 5,000 to join forces with the Tully family from the Riverlands to assault the Iron Islands. Robb and his men bombarded the city with siege crossbows for 7 days, yet this city, embedded in rock, remained steadfast. Although the crossbows could bring down walls, the defenders repaired them with remarkable speed. Within the city, numerous siege engines and crossbows were stationed, and the enemy, occupying the high ground, continuously destroyed the siege crossbows one by one with their superior ranged weaponry, rendering the trebuchets ineffective. Albert had brought 120 crossbows and the legendary stone-throwing catapult, which had become their sole hope for breaching the city. However, a frontal assault seemed ill-advised. Albert ordered his soldiers to navigate small boats to the rear of the city in search of potential points of breach. After the 7,000 strong army united with the main force, Albert swiftly entered the tent to find Robb, and relayed Stannis' strategies concerning the three factions. I have already communicated with His Majesty regarding the situation. The forthcoming offensive plan requires the strength of your crossbows. You should rest for now, with specific conditions established. Further disputes were unnecessary, and negotiations could commence. Should the enemy reject the terms, we would withhold them and send them to Stannis. If a resolution proved unattainable, formal warfare would ensue. Initially, the number of crossbows brought was limited. After Albert withdrew his 120 crossbows, only 30 remained in the entire army, along with over 110 hastily constructed trebuchets. To date, merely 10 crossbows and 30 trebuchets were still operational. Conversely, Tywin's stronghold boasted a total of 150 trebuchets. With 38 crossbows remaining, and after fierce combat, only 40 trebuchets and 3 crossbows were left. However, the enemy's advantageous terrain allowed for more efficient destruction compared to the besieging forces below. When Royce departed, he took with him over 10,000 troops. Prior to Albert's army's arrival, the disparity in forces was not significant, merely over 10,000. Yet, upon Albert's forces' arrival, this gap widened to nearly 20,000, causing Tywin to hesitate. For in a direct confrontation, they might not hold the upper hand. Now that the hostages were present and the terms were laid out, the question remained: would they negotiate? If so, discussions could proceed, as this was the most fundamental of agreements, though it was clear that such a version could not be settled outright. Even Stannis had not harbored such illusions. However, negotiations were currently improbable, as Old Man Tywin still believed he could defend Casterly Rock, aside from a surprise attack. It had yet to be breached. Thus, it was imperative for Albert to make it clear that the walls he relied upon bore no significance. Consequently, prior to the negotiations, Albert relocated his catapults beneath the ramparts. Alongside them were 7 or 8 replica artillery pieces, though these were incapable of firing. The intention behind their movement was to intimidate the enemy into submission without conflict. After all, while the accuracy of the stone throwers might be questionable, their destructive power was well established. A few shots, and surely Tywin would find himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. Given the rudimentary technology of the stone throwers, Albert chose not to mount them on wheels. Instead, he erected wooden frames to suspend them, thereby mitigating the recoil's considerable impact. The formidable cannons perched atop the towering wooden structures captured the attention of many, both within and beyond the castle walls. Albert commanded his soldiers to load and fire. Once more, he aimed for the walls, confident that the projectile could not stray far. Then, with a resounding boom, a massive iron ball was propelled from the cannon, smashing into the tower atop the Cathedral of Kagan City. Indeed, the aim was woefully off, yet Albert maintained a composed demeanor, feigning success. This display of unwavering calm did indeed instill fear in many on the walls, including the arriving Tywin. If a single shot could demolish one of their towers, how long would it take to obliterate the hundreds of towers gracing the castle? Most critically, the range was an astounding 2 miles, far surpassing the capabilities of their own long-range weaponry. Albert, with an air of nonchalance, declared a free fire until the ammunition was expended. After discharging 40 cannonballs, the enemy lost a total of 12 towers, with 2 rounds finally striking the walls, while the remaining 26 shots veered off course. Albert felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, maintaining his dignity was paramount. Thus, after exhausting the initial quota, he ceased fire. Subsequently, Albert dispatched a message expressing the necessity for a ceasefire negotiation, warning that failure to engage would result in the complete razing of their city by an unrelenting barrage of artillery. He then informed Robb to hasten the drafting of the negotiation team. Chapter 81. Negotiation. Having directly witnessed the formidable power of the stone throwers, Tywin resolved to negotiate. The assembled parties consisted of Robb, Albert, Aemond, and Aelian, facing Tywin, Jaime, and Kevan. The 3 adversaries exited the city while the 4 representatives departed from their encampment, agreeing to convene in a neutral clearing beneath a tent for discussions. Albert also brought along Joffrey and his companions, while Robb included the dwarf Tyrion. The 4 hostages were tethered together, with Aemon overseeing them. He represented Stannis, and theoretically, another should have stood for Prince Oberyn. Yet the prince had indicated his intention to attend personally and was already en route. Although Oberyn will not arrive for another day, he expressed his willingness to commence discussions beforehand. He suggested that if the negotiations seem unsatisfactory upon his arrival, they could be revisited. Upon hearing this, Tywin nearly choked on his blood, realizing that if the terms proposed were significantly divergent from his own expectations, he would have no choice but to acquiesce. Albert, with a nonchalant demeanor, pointed to the 50 cannons displayed before them, and posed a rhetorical question about the resilience of Tywin's forces against such bombardment, reminding him that he still possessed over 20 rounds of ammunition. He provocatively questioned whether Tywin believed that he could spare his city from destruction. Jaime interjected, demanding that his sister be released prior to any negotiations, to which Tywin concurred, insisting that both his son and daughter must also be freed. Albert opposed this, arguing that Tywin's daughter belonged to another family now and was, therefore, subject to the proprietor's decisions. He maintained that, according to ancestral customs, she ought to be confined within Maegor's holdfast for life. Jaime found this intolerable, exclaiming that he could not accept his sister and his beloved being imprisoned in that decrepit tower while they sought peace. Tywin shot a glare at his son, reminding him that were it not for the two of them causing such chaos with their indiscretions, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Albert proposed that as long as Duke Tywin cooperated with the negotiations and swiftly finalized the terms, and if King Stannis raised no objections, he could ensure the return of Tywin's son. He indicated that he had the authority to release the other 4 captives immediately. Tywin, conceding, asked what the first condition was. Albert coolly replied that Tywin, his son, his nephew, and his brother must all move to the wall in the north. A 5-member council would be formed, comprising representatives from each house to assist Tywin's grandson until he comes of age. Upon reaching maturity, both parties would station 500 men outside the city, with Tywin's total military force not to exceed 7,000. He specifically demanded that Tywin refrain from selling crossbows and catapults to his house. Furthermore, Tywin's family would be required to compensate each household with 1 million golden dragons over the next 70 years. His daughter must be confined within the castle, with a strict prohibition against any further contact with others. Tywin slammed his hand on the table, incredulous at the terms laid before him. He protested that while the Lannisters may have fallen from grace, they were not utterly powerless, warning Albert not to underestimate the desperation of an old rabbit, which could still bite when cornered. Albert instructed his men to fire a few shots outside, challenging Tywin to test the fortitude of his castle against such artillery. Tywin accused them of wielding power to intimidate the weak, lacking any sense of chivalry. Robb rebuked them, asserting that they were the ones who disregarded martial ethics and had the audacity to blame others. Kevin cautioned against slander, threatening to take legal action for defamation. Sir Aemon interjected, expressing his frustration at the endless banter, stating that the mere fact they were able to negotiate was already a privilege, and questioning Albert's incessant demands. Do you truly believe you have emerged victorious? Do you think you can still claim victory? Let us cease this idle chatter and step outside to settle our differences. Jaime expressed his agreement, ready to engage in discussion. How many of you will face off against me? Sir Aemon took a step back, revealing his propensity to bully the weak, relying on his superior strength, lacking any sense of chivalry. He rallied his comrades, urging them to overpower and pin me down. Albert interjected, "What are you talking about? Who among us can contend with him one-on-one?" Sir Aemon countered, "Must we not join forces? We are on the same side, and I represent the king." Tywin, unyielding, delivered a punch to Aemon's face, admonishing him to cease his bravado, asserting that he had the fewest allies. "I could easily eliminate you right here," he declared. The king, what a farce. He is nothing but a usurper." Albert could no longer restrain himself, retorting, "You could speak civilly, but why resort to violence?" Jaime replied, "I am prepared to strike, and what will you do about it? Do you wish to fight? Come at me if you dare. We outnumber you, and let me remind you that we have more able-bodied men. Are you planning to use your numbers to intimidate us?" He continued, "You should reflect on this, lest I unleash a brutal assault upon you." Tywin, incensed, responded, "What? Do you wish to reason with me? Are you threatening me? Do you believe I want to report you for bullying the elderly?" Albert scoffed, "Go to hell. You're in your prime. Do you truly resemble an elder?" Tywin, feigning injury, collapsed to the ground, lamenting, "Look, they are bullying an old man." Albert charged forward, seizing his collar and hurling him onto the table, accusing him of trying to provoke a confrontation. "Who do you think you are? I did not even touch you." Tywin insisted, "I don't care. You must address my grievances." At that moment, all drew their swords, poised for a collective assault. Upon witnessing this escalation, Tywin faltered. He knew he could not win in a duel, nor would he fare well in a brawl. So, he chose to lie on the ground, feigning illness. Albert, gripping his collar, made it clear he needed to recognize the gravity of the situation. There remains room for negotiation. But once the battle at Windy Hill concludes and the army arrives, what will you do then? Kayvon stepped forward to mediate, urging everyone to sheath their swords and engage in a serious discussion. If an agreement could not be reached, they could resort to violence later. If it must come to blows, let us not do so in front of the children, he added, noting the three youngsters huddled together, emphasizing the need for decorum. Albert finally relented. Very well, let us sit down and discuss this matter thoroughly. Please note that the following content is intended as a jest by the author. Enjoy it without taking it too seriously. The next chapter will be the main event. Chapter 82. Serious negotiations. As the intermission concluded, the discussions resumed. Just as they were about to delve deeper into their deliberations, a robust and imposing figure of a black man entered the room. Prince Oberon had arrived half a day earlier than expected, prompting the assembly to make way for him, filling a space that comfortably seated 7, thus overshadowing their counterparts. I have already relayed the specifics of the negotiations. Do you have anything further to contribute, Your Highness? I have nothing to add, but I intend to summon the Mountain Knight and deal with him personally. Oberon leaned back, casually crossing one leg over the other. His gaze playfully fixed on Tywin across the table. He had no interest in trivial matters. His sole purpose for being there was to eliminate the mountain. As for the terms of negotiation, the losses incurred by Dorne were negligible, and they had even gained a portion of the border cities. Any losses could be compensated, as over 1 million gold dragons awaited him outside. His primary objective was to vanquish the mountain. Upon hearing this, Tywin's expression darkened. The mountain was his chief general. Though he could be likened to a dog, under the current circumstances, it was uncertain whether he could be controlled. This matter is negotiable. However, the Lannister family must retain an adult member in the Southern Regency, and simultaneously, we require an expansion of our standing army. This poses a challenge. The king has informed me that the cap for the standing army cannot exceed 500 men. Should this figure be surpassed, negotiations would be futile. Sir Aemon's gaze sharpened instantly. This was a specific point of focus for Stannis before his departure. While reducing some stationed troops was permissible, the opposing side's standing army must categorically not exceed 500 men. Tywin exchanged glances with his associates. Fine, 500 it is. But we must retain a mature core family member in the Southern Regency. Otherwise, we shall cease discussions. You cannot even guarantee the rights of 100 within the city. What use is it to engage in political matters if you cannot ensure that? Albert replied leisurely, assuring them that they could regularly send 3 children north to meet with them, and also arrange for their reunions with their mother in King's Landing. However, this arrangement could only extend so far. The possibility of retaining a regent was exceedingly slim, as the king would likely not acquiesce. This is our bottom line. Tywin was unyielding. He had already established his negotiating floor the previous night. Compared to the 500 standing troops, he had initially anticipated securing only 8,000. So if this aspect seemed somewhat flexible, could they not also strive for additional benefits elsewhere? This matter requires consultation with the king. Then let us proceed to the next topic. A total of 1 million gold dragons amounts to 5 million. Is it feasible to settle this in full over 70 years? It is impossible. The gold mine in Kagan City has been depleted by 70%. If we are to settle the debts, we would undoubtedly have to borrow, which would plunge the entire Western realm into chaos, leaving the 7 kingdoms unable to reap any benefits. After exchanging a glance with his brother, Kai Feng inquired, "What is the permissible amount on your end?" 100 years, with each party contributing 850,000 golden dragons. That's untenable. It is far too little. We require at least 980,000 golden dragons. Then the discussion is over. Kai Feng, for once, asserted himself. In such circumstances, it is prudent to minimize losses. It is certainly impossible to part with 5 million golden dragons, for while the Iron Men have raided extensively, the actual loss of wealth amounts to merely 15. And from the remaining treasure, one could easily extract valuables worth several 100,000 golden dragons. That is insufficient, if it comes to that. You may settle the debt with artworks. We could consider that, but our bottom line is 95,000. Kai Feng conceded. In this negotiation, any reduction was welcome. Agreed. 95,000 it is. Thus, the agreement was nearly finalized, and further discussions would take place in the Riverbend region. After exchanging glances, Albert and his companions deemed the proposal acceptable. May the Duke of Kagan City now surrender? If so, please instruct the soldiers on the walls to lay down their arms. And you may prepare your escort for the northward journey. We shall permit you to take 300 elite soldiers with you, and the other 3 may choose their own guards. We will allow Tyrion Lannister to remain in the south, while Sir Kai Feng may temporarily garrison at Mole Town. Should any incidents occur during the regency before the young prince reaches 18, he may assume the regency once more, but you and your son must don black attire immediately. Furthermore, we shall be responsible for escorting your grandson north for visits, limited to once a year, with each visit lasting 1 week and the timing flexible. The three princesses and the prince may visit King's Landing once a year for a month, also with flexible timing. After Albert concluded, he began drafting the documents. As this was part of his duties, seated at the table, his position was relatively low, akin to that of Arian. Thus, it was customary to assist in processing documents as a gesture of goodwill. Soon, Albert completed the writing, using the inaugural batch of paper produced in the north. While the quality was inferior to that of parchment, it was considerably cheaper, and the feel of the written words differed significantly from that of parchment. Albert first presented the document to Tywin, who surveyed it and confirmed that it aligned closely with their prior discussions. Satisfied, he affixed his seal, marking him as the first to do so, a final gesture of respect from Albert to the most seasoned politician the Seven Kingdoms had witnessed thus far. Subsequently, the Duke of the North, the Duke of the Riverlands, and the Duke of the Vale convened. Due to the absence of the Duke of the Vale's soldiers, Elian was temporarily authorized to affix the seal. The royal territories and the Kingdom of Dorne were involved. Once everyone had stamped the document, Albert collected it. This document existed solely in a single copy that would be preserved in King's Landing. The next course of action was for Tywin to return to the city to disband the army and prepare his forces for an imminent northern advance. Albert, however, was not required to partake in the negotiations in the southern Riverlands, so he began discussions with Robb regarding who would be stationed in the south. It was clear that dealing with these southerners required someone with specific skills, and Robb clearly fit the bill. After expressing this, Robb marched south with his army to rendezvous with Stannis. Chapter 83. The princess is infuriated the war had concluded, at least for the time being. As Robb and his forces advanced south to confront the remaining troops of House Tully, Albert felt no concern for their safety. After all, they had several hostages in hand, and if the Old Rose desired to avoid extinction, compliance would be prudent. As for the negotiations in the south, the delegation was merely a formality, as the actual agreement had long been drafted. Should House Tully refuse, Stannis would not hesitate to replace the Duke of the Riverlands. Confronted with 3 or 4 hostages, the Old Rose had little choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, her house would transition from flourishing to desolate, with the very real possibility of annihilation. If the 40,000 troops were to march forth, they would face an assembly of over 15,000 from Dorne, 18,000 from the Vale, 40,000 from the North and Riverlands coalition, along with nearly 30,000 troops that Stannis would gather after securing Whispering Castle. The Riverlands could muster only 20 to 30,000 at most, rendering them incapable of facing such overwhelming forces. The Old Rose was no fool. Elian would undoubtedly accompany Robb south, while Albert remained behind with his contingent of 1,500 soldiers. The cavalry would head north, while the crossbowmen were to return first to relocate all equipment and facilities to the south. In addition, Albert intended to construct a signal tower at his garrison and raise a considerable number of ravens. This location was not far from the citadel, and if time permitted, he could acquire some knowledge from there. Oberyn had obtained 3 knowledge necklaces during his youthful travels, and Albert, with his modern scientific understanding, should not find it beyond his reach. However, Albert's more pressing task was to soothe the young princess, who had become increasingly agitated ever since he brought her along during the negotiations. Her gaze toward him had shifted dramatically. Once imbued with a hint of affection, it now bore a coldness that was unsettling. Her eyes appeared hollow, melancholic, as if reflecting a deep well of sorrow, ready to recount tales of grief. As for Joffrey, he spent his days proclaiming incessantly from his chair, "I am the king. I am the king." Once, there was an attempt to look down upon these ministers, nearly provoking Sir Aemon to strike him. Don left Oberyn to guard the gate, yet he is currently engaged in negotiations in the south. Envoys from the Riverlands and the Vale are on their way. Thus, of the originally designated 5 military ministers, only 2 have arrived thus far. The army has yet to be assembled, and more importantly, the 5 individuals hold a transcendent status in Casterly Rock. Unless absolutely necessary, Tyrion would not disturb them. So there is little to worry about. As for young Tommen, though still quite youthful and likely unaware of the unfolding events, there remains a faint glimmer of hostility in his gaze towards them. In summary, the situation for myself and Sir Aemon, alongside over 3,000 others in this city, is one where we are universally scorned. Most crucially, the locations of their stationed forces differ, with 5 armies encamped in disparate areas outside the city. Albert must even dig wells in the encampment, for there are scant water sources outside Casterly Rock. They must provide for themselves. Several ministers are required to remain within the city, accompanied by 100 to 200 of their own guards, while the main forces must remain outside. This entire arrangement was privately dictated by the Duke later on, bypassing them to communicate directly with Stannis. The king's attention is currently not focused on this matter. Thus he consented. Albert has a myriad of grievances to voice. Collectively, they number 7,500, facing over 9,000 seasoned troops on the opposing side. If conflict were to arise, they would stand no chance. However, Albert has more pressing matters at hand. He must swiftly pacify the princess, who has completely disregarded him. As the military minister stationed in the north, he can roam freely within the castle, yet each time Myrcella sees him, she hastily departs. Albert understands that the young lady is upset with him. After all, they are aware of the Tinspor's soundproofing, and his aggressive demeanor within them has indeed hurt the princess. Along the way, the little princess even implored him to be gentle with her grandfather, as his health is not robust. Yet, at the negotiation table, Albert's conduct is far from gentle, bordering on brutal. Myrcella hears everything from the sidelines, and it is no wonder she is incensed. The moment Albert enters to seek her out, she locks herself away in the attic. As a young man, one cannot simply barge into a princess's private chamber. The castle is equipped with rooms for the three young princesses and the prince, as King Robert often brought them out to visit family. In contrast to the volatile and somewhat brutish Joffrey, Tommen and Myrcella are favored by Tywin, who naturally prefers well-mannered and gentle grandchildren over those who are overly spirited. The little princess and Prince Tommen were acutely aware of their grandfather's health condition, hence they repeatedly urged Albert to avoid causing him undue agitation. However, could Albert truly discern such subtleties amidst the tumult of debate? I nearly lost my temper with him. Consequently, the little princess found herself enraged, caught in Albert's contemplations, albeit she had not anticipated that her ire would culminate in a desire to avoid him entirely. Albert, in his urgency, resorted to aimlessly wandering the castle gardens daily, accompanied by his guards. As fate would have it, during his frantic perambulations, he stumbled upon a significant detail. Recently, several unfamiliar servants had indeed appeared in the castle gardens. Initially, connecting this to the previous assassin's actions, Albert presumed that the serpent-like assassin, Valia, was intent on assassinating Princess Selene. However, in the past few days, he had discovered traces of reptiles in the garden. Could it be another serpent wielder? Albert had left his nightblade in the southern encampment, and ordinarily, he would not bear it into the castle. Thus, he was unable to ascertain whether the serpent was an external threat or a native inhabitant of the garden. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from heightening his vigilance and augmenting the number of guards within the castle, mobilizing over 1,000 men in the vicinity. As for Joffrey's rhetoric, as long as Albert retained his wits, he would endeavor to refrain from speaking during Joffrey's cabinet meetings. This young duke incessantly proclaimed his kingship, compelling Tyrion to the extent that he could not participate in the meetings with any semblance of normalcy. The castle had reserved quarters for the 5 ministers, so despite Albert's constant presence in the castle, it had not engendered significant complications, with Minister Aemon residing there consistently. That evening, just as Albert concluded a meeting and prepared to retreat to his chambers for some respite, he unexpectedly encountered the little princess and her maid at the staircase. The princess offered no words, merely casting a glance before hastily departing. Albert, on the verge of pursuing her, suddenly noticed a maid in the corner emitting a silvery gleam. This radiance was the reflection of a blade. Albert's eyes sharpened. An assassin was present. The princess was in peril. Chapter 84. An ambush unfolds. A maid concealed a dagger within her grasp, and Albert swiftly reacted, leading his 4 guards closely behind the trio. Myrcella's maids possessed a certain level of combat prowess. They were not merely attendants, but also protectors. However, facing an assassin unarmed was evidently inadequate. Albert quickly ascended the precarious staircase in pursuit. But it was evident that these infiltrators, now masquerading as maids, were far more familiar with the castle's layout. They swiftly escaped through a side door, while Albert, oblivious, continued in pursuit, only to collide with Myrcella's genuine maid. Albert was oblivious to the situation. He seized the maid and demanded to know the whereabouts of the concealed dagger she supposedly possessed. However, the maid genuinely bore no such weapon, which Albert found hard to believe. Just as he was about to conduct a search, Myrcella noticed her maid's prolonged absence and returned to investigate. To her dismay, she witnessed Albert, accompanied by guards, preparing to search the maid, his hands already grazing the delicate fabric of her gown. The maid's fair visage bore an expression of resistance, her arms firmly grasped above her head, rendering her utterly defenseless. From the perspective of the young princess, it appeared as though Albert intended to take advantage of her maid. This incident, which further diminished the princess's already waning fondness for Albert, provoked her fury. She approached him and forcefully turned his face towards her, delivering a sharp reprimand. "This is a castle. I implore you, sir, to conduct yourself with decorum and refrain from such disgraceful acts within these walls." With that, She forcefully pried open the guard's grip, liberating the maid from their confines. Then, with an icy demeanor, she addressed Albert with precise enunciation. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I suggest you return to the barracks and rest. This was, in essence, a clear dismissal. The guards' faces began to betray their simmering anger. They had accompanied Albert from the northern territories, achieving victories under his command. Their respect for him was rooted in his commendable military achievements, as he consistently led from the front, providing innovative equipment and ensuring the soldiers' rations were ample. He even distributed sweets before battles to uplift morale. Now, witnessing their commander being chastised by a princess who relied on their protection, the guards' tempers flared. Yet, Albert restrained them with a shake of his head and turned to lead his men down the staircase. Once they had departed, Mizella pulled her maid along and ascended further. The maid, who had been an assassin, emerged from the upper chambers and followed closely behind. After a lengthy return to her room at the top of the tower, Mizella finally felt a sense of relief as she prepared to wash up and rest. Although the inhabitants of the Roistral continent were generally unaccustomed to bathing or personal hygiene rituals before sleep, and bathed infrequently, the young princess cherished the practice, recognizing its value in alleviating stress and promoting relaxation. After her bath, as she entered her chamber alongside her loyal maid, they were interrupted by a knock at the door. At this hour, aside from the sentinels on watch, it was highly unusual for anyone else to be stirring. In such circumstances, the only individuals capable of knocking on the door would be the patrolling guards. However, with Albert and his cohort having retreated, it seems rather implausible for any guards to arrive, particularly since there are but a few outsiders within the castle. It is indeed unlikely that anyone with malevolent intent towards the three young ones would appear in the castle at this moment, at least from the princess's perspective. Consequently, the personal maid swiftly opened the door to the chamber, revealing another maid who stood holding a tray with a goblet filled with wine. This had been prepared for the princess at the behest of Mr. Iman. Sir Iman harbored a certain interest in the princess, for she was the former princess and presently the third in line to inherit the throne of Cayenne City, not to mention her commendable appearance. Most crucially, prior to this incident, she had grown quite close to Albert. Iman himself was rather displeased with Albert, having lost to an obscure knight competing in his first tournament, a source of his indignation. Thus, if he could win the affections of the princess, whom Albert favored, it would serve as a form of retribution. Consequently, within the castle, the three siblings were afforded various liberties, which were decidedly more charming than Albert's bureaucratic demeanor. Although the princess held little interest in Iman, her growing disdain for Albert made this situation a means to subtly vex him. Habitually swirling the goblet, the princess suddenly noticed a fly that had flitted inside, causing her expression to sour. While others might not mind such intrusions, a young lady would occasionally find them distasteful, prompting her to turn and dispose of the wine. To her astonishment, she discovered that the insect, after floundering for a moment, did not sink, but rather succumbed directly within the liquid. This wine was poisoned. As Mizella processed this shocking revelation, she looked up in alarm, only to witness the assassin maid drawing a dagger from her bosom and lunging towards her. The personal maid quickly seized a weapon available in the room and engaged in combat with the assailant, while Albert, not far from the castle, had been meandering downwards before resuming his search for the assassin's whereabouts throughout the tower. Suddenly, while searching below, Albert heard the unmistakable sounds of clashing blades from the attic above. He promptly ascended with his guards in tow. Meanwhile, the personal maid ultimately proved no match for the professional assassin. After inflicting a deep gash upon the assailant's arm, she was struck down by a poisoned blade. A cold smirk crept upon the assassin's lips as she brandished her glimmering dagger, advancing slowly towards Mizella, who lay upon the bed. At that moment, Albert kicked down the door, charging in with his guards. With his sword drawn, he aimed to strike directly at the back of the assassin. The assassin, sensing danger, swiftly turned to counterattack and engaged in fierce combat with Albert. The confined space of the room, compounded by the presence of the princess on the bed, rendered the soldiers unable to unleash their full combat potential. Instead, they encircled the area, allowing Albert to confront the assassin in a one-on-one duel. Chapter 85. The battle spreading throughout the castle while Albert was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the maid. Sounds of conflict erupted from the rooms of the other two princes, indicating that there were multiple assassins targeting Robert's children. Compared to the maid's combat prowess, Albert's abilities were quite formidable. After all, he was the champion of the martial tournament. Though he employed a few clever tactics, such stratagems were not prohibited in the tournament, and Albert possessed a solid foundation of strength. Even with some underhanded methods, he could still bring down the mountain of magic. This level of skill was not something an assassin could easily overcome. With his long sword in hand, he executed a flourish that severed the maid's dagger, followed by a swift spin that thrust his blade into her arm, ultimately severing it completely. The maid cried out in agony, her dagger clattering to the ground. Seizing the moment, Albert commanded the soldiers to subdue her. Kevin and his men took her back to the camp, intending to interrogate her alongside the captured serpent handler. The remaining soldiers proceeded to assist in the other prince's chambers. Wait a moment. Summon a maid from the servants' quarters, Albert instructed before dragging the maid's lifeless body outside, reminding Messila to remain calm as the maid would soon arrive. The castle was not limited to a single room under attack. These assassins had evidently orchestrated a coordinated assault. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed from several key figures' chambers. Although no sounds emanated from Albert's room, the lights were still on. After placing the maid's body at the door, Albert swiftly led his infantry to confront the assassins in the other chambers. Albert's guard comprised over 200 men. The 4 engaged previously were his personal attendants, who had accompanied him since the onset of the White Harbor campaign. The remaining soldiers, typically led by another guard, stood ready near the second enemy tower at the castle gates. Following the outbreak of battle, they promptly joined the fray under the guidance of their guards. With at least 200 assassins dispersed into numerous small combat groups, even the castle gates and guard rooms had come under attack. Just as Albert led his soldiers from the vicinity of the attic, he spotted Sir Aemon hastily emerging with a few soldiers. Sir Aemon, the enemies in this tower have been vanquished. I will provide support at Prince Joffrey's tower. You head to assist Prince Tommen, he instructed. Sir Aemon's guard was smaller, as he did not typically hold a military position at home, with only 3 attendants at his disposal while the others rested at the tower, awaiting orders. Just as Sir Aemon had settled into his chamber for a much-needed rest, a group of guards stood idly at the door when a maid approached, balancing a tray with a goblet of wine. This maid, bearing the emblem of the princess, elicited amused chuckles from the guards, who made no attempt to impede her passage. However, Sir Aemon narrowly escaped disaster when he refrained from drinking the wine, as the assassin's hidden dagger was inadvertently revealed. Following a tumultuous struggle, the would-be killer nearly met his end within the confines of the room, but fortunately, reinforcements arrived just in time. Otherwise, this nobleman might have faced an untimely demise before his mission even commenced. After the guards had subdued the assassin, Aemon hastily donned his armor and burst forth from his chamber. Upon emerging, he was met with the sight of Albert, his armor stained with blood, descending from the tower. Acting on instinct, he brandished his sword but quickly recognized the absence of hostility. Once he discerned the directives from Albert, he let out a huff and led his men towards the staircase leading to Prince Tommen. This band of assassins proved to be exceptionally well-trained and acutely aware of the castle's vulnerabilities. As Albert ascended, he encountered multiple assailants at various turns, causing significant delays. Upon reaching the entrance to Prince Joffrey's chamber, he discovered that the assassins, much like them, had been thwarted from entry. The grand door bore evident signs of tampering, yet it remained securely locked. Albert knocked on the door, calling out, "Prince Joffrey, it is Minister Mandrell. We have dealt with the assassins. Please open the door." After a brief pause, a maid answered, revealing that Joffrey, now the Duke of Caelin, resided in the highest tower of the castle, his quarters comprising both a hall and an inner chamber. The acoustics of the room were notably effective, as the anticipated proclamation of "I am the king" did not reach Albert's ears. As the maid opened the door, it was evident that the future duke had been assigned a full retinue of attendants, including a head maid and a cadre of servants. Upon entering, Albert observed the captain of the guards standing nearby, while the head maid fervently attempted to counsel the prince. "My lord, I apologize for the disturbance. The prince is quite safe, though his emotions are somewhat unstable." Truth be told, Albert was reluctant to enter, fully aware that Joffrey, recently ambushed, would likely have little kind to say, despite the fact that the castle's defenses were among the few matters Joffrey could claim to have managed personally. Albert could not shake the apprehension that entering would result in a torrent of rebuke. "My lord, I beg your pardon for witnessing such a disconcerting display," the captain of the guards remarked with an apologetic smile. The sounds of ire emanating from within the chamber were unmistakably clear to Albert. The ministers are utterly inept, and that wretched little regent as well. Stannis should be cast down from the throne. I long to return, for only in King's Landing can I find true safety. Albert continued to soothe the guards whose tempers were flaring, addressing the captain. "In that case, let us proceed to eliminate the remaining foes within the castle. Please take good care of the prince while we are gone." With that, he gradually withdrew with his men. Is the entire family afflicted with such poor temperament? As soon as they exited the castle, some guards began to curse vehemently. Indeed, after a day spent rescuing They found themselves either on the receiving end of scorn or en route to face it. Whether it be the rescued princess or the prince, none offered them a semblance of gratitude. Enough of the grievances. We must swiftly clear the remaining enemies from the castle. Albert halted the guards' complaints and, after regrouping with Kevin, intended to check on Prince Tommen's tower. The battle atop that dilapidated tower had raged for half the day, having resolved Joffrey's conflict. The fighting here showed no signs of abating. What on earth is Sir Aemon up to? Chapter 85. The battle concludes as Albert and his guards charged toward Prince Tommen's tower. The sounds of battle echoed from above. They regrouped with Kevin and his men, preparing to ascend when suddenly, a diminutive figure led a throng of armored soldiers toward them. "My Lord Mandel, let us ascend together." It was Tyrion and his guards. The dwarf was evidently exhausted from his exertions. "My Lord Tyrion, have you resolved your issues?" Albert approached, steadying the breathless Tyrion. "Thanks to you and Sir Aemon's forces engaging in battle, there are no signs of conflict elsewhere in the building, save for this tower. However, we must remain vigilant. Tonight, we will organize patrols and shifts. Everyone shall be fatigued by night's end." I wholeheartedly concur. With both contingents united, their force swelled to 400 or 500, advancing toward the tower with great determination. Technically speaking, Sir Aemon's troops were not seasoned in battle. Scattered throughout the staircase lay 3 or 4 corpses, likely those of scouts sent ahead, ambushed when the main force failed to follow. Remove the bodies and find a suitable place to pile them. We shall confirm our losses tomorrow and bury them together. Tyrion commanded the soldiers while continuing his ascent. They soon arrived at the floor where Aemon was engaged in combat. To facilitate the initial assault, the knight had purposefully awaited the arrival of his guard, numbering over 100, before launching his attack. In truth, only 200 or 300 of the soldiers were his own. The rest were temporarily lent by his brother. Thus, his entourage could not rival the formidable force that Albert had assembled entirely on his own. The situation unfolded with over 50 individuals blocked behind, not far from the chamber. In a bid to present himself before Tommen, Aemon opted to lead the charge, yet his inadequate skills rendered him utterly ineffective. Now embroiled in a fierce skirmish that he could not surmount. The front was impassable, congested by the 50 soldiers, and any attempt to squeeze through would be futile. Given that the battle would not cease swiftly, Tommen remained oblivious to the circumstances, and with each passing minute, the peril escalated. Albert urgently grasped Tyrion and inquired if there was an alternative route. "There is," replied Tyrion. "I oversaw the construction and maintenance of the castle's ventilation and drainage systems. I know of a way." Without hesitation, Albert signaled to his 2 guards, Kevin and Bob, to follow him, trailing behind Tyrion. The 4 commenced their ascent through the ventilation shafts. Tyrion, being a half-man, navigated the low passages with ease, while Albert and his companions struggled significantly, exerting considerable effort to reach the attic. The entrance to Tommen's chamber was not easily breached either, as they were operating under the banner of Sir Aemon. Due to the prior assistance Tyrion received from Albert, the half-man maintained a cordial rapport with Albert, often encouraging his nephews and nieces to cultivate a good relationship with him. Joffrey was a matter of no concern, while Myrcella, harboring resentment due to Tywin's actions, deliberately distanced herself from Albert. However, the simple-minded Prince Tommen had not considered these nuances. He had a relatively amicable relationship with Albert within the castle. It was well known throughout the castle that Aemon and Albert were at odds, and Tommen was somewhat aware of the reasons behind it. Thus, upon learning that Sir Aemon had delivered wine, Tommen refused him entry. Consequently, the assassins began their assault on the door. Albert abruptly emerged from the ventilation shaft, catching the 2 assassins off guard. Seizing the moment, he swiftly dispatched one with a single strike, while the other became ensnared in a chaotic melee against 3 adversaries, ultimately falling as well. "Tommen, Your Highness. I am Sir Manderly. Please, come out, it is safe now." Albert attempted to knock on the door, while Tyrion called out as well, "Tommen, it's us. Everything is fine, open the door." After a brief moment, a crack in the door revealed itself, and upon recognizing the figures outside, the guards opened it. Once inside, Tommen, overwhelmed with emotion, threw himself onto Tyrion, exclaiming, "Uncle, you have finally arrived. I nearly succumbed to fright. They claim Sir Aemon sent me a cup of wine, and I refused to open the door, which prompted them to begin battering it." The guards barely managed to hold them off. As Tyrion comforted his terrified nephew, he cast an apologetic smile at Albert, acknowledging that the ensuing task of clearing the castle would fall to Sir Manderly. "Leave it to me," Albert replied succinctly, leading his team onward in their sweep. Not long after, they encountered Aemon, who, accompanied by a throng of followers, was hastily advancing. Upon meeting Albert, rather than halting, Aemon charged forward, unleashing a torrent of invectives. How did you find yourself here? Did you encounter that large group of people before arriving here without any conflict? Is it possible that this group is orchestrated by you? Before Albert could utter a word, he seized him, intending to seek out Tyrion, all the while declaring that they had apprehended the orchestrators of this operation and labeling Albert as a fool. Shortly thereafter, they encountered Tyrion. Ah, Sir Aemon, the tower on the prince's side has been thoroughly cleared. Has the fighting ceased on your end? If so, it seems the entire castle's conflict has come to a close. Tyrion remarked with a smile, addressing the bewildered knight. He then suggested that there might still be some miscreants within the castle, requesting the two knights to patrol the area, promising that he too would lead a patrol nearby. Without so much as a glance in Aemon's direction, he departed. Having endured a harrowing night, Myrcella was still somewhat shaken. Upon hearing that the sounds of battle within the castle had ceased, she dismissed her earlier worries and commanded her maid to prepare for the lights to be extinguished. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, a knock sounded at her door. Your Highness, it is Sir Manderly. Myrcella was momentarily startled, but quickly began to tidy her slightly disheveled nightgown and smooth her tousled hair. Your Grace, if there are no issues, I shall enter. Albert, seeing the prolonged silence from within, assumed something was amiss and resolutely knocked, intending to enter uninvited. I am changing. Please hold on a moment. With no time to spare, she had to convey her situation directly. Albert halted his actions. After a brief wait, a voice from inside called out, You may come in now. Albert pushed the door open to find the young princess completely prepared, seated at the edge of her bed. Your Highness, I apologize for the fright caused by tonight's attack. Myrcella's cheeks flushed crimson, recalling how Albert had indeed spotted the assassins. But she had mistakenly thought he was accosting her maid and had sent him away. Unless there is something else, I shall take my leave. Please wait. Is there something amiss? No. I just wanted to check. No one was injured during the battle, correct? Aside from a few of Sir Aemon's men who perished or were injured, the casualties among the attendants seem minimal. Is there anything else? No, that will be all. For the remainder of the night, Sir Tyrion and I will be patrolling the castle. Should anything arise, please do not hesitate to call us. Furthermore, each night, we will ensure that there are sufficient guards stationed at the door of the princesses and the prince's chambers, so you need not worry. My gratitude to you, sir, and please take care. Once Albert exited the room, Myrcella exhaled a long sigh of relief. Chapter 86. Interrogation following the assault of the previous night. Tyrion swiftly commenced the reorganization of the castle's guard, increasing the personnel from the mandated 1,000 by Albert to 1,500. Each prince and all significant chambers were assigned large contingents to ensure that at least 2 to 3 guards were stationed at the castle's more critical lofts at all times. The attack resulted in the death of 15 soldiers from Aemon, while the castle's guards suffered an exceptional loss of 10 men. The casualties among the attendants were notably high, as Albert had not intended to stay overnight in the castle and thus failed to inform the attendants to prepare the rooms. However, due to the lateness of the hour, he ultimately decided against returning to the camp. Initially planning to make do in the castle for the night, the attendants, in their haste to ready the rooms, encountered the assassins and were entirely wiped out. Consequently, the attendant casualties approached 70 individuals, necessitating an urgent recruitment of service staff for Cayenne Castle. Of course, this was not Albert's responsibility. His current task involved dealing with the 2 young ladies securely locked in chairs before him. One was responsible for the thorough search of his quarters, but found herself ensnared and remained locked inside until Albert personally intervened to retrieve her. The other was none other than Valaya, a notable member of the emissary faction, renowned for her tenacity. Stannis had been interrogating her for nearly a week, yet she had divulged not a single word, leaving Albert to take over the questioning. Albert was not one to coddle the pair. He unceremoniously deposited them into the foulest drainage ditch beneath Cayenne Castle, barricading them with substantial iron plates, denying them sustenance and light. Shrouded in darkness until they began to plead for mercy. Surprisingly, the 2 women displayed remarkable resilience, reverting to their reticent demeanor once released after their pleas. Albert, undeterred, resolved to keep them confined for 4 days, reasoning that hunger would weaken them, making it easier to extract the desired information later. Thus, the 2 young women languished in a completely sealed, sunless cell, with scarcely any circulation of air, for a full 4 days. Valaya succumbed to despair by the second evening. To prevent her from merely feigning submission, Albert remained steadfast, only bringing them out on the 4th day. Both women hovered on the brink of mental collapse. Valaya, upon being dragged out, had already fainted and required several buckets of cold water to rouse her. Now, can either of you divulge who sent you? Albert inquired, seated across from them, his expression impassive, betraying neither embarrassment nor anxiety. Valaya remained resolutely silent, her lips sealed, mirroring the stoic demeanor of her companion. Under these circumstances, the guards dragged them back inside, ordering that they be confined for an entire week, with only a single meal and water to sustain them during this time. Albert issued the command without hesitation. Despite the unsanitary conditions of the sewer, rife with insects, foul odors, and rats, the endurance of these two women was remarkable. Upon hearing such words, both women began to tremble, dreading the prospect of enduring that experience once more. "No, I will confess. I will tell you everything." Valaya, unable to withstand the pressure, realized that an additional week in that wretched pit would surely drive her insane. "Those who know how to adapt are wise." "Very well, my dear. You may now divulge what you know. I belong to the Serpent Organization from Quers. On that day, a person with silver hair and violet eyes arrived with a considerable amount of gold and instructed us to initiate an operation to eliminate members of the Ballerisian royal family. The organization took this matter seriously, and 23 members of our division committed to this assassination attempt. However, we suffered significant losses before the operation could commence. When you arrived that day, I had already killed a maid and successfully infiltrated the castle, but just as I was about to act, you discovered and subdued me." The silver-haired, violet-eyed individual was unique to Valeria. Thus, it stands to reason that Valeria and the Golden Legion may harbor intentions of retaliation against the Ballerisian family. Albert pondered for a moment before turning to the other female assassin. The female assassin, gritting her teeth, remained resolute despite 4 days of confinement that nearly drove her to madness. "Oh dear, this inconsistency makes our situation quite difficult," he remarked. "Guards, take her away." 2 soldiers unshackled the iron chains binding the female assassin and dragged her toward the interrogation room's exit. She struggled vehemently, but with her hands restrained. The 2 robust soldiers firmly grasped her arms and lifted her from the ground. Her legs flailed in the air as she fought desperately, but to no avail. Tears of despair streamed from her eyes. Just as she was about to be pulled through the door, Albert gestured for the soldiers to set her down. "Are you certain you still refuse to speak?" The assassin clenched her jaw, remaining silent. "In that case, we shall have to carry you away for 10 days. Once again, the soldiers lifted her. "No, I will speak. I will tell you everything." After struggling in vain and being hoisted once more, the assassin finally capitulated. "I am from the Silent Walkers, an assassin organization of Valeria, bound by the blood of Valeria to carry out the slaughter of the Ballerisian royal family. When we received our orders, you had already shifted the battlefield from King's Landing to the southern fortress of Windwhisper. We surmise that your next target may be Castle Kagan. In a hurried rush, I entered the city just before the siege commenced and remained within its walls until the battle concluded. Following the skirmish, I attempted to recruit servants. Those who were unsuccessful in gaining entry would be replaced by assassinating the castle's attendants. Last Sunday, we received a request from our employer to expedite our actions, and after a week of meticulous planning, we executed the operation last night, only to have our efforts thwarted by your vigilance." Albert pondered for a moment before confining the 2 women once more to a standard cell. He then took the intelligence he had extracted during the interrogation, intending to present it to Tyrion. If this information proved accurate, it indicated a plot to massacre the Baratheon family, and given the Valyrian bloodline traits, apart from the Golden Company, the culprits could very well be remnants of the Targaryen lineage. The likelihood of Targaryen family members being involved was minimal, as only 2 remained, the Beggar King and his sister. They lacked the means to employ such a multitude of assassins against us, thus making the former possibility considerably more plausible, especially since it was a renowned mercenary organization with ample financial resources. Chapter 87. The princess's request. Albert commanded that the 2 assassins be secured in the standard cell before he organized the report on the interrogation, preparing to deliver it to Tyrion. These matters were not typically within the purview of a garrison minister, so he could only entrust the intelligence to those who ought to be concerned about it. Thus far, apart from the 3 currently in custody, he had no authority over the remaining members of the Baratheon family. As he exited the interrogation chamber, he was taken aback to find the young princess awaiting him outside. Albert's eyebrows raised in surprise. He had never seen a girl, let alone a princess, in such a grimy place. The interrogation room was merely one of the many chambers connected to the vast sewage system, which meant that both the odor and conditions were far from pleasant. That the young princess could endure such filth suggested she was indeed in distress. "How may I assist your highness?" Albert inquired. His role in the interrogation was arguably overstepping boundaries, as it was Tyrion's responsibility. However, Tyrion had found himself at a loss with these 2 women and had ultimately entrusted the matter to Albert, perceiving him as the only reliable ally in Oberyn's absence. As for the recently unhinged Aemon, Tyrion had discerned the depth of his unpredictability. Relatively speaking, Albert remained the most dependable option. The princess's knowledge of his presence here likely stemmed from her inquiry with her uncle prior. It pertained to the events of last night. The princess's cheeks flushed. Recalling the previous evening brought a rosy hue to her complexion. At that moment, when Albert burst into the room, she had just emerged from her bath, having had no time to don her nightclothes, leaving certain vital areas exposed. This was why her face turned crimson upon seeing Albert enter. This time, I wish to inquire about visitation matters. The little princess lowered her head, failing to meet the gaze of those before her. The visitation system was, in fact, a design conceived by Albert and Stannis. After all, if the two parties were continually barred from meeting, the situation could escalate significantly, potentially igniting animosity between them, which would not bode well for Stannis's forthcoming reign. Thus, the primary purpose of the visitation system is to serve as an alternative means for the parties to reach an accord. Specifically, it requires the consent of 2 out of 5 ministers, and only upon the formal issuance of a visa may 3 young ones be permitted to visit King's Landing or the Wall. Currently, as not all individuals are present, Albert possesses the authority to make unilateral decisions. Moreover, throughout this process, at least 1 minister must accompany them, and the number of guards must not exceed 300. Each visitation is also subject to stringent time constraints. Reflecting on the matter, Albert recalled that the 3 young ones had indeed suffered considerable fright last night, particularly Prince Tommen, who had likely spent the entire night awake, gripped by fear. In such circumstances, it is only natural that their first thoughts would turn to their blood relatives. Thus their desire for visitation is understandable. However, the visitation protocol stipulates that requests can only be made to King's Landing once all 5 ministers have assembled. The individuals from the Vale and the Riverlands are already en route, and Oberyn will promptly arrive after concluding negotiations with the Tyrells. Therefore, it is impossible to facilitate visitation during this interim period. I shall convey this situation to His Majesty the King at my discretion, but it is unlikely that any arrangements can be made before all 5 ministers are present. Should Her Highness the Princess insist on proceeding, she may begin preparations for her journey home, as we anticipate a response within approximately 3 weeks. The assembly of all 5 should occur within a week, and accommodations have been prepared for them within the castle. The materials for establishing a military outpost are also ready, though I am currently unaware of the identities of the 2 other Duke's representatives. Albert speculated that the envoys sent from both sides would likely be relatively easy to negotiate with, given the amicable relations fostered by the wolf, eagle, deer, and fish alliance. It is probable that the Vale would send the second son of House Royce, while the identity of the Riverlands representative remains uncertain. Nonetheless, based on the typically gentle and amiable nature of the Riverlands nobility, it should not be a particularly difficult individual to converse with. At the very least, he should be more reasonable than the individual dispatched by the king. Albert could almost sense the palpable malice emanating from Ser Aemon, although his subordinates do not wholly support his aggressive tendencies. In other words, he does not have complete control over all his men. In contrast, Albert's retainers are loyal companions who have fought alongside him on the battlefield. If all is well, you should return and await the 3 weeks' time. Initially, I shall be responsible for escorting you. However, this time, it is imperative that we strengthen our escort force to prevent any potential harm from those adversaries. Have the assassins been identified? Myrcella inquired with concern. The situation was currently rather chaotic, as this assassination incident potentially involved multiple factions. Therefore, I needed to further organize the intelligence before discussing it with Lord Tyrion. Upon hearing this, Myrcella understood that Albert was doing his utmost to consider the safety of the 3 of them. Reflecting on her previous outburst towards him, she hesitated. Sir Albert. What is it? The young lady's face had turned crimson, the warmth even causing Albert to sense her embarrassment. Her mind raced as she stammered. Sir, could you be my guardian knight? Albert exclaimed, my dear lady, I am the heir to the earldom. How could I simply become your guardian knight at your request? It might be somewhat troublesome, as I do indeed have other responsibilities. Not to mention that a regent cannot foster too profound a connection with those under supervision. Albert explained in a businesslike manner, as it was indeed working hours, and he should refrain from mixing personal matters with his duties. Is that so? Albert could almost feel the disappointment enveloping the air. And before he could react, the princess lowered her head once again, her expression and eyes radiating sheer despondency. In that case, it seems I have troubled you, sir. Chapter 88. The Nightblade Legion. Albert and his companions had successfully repelled the assailants, and swiftly communicated with Stannis via Raven, inquiring when the remaining 3 would arrive. Upon learning that Castle Calich had been attacked, and that his 3 nephews had nearly lost their lives, Stannis grew anxious and hastily wrote to inform others to come. For the Baratheon bloodline was now thin. Though these 3 were impostors, as long as he did not formally declare otherwise, they were indeed considered members of the royal family. Under the king's strong insistence, the remaining 3 quickly led their respective legions to the foot of Castle Calich. The Vale had dispatched Carl Corbray, who commanded the infamous 500-strong bloody executioners, an elite force of the Corbray family, with the young Lord of the Vale still inexperienced. The Royce family needed to station their main force near the Bloodgate. Among the remaining capable forces, the Corbray family was naturally called upon to contribute their elite troops. Oberyn himself led his 500-strong Scorpion Guard, accompanied by his mistress and several illegitimate daughters, a throng of beautiful women trailing behind the army, causing the battle-hardened men who had never encountered women before to gaze in awe. The forces dispatched from Riverlands included Brynden Tully of House Tully, accompanied by his Highlander troops. This noble lineage has stood vigil over the coastal city for generations, ranking among the most esteemed families in Riverlands. The Highlander Regiment, comprising 500 men, serves as a formidable defense against the incursions of the Ironborn, representing a truly elite military force. With this assembly, a total of 500 troops had gathered. The weakest among them was the representative of the Crownlands, whose contingent of 500 boasted little in terms of achievements, and his own prowess was rather lackluster. The remaining factions were more evenly matched, having all endured the crucible of battle. Notably, the Highlanders had successfully repelled the Ironborn's rebellion for an entire month, while the infamous Butcher's Legion from the Vale had earned accolades during their campaigns against the mountain clans. The Scorpion Guard, personally led by Oberyn, had also secured numerous victories in clashes along the frontier. As for Albert's regiment, although he referred to it as the Royal Guard, it too had carved out its own illustrious reputation through various skirmishes. Observing the insignias of the other regiments, Albert pondered the notion that his Royal Guard could not perpetually bear that title. He considered bestowing upon his forces a new designation. In this expanse of land, the beasts seemed few, as the population density in the Westerlands far exceeded that of the north. The people of Westeros typically named their formidable legions after the beasts native to their birthplaces, hoping to imbue their soldiers with the ferocity of these creatures. However, in the Westerlands, regiments were predominantly named using numerical designations, given the prevalent cliffs and rugged terrain that lacked any such fauna. Thus, their armies were often designated by numbers or, occasionally, the names of deities. The Lannisters and Undulls favored numerical titles or divine nomenclature, while the Westerlands, lacking ancestral bloodlines, did not share this custom, unlike other nations that still bore traces of their forebears. Albert resolved to seek inspiration across the vast plains of the Westerlands, yet found the landscape devoid of avian life. The only fluttering presence was that of the crows belonging to various houses, a name he could hardly assign to his own regiment. He contemplated the establishment of a dedicated reconnaissance unit, aptly named the Crows, but he was certain that his principal guard and core forces could not adopt such a moniker in the face of battle. In truth, the plains held little in terms of living creatures, making it unacceptable to label his army numerically, a notion he found intolerable. In his past life, he had observed many nations favoring wildlife as namesakes for their elite troops, while those designated by numbers were often merely common continental forces, lacking the same martial prowess. Thus, the quest for an appropriate animal name consumed his thoughts for an extended period. The North indeed boasts a plethora of remarkable creatures. However, the nomenclature often leads to conflicts with the armies of other families, resulting in no less than 3 wars sparked by such issues. Albert is not inclined to engage in disputes over naming conventions with other clans. His father's legion is known as the Swordfish Iron Cavalry, his grandfather commanded the Merfolk Vanguard, and his uncle leads the Shadow Lynx Army. Albert reflects on the tradition of naming, which is rooted in the prey his ancestors hunted. His own experiences in the hunt are relatively limited, unlike the northern nobility, who strive to establish their prestige through hunting. Albert finds greater joy in crafting delightful inventions in his laboratory. It would be rather embarrassing to name a ground force after his scientific creations. For instance, a battalion dubbed the Crossbow Corps would indeed be rather awkward. After much contemplation, he struggles to find an appropriate name, feeling somewhat conflicted, especially since aside from his Nightblade, he is not engaged in significant hunts. Nevertheless, he is quite satisfied with his Nightblade, which has accompanied him since its capture and has aided him in numerous victorious battles. Naming his legion after the Nightblade seems fitting, As this creature is rare in the north, apart from himself, very few have ever captured an adult Nightblade. Ultimately, Albert resolves to name his legion after the Nightblade. At that moment, the formidable beast approaches him, lying down at his feet, allowing Albert to effortlessly stroke its head. Pleased, he decides to bestow the name of his beast upon his army. The Nightblade reveals its sharp teeth and licks Albert's hand with its barbed tongue. As night falls, Albert returns from the vast plains with his beast. Upon arrival, he is promptly summoned to attend the throne council. Albert swiftly mounts his Nightblade and gallops to the main fortress, dismounting without the accompaniment of any guards. Chapter 89. Preparing for the visit. When Albert arrives at the throne hall, everyone is already present, awaiting his arrival. The throne council comprises 5 ministers and the regent duke. The little demon. The remaining individuals are temporarily unable to attend this meeting, leaving the affairs of the city in the sole care of the little demon. Oh, the young master finally graces us with his presence, taunts Eamon, who has a relatively poor relationship with Albert. He is entitled to such remarks, having been the first to arrive. Among the 5 ministers, aside from Oberon, who is the eldest, Eamon is next in age, nearing 30, followed by another minister at 25. The remaining 3 are of similar age. Carl and Albert will reach adulthood next year, while Brynden has just attained it. The 3 of them share a camaraderie that allows for easy conversation. Furthermore, all present are aware of the reason for Eamon's early arrival today. He is the only minister who chose to stay overnight, while the others were preoccupied with the construction of their military encampments, and the royal army's camp remains unfinished. Among this assembly, Eamon exudes the most pronounced air of nobility. The others, particularly Oberyn, are acutely aware that their reliance lies solely upon their respective armies. Albert dedicated a new designation to his forces last night, while the other 2 are also men of military background, their focus undoubtedly fixed on their own troops. Hence, it is hardly surprising that Eamon arrived so early. When he made his remark, the audience responded with perfunctory smiles, and Eamon could not muster a retort, fully cognizant that none here held him in high regard. After all, apart from him, nearly all present had undergone military training or had led troops into battle. He alone owes his elevation to the current circumstances wherein no one under Stannis is available for such positions, leaving the assembled military nobles with little reason to esteem him. Returning to the matter at hand, their purpose today is to discuss the visitation of the 3 princesses and the prince, a proposal that requires the approval of at least 3 of the 5 ministers to proceed. Here, Albert unhesitatingly cast his affirmative vote, having made a prior arrangement with the young princess. Oberyn also voted in favor, while Eamon, adhering to his principle of opposing Albert, cast a dissenting vote. Carl and Brynden both supported the motion, with 4 votes in favor and 1 against. It is likely that Eamon's earlier comment soured the opinions of the 3 in attendance towards him. With the discussion concluded, preparations for implementation can commence. They intend for Albert to lead this endeavor. The remaining 2 may be unaware, but both the regent and Oberyn recognize the princess's interest in Albert at first glance. Given the current circumstances, the imp, Tyrion, naturally hopes for his niece to align herself with a noble of slightly greater strength, and Albert's military, technological, and commercial prowess is commendable. Moreover, he enjoys the king's favor and is the uncle of the North-Est Duke, which pleases Tyrion immensely. Oberyn also holds Albert's combat abilities in high regard, having fought alongside him during the siege and the Battle of Whispering Hill, reinforcing his favorable impression and reluctance to oppose him. Thus, under the strong recommendation of both Oberyn and Tyrion, Albert will be tasked with overseeing the security for this visitation. Eamon regards Albert with disdain, yet the other 2 hold him in favorable light. Most importantly, both families are financially strained, particularly when it comes to procuring crossbows, as Alberts are notoriously expensive. In the medieval context, amassing sufficient gold dragons for such armaments is no simple feat. Moreover, Albert has developed the trebuchet, a weapon whose current range and accuracy leave much to be desired, yet he intends to advance the technology of rifle barrels in due course. As the news reached the attic where the prince and princess resided, even the typically tempestuous and rebellious Joffrey displayed a semblance of joy. After all, they were merely children who had been well protected by their mothers, and in such circumstances, they naturally yearned for their maternal figures. The prospect of a visitation extending for an entire month was undoubtedly delightful for the trio, particularly upon learning that Albert would be tasked with guiding them. Tommen and Myrcella were especially pleased, considering the 2 ministers with whom they had spent considerable time. While it was unnecessary to elaborate on Aemon, a noble of commendable stature, Albert emerged as a more well-rounded figure, and they intended for him to accompany them on their inaugural visit. Thus, It became imperative to deliberate on the arrangements for this visitation. Albert planned their journey to commence at the Wall, proceeding to visit Tywin and Jaime before making their way to King's Landing. However, upon receiving this news, the group felt a tinge of disappointment, as their longing to see their mother was palpable. The recent attack had instilled fear in all, particularly among the young ones. Anyone would feel dread after such an ordeal. Myrcella's request for Albert to be her sworn knight stemmed from this very fear, as, in the absence of her father, grandfather, and mother, the only figure she could rely on for security was Albert. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that her relationship with Albert was in a notably awkward and complex phase. Previous incidents had thrust them into an uncomfortable dynamic, and if she wished to mend this bond, she would need to take the initiative to engage with him. Her maid had once remarked that a woman pursuing a man is akin to a veil separating them, though the concept of a veil eluded her. It reminded her of the sheer dresses she often wore, which, after all, were not of great consequence, were they? Meanwhile, the ravens dispatched by Albert had garnered a response. Stannis indicated that, given the current circumstances, they could proceed with their first visitation at any time. However, this presented no trivial matter for Albert, who felt substantial pressure. Being responsible for the safety of all involved in the visitation weighed heavily upon him, particularly after recently fending off a wave of assassins. He understood that numerous threats could emerge along the way, compelling him to enlist the most battle-hardened members of his army. Chapter 90. The Volantis-Targaryen Alliance. While Albert was diligently preparing for the northern visitation, the orchestrators of the two assassination attempts convened in Volantis. Volantis proclaims itself the rightful heir to Valyria, having once sought the Targaryens' assistance in restoring the realm of the Freehold during their reign. However, the Targaryen rulers of that time showed little interest. It is only now that the current Targaryen leaders have expressed a desire, as they too have come to realize the burdens of lost sovereignty. Yet, this Targaryen is not the well-known Daenerys, but rather young Aegon. The reason for this prince's presence here can be attributed to the machinations of Illyrio and Varys. Initially, they anticipated a prolonged conflict in the south, along with significant casualties in the north, hoping that this war would exhaust the fighting capabilities of the various factions in Westeros. In such a scenario, Aegon's command of the Golden Company would allow for a sweeping victory, especially when allied with the steadfast supporters of House Targaryen from Dorne, leaving the weakened kingdoms unable to resist. However, Albert's unexpected intervention resulted in minimal losses in the north, and other kingdoms similarly incurred little cost, swiftly concluding the war. Moreover, despite selling a substantial number of crossbows to Volantis, Albert refrained from supplying even a single weapon to mercenary groups like the Golden Company, which found itself at a technological disadvantage. Furthermore, they observed that the Seven Kingdoms maintained a relatively robust mobilization capability, with only over 20,000 men at their disposal. It seemed improbable for the Golden Company to secure victory. Thus, they resolved to utilize their considerable wealth to hire assassins to target the heirs of House Baratheon, hoping to plunge the already dwindling Baratheon line into a succession crisis, potentially reigniting conflict. Relying solely on the Golden Company would likely not yield easy victories, particularly after the merger of the Crownlands and Stormlands. With Storm's and now directly under the Crown's control, its defenses have been significantly enhanced. Consequently, an alliance with Volantis becomes essential to the grand objective of restoring the Targaryen dynasty in Westeros. Volantis, eager to leverage Westeros' strength for the reclamation of the entirety of Valyria, found a willing partner in this endeavor. Thus, they united, with Volantis financing the hiring of assassination squads from its territories, launching several surprise attacks against members of the Baratheon royal family. Nevertheless, Stannis is not akin to those others. Even the most inconspicuous entities cannot easily infiltrate the castle, which is no longer under the chaotic reign of the Mad King and Robert. Stannis is not inclined to establish an intelligence network, and Peter Baelish has been summarily dismissed to the Vale. Meanwhile, Albert's eyes in White Harbor exert their utmost efforts to eliminate other spies infiltrating King's Landing. The tendrils of Volantis prove more manageable compared to others, as their operatives bear the distinctive tiger-stripe tattoos, rendering them nearly incapable of penetrating the intelligence networks of other nations. Varys' little birds were not spared either. Suffering significant losses, these events compelled them to focus all their energies on dealing with the intelligence personnel. Stannis had cultivated his own spies since his time on Dragonstone, whose combat capabilities rivaled those of the little birds. Moreover, the eyes of White Harbor had established a formidable intelligence network that had endured through generations. In contrast, even though the little birds opted for the more vulnerable children, they still faced considerable suspicion and incurred substantial casualties. Under these circumstances, Varys lost 7 or 8 little birds before finally uncovering the specific route and timing of the visit led by Albert and his 3 companions. This marked their first long-distance journey, presenting an optimal opportunity for action. Should they miss this chance, the next similar opportunity might be far off in the future. Thus, both parties convened in Volantis, intending to launch a joint raid. While Volantis found it challenging to extend its reach into Westeros, the Targaryen dynasty still maintained a significant number of loyal supporters even in defeat. Therefore, this endeavor would undoubtedly see young Aegon as the main force. As for Daenerys, she now commanded 3 dragons, but after Varys' discussions with the opposing side, he discovered that they were not currently inclined to cooperate. At this point, Daenerys should have already secured over 8,000 Unsullied from Astapor. However, due to the early acquisition of 5,000 by the Little Rose, the total number of Unsullied left in the city was just over 3,600, severely diminishing her initial strength. While Daenerys was advancing toward the Narrow Sea with only a handful of Dothraki cavalry and a modest contingent of Unsullied, she possessed 3 dragons. Nonetheless, they had already offended all the city-states of Slaver's Bay, leaving them mired in the quagmire of war and unable to provide support. Amidst the discussions, the teenage Prince Aegon was led into the castle by Varys. All eyes were upon this future leader of the Valyrian freehold. According to Varys' plans, young Aegon was to wed his aunt, Daenerys. However, the current state of war left Varys feeling somewhat uncertain if their own strength proved insufficient, or if the Baratheon dynasty's foundation remained robust. They would have to form a marriage alliance with a woman from House Baratheon to successfully claim dominion over Westeros. Consequently, they resolved to alter their strategy at this juncture, shifting from the assassination of all Baratheon royal family members to the abduction of Myrcella. In truth, Cersei would have been a more favorable target, but the young girl bore grayscale. Any mingling of blood would inevitably lead to contagion. In Varys' scheme, young Aegon could not afford to contract a grave illness so soon. Thus, Myrcella, currently in Casterly Rock, emerged as the prime candidate. Unbeknownst to Albert, who remained focused on the security of Joffrey and Tommen, the opposing side had already extended its reach toward the young princess. As for Daenerys, Jorah and Barristan have arrived at her side, but this time, the imp may not fall into her grasp. At this moment, the Mother of Dragons gazes with considerable distress at the imposing city before her. Logically speaking, possessing 3 dragons should not cause her such vexation over a single stronghold. Yet this city is unlike any she has encountered before. It is fortified with 40 crossbows, and initially, there was little apprehension regarding such weaponry, until Drogon's wing was pierced by a bolt. Chapter 91. The Battle of Yunkai. 1. Daenerys, with furrowed brows, surveys the colossal city before her. Ordinarily, the garrison forces of this city would be deemed insufficient, yet prior to Daenerys' arrival, the Second Sons had been hastily recruited. This force boasts over 3,000 men, combined with the original defenders, surpassing the strength of Daenerys' infantry. Currently, she does not command an army of 8,000. Rather, she can muster only the entirety of the Unsullied and her apprentices, totaling a mere 3,600. Consequently, Ser Jorah and Barristan exerted considerable effort to persuade Daenerys to relinquish her grand vision of freeing the slaves. For now, she has fewer enemies, and Meereen has yet to show any inclination to send forth its troops. Nevertheless, they find it no simple task to conquer the city before them, as its walls bristle with crossbows. Just the previous day, Drogon had intended to conduct a reconnaissance and seize the city, but that plan was dashed when a bolt pierced his wing. Now, they are compelled to rally their forces for a siege. The formidable power of the crossbows has left Barristan thoroughly impressed, prompting him to strongly urge the Queen to demand the purchase of crossbows from White Harbor in her capacity as the Queen of Westeros. However, the price set by Qyburn for the crossbows remains exorbitant, and with Illyrio's ships currently unavailable for trade, despite the vast treasures in Astapor, Daenerys refuses to utilize them for procuring what she believes is rightfully hers. Indeed, Daenerys contends that since Qyburn is a Westerosi, and she is the destined queen of Westeros, she should leverage her royal authority to compel Qyburn to deliver the crossbows directly to her. Her initial intent to forcibly seize Astapor indicates that Daenerys is not one who willingly engages in commerce. Yet, that night, while she was bathing, an unexpected visitor entered her tent. Dario, one of the captains of the Second Sons, a mercenary company summoned by the Yunkai to assist in the battle, alongside the Stormcrows and the Windblown, with a combined strength exceeding 4,000 men. In contrast, this time, Dalio arrived alone, not merely to meet the Dragon Queen. In fact, He had already set his sights on Daenerys during their previous standoff. His visit was not solely for the purpose of allegiance, but also to present 2 severed heads. Indeed, he brought with him the heads of the 2 leaders of the Sons of the Harpy. At a time when reinforcements were scarce, the Dragon Queen readily accepted his contingent, augmenting her forces by over 500 mercenaries. Nevertheless, even with the addition of these troops, the combined strength of the defenders and their hired mercenaries still exceeded 7,000. Despite possessing dragons, they faced a formidable array of crossbows. Having recently acquired the dragons, the Dragon Queen was not yet adept at controlling them, rendering her unable to utilize her 3-headed dragons against the more than 40 crossbows atop the opposing walls. Yet, the battle must go on. The following day, both sides resumed their standoff on the battlefield. Unlike the television adaptation of Game of Thrones, during this period, the Brotherhood without banners had yet to merge with the Sons of the Harpy, maintaining a force of over 500 men, while the Windblown boasted more than 3,000 fighters. Even with the defection of the Sons of the Harpy, a significant disparity in numbers remained. Both factions arrayed themselves in the expansive open ground before the city, where the defending forces deployed 20 crossbows alongside a substantial number of soldiers, bringing their total to over 5,000. The Dragon Queen side comprised merely over 100 Dothraki warriors, more than 600 unsullied, and the 400 men who had defected from the Sons of the Harpy. The numerical advantage was considerable, yet the presence of dragons provided a glimmer of hope. With dragons in her possession, she felt invincible, yet, despite wielding such a devastating weapon, the Dragon Queen found herself at a loss against the terrifying crossbow formations, as dragons in this world, though powerful, were not invulnerable. Thus, the Queen anxiously awaited a response from her deserving subordinates. Had Albert received her letter? Indeed, he had, but he was presently too occupied to respond. Even if he were to dispatch supplies, she would first need to provide a deposit. Amidst his busy schedule, Albert eventually carved out a moment to reply, recognizing that the proud young queen required a stern reminder. Consequently, he crafted a somewhat informal response, offering her a few pieces of advice. The crossbows, he noted, were not insurmountable foes. With adequate defenses, one need not fear them. However, the young queen lacked the formidable protective measures necessary for such an endeavor. Upon receiving the letter, the Dragon Queen nearly tore it to shreds, incredulous that one of her vassals would dare withhold support. Nevertheless, some of Albert's suggestions prompted her to contemplate her options, albeit with frustration. To bolster the dragon's defenses, they would need to employ iron armor. Fortunately, Astapor housed sufficient craftsmen to undertake this task. However, it was impossible to fully shield the wings, which were, after all, akin to membranes. Thus, the Dragon Queen outfitted her 3-headed dragon with armor suitable for different periods, including breastplates and iron armor. As Drogon soared through the sky clad in such armor, the crossbows atop the city walls fired a test shot, yet the projectile was deflected. They resorted to their previous tactics, launching bolts once more. This time, the arrows pierced the iron armor, but failed to penetrate the dragon's scales. Although this represented a slight advancement, the Dragon Queen remained reluctant to allow her offspring to charge into a hail of crossbow bolts for direct combat. Consequently, she decided against launching an assault on the city for the time being and withdrew to Astapor. What type of armor could provide superior defense compared to iron armor? The answer is simple yet elusive: Valyrian steel armor. However, is Valyrian steel easily obtainable? Unfortunately, Astapor was rife with artifacts coveted by slavers, including numerous items crafted from Valyrian steel. In a fit of rage, the queen melted down these relics, preserving the remaining steel and fashioning a suit of armor from a portion of it. The following day, onlookers beheld an impenetrable suit of steel armor alongside a formidable dragon. Clad in Valyrian armor, Drogon relentlessly assaulted the city walls, swiftly obliterating all crossbows in his path. Chapter 92, The Battle of the Abyss, 2, when Drogon, adorned in Valyrian steel armor, braved the relentless barrage of crossbow fire and soared toward the city walls, all were left astonished. This was utterly against the norms. How could one adorn a dragon in armor? Yet, the Dragon Queen was precisely that, unreasonable and uncaring for convention. This suit of Valyrian armor had been forged from the molten remains of 7 or 8 Valyrian swords and 3 or 4 suits of armor. Had others been present, they would surely have cried out in agony. Yet, the Dragon Queen indulged her 3 sons with such extravagance and possessed more Valyrian steel, having melted down even more weapons, sufficiently meeting the current needs of her dragons. The crossbow bolts rebounded harmlessly off the Valyrian steel. Neither cannonballs nor arrows posed any threat. As the dragon reached the city walls, it almost instantaneously dismantled all defensive mechanisms, sending soldiers scattering in terror. They were utterly powerless against such an overwhelming force, and all their bows and weapons were rendered futile against the steel armor. Soldiers stood bewildered, watching this behemoth rampage, demolishing everything visible on the walls. Attempts to fend off this terrifying creature with their spears proved fruitless. Even a thrust was ineffectual unless aimed at the dragon's eyes. However, the Dragon Queen had thoughtfully equipped her dragon with a helmet that shielded its eyes, allowing it to see through the helmet's slits while protecting its vulnerable vision. The psychological defenses of the soldiers had utterly collapsed. They were paralyzed with fear at the thought of continuing the battle against these adversaries. Moreover, the forces below had already rendered the mercenary group incapable of lifting their heads. Although the two juvenile dragons could not be deemed fully grown or battle-ready, they still possessed the ability to unleash their fiery breath. This relentless onslaught shattered the infantry's resolve in an instant, driving them into a frenzied rush toward the city gates, desperately attempting to escape within. However, the soldiers inside the city were equally frantic to flee, for once the gates opened, they would discover the horrific devastation that had befallen their home. Zhuge Gung charged through the city like a maddened bull, his massive form wreaking havoc throughout the streets. The inhabitants, recognizing the futility of resistance, abandoned their efforts. No attack could possibly withstand such overwhelming force. The Unsullied followed closely behind, storming into the city, with the secondary forces bringing up the rear, having dealt with the mercenaries outside, who faced little obstruction thanks to the assistance of the two young dragons. The interior of the city had been completely conquered, with all surviving soldiers and slave masters kneeling on either side of the streets. Thus, after nearly a month of besieging this city, the Dragon Queen had secured her second stronghold. This time, the Dragon Queen did not cloak her ambitions under the banner of liberating the enslaved. While she restored the status of all unsullied to that of free men and suppressed the slave masters within the city, this was the extent of her capacity. After all, Balistan and Yora understood that a direct confrontation with the slave masters would plunge them into chaos. Hence, the current Dragon Queen was not a liberator of slaves, but a conqueror of the slave bay. Nevertheless, the queen had little choice. She required an army to mount a counteroffensive. Capturing these three cities was the only means of amassing sufficient forces for her campaign, and she could not afford to be overly concerned about the details. All the slave masters had gathered in one place, for in strict terms, Daenerys was now a conqueror. With an air of submission, they knelt before the queen, pledging to provide ample troops to aid her in reclaiming her homeland. In truth, everyone was aware of the underlying reality. Privately, the slave masters no longer regarded Daenerys as their queen. They were merely assisting the Dragon Queen in her quest to reclaim Westeros, fully aware that once she returned to power, she would have little time to attend to their affairs. Once the woman departed, they could resume their lawless ways within the city and regarding the enslaved. No matter how well the queen performed, she could not extend her reach directly into their domain. While the queen's supporters celebrated their victory within the city, the Unsullied, having attained their freedom, indulged in revelry. Grey Worm stood nearby, while Missandei sat comfortably in a chair. The queen's retinue remains regrettably small. The current ratio of men to women is hardly sufficient, compelling her to rely on these cities to amass forces as much as possible. The queen is acutely aware of the outcome of the battles erupting afar in Westeros. Yet her ire is ignited by a particular missive, clearly indicating that the heir of that earl disregards her authority. However, the queen finds herself in a predicament, as her current military strength pales in comparison to the retinues of others. Given her existing forces, a return to Westeros appears utterly implausible, especially considering that her adversaries have recently triumphed over the Unsullied. Regarding the battle at Dragonstone, she has heard whispers, enough to know that Stannis led a victorious campaign, decisively defeating 5,000 Unsullied. Throughout Westerosi history, there have been instances of dragons being vanquished, and thus the now cautious Dragon Queen dares not launch a counteroffensive with her meager forces. Presently, the queen commands a mere 4,000 troops, and she has witnessed the formidable power of technology, as siege engines once forced her to linger beneath the city for several days before she could resume her conquests. Yet in this realm, she finds herself equally powerless. The greatest centers of scholarly pursuit in the world of ice and fire reside in the Citadel and the distant lands of Et and Ashai. The queen yearns desperately for a technological genius, but such talent eludes her grasp. The entirety of Essos, while economically inferior to Westeros, also lags significantly in technological advancement. The most advanced city on the continent is Braavos, yet it is steeped in the legacy of resistance against Valyria, from which she hails. Thus, the queen is beset by conflicting thoughts. In a moment of inspiration, she recalls a new faction, the young Aegon and his army. Nevertheless, the queen has no intention of collaborating with her young nephew. She is unwilling to bow to anyone, as she is determined to maintain her autonomy. Yora and Ser Barristan have previously emphasized that each Targaryen monarch has typically what a blood relative. Meanwhile, Albert, leading the caravan, commands his soldiers to halt and establish camp. Amidst the dense foliage, he senses an overwhelming hostility. Assassins have been dispatched against them. Chapter 93. The Valyrian Assassin Guild. Albert casts a vigilant gaze toward the nearby forest. As 300 soldiers raise their heavy shields, encircling the supply wagons and the carriages carrying the prince and princesses, his expression betrays a sense of impending danger. His left hand rests on the hilt of his sword as he scans his surroundings with keen alertness. The surrounding woods are eerily silent, devoid of even the cries of wildlife, an unsettling stillness permeating the air. Despite the unnerving quiet, the soldiers remain acutely aware, attempting to curl their bodies behind their shields as best they can. Albert, eschewing the ostentation of riding atop knight's blade, chooses instead to let the steed rest nearby while he crouches behind the shield wall, peering outward with cautious scrutiny. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt pierced the serene forest, striking fiercely into the vacant space amidst the formation of shields. In quick succession, as if a key had unlocked the silence of the night sky, a flurry of crossbow bolts erupted from the thicket, nearly all finding their mark upon the shields, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. At this moment, every soldier held their breath, and even the once restless carts fell silent. Just as Albert cautiously peeked out, another volley of crossbow bolts was unleashed, this time lasting slightly longer than the previous one. Though the majority were deflected by the shields, several soldiers still succumbed to the piercing strikes. Maintaining composure, they dragged the wounded closer to the carts. Albert's expression darkened. It had been less than 6 days since leaving the city, and already an ambush awaited them. Clearly, this journey would be fraught with peril. After 2 volleys of crossbow bolts, dozens of soldiers clad in green robes, adorned with makeshift headdresses crafted from branches and their faces obscured by dark green cloth, surged forth from the underbrush. However, this motley crew seemed oblivious to the fact that the shield formation remained largely intact as they barreled out of the woods. Several unfortunate souls collided directly with the extended pikes, meeting a grim fate. The remaining assailants began their attempts to breach the shield wall, but it was evident that even a formation capable of withstanding charges from hundreds or thousands in a conventional battlefield would not falter against a mere handful, especially when those few came from all directions. Albert commanded his soldiers to extend their pole arms through the gaps in the shields, incessantly prodding at the encroaching enemy soldiers. Although his troops were equipped with ranged weaponry, the terrain rendered such arms ineffective. With the enemy concealed and his own forces exposed, Albert refrained from hastily dispersing his troops after repelling the initial wave of attackers. True to form, shortly after the first wave was vanquished, the forest erupted once more with the sound of clattering bolts. This new barrage of crossbow bolts was starkly different from the previous probing attacks. Those that struck the ground caused the nearby flora to wither at an alarming rate. Damn, these bolts are poisoned. As the realization struck him, the onslaught of bolts ceased, only to be followed by a rush of 300 to 400 soldiers charging from the thicket. The soldiers held their formation, refusing to allow this wave to breach their ranks, yet the enemy encircled them, pressing forward in relentless waves. Once it was established that no new foes lurked in the foliage, Albert commanded several soldiers to create a gap in the shield wall. Caught off guard, the external enemy soldiers stumbled through the sudden opening. Nearby soldiers swiftly surged forward, dispatching the intruders with a flurry of blades while others quickly filled the gaps. After completely eliminating the batch of invading foes, Albert surveyed the surroundings and ordered the night blades to venture forth for unrestricted hunting. At least now, it is imperative to ensnare the adversary in confusion before engaging in open combat. Recklessly plunging into the fray would only exacerbate our casualties. Moreover, Albert harbored doubts regarding whether the weapons wielded by these assassins were poisoned. Judging from the recent skirmish, it appeared that they were a cadre of individuals with specialized training and experience in ambush tactics. As he pondered, Albert once again commanded the shield formation to create an opening, resulting in several unfortunate souls rushing in, only to meet their demise at the hands of chaotic blades. Level your long pikes and maintain your formation, he ordered. Faced with the formidable tower shields, the assassins, though determined, found themselves incapable of breaching our defenses. The extended reach of their pikes deterred the enemy from recklessly charging en masse. Meanwhile, the night blades darted through the woods, each shadowy sweep claiming the heads of several enemy soldiers. In this dire situation, the morale of the opposing forces began to plummet rapidly. Seeing that their spirits were nearly at rock bottom, Albert commanded the formation to disperse. The infantry cast aside their heavy shields in favor of their personal small shields and short blades, plunging directly into the melee. Once engaged in the tumult, Albert discovered that the blades of these enemy soldiers were indeed poisoned. However, his own troops boasted a commendable level of armor and were equipped with small round shields suitable for close quarters and chaotic combat. Thus, although a few soldiers sustained injuries, they maintained the upper hand on the battlefield. Surround them, capture them alive, and let none escape. After cleaving an assassin in two, Albert surveyed the battlefield and noted that the assassins had been largely repelled, suffering grievous losses. Yet, under the cover of the night blades, those attempting to retreat into the woods met a grim fate. Leave a few alive, but none more, he commanded, and with the tide of battle turning in their favor, he entrusted the soldiers to manage the situation. Grouped in threes and fours, the soldiers encircled the remaining enemies, shields forming an outer barrier while they slowly advanced with their long pikes and swords. Before long, the hundreds of assassins were eradicated. Albert ordered the soldiers to establish camp for the night, to gather the bodies of the fallen and scavenge their possessions, striving to discern the identity of these foes. Upon lifting the dark green cloaks of the slain assassins, they uncovered fearsome tiger tattoos adorning their bodies. These markings likely identified them as members of the Tiger Stripe army under Volantis. Realizing the necessity for rapid defensive measures, Albert, bolstered by the reconnaissance capabilities of the Night Blades and their awareness of the surrounding conditions, prepared for a potential onslaught. As two volleys of crossbow bolts could easily decimate the 300 soldiers in their midst, with the first wave likely inflicting significant casualties. As he contemplated this, several soldiers presented the remaining captives before Albert. Despite their training as assassins, they clearly lacked the foresight to poison themselves to prevent leaving behind tongues and living witnesses. The group of assassins was unceremoniously presented before Albert, bound tightly. Chapter 94. The Alliance between Volantis and the Targaryen family. Albert commanded several soldiers to drag the captives into the tent. As this was a mission rather than a military operation, Albert had not brought along any torture instruments. Thus, he could only instruct the soldiers to deliver a beating before proceeding with the interrogation. However, these soldiers, while lacking in various skills, were seemingly well trained in maintaining silence. For after prolonged efforts of torture, not a single significant piece of information was extracted. It is noteworthy that their operations were primarily conducted along the King's Road, and Albert had deliberately chosen a back route to avoid ambushes on the main road. Had they ventured onto the King's Road from the outset, they likely would have encountered dire consequences by the sixth day. The captives, apart from a few who could no longer conceal their identities, appeared unwilling to divulge any information. Aside from the distinctive leopard-striped markings of the Volantis people, they bore no evidence to attest to their identities. Thus far, the only detail that could be ascertained about these individuals was their place of origin. Albert dispatched a messenger to contact the nearest castle, aiming to transfer these prisoners to its dungeons before sending a missive to Volantis to conduct a thorough inquiry. The audacity of their mercenaries to brazenly infiltrate his territory and assassinate important members of the royal family was rather excessive, indeed. Albert inspected the camp's arrangements, instructing the soldiers that if the captives remained mute, they were to be beaten severely until they were willing to speak. This mission primarily drew elite warriors from his Nightblade Legion, with few professionals in interrogation, thus rendering the less than stellar results somewhat understandable. Taking advantage of the situation, Albert also checked on the camp's setup and offered reassurances to the prince and princess, who might have been rattled by the earlier skirmish. While minor confrontations were understandable, had they been a merchant caravan instead of an army, it is likely they would have been completely overwhelmed. Even though they took a back route, encountering an ambush was still possible, making it improbable they would have traveled the King's Road. After all, the number of noble castles near the King's Road was limited. The western and river lands had suffered considerable losses during the recent war, and the central authorities' control over the provinces was relatively weak. Otherwise, a mere band of mercenaries numbering in the hundreds would not have been so audacious as to appear in his domain. The number of corpses collected from this encounter was sufficient for Stannis to issue a stern diplomatic note to Volantis. The task at hand was to tally the enemy's dead, gather as much intelligence as possible, and compile it for presentation in Albert's tent. In this clash, a total of 342 assassins were slain, and 28 were captured. Aside from approximately 160 individuals who bore no tattoos, the remainder was marked prominently. Furthermore, They sported the orange tiger tattoos particularly favored by the Volantis, indicating that this was likely not an official act, but rather the independent actions of a mercenary band. Had it been sanctioned, such conspicuous markings would not have been permitted on the soldiers. The soldiers' blades and the crossbow bolts they wielded were laced with poison. This minor skirmish resulted in minimal casualties, with only a handful of soldiers sustaining minor injuries, their wounds treated with the antidote retrieved from the bodies. Once the camp was prepared, a patrol was dispatched, urging everyone to remain vigilant this evening to thwart any potential second wave of attacks. After a circuit of the area, Albert returned to his tent, where he discovered that someone was finally willing to speak. Two soldiers dragged in a man who was barely clinging to life, and Albert, not wishing to impose, instructed them to place him in a chair while he settled directly opposite. He began his inquiries without delay. "Who are you? What brings you here? Are you aware that this is the royal carriage of the Balerian family?" "Yes," the man replied. "I know it is the royal carriage, yet we dared to attack. Speak truthfully, who sent you?" A bounty was issued by the Volantis City Hall, offering a reward for members of the Balerian royal family. Delivering the head of a legitimate royal heir could earn 10,000 golden dragons. The City Hall had issued the bounty directly, suggesting that Volantis had allied with the Targaryens. The identity of the Targaryen faction, however, remained uncertain. On the Essos continent, only two factions belonged to the Targaryen dynasty, one led by King Viserys the Beggar and his sister Daenerys, currently embroiled in conflict in Slaver's Bay, and the other being the Golden Company. The trading caravans heading to Essos had relayed information regarding the Golden Company's support for young Aegon and the alliance with Volantis. Yet Albert had not anticipated such swift action. "Aside from your group, how many others have taken up this bounty?" "Others in the free trade city-states have accepted the bounty. However, only 2 or 3 mercenary companies in this city have done so." The City Hall, wary of antagonizing Westeros, instructed us to announce our acceptance of the commission in a private capacity, and during the execution of our task, we operated under the banner of the Targaryen dynasty rather than the Volantis City Hall. "Then do you align with the Tiger Party or the Elephant Party?" "Both factions are represented among us. We primarily engage in mercenary work, with most recruits being retired soldiers or capable fighters drawn from the city. It seems that the strength of our Westeros is waning, as even the relatively unvaried Volantis across the narrow sea dares to issue such bounties openly in the City Hall," Albert remarked with a hint of sarcasm, folding the record in his hands while preparing to write a letter to Stannis. Once organized, he would dispatch the letter to the king, leaving the rest for him to resolve. As for the captives, Albert had already commanded the soldiers to seek assistance from the nearest noble castle, intending to transfer these individuals to King's Landing as soon as reinforcements arrived. It appears that Volantis has officially declared an alliance with the Targaryens. Such a large-scale mercenary force would dare to accept such a contract, and they can boldly appear within our borders? Stannis' control over the frontier seems rather lax. Albert, while penning a letter, couldn't help but mentally criticize the king for his apparent disregard for diplomatic appearances. After all, the Iron Throne still owes several million golden dragons to the neighboring Iron Bank. With the alliance between Volantis and the Targaryens now public, it signifies that Volantis has formally declared itself adversarial to the Iron Throne of Westeros. Consequently, adjustments to his commercial activities may be necessary. After some contemplation, Albert drafted another letter, primarily directed to his hometown of White Harbor, urging them to leverage their influence in Essos to hinder Volantis, while simultaneously minimizing arms and trade of essential materials with Volantis. Crossbows, newly developed siege engines, gunpowder, fertilizers for crops, new warships, and even recently produced paper and sugar. Albert currently held a significant monopoly over these goods. Since they wished to wage war against him and send agents to undermine him, he certainly would not engage in normal trade with them. Let the war commence with trade. Chapter 95. The response of the Iron Throne King's Landing, the Red Keep. Stannis slammed his fist heavily upon the table, furious. What is Volantis attempting? If they wish to declare war, they should simply say so. A sizable mercenary force has infiltrated our borders to ambush members of the royal entourage, and they dare to brazenly put a bounty on the heads of our royal family members. What are they trying to achieve? Stannis scoffed, casting a glance at his hand of the king. His approach differed from Robert's. The cabinet comprised 8 positions, one allocated to each duchy, with one going to the crownlands, ensuring that every duchy had a representative in the court to prevent any single house from becoming too powerful while allowing for mutual checks and balances. Currently, the one responsible for external affairs was the hand of the king, Bronze Royce from the Vale. This was not merely a slap in the face to the entire Baratheon dynasty, but an affront to all of Westeros. Thus, a strongly worded diplomatic note was swiftly dispatched to the municipal hall of Volantis. Volantis, Municipal Hall. The factions of the Leopard and Tiger parties were embroiled in a heated argument, especially since the diplomatic note had landed squarely in their faces, followed closely by the impending severance of diplomatic relations. Does our municipal hall wish to merely leverage the names of the Longtanks and the Lannisters to restore our former territories, even at the cost of offending the Iron Throne? We did not see such weakness during the alliance. Did you not sign the agreement? It would be absurd not to face criticism for posting such a task directly in the Bounty Hall. Since we have forged an alliance with House Targaryen, it is imperative that we exhibit a resolute stance on these matters, placing the bounty tasks prominently on the board as a form of accountability to our allies. However, we still maintain substantial trade relations with Westeros, and within this economic exchange lie considerable commercial interests. Should the relationship sour, these interests would inevitably dissipate. It is crucial to recognize that many commodities currently enjoy exclusive monopoly rights in Westeros, including the production methods for crossbows, trebuchets, and gunpowder, which remain elusive to us. We are currently engaged in naval skirmishes with the fleet from Bravos, and without crossbows, we would find ourselves at a distinct disadvantage. Our stockpile of ammunition is dwindling, with less than 20 rounds available for each crossbow. At the current rate of expenditure, our frontline forces will be rendered impotent within 2 months due to a lack of ammunition. Should the supply of crossbow munitions falter, our combat efforts at the front will inevitably falter, and more alarmingly, the enemy may exploit this to engage in extensive military trade against us. At this juncture, even the most misguided notions of the ruling party must concede that this move is indeed a grave misstep. Though we have secured the allegiance of the Golden Company and the Targaryen dynasty, the economic benefits derived from this alliance pale in comparison to those afforded by the Iron Throne. After all, during their zenith, they deemed us unworthy of their attention. This alliance is only possible now due to the decline of their dynasty. Is this the conclusion? What shall we do regarding the subsequent assassination attempts? Let the Targaryen dynasty employ those assassins in their own name, striving to negotiate a lower price as much as possible. Beyond that, we are powerless. In the north, White Harbor, these Southerners have an inflated sense of self-importance. Do they believe any band can be plundered? Wyman gripped the still damp letter tightly, so much so that it began to crumple in his hand. Is young Albert in trouble? Wyman asked below. Rather than saying young Albert is in trouble, it would be more accurate to say our king is in peril. Old Eel's face was etched with disdain, to say nothing of the fact that the trade between Volantis and White Harbor constitutes 60% of their total imports, the majority of which are monopolized goods from White Harbor. Should trade sanctions be implemented, acquiring these goods would likely inflate their prices several-fold. What do you imply? Did Albert's letter not outline a course of action? We shall proceed as he suggested. If a trade war truly commences, our monopolized goods will not be easily sourced elsewhere. Moreover, with Volantis currently at war with Bravos, losing access to advanced weaponry and favorable pricing from White Harbor will only exacerbate the already precarious stalemate. Indeed, young Albert mentioned in his letter that the export volumes of crossbows, catapults, and gunpowder to Bravos could be slightly increased, with prices potentially lowered. While there are many who would purchase my goods, I shall not sell to you. Acquiring them may not prove to be an easy task. What of the export trade concerning the Slavers' Bay? Wildman inquired. The same treatment applies. Export volumes must diminish. They must comprehend that the Mandel family is not to be trifled with. Upon uttering this statement, the two middle-aged men below could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Given that Westeros is an early feudal kingdom, import and export volumes are calculated individually for each city. White Harbor's demand for slaves from Slavers' Bay is virtually non-existent. However, due to the ongoing quagmire of war in Slavers' Bay, a substantial importation of military equipment and tactical weaponry from White Harbor is imperative. This wave of sanctions could indeed have a far-reaching impact. Organizations and political factions with favorable ties to Volantis and the Dragon Queen of Slavers' Bay will see their import volumes slashed by half. The detailed reports of crossbow effectiveness from the battles in Yunkai have been relayed to various intelligence agencies across Westeros. It can be said that, aside from the Peasant Queen's final monetary gambit, the role of crossbows in this war has been significant, serving as a key factor in the city-state's ability to endure for so long. Once this news spread, the entire crossbow industry experienced a considerable surge in sales. Particularly those local political entities and Essos with strained relations to the Targaryen family have eagerly purchased crossbows, as no one can deny their substantial advantage against dragons unadorned by Valyrian steel armor. Having declared hostility, one must brace for the possibility of business becoming untenable. Setting aside other matters, the goods from White Harbor possess an irreplaceable uniqueness compared to those from Essos, which is precisely why Albert boldly speaks of a trade war. Chapter 96. Arrival at the Wall. Following the ambush in the forest, perhaps the message was received by the people of Volantis, or perhaps luck was simply on their side. But they reached Mole's Town without encountering further ambushes. Albert breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was fortunate that his soldiers had suffered no casualties on this journey, as they would need to return. Mole's Town and the nearby settlements fall within the designated lands granted to the Night's Watch by a queen of the Targaryen family, in recognition of their vigilance on the northern frontier of the Empire. This area serves as one of the sources of income for the Night's Watch. Currently, Kevan Lannister is stationed there under royal command, and should unforeseen circumstances prevent the imp from fulfilling his duties, Kevan must assume the weighty responsibility of regent. Once the army reached the designated lands, the subsequent security arrangements were no longer Albert's concern. With the soldiers stationed there, Albert was granted permission to tour the wall. The Wall of Despair can be regarded as the most magnificent spectacle across the entire continent of Westeros, a grand edifice forged by the illustrious builder, Brandon Stark. During its construction, he drew upon the tokens of the old gods, the weirwood, and employed great magic. Jon Snow of House Stark finds himself here, and Albert has had a few encounters with Jon, making this visit an opportune moment to explore the entirety of the wall together. The financial situation of the Night's Watch is rather dire, as its ranks have predominantly consisted of younger sons from various noble families, those without claims to inheritance, along with criminals from across the realm, willing knights, and exiles. Among these individuals, there is a noticeable scarcity of those capable of fulfilling the role of an accountant. However, with Tywin's arrival, circumstances began to shift, as some of his loyal followers had experience as merchants and accountants, albeit not in the traditional sense, yet their skills proved sufficient. On this northern expedition, Tywin brought nearly 1,000 assorted personnel, effectively doubling the strength of the Night's Watch, although close to 600 remained in Mole's Town. Furthermore, due to the War of the Usurper and the personal actions of Duke Tywin, it is evident that at least 700 of the nearly 1,000 men originally stationed at the Wall harbor grievances against him. During Tywin's tenure as the head of the Westerlands, and as the King's hand, he dispatched numerous high-caliber individuals to the Wall, resulting in almost no one there maintaining amicable relations with Tywin. This situation provides a crucial foundation for Elderbear to employ Tywin's subordinates as the initial cadre of accountants for Black Castle. Old Maester Aemon, now advanced in age, lacks the acuity for calculations, and it is unlikely that those who earned their maester's chain in the Citadel would stoop to begging at Black Castle. Nonetheless, with the introduction of Tywin's elite soldiers, Elderbear's burdens have lightened considerably. At the very least, the Night's Watch has managed to establish a rudimentary financial system, preventing a scenario where a single battle's losses would render them incapable of providing sustenance for their soldiers. Mole's Town's output remains limited, despite the presence of essential infrastructure. The constant threat of wildlings breaching the wall exacerbates the already precarious supply levels, and the frequency of wildling incursions has increased significantly. However, the arrival of hundreds of elite soldiers from Duke Tywin has alleviated some of these issues. Specifically, these soldiers come equipped with arms and armor that are simply unattainable at Black Castle, and Tywin even brought along a cadre of teamsters and blacksmiths, highly sought-after technical talents that are sorely lacking at Black Castle. It is said that Elderbear now finds it necessary to bow thrice towards the south and express gratitude to His Majesty Stannis and Duke Tywin before he can rest peacefully each night. At present, Jon Snow is undergoing essential training as a Night's Watchman within the training camp, while his instructor, Alliser Thorne, is a failure from the War of Usurpers, dispatched to the north by Robert. This large assembly of individuals harbors varying degrees of dissent towards Lord Tywin, which raises the question of how the Duke can manage to sleep soundly here, a curiosity that Albert is eager to unravel. Of course, Jaime is also present, for in the realm of victors and vanquished, the Lannisters, who have already suffered defeat, are inevitably cast as the rogues. Thus, the wall is adorned with numerous golden-haired figures, Tywin's household guard, numbering around 500 or 600, who have endured significant losses in the ongoing wars and have now accompanied Tywin to the north. In this setting, Albert successfully encounters Jon, who has just completed his training and is preparing for his inaugural expedition. This contingent aims to venture north in search of the previously missing ranger units and to address the sightings of the White Walkers. Nearly half of Tywin's men have been integrated into this force. However, the Duke himself is absent from the ranks, as his age precludes him from serving as a ranger. In contrast, his son Jaime, in the prime of his youth, is indeed qualified to take on such a role, and is thus assigned to this expedition alongside 700 or 800 others heading north. The Night's Watch boasts a considerable numerical advantage. Although the northern clans possess thousands, the Night's Watch can effectively stand against 3 with their seasoned rangers. Old Bear, commanding this force, ensures remarkable logistical support, bolstered by resources from Mole's Town. The current state of Mole's Town has transformed significantly, now housing a garrison, which guarantees that, despite its modest size, it can sustain the living provisions for nearly 2,000 individuals when military strength is present. Albert takes the time to organize matters in Mole's Town before intending to meet Old Bear at the wall. Besides escorting 3 princes and princesses for a familial visit, Albert carries personal tasks, including negotiating collaboration with the Black Castle and the Wall. Since Albert's invention of the crossbow, 3-masted ships, and gunpowder, the Manderly family has emerged as the preeminent arms supplier throughout the North and Westeros. However, when selling to the Black Castle, one must not be overly ambitious or demanding. Exorbitant requests cannot be accommodated. Moreover, maintenance services for the Black Castle must be priced reasonably, necessitating readiness to offer goods at cost, or even at a loss. Chapter 97. Meeting Old Bear. While the 3 princes and princesses engage in familial reminiscences, Albert, under Jon Snow's guidance, meets the current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Mormont. Unlike others, Old Bear did not arrive due to transgressions, but willingly chose to come to the wall. Jon Snow now serves as a squire. Although he aspires to become a ranger, he stands out as the only Night's Watch member who has received a relatively good education and voluntarily came to the wall. Additionally, he maintains a favorable relationship with House Stark. Despite his lack of seniority, he can be regarded as the most suitable candidate for the next Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Albert's visit to meet Old Bear involves not only the customary handover and reporting procedures, but also discussions regarding collaboration. Indeed, each visitation requires notification, and the Night's Watch will send a report to King's Landing, akin to a summary report upon the completion of each mission. Thanks to Albert's identification of the technology of papermaking, the volume of documentation and the efficiency of cultural dissemination across the 7 kingdoms have significantly improved. Currently, fieldwork necessitates the submission of a work report after each assignment. Naturally, the Night's Watch is not lacking in paper, as they are the very producers of it. During his passage through the north, Albert also requested his caravan to rendezvous, not only for resupply but also to account for the materials originally intended for delivery to the wall. Indeed, the wall's main supply source is reliant on the generosity of the northern lords, as Mole's Town can only provide food. With winter approaching, a multitude of wildlings will descend southward, crossing the wall. These unfortunate souls are indifferent to the local conditions, instead resorting to plundering the northern villages. Recently, there has been an unusual increase in the number of wildlings venturing south, placing immense pressure on even the smallest noble castles. Consequently, fundraising has become a routine annual operation, and Albert's journey to the wall will certainly involve bringing supplies. The return route is straightforward, with a fleet set to meet them at Eastwatch, proceeding directly to King's Landing without diverting to White Harbor, taking merely half a month. When Albert entered the chamber, he found 2 elders awaiting him. He recognized the portrait of Old Bear, while the other appeared even older, a rarity in both Black Castle and along the entire wall. Albert was nearly certain that this was indeed Maester Aemon. "Welcome, young man from the south. Please take a seat. Our discussion may take some time." The first to speak was the aged Maester Aemon. Though his health is frail, he has surpassed 90 years, a remarkable feat given the harsh conditions of Black Castle. His hands were remarkably thin and bony, as he gestured toward a dark, square object resembling a chair before him. Given the limited conditions, Albert understood. "The cloth, paper, and seeds you have brought from the south will greatly aid us. Assisting the Night's Watch in guarding the wall is an inescapable duty for every northerner." Albert replied courteously, "We are currently in dire need of the fertilizers, crossbows, and even gunpowder that you can provide. Black Castle requires everything pertaining to military matters. However, your asking price is exorbitant. 100 golden dragons for each piece is simply beyond our means. We need at least 1,000 of such items to fortify our defenses, which translates to a sum in the hundreds of thousands of golden dragons." After a brief pause, Elder Shion continued, "The total amount of golden dragons you have donated does not exceed 10,000. This amount barely covers the void left by our debts over the past year. Beyond this, we still require substantial quantities of golden dragons and supplies. I have fully understood these needs through correspondence with our elders and the Duke. Logically and emotionally, Black Castle bears the heavy responsibility for the safety of the entire North. Please list your specific requirements, and I will do my utmost to accommodate them. The price is not an issue. Should you require it, we can even provide ammunition and maintenance free of charge. And we can take full responsibility for the upgrade of all equipment. If that is indeed the case, it would be most welcome. However, the primary challenge facing Black Castle at present is the lack of sufficient manpower. The Great Wall currently has only 3 operational fortresses, while 12 others have fallen into disrepair. The restoration of these fortresses, along with the maintenance of our weaponry, requires a significant amount of golden dragons. In this regard, our ability to assist is quite limited. Although White Harbor boasts one of the highest throughput rates in Westeros, the modernization of technology and the cultivation of research personnel also demand considerable expenditure of golden dragons. Furthermore, we lack a structured approach to talent development akin to that of the Citadel. The profits from papermaking, crossbows, cannons, fertilizers, and gunpowder have been largely reinvested into research and the training of new talent, leaving us with little surplus of golden dragons. Nonetheless, we will endeavor to provide assistance. Albert raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. We must maintain our troops, support a substantial standing army and fleet, and manage numerous merchant convoys, all while cultivating and recruiting talent and advancing technology. Every aspect demands financial resources. Regarding this matter, I shall write to the Duke of the North to provide a detailed account and directives. Elder Xiong broke the awkward silence, fully aware that everyone is in need of funds at present. The 7 kingdoms may be temporarily at peace, but once Stannis ages and the remaining lords grow frail, it will become increasingly difficult to maintain control over the situation in Westeros. The nobles are exerting every effort to contribute to the construction and defense of their cities. Furthermore, the monthly expenditures of the nobility are substantial. Albert's army is a standing force, stationed far from his own territory in the Westerlands, making the cost of transporting supplies exceedingly high, to the extent that the old lord can only dispatch his merchant convoys to carry enough provisions. The White Harbor city successfully maintains its commercial independence and monopoly, relying on the numerous industries left by Albert and a robust commercial counterintelligence system. Furthermore, it trades in a plethora of sought-after goods, such as candies, ensuring substantial profits. Chapter 98. The aid agreement. Albert can reach a preliminary agreement with Old Xiong here. However, further discussions are necessary with the Duke of the North. After all, even though White Harbor possesses considerable resources, it cannot sustain the maintenance of the entire Great Wall alone. The Black Castle is open to all offers. We require everything: money, food, weapons, and more personnel. While I will negotiate these matters with the Duke of the North and the King, prior to that, I may need to draft a contract with you. You are aware that, currently, there are many with economic acumen within the Black Castle, yet none are entirely trustworthy. Old Xiong's tone reflected a sense of helplessness, and Albert nodded in agreement with this approach. Regarding the issue of gold dragons, we can collectively manage to meet the requirements. As for the specific amount, I cannot speak for other territories, but White Harbor can provide an annual contribution of 100,000 gold dragons to the Great Wall. With the substantial profits from paper, fertilizers, gunpowder, and candies, Albert can mobilize funds exceeding 100,000 gold dragons monthly. His monthly allowance alone surpasses 10,000 gold dragons, making such an annual contribution effortlessly manageable. Additionally, our weaponry requires maintenance, necessitating a significant number of blacksmiths and iron ore. While the North possesses ample ore, we lack sufficient blacksmiths, and the ore must be purchased. Albert contemplated the matter and proposed the establishment of a blacksmith association for Mole Village, or alternatively, expanding the village's scale. We could deploy soldiers to cultivate new lands in the vicinity, elevating Mole Village's administrative status to that of a town. We might even consider constructing a new castle in Mole Village or granting land for its establishment. Meanwhile, the Manderly family would provide the necessary crossbows and regularly replenish supplies, all without incurring any economic cost. Old Xiong nodded slightly. In fact, the most successful items among Albert's weaponry are the crossbows. As the technology for stone-shooting cannons is still immature, and the flintlock guns are merely in the experimental phase, none of these have been put on the market yet. Resolving the crossbow issue would effectively secure the vast majority of economic benefits. Furthermore, we intend to offer advanced iron smelting techniques learned from the Eastern lands, which could significantly enhance the efficiency and yield of iron ore. Gunpowder, stone-shooting cannons, and a subsequent array of weaponry will be prioritized for supply to the Black Castle if needed. Beyond this, we have only one condition. The Manderly family seeks priority development rights over the rich plant and animal resources of the northern lands. We will employ engineering teams and lumberjacks to collect resources in the north, with the Black Castle's cavalry providing necessary protection. As for expenses, we can negotiate. Old Bear furrowed his brow slightly for a moment, but upon noticing that Bachelor Iman did not exhibit any significant reaction, he acquiesced to the proposal. Furthermore, we require the development rights to the land grant. In return, we shall provide free seeds and bear the primary expenses for the construction of the castle. Additionally, we will assist in cultivating a sufficient amount of farmland. Even Bachelor Iman frowned slightly at this point, yet after a brief contemplation, he ultimately consented. Moreover, I propose that the castle of the land grant should be governed by a noble chosen from the northern aristocracy, who would, if necessary, organize military support for the wall's defense against invasions and, in times of peace, be responsible for repelling the incursions of wildlings. The title of Count of the Land Grant shall not be hereditary. It must be filled through election, and no single family may hold the title for consecutive terms. Furthermore, the Count shall not marry, bear children, or inherit any noble titles. One might ask why we do not allow the Night's Watch to manage it directly. The majority of the Night's Watch are inadequately educated, with only a handful of noble offspring receiving a proper education. They often lack the knowledge to effectively manage a castle. If we were to select from the Night's Watch, it would inevitably incite dissatisfaction among the higher-ranking members who lack such managerial skills. Hence, the selection must be made from the northern nobility. The latter propositions put forth by Albert essentially challenge tradition. Yet the crux of the matter is that if we continue adhering to conventional practices, it will not be long before the defense system of the wall collapses entirely. Due to the lack of new blood, sustaining the wall necessitates a sufficient supply of soldiers and robust economic resources, which in turn requires a considerable number of free folk. However, due to the geographical and climatic conditions of Mole Village, coupled with frequent incursions from the north, very few can reside there long-term. Albert's proposal addresses this issue by providing a multitude of job opportunities in Black Castle, or rather, Mole Village, thus increasing the likelihood of retaining more inhabitants and establishing a self-sustaining supply system. Most importantly, it would enhance our defensive capabilities against the relentless advance of wildlings. After exchanging glances, the two highest leaders of the Night's Watch ultimately decided to endorse this plan. After all, the Night's Watch now stands at a critical juncture of survival. Should there be further incursions of White Walkers or a large-scale assault by wildlings from the north, the strength of the wall would be severely compromised. Currently, among the several fortresses maintaining the wall, only 3 are operational. The wall requires assistance from the south. Any form of aid is essential, for they are lacking in every aspect. The individual before us is a formidable landlord from the south, whose financial prowess, as evidenced by the profits from White Harbor, is indeed impressive. We shall duly record your suggestions and prioritize discussions with the Duke of the North and His Majesty the King. Should there be no objections, we shall proceed accordingly. I will also notify my family here to promptly transport the quantity of weapons and supplies you have ordered. Additionally, if there are any specific resources you urgently require, you may directly inform the Business Association in White Harbor City, which will dispatch personnel to provide assistance. Albert has deduced a method of resupply through merchant caravans, which transport goods while simultaneously delivering supplies. This approach facilitates economic trade during transit and ensures efficient delivery with minimal losses, akin to modern-day courier or logistics companies, albeit with a self-managed commercial twist. To this end, Albert creatively established a business association in White Harbor City, tasked with coordinating all caravans departing from there, maintaining normal commercial order, and combating market disruptions. Chapter 99. Night Talks. Albert engaged in extensive discussions with the 2 elderly gentlemen in the room, even prohibiting Jon Snow from entering during this period. After a lengthy deliberation, they successfully finalized several agreements, one to be handed to the Duke of the North and another dispatched directly back home by Albert. Ultimately, the 2 elders nearly smiled as they ushered Albert out of the room. These agreements, based on their understanding, could be seen as quite advantageous for Black Castle. Other families would bear the costs and manpower, while receiving free weapons and land grants, along with assistance in cultivating fields. As for development rights, given their current circumstances, they were unlikely to pursue such endeavors, so it was better to relinquish them to others. Furthermore, should any teams venture out to develop, they would need to pay for safety provisions, which conveniently aligned with the ranger's responsibility to patrol, creating an almost effortless transaction. Simultaneously, this arrangement would bring a surplus population to Black Castle and generate additional employment opportunities. With the protection of the castle, the scale would continue to expand, especially as warfare rages in the south. All of these factors would contribute to the sustained and stable development of the Great Wall. Within these terms, Black Castle primarily provided manpower, while the opposing party would supply the funds, even committing to regular payments to Black Castle, as well as ensuring an adequate number of skilled technicians. Once the preliminary agreements were established, the treatment of Albert and his party within Black Castle significantly improved, allowing them even to venture onto the castle grounds to gaze at the moon during curfew. At that moment, Albert found himself idly seated in the enemy tower. The design of the Great Wall exemplified the essence of contemporary defensive strength, complete with advanced structures like enemy towers. Many castles in the south still lack such facilities. Albert sat in one of these enemy towers, not merely gazing at the moon, but also at Missy, who was perched nearby on the battlements. After several days, the opportunity to see his grandfather, uncle, and the uncle from Mole Village once again was indeed a cause for celebration for the young lady. The previous hints of aloofness toward Albert had vanished entirely by today. With slow, measured steps, Albert approached from behind her, gently pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Oh, it was Sir Manderly. The young princess appeared quite taken aback. Albert's boots and entire suit of armor were primarily sent from home, crafted from a unique steel alloy that offered remarkable defense with less iron. Consequently, his armor was somewhat lighter than that of a typical knight. Moreover, Albert deliberately controlled his footsteps, ensuring they made little sound, which was why the princess did not realize someone was behind her until he arrived. Oh, how are grandfather and uncle faring here? The princess inquired. Due to an increase in rations, she had not experienced the hardships of living in this place of late. Additionally, Tywin, lacking training and attended by servants, had not lost much weight. Thus, the young girl had come to believe that the Night's Watch lived in relatively comfortable conditions. In truth, however, the circumstances for the Night's Watch were quite dire. Apprentices might go an entire month without seeing a morsel of meat, and many suffered frostbite due to worn-out boots that could not be repaired. It seemed Black Castle was in dire need of skilled physicians, both surgical and internal, Albert mused, resolving to include this in his correspondence home. Sir, when shall we embark southward to see Mother? Your Highness, in 1 week we shall confirm our departure to the south. Then you shall meet Her Majesty. Really? That is splendid. The young princess beamed, her face lighting up with dimples, her eyes narrowing into delicate slits beneath the moonlight, rendering her quite lovely. Albert understood well the source of her elation. Since the last assassination attempt at the castle, the girl's spirits had been notably low. Children of her age instinctively seek their parents in times of crisis, and now, separated from them, they often place their sense of security in those familiar to them. Previously, when the princess insisted on making him her sworn knight, Albert had declined. After all, it was nearly impossible for him to become the protector of any noble, as sworn knights held no claim to inheritance. The princess had mourned this rejection for some time, resulting in a prolonged silence between them. However, upon witnessing her grandfather and uncle's satisfactory living conditions today, she had finally reconciled her feelings. Now, Albert pondered whether he should find an opportune moment to discuss the matter of the princess's betrothal with Stannis. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard faint sounds emanating from below the wall, causing him to become instantly alert. After all, for the denizens of the north, the other side of the wall was a realm they encountered daily. What could it possibly be, aside from wildlings? Regardless of everything else, save for the wild men, nothing else could evoke a sense of beauty in Albert. However, he could affirm that other places possessed mines and offered some amusement. Yet it was indeed the vast mineral deposits beyond the Great Wall that prompted Albert's intention to establish the Northern Exploration Team. Hearing such sounds at the foot of the Great Wall would be decidedly unpleasant, for the only plausible source of such noise would be the wild men. The others were likely still slowly mustering their forces to march southward. Consequently, Albert immediately became alert, drawing forth his sword. Is something amiss? Mizella sensed Albert's tension and inquired anxiously. Before she could finish her sentence, an iron hook soared up from below the fortress. The sudden turn of events startled the young princess, who gasped for breath in urgency. Albert scanned the surroundings for the alarm bell, pulling the princess behind him. It could be the wild men. Be cautious. No sooner had he spoken than a furry head emerged from below, followed by thick brows and a filthy beard. A wild man had appeared. Finally locating the alarm bell, Albert vigorously rang it, rousing the sentinels from their quarters as those on night duty quickly descended from above. The cacophony jolted everyone still asleep. Wild men are attacking. Chapter 100. The onslaught of the wild men, damn it. Why now? Albert's face was etched with anxiety. Engaging in combat at night was decidedly disadvantageous for them. Nevertheless, he drew his long sword and positioned himself at the forefront of the ranks. Mindful that the young princess was watching from behind, his forces had not yet fully arrived at the Great Wall. He had brought only 100 of his most elite guards, while over 200 remained at Mole Village. This precarious situation had now escalated dramatically. An assault by the wild men typically involved 400 to 500, if not more, adversaries daring to attack the Black Castle. Presently, the garrison at the Black Castle comprised merely over 200 soldiers, and with his own 100 guards, they numbered just over 300. Although a knight or soldier could generally contend with 2 to 3 wild men without faltering the current circumstances, with forces scattered across the battlefield and their side in a defensive posture, could very well lead to their systematic dismantling. At this juncture, no more than 30 to 40 soldiers could be assembled along this section of the wall, and Albert's own guard was not stationed here. The vicinity was entirely occupied by the watchmen of the Black Castle. Given these circumstances, Albert had to ensure the princess remained safely behind him. He was uncertain of the enemy's numbers and how many would assault this segment of the wall. Having just signed a military trade contract, he had no desire to meet his demise so soon, particularly as the Black Castle was likely at its most vulnerable state for an extended period ahead. Soon, wild men began to surge onto the city walls, engaging in fierce combat with the guards. Albert, wielding his long sword, cleaved through every savage that dared to approach, leaving a multitude of corpses at his feet, while he steadfastly shielded Mysera. However, the other night's watchmen were in a different predicament, having just awakened. They were caught completely off guard by this sudden onslaught. Several soldiers fell victim to the overwhelming tide of wild men, torn apart in the chaos. Albert could only protect the princess while retreating towards the other section of the wall, desperately trying to rally his fellow guards. Yet, the sheer number of foes was staggering. He estimated that at least 150 wild men had gathered on this stretch of the wall, even though a single night's watchman could easily handle 2 or 3 savages. The overwhelming odds posed considerable pressure. Albert had personally slain 6 or 7 wild men, but it was evident that this would not turn the tide of battle. After all, he was a champion of the melee tournament, yet the other guards of Black Castle lacked his prowess. In the ensuing turmoil, the wild men began to organize skilled archers to rain arrows upon isolated soldiers. Due to the hasty nature of their attack, the guards of Black Castle found themselves fighting in disarray, each man for himself. In such circumstances, chaos reigned, making it all the more effortless for the wild men's archers to pick off the disoriented or isolated defenders. With Mysera in tow, Albert's pace was unhurried, and the wild men seemed to recognize him and the princess as prime targets, for their attire was far more ornate than that of the ordinary guards. Thus, the barbarians surged forward in waves. As the number of wild men increased on the path before him, Albert felt a growing sense of foreboding. He could not guarantee their safe passage, especially with Mysera unprotected. Any strike could potentially harm the young princess. Gritting his teeth, Albert fought valiantly while retreating towards the enemy tower. This structure had only one exit, built of stone, impervious to fire and easily defensible. It was evident that Albert was not the only one recognizing the significance of this tower. Almost all present were vying for control of it. At the entrance, a dozen soldiers battled fiercely against over 40 wild men. Given the urgency of the situation, the guards donned hastily fastened armor, and in the face of such overwhelming numbers, they struggled to maintain order, especially against the fierce onslaught of the wild men. Thus, despite their individual skill and superior equipment, the Night's Watchmen found themselves steadily retreating. Albert once more struck down a wild man blocking his path, only to be violently kicked by a blue-eyed, long-haired savage. Mysera let out a gasp, while Albert resolutely shielded the princess behind him. Damn it, this fellow should be the bane of giants. The giant slayer, Tommen, was one of the most formidable warriors among the wildlings in the realm of ice and fire. At that moment, he wielded 2 massive axes, dispatching several panicked Night's Watchmen with ease, seemingly charging directly toward Albert. Get inside and hide, Albert instructed before swiftly carrying the princess into the enemy stronghold. Without a shield, he stood firm at the entrance, relying solely on a short sword to brace against the impending assault. Tommen swung his axes with ferocity, striking Albert's sword with such force that Albert was compelled to grip it with both hands, yet he was still forced to retreat several paces. Albert staggered, then propelled himself forward, using his left leg to spring into action, deftly deflecting one of Tommen's axes momentarily. Undeterred, Tommen pivoted and brought his axe crashing down once more. Albert sidestepped just in time, aiming his short sword at Tommen's elbow. Quick as lightning, Tommen shifted the position of his right axe to block the blow, rendering Albert's attempt ineffective, leaving his hands numb from the impact. Albert leaned against the wall, absorbing the force of the attack, then thrust his left leg upward. Tommen, quick to react, leaned back to evade the strike. The fierce battle raged at the entrance of the stronghold, preventing the wildling archers from firing their arrows without risking friendly fire on the combatants. Seizing the moment, Albert transitioned from defense to offense, desperately attacking Tommen to alleviate some of the pressure on himself. However, facing an opponent armed with 2 axes, he still found himself at a disadvantage, as Tommen wielded his weapons with expert proficiency. Yet, retreat was not an option for Albert. If he faltered, the wildlings would flood in, and Miserella remained behind him. He swung his sword, laboriously parrying Tommen's final axe strike, then delivered a punch to Tommen's face before the giant slayer could strike again. The blow sent Tommen staggering back several steps, only for him to retaliate with both axes once more. This time, Albert chose not to defend, but to confront the attack head-on. He thrust his sword through the narrow gap between the 2 axes, aiming directly for Tommen's face. It was now Tommen who felt fear, as the blade was perilously close to his head, prompting him to retreat hastily. Taking advantage of the opening, Albert pressed forward, targeting Tommen's wrist with his sword, forcing the giant slayer to relinquish one of his axes. In that instant, Albert shifted his offensive strategy, confident in his ability to wield a one-handed weapon. Swiftly, the sword was leveled, and with a fierce chop, it severed Tommen's axe head, causing the battle axe to slip from his grasp, leaving him with only a sharp short staff. Yet, the giant slayer did not falter. Instead, he was ignited by a feral rage, gripping the staff tightly, its pointed end aimed menacingly at Albert's face. Albert leaned back, his short sword barely managing to parry the assault, the sharp tip of the staff hovering perilously close to his visage, mere inches away. With his body tilted backward, he found himself lacking leverage. Should he continue in this position, he risked falling before Tommen could strike. Albert swiftly retracted his front leg, shifting from a reclined posture to a crouch, and with fervor, he wedged his short sword against the opponent's wooden staff, delivering a powerful blow to Tommen's abdomen. The savage was unarmored. He bore no chest or abdominal protection, and thus, Albert unleashed all his accumulated strength in that strike. Tommen was sent tumbling, crashing heavily to the ground, yet beside him lay another axe. He quickly sprang up, seizing the axe and swinging it downwards. This time, Albert did not evade. Instead, he pivoted low, targeting the soft underbelly of his foe, compelling Tommen to retract his own force. "Will this make it easier for you?" Albert retorted as he swung his blade, the tip nearly breaking the skin of Tommen's abdomen, while the axe loomed perilously above Albert's head. At that critical moment, Albert abruptly shifted his entire body to the left. Tommen wielded his axe with his left hand, allowing Albert to deftly evade the descending blow. Without hesitation, Albert pivoted and struck once more, though this time the axe remained intact. Tommen, quick to respond, withdrew the axe, leaving Albert's neck exposed to the oncoming assault. Seizing the opportunity, Tommen lunged forward, his full weight crashing downwards. Albert, however, reacted swiftly, transitioning his sword from a sweeping motion to a defensive stance, barely managing to block the attack. This time, he eschewed a fist for retaliation, opting instead to powerfully push off with his rear leg, flipping his body and delivering a fierce kick forward. Once again, Tommen was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap, his axe flung far from him. Albert seized Tommen's arm, yanking him back and hurling him into the enemy's stronghold. Dazed and defeated, Tommen's combat spirit waned. Albert, with little time to spare, instructed Myrcella to restrain him as best she could. The young princess quickly removed her corset, using it to secure Tommen tightly. Turning around, Albert was met with 2 wild men who loosed arrows in his direction. One struck his left arm, while the other was deflected by the tip of his blade. Immediately, 2 wild men charged forward wielding short swords. Albert struggled to fend them off, his combat capabilities significantly diminished by wielding his sword in one hand. In that moment, he longed for his shield, which would have afforded him some ease. However, that was not the case. Thus, he could only fight desperately. As more wild men began to gather in the hall of the Black Castle, the pressure on him gradually lessened. Thus far, only a handful of archers remained fixated on him, while the number of wild men leading the frontal assault continued to dwindle. Albert laboriously dragged several corpses to the entrance, using them as a barricade. Arrows rained down upon the bodies, and Albert, exhausted from his fierce battle with Tommen, found himself drained of strength. The wounds on his arms bled profusely. He had lost too much blood. It was not until the enemy ceased firing arrows and opted to draw their daggers, slowly advancing towards the door, that they concluded Albert was no longer capable of fighting back. When the last corpse was removed, Albert surged forth from the enemy's ranks like a flash of lightning, driving his long sword into the chest of one wild man before he could withdraw it. Before he could react, another wild man's dagger pierced his right hand. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Albert extracted his sword and retaliated, striking down both wild men. Though he himself was grievously wounded. We must depart swiftly, taking the captive with us. With injuries on both hands, Albert could only be supported by Mizella as they moved forward. Simultaneously, he clung tightly to Tommen, who remained unconscious. The path was strewn with corpses, predominantly of wild men. But there were also many night watchmen, as this battle had been hastily arranged. Albert was uncertain whether they had gained the upper hand or fallen to a disadvantage. As he continued to lose blood, his head grew heavier, and his steps slowed, making Mizella's task increasingly arduous. Blood had soaked the ground, and finally, Albert collapsed to his knees, utterly drained. Albert, how are you?" The overwhelming lethargy from his blood loss was too much for him to bear. And he fell back heavily, landing atop the still unconscious Tommen. His vision blurred. He truly had no strength left. The last image he beheld before succumbing was the little princess fervently shaking his shoulder armor. Chapter 102. The Wild Men's defeat. The little princess exerted every ounce of her strength to drag the wounded knight and the captive to the gates of the Black Castle. At this moment, chaos reigned within the castle. Albert had timely sounded the alarm, but it bore little fruit, for it was the early hours of the morning, and nearly everyone was asleep. Even the sentinels appeared lethargic. In this scenario, the wilderness was indeed an optimal environment for the savages to launch a surprise attack. Although Albert endeavored to provide cover through timely information, it ultimately led to the early detection of the intruders, yet it did not significantly alter the outcome. Indeed, the midnight tolling of the bell at 2 or 3 o'clock was scarcely heard by many, especially since the household had not been properly rested, their time consumed by relentless training. In this moment, they were at a disadvantage compared to the savages, who had slept soundly through the night. Upon hearing the bell, the Night's Watch swiftly gathered in the great hall. Old Bear was roused from his slumber, glancing at the equally alarmed Jon Snow. Once they had regained their composure, they hastily donned their armor and seized their swords, charging into the fray. Outside, chaos reigned. The Night's Watchmen were engaged in fierce combat with the invading savages. The number of assailants surpassed Albert's expectations, with over 600 wildlings breaching the defenses. The defenders of the Black Castle numbered over 300 but were scattered along the wall, resulting in only about 100 men assembling in the hall at this critical moment. Nevertheless, this constituted a formidable force compared to the poorly equipped and varied quality wildlings. Moreover, Albert's contingent of 100 loyal guards was stationed nearby, a group that had weathered countless trials alongside him. While they may not have been seasoned veterans, their individual skills and experience rivaled that of the majority of the Night's Watch, presenting a stark contrast to the ill-equipped soldiers of the enemy. Although the 100 men initially succumbed to confusion in Albert's absence, they swiftly regrouped, wielding half-shields and forming a cohesive formation, resembling a battering ram as they advanced. However, they remained at a considerable distance from the hall, and the wildlings' flanking assaults were primarily harassing in nature, with their main force relentlessly assaulting the great hall of the Black Castle. Tywin and his son were abruptly awakened, and he commanded several of his soldiers to protect the two young princes before rushing out with his sword drawn. Amidst the turmoil, Jaime noticed that his daughter appeared to be missing, yet he could afford no time for such concerns, despite his growing anxiety. He resolved to search for her only after the battle had concluded. Outside, the conflict had tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the savages, as the Night's Watchmen fought individually without a leader. Initially, they struggled against the organized and strategic onslaught of the wildlings. However, the tide began to turn once Tywin's personal guards entered the fray. Unlike the others, Tywin's elite protectors possessed considerable combat prowess. Upon joining the battle, they swiftly reversed the situation, capable of confronting 5 or 6 wildlings simultaneously without faltering. This remarkable ability stemmed from years of collective training, allowing 3 of them to stand firm against 9 wildlings without trepidation, quite unlike Albert, who had nearly lost his life facing a few particularly formidable foes. In a swift reaction, Old Bear, alongside Jon Snow, burst forth from the chamber and commenced orchestrating a meticulous defense of the Black Castle soldiers. Having navigated the initial shock of the situation, the warriors of the Black Castle quickly regained their composure, instinctively forming ranks. While individual combat in the wilderness maximizes the advantages of solitary warriors, the formation of lines significantly minimizes casualties. After repelling the first wave of the wildlings, the soldiers finally found a moment to breathe. However, soon after, additional wildlings surged from the walls, some having traversed from Albert's side, while others were cut down by Albert's guard. The great hall became a scene of intense activity. with both sides inflicting a loss of fewer than 150 wildlings, while over 400 gathered in the hall to fell more than 100. The atmosphere was undeniably electrifying. After overcoming the initial chaos, the Night's Watch swiftly organized themselves into formation, successfully withstanding the onslaught of the wildlings, and then descended into a state of melee. Amidst the fray, a fiery-haired wildling woman, Ygritte, exhibited fierce aggression, relentlessly using her bow to pick off straggling members of the Night's Watch. An exceptional archer, Ygritte may not have excelled in close-quarters combat, yet her presence significantly bolstered the wildlings' morale. They believed that if they could break the enemy's formation, their archers would be able to pick off targets one by one, confident that their numbers surpassed those of their opponents. However, they were unprepared for the formidable resistance they encountered. After Duke Tywin led his guard northward, the wildlings were astonished to discover that many of the Night's Watch were equipped with iron shields. These were provided by the Duke and his son, fully armed and superior to the armor and equipment of the Night's Watch, enabling them to trade blows 1 for 5, or even 1 for 6. Once in formation, these soldiers became an unstoppable force, rendering Ygritte's archers ineffective. Even if struck by arrows, the soldiers' helmets ensured they suffered no fatal injuries. At that moment, Albert's forces surged from the rear, escorting the unconscious Albert, the young princess, and the recently revived Tormund. It was now the wildlings' turn to suffer. As their rear ranks were cut down, Albert's contingent advanced into the throng with disciplined formation, unleashing a massacre. Almost every wildling was either sent flying or knocked to the ground. Concurrently, the front line of the Night's Watch launched a counteroffensive, spearheaded by Duke Tywin's troops, piercing through the enemy's infantry lines. Once the ranks were breached, faced with the collective assault of the Night's Watch, the wildlings had no choice but to flee in disarray. Ultimately, with the combined efforts of Old Bear and Jon Snow, the battle reached its conclusion, resulting in the capture of over 70 wildlings. While Albert's side successfully took prisoner both Ygritte and Tormund, two formidable leaders, the remaining wildlings, their morale shattered, swiftly scattered in all directions. Chapter 103, The Recruitment of Tormund. Albert had not anticipated encountering the fire-kissed woman and the giant slayer in this location. The original narrative hinted that Tormund had previously led a wildling exploration party over the wall to raid Mole's town before encountering Jon Snow and his companions. However, it did not specify the magnitude of that expedition. Although the battle was fierce, many within the castle remained in slumber, astonishingly so. Despite the tolling of alarm bells and the cacophony of combat, a considerable number of inhabitants were still asleep. In the biting cold, the sound of the bells transformed from sharp and resounding to grating and exceedingly slow, thereby diminishing their original purpose of rallying the soldiers. Fortuitously for the duo, their point of ascent coincided with the ground floor where Albert was situated. Had Albert not been present, as per the original tale, the enemy stronghold would not have been cleared out for his soldiers, thus fortifying the castle's defenses. Tormund was indeed unfortunate, inadvertently colliding with a well-prepared adversary, and also encountering Duke Tywin, who had been exiled to the north with his elite guard, along with Albert, a champion who had single-handedly slain 7 or 8 wildlings. Under the care of Sam and Maester Aemon, Albert's injuries healed rapidly. They were not particularly grievous, having collapsed solely due to excessive blood loss. Since Albert had detected the enemy's approach in advance and had detained one of their commanders, the venerable Su Gong generously entrusted the handling of the 70-odd wildlings to Albert. Reluctant to squander labor, as every able-bodied man was a vital resource for the North, Albert recognized that having taken over 1,000 men would visibly diminish the castle's capacity to generate profit. Nevertheless, he did not chastise himself for this, having contributed significantly to the castle's earnings. Indeed, his safety warranted rigorous protection. Although Albert contemplated turning the 70 wildlings over to his grandfather's care, knowing their expertise in dealing with such matters, he was reminded of the prevailing attitude towards wildlings and realized that his forces required more than just the Night's Watch as frontline infantry. Thus, he resolved to expand his military options and retain this contingent. Consequently, Albert made a decisive gesture, negotiating with Old Bear for the wildlings. Indeed, he proclaimed, "Should you require wildling captives in the future, they may be entrusted to us. For each successful capture, I shall offer you 10 golden dragons, separate from any aid expenses. A living giant or a white, or other wild creatures, could fetch 40 to 50 gold coins. Even if you were to eradicate all the wildlings in that area, it would only amount to a little over 100,000. My current monthly allowance exceeds 10,000. I am not concerned with such trifles." Certainly. Disregarding the bewildered gazes from Old Xiong and his companions, Albert, with a carefree disposition, spent money liberally, unperturbed by the costs, for he was a man of considerable wealth. Nevertheless, he hoped to minimize his expenditures with each transaction, for if he were unable to train adequately while also managing a surplus, one could never anticipate the unforeseen consequences of being overwhelmed en route. Thus, after extensive negotiations with Old Xiong regarding the terms of the population trade agreement, Albert resolved to target the giant slayer and the fire-kissed woman. Both captives were securely bound and segregated from the other wildlings, confined until Albert regained consciousness, having been in a state of near comatose for 2 days. During this time, neither of the wildlings received sustenance, and upon his awakening, Albert allowed them to languish for an additional 2 days, during which they nearly consumed all the vermin within the castle. On the 5th day, when Albert finally opened the door, the two were so famished that they could no longer muster the strength to resist. He secured the captives to chairs and, employing the rudimentary wildling dialect he had recently acquired, inquired whether they would submit or continue to defy him. In contrast to the dim-witted Tommen, the fire-kissed woman displayed a certain cunning. After a brief hesitation, Ygritte nodded. Although Albert found her response somewhat suspect, he nonetheless confined her alongside the other wildlings before turning his attention to Tommen. You have but 2 choices: surrender or face the prospect of being dragged outside to freeze. Having previously been thoroughly bested by Albert, the giant slayer was still in a state of disorientation after 4 days of starvation. Now, in a semi-dazed condition, Albert showed no mercy, commanding his soldiers to bring a bucket of ice water and douse it over Tommen's head. Upon regaining his senses, Tommen realized that the person before him was the very one who had so deftly defeated him. Despite the adversary's prowess in combat and his penchant for torment, how could the illustrious giant slayer kneel before the lackeys of feudal lords? He was a proud free man, and freedom was his birthright. Albert presented a platter of food, and Tommen's eyes sparkled with longing. It had been far too long since he had laid eyes on human fare, particularly such meticulously prepared provisions. Surrender, or remain imprisoned, Albert reiterated. While Tommen was indeed famished and greatly tempted by the food before him, he was the distinguished giant slayer, a noble free man. How could he compromise his lofty ideals for mere scraps offered by another? No matter the entreaties, he remained resolute. Thus, Albert stepped out once more, declaring that this man was uncooperative, untrustworthy, and difficult to communicate with. Tommen, slightly bewildered, thought to himself, "What do you expect? I am a wildling. I am a barbarian. Why should I adhere to your rules? I would not even abide by the rules of Mance Raider. What makes you think I would follow yours? In light of this, my dear comrade, you may remain hungry for a few more days." Albert once again confined Tommen for 4 days, leaving the young comrade bewildered as to how he had endured such a duration. He had even begun to resort to consuming the dirt from the walls. Should his hunger persist, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Albert hastily commanded the soldiers to awaken him with cold water and provide him with sustenance. After a frenzied bout of eating, Tommen cautiously glanced at Albert, questioning whether the provisions meant for the free folk were to be served by him. He was faced with a choice: the life of confinement or the chance to survive, consuming warm food, resting upon a soft bed in the balmy south. Through gentle persuasion, Albert guided Tommen to make his decision. Chapter 104. Journey to King's Landing. One of Albert's hands was wrapped in bandages, a haphazard job executed by the little princess. Despite the subpar binding, Albert swallowed his pride upon witnessing Myrcella's resolute demeanor. His foremost challenge, however, lay in managing the 70 captured wildlings. The Night's Watch commander, Old Bear, indicated that typically they would execute such prisoners, unlike the southern nobles who preferred to keep them alive. This posed a significant dilemma. Aside from the Night's Watch garrison, only Albert's contingent of southern nobles remained along the wall. Nevertheless, Albert resolved to accept the captured wildlings, acknowledging their limited utility and poor equipment. Having temporarily subdued Tommen, he could only retreat with this meager band of fewer than 100 captives. Albert's fleet had replenished its supplies at White Harbor before arriving at Eastwatch, bringing with it a batch of completed crossbows. Indeed, production of the crossbows continued unabated, though current orders had been filled. Thus, he commanded that all newly manufactured crossbows be transported to the wall. As for assisting the Night's Watch with maintenance, that would have to wait until the weapons required repairs. The aim was to ascertain the operational capacity of the crossbows in this frigid climate, where, despite their wooden composition being less prone to decay, they risked becoming brittle. Such brittleness would diminish their power and increase the likelihood of damage. The 70 wildling captives were secured in heavy chains, with the fiery woman leading the way, dragging the cumbersome Tommen along. Allowing a woman to haul over 70 bound wildlings was hardly a gentlemanly approach, yet it proved to be the safest method. To ensure these wildlings remained subdued, Albert had prepared a generous supply of watered-down wine, indeed, a form of counterfeit liquor. The prospect of offering them genuine wine was exceedingly slim. He scarcely had enough for himself, let alone for the wildlings. Consequently, Albert directly mixed a relatively high concentration of alcoholic beverages with water to create these counterfeit drinks for them, which could likewise induce alcohol poisoning. To his astonishment, Albert discovered that the water, possibly infused with some fallen barley, contained trace amounts of alcohol. Such concoctions could also incite intoxication. In simpler terms, they would render one inebriated. The drunken wild men exhibited rather poor drinking etiquette, and intriguingly, they also produced substances akin to alcohol, albeit brewed from forest fruits, resulting in a weaker potency. Observing the wild men who succumbed to intoxication after consuming a few bowls, Albert began to doubt their capacity for alcohol was inferior to his own. However, their behavior was undeniably lacking in decorum. Aside from the sober fire kisser, the others struggled to remain upright, mumbling a slew of profanities. Fire kisser, relying solely on her strength, endeavored to drag the 70-plus drunken individuals aboard the ship. The female wildling was utterly exhausted, as it was well known how burdensome men could be when not entirely inebriated. Albert commanded his soldiers to clear out the lowest watertight compartment and confine this unruly group within, ensuring that all flammable items were confiscated and binding them securely with ropes. I felt as though I had returned to the realm of exhibiting wild men. Daily, Albert was plagued by the various nonsensical utterances of the wild men confined beneath his ship, which made his sleep rather fitful. Albert's captain's quarters were situated in the mid-lower section of the battleship. In other words, directly beneath lay the watertight compartments designed to prevent catapults from sinking the vessel. The hull was wrapped in a new layer, increasing buoyancy while allowing for greater cargo capacity and enhancing resistance to sinking. Now, all the wild men were locked within the turbulent watertight compartment, while 3 carts remained stationed on deck. After a period of sweeping the coastal pirates, Albert felt confident that no one would dare to attack his fleet. They had effectively depleted the pirate presence in the region, although, given the current state of affairs between the 2 continents, the number of pirates was unlikely to diminish significantly. Thus, in a sense, this represented a sustainable form of resource depletion. Naturally, upon sighting a fleet adorned with the mermaid flag, all pirates instinctively retreated, aware of the formidable range of the crossbows. Moreover, Albert was simplifying the crossbows and stone-throwing cannons. Unlike the crossbow's range of several hundred meters, the stone-throwing cannon boasted a range of 1 to 2 miles. If a projectile were to strike, it could devastate not only ships, but also fortifications. The pressing issue now was the recoil of the cannon. Should the arrow-throwing cannon be affixed to the deck, it might very well pierce through it. Albert contemplated whether to employ double-layered planks for reinforcement, while also considering the construction of even larger warships. Currently, the primary challenge facing the artillery is the issue of recoil. Consequently, Albert intends to design a specialized carriage for it, while simultaneously sealing the breech and shaping it into a circular form, followed by elevating the muzzle. Albert, in his previous life, did not delve deeply into the study of artillery. His focus was primarily on architecture and physics. Hence, the development of firearms has remained in a somewhat awkward phase. Although the matchlock gun has been conceived, it has yet to be formally adopted into service. Albert plans to transition directly to flintlock firearms. As for the matchlock, its utility on the battlefield is questionable. It is currently employed mainly for the defense of White Harbor and is not intended for external sales. It is imperative to wait until the flintlock is perfected before considering exports, as maintaining a significant advantage in weaponry and technological disparity is crucial. Otherwise, should conflict arise, the situation could become quite precarious. In the coming period, if I am not mistaken, peace will be but a fleeting respite. Even if no external forces seek to attack Westeros, the myriad factions on the continent cannot sustain harmony for long. It is a state of impending turmoil. Thus, Albert must also bolster the military strength of the White Harbor region, ensuring it can withstand the ravages of war and successfully pursue external expansion. Chapter 105. The technological revolution. Albert returned to his captain's quarters, where a plethora of blueprints cluttered his desk. He was endeavoring to design a super warship reminiscent of those utilized in ancient China, stretching several hundred meters in length, a testament to the pinnacle of ancient shipbuilding craftsmanship. Albert aspired to construct a colossal vessel akin to those employed by the Ming dynasty, measuring over 40 meters in width. While most ancient wooden warships were constrained by the length of available timber for the keel, the Chinese devised an alternative method, employing mortise and tenon joints to connect two elongated wooden pieces. This ingenuity enabled the creation of massive warships exceeding several hundred meters. Prior to the Ming Dynasty, Chinese warships were largely unbounded by the limitations of tree lengths, which is why historical texts from that era frequently recount tales of Han sailors commanding ships of extraordinary length, effortlessly overpowering the vessels of barbarian foes in battle. Albert himself possesses knowledge of this technique, as his father was an accomplished woodworking enthusiast. Although he may not fully grasp the underlying principles, he is capable of illustrating the concept. One can only hope that the carpenters possess sufficient skill to interpret this abstract artistic representation. Once Albert and his party reach King's Landing, they will entrust these designs to the fleet for transport back to White Harbor. Moreover, these warships are typically designed with several additional decks compared to standard sailing vessels. Albert envisions a configuration of 4 decks, exclusive of the watertight compartments, resulting in a total of 5 levels. Simultaneously, all the clamps must be crafted from 3 layers of timber to withstand the recoil of the cannon. Albert was hesitant to take risks, particularly since the improved trebuchet had yet to be tested, and he could hardly deploy it in King's Landing. These weapons were unlikely to be utilized by either the military or the populace. Albert intended to relocate them to his stronghold in the west for future use. For him, at this juncture, it was prudent to keep such technology concealed. After all, aside from the pragmatic Braavosians, no one among the 7 gods' followers or the worshippers of the old gods had ever employed gunpowder. Although Albert's cannon had sparked considerable interest, even the boldest individuals were reluctant to wield such devices. To them, anything capable of summoning flames at will was deemed taboo. Nevertheless, Albert was convinced that once he unveiled his firearm, a revolution in weaponry would sweep across the world. Should a significant political power adopt his inventions, it would compel other armed factions to follow suit. The revolutionary implications of his firearm were monumental. Once embraced by a political entity, it would inevitably exert overwhelming pressure on other factions to adopt this new concept. Albert also harbored intentions of introducing the steam engine concept. However, even with the implementation of steel casting techniques, the efficiency of steel production remained woefully inadequate. Moreover, the iron deposits in the north were limited. Without access to the iron mines beyond the wall, the extensive use of steam engines was improbable, despite Albert's relentless quest to procure such resources globally. The ordinary steel produced by the 7 Kingdoms' current smelting techniques was insufficient for constructing steam engines, as successfully forging 4 steel plates together was essential to achieve the necessary durability. Albert had considered the application of Valyrian steel, yet he remained uncertain of the exact method. The forging techniques for this steel had nearly been lost to time. Albert planned to take a brief trip to the continent of Essos in search of these ancient methods. If that failed, he would explore the ruins of the Valyrian freehold. He was determined to instigate a steel revolution. This world was, quite frankly, dreadfully backward. By nightfall, without lighting an oil lamp, one could scarcely do anything but sleep. For someone like Albert, accustomed to a vibrant nightlife, this was unbearable. Each night, he found himself staring at the ceiling for an eternity before he could find rest. Even aboard the ship, with the addition of watertight compartments and an increased crew, the vessel now sailed steadily. Their current destination was King's Landing, where Albert intended to deliver the 3 little ones before returning to the city. The final segment was entrusted to the army of Stannis for escort, marking the conclusion of his mission. Albert had the option to linger in the city for a while or to return home directly. Once that young prince reached adulthood, he vowed to depart from this wretched place at the first opportunity. As Albert pondered this, he commanded the fleet to hasten their pace, eager to deliver the 3 children to solid ground, after which he could temporarily retreat to his abode for respite. Throughout this journey, his forces had suffered the loss of 7 soldiers, yet they had also accumulated 70 unstable variables, plunging them into a state of utter disarray. Albert noted the murderous glint in Firekiss's gaze directed at him. Indeed, his group was quite distant from the savage battalion, yet the stench of liquor and the sound of obscenities reached his senses. However, Ygritte was laboriously dragging this contingent forward, practically exhausting herself in the process. Albert was, of course, oblivious to the fact that this woman was teetering on the brink of an explosive temper. Even if he were aware, he would not express any concern. For Ygritte was simply not someone who piqued his interest. He was not Jon Snow, after all, and felt no attraction towards a girl like Ygritte. As he momentarily drifted into his thoughts, he felt a distinct tremor, a sensation indicative of only 2 possibilities. Either the warship had run aground, or they had encountered land. Using a few mirrors and the available lamp oil, Albert fashioned a rudimentary navigation light. though the glass proved less than effective. He contemplated whether to utilize polished iron to create a reflective surface within. This was his first experimental piece, and considering such an apparatus aboard a warship, it significantly diminished the likelihood of similar occurrences. It appeared they had indeed arrived. Chapter 106. Challenge leading his captives along with over 100 soldiers. Albert entered the city of King's Landing after resupplying. The 3 horse-drawn carriages were encircled by the entire troop, with Albert dividing his soldiers into 3 distinct teams, one tasked with guarding the securely locked savages, another responsible for clearing the path beside him, and the final group ensuring the safety of the carriages at the rear. Although they were now within the confines of King's Landing, theoretically safe from attack, Albert harbored fears not only of ambush but also of the horses potentially going mad. After all, a warhorse going berserk within this city was hardly news. It was how Albert and Marcella had first encountered one another amid chaos. The appearance of this army in King's Landing evidently attracted a throng of onlookers. For despite the ongoing battles that plagued the city day and night, a regimented military force had rarely traversed the streets amidst the citizenry. However, the nobility in this city is not limited to just one faction. In truth, there are several nobles accompanied by soldiers, not merely Albert. Aside from those from the Stone Steppes Archipelago and the Straits, the nobles from the Stormlands are likewise numerous. The original nobility of the kingdom has dwindled, as most stood with Duke Tywin during the conflict, and following its conclusion, many were eradicated. These individuals could have mounted a resistance. Yet Albert decimated their main forces at Herrenberg, annihilating nearly 4,000 noble soldiers. This implies that the vast majority of the nobility has lost their military might. The individual before us, accompanied by a retinue of 20-odd followers, is one such noble, Larinos of the Buckwell family. This lineage sided with the Old Lion during the war, and as one, 500 soldiers were completely obliterated by Albert at Herrenberg. For a family as relatively modest as the Buckwells, this represents a grave setback. They now possess no mobile forces aside from the essential garrison, and he can muster merely over 40 attendants. Thus, upon seeing the mermaid banner, his temper flared, and he gathered his followers around him. Behold, these northerners have brought along their barbaric neighbors, making it seem akin to a circus troupe. The tone of this fellow's voice was exceedingly irksome, causing Albert some discomfort. Are the nobles of the kingdom truly this tedious? I have not directly confronted you. Why do you, with your 20 or so companions, block my path with such bravado? Observing the group before him, they appeared unfriendly, yet Albert remained undaunted. With a contingent of over 100 seasoned warriors, all battle-hardened, he felt no fear against their numbers. Sir, I suggest you step aside. Albert's temper was far from pleasant, his tone imbued with coldness and disdain. After all, these nobles of the kingdom were predominantly his defeated adversaries. He had collected the banners of each noble family at the Herrenberg battlefield. I trust you do not expect to impede us with this man? Larinos refused to back down, confident that Albert would not dare to act here, beneath the emperor's gaze. Albert had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse. He firmly pushed the noble's arm aside. Do not obstruct my way. I am here to fulfill a task. Larinos mockingly regarded the retinue behind him. Very well, very well. I am indeed aware of what you bring along. I merely wish to inform you that this place, unlike your northern territories, adheres to a certain decorum. Albert had no intention of giving him a direct glance, another individual he had offended. He was acutely aware of his unpopularity in King's Landing, particularly after having antagonized nearly every noble in the aftermath of the Battle of Herrenberg. At that time, he had indeed been in a hostile position against them. And who could have anticipated that their armies were so easily manageable? He might occasionally express a semblance of remorse. Yet that did not imply that the nobles of King's Landing could approach him without consequence. According to the customs of the North, should one truly wish to provoke a confrontation, they ought to do so upon the battlefield. If one could triumph there, they would earn the right to speak. However, if defeated, they should refrain from any further discourse. The North revered the strong, while the weak had no voice. He was somewhat oblivious to the legal customs of the southern nobles and held little interest in such matters. Among the earls of the Seven Kingdoms, few were as formidable as the current forces of White Harbor. Should anyone wish to intentionally instigate trouble, they would be wise to reconsider. Albert's soldiers pushed through the small contingent of 20 that had obstructed their path without hesitation. However, upon arriving at the castle and relaying his orders to Stannis, as well as securing the carriages of the 3 princes and princess, he was just about to exit when he was intercepted at the doorway. Leading the charge was none other than the noble Ragnos of Bullville, this time accompanied by a contingent of over 100 men, including several other nobles from King's Landing. Perched atop Knight's Blade, Albert resolved that if they sought provocation, he had no need to conceal his intentions. He unsheathed his sword, towering above the battlefield mount. Knight's blade afforded Albert an advantageous view over the assembled forces of King's Landing. "Ah, gentlemen, what brings you to seek me?" Although Albert's tone remained measured, his gaze had grown cold and disdainful. With an army of his own at his back, he questioned their audacity in believing that this mere 100 could best him. The other nobles from King's Landing, fully aware of the gravity of their situation, witnessed Albert's contempt and arrogance, which only served to inflame their ire. "Damn the Northerners! You are utterly lawless. This is King's Landing, not a playground for your uncouth lot." Upon hearing this, Albert was certain that this group had indeed come to provoke him. "So, gentlemen, what is it that you wish to discuss?" As he spoke, he pressed his sword against Ragnos's brow. This was a bit excessive, after all. Who was truly the lesser here? Ragnos, seething with rage, swatted the sword away and, enunciating each word with fervor, declared, "I demand a duel." Almost immediately, a gloved hand struck him across the face. Albert regarded him with a sneer, a smile playing on his lips. "I would be delighted to oblige." Chapter 107. The Duel in the Customs of the West. Throwing down a white glove signifies a challenge to duel. Albert, having cast down an iron gauntlet attached to his plate armor, indeed left a sting upon the face of his adversary. Ragnos, filled with unexpected fury, violently removed the glove from his cheek, feeling deeply humiliated by this northern interloper. The young nobles accompanying him were likewise ignited with indignation, drawing their swords in unison. Albert swiftly leapt down from Nightblade, retrieving the discarded glove from the ground and donning it once more. "Shall you approach one by one? Or shall you all come at me together?" he inquired, confident in his ability to best several inexperienced youths. After all, he was the champion of the martial tournament. However, to Ragnos, this was sheer disdain. How could this northerner presume to claim he could contend with 2 or 3 of them? Did he think himself Arthur Dane? "Stand back. I shall demonstrate my prowess first," he declared, instructing his attendants to bring forth his armor, which they quickly assisted him in donning, before fetching his weapon. At that moment, the 3 siblings hurried to the scene. It was difficult for over 200 individuals to assemble in such an open training ground without drawing attention. "What is happening?" Geoffrey and Tomon asked with curiosity. They observed Albert and several young nobles in fervent discussion, only to witness one of the leading nobles' attendants rush forth to assist in the donning of armor. "Is this a duel?" For Westerners, dueling is a commonplace occurrence, a tradition that persisted into the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and even in some relatively harsh locales, remnants of such customs continued into the mid-20th century. While modern interpretations of dueling often conjure images of cowboys engaging in gunfights from a distance, the reality is that dueling with cold weapons remained the dominant practice in the West, particularly in Western Europe, throughout the late 19th century, serving as a method for nobles to resolve disputes that words could not. Albert himself did not require the full armor, as he had not removed it since departing from Black Castle. The sword at his waist was a genuine iron blade, forged from steel. The commotion had also captured the attention of Stannis, who remained relatively composed. This training ground was, after all, a site for the regular martial judgments of King's Landing, and he had already noted the 2 parties preparing for their confrontation. The seasoned Stannis understood that these were 2 impetuous youths, likely needing to settle their grievances through combat. In such circumstances, it was prudent not to intervene, allowing the young men to expend their excess energy in this manner. Otherwise, should disorder arise, it could indeed become quite troublesome. Albert unsheathed his sword, while his opponent, Ragnos, drew forth his Valyrian steel blade hanging from his waist. Comparatively, Ragnos wielded superior equipment, for iron-crafted armaments are prone to shatter beneath the might of Valyrian steel. However, Albert remained unfazed. His armor was not mere iron, but a sophisticated assembly of 2 layers, an outer plate armor and an inner gambeson, with every fastening meticulously welded to the plate, affording him enhanced protection. He donned his helmet, lowering the visor, and at that moment, he resembled a quintessential knight clad in Western plate armor. Ragnos, too, lowered his visor, brandishing the family's ancestral sword of Valyrian steel. After the 2 men exchanged bows, they commenced their fierce duel. Albert possessed a wealth of experience from aerial combat and demonstrated equal prowess in both foot and mounted warfare. In contrast, Ragnos, despite his undeniable advantage in weaponry, struggled to harness his own strength, allowing Albert to deftly evade the initial onslaught of attacks. Ragnos moved with the weight of a bull, intent on demolishing everything in his path. Albert, however, refused to yield, moving swiftly and artfully, akin to a matador taunting a bull, leaving Ragnos bewildered in his wake. The The young noble evidently lacked the finesse for combat within the confines of heavy armor, suggesting a lack of experience in dueling. Ragnos unleashed his strikes with tremendous force and range, yet each blow seemed excessive, allowing Albert to effortlessly predict the trajectory of his attacks and sidestep his relentless charges. Albert had no desire to engage directly in the brutish exchanges typical of armored knights. While unafraid of being struck, he deemed it unwise to squander his energy. "You coward! Is running your only strategy?" Ragnos bellowed in frustration, realizing he was being outmaneuvered. He glared at Albert before charging forward once more. Albert remained silent, choosing to position himself firmly in the center, showing no inclination to evade this time. Ragnos swung his Valyrian steel sword with all his might, and Albert raised his own blade in response. The clash was intense as Albert placed his sword flat, bracing it with his hand, and the blades collided forcefully. Ragnos exerted all his strength into the assault, his sword poised to cleave, yet it was met with Albert's steadfast defense. With his feet firmly planted in a stance akin to a bow, Albert absorbed the force of the blow before swiftly retracting his hands, rotating his left hand beneath to launch a counterattack. Ragnos, caught off guard, hastily leaned back to avoid the strike. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Albert swiftly retrieved his sword and struck it horizontally across his chest. Ragnar, initially intending to lean back to evade, found his balance compromised and was sent crashing to the ground by Albert's blow. Is this all he could manage? Albert mockingly gazed at the fallen knight, who, despite Albert exerting minimal effort, had already crumpled to the floor. With a flick of his hand, he sent Ragnar's weapon flying and positioned his sword beneath the knight's chin. "Will you continue to fight?" Ragnar, infuriated, urgently urged his nearby noble companions to join him in subduing Albert. At this moment, the others finally reacted, hastily donning their armor and charging forward, weapons in hand. Chapter 108. One against many. Albert had anticipated their response, yet he remained undaunted. The group clearly lacked the coordination of seasoned soldiers on the battlefield, encircling him in disarray. Although their numbers appeared formidable, they fought as individuals rather than as a cohesive unit, presenting Albert with an opportunity. If he could exploit the gaps in their coordination and incapacitate one of them, the skirmish would not drag on indefinitely. As they continued to encircle him slowly, Albert initiated his assault. He understood the urgency. He needed to strike before their formation tightened. If they managed to surround him completely, even without coordination, a swarm wielding greatswords could overwhelm him. Having formulated his strategy, Albert lunged at the knight in the forefront. Taking advantage of the knight's momentary surprise, he swung his sword horizontally towards the opponent's abdomen. The knight, unaccustomed to such an aggressive approach, swiftly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the strike, only to be met with a powerful uppercut from Albert that connected squarely with his chin. Following that, Albert delivered a swift kick, sending the knight, armor and all, crashing heavily to the ground. With one adversary subdued, Albert raised his sword anew and charged at the nearest foe. This knight, now forewarned, gripped his sword in a defensive stance. Albert unleashed his signature horizontal slash, and their blades clashed, creating a shower of sparks. Undeterred by the first failed attempt, Albert retracted his sword and struck again with greater force. The other knight, clearly startled by Albert's extraordinary strength and speed, barely managed to parry the blow. Seizing the moment, Albert launched a second wave of attacks, striking forcefully against the knight's blade. The sword, forged through rigorous techniques, proved far superior to the rudimentary weapon of his opponent, leaving visible dents on the knight's sword after just 2 strikes. Albert's relentless onslaught had already thrown his opponents into disarray. However, he was compelled to momentarily spare one adversary, as a knight had stealthily approached from behind. With a swift turn, Albert delivered a decisive strike, catching the would-be assailant off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, Albert followed up with a powerful kick, propelling the knight far away. Surveying his surroundings, Albert noted that 4 additional knights had closed in on him. The one he had just bested, whose sword bore the marks of their skirmish, staggered back to his feet. They had encircled Albert in a semicircle. Yet after witnessing his earlier assaults, the knights hesitated, reluctant to charge. At last, the knight positioned behind Albert bravely swung his sword. Albert nimbly sidestepped the attack, deftly ensnaring the knight's blade and hand with his own sword. With a fierce downward motion, he disarmed his foe, followed by a swift kick that sent the knight, along with his armor, flying across the battlefield, knocking down 2 others in the process. Quickly pivoting, Albert confronted another knight who had been attempting to ambush him. With a complete rotation of his body, he sent the knight's sword flying, then landed a solid punch to his opponent's cheek. Seizing the moment while the knight was still disoriented, He delivered a powerful kick to the knight's breastplate, sending him crashing backward. Albert then turned his attention to the only remaining knight standing to his right. The method was straightforward. He unleashed a fierce punch that struck the knight's helmet. Before the knight could recover from the impact, Albert rained down successive blows upon his armor. In a flurry of panic, the knight barely managed to parry with his sword. Appearing thoroughly disheveled. Not wishing to prolong the encounter, Albert executed a forceful kick to the knight's breastplate, sending him flying once more. He scoured the battlefield for any knights still attempting to rise. Upon identifying a target, he employed his signature combination of strikes, a slash, followed by a punch, and then a kick, effortlessly toppling his opponent to the ground. The 6 knights, lacking cohesive coordination, fell one by one before Albert's prowess. Compared to the true brutality of battle, their skirmish resembled a child's play. As a seasoned commander, Albert understood precisely which vulnerable points to exploit on a knight to bring them swiftly to their knees. Consequently, he had firmly seized the initiative on the battlefield. Each time an enemy attempted to rise, he would dispatch them back to the ground with a seamless flurry of attacks, until none dared to stand again. With an unhurried demeanor, Albert approached Ragnos, grasping the edge of his breastplate and pressing his sword against the knight's face. With a cheerful disposition, he inquired whether Ragnos intended to continue fighting. Ragnos, upon observing Albert's demeanor, contemplated resuming the battle. Yet, after having been knocked down repeatedly, he had regained a semblance of composure and realized the futility of further conflict. Relinquishing his weapons, he knelt and conceded defeat. It is truly embarrassing that a team of 6 could not secure a victory, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the noble Wang Ling astonishingly. These 6 individuals failed to triumph over a single adversary from the north. Albert, taking into account the surrender of his opponent, decided against further aggression. Instead, he approached the fallen knights, grasped them firmly, and straightforwardly inquired whether they wished to continue fighting. After such a tumultuous encounter, who among them would dare to persist? One by one, they dutifully declared their surrender. In contrast to Albert, these young nobles had yet to experience the brutal realities of the battlefield. The tactics employed by Albert were beyond their imagination. Without coordination, the 6 could only engage one at a time, unwittingly granting Albert the opportunity to dismantle them one by one. Lacking fluidity in their maneuvers, they were no match for the seasoned Albert, who effortlessly brought them to their knees. At that moment, Stannis approached, having witnessed the duel in its entirety. As a seasoned commander and an exceptional leader, he understood precisely how Albert secured his victory. It can only be said that these young nobles had not endured sufficient training or hardship. Their lack of battlefield experience starkly contrasted with Albert's ruthless prowess in combat. Chapter 109. The Battle of Meereen. While Albert was busy imparting lessons to the unruly youth on the continent of Westeros, the Dragon Queen was teaching the slave masters of Slavers Bay a lesson of her own. Following the capture of Yunkai, the enemy forces within the city had not been entirely annihilated. A significant number had managed to flee, seeking refuge in the grand city of Meereen. These escapees not only brought reinforcements, but also advanced crossbows that posed a certain threat to the dragons, albeit limited. This intelligence was crucial. However, this revelation did not compel the slave masters of Meereen to capitulate. After all, they were the legitimate heirs of the Giscari bloodline. How could they submit to foreign invaders? Even if defeat was inevitable, they resolved to fight first. Otherwise, what leverage would they have for negotiation? Upon learning that the dragons were clad in armor forged from Valyrian steel, the slave masters were left in awe at such extravagance. Equipping every growing dragon with inextensible Valyrian armor was nothing short of outrageous. They lamented the fate of their century-old treasures being melted down by this woman to create armor, their hearts bleeding at the thought. If the dragons were indeed slain, could they ever reclaim the armor? Such concerns seemed distant for now, as victory was far from assured. Given the current strength of the Dragon Queen's forces, the challenge before them appeared daunting. The once mighty Astapor had already been razed by the Dragon Queen, leaving the slave masters with a grim choice: surrender or face annihilation. Simultaneously, the formidable defenses of Yunkai did not endure for long. After the queen breached the city, in a fit of rage, she nearly exterminated all the slave masters within. Now, it was finally the turn of this city. Numerous crossbows were installed along the walls, and some individuals even paid a hefty sum to procure several fire oil cabinets from Meereen. They preferred to refer to these contraptions as dragon's breath, as thus far, it was the only known device capable of emitting extreme heat aside from dragons themselves. The earliest models of the fire oil cabinets operated quite simply. Manual pressure was applied to propel the stored oil at an astonishing speed towards the nozzle, where ignited oil erupted into a fiery column, scorching the faces of adversaries. Though the range was limited, the firepower was formidable, albeit with a prolonged cooling period and occasional misfires. These primitive fire oil cabinets were sold to the slave masters. In contrast, Albert had now designed a novel fire oil cabinet. A handle extended from the casing, requiring forceful propulsion to push a copious amount of oil towards the nozzle. This nozzle, slender and elongated, was crafted from high melting point brass. Within the midsection of the nozzle's casing lay a concealed reservoir containing water and sodium metal. When sodium reacted violently with water, it heated the liquid, while simultaneously, the process of expelling the liquid generated additional force. Following this high-temperature phase, the oil would be thoroughly ignited, significantly enhancing the firing rate, stability, and velocity, though the range saw only marginal improvement. Naturally, the slave masters were deprived of such advanced weaponry, as they were still constructing their defenses with outdated fire oil cabinets. The sole weakness of Valyrian steel was its relatively low melting point, being an alloy known for this critical flaw. The slave masters devised a strategy to melt their opponent's Valyrian armor before bombarding them with crossbows. To this end, they positioned fire oil cabinets atop specially constructed platforms on the city walls, meticulously designed for 360-degree rotation and angle adjustment for high-altitude targeting. This was indeed a remarkable plan, considering that Daenerys's 3 dragons were relatively small, and in a clash of flames, they could not project their fire far. Moreover, these fire dispensers were cleverly concealed within lofty towers, making it quite possible for the dragons to be ambushed if they weren't vigilant. Their objective was solely to melt the opposing Valyrian steel armor, after which they would intimidate with crossbow fire. With all preparations complete, they awaited the queen's appearance. Following her subjugation of Yunkai, the queen was also gradually expanding her army, for she could now observe the weaponry employed by her foes. Recognizing that they held a certain advantage over her forces, which relied entirely on human tenacity, since the military might could not compete, the only option left was to rely on the sheer number of troops. Therefore, after capturing the city, the Dragon Queen did not immediately choose to launch an attack. Instead, she entrusted a portion of the surrendered slaves to the slave masters of Astapor, instructing them to train more soldiers for her. Simultaneously, she was also gathering forces from the scattered mercenary groups, striving to expand her armed forces. The Dragon Queen was acutely aware that in neighboring Westeros, battles involved tens of thousands of troops. Thus, a lack of manpower would place her at a significant disadvantage. Consequently, she was exerting every effort to bolster her military strength while simultaneously dispatching individuals to conduct probing attacks on the remaining city-states. Overall, both sides were engaged in a phase of mutual testing. The slave masters were diligently fortifying their city defenses, purchasing more advanced weaponry from White Harbor, seeking every possible means to enhance the city's resilience. Meanwhile, the Dragon Queen was feverishly expanding her army, hoping to subdue her opponents through sheer numbers. She also expressed a desire to procure weapons from White Harbor. However, under Albert's subtle influence, White Harbor had no intention of selling an excess of arms, citing the necessity of supporting the wall's defenses and the time required for the development of new weaponry. In essence, they were simply stalling, dragging their feet indefinitely. For Albert, the longer the Dragon Queen delayed her assault on Independence Bay, the more advantageous it became for his plans. After all, if the Dragon Queen hesitated to attack, the Golden Company would likely think twice before launching any assaults. This situation afforded him the time needed to further expand his influence and develop more advanced weaponry. He felt a sense of assurance that he would be prepared to face the Dragon Queen only after the Fire Goddess gun was officially deployed. Amidst this mutual probing, by the end of the year 299 of the conquest, the Dragon Queen's main forces had finally gathered over 15,000 troops, gradually advancing towards their final target, Meereen. The slave masters were on high alert, having stationed nearly all able-bodied individuals atop the city walls. As far as the eye could see, 12 stone towers encircled the walls, prepared for the Dragon Queen and her prized possessions. The Battle of Meereen was about to commence. Chapter 110. The Battle of the Plains. The Dragon Queen's army first encountered not a full-fledged enemy force, but rather the outpost of Meereen. Meereen had an outpost, along with a considerable garrison of 300 troops as the defending force, composed mainly of mercenaries drawn from the so-called free folk within the city. Due to their impoverished circumstances, they had two choices: to become slaves or to serve as mercenaries guarding the city. This is precisely why they are stationed here. This group indeed represents an unstable element within the city, yet they are simultaneously the finest soldiers equipped in the entire realm. Nevertheless, They suffer from the disdain and contempt of the slave-owning class, as it is customary for the second sons of free men to struggle for sustenance. Most of them are third sons, or even more, leading to the successful formation of the army known as the Blade of Js, which is now encamped here, serving as the city's vanguard. Upon encountering such a formidable force for the first time, Daenerys' army, comprising over 15,000 men, surrounded the city, even organizing a cavalry unit of more than 1,000. However, when Daenerys' forces arrived, the defenders had no intention of surrendering, as their families resided within the city, and Daenerys had not treated the city of Yunkai favorably. This small town is strategically positioned at the crossroads, making it imperative to conquer the city to gain control. The over 2,000 defenders can be considered diehard loyalists, rendering any attempt to breach the walls nearly impossible. Consequently, Daenerys unhesitatingly appointed Sir Big Bear as her commander, as she herself lacked battlefield experience and could not lead the troops effectively. Big Bear was capable of commanding an army and was the champion of the melee tournament. His father was an exceptional commander, and it was reasonable to expect that his son would not fall short. Sir Mormont did not intend to deploy dragons this time, recognizing that such assets were akin to nuclear weapons, not easily utilized. He requested 3,000 men along with 1,000 cavalry, believing that 4,000 would suffice to deal with the 300 defenders. Mormont's forces arrived with minimal engineering equipment, yet the city walls were fortified with 5 crossbow cannons, indicating that Mormont's troops would need to adopt a skirmish formation, otherwise they would be unable to advance. The 5 crossbow cannons represented their most elite weaponry. Jorah commanded his troops to use shields to advance, as they could not present a formal battle line, which would invite concentrated fire from the cannons. Jorah's forces slowly encircled the castle, but the 2,000 defenders were well-equipped and well-trained, arguably the most formidable army in the city. However, although Jorah's soldiers were not particularly skilled in combat, they were not wholly inexperienced in operating crossbow cannons, even if they lacked knowledge about the possibility of switching to crossbow bolts. Incredibly, they continued to employ live ammunition for their assaults, which proved ineffective against infantry. As a result, Jorah's forces suffered minimal casualties and successfully reached the base of the walls. However, they did not intend to use ladders to scale the city, as that would be inefficient, and Jorah sought to leverage his cavalry advantage. He ordered his troops to lie low against the wall and began utilizing the farming tools carried by the slaves, particularly those implements, to dig at the base of the wall. Indeed, the inner walls are constructed of stone, while the outer walls are fashioned from wood, rendering them susceptible to being breached. Moreover, this petite fortification, even with its stone components, may not possess formidable defensive capabilities. Soon, the group commenced a frenzied excavation, effectively assaulting the wooden walls, with some even resorting to igniting them. This situation became rather precarious, as Jorah struggled to maintain control over the recently liberated troops, who had transitioned from slavery to a free militia. Consequently, they opted for the simplest method of attack, setting fire to the walls, lacking access to nitroglycerin or pumping explosives. The ensuing circumstances became quite awkward. Their only recourse was to dig at the foundations, and amidst the chaos of cannon fire, they successfully severed a wall's support. The soldiers stationed at the base tumbled down, swiftly overwhelmed by the advancing free men. The free militia consisted of over 4,000 fighters, along with more than 1,500 defectors from the local militia, complemented by personnel reallocated from the city defense, including the Black Cloaks and some scattered Dothraki warriors. This comprised nearly the entirety of the Dragon Queen's forces. Jorah was determined to minimize casualties for his queen, opting not to launch a direct assault, but rather to commence with undermining the walls. At this juncture, the defenses of the small fortress were indeed weak. Once the foundations were compromised, a swift collapse would ensue. The soldiers who fell from the walls met a brutal fate, as the free militia showed no mercy. For in the strictest sense, slave masters and their slaves are inherently adversarial classes, especially true for these free men, who had chosen to ally with the Dragon Queen in previous battles. Thus, any remnants of the slave master's forces that fell into their hands were immediately torn to shreds. The remaining defenders were encircled within the last bastion of the fortress, while Jorah and his men continued their excavation, intending to dig tunnels. The opposing side had surrendered all their crossbows, which were now positioned on the periphery. Their fate was sealed. Then began the bombardment, a relentless assault, and before long, a breach was made in the walls. Following this, the soldiers charged forth, and all who attempted to flee were mercilessly torn apart. They successfully captured the watchtower with minimal casualties. Although the Free Militia's combat effectiveness was not particularly impressive, the other soldiers were even less capable, swiftly disintegrating when faced with the enemy. This represented the pinnacle of armed strength within Meereen. In terms of singular military might, the city had amassed nearly 4,000 mercenaries alongside the garrison, culminating in a total force of approximately 9,000, presenting a formidable challenge in contrast to the 15,000 adversaries. Chapter 111. The siege commences after seizing 5 crossbows at the watchtower. The troops continued their march, progressing slowly towards the city. Within its walls, nearly 80 crossbows were operational, rendering their defenses comparatively weak. Therefore, if the Dragon Queen aspired to minimize the Dual King's efforts in conquering this city, she must find a position to launch a direct assault on the city walls, aiming for a single, decisive success. On the first day of combat, the Dragon Queen appeared to dismiss the imposing towers atop the walls, commanding her soldiers to direct their crossbows towards the city gates. In front of them, large wooden defensive structures were erected to shield against incoming projectiles, providing as much protection as possible. Her army, composed of free militia bearing numerous shields, forged ahead, followed by the surrendering forces from other cities, and finally her cavalry alongside the Unsullied. With the assurance of 3 formidable dragons, Yora did not intervene, evidently wishing to conserve his true ace in the hole. Given the current circumstances, Daenerys had learned from the earnest entreaties of 2 individuals that mere slaves were of little utility. The true strength lay in allying with local powers. Balistan, too, was reluctant to proceed thus, but after witnessing the underlying power dynamics, he understood the reality. While the 8,000 Unsullied were indeed a formidable force, the mere 3,000 remaining were not invincible. In fact, if solely reliant on this smaller contingent, any of the 3 city-states possessed the capability to eradicate them. Faced with such overwhelming disadvantage, the knights acquiesced. It became evident that their current strength was insufficient to engage in the grand military endeavors of the past. The individual now attempting to assault Westeros might struggle even to capture a modest fortress. The knights recognized that since Stannis had completely claimed all of Westeros, it would not be easy to incite the Targaryens against him. Thus, they were left with no choice but to allow Yora to lead, a man seasoned in the black market, unfazed by their presence. Consequently, the majority of essential negotiations had already been concluded. The Dragon Queen remained oblivious to the current situation. After all, how could a young novice grasp the complexities at hand? Presently, Balistan could not counter Yora, leading to a complete subjugation of all involved. This shift caused the Dragon Queen's initially diverse governance to devolve into Yora's regency, resulting in her direct rule. Now, he had assembled his forces. Although the Dragon Queen was personally at the helm, the soldiers pushed forward massive wooden shields, bound together by 4 planks, exhibiting formidable defensive capabilities. They relied on these barriers to evade the crossbow bolts, while behind them, their own artillery advanced. Wooden war chariots surged forward, not only carrying crossbows, but also housing 2 colossal battering rams. The morale among the free militia soared. Yet the absence of a robust formation raised doubts about the combat effectiveness of these individuals, who had only trained for a few days. The military prowess of the slave city-state is akin to clear water. Even with the addition of the purists, it merely adds a few superficial bubbles, failing to concoct a remarkable broth. The defenders of the city, already somewhat demoralized from previous defeats, are unlikely to secure victory. However, they must inflict some suffering upon their adversaries. Otherwise, surrender would yield no favorable treatment. Although the 3 independent city-states maintain an alliance, this camaraderie is superficial, as they frequently engage in conflict among themselves. Astarbo holds the upper hand, but this advantage exists solely in terms of military strength. They cannot perpetually exploit their position. Yuan-Kai possesses the capability to vanquish them, boasting a commendable casualty ratio. Thus, should they surrender, the Astarboans, who were the first to join forces, would oppress the Yuan-Kai, relegating them to a subordinate status, a fate that the once prosperous city of Millen cannot accept. Millen boasts the largest port and the greatest throughput among the 3 city-states, rendering it the most affluent. Therefore, this faction must mount a vigorous resistance, ensuring that the Dragon Queen suffers substantial casualties, demonstrating their strength. It is acceptable to be subdued by Astarbo, but to also be overshadowed by Yuan-Kai is intolerable. Thus, securing victory in this war is imperative. Subsequently, as is customary, the dragon appeared atop the city walls. However, as it prepared to dismantle the defending forces and their weaponry, 12 towers unleashed a barrage. Intense flames erupted from the high towers, beginning to scorch the iron armor of Zhu Gong, who let out an enraged roar, intending to incinerate these structures with his dragon fire. Yet, under the defenders' meticulous design, the towers had been fortified, coated with wet mud that could absorb substantial heat. Even once dried, the thick mud would continue to absorb heat, making it difficult for the towers to be easily consumed by flames. Consequently, the dragon could inflict harm upon the other soldiers, but without the knight's guidance, it could only blindly assault these towers. Aside from a narrow corridor, the rest of the towers were filled with stone, preventing the dragon from toppling these towering structures. Nevertheless, the flamethrowers atop the towers could project flames up to 12 meters, surpassing the length of the dragon's fire. The Valyrian steel armor on the dragon began to liquefy, dripping onto the towers below. Observing this, Jorah had no choice but to employ his crossbow to attack the city gates. After 2 rounds of bolts, they successfully breached the gates. But despair ensued as heavy counterweights fell within, creating openings large enough for cannonballs yet insufficient for soldiers to pass through. Consequently, the vanguard had to retreat, and the dragon, thwarted in its assault, chose to withdraw. The initial assault resulted in devastating casualties. However, retreat was the only option left. The army once deemed capable of action failed to make an impact. The dragons surged forward, yet they were powerless against the towers. Meanwhile, other troops pressed onward amidst the cacophony of crossbow fire. Although the wooden barricades absorbed the majority of the bolts, several projectiles still pierced through the ranks, compounded by numerous archers who decimated many soldiers. The Free Militia had no intention of advancing in formation, leading to significant losses. Hundreds of their members were slain. A shield cart was utterly destroyed, and the dragons sustained severe burns. In the wake of this defeat, the Dragon Queen was consumed by fury, vowing to eliminate all slave owners within the city. Upon receiving word of her wrath, the slave owners were gripped by fear, uncertain whether the young girl would truly unleash her rage. Thus, they resolved to continue their resistance, awaiting the enemy's forces in hopes of resolving matters through peaceful means. Chapter 112. The second assault on the city. Following the failure of the first attack, the Dragon Queen expressed her vehement determination to flatten the city. The previous attempt had cost her 700 men, marking her initial experience in commanding an army, which naturally incited her ire. Moreover, her son had been injured. Consequently, she diligently prepared for a second counteroffensive, entrusting the operation to Jorah, as she recognized her own limitations. The young girl displayed wisdom in acknowledging that a direct confrontation would be futile under such circumstances. Her tactical aptitude paled in comparison to Jorah's, leading her to concede that this battle could not be lost. Her current position could not withstand such a defeat. Thus, the responsibility fell to Jorah. Furthermore, after this encounter, the Dragon Queen contemplated acquiring new skills, particularly in tactical prowess, and resolved to seek a mentor, preferably a female instructor. However, finding a woman skilled in strategy within the realm of ice and fire proved rare. Only the noble women of Westeros might possess such capabilities, particularly those who valued education. Like Albert's sister and brother, who were both adept in combat, given the Northmen's notable martial prowess. Yet, their primary objective remained the conquest of the city's bridge. After an entire night of deep contemplation, a single remark from Barristan sparked an epiphany. There was no need for a direct frontal assault. The military competence of the slave owners was not necessarily superior. By launching a frontal attack, while simultaneously dispatching a contingent to flank from the side, they could effectively divert the enemy's forces. With their own military strength in the ascendant, the slave owners would instinctively draw their troops to the front lines. Jorah did not shy away from acknowledging the gamble at play. If any of the slave owners possessed even a modicum of military understanding, a single slave from the eastern lands might very well turn the tide against them. However, Jorah currently commands a rather limited army, and it is of utmost importance to minimize casualties. At this juncture, he can be regarded as the military commander of the Dragon Queen, in service to his sovereign strategy. He cannot afford to dispatch many troops to perish beneath the city walls. Thus, he is compelled to attempt this method, requisitioning ships from Yuan Kai under the cover of night to transport a contingent of Unsullied to that location, where the Dragon Queen herself will lead. After all, if the plan succeeds, the defenses there should not be overly formidable. Conversely, should it falter, the Queen can retreat with her own forces. On his side, he leads a coalition of surrendered slave soldiers, along with the imposing Dothraki and Free Company, whose discipline leaves much to be desired. The cannons commence their barrage, specifically targeting the trebuchets, as they deploy a dragon shielded by multiple layers of iron plating. The mighty dragon roars and unleashes a torrent of flames, incinerating the gates. Subsequently, the Free Company surges past the wooden barricades, charging inward, where the soldiers stationed at the entrance have begun their defense. Although the quality of these soldiers is lacking, the Free Company excels in individual combat, igniting fierce clashes. Yura does not place his expectations on these forces. His sole objective is to divert the enemy's attention. The main thrust of the assault mirrors previous attempts, as he ascends the city walls yet again. This time, however, he remains beyond the reach of the fire pillars, solely employing his dragon fire to assault the adversaries atop the fortifications. This tactic inflicts considerable pressure on the defending soldiers, who continuously engage their crossbows against the dragoness armor, which has suffered damage. Thus, the great dragon, Drogon, is clad in what can barely be termed armor, rendering him susceptible to any weapon. Currently, the dragon exerts immense pressure on the walls, yet the soldiers, despite their repeated attempts to fire crossbows, find their effectiveness waning. The dragon adeptly evades their attacks through nimble movements. Unless the crossbows are fired in rapid succession, their impact is limited to an initial display of ferocity. Before long, they devise a strategy, arranging several crossbows in a line and simultaneously pivoting their angles to unleash a volley. Drogon is struck by two projectiles, causing him to land atop the walls, where flamethrowers can now inflict harm. However, this is the extent of the threat. The flamethrowers merely provoke discomfort for the dragon, while the crossbows are loaded with standard bolts rather than specialized quarrels, rendering their impact akin to delivering a mere punch to the dragon. Drogon continues to roar, while the soldiers atop the walls endeavor to close in with their pikes. For the soldiers, the significance of this battle may not be paramount. However, for the slave masters, it bears great importance. Regardless of the losses sustained, as long as they can secure a position of sufficient stature in the new regime, they cannot afford to see their city-state relegated to the lowest rung. Yet upon the city walls, a river of blood now flowed, as the soldiers, undaunted, brandished their spears and pressed forward, only to be gradually reduced to mere fragments by the dragon's wrath. At this moment, following the declaration of fierce combat at the front lines, the Dragon Queen led her Unsullied to assault the rear of the walls. There were insufficient soldiers guarding this fortification, and under the sudden onslaught, they were caught off guard, bewildered. Accompanied by another dragon, the beast unleashed its fiery breath, obliterating the city gate, allowing soldiers to surge within and commence the conquest of the city from the rear. The Unsullied charged from both flanks, this wave of attack evidently taking the slavers by surprise, and the skirmish intensified abruptly. The slavers, accompanied by their personal guard, attempted to mount a counteroffensive. However, despite the prowess of their soldiers, they were unlikely to secure victory in this battle, for the Unsullied were truly formidable. The Unsullied formed small squads, methodically cleansing the city in a manner reminiscent of a massacre, while the embattled citizens raised their weapons, yet stood no chance. At that moment, Drogon freed himself from the towers, or rather, the towers had run out of oil, and he soared to the city's heart, unleashing flames from the highest tower. The battle at the main gate had also concluded, as Yura led a multitude of soldiers surging inward, while the soldiers who had succumbed lost their will to fight, retreating into the city. It seemed that Meereen was on the brink of ruin. Chapter 113. A new battle. The Dragon Queen's forces successfully breached the city. In the urban warfare, the advantage of the Unsullied was overwhelmingly vast. They formed small phalanxes of 10, and upon encountering the enemy, began their slaughter. Yura's free men, while perhaps not the most formidable in combat, proved to be the most destructive, mercilessly slaying all living beings in their path, demolishing structures, and plundering treasures. Akin to ruthless mercenaries, they were paid soldiers, regular troops. Thus, it was no wonder the people of Meereen resisted with such fervor. Following closely were the Dothraki, who virtually annihilated the residential quarters of the city, relentlessly pushing the destruction towards the palaces inhabited by the slavers. The Dothraki were well aware of their surroundings, having frequented this area with their call before, but that visit was primarily for trade. This time, it could barely be described as commerce. Indeed, they were conducting a city-wide massacre, for the Dragon Queen had commanded the eradication of the enemy's fighting forces, even if it meant razing the city to the ground, as far too many lives had already been lost here. Of course, the Queen could not control them, for she remained at the unloading area of the city, allowing her soldiers to kill indiscriminately. It was evident that, in this era, even armed sailors could become formidable warriors. Thus, amidst such fierce combat, even the most elite of the Unsullied suffered considerable injuries, for even the smallest formations could be breached. Many chose to wield the spears and pikes unloaded from the ships to launch their attacks, inflicting heavy casualties upon the soldiers. The Dragon Queen, while steadfastly engaged in battle, commanded Yura's forces to abandon all notions of plunder and hastened to join her. Yet, could he truly maintain control over his troops? It was utterly impossible. Once the soldiers breached the city, it was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Yura had lost all command over his forces, which now rampaged through the city, slaughtering indiscriminately. Even the remnants of the slave master's army proved incapable of resistance. Despite their attempts to fend off the invaders, their numbers were woefully insufficient, and the enemy's destructive power was alarmingly formidable. When they could not conquer a building, they resorted to igniting it, forcing the soldiers within to flee into the flames, only to be mercilessly slain thereafter. The battle had effectively reached its conclusion, as virtually no one remained to obstruct their widespread arson and slaughter. Following the rampant pillaging, even the civilians refrained from appearing outdoors, as the vast majority of areas had been utterly devastated. Those citizens who attempted to resist found themselves powerless against seasoned marauders. Ultimately, the city ceased its resistance, and before the last of the slave masters could be utterly annihilated, they hastily approached Jon to announce their surrender, kneeling in defeat. Consequently, only a handful of slave masters preserved their lives, relegated to the lowest tier of the societal pyramid. Mir was gradually being restored, and magnificent roads were being constructed throughout the city to connect the three cities. This was imperative, otherwise, who could predict the actions of the slave masters? However, as preparations were underway, a swift horse suddenly arrived in Astapor, carrying elite cavalry tasked with delivering urgent messages. Report to the queen. The Dragon Queen, leading her troops, gazed solemnly ahead as a disciplined battalion appeared before her. Clad in resplendent yellow armor that shimmered under the sun, they instilled a sense of dread. They brandished a massive red banner and the golden skull flag of the Golden Company. It was the Golden Company, slowly advancing towards Astapor, encountering the unsullied guard led by the Dragon Queen herself. Yora's countenance darkened, for this army appeared formidable, vastly outnumbering his own. In such dire circumstances, caution was paramount, especially considering the Dragon Queen's inherent naivety. Chapter 114. The dragon meeting the one who has arrived is none other than Prince Aemon Targaryen, the nominal nephew of the Dragon Queen and the first in line to inherit the Targaryen dynasty. Aemon commands a formidable army, although Volantis has not sent reinforcements. He leads a well-equipped and trained force of over 25,000 soldiers, known as the Golden Company, complete with war elephants. In contrast, the only advantage on Daenerys' side lies in her possession of dragons, one young dragon and two smaller ones, equivalent to the strength of at least 10,000 soldiers. Thus, even though the forces of the Dragon Queen are fewer in number, she has boldly displayed her entire strength, while the Golden Company remains cautious, knowing they cannot afford to engage recklessly. Previous intelligence indicated that crossbows pose a significant threat to dragons. Shortly after this information emerged, both Yunkai and Meereen fell, and Astapor had the fewest crossbows. Following the Dragon Queen's conquest, Albert, in a bid for political correctness, refrained from selling them new equipment and weapons. Consequently, the war machines in the Dragon Queen's possession were all captured from the two cities. However, the forces led by the Targaryen Golden Company are notably stronger, as Albert confirmed that each city possesses 40 crossbows, and Volantis is home to more than one city. The Tiger and Leopard factions each procured these weapons under the names of two different city-states, one in the name of Volantis and the other Volantigia. In an unfortunate oversight, the registrar failed to distinguish that these two city-states are essentially one family. Therefore, the total number of crossbows available to Volantis amounts to 80 per city, and the Tiger faction readily allocated their 40 crossbows to their allies. Consequently, the Targaryen Golden Company now wields a total of 320 crossbows, along with over 20 incendiary oil tanks and several orders for catapults. Compared to the forces in Essos, particularly those in the vast Dothraki Sea, this army boasts a remarkably high degree of mechanization. While this formidable army incurs astonishing maintenance costs, and with White Harbor no longer providing services, the originally scheduled maintenance has also been cancelled. Under these circumstances, each piece of artillery, crossbow, and catapult becomes increasingly precious. Although the Targaryen prince claims not to be affected by the embargo on weapons from White Harbor, he cannot help but feel the weight of pressure and loss. Currently, these armaments are his prized possessions, yet in a bid to surpass his aunt, he has mustered over 100 crossbows, all outfitted with specialized bolts. Preparing for the audacious attempt to slay a dragon, young Aemon rode forth to the front lines, proclaimed his identity, and requested an audience with the Dragon Queen. Daenerys rode forth to confront her adversary, and the two met in the open field, with no one else in attendance. This arrangement had been orchestrated by Varys and Illyrio from the outset, as young Aegon had undergone their specialized tutelage, rendering him comparatively more capable than Daenerys, who possessed little in the way of political acumen. Thus, the young prince approached the battleground alone, devoid of any assistance, for he was unaware of the political savvy of the Dragon Queen's entourage. Consequently, he could only summon the individual with the least political experience among them, namely Daenerys herself. Both possessed striking silver hair, radiant violet blue eyes, and alabaster skin, the result of exceptional genetics, making them an alluring pair from a distance. My dear aunt, I have come with my retinue to discuss the prospect of our marriage, as well as to claim your forces, Prince Aegon stated, swiftly articulating his intentions while gazing intently at Daenerys, hoping she would acquiesce to his demands. However, the Dragon Queen recognized that not all terms were amenable. Initially, when she rallied her troops, Aegon was nowhere to be found. She had successfully captured 3 cities, only for a nephew to emerge, seeking an alliance. Any sensible individual would ponder the implications. If memory serves, my nephew perished at the hands of Ser Gregor Clegane, a lackey of the Lannisters. During the War of the Usurper, my sister-in-law met a similar fate, having been both violated and murdered, her identity confirmed by the usurper of House Baratheon. What evidence do you possess to assert your lineage as the offspring of my brother, Rhaegar Targaryen? Upon hearing this, the young prince quickly assumed a pitiful demeanor. When the usurper's forces stormed the palace, I was, under Lord Varys's guidance, swapped with another silver-haired boy. My mother, in her attempt to protect me, was unable to escape and was brutally slain by the mob. Woe is me. I have lost both my parents and my kingdom, reduced to a wanderer. And now my aunt refuses to recognize me. Yet Daenerys proved to be more politically astute than he had anticipated. With a gentle smile, she replied, furthermore, at the time of my conquest, you were absent. Now that I have claimed dominion over the entirety of Slaver's Bay, you demand I relinquish command of my forces. Such a request seems rather unjust. How can you say that, dear aunt? You raised your banner under the name of House Targaryen, and the current head of the Targaryen dynasty and its rightful heir should be me. Logically, your troops and those under your command ought to belong to my army. According to family tradition, you would become my queen, and thus your forces would naturally be mine. Where is the notion of unfair acquisition in that? The expression on the little prince's face darkened, yet he endeavored not to offend his aunt. However, the Dragon Queen was unimpressed by his pretense. She was certain he would not dare to engage her in conflict, for the combined forces of both parties would not exceed 40,000, while across the way, Westeros had already mobilized over 40,000 combatants. Even with dragons on their side, they faced adversaries equipped with more advanced technological weaponry. Consequently, in this comparison, it was evident that their strength was lacking. In such a predicament, should young Aegon choose to resort to open conflict, it would only lead to the premature depletion of his own forces. Under any circumstance, a prince of the Targaryen dynasty would be unlikely to pursue a path of war. The Dragon Queen grasped this fact, which enabled her to withdraw Prince Aegon. The young prince found no advantage in the situation and could only return to his army in frustration. The Dragon Queen was indeed correct. He could not ignite a civil war within his own ranks. After confirming the impossibility of rallying his troops and bringing back his aunt, the prince led his army in retreat. News of the meeting between the two factions of the Targaryen family swiftly spread across the entirety of Essos and to the shores of Westeros. Chapter 115. Entering the citadel as the two factions of the Targaryen family on the continent of Essos engaged in their historic meeting, Albert in Westeros found himself in a leisurely state. Since returning the young princess and prince, he had led his troops back to his encampment in the Westerlands after securing victory in a duel. Once he entrusted the management of his forces to his deputy, Albert resolved to journey south to the citadel. This institution could be regarded as the sole university in all of Westeros, where many nobles would send their younger sons as scholars, or alternatively, their eldest sons for a noble education. The citadel boasted the largest library in the Seven Kingdoms, and as a proponent of technological advancement, Albert was determined to learn extensively there. Being of noble lineage, he possessed sufficient privileges to access this esteemed place, allowing him to selectively study a subject. Upon reaching a certain level of coursework, he could undertake examinations, and upon passing, he would earn a scholar's chain. Albert was quite exhilarated, for he was uncertain about the vast restrictions on technology within the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. Nevertheless, he was certain that certain elements were indeed difficult to procure here, such as the most fundamental industrial lifebloods like plastic and petroleum, with steam being the only resource readily available for use. Simultaneously, Albert intended to explore the feasibility of utilizing electromagnetic principles. as the primary advancements of the Second Industrial Revolution revolved around electricity and generators. After extensive study, Albert confirmed the presence of a magnetic field within the realm of a Song of Ice and Fire, although its distribution was extensive and not centered around the poles. This revelation held little significance for Albert, as the mere confirmation of a magnetic field sufficed for his purposes. Although thus far the technological advancements akin to the steam engine have yet to be realized, it is of paramount importance to ascertain the feasibility of such advancements. The technological tree of the entire world is not as clearly delineated as those found in games. Only through exploration can one discover the potential paths for development. Otherwise, one remains oblivious to the possibilities that lie ahead. In truth, the productivity level within the realm of a Song of Ice and Fire resembles that of the early medieval period. While its culture is akin to the later medieval period on Earth, the technological advancements have not reached such heights, rendering the pursuit of a renaissance in this world rather challenging. Nevertheless, Albert's discovery of gunpowder serves as a foundational stepping stone toward the eventual emergence of a renaissance. Throughout the year, Albert diligently immersed himself in the library of the academic city, gathering extensive information on the weaponry, equipment, and engineering marvels of the old world within a Song of Ice and Fire, while also gaining profound insights into the history of the Targaryen family and the entire continent of Essos. His daily existence revolved around this scholarly pursuit, benefiting from his inherent aptitude in engineering and history, coupled with a comparatively deeper understanding of medicine and cryptobiology. Consequently, Albert swiftly devised a comprehensive learning plan. For him, concepts that might baffle others, even those deemed heretical, were readily acceptable, for he had traversed into such a fantastical world. What was truly impossible? With an indomitable spirit and the study methods gleaned from the first volume of the great celestial empire of Blue Star, Albert devoted an entire year to the fervent acquisition of knowledge across multiple disciplines. He was confident he could elevate his understanding to an examination-ready level in all subjects. Albert intended to earn 7 bachelor's chains in mechanics, linguistics, history, military studies, economics, biology, and medicine, far surpassing even Prince Oberyn. He aspired to accomplish this in 2 years, after which he planned to establish a modern university for the North, or more specifically, for White Harbor. During his studies, Albert frequently utilized ravens to communicate with his uncle and father, urging them to scour the entirety of Essos, particularly the eastern regions and Westeros, for various texts. His ambition was to construct the largest library in the 7 kingdoms, surpassing even the scale of the academic city. Simultaneously, Albert applied the knowledge acquired from the academic city to enhance the production of military weaponry for his family, thereby providing a rational explanation for the peculiar assortment of mechanical devices he had uncovered. After 2 years of rigorous study, Albert successfully obtained 7 bachelor's chains, earning the distinction of being the youngest and most erudite scholar in the entire academic city, his prowess even eclipsing that of Prince Oberyn. On the eve of his 16th naming day, calculated according to Southern traditions, Albert departed once again from the scholarly city, journeying towards the west. As a native of Beijing, he was officially 17. However, in the broader context of being a noble from the 7 kingdoms, he was still regarded as 16. Despite a twinge of regret about leaving the city he had not set foot outside of for 2 whole years, Albert resolutely mounted his steed and rode forth. For the challenges that lay ahead were numerous. Over the span of 2 years, the Nightblade Legion and his own Nightblade had been entrusted to his deputy. Although Stannis had expressed a desire to replace the commander of the northern forces upon learning the situation, Albert had declined, recognizing that consolidating resources for production was of paramount importance for the north. While White Harbor had access to grain procurement channels from Essos and, therefore, did not concern itself with food shortages, other city-states were not so fortunate. After enduring 2 years of recuperation following the war, the North's military capabilities were gradually being restored, although issues had arisen at the Black Castle during this time. Upon completing his studies, Albert had 2 primary objectives: to celebrate his naming day and to address the gathering of over 100,000 wildlings north of the Wall. He resolved to petition Stannis to relieve 5 ministers of their duties following his 16th naming day. The upcoming battles would be numerous, and although the West was not particularly favored, it was undeniable that they could serve as a significant ally in the face of the Targaryen army. Concurrently, Prince Joffrey was nearing his own 16th naming day celebration, at which point the Imp Tyrion could relinquish his duties as regent. Chapter 116. The Naming Day Feast. Albert's Naming Day Feast would undoubtedly not take place in the south. According to the customs of the Northerners, they typically preferred to hold their naming day celebrations in their ancestral homes. Although the concept of a nominal age existed among the Northerners, Albert's family, while technically Northern, adhered to the Southern method of age calculation, never considering nominal years. Thus, his naming day celebration was not late. After leaving the scholarly city, Albert hastened back to his family's residence in Castle Black, dispatched a raven, and led his Nightblade Legion northward under the cover of night. An additional vital purpose for this return was that his grandfather had been selected by Prince Robb of the North for his cabinet, and his father was to lead the guard in escorting him. Consequently, Albert was the only one remaining in White Harbor capable of stepping into leadership. Upon reaching his 16th naming day, Albert attained the qualifications for governance, thus enabling him to assume control over White Harbor and make final preparations for the impending war that loomed on the horizon. Simultaneously, White Harbor is tirelessly extending invitations, and nearly every prominent noble from both the north and south of Westeros has received one. However, the likelihood of their attendance remains low. Albert, weary from his journey, hastens back to his ancestral city, arriving at his castle to find that most of the invited nobles have already gathered. Among them are the Bronze Royces of the Vale, several great lords from the north, the King's Princess, the Duke of Kefong's siblings, the lovely Rose of Tyrell, the scion of the distant House Stark, and Prince Oberyn from Dorne, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled opulence. As the star of today's banquet, Albert is set to make his grand entrance at the climax of the event, so he presently remains in the background, graciously accepting the well wishes of his friends. What perplexes him, however, is the presence of the Rose. Logically, he believes he has thoroughly dashed her final hopes, leaving him to wonder about her intentions. Meanwhile, Albert engages in light-hearted banter with Tyrion, while also attempting to play matchmaker between his sister and Robb. Albert has recently become an uncle, as during his first year at the Citadel, his sister gave birth to a robust baby boy, and earlier this year, welcomed a daughter. Robb appears radiant upon his entrance, a smile illuminating his face. In recent years, while Albert has been studying at the Citadel, his 2 visits home were facilitated by Oberyn and Saruman. The second visit, however, was delayed and, for reasons unknown, the pace of their journey has been significantly slower than that of the previous 2 groups. Thus, it seems unlikely they will complete their journey this year. Having already arrived late, the additional wait is of little consequence. After 2 years apart, the young princess has blossomed into a striking beauty, adorned in a golden, backless, lace gown that accentuates her elegance. Her golden locks cascade like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her cherry-red lips, seemingly enhanced with gloss, appear both radiant and full. A delicate layer of makeup graces her face, which neither detracts from her natural charm nor overwhelms her inherent allure. Clearly, the young lady has taken care to prepare herself for this occasion. Albert, too, has made an effort in his appearance. He sports a finely crafted brooch on his chest, featuring a mermaid emblem upon a shield. Clad in the latest fashionable attire of Westeros, he has tailored his ensemble to fit snugly against his upright figure, with a notched collar and cinched waist. The banquet's offerings consist predominantly of exquisite seafood and the finest ingredients sourced from the southern realms, presented in a buffet style. Throughout the evening, the young nobles invite one another to dance gracefully in the lively ballroom. As Albert himself was not engaged, it was indeed customary that he could not partake in the first dance. Thus, it was left to his sister, Wilfrid, and her husband, Robert. After the inaugural dance concluded, the young nobles cast aside their inhibitions. Albert, holding a glass of Tyrell's golden wine procured from the high pavilion, maintained an air of nobility as he strolled through the hall. Along the way, numerous noble women approached him, eager to dance, while Dar, who had been tasked with assisting him, found himself captivated by a young bear girl from Bear Island. The 6-year-old bear girl had not donned her customary armor, as her mother had not perished in the war. Thus, she had yet to ascend to the title of Countess of Bear Island. At that moment, the bear girl clutched her mother's hand, anxiously scanning the dance floor, while Dar's gaze was firmly fixed upon her. "Little brother, you're practically drooling. If you desire a dance, go and ask her," Albert playfully admonished as he gave Dar a hearty pat on the backside. Unprepared for such encouragement, Dar stumbled forward and found himself directly before the charming little girl. Faced with the adorable young lady, Dar quickly adopted a serious demeanor, attempting to present himself as a gentleman as he passed by. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Albert sighed. "Brother, I have created the perfect opportunity for you. The rest is up to you." Prince Joffrey also found his partner amidst the revelry, none other than his betrothed, Sansa. While Theon had sought out the Tyrell family's little Rose, though she paid him no heed. Wilhelmina's dance partner, surprisingly, was Prince Tommen, who had garnered the courage to invite a girl, a noteworthy feat for the bashful young prince. Meanwhile, as Albert continued his promenade, he sensed someone trailing closely behind him. Turning around, he discovered that the little princess had followed him all the way. "Sir," the princess's face flushed crimson, her head bowed and lips sealed, her hands tightly clutching her golden tulle gown. Perceiving the young lady's unease, Albert turned to her, stepped forward, and gestured invitingly. The princess, seizing the moment, eagerly leaped into his embrace. At 14, the princess was expected to be betrothed, and indeed, many noble suitors had approached her, yet she had yet to acquiesce. Albert graciously accompanied her in a dance that continued until the festivities drew to a close, after which he whisked away the king's envoy and Prince Oberyn back to the castle's loft. Upon reaching the loft, he summoned a few glasses of golden wine for them. Albert instructed the king's envoy to take a seat and prepared a place for Oberyn. "Your Majesty, it is just the three of us now. There is no need for pretense," he remarked. At this, Stannis relinquished his disguise, and the guards outside entered, revealing none other than the Onion Knight. Chapter 117. Discussing strategies. Stannis, cloaked in anonymity, made an unexpected visit, accompanied by his formidable ally, the Onion Knight. Their simultaneous presence signified that momentous events were imminent. "I shall summon the dukes," Albert swiftly declared, instructing his attendants to call upon them. Soon, all the dukes and their representatives assembled in the modest meeting chamber. Excluding the Iron Islands, nearly all the kingdoms had sent delegates to this naming day feast. Albert's White Harbor had emerged as a pivotal arms hub across the continent of Westeros, making the alliance with House Manderly a crucial objective. Since Albert initiated the arms embargo against Volantis and the Targaryen forces on the mainland, its repercussions had become evident. Notably, Braavos was eagerly preparing to confront Volantis' fleet during this period of restriction, having previously suffered significant losses at their hands. With the arms embargo in effect, Braavos' navy frequently patrolled near Volantis territory, and Albert had sold them a substantial stockpile of weapons, including the latest wildfire barrels, at remarkably low prices, granting them an overwhelming advantage in naval skirmishes. However, this arrangement came at a cost. Braavos was obliged to supply 500 tons of fresh wheat annually to White Harbor, and the Iron Bank was to extend an interest-free loan worth 4 million gold dragons. Typically, the Iron Bank would reject such onerous terms. Yet their unfamiliarity with the maintenance of the crossbow artillery and the newly developed rapid-fire crossbows, alongside their ignorance regarding the fuel used for the wildfire barrels, left them vulnerable. The second generation of wildfire barrels had yet to be released, and Albert had no intention of doing so, as it would easily reveal the nature of the fuel employed. Amidst the gathering of noble lords from all 7 kingdoms in the meeting room, Albert wisely opted to discreetly withdraw, recognizing that his status paled in comparison to theirs. He refrained from continuing his own festivities, aware that should anything go awry with such distinguished guests in his keep, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, he chose to remain below with his guards, intending to inquire about developments from his brother-in-law, the Duke of the North. Simultaneously, Albert commanded the soldiers to fortify the castle's defenses, expelling anyone resembling prostitutes or vagrants, ensuring they could not gain entry into the stronghold. Albert resolved to conduct a thorough cleansing of espionage within the city, primarily targeting the prostitutes of Littlefinger and the Little Birds of Varys. Additionally, he aimed to diminish the number of beggars and vagrants in the city as much as possible, recognizing that the likelihood of these individuals serving as spies was alarmingly high. Even if they were not spies, their intimate knowledge of the city's affairs could be easily exploited for considerable sums of money. Thus, when circumstances allowed, Albert was determined not to permit these individuals to continue their existence within his city. Those with physical disabilities were advised to seek refuge in other cities, for the productivity of White Harbor did not accommodate any idle folk. After a prolonged wait, the Duke and his entourage emerged from the reception room, while the king changed into his attire and departed the castle with the Onion Knight, swiftly vanishing into the wilderness. Meanwhile, Albert found himself once again summoned into the reception room by the Duke of the North, who commanded his attendants to gather all northern nobles and their representatives. Once everyone had assembled, Robb cleared his throat and began, stating that the matter of trusting the Targaryen family was already well known, as His Majesty had issued orders for the North to partake in the expedition against them. War loomed once more, this time against the Targaryens. Albert furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the Targaryens' possession of dragons. The expressions of the other northern lords varied, as they too had received intelligence regarding the appearance of Targaryen forces on the continent. This was disheartening news for the northern nobles, many of whom had already participated in the War of the Creators. With the king's return, the most unfortunate among them were undoubtedly the former rebels, who harbored no illusions of receiving any semblance of forgiveness from the Targaryens. especially in light of the Dragon Queen's conquest of the entire Slaver's Bay, a fact that most were at least somewhat aware of. Albert, possessing the most comprehensive understanding of these matters, lamented the loss of substantial clientele due to the destruction of several cities in Slaver's Bay, for which he had acquired numerous weapons. Consequently, they resolved to send some local forces to stir up trouble and deal with the new masters of Slaver's Bay. The initial targets could not possibly be mercenaries, but rather the Dothraki, as they might not hold the same fear of dragons. Mercenaries, after all, hailed from the civilized world, whereas the Dothraki emerged long after the fall of Valyria, making them far more reckless. Furthermore, from what Albert knew of several Khalasars, they harbored no fondness for the Dragon Queen, particularly Khal Jacko and Khal Boda. Given that these Khalasars had essentially splintered off from the ranks of the former Horse Lord, it was unlikely they would hold any affection for the current wife of the Horse Lord. However, the crux of the matter lies in the lack of affinity. It is of little consequence. After all, he is firmly established in his position, and one cannot simply voice dissent, nor could one hope to contend with him. A Dragon Queen with a dragon is an entirely different entity than one without. A Dragon Queen who commands such creatures is indeed formidable. Moreover, considering the scale of his forces and the thousands of Unsullied he has amassed, this is no trivial matter. The terror that the Unsullied instill in the Dothraki is quite extraordinary. Consequently, Albert plans to initially engage with the Horse Lords in an attempt to launch an offensive against the Slaver's Bay, at the very least to prevent the Dragon Queen from leading an excessively formidable army. Chapter 118. Preparations for War. Once all the nobles have returned, Albert begins to finalize preparations for war. This conflict is not merely about thwarting potential ambushes. The ultimate objective is to utterly dismantle the Targaryen forces or to render them incapable of posing a threat to Westeros. Albert has no desire for a Dragon Queen to emerge and disrupt his plans. Given the unpredictable nature of the Dragon Queen and the history of grievances between them, it is preferable to prevent her return if, at all possible. Keeping the enemy at bay is of paramount importance. Much like the so-called Russo-Ukrainian conflict that erupted in Albert's past life, where the great power managed to maintain its principles of engaging the enemy beyond its borders, launching a preemptive war against a lesser power, despite the battlefield being in foreign lands. Even when the situation was dire, it did not precipitate a collapse of the domestic economy, and despite being expelled from the global trade settlement system, it managed to sustain its GDP. This underscores the significance of maintaining the enemy outside one's borders. Westeros remains Albert's principal clientele, and he will not allow his adversaries to seize control of this territory. Thus, I must express my apologies, Your Majesty. Albert does not intend to engage in sincere collaboration with the Dragon Queen, for at this juncture, such cooperation is not imperative. He is resolute in his belief that his military might can withstand her forces. The subsequent issue pertains to the wildlings of the north, presenting a tangible dilemma for the northern clans. Should those madmen descend southward, the potential devastation is incalculable. Albert himself may be unable to withstand such catastrophic losses, even though the North boasts the greatest military strength from White Harbor. Therefore, since the problem is apparent, solutions must be prioritized. Albert intends to assist in addressing the issues at the Wall, as the current garrison is scarcely over 2,000 soldiers. As for the White Walkers, they are not to be underestimated. Albert is acutely aware that they would not venture south, while human forces are robust. The Night King would not be so foolish. Thus, the threat posed by the White Walkers can be temporarily disregarded. However, the more formidable army of tens of thousands of wildlings presents a different challenge. Without the fortifications of the Wall, their casualties in direct confrontation with the White Walkers would be exceedingly high. A wild man, determined to flee southward, possesses an indomitable spirit of battle. These individuals are resolute in their commitment to breach the defenses, rendering the possibility of maintaining the Great Wall rather tenuous against such desperate foes. The most alarming aspect is that Myers Red may wield some supernatural weaponry, which, for Albert, who is well acquainted with the circumstances, is hardly fortuitous news. After all, should the horn of Jormungand be sounded, the implications would be grave. If the walls were to collapse, the North, faced with the onslaught of the enemy, would undoubtedly suffer considerable devastation. It is not inconceivable that they might be utterly overwhelmed. Thus far, the known means to eradicate the undead and whites are limited to fire and dragon glass. Albert has begun to procure a significant quantity of dragonstone-crafted adornments and Valyrian steel in the south, although it is likely that others would be reluctant to part with such items. Dragon glass, however, could be acquired in substantial amounts from Dragonstone, as Stannis does not seem to hold his ancestral lands in high regard, given their dire economic straits. Additionally, Albert has received a separate directive to develop an array of weaponry aimed at balancing the disparity in combat power, especially considering the opposing force possesses dragons. The emergence of such creatures on the battlefield would undoubtedly tip the scales of war, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Albert's crossbow artillery has entered the experimental phase, and if all goes well, it should soon be deployed in combat. However, for Albert, these innovations must remain confidential for the time being. If the volatile oil canisters are acquired by others, replication would become a significant threat. Therefore, certain items are not for sale, yet under specific circumstances. Albert might entertain the notion of sharing, particularly if their own batteries cannot be utilized directly or if their contents remain a mystery to others, making duplication a challenging endeavor. These so-called batteries are not single-use. Once sodium reacts with water to form sodium hydroxide, alternative methods can be employed to extract the sodium. The challenge lies in ensuring others comprehend this process. While a detailed chemical equation may be improbable, should they foolishly add excessive sodium to a water tank, it could yield catastrophic consequences. For Albert's forces, the current needs are merely manpower and advanced equipment, and he possesses a novel weapon that others lack. The matchlock and flintlock firearms have begun to be outfitted, with Albert intending to arm his city guards initially. To date, he has equipped 100 new firearms, all assigned to 100 newly recruited soldiers, who are the descendants of seasoned veterans, ensuring their loyalty and physical prowess. As for the stone-throwing artillery, only around 80 remain, with the rest having been sold. Albert is also in the process of designing a new type of wheeled field cannon, intended for deployment on warships. Simultaneously, due to the exchange agreement with Blafforth, Albert harbored no concerns regarding the potential scarcity of provisions in White Harbor City. The annual production of 500 tons of wheat should suffice to sustain the populace for an entire year, especially considering that White Harbor City possesses its own resources and engages in the lucrative trade of paper and sugar, the profits from which can be utilized to procure additional grain. Albert held the matter of food security in high esteem, particularly with the relentless winter approaching. The previous winter had claimed the lives of over 400 individuals in White Harbor City, with even greater losses in the north. As the newly appointed lord of the city, he was not averse to extending aid to other families, although such generosity would necessitate a greater expenditure on wheat. Furthermore, following the introduction of fertilizers, the agricultural yield in the north experienced a notable increase. Utilizing his limited yet valuable knowledge of chemistry, Albert produced nitrate, phosphate, and nitrogen fertilizers, which he began to sell at remarkably low prices throughout the north. The application of these fertilizers was straightforward, involving mere scattering across the fields. It was evident that while not all three types of fertilizers were equally beneficial, the efficacy of organic fertilizers was commendable, and any enhancement in yield was, indeed, a welcome improvement. Chapter 119. The Wall Conflict. Albert was diligently gathering additional resources to bolster the military strength of both White Harbor and the entire north. However, he soon received intelligence from the Wall that compelled him to set aside his current endeavors and mobilize his Nightblade Legion for battle. The northern wall faced an overwhelming assault from over 100,000 wildlings, who could no longer contain their fervent desire to advance southward. Despite their formidable numbers, the wildlings quickly discovered that the wall was equipped with numerous defensive structures they had never encountered before. The 300-foot-high wall-mounted crossbows proved to be immensely powerful, causing significant difficulties for the assailants. Fortunately, the number of incendiary oil containers was relatively limited, and the wildlings managed to exploit only a few breaches in the defenses. Otherwise, the situation would have been untenable. During the initial wave of the assault, the wildlings sustained losses exceeding 4,000, while Black Castle suffered the demise of over 100 soldiers. However, with the disappearance of Elder Xiong and the loss of over 400 elite game soldiers, Black Castle found itself without a commander, resulting in widespread disarray among the ranks. Following deliberation among the leadership, a decision was made to send a request for assistance to the Northern Kingdom. Albert received the call for aid, and recognizing the urgency of the situation in the north, various noble families expressed their intent to deploy troops. Without hesitation, Albert set forth with his forces and a contingent of firearm soldiers towards the north. On King's Avenue, he rendezvoused with several other armies dispatched by various lords, all with the shared objective of reaching the wall. Thus, what began as a modest force of 600 swiftly expanded as other troops gradually assembled. The army can only encamp on the granted land, and the forces of the Northern Duke have arrived. This time, it is not Robb himself leading the troops, as he must oversee the operations in the south. However, should war break out between the two factions, Robb will undoubtedly redirect his forces northward. It seems that the Northern Army will not be able to fully engage in the southern conflict, as the threat posed by the Targaryens pales in comparison to that of the wildlings. Thus, this contingent of troops will ultimately be unable to participate in the Southern War, at least for the time being. Albert has also brought his forces to this settlement. According to the agreement, White Harbor was to provide funding to assist in the construction of a castle and town on the granted land. However, as of now, the castle remains under construction, while the town has been largely completed, requiring further assistance in cultivating farmland. This latter task is relatively straightforward. After all, for Albert, the number of horses and plows at his disposal far exceeds the wildlings' expectations, and he successfully cultivated the entirety of the fields within a short period. The army is slowly advancing towards the wall, where currently only 300 guards are stationed, along with more than 500 garrison troops on the granted land. This constitutes their entire combat capability at present. For Albert, he stands as the highest-ranking officer among them, the sole commander with experience in warfare. Thus, he swiftly organized the military resources, preparing to launch an offensive against the wildlings. He is acutely aware of a significant gap in their defenses, from which he can dispatch his elite troops to strike at their rear. Albert's forces comprise 500 men. His primary objective is merely to repel the enemy. Consequently, these 500 troops swiftly traversed the great breach in the wall and commenced a surprise assault on the wildling army from behind. They initiated their attack on the right flank of the wildling forces. Although Albert's infantry could not annihilate the enemy instantaneously, they would undoubtedly instill a degree of panic within the wildling ranks. Indeed, following this wave of assault, the wildling army quickly descended into chaos. The central line, led by Mance Rayder, housed the majority of the beasts, while the flanks primarily consisted of soldiers clad in cloth armor and wielding stone weapons. Compared to Albert's well-trained, disciplined troops, equipped with superior gear and abundant combat experience, the wildlings were on the verge of collapse. With methodical precision, Albert's forces drove the wildlings on the right flank towards the center, avoiding widespread slaughter, as their sole aim was to dismantle the enemy formation. A significant number of the enemy began to crash against the central line. The wildling front was primarily composed of various beasts and abominations, alongside a multitude of giants, while the rear consisted mostly of ordinary wildling soldiers. This initial charge overwhelmed their ranks. Once the melee ensued, the wildling soldiers stood little chance against the fully armed troops of Albert. The soldiers swiftly disintegrated, and the wildlings on the left flank were consequently affected. Their attempts to ascend had come to an abrupt halt, while the troops stationed at the wall found themselves suppressed by the guards of the Black Castle. In this dire circumstance, the wildling army inevitably collapsed, and Marsfade could only be swept away by the retreating forces. Albert's soldiers refrained from pursuing, for once they entered the forest, who could predict what might transpire? Instead of launching a charge, leading his men to ascend the Black Castle, Albert noticed signs of battle near the city gate, where two bodies of the Night's Watch lay, likely victims of a fierce conflict during the skirmish. However, before fully breaching the gate and continuing the fight within the inner gate, they had already been routed by Albert. After an intense battle, Albert successfully entered the castle, only to be immediately embraced by Jon. "Buddy, I really did not wish to encounter you at this moment," Albert chuckled. "Neither did I. Considering the current circumstances are rather precarious," Jon replied, a smile gracing his face as he returned the embrace. Their meeting was indeed ill-timed, for the Black Castle was well aware that the king was poised to launch an offensive against House Targaryen. In light of this, if the forces from King's Landing did not strike, the king's political standing would become precarious after the war's conclusion. Yet, they had no recourse to the forces of Stannis. And perhaps such a large army was unnecessary, for Albert was acutely aware of the scale of House Targaryen's forces. He could provide ample gold to secure the services of the Dothraki as vanguard troops. As for the Northern Army, it was truly impossible for them to mobilize, as they faced pressures far exceeding that of the Targaryen forces. The number of wildlings could be close to 250,000. After discovering the existence of fertilizer, Mance Rayder seized the opportunity to rally more wildlings and initiate an offensive southward, their numbers far surpassing the historical count of over 100,000. Chapter 120. Surprise attack on Dragonstone. As fierce conflicts erupted in the north beyond the wall, the formidable Northern Infantry Corps were unable to engage on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Stannis in the south intended to deploy forces from Storm's End, gathering his troops at this strategic location. This assembly comprised 40,000 men from the Crownlands, 30,000 from House Martell of Dorne, 60,000 from the Vale, 30,000 from the Riverlands, 30,000 from the Reach, 30,000 from the Westerlands, culminating in a total strength of 250,000. The anticipated 40,000 strong Northern Army had not materialized. After dispatching a missive, Robb hastily led a second contingent towards the gift. A force of 250,000 was an extraordinary commitment, representing nearly the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms' military might. Quite absurd when considering that the Targaryen family controlled a population of no more than 1 million. The gathering of such a formidable army necessitates a multitude of military divisions, equipment, provisions, and other supplies. Although Varys has arrived on the continent of Essos, he still has his little bird stationed here, thus swiftly acquiring intelligence regarding the movements of Stannis' forces. The 250,000 strong army is an overwhelming presence that even the Targaryen family, despite their numerous dragons, cannot contend with. In this context, the nations near the Iron Islands retain approximately 30,000 soldiers, ever ready to engage in warfare against the pirates of the Iron Islands. Should this 250,000 strong force land in Volantis and launch an assault against the Targaryens, it would undoubtedly lead to the complete annihilation of both Volantis and the Targaryen army. Hence, a preemptive strike becomes imperative, as it is crucial to prevent the flames of war from spreading too long across the continent of Essos. The Targaryen family is also experiencing internal strife. The Dragon Queen is reluctant to merge forces with the young prince and instead seeks to expand towards the Dothraki Sea, recruiting more Dothraki warriors. Simultaneously, she is endeavoring to restore the productivity of the Slavers' Bay, exploring new methods and avenues for production beyond the slave trade. Consequently, this army, prior to landing, will only need to confront the 60,000 troops of Volantis, supplemented by the 20,000 soldiers of the Targaryen Gold Company. After thorough analysis, Stannis has resolved to deploy the first wave of landing forces, approximately 100,000 strong, personally leading the initial contingent. Once they secure the landing site or compel Volantis to capitulate, the second phase of the campaign will commence, with the Onion Knight and Ser Davos leading the remaining troops ashore to swiftly eliminate the 20,000 strong Gold Company. As for the Dragon Queen, it is prudent to allow her some leeway for the time being. Moreover, as of now, Albert has yet to produce any effective weaponry against dragons, making it a perilous choice to engage in battle with the Dragon Queen, who commands 3 dragons. Just as this army has sharpened its blades and the 250,000 troops have nearly assembled, Stannis receives a thunderous revelation. The Targaryen Gold Company has launched a preemptive attack against them, with numerous enemy warships already appearing near Dragonstone. This catches Stannis off guard, for in his view, the adversary possesses no justification for initiating an early assault, given their absolute advantage. If, under such circumstances, the enemy dares to strike first, it appears rather presumptuous. Many may observe that they presently face an enemy force of approximately 80,000, nearly 3 times their own strength. And the opposition lacks dragons. Thus, to boldly initiate an attack in such a scenario is indeed audacious. What they remain unaware of is that it is precisely due to this situation that young Prince Aemon has opted to launch a surprise attack first. Given that Volantis operates under a democratic republican system, it implies that their mobilization of forces will inevitably be slower than the feudal armies of Westeros. Established on this premise, the Targaryen army must take the initiative to strike, allowing their allies the necessary time for full mobilization. The Golden Company, comprising over 20,000 soldiers, could indeed seize Dragonstone Island, which is inadequately defended, and establish a long-term stronghold there. Dragonstone presents a favorable battlefield due to its relatively modest size, allowing both sides to deploy a limited number of troops simultaneously. This strategic advantage would prevent them from facing overwhelming odds. It must be noted that the Golden Company's maneuver has indeed bewildered Stannis. However, he did not succumb to despair. He is acutely aware that the most formidable faction within the Valyrian alliance belongs to Volantis. While the Golden Company boasts a formidable force of over 20,000 elite troops, their logistical support and reinforcements are not robust. Conversely, the Dragon Queen of Slavers' Bay has yet to effectively control her territories, or rather, lacks the capability to maintain dominion over them. In this precarious scenario, the greatest threat emerges from the Volantene army. Yet the Republic of Volantis suffers from a critical flaw. Its mobilization efficiency is alarmingly low. Consequently, Stannis refrained from altering his strategy and instead commanded that Renly Baratheon lead 60,000 troops, complemented by 30,000 from the Reach and 15,000 from the Vale. to confront the Targaryen forces at Dragonstone. Meanwhile, he would personally lead the planned 40,000 from the Crownlands, alongside the Riverlands and Dorne legions, to launch the initial offensive. Once a landing zone is established in Volantis, the Onion Knight would bring the remaining forces ashore. On the eastern shores of Dragonstone, a multitude of sails has appeared, as the young prince commands over 20,000 men from the Golden Company to commence their assault on the island. The true strategist behind this conflict is Jon Cunnington. The garrison of Dragonstone consists of merely over 1,000 soldiers loyal to Stannis, making it impossible for them to hold the coastline. Their only recourse is to defend the castle. Soon, the first wave of landing troops, numbering nearly 1,400, has reached the shore, while the island's civilians have retreated entirely into the castle, preparing to withstand the siege alongside the scant garrison. The Golden Company possesses their own formidable siege weaponry, specifically their colossal war elephants, though these majestic beasts are stationed at the heart of their formation. Thus, in the immediate term, the soldiers may have no choice but to charge the castle without their elephants. The Golden Company's soldiers are seasoned veterans. They do not rashly initiate an assault, but instead await the assembly of additional troops on the island, intending to launch an offensive against the castle once their numbers are sufficiently bolstered. At this juncture, chaos reigns within Dragonstone. The commander of the garrison had grossly underestimated the enemy's initiative to strike first. This location is the site of Stannis' resurgence, and its loss would yield severe political repercussions. Upon the onset of the attack, the commander promptly requested reinforcements from the nearest location, Driftmark, yet the Velaryon family has, thus far, remained unresponsive. Chapter 121. The fierce battle at Dragonstone. In this confrontation, the disparity in troop strength between the two factions was rather pronounced. Although the forces from Westeros boasted a considerable army, the journey from Wind's Rest would consume a significant amount of time, and Wind's Rest lacked a naval fleet. Meanwhile, the fleet from King's Landing had already set sail. In comparison to the adversary's fleet, which carried over 20,000 soldiers, King's Landing's fleet could scarcely be likened to anything more than a large ant, especially considering that it was shadowed by the Valyrian fleet tasked with escort duties. Additionally, there was the existing naval force stationed at Dragonstone, comprising 8 warships and a garrison of 1,000 soldiers defending the castle. The attacking Targaryen Golden Company possessed over 200 warships, each ferrying 20 soldiers along with 10 sailors. Their escort consisted of more than 20 Valyrian vessels, which, due to the anticipated prolonged engagement with the Braavosi, had not committed many ships to the fray. Nevertheless, each of these warships was armed with 20 crossbows, marking them as a formidable presence in the current naval landscape, especially when considering that each vessel of the royal fleet was limited to merely 18 crossbows. Stannis was compelled to issue orders for the royal fleet to engage while hastily sending a raven to White Harbor, requesting that Albert mobilize the White Harbor fleet. Presently, the White Harbor fleet consisted of 40 warships, 12 of which were the most advanced three-masted vessels, representing the most formidable maritime force along the western coast of the Narrow Sea. However, their obligations to transport supplies to the Wall in the north meant that Albert could not possibly deploy the entirety of his fleet. Most critically, the message sent to White Harbor would find no recipient. Those in positions of authority were either in Winterfell or at the Wall. Notably, every warship under Albert's command was equipped with over 25 crossbows, conferring a significant advantage in naval combat, along with an abundance of wildfire casks. Should the battle descend into close quarters, Albert's fleet would prove nearly invincible. Yet, at this moment, Albert had received no word, and Stannis' fleet was still en route. The only vessels present were the 18 ships of the royal fleet. It is worth mentioning that, despite each ship averaging 18 crossbows, one particular vessel stood out, Stannis' flagship, the King's Landing, which was outfitted with an extraordinary 40 crossbows and, remarkably, 2 wildfire casks, making it arguably the most formidable ship on the battlefield at this stage. As the 18 ships exposed their broadside, they aimed at the densely packed transport vessels, preparing for a simultaneous volley. Due to the late arrival of the warships, by the time the fleet engaged in battle, over 1,000 soldiers from the Golden Company had already disembarked on the island and commenced their assault on the walls. However, lacking any engineering equipment, they were forced to resort to the most rudimentary method of assault, scaling the walls with ladders. In this scenario, a force of 400 assailants besieging a castle defended by 1,000 men found themselves not only lacking an advantage, but almost completely at a disadvantage. Swiftly, the soldiers of the Golden Company on the island were met with a devastating counterattack, compelling them to retreat and regroup. Meanwhile, the royal fleet employed a flanking barrage to repel wave after wave of transport vessels. However, this tactic failed to resolve the overarching dilemma. Without any reinforcements, should the Valantian fleet break through to the forefront, they would inflict significant damage upon the royal fleet. Before long, the Valantian fleet surged forth from the troop transports. In their haste to reach the battlefield, they advanced in a column formation, thereby exposing a secondary issue. Their crossbows could not exceed a volley of 8 at any given moment. Conversely, the royal fleet utilized a lateral firing strategy, positioning all their crossbows on one side of their vessels, allowing even the lightest warships to concentrate 18 crossbows on the enemy. As the Valantian fleet initially charged the flank of the royal fleet in a column, they were caught off guard and faced overwhelming firepower, resulting in the sinking of 4 of their vessels in a single moment. Simultaneously, the number of successfully sunk transport ships grew, with debris from the Targaryen Golden Company warships littering the sea, alongside soldiers thrashing about in the water, desperate for rescue. Reacting swiftly, the Valantian fleet encircled the royal fleet, which now faced dire straits, for the ships of the Valantian fleet were generally larger than those of the royal fleet. Even Stannis' flagship, the King's Landing, did not surpass them significantly in size. When they arranged their crossbows on deck and launched their assault, they managed to sink 5 of Stannis' warships in a single volley. The royal fleet, comprising only 18 vessels, instantaneously lost nearly half of its combat capability, forcing them to disperse their formation and retreat to the eastern side of the island, directing a barrage towards the landing troops. The more than 2,000 soldiers who had just landed on the island had not yet formed their lines when they came under fire, resulting in chaos and substantial casualties. The landing forces regrouped with the island's participating troops and launched a second wave against the sea fortress. This time, they brought crossbows with them. Soon, countless bolts rained down upon the castle walls, almost completely obliterating one side of the fortress. The soldiers then charged inside, engaging in fierce combat with the defenders. However, due to the narrow confines of the castle, it was nearly impossible for all the soldiers to enter simultaneously. The first wave managed to push through with approximately 500 men. But under the fierce resistance of the castle's defenders, the majority of the fortress remained firmly under Stannis' control. At that moment, Stannis' fleet finally arrived. Although they lacked sufficient crossbows, each transport vessel carried limited equipment, including another formidable weapon. It was a new type of wildfire oil tank. Initially, Albert had no intention of selling this weapon. But during the naming feast, Little Rose discerned its potential and persistently negotiated to purchase 50 units. This time, 30 were entrusted to Landaltari, and all were subsequently loaded onto Stannis' ships. Upon seeing the enemy's transport vessels approaching from the south, the soldiers of the Golden Company, without a moment's hesitation, prepared to launch an assault, eager to engage in a splendid skirmish. Then, those warships were ignited. Chapter 122. The Inferno of Burning Ships. The members of the Targaryen Golden Company, with resolute determination, charged towards Stannis' warships. Indeed, when it comes to individual soldier quality, the Targaryen Golden Company far surpasses Stannis' troops. Boarding actions primarily revolve around the prowess of individual combatants, and for mercenaries of the Golden Company, the infantry quality of Westeros is woefully inadequate. They should have easily shattered the morale of Westeros' vanguard forces with their boarding tactics. However, as the transport ships, laden with soldiers, surged towards the flank of the enemy warships, the wildfire oil tanks opened fire. The soldiers of the Golden Company and the transport vessels were caught off guard, as 2 torrents of flame erupted from the opposing ships, directly engulfing the warships in fire. This was catastrophic. The soldiers hastily attempted to douse the flames with seawater, only to exacerbate the inferno. After all, when the igniting agent is oil, employing water to extinguish it is rather a disregard for chemistry. Soon, the entire vessel was ablaze. These soldiers faced the searing waves of fire up close, with nearly everyone scorched. Falling into the sea under such circumstances was dire. In an instant, the surface of the ocean was filled with the screams and howls of the Golden Company soldiers, countless individuals thrashing about in a frenzy, their piercing cries resonating throughout the waters. Meanwhile, other warships equipped with wildfire oil tanks sped into the midst of the enemy transport ships. Witnessing the ignition of the enemy vessels led to significant casualties. The warships of the Golden Company were almost instantly scattered by these fiery ships. Although the number of fire ships was limited, with each vessel housing at least 4 oil tanks, only 8 ships were outfitted with them. Yet, the oil's buoyancy on water was undeniable. The sea was awash with the lamentations of the Golden Company soldiers. Once burned, individuals could hardly maintain buoyancy, leaving only a few clinging to pieces of flotsam, enjoying the peculiar fate of being immersed in salt water while drifting at sea. The agony of salt water on wounds is a sensation most have experienced. It is sheer torment. Thus, the mournful cries echoed relentlessly across the ocean's expanse. The incessant wailing battered the morale of the Golden Company soldiers, who, having finally set foot on the island, found themselves under siege from the crossbows of the royal fleet positioned behind them. They struggled to regroup, barely managing to squeeze themselves into the fortress. Although the control zone of the castle was gradually expanding, the conquest of the stronghold remained a distant dream. Meanwhile, the enemy had successfully infiltrated 8 fire ships into the transport vessels. The Valyrian forces swiftly opted to engage in precise strikes within a squad, and due to their moderate speed, the transports inflicted only limited casualties. However, it is imperative to remember that the flagship, the King's Landing, was still armed with 2 cannons. While the colossal vessel's rate of fire was relatively slow, it was essential for the flagship to participate in frontline combat. Thus, this grand ship maneuvered into the formation of the royal fleet, penetrating the encirclement of the enemy vessels. With its considerable size and the thickness of its 4-layered wooden deck, it could dominate the battlefield, directly forcing adversaries back with its fiery breath when engaged in combat. After a fierce struggle, the other fire ships were systematically cleared by the enemy fleet. The battle once again entered a stalemate, as the opposing warships desperately surrounded Dragonstone Island, striving to leave no gaps. This situation compelled the forces of Westeros to fight for each ship, creating significant obstacles for their landing. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers of the Golden Company surged onto the island like a relentless tide. After enduring prolonged combat, they finally secured the fortress, tearing down the royal banner and replacing it with the red dragon flag of House Targaryen. Yet, the conflict was far from over, as the enemy had carved a path through the vast sea of ships. Before the Targaryen soldiers could catch their breath, they were compelled to defend various coastal points of the island against the enemy forces, with the opposing fleet persistently stationed off the western shore. Under the protection of the fleet's crossbows, any attempt by the Targaryen Golden Company to arrange their troops in formation would be met with immediate bombardment. However, the soldiers were not without recourse. They too moved the crossbows of the Valyrians to the shore to engage in a fierce exchange of fire with the warships. Following the 4th bombardment by the enemy's crossbows, the warships were forced to retreat, and the royal fleet withdrew from the battle, focusing instead on sniping isolated transport vessels. Meanwhile, numerous transport ships surged onto the ocean, 2 vessels flanking a single enemy ship and initiating a coordinated assault. At the heart of the fleet, aboard the flagship, the prince and a knight anxiously observed the shifting front lines. Both lamented their previous sluggish pace of attack, which had led to such chaotic skirmishes. Had their forces been able to land in full, they might not have faced such an awkward predicament. Yet, it was too late to dwell on what could have been. The initial blitz had devolved into a protracted melee, with both fleets locked in a stalemate across the strait. However, it is ultimately the Targaryen Golden Company that holds the upper hand, having taken control of Dragonstone and achieved their strategic objectives. As for casualties, any destruction of the enemy's warships is considered a victory for them. The besieged flagship, the King's Landing, alongside several other vessels, is under relentless assault. Although the other ships cannot approach, they launch arrows engulfed in flames in an attempt to ignite the massive ship. Yet these efforts have been thwarted time and again by the defending soldiers. Continuous attacks in such a besieged state risk depleting their ammunition, and it appears that the ship is in dire straits. At that moment, the remaining warships of the royal fleet, retreating from the island, surged forward to envelop their flagship, temporarily alleviating the predicament of the King's Landing. Meanwhile, the other landing parties exerted every effort to reach Dragonstone. But the soldiers had barely disembarked and begun to establish a foothold before they were driven back into the sea by the advancing troops of the Golden Company. The battle descended into chaos, and without the arrival of a fully assembled fleet for support, it seemed that the conflict would not easily come to an end unless both sides exhausted their naval forces. Chapter 123. Preparations for the Wall Campaign. While fierce battles raged around Dragonstone in the south, the Northern Army commenced its final preparations to resist the wildlings. In the expansive conference room, a commander of the Night's Watch, the Duke of the North, along with military leaders from White Harbor, Deepwood Motte, and Widow's Watch, gathered. The wildling forces likely numbered over 200,000, while our own total strength barely exceeded 40,000, marking this as an exceedingly formidable confrontation. Robb succinctly set the tone for this campaign. The pressure weighed heavily on everyone, for the opposing force boasted a full 200,000 warriors, while our own contingent was significantly outnumbered and had to divide forces to secure Eastwatch and the vast breach. Thus, Even if we chose to abandon the direction of the Black Castle, we could not spare too many troops. At this juncture, Jon Snow rose to speak, noting that the entire wall now possessed 400 crossbows, along with 300 so-called wildfire cabinets brought by Ser Mandel, 120 trebuchets, and over 600 of an unspecified weapon just delivered. Albert then interjected to clarify that this device was known as a fire lance. He had procured sufficient ammunition and gunpowder, and his troops had been trained in its use. They could be strategically deployed along the front of the Black Castle. The matchlock squad consisted of only a little over 100 men, and Albert had not provided these matchlocks to the garrison at Black Castle, as this weapon was still considered specialized equipment, and he did not intend to unveil it prematurely. The total strength of the Night Watch is approximately 300 men. However, it is imperative to retain at least 500 individuals to guard the rear positions. Thus, our total military force consists of 40,000 Northern troops and over 800 Night Watch members, with a commendable number of artillery and crossbows at our disposal. After a moment of contemplation, Chen began to strategize the deployment of his forces. Initially, he positioned Albert's musket teams and matchlock guns within the breach, for according to Albert, these weapons possess considerable advantages in armor penetration and exhibit formidable firepower. In this conflict, cavalry plays a negligible role, leading many present to arrive without their mounted troops. The terrain north of the wall consists of only a few hundred meters of open ground, surrounded by dense forests, where cavalry would be slaughtered by wildlings upon entry. Albert brought along over 60 blazing oil cabinets along with all his matchlock and flintlock guns, yet he left behind the stone-throwing artillery. Lord Ricard Karstark, I command you to carry 100 oil cabinets and lead 10,000 infantry to deploy at Eastwatch. You face nearly 50,000 wildling troops, and I require you to hold your ground until the front line is resolved. Only then may you consider retreat. The tall and robust Sir Ricard stepped forward, striking his fist against his left chest. My Duke, you can trust me and my men. Sir John Amber, I command you to take 100 oil cabinets and 10,000 soldiers to defend the entire stretch of wall from the breach to Black Castle. All stone throwers and 900 crossbows are at your disposal. You must not falter until we gain the upper hand at Black Castle, for you're facing enemy numbers approximately 70,000. The silent giant John stepped forward, thumping the hilt of his sword against his chest. As you command, my Duke. Sir Albert Manderly, you are well aware of your own armaments and troops. I order you to lead 8,000 soldiers to steadfastly defend the Lycie region until the battle concludes at Black Castle. You must not allow for a retreat. You may bring along 60 oil cabinets, 200 crossbows, and your muskets. Your facing enemy comprises roughly 60,000. Albert stepped forward, placing his right hand on his left chest and bowing slightly. As you command, my Duke. All remaining equipment shall be deployed along the wall from Eastwatch to Black Castle, with command of operations resting solely with me. As for the cavalry, they shall assemble at the breach, prepared to launch an attack and disperse the enemy at any moment. Does anyone have any questions regarding your combat assignments? No issues. Several commanders replied in unison. Very well, let us commence our actions. After Albert's arrival, Fong Xian and the other two allies withdrew their forces before he proceeded to deploy his own troops. In reality, his contingent of over 1,000 men was capable of defending the entire chasm, as the depth of the gap spanned approximately 2 kilometers. However, even with more than 700 soldiers equipped with firearms, it was insufficient to adequately cover the entire breach. After pondering for a moment, Albert resolved to employ the Swedish-style formation, organizing his soldiers into 3 lines, the first line prone on the ground, the second kneeling, and the third standing, positioned at the center of the formation. After assembling 8,000 soldiers, he commanded them to excavate several large and wide trenches at the breach, instructing the troops to refrain from naval combat whenever possible and instead utilize long spears. The soldiers with firearms could also engage in close combat. Albert also brought a substantial number of tower shields and laid out numerous flammable oil containers along the entire line. Although he possessed only 60 cannons, for a large-scale massacre, he could only employ a cross-distribution strategy. Rather than opting for conventional anti-infantry trenches, Albert chose to dig anti-tank ditches, artificially creating a downward-sloping ramp. The enemy soldiers would charge from below, while his own troops maintained their position at the top of the slope, digging as steeply as possible to make the ascent more arduous for the adversary. All the Night's Watch cavalry had been dispatched to confront the savage red soldiers directly. Meanwhile, Albert needed to construct new defenses, while the other troops collaborated with the Night's Watch infantry to fortify the Great Wall, positioning crossbows and oil containers. Albert primarily focused on trench construction, as the enemy's numbers were overwhelmingly large. If they charged en masse without trenches or walls, the casualties would be considerable. The chasm measured 2 kilometers in width, and 8,000 soldiers could barely form 2 rows. To enhance his command over the entire army, Albert decided to assign his trusted aides to each segment, designating one individual for every 500 meters, with each responsible for commanding 2,000 soldiers. For them, this was a considerable challenge, as commanding over 1,000 men is a mark of an exceptional grassroots commander. Chapter 124. The Battle of the Great Wall commences in the early hours of the following day, when all the Night's Watch cavalry had returned. Several commanders arranged their forces along the entire wall. Robert paired each commander with a Night's Watch deputy. The Night's Watch had been divided into 4 teams, assigned to various battle zones. Assigned to Albert's side was John, while Rickard's deputy was Maester Eamon, as the pressure on his front was the least. The large John was paired with the Crow, and this time, due to the absence of a large-scale uprising in King's Landing and the failure of Old Lion Tywin's forces to seize the entire city, the Night's Watch's supply convoy suffered no casualties, allowing the recruiter Crow to remain unharmed. In this battle, he was assigned to the side of Big John, as their relationship was rather amicable. Meanwhile, the remaining senior Night's Watch members stayed with the Duke himself, tasked with defending the heavily damaged yet expansive Black Castle. Facing over 80,000 enemies at the front, this was the most pressured area on the entire front line, followed closely by Albert's sector, which was besieged by more than 70,000 foes. Although his troop count was the least, Albert possessed the most advanced military strength and weaponry. As the mist on the battlefield gradually lifted, Albert commanded his soldiers to position themselves atop the defensive structures, shields raised high, while the second row consisted of spearmen, and his prize gunmen were stationed at the rear. Should any breach occur, the gunmen were to engage immediately. Additionally, every 100 meters, 3 incendiary oil barrels were strategically placed in a triangular formation. Albert instructed his men to shield themselves behind their shields, anticipating the initial assault would consist of arrows. As was customary with the wildlings, he had piled the earth excavated from the defensive works atop the slope, effectively elevating their position significantly. The wildlings' rain of arrows fell swiftly, piercing through the mist, yet they did not harm the soldiers, instead embedding themselves fiercely into the slope. However, it was evident that each arrow penetrated deeper, indicating the advancing enemy or the increasing force exerted by their archers. Suddenly, a sharp clang echoed, followed by a barrage of arrows raining down upon the army. Albert endeavored to position his best-equipped troops at the forefront, while the soldiers behind took cover beneath the slope, thus minimizing casualties from the onslaught. Then, Albert heard the increasingly heavy footsteps accompanied by distant howls. As the howls drew nearer, the soldiers began to tremble, feeling the earth tremble beneath them. Even the stones falling to the ground vibrated in response, with the ground shaking more urgently. Albert commanded his soldiers to conceal themselves behind their shields and extend their spears through the openings, ready to counter the impending charge. Finally, the first wildling broke through the mist, appearing before the soldiers, and almost instantaneously, a large line of wildlings revealed themselves. Following them were towering giants and various beasts, the giants brandishing enormous wooden stakes as they charged forward, causing the soldiers' teeth to chatter, yet they steadfastly maintained their shield wall. Archers, fire 10 arrows. Albert bellowed with all his might, and soon his loyal subordinates echoed his command, their voices reverberating throughout the ranks. As I surged forth from our infantry ranks, a multitude of arrows, forged from iron, soared into the air, descending upon the opposing infantry like a torrential downpour. In an instant, a significant portion of their ranks fell, yet those truly formidable units remained largely unscathed. This time, they had not prepared an ample supply of arrows. Albert commanded the crossbows to unleash their fury. Each bolt fired claimed the lives of at least 3 enemy soldiers, once again stifling the onslaught of the wild men. Even the most menacing adversaries, such as giants and various colossal beasts, were struck down by the lethal bolts. The wild men had yet to breach the front line, and Albert had not readied a rapid-fire crossbow. Thus, while each bolt could fell 3 to 4 foes, the rate of fire was woefully slow and their numbers insufficient. Soon, a horde of wild men surged forward. At last, they encroached upon the defensive fortifications, charging down the slope before crashing against the steep incline, the right angle of the slope rendering their ascent nearly impossible. The soldiers seized this opportunity, thrusting their spears to push the wild men back down. With a signal from Albert, the flammable oil barrels ignited, and in an instant, 60 pillars of fire engulfed the wild men below. They transformed into blazing figures, shrieking as they fell, their flames igniting others around them, filling the base of the slope with cries of anguish. The wildman's armor, primarily composed of animal hides with scarce metal protection, ignited instantly, provoking frenzied roars and howls. Then, the formidable beasts launched their assault upon the soldiers atop the slope. Enormous shadowy lynxes swiftly tore through the ranks, only to be pierced by the spears of the infantry that followed closely behind, holding their ground. The shield-bearing infantry quickly reinforced the line, maintaining their steadfast formation. Albert then commanded the crossbows to fire randomly, while the archers initiated their second wave of strikes, and the infantry continued to hold the line. Due to the steepness of the slope, nearly at a 90-degree angle, the wild men faced immense difficulty in advancing upward, unless the giants reached the forefront. It was nearly impossible for them to inflict harm upon our infantry formation. Should a giant appear, Albert would instruct his meticulously prepared infantry to ensnare them with nets, binding their limbs with countless ropes and dragging them back. Once these colossal corpses obstructed the path, the wild men would hastily pile them up, using the makeshift wall of bodies to scale the heights. Albert even began to glimpse mammoths within the enemy ranks, as the wild men began hurling stones to besiege the infantry. Crossbows, target the key enemy units. Albert commanded. Chapter 125. The conclusion of the first wave of battle. The front lines were engulfed in fierce combat, as women hurled massive stones and enormous tree trunks, inflicting devastating casualties upon the tightly clustered infantry. Albert commanded his crossbowmen and archers to prioritize the elimination of key enemy units. However, the range of the giants' catapults surpassed that of Albert's crossbows. Fortunately, the giants' limited vision necessitated their advance to a closer position to launch their attacks, thus granting Albert the opportunity to strike them down with his crossbows. Should they retreat any further, they would fall beyond the effective range of his artillery. As the morning mist dissipated entirely, a pungent scent of blood permeated the battlefield. Albert struggled to discern the enemy's formations, as the hostile positions loomed directly before him, extending into the depths of the forest, littered with the severed heads of the wild men, an overwhelming sight, stretching endlessly. Wild men surged forth from the thickets, prompting Albert to order his soldiers to douse their crossbows with oil and ignite them. The flaming bolts struck the ground, swiftly igniting a swath of wild men. However, more of their kin leapt upon the burning figures, extinguishing the flames with sheer brute force. Countless corpses amassed at the base of the slope, enabling the wild men to scale the wall of bodies, now capable of mounting a direct assault against the infantry's shield wall. The front row of soldiers wielded heavy shields, managing to withstand the enemy's onslaught, while those behind exerted every effort to surge forward. The advancing soldiers were met with the searing heat of the flaming oil. The infantry continued to wield their long spears, pushing aside the fallen wild men, who clung desperately to the shields, creating a thick layer of corpses atop the line. The soldiers at the rear fought valiantly to clear the bodies, yet once the way was opened, enemy infantry surged forward. In the absence of a clear path, the opposing forces relentlessly battered the shield wall, severely depleting the infantry's stamina. Signs of a gradual retreat began to manifest within the shield formation, leading Albert to suspect that this defensive line was not as impenetrable as he had hoped. Fortunately, he had prepared 3 additional lines behind them. Based on the current rate of casualties, if these trenches were filled, the enemy soldiers would likely suffer significant losses. The opposing infantry pressed forward, their advance obscured by layers of corpses, compelling the wild men to direct the giants to hurl stones at the soldiers waiting in the rear. In truth, the ranks behind were not densely packed with infantry, as many were engaged in the urgent preparation of barricades and massive horses, with Albert opting not to deploy his cavalry at the forefront. Behind, the waiting soldiers, most clad in polished armor, sat in repose, gathering their strength, ever ready to advance. Countless shells were launched towards the opposing formation, while Albert commanded all crossbows to switch from direct fire to projectile mode. Armed with elongated bolts, a single shot could pierce through 3 or 4 enemy infantrymen. Albert ordered the incendiary oil reserves to incinerate all advancing foes, preparing the infantry for a gradual retreat to the next defensive line. The wild men tread upon the multitude of corpses as they pressed forward, prompting Albert to instruct his soldiers to ignite as many bodies as possible, creating further complications for the enemy. Once the first wave of soldiers was ablaze, Albert commanded the shield bearers to extract their shields from the heap of corpses and retreat slowly. The pike men advanced, while the musketeers readied their weapons. Once the shield bearers had withdrawn behind the pike men and musketeers, they swiftly passed their shields to their comrades and hastened towards the second defensive line. The archers began to rain arrows upon the enemy infantry, providing cover for the shield-bearers' withdrawal. In short order, the shield-carrying soldiers reached the second line, re-establishing their formation, followed closely by the other infantry as they regrouped behind the shield-bearers. Throughout this process, despite the relentless barrage of boulders from above, the soldiers endeavored to maintain their disciplined ranks. Ultimately, all soldiers successfully retreated to the second defensive line, with the musketeers and incendiary oil reserves providing rear guard. Before the new enemy could surge forward, they ignited every fallen foe and doused the area with oil, complicating the enemy's ascent. As the enemy soldiers who managed to climb over the corpses peered over, they were swiftly shot down by muskets. Albert had prepared a massive wooden tower between the second and third lines, from which infantrymen fired their muskets. Once the wild men scaled the corpse-laden incline, they were met with volleys from musketeers and archers, soon followed by the onslaught of crossbows. Although the crossbows had reached the depths of the corpse pile, they continued their fire. The wild men left a trail of bodies in their wake, yet the giants pressed on as vanguards, guiding the main force forward. Albert found the situation increasingly challenging, as these giants proved far more formidable in charge than during their stone throwing. The colossal mammoths surged to the front lines. However, these creatures struggled to attack targets significantly higher than themselves, and the incline exceeded their height. Yet, as the wild men climbed upon these beasts' shaggy fur, they posed considerable trouble for the infantry, their tusks too formidable to ignore. Albert commanded his soldiers to ignite the flammable oil originally placed beneath the trench. The fierce flames erupted, swiftly incinerating all those attempting to scale the barrier. Yet, the relentless assault continued. The savages constructed wooden bridges that spanned from one end of the slope to the other, allowing soldiers to ascend. Albert ordered his men to dismantle these structures to send the climbing savages tumbling down. However, the ladders were fortified with grappling hooks, firmly anchoring them to the ground, leaving the soldiers powerless against them. The savages charged forward without hesitation, crashing into the infantry's defensive line with their bodies. Amidst the carnage, some savages recklessly thrust their weapons into the ranks, seeking to inflict harm upon the soldiers within. Gradually, the pressure from the enemy began to wane. From his vantage point atop the tower, Albert observed that no more savages emerged from the woods behind. It seemed the assault had ceased. At the very least, his forces had endured the first wave of the attack. Chapter 126. Reporting casualties once the battle concluded. Albert swiftly ordered a messenger to deliver a letter to Black Castle while he began to tally his own forces' losses. Despite the terrain and prior preparations mitigating the damages, the broader defenses of the northern region fared far worse. After delivering the message to the command center at Black Castle, Albert noted that apart from the breaches, several other locations suffered casualties exceeding expectations. Upon returning to Black Castle with the casualty report, he noticed the somber expressions of the other three individuals. Their faces were grim. In today's conflict, Albert's forces lost 400 infantrymen. The shield-bearers incurred minimal losses, with the majority of casualties stemming from the enemy's boulders hurled during the latter stages of the battle. Albert's elite unit suffered over 100 losses. Yet their equipment remained largely intact, except for 2 crossbows abandoned during transport due to being ensnared in enormous craters caused by rocks, which were ultimately destroyed by the savage horde. The garrison at Black Castle, originally numbering over 12,000, now dwindled to just above 9,000, while the attacking front boasted over 80,000. Although Robert had positioned his forces as strategically as possible, he did not anticipate that the savages would employ mammoths to haul heavy siege engines, repeatedly launching flaming boulders upon the castle. Furthermore, numerous savages rushed from other defensive lines to provide support, culminating in an overwhelming force of over 180,000 converging on the front. In stark contrast, Black Castle's troops numbered barely over 1,000, making the prospect of holding the breach in the wall nearly impossible. Thus, over 12,000 soldiers were essentially overwhelmed along the entire city wall, with more than 1,000 Night's Watchmen also allocated to the army. However, this force of over 13,000 soldiers struggled to defend the entirety of the Black Castle, as the wildlings could launch attacks from various directions, resulting in the army, which had formed a long, serpentine line, being unable to support one another, suffering grievous casualties. Yet, the most tragic fate befell John, who was tasked with leading over 10,000 of his own men to guard the eastern stretch all the way to the Black Castle. More than 10,000 perished, leaving just over 7,000 survivors. Nonetheless, they did not allow the wildlings to emerge unscathed, at least leaving behind 20,000 corpses. The Black Castle alone accounted for no fewer than 35,000 bodies, as some corpses were burned beyond recognition, irretrievable in any sense. On the eastern seafront, the casualties were relatively less severe, with a garrison of over 10,000 facing a wildling force 4 times their number. Thanks to the extensive supplies brought in by Albert from this location to the other fronts along the wall, the defenses here had been restored early on. Utilizing relatively complete fortification tools, Rickard managed to achieve a remarkable exchange, incurring losses of just over 1,000 men while ensuring that at least 10,000 wildlings fell. Most astonishing of all was Albert's situation. He sustained the loss of 400 soldiers while inflicting 15,000 casualties on the enemy, making his performance arguably the most impressive in terms of the battle's casualty ratio. The heavy losses compelled the leaders to reconvene and deliberate on their strategies, prompting Albert to make a startling decision. He resolved to abandon the majority of the walls, retaining only 11 of the 33 fortifications, which were relatively new, while the remaining strongholds would be heavily laden with explosives, ready to be ignited the moment any wildlings approached. Indeed, for the last remaining fortification, with no possibility of holding it, it would simply be left unguarded. After a day of fierce combat, the Northern Alliance suffered significant losses, totaling over 110, while the wildlings' casualties exceeded this number by far. The combined toll from Robb and Albert's forces amounted to a staggering 60,000, and the remaining 2 earls inflicted an additional 30,000 to 40,000 casualties on the enemy. This calculation suggested that the opposition had at most half of their original fighting force left. The losses incurred by the Northern Alliance were indeed profound. While the wildlings may disregard the lives of their warriors, these nobles could not afford such indifference, for the deaths of civilized free men would inevitably lead to unrest. Albert was left troubled, for logically, over 100,000 wildlings should not have been able to overpower a mere 1,000 Night's Watchman. And yet his own force of over 40,000 struggled against 250,000 wildlings, barely managing to hold their ground, teetering on the brink of disadvantage. In theory, after suffering such significant losses, Mansreed would be unlikely to launch an attack anytime soon. After all, the once staunch supporters, Tormund and Ygritte, have now been restrained. Such immense casualties would compel any wildling to carefully contemplate their next course of action in battle. Albert advocates for abandoning the fortresses that are beyond repair, suggesting they be set ablaze. The remaining fortifications, which still hold value for restoration, will serve as crucial strongholds for their defense. Currently, the combined forces of the 4 armies amount to over 33,000 soldiers. The open areas no longer require attention, as Albert has effectively sealed them with flames. Should the enemy dare to advance, Albert is prepared to unleash a torrent of fire upon them. The 33,000 soldiers will be redistributed, with 3,000 assigned to each fortress under the guardianship of the northern nobility. Additionally, all remaining equipment, aside from firearms, will be equitably distributed. Given that the pressure from the enemy is now relatively diminished, with no more than 150,000 troops remaining on their side, Albert surmises that internal strife is inevitable among the enemy ranks, as they have suffered nearly a 25 reduction in their forces. The awakened wildlings, after all, will not be few in number. With diminished forces, Mansreed will certainly focus on annihilating the Night's Watch's remaining combatants, allowing his own defensive troops to emerge from their fortifications. If Mansreed opts for a full-scale offensive, he could ignite the remaining gunpowder within the fortresses, unleashing a blaze that would leave him to ponder the consequences. From another perspective, incurring a loss of 7,000 in exchange for over 100,000 enemy casualties is indeed worthy of celebration. The typical ratio of defenders to attackers is 1:3. Yet this battle has yielded a staggering ratio exceeding 110. If not for the wildlings, such a ratio would astound the world at large. Chapter 127. Wildling Infighting. While Albert contemplates more effective defenses for the wall, the wildlings are not engaged in discussions on how to mount a more effective offense. Rather, they are embroiled in infighting. Following the initial wave of battle, the entire wildling community, upon gathering, discovered that they had lost a quarter of their numbers. Mansreed, in a bid to demonstrate fairness in his command, divided each major tribe's population into 4 parts, assigning them to different groups for simultaneous attacks from various directions. This strategy was intended to foster cohesion among the tribes and prevent larger clans from resisting control. However, This approach has led to significant complications. As casualties mounted, the tribes became increasingly hesitant to fight. When the chieftains returned home to count their fallen warriors, discovering that a quarter of those sent had not survived, they initially believed they had been treated unfairly. Upon further inquiry, they were shocked to realize that every tribe had experienced similar losses. Such a loss of 25 of their forces is indeed a profound and troubling reality. This time, the number of soldiers was considerable. Thus, the tribesmen did not intend to send women and children to the battlefield. Only the strongest warriors of the tribe were dispatched. In a swift turn of events, 25 of your robust fighters perished. Among the tribesmen, the concept of monogamy was not prevalent, and typically, families did not restrict themselves to a single offspring, adhering instead to a communal family structure led by the eldest members, who guided a multitude of relatives in their daily lives. Consequently, following this brutal conflict, nearly every household donned mourning attire, and the collective grief was palpable. When the women wept, even though they were tribeswomen, the power of their sorrow could not be underestimated. The strength of the elderly, the young, and the women was formidable, especially given the staggering number of auxiliary troops accompanying the 250,000 infantry. Moreover, the most awkward aspect was the sharp decline in the number of available combatants. Giants, being a more elite force, experienced significant casualties, yet their losses remained proportionally lesser than those of ordinary soldiers. Out of the 300 giants initially brought forth, aside from the heavy losses suffered near the rift, over 270 giants remained, representing a substantial power. Witnessing the near-catastrophic blow dealt to the tribesmen's forces, the giants resolved to no longer submit to Manfred. At that moment, Mansreed was in his tent, strategizing with his trusted subordinates, when he was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony from outside. Peering out, he beheld dozens of giants brutally breaching the walls of his own stronghold. Commanding his subordinates to arm themselves and take defensive positions on the walls, Mansreed's expression darkened. The losses endured by his army were considerable, and the subordinate tribes that had accompanied him on his southern campaign were likely to rebel. For the current tribesmen, an internal conflict would only serve to provide the enemy with an opportunity, especially since a direct assault had not yielded any advantage. Should infighting occur within their ranks, the losses would be even more severe, plunging them into a dreadful cycle of destruction. Mansreed realized he must quell this uprising of the giants. The number of giants participating in the rebellion was approximately 100, and the giant king along with his direct subordinates did not directly engage in the combat. Thus they were not deterred by the casualties. For the simple-minded giant king, the heavy losses sustained by other large giant tribes could potentially enhance his control over the entire giant population. The rebellious giants were primarily male, while the females who had lost their husbands could be persuaded to join his tribe. Thus, the 100 or so remaining giants included those who had not been directly slain, along with their families. Consequently, the number of fiercely capable male giants was reduced to a mere dozen. Therefore, Mansreed commanded his elite subordinates to suppress them as effectively as possible. Each chief's personal guard in the tribes was the most elite force, capable of matching the northern armies in one-on-one combat. Although suppressing the giants incurred some losses, it ultimately proved effective, as Mansreed's subordinates had also tamed many large beasts. Releasing these creatures would instill fear in the giants, further tipping the balance in his favor. Ultimately, the insurrection was quelled, yet Mansreed furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He was acutely aware of the staggering toll this conflict had inflicted, should such losses persist. The chieftains below would inevitably rise in rebellion against him. The concept of a large barbarian tribe differs fundamentally from that of a massive giant tribe. If 2 or 3 sizable barbarian tribes chose to withdraw from the southern campaign, the ensuing battles would be particularly harrowing. After all, the original force of 250,000 had failed to breach the enemy's defenses. A reduction in numbers would render such a feat even more unattainable. The morning's skirmish was presided over by Mansreed himself, and he recognized the formidable nature of his adversaries. Frankly speaking, throughout his assessment of the entire barbarian tribes, he had never encountered such a tenacious foe. After considerable deliberation, Mansreed resolved to initiate negotiations. He dispatched envoys to the Black Castle to convey a message to the Duke of the North and the commander of the Night's Watch, appealing for dialogue. Continuing the fight would likely lead to catastrophic losses. The original intention of retreat was to evade the onslaught of the others and their slaughter. The chieftains were reluctant to sacrifice their sons, as doing so would sever their bloodlines. Yet, if the conflict persisted, the consequences might extend beyond mere lineage to the extermination of their entire kin. Thus, upon awakening, Mansreed firmly decided to pursue negotiations, Otherwise, his race might face annihilation. At Black Castle, Robb had already received the proposal for dialogue and summoned his cabinet, alongside influential nobles from the north, for a discussion. Some senior officers of the Night's Watch also joined the deliberation. Upon announcing Mansred's request for negotiations, astonishment rippled through the assembly, including Albert. If the barbarians sought to negotiate, it likely indicated a significant loss on their part. Albert had not accurately assessed the damage inflicted upon the enemy, and he typically estimated their casualties to be tenfold that of his own. Given the charred remains, it was nearly impossible to ascertain the true nature of the fallen. This time, Albert refrained from applying a tenfold multiplier, conservatively estimating the enemy's losses to be over 10,000. In truth, his estimate was quite close, as the actual figure exceeded 15,000. However, Robb's assessment was gravely erroneous. He believed the enemy had suffered over 45,000 casualties, with official reports citing 30,000. The underreporting amounted to a staggering 20,000, thus elucidating the astonishment shared by both men. Chapter 128. Internal disputes in the North. I opposed the negotiations. John Amber was the first to rise and express his refusal. The relationship between Hearthstone and the wildlings could best be described as adversarial. It is well known that the young men of the wildlings often assert their coming of age by raiding other tribes to abduct women as brides. Some of the tribes further south frequently descend upon Hearthstone to pillage its people as a rite of passage into adulthood, with the Amber family's castle often being the first target during these incursions. Consequently, the past few years have not fostered a relationship of mutual affection with the wildlings. Rather, it has been one of irreconcilable hostility. The majority of the northern nobility harbors no fondness for the wildlings, although the temperamental Jon Snow is particularly outspoken, choosing to outright reject any negotiations. Deepwood Motte, however, remains opposed. The Earl of Deepwood Motte, charged with guarding the northern reaches of the Wolfswood for House Stark, similarly declined the overtures for negotiation, as they too share a profound enmity with the wildlings. The eldest son of the current generation and the youngest son of the previous one both fell victim to the wildlings' brutality. Castle Carhold also expressed its dissent. Ricard stood forth, asserting that his castle frequently suffers from wildling raids. Not to mention, the wildling armies are often seen near White Harbor. During the last visit from Albert, accompanied by the young ones, they too encountered a wildling host, and there was little goodwill to be found for these marauders. Currently, they are holding one of Mance Raider's key subordinates captive. Should the wildlings indeed migrate, would they choose to release him or not? Robb looked upon his vassals, noting that nearly all the first and second-tier earls of the north opposed the idea. The remaining nobles exhibited indecisiveness. After all, many among them bore significant grudges against the wildlings. In the recent conflict, who among them had not lost a few kin? Robb himself leaned towards military action, as they had sustained merely 7,000 casualties while decimating an opposing force of 100,000, with the enemy's total strength amounting to no more than 150,000. However, the demeanor of the messenger left Robb feeling uncertain. Bring in the messenger, Robb commanded. Upon his order, 2 soldiers unceremoniously thrust the wildling envoy into the chamber. Met with the scornful glares of the assembled nobles, especially from Amber and Ricard, who had already drawn their swords. We refuse to negotiate, Robb declared, fixing his gaze upon the envoy, enunciating each word with resolve. The wildling, struggling with the common tongue, implored them to deliberate. He claimed that his king possessed the legendary horn of the King of Giants, warning that if they were unwilling to parley, the horn sounding would herald dreadful consequences. How dreadful could it be? Albert interjected, skepticism evident in his tone. Will it conjure 1,000,000 warriors to rend us asunder? He had heard whispers of the horn of the King of Giants, having come across it in literature, yet he leaned towards the belief that it was mere folklore. After all, if one possessed the power to shatter the wall itself, why would they require an army to besiege a castle? Throughout history, the Great Wall has seldom been completely fractured. Although there exists a fissure within its structure, this imperfection was present from the time of its construction. The architect, Brandon Stark, was well aware that external forces would find it nearly impossible to dismantle the wall, especially with the aid of the children of the forest, making any significant rupture exceedingly unlikely. He must have been jesting. During my 2 years at the Citadel, I have never encountered any tome that claimed a horn of a giant king could shatter the Great Wall. Such nonsense. Albert stood up, deliberately addressing the surrounding nobles in the common tongue, while also brandishing his scholar's chain. This emboldened the northern lords. If the Citadel had never recorded such a thing, how could it possibly exist? Robb's expression, however, shifted slightly. He had once heard his father recount that Brandon Stark, during the wall's construction, had indeed left behind a critical flaw, the horn of Jormungand. Yet, observing his men's unwavering resolve, Robb felt uncertain. Though the architect was his ancestor, the era of his legacy was so distant that its authenticity was questionable. It is better to trust in its existence. Let us consider their proposal, as it may minimize casualties among our forces. Assertively quelling the dissent within the court, the young lord, despite his youth, had governed the north for several years. His words compelled Albert and Rickard of Castle Carhold to lower their hands. The other minor nobles, after thoughtful deliberation, resolved to support the duke's decision. The widow's watch concurred. Wulfstan agreed. Carhold gave its assent. Bear Island followed suit. The minor lords made their choices, and now, including Winterfell, the votes appeared evenly matched. With the addition of the vote from Castle Black, alongside the weight of the Northwest Duke, totaling 3 votes in favor of negotiations. Consequently, the assembly shed any pretense and began to prepare the specifics of the negotiations, dispatching a messenger to convey their intentions. Despite the decision to engage in talks, Albert dispatched all personnel with maintenance experience from his forces to inspect and maintain all equipment along the wall, ensuring that nothing would falter in the event of conflict. Following this, Robb retained several earls from the north to deliberate further on this matter. My lord, why should we choose negotiation? This presents the best opportunity to eliminate the wildlings once and for all. If successful, we could secure hundreds of years free from large-scale incursions. Great John appeared quite incensed. He harbored no fondness for the wildlings, let alone the prospect of cohabitation. If negotiations were truly to be pursued, allowing them to cross would necessitate a strategy of division. All wildlings must be dispersed throughout the north for resettlement, ideally organized by clans, with each noble above the rank of count tasked with leading 1 or 2 clans to their territories. Despite suffering the loss of 100,000, the wildlings still number around 150,000. Therefore, it is imperative to scatter their military strength. If they were to gather in one place, they would become an overwhelming challenge for any single count to contend with. The other nobles of the north nodded in agreement, recognizing that fragmentation and disarray are the objectives and strategies against the wildlings and a central theme in the forthcoming negotiations. Chapter 129. Negotiation. Early the next morning, the northern nobles, accompanied by their retinues, arrived at the designated site for negotiations, facing Mance Rayder and his most elite subordinates. The northerners were all clad in armor, and Albert had specifically brought several firearms, preparing for an immediate offensive should the negotiations collapse. Robb tacitly approved of this action, instructing the garrisons at other defensive lines to launch an attack on the wildling positions at the first sound of gunfire. Consequently, a substantial number of defenders amassed at the gaps and various city gates, ready to charge at the signal. This time, they intended to take the initiative and utterly annihilate the wildlings' fighting force, leaving no opportunity for retreat. In the previous battle, the loss of over 7,000 men had resulted in the death of 100,000 enemy soldiers, establishing an undeniable advantage for the northern forces over the wildlings, not only psychologically but also physically. The elite wildling troops that had previously charged were now decimated, meaning that even the remaining wildlings, no matter how skilled, could not compare to the deceased elite from the last offensive. Thus, both psychologically and physiologically, the northern forces had established absolute superiority over the wildling army, providing great reassurance to the nobles. During the negotiations, the north would send Albert's amassed cavalry to provoke the enemy, confident that the wildlings would refrain from retaliation should they dare to strike. It would lead to their own demise. Mance Rayder was troubled. Previously, the northern army had experienced a common exchange ratio of 1-5 against the wildlings, and now faced over 30,000 elite soldiers. Furthermore, even after this engagement, the South could still muster a force comparable in size, and they could hire additional troops from across the narrow sea to join the fight. Although Mance had become a wildling, he had once been a member of the Night's Watch and understood the vastness of the world. Thus, he deliberately sent some wildlings disguised as traders to transport local specialties to the neighboring continent of Essos for sale, fully aware of the prominent northern merchant families, such as the Manderlys and the Karstarks. He recognized the formidable commercial prowess of the northerners, particularly the southerners, which could directly influence the tide of war. Thus, Mance Rayder merely intended to gain a certain advantage on the battlefield, subsequently leveraging that advantage to compel the northerners to negotiate. It became evident that he overestimated the capabilities of his own army, leading to an inevitable rout. Once he grasped the casualty figures, he was certainly deterred from taking reckless actions. However, the wildlings still possessed a final, desperate weapon, the horn of Jormungand. While the Southerners may not have had a clear understanding of this horn, the wildlings had passed down its legendary power through oral tradition. The singular crack in the wall was said to have been created by its sound. This was the foundation of Mansred's negotiating stance. When the northern nobles arrived at the negotiation grounds with their retinues, Mansred said nothing, merely striking the horn upon the table. The northerners were taken aback, wondering what he was doing. Was he merely testing the table's quality? The disdain evident in the drooping eyes of the gathered nobles did not escape Mansred's notice. Having once lived among the Night's Watch, he was well aware of the nature of southern nobles and their ilk. Thus, to gain the upper hand in this exchange, he felt compelled to reveal his trump card, demonstrating that he indeed possessed the capacity to wreak destruction. Is this truly the legendary horn of the giant King Jormungand? Albert spoke first, though the other wildlings were equally incensed. Was this the place for a mere count to speak? Who did he think he was? Did he not see that the leaders of both sides remained silent? Did he not understand the hierarchy of respect? Suppressing his anger, Mansred affirmed that this was indeed the fabled horn of Jormungand. At this, all eyes from the northerners turned towards the horn. An imposing instrument nearly the size of half the table, truly befitting a giant king. Is this your source of confidence? Robb had speculated the previous evening that the disadvantaged wildlings would reveal their trump card early, seeking to negotiate greater benefits. Yet upon seeing the so-called horn of Jormungand, which appeared rather unremarkable apart from its size, he could not help but question whether this truly constituted the wildling's strength. This is indeed the legendary horn of Jormungand, one of Mansred's subordinates solemnly declared. Surely, it could not breach the wall. The northern lords exchanged glances, finding the horn less impressive than anticipated, apart from its size. There was nothing particularly awe-inspiring about it. However, the crack in the wall was indeed created by its sound. At the mention of this, the northern nobles were no longer weary, for they were well aware of the 2-kilometer-wide breach in the wall. All eyes converged on Albert, as he was the most learned among them. Who else would they focus on if not him? Albert pondered over the historical texts he had perused and recognized that Jormungand indeed belonged to the lineage of the city founder, Brandon. While this notion was not entirely implausible, considering the construction of the Great Wall coincided with the emergence of Jormungand's horn, it is imperative to place our trust in technology and recorded history. The true efficacy of this horn remains uncertain. Upon hearing Albert's remarks, the nobles found themselves even more apprehensive. With the desired effect achieved, Mansred chose not to elaborate further but instead instructed his men to stow away the colossal horn, signaling the commencement of negotiations. The free folk demanded passage, insisting that the way be cleared for them. They referred to themselves as free folk, a term that left many puzzled as to why they would adopt such a designation. Allowing passage was feasible. However, compliance with our directives was non-negotiable. All weapons and possessions must be surrendered, and the larger beasts gathered. Furthermore, all clans were to be segregated for resettlement. Clearly, Mansred was not inclined to accept such an easily relinquished set of conditions. He deemed the initial proposal a baseline, and as a baseline, it was open to escalation. Chapter 130. A desperate quarrel, a multitude erupted into fervent debate within the confines of the tent. For the demands of the wild folk were nearly insupportable for the northerners. Did one truly believe that the 250,000 armed wild folk represented the entirety of their forces? Such a notion was misguided. Behind them lay nearly 1.4 million elderly, women, children, and various skilled laborers. Should this contingent successfully venture southward, it would undoubtedly provoke a mass migration of additional wild tribes across the Great Wall. Currently, the South was not prepared to accommodate these wild folk, especially considering the Northern Territory's reliance on grain supplies. The sudden influx of approximately 1.6 million individuals would be catastrophic. Even if Albert were to invest every last coin earned from arms sales into the agricultural sector, sustaining such a multitude would be utterly unfeasible. The wild folk, largely untrained in agriculture, would find the task of cultivation daunting. If over 1 million were to descend southward, engaging in indiscriminate hunting, they would inevitably deplete all available resources in the north. A gradual population increase is beneficial. However, an abrupt rise of over 1 million is excessively overwhelming, as the wild folk possess a far greater appetite than their southern counterparts. Such consumption could potentially devastate the economic stability of the entire region. Hence, uniform resettlement was unequivocally impossible, and many would undoubtedly be exiled to the continent of Essos. As for other matters, throughout the course of this war, the casualties in the north have remained approximately 12,000, with nearly 7,000 lost in conflicts against the wild folk. This figure starkly contrasts with the mobilized forces and those still available, as the North could indeed muster an additional 40,000 to 50,000 troops despite the crippling losses. Consequently, the current situation places the wildlings at a disadvantage. However, they may choose to adopt a stance of passive resistance, sounding the horn and allowing the approaching White Walkers and Whites to confront these oblivious humans. The threat posed by the White Walkers and Whites remains unacknowledged by the northern nobles thus far. Yet the peril of breaching the wall has instilled a modicum of panic within them. This realization has prompted the Northern Coalition to abandon their ambition of wholly exterminating the wildlings, though relocating their entire army to the south is out of the question. A contingent must be dispatched to the continent of Essos. This situation leaves the wildlings apprehensive, should their kin be divided. How would they defend against potential incursions from their adversaries? What assurances could they have regarding the safety of their kin, that these northern nobles would not simply butcher them? After all, many wildlings do not harbor a deep-seated enmity with the northern lords. Rather, they are rivals. Would one willingly entrust the power of life and death over their kin to their rivals? In the original narrative, the wildlings' allegiance to Jon Snow was not born from subservience to the southern lords. On the contrary, it was due to Jon Snow's dual identity as a southern noble and his divine endorsement, making him an ideal ally for those who revere the gods. Jon Snow is also an exceptional warrior, and with Tormund's persuasion, many wildlings chose to follow him. However, the current circumstances are drastically different. On one hand, the wildlings and northern lords have ignited genuine hostilities. Both sides have suffered significant casualties in this war, and neither can calmly witness the other emerge unscathed from the conflict. This is merely the first point. Secondly, the large-scale migration of wildlings, should it truly commence southward, could potentially collapse the entire northern economy, as they would contribute little productive capacity while consuming resources at a rate several times that of the average populace. Such pressure, even for the shrewd and economically astute Albert, would be overwhelming and utterly unsustainable for the North. However, the sale of slaves is also illegal. They can only be transported under the guise of immigration. Thus, Albert intends to utilize this contingent of wildlings for the war against the Dragon Queen. In this precarious situation, he cannot afford to engage indiscriminately in the conflict against the White Walkers in the south, despite considering the possibility of using funds to recruit Dothraki warriors for battle. Though he remains uncertain about how many he could enlist, Albert has urged the Dothraki to assault the Dragon Queen, should she prevail. This influx of Dothraki could undermine the military balance between her and the young prince, potentially leading to an internal conflict. If the Dragon Queen were to fall, so much the better. The Second Army would then arm these wildlings, who find themselves without an outlet for their military prowess, and bring them to the battlefield. Given the current military strength, Albert believes that merely deploying an army of 50,000 to 60,000 wildlings would induce considerable distress among the powers of the neighboring continent. Thus, the forthcoming battle shall be relatively effortless. At the very least, the armies of the North can remain stationed in the northern territories, countering those adversaries. Provided that the wall remains unbreached, Albert indeed possesses the audacity to assert that he can confront the others with his current military strength. Of course, should he find himself unable to prevail, preparations for the defense of Winterfell shall be imperative. Albert harbors an obsessive confidence in victory, leaving him little time to attend to negotiations. Although the principal topics of this negotiation have already been preliminarily discussed, merely a matter of negotiating with the wildlings in successive waves, the crux of the matter lies in the North's possession of decisive power. Thus, the wildlings shall undoubtedly engage in lengthy disputes and bargaining, incurring significant losses before they can successfully migrate southward. The ultimate resolution dictates that all wildlings shall be divided by clan, with each lord's ridge designated to accommodate only one clan of wildlings, permitting intraclan marriages while prohibiting the indiscriminate abduction of maidens as previously practiced. Any transgressors shall face expulsion. Meanwhile, wildlings who exceed the designated numbers shall be dispatched to the southern continent of Essos, where they shall contend fiercely with the armies of the Dragon Queen. Although Albert places his hopes in the Dothraki, he remains devoid of confidence in their ability to secure victory. Thus, the preparation for a second wave of southern forces is indisputable. Concurrently, following this engagement, the wall shall necessitate further repairs, and Jon Snow and his companions have relayed unsettling news of a living corpse to the Duke of the North. The withdrawal of troops shall not be an easy endeavor, and the forthcoming supply of provisions will be directly procured by Albert from the south. Consequently, merchants from the south and the many traders traversing the continent of Essos shall lament their plight, as the prices of the much-needed scarce resources soar dramatically. Chapter 131. The Southern War. While the North is embroiled in a relentless struggle against the wildlings, the South continually commits its military might to this conflict. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of over 200,000 troops, the Targaryen forces find themselves utterly incapable of resistance. The Golden Company, after suffering the loss of over 10,000 men, ultimately succeeded in seizing Dragonstone, but that accomplishment was merely a fleeting victory. Although numerous troops from House Velaryon paid a heavy toll, they were still unable to reclaim Dragonstone. Their forces, having suffered only a loss of slightly more than 10,000, managed to withdraw from the battlefield under the protection of their fleet. In stark contrast, the fleet of the Golden Company and the forces from Volantis nearly faced total annihilation. The Volantene fleet was completely destroyed, and the Golden Company suffered the near-total loss of their engineering equipment, with their strained relations with White Harbor rendering the procurement of replacements impossible. However, in the Southern Front, under Stannis' furious onslaught, the Volantene Field Army exhibited astonishing combat prowess. Having had his homeland usurped, a wrathful Stannis nearly obliterated the entirety of the Volantene Field Army, ruthlessly dismantling all towns that stood in his path. Stannis nearly obliterated the entirety of Volantis, where tens of thousands of field armies seemed but mere paper against the onslaught of over 100,000 soldiers from Westeros. The hastily assembled troops stood no chance against the formidable coalition, and Stannis seldom left any captives. On the other hand, Albert successfully swayed over 100,000 Dothraki to descend southward to invade the Slavers' Bay, a force that proved to be terrifyingly potent. The Dragon Queen of Slavers' Bay endeavored to gather a contingent of 40,000 troops to confront this vast cavalry horde. Faced with the infantry formations, particularly the Free Militia, the Dothraki displayed their propensity for plunder, resulting in a one-sided massacre. However, when up against the regular army of the slave cities, they found themselves at a disadvantage. After the Dragon Queen unified these city-states, they not only gained the power of dragons, but also successfully combined the strengths of 3 cities. In such circumstances, even the fierce Dothraki could hardly secure any advantage in battle. They came not only to pillage but also for monetary gain, as exemplified by Jaqo Kao and his contingent of 40,000 Dothraki warriors. Ultimately, this army faced defeat at the hands of the Dragon Queen on 2 occasions. Near Meereen and Astapor, the repeated skirmishes inflicted heavy casualties on the Dragon Queen's forces, reducing their original number of over 40,000 to just above 20,000. Although the Dothraki also suffered substantial losses, with over 30,000 warriors perishing, almost twice that of the Dragon Queen's army, they still failed to achieve victory, having not captured even a single city or executed a significant raid. Upon receiving this intelligence, Albert felt compelled to galvanize other free trade cities to join the conflict. Consequently, the armies of Myr, Novos, Lior, and even those from Tysafal engaged in battle, all meeting with inevitable and disastrous defeats. Albert exerted every effort to persuade Braavos to partake in the conflict, yet this proved to be a daunting task, as Braavos was acutely aware of the terror that dragons posed. Despite even considering the generous offer of an array of weaponry and supplies, including sugar and paper rights across Essos and beyond, those cunning old foxes resolutely declined to join the war. Thus, under such dire circumstances, Albert had no choice but to lead his contingent of wildlings on an expedition into Essos, comprising a formidable force of 90,000 wildlings. The Guardians on the other side of the wall were entrusted to Jon Snow and his companions, offering Albert a sense of relief. The Duke of the North resolved to establish a standing army at the wall to assist in the formation of the entire gifted forces, currently mustering over 10,000 troops. Supplemented by more than 3,000 militia, Albert generously provided them with a significant supply of modern firearms, including muskets, which were mandated for inclusion in the army. Albert led a formidable force of wildlings, predominantly composed of over 50,000 adult males, with the remaining 40,000 largely consisting of women, the elderly, and children. He also commanded his own Nightblade Legion into the fray. For them, the Mandalorian house had thoroughly offended the Targaryen family, and the grievances ran deep, making it imperative to conclude the war swiftly. Consequently, he marshaled every available troop to his cause. Some of these wildlings had previously been swayed by Tormund, while others found themselves without a home, and thus followed him southward in search of fortune and the establishment of their own grand castle. This compelling rallying cry, combined with Albert's innate marketing acumen, his mother had been engaged in such endeavors, quickly attracted a significant number of followers. However, Albert realized that mere numbers would not earn him the soldiers' loyalty or entice more settlers. He needed to continue fighting, to secure victories that would showcase the opulence of Essos. Therefore, upon landing, Albert refrained from launching a direct assault on the Dragon Queen, aware that his current strength was insufficient for such a bold move. Instead, he intended to target the territory of the obstinate Loinarians as a preliminary measure. Albert sought to carve out a new market for goods and a source of raw materials. Preparing to introduce lighter commodities to usher in an industrial era, he required markets and substantial wealth, which necessitated striking against various city-states. However, as his own forces were currently allied with numerous free trade city-states, he could only opt to attack smaller enclaves. Moreover, Albert contemplated an offensive against the holy city of the Dothraki, yet hesitated, especially after inciting the Dothraki to attack the Dragon Queen. Present circumstances, however, were slightly beyond his control, as he had not anticipated the Dragon Queen's formidable prowess. It was astonishing that over 100,000 Dothraki and nearly 90,000 troops from the free city-states had failed to defeat her mere 40,000. Lacking confidence in his ability to engage effectively, Albert recognized the urgency of securing a foothold. Chapter 132. The Battle of the Loinarians. While continuing southward, Albert and his wildling expedition stumbled upon a vast village. Reflecting on his mental map of the principal powers in Essos, he realized this settlement did not resonate with his recollections. His mental atlas encompassed the major external forces of Essos, yet the vast Dothraki sea harbored numerous other factions, including various Loinarian and Andalusian city-states. Apart from the dominant Dothraki, Albert was uncertain about the origins of the large gathering point before him, currently suspecting it to be established by the Loinans, as it was situated upstream of the Loinan River. The Loinans and the Andalusians share a distant kinship, both factions venerating the seven gods. They once forged a magnificent empire and cities on Essos prior to the arrival of the Dothraki. During the conquest of Valyrian freehold, both the Loinan and Andalusian kingdoms were subsumed by the freehold. Following the collapse of the freehold, numerous Loinan and Andalusian hamlets emerged across the region. Soon, some communities were ravaged by the Dothraki in warfare, while others engaged in internecine conflicts, giving rise to additional powers. The rulers of these two factions were collectively referred to as princes. Does that sound familiar? Indeed, the Dornish people are, in fact, the purest descendants of the Andalusians. They traversed what was then known as the Arm of Dorne from the Stepstones during the Age of Heroes, launching an expedition that nearly obliterated all of Dorne. However, in their final stand, the Dornish wielded powerful magic to breach the entire Arm of Dorne, resulting in the formation of the present-day Stepstones. Ultimately, the two races coexisted peacefully, leading to the emergence of the contemporary Dornish. Thus, the present-day Dornish retain the Andalusian custom of designating their rulers as princes, although this title does not imply nobility. Any independent Loinan or Andalusian ruler may claim it. Consequently, it is not uncommon to hear of a great prince emerging from a Loinan or Andalusian settlement on the Dothraki Sea. The primary accomplishment of such a prince is often the successful assertion of independence for his village from the dominion of other princes, establishing it as a distinct entity. Subsequently, he must contend with the incursions and assaults from his kin, as well as the onslaughts and invasions from Dothraki warlords. The Dothraki commonly refer to these pastoral peoples as sheepmen. This time, the Dothraki suffered greatly at Albert's hands. Hundreds of thousands descended southward to wage war, yet garnered no reward, losing 30,000 soldiers in the process. In the face of such provocation against the Dothraki, Albert could be considered the first in history to lead an army southward. The Dothraki remain unaware of the exact number of their cavalry, but Albert estimates that the entire Dothraki Sea could scarcely support more than 300,000 fully armed, unproductive Dothraki warriors, even if they were to trade freely with city-states and other formidable urban centers. While the grasslands possess other resources, the Dothraki lack the means to exploit them. They can only procure food and wealth, and they themselves are prey to slave traders. A force of 250,000 would require the sustenance and logistics of over 1 million other vulnerable individuals, including the elderly and women. The entirety of the grasslands could not possibly sustain more than 1.5 million unproductive marauders. Simultaneously, this marks the zenith of the number of colts that the entire grass sea can supply. The count of warhorses is undoubtedly limited, as the Dothraki typically possess 2 horses per individual, indicating a finite quantity. In this context, they have suffered over 30,000 casualties in their conflict against the Dragon Queen, possibly losing around 1/10 to 1/8 of their forces. For the Dothraki, who are accustomed to frequent raids, such losses are considerable. After all, as Albert has learned, the Dothraki have struggled to confront or successfully repel armies of comparable size, such as that of the Loinar. Provided that an army reaches a sufficient size, Confronting the Dothraki becomes a relatively straightforward endeavor, as they lack a robust formation and seem ill-equipped to face an infantry array. This mirrors the historical reality of medieval armies, where cavalry was often ineffective against well-structured infantry. However, following the complete annihilation of the Loyner and Annalar princes at the Valyrian freehold, the Annalar city-states, which once boasted tens of thousands of organized troops, could no longer withstand the Dothraki. Before Albert stood what appeared to be a sizable Loyner settlement. Logically, they should be capable of resisting a significant assault from the cows. Albert even speculated that this gathering might house an armed force of over 10,000 men. After all, the local environment is relatively favorable compared to the broader Grass Sea. Were he the Lord of the Loyner, he would certainly establish his stronghold in this location. Currently, Albert commands a force of 50,000 wild warriors alongside over 40,000 non-combatants, including the elderly, women, and children, in addition to his Nightblade Legion. He has equipped over 1,200 of his Nightblade troops with firearms, allowing him to employ tactics reminiscent of those from the 30 Years' War in Germany. Albert possesses 300 soldiers capable of wielding large shields in battle and 1,200 infantry armed with breech-loading rifles. Additionally, he commands over 50,000 wild troops wielding various weapons, making his forces quite formidable. Nevertheless, faced with over 10,000 Loyner capable of resisting Dothraki charges, Albert feels a degree of uncertainty. He has never confronted the Loyner or Annalar infantry directly, especially not in such large numbers. Although his forces outnumber the enemy, he harbors doubts about his ability to command an army of this scale as effectively as a seasoned commander might. Consequently, Albert plans to first deplete the enemy's strength through an initial engagement before unleashing his wild warriors. He recognizes the necessity of mastering the command of his troops. Otherwise, how could he deploy them against the Dragon Queen and her other forces? Thus, Albert positions his army at the forefront but does not intend to initiate the attack immediately. Instead, he calmly presents a challenge to his adversaries. At this moment, the prince within the city was reveling with his concubines when the guards at the entrance suddenly began to pound forcefully on the door. The prince, visibly displeased, pushed the woman off him and grumbled as he accepted a piece of parchment from the soldier's hand. The text was in the common tongue, which, having evolved from the language of the Loynans, was comprehensible to them as well. "Come and fight, you coward." The prince's eyes widened in shock. This was undeniably a declaration of war. Chapter 133. The outbreak of war after leading his vast army out of the city. The prince found no sight of Albert's wildling forces, but instead saw Albert himself, clad in armor of Westerosi design, commanding his soldiers, the Nightblade Legion, standing resolutely at the forefront. Albert had organized his legion into 5 columns, with heavily armored infantry at the front, followed by 4 ranks of breech-loading riflemen. All of Albert's firearms were meticulously crafted rifled guns, as rifle barrels are prone to wear if they are of the muzzle-loading variety. Albert employed a method of casting, initially softening copper with a higher melting point, then inscribing it with a durable cord before allowing it to cool. Once cooled, he would insert it into a wooden tube, followed by molten iron, and upon opening the tube, he successfully produced the gun barrels. After fine-tuning the barrels, he had created an impressive array of breech-loading rifles. Currently, he possessed 200 of these firearms, all of which he utilized to arm his troops. The production of ammunition was even more straightforward, especially since, after experimenting with various formulations since acquiring that type of saltpeter, Albert had finally concocted a substance reminiscent of gunpowder as he remembered it. The next step was bullet production. Unlike the conventional method of loading powder first, then inserting the projectile, Albert opted for iron bullet casings. Given that the north of Westeros was not rich in copper deposits, the fully assembled percussion caps and cartridges allowed for the creation of relatively effective ammunition. However, despite this, the efficiency remained suboptimal. Albert had not brought a substantial quantity of ammunition for this campaign, so he ordered the blacksmith accompanying him to forge as many bullets as possible while urging his fleet to hasten their transport efforts. Presently, his ammunition could sustain only 2 major confrontations, thus it was imperative to decisively defeat the Loynan prince before the gunmen were deployed. Additionally, he had to remain vigilant against a potential attack from the Dothraki, for should they learn of his presence, they would undoubtedly demand a hefty ransom. Nevertheless, Albert had never feared the Dothraki. Even the heavy cavalry of the 7 Kingdoms did not intimidate him, so why should he cower before mere thousands of light cavalry? However, in the face of a well-armed army of infantry and archers, Albert felt a sense of trepidation. After all, an enemy composed of a singular type of soldier is relatively easy to counter, particularly a force like the Dothraki, who are known for their mindless charges. The Dothraki struggled to even breach the ranks of the similarly sized Loiner army. Yet the opposing forces remained oblivious to the unique circumstances surrounding Albert's troops, casting scornful glances at the mere 2,000 men before them. "Outsiders, what brings you here?" The prince stepped forward and inquired of Albert. "To conquer your city and people." Albert commanded his soldiers to raise their firearms. The front line of infantry held shields for protection, all clad in armor, with not just ammunition belts, but also short daggers at their waists. The prince scoffed derisively and ordered his troops to form ranks, preparing for an assault. Special formation. Albert instructed his subordinates. This innovative arrangement was his latest invention. The first row crouched, the second knelt, the third rested their rifles atop the heads of the second row, and the fourth did the same above the third. After 2 rounds of simultaneous fire, they would then charge with bayonets. Indeed, Albert had designed the rifles to accommodate bayonets, and the infantry began to arrange themselves according to their previous training. As the opposing vanguard entered firing range, the infantry unleashed a volley. The 4 ranks discharged their bullets almost instantaneously. The Loiner soldiers could scarcely discern the source of the thunderous sound before realizing that their front ranks were collapsing in agony. The onslaught was nearly instantaneous and devastating, for they aimed for the most vulnerable areas of the human body. Despite the rudimentary armor worn by the enemy, it was no match for the force of the projectiles. Albert's bullets were larger than those typically used in his previous life, containing a greater quantity of gunpowder. The Loiner line faltered momentarily. Their soldiers plunged into chaos as they struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. The first row of 300 soldiers fell without a sound, followed by the second, third, and fourth rows. In one swift blow, Albert's forces shattered the opposing 8 ranks of infantry, and he commanded his soldiers to fix their bayonets. At this juncture, the enemy's formation had completely disintegrated, their morale utterly shattered, as they remained unaware of how their comrades had perished. Meanwhile, the other soldiers of the Nightblade Legion surged forward with bayonets fixed, while the frontline heavy shield infantry drew their sidearms, equipped with significantly longer bayonets. The orderly infantry formed a wedge-shaped formation and swiftly penetrated the enemy's ranks, causing disarray among the opposing soldiers, who began to retreat in confusion. The battle has now reached a point of utter imbalance. Although the Loinans numbered in the tens of thousands, they were still decisively defeated. Albert's forces pressed forward, while the retreating Loinans collided with the wildling army that had encircled from behind. The prince himself, faced with such an army, was undoubtedly vanquished. However, Albert chose not to pursue complete annihilation, as he believed it wise to conserve some strength for future endeavors. Thus, once the wildlings dispatched the resistors, they captured the remaining survivors. With a single confrontation, Albert successfully seized a town populated by hundreds of thousands, indicating that the denizens of Essos were perhaps not particularly adept at warfare. Despite the conquest of the city, Albert remained vigilant. His primary objective was to defeat the potential onslaught of the Dothraki. His forces, composed entirely of light cavalry, were bolstered by a contingent equipped with firearms, which he deemed manageable. Nevertheless, he preferred to involve additional troops in the coming conflict. Albert intended to incorporate a select number of the robust captives into a third army. His attention turned to the recently rescued son of the fallen prince, as the prince himself had perished in the fray. Chapter 134. Expanding territory and influence. Albert stood atop the newly repaired Raven's Tower, surveying his domain, his first month of occupation. He found himself quite pleased with this territory. The climate and hydrological conditions were far more conducive to agriculture than those of the north. Additionally, being situated in a vast and accessible plain lent itself well to commerce. Albert was confident that if these surrounding factions contemplated war against him, they would need to reconsider their strategy. Presently, he commanded an army of 50,000 wildlings, the 1,500-strong Nightblade Legion, and over 4,000 Loinan guards. The 50,000 young wildlings were essentially available for military service, having previously survived by hunting in the northern forests, making them reasonably competent soldiers. His main forces comprised the freshly recruited Loinans and the Nightblade Legion. Albert contemplated further expanding his forces by an additional 1,500 soldiers. In a continent like Westeros, where engagements rarely exceeded the tens of thousands, such a number would be considered advantageous. However, it still seemed somewhat insufficient in the face of potential clashes involving tens of thousands. Moreover, he indeed possessed some southern lineage, making the Loinans, in a strict sense, his kin. Their foremost task was to wield their weapons in defense against the Dothraki. Word of Albert's conquest of the town would soon spread, and those who had suffered greatly in the war against the Dragon Queen would likely seek retribution against him. The Dothraki had lost 30,000 warriors without acquiring sufficient spoils. Thus they would undoubtedly seek to settle scores with Albert. To speak candidly, 30,000 light cavalry hardly seemed significant in Albert's eyes. After all, he had dealt with formidable opponents, such as those led by Wong, commanding nearly all military branches and fortified cities that could withstand a siege. Alternatively, he had faced the Roina army, which did not shy away from engaging the Dothraki, or the even larger hordes of wildlings. Each of these forces was a comprehensive military unit, and the fact that Albert had managed to defeat them instilled in him a confidence that he could conquer the Dothraki, regardless of their overwhelming numbers and fierce fighting spirit. While commanding his troops to construct fortifications outside the city, Albert simultaneously urged the local authorities to expedite the delivery of a batch of finished rifles. In the current circumstances, he could not replicate the renowned rifles from before his arrival, yet the firearms he had developed were nearing the historical design known as the Dre's rifle. His heavily armored infantry wielded sabers paired with pistols, delivering substantial power despite their limited range. In light of this, Albert resolved to excavate a massive trench several meters deep around the city. Should the enemy cavalry charge, they would likely tumble into the trench, allowing his infantry and pikes to unleash devastating attacks upon them. The Dothraki would not charge in overwhelming numbers due to the constraints of their formation. Thus Albert erected a temporary defensive line comprised of caltrops and deer traps at the outer city, with infantry positioned behind. Currently, Albert's infantry force was significantly bolstered, with many capable of serving as both foot soldiers and archers, while the remaining militia constituted excellent infantry. Following a victorious battle, Albert refrained from slaughtering the captives. Instead, he integrated them into his ranks, with 4,000 willing to continue fighting and the remaining 3,000 assigned to land reclamation. The imposing trench instilled a profound sense of confidence in Albert. He was assured that he could repel the Dothraki assault here, especially if their numbers were roughly twice that of his forces, enabling him to annihilate them on this ground. The vast Dothraki grasslands were abundant with warhorses, which could be captured and returned as mounts for his cavalry. Moreover, the enemy stronghold in Essos was under siege by Stannis' forces, who were currently advancing against the remnants of Volantis. The Valentisians found themselves utterly defenseless against Stannis' heavy infantry legions, while the cavalry from the valleys delivered significant blows to their ranks. In this dire situation, the Volantisan field army was nearly obliterated, yet they had managed to mobilize sufficient militia to sustain some semblance of resistance. At this moment, the Dragon Queen was leading her forces to aid Volantis, and Albert promptly relayed this vital intelligence to Stannis. He did not expect it to halt the advance, but he hoped it would not collapse too swiftly, for he still required his cover. A swift message was dispatched like a carrier pigeon, reaching his homeland in no time, while also transporting a substantial amount of plundered wealth back. The diplomatic situation in the north is rather favorable, with the princess's assistance. Albert has managed to curry favor with the king. Simultaneously, the Duke of the North's younger brother has developed a close rapport with the king's own daughter. It is noteworthy that this brother is not Bran Stark, but rather the merely 6-year-old Rickon Stark, while the young princess is only 9. Meanwhile, Tommen appears to harbor feelings for Arya, while Joffrey remains bound by his marriage contract. Little Rose exchanges glances with Bran but, after being forcibly restrained, turns her attention back to Tommen. However, the other prince is not so easily swayed. Indeed, this is an accurate assessment. Frankly, the situation in Winterfell is one of personal discontent, and if one could seize the moment, capturing Joffrey's heart would not be an insurmountable task. However, as of now, the Duke of Casterly Rock must rely on the Stark family's influence, and Albert also values his relationship with the Stark lineage. Thus, should he successfully align with the Starks, it would not only secure an ally in a Northman Duke, but could also potentially win over the currently ascendant White Harbor. Consequently, Joffrey remains steadfast in his engagement, while the three fools are less than enthusiastic about the arrangement. After all, the young girl has always dreamed of marrying a king, and the current Joffrey hardly fits that description. He is not even the king's son. Even if this little fellow nominally retains royal status, it is well understood by all that it is merely a facade that no one wishes to shatter. In the midst of these thoughts, Albert suddenly noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance. Damn, it seems the enemy is approaching. Chapter 135. The assault of the Dothraki cavalry. Just as Albert intended to inspect the construction site, he observed a plume of dust rising ahead of his stronghold. There was no need for speculation. It was evident that Albert was surprised by their remarkably swift advance. However, there was no time for contemplation. He ordered his soldiers to take their prearranged positions. For days, he had pondered how to confront these adversaries, but now he was determined to test his mettle. Albert swallowed hard. He was uncertain of the Dothraki's numbers, but he estimated they were significant. Nonetheless, he had no intention of surrendering. Offering gold seemed beneath him. Yielding now would be too humiliating. He was confident in his ability to withstand this enemy force and to successfully repel them, ensuring that the Dothraki would experience the bitterness of defeat. After all, they had already lost 30,000 in the war, and should they suffer further losses, their strength would be drastically diminished. At that point, Albert would not even need to muster his forces against them. The enemies that would inevitably converge from all directions would be more than capable of ending their plight. After all, the Dothraki have seldom experienced such vulnerability in their history. And for them, navigating this period of weakness unscathed is nearly impossible, as nearly every tribe in the vicinity has fallen victim to their raids. Thus, once their strength diminishes to a certain threshold, an assault becomes almost inevitable. Moreover, it is likely to be a significant onslaught, for not a single neighboring tribe desires anything less than complete subjugation of the Dothraki. In light of this, Albert's objective in this campaign has shifted from merely defeating the enemy to inflicting a grievous wound, striving to diminish the Dothraki's military power as much as possible. This is of paramount importance for Albert's aspirations to manage and develop his interests across the entirety of Essos. After all, he does not wish to confine himself to being merely a count in Westeros. If he must assume such a title, he aims to be the count of the largest fiefdom. Times have changed. With Albert's naval reforms, the capacity of his fleet has surged exponentially, strengthening the connections between the coasts significantly. Under these circumstances, Albert indeed possesses the capability and conditions to pursue his ambitions. Furthermore, it will not be long before the young princess arrives at his invitation, necessitating a successful repulsion of their adversaries beforehand. With this in mind, Albert swiftly commanded all his infantry to prepare, prompting the sentinels stationed on the watchtower to respond urgently, fervently ringing their bells. Soldiers and civilians who had been laboring outside hastily retreated to the rear of the fortifications, where the sturdy defenses could provide temporary stability. Meanwhile, the troops recuperating within the city swiftly emerged from their makeshift encampments upon hearing the summons. These soldiers were members of Albert's Nightblade Legion. Armed with long rifles and carrying bayonets, along with their ammunition belts, they rushed to the front lines, poised for a decisive confrontation. Albert had no intention of allowing too many Dothraki to escape. Thus, he had prepared a concealed encampment not far outside the city. Originally intended for the placement of wildling forces, but it was clear that it would serve a broader purpose now. Soon, the soldiers took their assigned positions, and the battle commenced as anticipated. First, the riflemen, mingled among the throng, began firing upon the charging enemy cavalry. Following this, a barrage from various ranged weapons ensued. Given that Albert could not swiftly control the entire perimeter, the soldiers largely acted on instinct. He could only provide a general directive, leaving the rest to their own judgment. Before long, sporadic gunfire echoed, and Albert drew his personal firearm, targeting several Dothraki adorned with numerous braids, and initiated his assault. Albert's marksmanship was relatively precise, as his prowess among this group was quite commendable. After all, the sustenance provided to nobility was exceedingly abundant, and Albert advocated for a healthy diet, resulting in an absence of ailments such as night blindness. Subsequently, he began to gradually consolidate the entirety of the Nightblade Legion, while commanding his soldiers to engage in combat. He also instructed the Nightblade Legion to draw as close to him as possible. Simultaneously, his Nightblades were dispatched to circle around the enemy, poised to eliminate any isolated adversaries. Thus, despite the enemy's overwhelming numbers, they were steadily subdued, although the knights remained oblivious to any irregularities, continuing their slow encirclement of Albert's city. The cavalry of the Grand Army began to seek opportunities to dismantle the rudimentary defenses, achieving notable success. After all, they were not the first to utilize wooden palisades in an attempt to thwart the opposing faction. Yet those previous attempts had merely provided experience points to the cavalry without yielding substantial results. They ensnared the corners of the wooden barriers with ropes and exerted tremendous force outward, swiftly toppling the entire defensive line. While the infantry stationed behind it raised their long pikes, Albert held little hope for these soldiers. Although the Dragon Queen's Dothraki cavalry had now swelled to over 4,000, he could at most ensure that this contingent of infantry became adept in wielding their long pikes against the Dothraki. The remaining forces of the Free Militia posed no cause for concern, yet the true adversary remained the Unsullied. Albert had made extensive preparations for this, including but not limited to dispatching his soldiers to excavate sufficiently large and deep trenches, crafting shield carts whenever possible, and commanding his subordinates in White Harbor to exert their utmost effort in producing long pikes for him. It now appeared that the long pikes originally intended for the Dragon Queen were being utilized here, a case of resources being put to effective use. Albert planned to repel the remnants of the Dothraki and swiftly drive them towards the Dragon Queen's stronghold. Indeed, this area possessed a unique advantage that Albert would later discover. It was situated directly upstream from the three cities of the Dragon Queen, implying that he could easily deploy his naval forces to vanquish her army. Albert intended to first establish several sufficiently deep trenches to channel his naval forces from the narrow sea to this location. Chapter 136. The Great Offensive of the Dothraki. The melee commenced rapidly, while Albert hurriedly gathered his Nightblade Legion, who had been engaged in ranged attacks across various battlefields, without directly throwing them into the fray. Currently, the defenders at various fortified locations outside the city comprised primarily wildling forces and the Loina militia, to whom Albert had distributed 2,000 long pikes additionally. All infantry were equipped with a small round shield, large enough to cover an entire arm. These shields aided the soldiers, who sheltered behind fortifications, in resisting the onslaught of cavalry. Albert specifically commanded his men to firmly embed the supports of these obstacles into the ground. Under such circumstances, the Dothraki could only breach the soldiers' defenses by demolishing the entire fortification. The Dothraki warriors launched fierce assaults against these rudimentary defenses at the moment the cavalry collided with them. They were met not with the chaos of fallen men and horses, but rather, some steeds met their demise upon these colossal barriers. The soldiers continued to claw and thrash in a desperate attempt to dismantle the fortifications. Those positioned behind employed every weapon at their disposal to eliminate their foes, fighting valiantly. Yet lacking unified command, they could only rely on the wooden barricades to maintain distance from the ferocious cavalry. Albert swiftly rallied his main force, the Nightblade infantry, while simultaneously ordering the soldiers atop the walls to initiate a counterattack. The ballistae roared to life, an apparatus the Dothraki had encountered during their recent plundering of coastal towns. However, Albert had brought forth a new model of repeating crossbow, an armament he had specially transported from Westeros, originally intended for the Dragon Queen, yet serendipitously employed first against the Dothraki. Each repeating crossbow was outfitted with razor-sharp bolts, propelled by a chain mechanism, unleashing a rapid barrage akin to that of a machine gun, sweeping across all visible targets. The Dothraki, in turn, began employing their own ranged weaponry, albeit lacking any semblance of standardized arms. Each tribe, or warrior, wielded differing projectile weapons. Some utilized bows, while others resorted to thrown weapons such as javelins and axes. Yet, these efforts were thwarted by the towering walls, which Albert had meticulously designed using a combination of stone and wooden structures. The stone formed the foundation, while the wooden walls supported elevated platforms, resulting in a swiftly erected fortification that effectively sheltered against the majority of thrown projectiles. Meanwhile, the wildlings on Albert's side employed slings and various ranged arms to strike down the Dothraki, rarely needing to aim, as the approaching Dothraki resembled a relentless tide. Additionally, Albert had prepared exceptionally long spears, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, which could be thrust over the walls to pierce the bodies of the Dothraki soldiers. The astonishing length of these spears rendered them cumbersome for the soldiers, compelling them to construct specialized supports upon the battlements to wield them effectively. However, due to these supports, the lethality of the spears was somewhat diminished, and the Dothraki began to infiltrate through the damaged or inadequately repaired sections of the defenses. Albert commanded the musketry battalion to engage in battle. Over 1,000 muskets emerged from the battlements, unleashing 2 volleys that decimated the densely packed Dothraki before them. Yet, the Dothraki continued their fierce charge, determined to breach the already damaged fortifications and carve a bloody path through their adversaries. Albert launched a counteroffensive, deploying incendiary oil canisters this time. Amidst the throng of combatants, the soldiers maneuvered these formidable devices to the nearest breach in the enemy's line before igniting them with fervor. Instantly, flames erupted upon numerous Dothraki, who writhed and screamed in anguish as they recoiled, their bodies slick with oil. The more they struggled, the more the flames spread, igniting those around them and exacerbating the conflagration. The Dothraki's frontal assault failed to yield the intended impact. Instead, many of their warriors suffered grievous burns. While extinguishing the flames could have been achieved through conventional means, the Dothraki were oblivious to this fact. Indeed, their methods of quelling fire did not include the traditional use of water. Fire fed by oil could not be subdued by mere liquid. Consequently, the morale of the Dothraki soldiers plummeted. Despite their attempts to mount further offensives, the soldiers wielding polearms repelled them, while the remaining infantry resorted to ranged weaponry, relentlessly striking at the distant enemy. All soldiers within the theater of war continued to fight, yet the Dothraki were already at a numerical disadvantage. Under relentless assault, casualties mounted swiftly. After 3 waves of charges, the Dothraki could only declare a temporary retreat, establishing camp not far from the battlefield. This sudden raid had taken Albert by surprise. Initially, over 400 soldiers tasked with constructing additional defenses at a distance had fallen, primarily comprised of wildlings and loinish soldiers. In the ensuing unexpected resistance, nearly 1,000 more had perished. However, the losses suffered by the Dothraki were staggering. Albert commanded his soldiers to gather all the bodies, meticulously counting them before cremating their own fallen and interring them. As for the Dothraki corpses, Albert resolved to pile them collectively and incinerate them, orchestrating a mass burial. Upon counting, it was revealed that the Dothraki had suffered losses of at least 5,000, rendering their 3 waves of assault largely ineffective. Most of the defensive works established by Albert remained intact, with only the area near the city gate showing significant damage due to concentrated attention. Thus, in the dead of night, Albert ascended the walls to oversee the soldiers as they reinforced the fortifications. Simultaneously, he ordered all the repeating crossbows they had brought to be mounted upon the battlements, for the forthcoming battles were unlikely to unfold atop the walls. Simultaneously, the wooden fences were enveloped in canvas. Once the Dothraki cavalry charged, the entire wooden structure would be swiftly ignited, leaving them to perish in the blazing inferno. Chapter 137, The Second Battle. At dawn the following day, the Dothraki's assault commenced anew, and the station's soldiers were caught off guard, swiftly dispatched by the onslaught. Fortunately, other soldiers promptly filled in the gaps, sounding the alarm. This alarm, meticulously crafted by Albert, emitted a crisp and resonant sound with the slightest shake, its sharpness alarming enough to awaken the entire fortress in an instant. Albert fastened his armor and hurried to the highest point of the walls, intent on sniping the enemy, particularly targeting those who appeared to be leaders. It is only natural for any individual to awaken with a sense of irritation, especially someone as temperamental as Albert. Thus, he bellowed orders to his subordinates with fervor. Fueled by rage, the soldiers aimed their crossbows at those who seemed to hold command, unleashing a barrage of bolts. Each chain of bolts contained approximately 20 crossbow arrows, and with full effort, they could be expended within a minute. The musketry team also commenced targeted shooting. Their rifled muskets proved accurate enough, allowing them to strike at those who were more adept at evading attacks. Their training mirrored that of soldiers in the World Wars, where the most elusive targets often turned out to be high-ranking officers. Thus, they focused their fire accordingly. As a result, these sharpshooters began to engage the enemy's commanding figures amidst the chaotic skirmish. Soon enough, the Dothraki, lacking organizational command, began to retreat in disarray. Albert had recently been experimenting with the invention of grenades. After all, the potential devastation they could wreak within dense formations of infantry was immense. In situations like the current one, where the Dothraki surged forward in a frenzied tide, grenades could inflict catastrophic casualties through explosive blasts and shrapnel. Albert pondered whether, if metal could not serve as the casing, glass might be a viable alternative, encasing the iron in glass before filling it with ample gunpowder. He was well versed in the mechanics of fuses and ignition, thanks to his solid grasp of chemistry. After this battle, Albert intended to test the grenade prototype. However, despite his ambitions, he still relied on traditional weaponry as his primary technological tools. Given the sluggish production rate of his iron workshop, manufacturing muskets was already a challenge, and crafting ammunition was even more laborious. Under such circumstances, dedicating resources to grenade production seemed excessive, especially since grenades were inherently single-use devices. Although the efficiency of production is high and a vast quantity can be generated, in the current circumstances, the manufacture of bullets is evidently more advantageous than producing other items. Furthermore, bullets necessitate intricate production tools and a significant amount of gunpowder. Indeed, the iron and gunpowder required for a single grenade could suffice for several bullets. As it stands, lacking both bullets and grenades, it would certainly be wiser to produce additional bullets, for the lethality of bullets is undeniably superior. While the effectiveness of grenades remains a topic for another discussion, Albert contemplated opening the city gates to dispatch some soldiers to engage the enemy at close range. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before the wooden barricades would be utterly shattered. Consequently, he deployed his elite force of 300 heavily shielded infantry, who, armed with their shields and sidearms, cautiously emerged from the city once the gates were ajar. Feeling uneasy, Albert subsequently sent out his halberd unit to join the fray. The two contingents coordinated their efforts to re-establish defenses in areas previously breached by the Dothraki, whose leaders continued to fall, rendering each charge increasingly tedious for their ranks. With fewer commanders, organizing a cohesive assault became a miraculous feat, let alone strategizing a targeted advance. The soldiers pressed on. Yet the Dothraki's relentless charges stretched from morning until noon. Even the most valiant warriors could not sustain their adrenaline-fueled efforts indefinitely. Albert furrowed his brow as he surveyed the unfolding situation. It appeared the Dothraki would never wane in their combat fervor. He was uncertain how many enemy charges they had repelled that morning, perhaps 7 or 8 waves. The current troops had already rotated twice, as every 2 waves necessitated a change to prevent substantial casualties. Albert's initial wave had suffered grievously, with over 90 of his 300 heavy shield bearers falling in a single engagement, a blow that pained him deeply, nearly bringing him to tears. After reflecting on this loss, Albert resolved to rotate the troops below once more, opting not to deploy his elite heavy infantry, but rather to send forth those equipped with smaller and relatively larger shields. While casualties among the elite might be reduced, the losses among the other soldiers increased, as the elite troops, despite their combat prowess, could endure close-quarters skirmishes with less devastation. Conversely, the regular soldiers, who had recently been promoted and were not well equipped, often bore the brunt of the Dothraki's onslaught with diminished morale. Given their past experiences of being severely bullied by the Dothraki, they faced the charging cavalry with palpable trepidation. Albert was in a quandary about whether to deploy grenades. But in that moment of uncertainty, he suddenly recalled another weapon, Stannis' wildfire. He swiftly ordered the soldiers below the city to withdraw, instead utilizing crossbows equipped with 2 small canisters filled with the potent substance, launching them upon the enemy's heads. He then commanded his troops to strike those airborne canisters with ranged weaponry. This tactic was a direct imitation of Stannis' strategy employed during the Battle of Blackwater. The Dothraki's defenses were far inferior to those of Tywin's army, resulting in numerous soldiers screaming in agony as they clutched their wounded bodies. The onslaught continued until the afternoon, and it seemed that the Dothraki, having lost many commanders, ultimately retreated before sunset. Chapter 138. Repelling the Dothraki. As the battle on this front began to dwindle, Albert observed the countless corpses left behind by the enemy and decided it was time to commit his reserve forces. The only remaining reserve at his disposal was the fighting unit of wildlings led by Tormund and Ygritte. Although their numbers were not vast, they were sufficient for a fierce engagement. Albert intended to use this force for his counteroffensive. Most importantly, despite their relatively small size, this unit boasted the finest equipment among the wildlings. Additionally, Tormund's command was comprised of the most spirited fighters among the wildlings, alleviating concerns of a potential rout during the fray. Upon reviewing his available military contingents, Albert realized that mobilizing this unit was his sole option for launching a decisive strike. Tormund's wildlings now counted as his direct command. This group, numbering just over 2,000, was equipped with the most lavish armaments in the wildling ranks, with nearly all members armed with iron weaponry and armor, an advantage that several impoverished northern lords lacked. After assessing the situation, Albert resolved to deploy this unit at the main gate, redirecting all available crossbows to support their advance. The thunderous roar of crossbows and firearms ignited the dawn, as countless projectiles wreaked havoc upon the Dothraki ranks, plunging them into disarray. Seizing the moment, Albert commanded his soldiers to pour forth the wildfire, and in an instant, the air was filled with the anguished cries of the enemy soldiers. Albert continued to augment the assault, as flamethrower squads aimed at the opposing soldiers and unleashed their fury. As the flames met the oil, the wildlings surged forth. Faced with an enemy already engulfed in chaos, the wildling legion maintained a semblance of calm. Despite the tumult of their own charge, they pressed forward. The sudden and fierce counterattack from the enemy posed a significant test of combat prowess for both the wildlings and the Dothraki. It is evident that the Dothraki have not withstood this latest trial. Their forces have dissipated like early spring snow, leading to a complete rout. Albert, seizing the advantage, dispatched some infantry who had fallen from the walls, yielding immediate results as the Dothraki army plunged into greater disarray. The chaos within the enemy ranks presented a prime opportunity for Albert to engage in a strategy of opportunism. His troops continued to assemble, though their numbers remained limited. They no longer appeared so feeble in the face of the Dothraki onslaught. Most crucially, Albert now committed more of his forces to the breach. In the current state of battle, the deployment of troops became paramount. Albert's army surged forth like a torrent. The Dothraki were evidently unprepared for such a charge under these circumstances, suffering substantial casualties. Albert, capitalizing on the momentum, ordered his Nightblade Legion to launch a second wave against the enemy's gathering point. The Dothraki, still reeling from their previous setback, were met with a devastating assault, and their morale collapsed almost instantaneously. In the previous day's engagement, Albert had meticulously targeted the enemy commanders, which proved exceedingly effective, as the Dothraki forces swiftly disintegrated. In quick succession, another contingent emerged from the rear. This auxiliary force, comprised of locals, bolstered Albert's already advantageous position, inflicting devastation upon the disoriented enemy. Albert pressed on. The tides of battle had decisively turned in his favor, rendering panic unnecessary. He commanded his troops to advance aggressively, breaching the enemy lines and rapidly integrating additional forces into the fray. The effects were pronounced, as the Dothraki soon found themselves engulfed in confusion. Amidst the melee, Albert fixed his gaze upon a bearded commander, whose facial hair suggested a position of some significance among the Dothraki. With this in mind, Albert launched a fierce assault. His Nightblade warriors surged forward, toppling the commander's steed, which was followed by intense combat. After unseating his adversary, Albert himself was dislodged from his mount due to the sheer force of the encounter. Rising to his feet and brushing off his minor injuries, he rejoined the fray. Fortunately, his fall had not inflicted substantial harm, but the same could not be said for his opponent, who suffered a calamitous tumble, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt, a vivid testament to the carnage inflicted upon the Dothraki. With a swift lunge, Albert overcame his adversary, drawing forth a bone shard to strike decisively. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, Albert sought to experiment with the ancient weapon known as the bone flower, specifically to assess its lethality against the White Walkers. Thus, he equipped himself with a bone flower crafted from Valyrian steel. Apart from dragon glass, Valyrian steel possesses the capability to inflict substantial damage upon the enemy, which significantly influenced Albert's decision to wield this weapon. Presently, it appears that the potency of this armament is quite commendable. As for the absence of a Valyrian steel sword, there seemed to be no necessity for it. To confront the White Walkers, it was evident that acquiring such specialized weaponry might not be financially prudent, potentially leading to losses. Given this rationale, there was no need to procure such equipment for a singular purpose. Albert's bone flower played a critical role, successfully delivering a decisive blow that severed the head of his adversary, who likely had not even comprehended the gravity of the situation. In summary, when the head of the Dothraki leader was raised aloft, the morale of the Dothraki plummeted. They retreated in disarray, as this marked the 8th leader they had lost. For the Dothraki, this battle could certainly not be deemed enjoyable. It was, in fact, quite tragic, as their forces suffered catastrophic losses, nearly obliterating all their commanders. What had initially been a mere expedition for plunder had turned into a near-fatal encounter for them. Of course, reflecting upon this now holds little significance. This engagement effectively shattered the opposing army, with the Dothraki fleeing in utter disarray, having lost nearly all their leaders. Meanwhile, Albert proceeded to survey the battleground, ultimately leaving behind over 10,000 corpses of the Dothraki, marking a significant military achievement. Next, preparations commenced to welcome the royal delegation. Chapter 139. The arrival of the envoys. Albert dedicated 4 full days to meticulously clearing the battlefield of the corpses, a task rendered exceedingly chaotic, leaving him almost speechless at the disorder. Upon concluding this grim undertaking, Albert resolved to devise a strategy to confront the impending envoy that was soon to arrive. The delegation's arrival was prompted by the fact that Albert's expansion in this direction has severely impacted the interests of the local free trade city-states. After all, many of these city-states hold exclusive agency rights, and in this context, Albert's direct appropriation of the city-states along with a significant portion of their production facilities signifies a substantial loss for their economies. This situation understandably left the citizens quite discontent, as it stripped them of numerous commercial and economic benefits. To abruptly curtail such advantages is rather excessive. Consequently, unable to voice their grievances directly to Albert, they inevitably turned to the Iron Throne for redress. Stannis, seated upon the Iron Throne, had benefited considerably from these individuals. After all, his military endeavors were largely supported by the loans from the Iron Bank. Offending the financiers is not an option, especially in the midst of ongoing warfare, where such a misstep could prove even more detrimental. Thus, it was not long before a delegation was dispatched, primarily composed of representatives from the free trade city-states. At the insistence of the young princess, she was also brought along. The young princess's motivation for this visit stemmed from her prolonged absence from Albert, who had not been seen since he ventured north to engage in battle. Although their paths had briefly crossed at the wall, it was but a fleeting encounter. as the looming atmosphere of conflict compelled Tywin to send his 3 grandsons away. The young princess had hoped for a reunion with Albert, but the pressing nature of warfare left him with no time to spare. Over the course of nearly a year, she had transformed from a petite girl into a young lady, with merely 6 months remaining until her coming of age. While Albert had anticipated the arrival of a royal member, he was taken aback to discover it was Myrcella. Under normal circumstances, such diplomatic matters would likely fall to Tommen or Shireen, as they were within the realm of noble succession. Until the birth of a son to young Jon, Tommen retained his claim to inheritance. However, the question of whether Jon would live long enough to see his son reach maturity is indeed a pressing concern, given Jon's current state. As for the princess, she now bears the weight of the future of all 7 kingdoms. Making her absence from the public sphere all the more critical, the potential for mishaps is a genuine cause for concern. Since Albert discovered the tome in the Great Library that contained the means to cure grayscale, Stannis had eagerly summoned a multitude of learned scholars to undertake research. After 6 months of fervent experimentation, they have managed to develop some methods, which are currently being tested on other patients. If successful, these treatments may indeed prove viable. Albert has also prepared several research notes, though he deems it prudent to withhold them for the time being, intending to present them only when he has a pressing need for Stannis' assistance. It is said that the little princess's arrival brings great joy to Albert, especially since he has not seen her for a considerable time. After demonstrating his military might by parading the battle-hardened troops, Albert withdrew his forces and ushered everyone into the newly constructed hall and castle. The original castle was somewhat aligned with the aesthetic of the Westerosi nobility, as both parties share a common ancestry. Thus there was no need for excessive formality. However, Albert found this style rather unsuitable, having endured it for far too long. Given his ability to make changes, he pondered, why not transform it? Consequently, he embarked on a straightforward endeavor to renovate the castle's design, and the results were striking. Upon entering, all who stepped inside were rendered speechless. Indeed, it was evident from their expressions that they were genuinely astonished, for the castle's audacious and flamboyant style was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Upon entering the castle, one is greeted by an enormous circular floor-to-ceiling window, with a grand staircase ascending prominently at the center. Though high, it is not particularly spacious, barely accommodating 3 individuals walking side by side. The staircase rises to the circular apex, leading up to the throne, flanked by 2 wing-like structures crafted from exquisite steel. Towering columns, made from shards of glass, rise on either side, shimmering in the firelight, while the castle walls are not merely constructed from ordinary bricks. Rather, they are enveloped in a thick layer of cement, with tiles adorning the interior. Next, the dome captures attention. Albert chose not to design a flat ceiling but opted for a conical dome, filled between the 2 floors with fine sand, while the upper level remains flat. At the apex of this conical ceiling hangs a magnificent chandelier, which serves as the piece de resistance of the entire creation, crowned by a statue of a mermaid made from pure gold. In the heart of the hall lies a vast artificial pond, with a stream that flows directly to an external reservoir, teeming with vividly colored fish. At the center of this pool stands a colossal mermaid statue. Each lampstand is designed according to the standards of the Manderly family, taking the form of mermaids, with the left hand of the mermaid extended forward and the right hand grasping a beautiful round gem. From a distance, the hall on the first floor of the castle exudes opulence. Even the nobles dispatched by the throne were left awestruck, as they had never imagined glass could be employed in such a manner. In Westeros, glass is typically used for stained glass windows in churches, making this their first encounter with glass embellishing a castle. The conical walls are adorned with grand religious murals depicting tales related to the ocean, which, illuminated by the glow of 4 candles, radiate brilliance, casting light upon the ground even in the night. It is evident that the spectacle has indeed astonished all visitors. As the parties involved were unaware that glass could produce such an effect, Albert graciously welcomed them, preparing for the forthcoming negotiations and debates. After a leisurely tour of the hall, he arranged for the emissaries to retire to their chambers, deciding that verbal sparring could wait until the morrow. Ensuring their comfort was of utmost importance. As Albert pondered the situation, he recognized that the free trade city-states would never permit the emergence of a power within the Dothraki Sea that could rival the strength of the Dothraki themselves. Even Bravos would be unlikely to firmly align with him this time. Thus it was crucial to seek the support of the Iron Throne. The rationale behind this was clear. The Iron Throne's dominion had now extended into Essos, with Stannis planning to fully integrate Volantis. Should they offend Westeros irreparably, it would pose a considerable threat to the free trade city-states. Therefore, Albert realized that he must secure the backing of at least one of these factions to sustain his extensive colonial empire. If the free trade city-states were unwilling to assist, he would have no choice but to pursue the Iron Throne's favor. With this in mind, he resolved to converse with the princess, for she likely held insights into the Iron Throne's stance. Just as he contemplated this, the princess, Myrcella, made a splendid entrance at his door. Adorned in her customary golden gown and exquisite diamond earrings, gems that Albert had procured from the local mines, much to his surprise, as the artisans had crafted them with remarkable speed. Her golden locks cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her gown, reminiscent of a halter dress, left her shoulders exposed, secured only by slender straps. This attire showcased her elongated, fair neck and elegantly sculpted shoulders. She donned specially crafted ladies' boots that echoed with a rhythmic sound as she walked. Her lips shimmered with a subtle pink hue, clearly enhanced by a special lip balm, and the candlelight reflected off her long lashes, imparting a unique allure. "Sir Albert," she greeted, her voice bright and clear, casting a fleeting glance at him before adopting a more serious demeanor. Albert, dressed in a relatively casual manner for the evening, was nonetheless the lord of this grand city, commanding a formidable number of soldiers. Truly, no noble in the Seven Kingdoms could rival his formidable presence. Mastering over 50,000 battle-hardened wildlings and an abundance of advanced technology, the White Harbor Legion stands formidable. Alongside them are thousands, nearly 10,000, of the trained Loinans, who serve as auxiliary forces. It would be ungracious to assert that, aside from the north, no collection of noble standing armies across Westeros could rival the scale of Albert's formidable forces. Yet this boy, who commands the largest and most elite field army in the Seven Kingdoms, has merely celebrated his name day. His visage is still devoid of a fully grown beard, and it is hard to fathom that such a youth could lead the mightiest army in the realm. Albert's attire in the castle is rather casual. While he must maintain a degree of authority, he is not on the battlefield. Except for significant occasions, he typically dons the ordinary garb of a nobleman. "Your Highness." Albert inclined his head slightly, as etiquette dictates when addressing a noble of 2 ranks above his own. "There is no need for excessive formality. Simply call me Myrcella." The young princess waved her hand dismissively, encouraging him to rise. Together, they ascended to the highest terrace of the castle. This terrace was meticulously designed to emulate the grand terraces of King's Landing, tall and magnificent, adorned with soaring spires. To enhance his future respite, Albert had commissioned stained glass artworks for the tower's pinnacle. Thus, while the exterior appeared akin to any ordinary spire, the interior was imbued with an enchanting mystique. Seated in the loft beneath the tower, they gazed silently at the starry heavens, neither uttering a word. After a while, Myrcella broke the silence. "Sir, I have come bearing my uncle's decree. For the good of the Iron Throne, you must relinquish your personal interests. This city cannot endure indefinitely." "I understand," Albert replied, acknowledging the necessity of the Iron Bank's support for the king, essential for securing power and other matters. However, if this army can embody the king's interests, then it becomes entirely unnecessary. The princess's tone shifted abruptly, and although Albert felt a twinge of surprise, it remained within the bounds of comprehension. If the Iron Throne were to possess the might of this army, the dynamics would indeed alter, allowing interests to be reclaimed by one's own hand. Albert steadied his gaze and turned to the princess, inquiring, "Pray tell, Your Highness, how might I ensure that this army successfully embodies the king's interests?" Myrcella remained silent, her eyes fixed on him. The land Albert currently possesses has already reached the scale of a duke's domain. Even if he has not yet attained such status, he would gradually expand his territories. Albert's ultimate ambition is to connect his town directly with Volantis. Gazing into the princess's eyes, Albert comprehended the means by which he could ensure his allegiance would forever align with the king's interests. "Thus, I am left with but a singular inquiry, sir. I implore you to present your question. Your Highness, may I inquire if you remain unbetrothed? Indeed, might I seek the hand of His Majesty in marriage?" After a momentary affectation of contemplation, the young princess assented without the slightest hesitation. "Then I shall send my betrothal gifts and formal invitations to His Majesty." Upon uttering this declaration, the princess, disregarding decorum, leapt into his embrace. Albert adeptly caught the girl, as Michaela pressed her face tightly against his chest, as though wishing to bury her head within it, never to resurface. While holding her, Albert cast his gaze toward the celestial expanse above, where a shooting star streaked across the sky. Chapter 141. Affirming the relationship in merely one night, the two solidified their bond. The following morning, Albert did not directly receive the delegation, but instead commanded his chancellor to dispatch letters to both King's Landing and Volantis. Similarly, this correspondence would extend to other dukes in his homeland. Albert resolved not to conceal his intentions. He was even prepared to relinquish his stronghold in the north. Should the opposing party refuse his proposal, he would not hesitate to establish himself as a duke in this territory. The city of the Loinarians boasted a population of 140,000. Albert dedicated himself to the advancement of commerce and various light industries, which could sustain nearly 70,000 troops. After all, he had also brought along 40,000 elderly, women, and children who could contribute to production. Concurrently, after bidding farewell to the delegation, Albert planned to continue his expansion to both the east and west, incorporating the surrounding Loinarians and Undulls into his realm. Territorial expansion and military reinforcement were but the precursors to an assault on the Dothraki. With rivals so close at hand, Albert would not permit the existence of such formidable entities in Essos. However, he would also need to devise a strategy to confront the Mother of Dragons. Should the Iron Throne refuse to acknowledge him as the prince consort, Albert would not shy away from an alliance with Daenerys to wage war against them. After all, with the princess now in his possession, there was no expectation of her return. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Albert proceeded to meet the members of the delegation. While the princess remained temporarily in the chamber he had prepared for her, the delegation's members, initially distressed by the princess's absence, found solace in the calm demeanor of her maidens, thus suppressing their urgent concerns. The princess's clandestine escape was undoubtedly orchestrated with her attendants' knowledge, who were fully aware of her intentions. Under such circumstances, any attempt to impede her would have been futile. The remaining members of the envoy had no choice but to gather at the table for discussion. Almost the moment they began, Albert was abruptly confronted by the representative of the Free City-States, who exclaimed, "My Lord Mandrel, what is the meaning of this? Even if you intend to attack the Dragon Queen of Targaryen, it is unreasonable to directly assault the indigenous peoples of the Dothraki Sea. You are gravely disturbing the order of the entire Dothraki grasslands. Please, envoy, do not be hasty. Everything we are undertaking now is aimed at eradicating the dragon and its false regime offspring. You must understand that the Dragon Queen currently possesses 3 fully grown dragons. And the power of a dragon, I trust you are well aware of. I assure you that my presence here will not interfere with your commercial interests, nor will I employ force to meddle in your internal affairs. You may retain all trading rights of the Mandrel family's goods in the Narrow Sea. As for the Dothraki grasslands, I believe your commercial interests cannot extend to that region, can they? One cannot say that. Just because your commercial interests do not reach this place, does that mean you can recklessly establish colonies here?" Albert's eyes narrowed, casting a menacing glance at the representative. "May I ask, which city-state do you hail from?" The gazes of the others swiftly turned toward the representative, perhaps due to his bluntness in mentioning colonies without regard for decorum. The representative, sensing the weight of the moment, began to retreat slightly. "Mr. Mill, if you truly care about commercial interests and the freedom of the populace here, I can assign all rights to the goods in the vicinity of the Narrow Sea to you. However, whether you can manage that is a matter for your own judgment. You wish to challenge me over a mere commercial interest? Very well, I shall grant you what you seek and see if you can handle it. Once all commercial interests are concentrated in a single city-state, it is inevitable that actions such as commercial blockades against that city-state will ensue. The free trade city-states mostly form alliances among themselves, particularly the 2 city-states surrounding Mill, collectively known as the Mill Three Sisters. Nonetheless, a significant competitive relationship persists among the 3. If Mill were to gain the rights to process a vast quantity of lightweight goods and even all weapons, the other 2 city-states would undoubtedly seek ways to eliminate Mill. The representatives from Lyre and Tisiphon cast sharp glances at the Mill representative. The other city-states also directed unfriendly looks his way from the recent battles. They could clearly see that Albert's weaponry had the potential to alter the course of the battlefield single-handedly. Should Mill acquire the rights to weaponry, it would inevitably become a thorn in the side of all city-states. At this point, the Mill representative dared not press further, sheepishly withdrawing his proposal and taking a seat. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the representative of Braavos began to voice opposition, for Braavos possessed unparalleled military and economic strength, dominating the entire free trade city-state. Additionally, it had garnered substantial economic benefits through its direct governance. Maintaining this status quo was of utmost advantage to him, as the emergence of a new city-state, particularly one established by the producers themselves, would inevitably pose significant challenges to his monopoly. Thus, the representative of Braavos staunchly supported the rise of Representative Mill, only to be taken aback by his unexpected actions. Albert was well aware of who the true puppet master was from the outset. He had not aimed at the mere pawn, but rather directed his words toward the orchestrator behind the scenes. Maintaining the current situation was no longer feasible, and whether one could secure benefits depended on the strength of one's own capabilities. The latent potential for conflict that Albert had unleashed had already instilled a sense of peril in Braavos. However, under these circumstances, he could not afford to reveal himself, lest he become the target of the free city-state's ire. Thus, he cast a pleading glance toward the representative sent by the Iron Throne. The royal envoy now realized that all eyes were upon him, and he quickly felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he represented the king and was intent on preventing the free trade city-state from reaping excessive rewards. Simultaneously, the king was reliant on substantial loans from the Iron Bank. At that moment, a messenger burst into the conference room, brandishing a letter signed by Stannis himself, who was currently engaged in battle in Volantis. After handing the letter to the royal envoy, the envoy's expression shifted dramatically upon merely glancing at it, and he looked at Albert with a mix of shock and disbelief. Regaining his composure, the envoy stepped back and declared, "I represent the Iron Throne and unconditionally support all decisions made by Sir Manderly." Chapter 142. The break with Braavos at the negotiation table. The representative of the throne unusually fervently backed Albert's decisions. This influence led a significant portion of the free city-state to choose support, not for any other reason, but simply due to the proximity to Volantis, where Stannis commanded an army of over 90,000 capable of flattening any castle. Consequently, Braavos found itself standing alone in opposition. In this context, Albert boldly proclaimed that the city-state beneath his feet would henceforth be named the Kingdom of Essos, uniting all the people of the Dothraki grasslands, including the Loyalists and Andalusians. Stung by this declaration, the representative of Braavos stormed out in fury, while Albert sent a missive to the north, demanding the revocation of Braavos' merchant agency. Before vanquishing Daenerys, Albert had no qualms about first subduing the so-called formidable free trade city-state. On the very night the letters were dispatched, merchants in Braavos seemingly received prior instructions, hastily vacating the city and fleeing under the cover of darkness to board pre-prepared ships, heading northward. The following morning, as the Sea Lord awoke, he received the dreadful news. "Cursed be this, the contemptible northerners, do they ever ponder the multitude of consequences?" In the Grand Assembly, King of the Seas forcefully slammed his hand upon the table, utterly astounded that Albert had so effortlessly revoked Braavos' general authority. Presently, the most formidable fleet in the Narrow Sea still belonged to Braavos, and likewise, the most powerful treasury remained under their control. "Are you aware that you are provoking a Titan?" Albert was indeed acutely aware of his actions. Firstly, he dispatched several guides from Loyner, accompanied by 10,000 wild men, to subdue the nearby city-states, endeavoring to expand the population of his own realm. Secondly, he sought military reinforcements from the north, for he could not afford to abandon White Harbor, especially since his total population was merely 15 times greater than that of White Harbor. Thus, the claim to succession over White Harbor must remain firmly in his grasp. The White Harbor fleet had completely submitted to Albert's command and, under the cover of night, organized over 23-masted ships to head towards Braavos' waters, initiating a blockade. Meanwhile, Albert was also amassing his forces. Braavos stood as the mightiest among the free city-states, possessing a myriad of branches and, most dishearteningly, a standing army exceeding 60,000. Furthermore, Braavos had the capability to secure unlimited loans from the treasury, implying a potential influx of mercenaries far surpassing that number. This was not particularly favorable news for Albert. Thus, the sole viable strategy was to swiftly assemble his army and dismantle Braavos' forces before the mercenaries could arrive. A fortunate piece of intelligence was the presence of several major rivers that directly led to the Narrow Sea and the hostile city-states. Without hesitation, Albert commanded the fleet to dispatch transport vessels to ferry his troops, leaving the majority of the Loyner forces and over 8,000 wild men to guard the city against possible ambushes. He then led over 2,000 Loyner warriors and more than 32,000 wild men, along with his legion, northward to seek Braavos' misfortune. Simultaneously, the warships outside had already engaged in combat with Braavos' naval division. Thanks to prior trade privileges, the naval vessels of Braavos were equipped with nearly all the weaponry available to Albert's fleet. However, their maneuverability was significantly inferior. Moreover, Albert's sailors wielded breech-loading rifles and utilized the latest incendiary oil tanks, boasting greater range and shorter charging times. Albert also innovatively mounted cannons aboard the warships. Following a fierce battle, Braffos's navy suffered severe losses, while Albert incurred the loss of merely 2 vessels. This astonished the king of the seas and his advisors. For Braffos had dominated the free city-states for so many years relying on their formidable fleet. Losing this crucial asset rendered their land forces perilously vulnerable. Thus, Aquaman promptly commanded a substantial loan from the Iron Vault to enlist the willing warriors of the Dothraki Sea, aiming to bolster the city's military prowess to its utmost potential. Concurrently, news reached White Harbor, prompting Wilman to swiftly lead his forces to the warships in preparation for support. For what joy is there in being a mere count when one could ascend to kingship? Wilman brought forth nearly all of White Harbor's resources, mobilizing over 6,000 soldiers to join the fray, alongside Albert's Nightblade Legion of more than 1,500 and the Wildling Army comprising over 32,000, supplemented by an additional 2,000 auxiliary troops. This formidable coalition amassed a total force exceeding 40,000. They were equipped with every conceivable armament, including the specially designed breech-loading cannons that Albert had ensured were transported to the battlefield, installed aboard the warships, ready to be dismounted and employed as field artillery when necessary. Setting sail, Albert's contingent took only 2 days to rendezvous with the substantial fleet anchored just outside Braavos Harbor. At this moment, over 40,000 troops had gathered outside the city, while Braavos' naval fleet, having tasted the might of Albert's forces in previous skirmishes, remained docked in the harbor, too intimidated to venture forth. This grand city-state boasted a bustling port, yet like all city-states, it housed but one significant city. This reality implied that as long as the city was besieged, no other forces could render aid, unless they could somehow reach it, which was evidently implausible given the prevailing ambitions for commercial agency. Thus, Braavos found itself in a state of waiting for reinforcements, which, it was clear, were unlikely to arrive. Despite mercenaries beginning to converge toward this direction, obstacles had been erected along the rivers, hindering many waterborne mercenaries from entering the city. Albert, intent on a swift resolution, recognized that the enemy's overwhelming numbers could prove detrimental to his own interests. Hence, besieging the city became paramount. As for provisions, Albert had accelerated their production, and other free trade city-states could supply a portion of trade values, albeit at the cost of dividing the agency rights among multiple factions, distributing them to various city-states. Chapter 143. The fierce battle of Braavos. Albert's 40,000 strong army had been awaiting on the sea for several days. During this period, all land and maritime trade convoys to Braavos were intercepted, while Albert's supply trains frequently faced blockades from other bot factions. Simultaneously, Albert remained vigilant against potential ambushes from supernatural forces or faceless men, tactics that Braavos itself might employ. Thus, several junior officers under Albert's command served as his and his father's guards. Likewise, all critical locations aboard the ship were heavily fortified. Albert endeavored to suppress the assassins in this manner. However, it proved largely ineffective, as 7 captains had already met their demise. Albert recognized that further delays could lead to the annihilation of his officers. Therefore, at dawn on the 8th day, he commenced devising a battle strategy. The tactics mirrored those previously employed in the assault on King's Landing. Initially, the agents embedded within Braavos would strive to incite chaos within the city, orchestrating multiple attacks on the Sea King's palace. Subsequently, ships laden with wildfire would storm the harbor, igniting nearby merchant vessels. Once the flames subsided somewhat, his landing forces would launch their offensive from the port. However, this plan harbored a significant flaw: the colossal Titan, a symbol of the city-state and a legendary foe of dragons, which elucidated Braavos' antagonism towards Volantis and the Dragon Queen. Historically, Braavos had little fondness for dragons. The Titan's base served as a formidable fortress, and the mighty hammer it wielded could also function as a bastion. In addition to firearms, the city's military possessed weaponry almost equivalent to Albert's forces, including crossbow artillery, with the fortress being the epitome of such armaments. Its wooden and stone structures rendered it one of the most impregnable locations. Albert resolved to obliterate it using wildfire bombs. The assault was scheduled for the 10th day of the siege. Concerned for the safety of the little princess in his homeland, Albert insisted that the war must commence swiftly and conclude rapidly. He promptly set his plan into motion. On the morning of the 10th day, fires erupted in no fewer than 20 locations of varying sizes throughout the city. Although Albert's agents suffered substantial losses, they succeeded in creating considerable disorder. At that moment, a ship laden with wildfire successfully breached the harbor and ignited itself. Suddenly, the port was engulfed in a cataclysmic roar, and Bravo's fleet was nearly obliterated. Albert had enhanced the wildfire with oil, ensuring that almost no warships within the harbor survived. The immense conflagration disrupted Albert's plans, as waiting for the flames to extinguish would allow the enemy to prepare for his next move. Thus, he activated Plan B, opting to assault the city wall located along the coast rather than executing a landing through the port. Albert swiftly maneuvered the reserve fire ship, directing it towards the enemy's fortified walls. This vessel, laden with wildfires, had been modified. However, it had not been sufficiently charged, resulting in an explosion that merely created a substantial breach in the fortifications. He promptly dispatched the Wildling Legion through the gaping opening, followed by the Nightblade Legion and the forces he had brought alongside him, with the final contingent of 2,000 Loinans reserved as a reserve force. As the gunmen advanced, Albert bestowed firearms upon the more distinguished members of the Wildling troops, designating them as the vanguard of his army. The Bravos' forces they encountered were swiftly annihilated, with the primary objective being the black and white courtyard. The faceless ones stood ready, but Albert showed no mercy, commanding his men to execute their orders without hesitation. Soon, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire. The Bravos' soldiers, unfamiliar with such weaponry, were rendered defenseless in the face of this sudden onslaught. Albert's special forces wielded small firearms, causing significant casualties among the Bravos' troops who scoured the city in search of them. Simultaneously, warships relentlessly bombarded the city walls, aiming to draw the enemy's forces away. Albert's artillery tactics proved remarkably effective, demolishing several sections of the walls. He cautiously deployed over 1,000 Loinan soldiers, who, upon landing, launched an offensive through the numerous breaches against the disoriented defenders. Leading a contingent of sailors hauling heavy artillery, Albert set his sights on the Titan giant fortress. These cannons possessed a longer range than crossbows and had not yet been sold, allowing them to bombard the Titan giants of Bravos effectively. The three divisions of his army landed from different directions, one through the breach created by the wildfires, another through smaller openings blasted by cannon fire, and the last, directly targeting the Titan giant. The black and white courtyard fell first, and when the surviving faceless ones attempted to escape through the tunnels, they were met by Albert's agents and a contingent of soldiers waiting outside. Albert had strategically placed his informants within the black and white courtyard, who had thoroughly mapped the underground tunnel system. A sudden volley of gunfire rang out, followed by an eerie silence. Then, Albert's forces arrived on land with 10 cannons, launching a barrage at the Titan giant fortress. Although they had only created a small opening, the number of defenders was substantial, and the Sea King himself commanded from within. Nevertheless, Albert opted to deploy wildfire bombs next. As the wildfire-laden war carts charged into the debris-laden ruins of the fortress, Albert commanded them to ignite. In an instant, a significant portion of the stronghold erupted. The towering edifice, though not directly struck, was soon engulfed in flames, beginning to tilt precariously downward. Albert commanded the artillery to fire upon all sailors, standing ready to eliminate those who managed to escape. Following this, the barbarian forces, having cleared the black and white courtyard, swiftly advanced towards the Sea King's palace. They encountered layers of resistance along the way, yet their numerical superiority effectively dissolved any opposition. After 2 days of fierce combat, the city finally succumbed, with the Sea King himself and his entire knightly order perishing in the fray. Albert, showing no hesitation, promptly incorporated this territory into his burgeoning realm of Essos. Chapter 144. Preparations for war against the Dragon Queen. Having thoroughly conquered Bravos, Albert now set his sights on the impending war against the Dragon Queen. This conflict would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge, given that the adversary commanded powerful war beasts. A swift victory would be the most desirable outcome for Albert, yet it remained the least feasible option, for he knew he could not triumph in direct confrontation. Currently, Albert possessed no effective means to combat the dragons. He understood that crossbow bolts could at best only injure them, but a decisive kill was unattainable. Once a dragon descended upon him, it would unleash devastating assaults upon his artillery, leaving his flammable oil reserves with no opportunity for retaliation. According to the latest intelligence, these dragons were indeed clad in armor forged from Valyrian steel, which signified that his crossbow bolts would be utterly ineffective. Additionally, the dragons could unleash torrents of fire, posing a significant threat to his forces, especially considering the low morale of the newly conscripted Loina and barbarian troops. The Nightblade Legion comprised merely 500 men, making it impossible to engage the dragons directly in battle. Instead, Albert could only hope to temporarily hold them at bay with his forces or lure other armies into the fray. Directly assaulting the enemy's defenses was not an option, Such a strategy would only lead to the disintegration of his troops under the relentless onslaught of dragon fire. Even the frenzied charges of the Dothraki were rendered futile in the face of the flames. Consequently, the Dragon Queen had successfully repelled the Dothraki with only a loss of over 10,000 men, the majority of whom were merely mercenaries with no financial incentive to fight. At present, Albert's only means of inflicting damage upon the dragons lay with artillery, though the cannons were still slow to reload and had limited range. Thus, he devised a plan to lure the dragons to a fixed position and then use artillery to collapse the mountainside, burying the dragons beneath the falling boulders. The notion of crushing a dragon with stones had never occurred to Albert, for after all, they were dragons. Although history recorded instances of commoners successfully slaying dragons, those were typically domesticated beasts, and the dragons he faced had never been tamed. The untamed dragons and their domesticated counterparts possess entirely different levels of power. After all, the current crossbows can no longer penetrate the formidable scales of the legendary black dragon, known as Drogon. Albert dares not imagine the consequences of continuing the assault. This time, he plans to launch an offensive from 3 fronts. Stannis will lead the conquered forces of Volantis and his vast army to attack Astapor from the east, while Renly Baratheon and his troops will approach Meereen from the west. Once both armies have sufficiently drawn each other's strength, Albert will command his forces to strike directly at Yunkai through the center, seizing the opportunity while the Dragon Queen's forces are stretched thin. He intends to execute a decisive maneuver, swiftly advancing towards the stronghold of the Dragon Queen. Should he encounter a dragon, Albert will employ his strategy of luring the beast into a predetermined ambush, eliminating the cavalry to draw the dragon into a trap, and then collapsing the mountainside to bury it beneath the rubble. By the time he has dealt with the remnants of the Queen's forces, the dragon would be returning. But it would be of no consequence. Thus, the crux of this mission lies in successfully diverting the dragon's attention, and Albert resolves to act as bait himself. The 200 commanders must remain stationary. Only he, stationed at the center, can move. After successfully capturing Yunkai, Daenerys will undoubtedly dispatch a dragon to hunt him down. At present, Daenerys is not yet composed. Despite having faced setbacks, they pale in comparison to the tribulations she endures in the original narrative, particularly as she has yet to confront the trials of Meereen. With no one to guide her towards becoming a mature ruler, and with Varys currently trapped in Volantis, evading Stannis' pursuit, he cannot rendezvous with her. Meanwhile, Illyrio has perished amidst the chaos in Braavos. Consequently, Daenerys finds herself lacking her key advisors, with 2 dead and others in flight, resulting in her governance resembling a wild, untamed growth. Fortunately, Yora provides stability, supplemented by the military support of Barristan. Otherwise, her regime would have already crumbled. Thus, should a significant external blow awaken the latent fears of the slave masters, they would not hesitate to abandon Daenerys. It is evident that House Targaryen is on the brink of demise once more. The young prince's forces are trapped on Dragonstone, unable to advance. Meanwhile, his watchers have shifted from Renly Baratheon to the Onion Knight and his son, as Renly has been redirected to join the campaign against the Dragon Queen. Volantis has succumbed entirely. Members of both the Sons of the Harpy and the Tiger's Claw are being hunted down, and all remaining factions supporting Valyria and the Targaryens appear to have fallen into despondency, leaving only the Dragon Queen struggling for survival. Upon completing the deployment, Albert resolved to select the troops that would partake in the forthcoming operation. First and foremost, the artillery units were essential. Without them, he would be ill-equipped to confront his adversaries. Following that, the Nightblade Legion and a substantial number of auxiliary forces were to be included, as these new recruits had recently joined the regime, and their loyalty was questionable. Thus, Albert intended to keep them close, reserving only the necessary garrison troops. Tommen and Ygritte, now reliant solely on themselves, had effectively severed their ties after their capture and were left with no other choice. One of them had to remain within the city to stabilize the remaining wildlings, as they would only heed Ygritte's command aside from Albert and Tommen. Albert decided to take Tommen with him, recognizing that Ygritte's melee skills were rather lacking. Sending the fire-kissed woman might prove disadvantageous. Ultimately, Albert chose to dispatch Tommen to lead a contingent of 10,000 wildlings alongside him. The expeditionary force comprised over 7,000 auxiliary troops, more than 1,500 from the Nightblade Legion, and over 40,000 wildling soldiers. Albert successfully prepared for war, ready to advance southward and confront the oppressive southern slave masters. Chapter 145. War is on the horizon. Meanwhile, the Dragon Queen was also making preparations. They had nearly conscripted all the refugees fleeing from Volantis, organizing them into a second army known as the Volunteer Army, which boasted a formidable strength of 12,000. On the road, Albert received intelligence indicating that this army could pose a significant obstacle, especially considering the vast number of unsullied stationed at Astapor and the Dragon Queen's base at Meereen. Thus, it was highly probable that this force would be positioned at the deep water. Consequently, Albert found it prudent to refrain from bringing too many troops, as he needed to retain sufficient forces to assault Daenerys, creating chaos or encircling her. Therefore, casualties in this endeavor must be minimized, highlighting Albert's strategic prowess. While others could potentially achieve similar outcomes, Albert's forces might lack the intimidation factor of the others. Thus, the decisive strike must be executed by Albert himself, particularly since he possessed the most advanced technical weaponry, enabling him to easily dismantle the walls. Hence, he became the unequivocal choice for the assault. The primary objective of the other two armies was not to breach the city, but rather to divert Daenerys' attention, thereby preparing the central breakthrough forces for a decisive engagement. Albert would lead the central forces to crush Daenerys' defenses. With simultaneous heavy strikes on both flanks, the city in the center would undoubtedly be less affected, allowing for the extraction of a significant portion of its military. At this moment of vulnerability, Albert would launch his attack. Albert's offensive would undoubtedly annihilate the army before him. After devastating the city, other forces would divert the enemy's attention from the flanks, while Albert would assume responsibility for launching a rear attack against the Dragon Queen's forces. Subsequently, having acquired a substantial number of warhorses from the Dothraki's battles, Albert would personally lead his cavalry to lure the Dragon Queen's dragons into a predetermined ambush site. Following the ambush, he would strive to obliterate the Dragon Queen's army and, if possible, eliminate the Dragon Queen herself. Even if the dragons were to go rogue, they would not recklessly pursue every soldier. However, facing the three-headed dragons simultaneously posed a formidable challenge for Albert, yet confronting them one by one would be an entirely different affair. Meanwhile, ominous news emerged from the north. The team dispatched for exploration seemed to have detected troubling signals within the woods. Albert needed to muster his troops in preparation for an imminent return to the north to confront the White Walkers. Thus, the matter with the Dragon Queen must be resolved expeditiously. Otherwise, should he find himself embroiled in a confrontation with the White Walkers, only to be suddenly ambushed by a dragon breathing fire, it would surely be a nightmarish scenario. Albert harbored no doubts that those capable of forging a merger agreement with the slavers could just as easily stab him in the back during a critical moment. He dared not take that gamble, especially since he had already gravely offended the Dragon Queen. If possible, it was imperative to resolve this situation while the majority of combat forces across the Seven Kingdoms were otherwise occupied, thereby alleviating his own burdens. A formidable enemy could emerge at any moment. As long as there was one, Albert had no desire to engage with others. While opening multiple fronts was advantageous, it was certainly intolerable. Therefore, he thought, "My apologies, Your Grace, the Dragon Queen." Albert swiftly commenced gathering his troops, distributing flintlock firearms to a multitude of wildlings and equipping every member of the Nightblade Legion capable of horseback riding with steeds. Naturally, when enticing the enemy, he would deploy auxiliary troops to minimize casualties, as he could not bear the loss of his soldiers. Following this, he ordered a comprehensive sweep for usable weaponry. Crossbows and cannons were loaded onto carts, and a significant quantity of firearms was transported from Beijing, accompanied by ample gunpowder. Albert found himself with a limited supply of ammunition, and the Kingdom of Essos lacked the capacity to produce more. Hence, he primarily relied on other units equipped with cold weapons during the operation, as even artillery could not be excessively utilized due to his inadequate stock of gunpowder. Time was of the essence, and he needed to stockpile significant amounts of gunpowder to confront the White Walkers. He dispatched his reconnaissance units, awaiting the simultaneous assault by Stannis and Tarly, at which point he could confidently advance. Although the northern part of the city is encircled by mountains, a substantial gap of nearly 10 miles exists amidst the peaks, sufficient for Albert's army to traverse without undue haste. He dispatched a reconnaissance team primarily to identify an ambush point, to conceal three-headed dragons. The area must possess a considerable expanse of flat land or a basin. It is essential to have ample space to bury the three-headed dragons, and Albert's knights diligently searched for 3 possible locations. Only one met Albert's criteria, as he could select only one cavalry unit capable of advancing smoothly and burying the dragons without becoming trapped. A river valley's impact plain proved ideal for such an operation. The area identified by Albert was at a breached river mouth, which, due to tectonic movements, had transformed from a coastal region into a wild inland expanse. The towering peaks successfully converted the valley from its original delta into a small basin, with several roads leading deeper into the territory. Albert stationed a contingent of wildlings on either side of the now dry riverbed. Once his cavalry arrived, the steeds could be abandoned, allowing the soldiers to climb the ropes laid down by the wildlings. Regarding engineering equipment and weaponry, Albert intended to keep them out of the city, for it was likely that, upon his conquest of the city, news would reach the Dragon Queen, prompting her to unleash dragons to raze it to the ground. Thus, Albert's current task was to find a secure resting place for these technical devices, as they represented one of the few remaining stocks of the North, which would be needed in the battle against the White Walkers. Losing them all here would be a devastating blow to Albert. Having arranged everything, Albert led the remaining forces onto the battlefield, soon catching sight of the city rising above the desolate plains. Chapter 147. The War with the Dragon Queen. The war commenced as Albert stealthily advanced his participating troops towards the predetermined operational site. Meanwhile, Stannis and Tarly launched their assaults on the Dragon Queen's city-state from the flanks. The left flank was manned by over 20,000 of Tarly's troops, the strongest fighting contingent in the army, crucial for pinning down and suppressing the Dragon Queen. The forces of the Dragon Queen in Meereen numbered approximately 8,000, with an additional 10,000 stationed in Astapor, Stannis' primary battleground. Although Stannis commanded a larger force of 70,000, their quality was relatively average. The Dragon Queen's reserve comprised over 14,000 soldiers from the Volantis Liberation Army, currently stationed at the Blackwater. They posed a significant obstacle for Albert. Should the flanks fail to compel the Dragon Queen to draw up this reserve or persuade the actual commander, Yora, to mobilize these two forces, the outcome could be dire. In such circumstances, Albert would face the daunting challenge of assaulting a fortress manned by over 14,000 troops, with merely his own 20,000 soldiers, despite possessing an array of advanced weaponry. Thus, the pressure was directed towards the flanks. If Stannis and Lannister could entice the majority of the reserve forces into engaging in a two-front battle, Albert would be able to initiate a concentrated offensive at the center. The assault commenced with Stannis' forces advancing with remarkable momentum, breaching the walls of Astapor. They had discerned the vulnerabilities of the Unsullied, whose endurance was notably lacking. Once their stamina was depleted, the Unsullied would merely become mere puppets clad in light armor. Consequently, this wave of aggression caused the opposing forces to retreat in disarray. Unable to withstand the onslaught, even the renowned Unsullied could not halt their advance. Albert had distributed the heavy shields equipped to his soldiers among various regiments, as his troops were soon to transition into a purely firearm-based force, rendering these shields obsolete. Stannis' army, therefore, found itself equipped with over 10,000 of these formidable shields, easily countering the Unsullied Legion. The battle progressed swiftly, with Stannis' forces advancing unimpeded to the base of Astapor's walls, where they began their siege with technological weaponry. Stannis lacked siege engines such as stone throwers and relied instead on traditional crossbows. Nevertheless, the fortifications of Astapor were not designed to withstand such weaponry, as the Valyrian had failed to replicate them. Nevertheless, the Unsullied fought fiercely, using sand and stone to fill the gaps in the walls, rendering the crossbows ineffective. Stannis commanded his subordinates to launch massive jars of molten gold over the walls, which exploded upon impact, incinerating the lightly armored Unsullied, who screamed in agony. Stannis continued to commit additional forces, bringing large battering rams to bear against the castle gates. However, it became evident that the fortress was not merely constructed of heavy wooden barricades, but also featured a formidable counterweight system. Consequently, the battering rams proved ineffective. Stannis then repositioned his crossbows, but the Unsullied had prepared countermeasures. Their swordsmen wielded long-range crossbows, picking off soldiers stationed near the crossbows, as their range surpassed that of Albert's artillery, leaving Stannis' men with little ability to suppress them. Frustrated, Stannis commanded numerous soldiers to deliver lightweight flamethrowers to the gates, intending to ignite the counterweight mechanism used for defense. Ultimately, the iron counterweight, once exposed to fire, succumbed to destruction. The entire mechanism was consumed by flames, allowing the infantry to surge through the breach. The Unsullied, possessing an indomitable spirit, surged forth to engage Stannis' infantry in fierce combat. Stannis had no intention of conquering the city. Thus, the infantry he dispatched consisted largely of farmers who had only recently been armed. While this force boasted a numerical advantage and a considerable amount of equipment, they struggled in combat, nearly being pushed out of the city gates. This was all part of Stannis' strategy. After all, if the enemy were to lose a city outright, reinforcements would not be sent. However, If the enemy suffered losses in battle without achieving victory, the likelihood of reinforcements being dispatched increased significantly. Indeed, the entire 4,000-strong Volantis Liberation Army was mobilized, a substantial contingent considering the entire legion comprised only 14,000 men. In contrast, Rander's approach was relatively solid, employing a relentless barrage of crossbows until the city walls were reduced to rubble. Countless crossbow bolts struck the same spot repeatedly, and once the walls had been deeply compromised, attacks shifted to other directions. The accumulated debris rendered other sections of the wall vulnerable, as it was impossible to fill every gap completely. Eventually, a portion of the wall was breached, and an elite force of over 20,000 surged forward. Randyr Tarly, however, was acutely aware of his mission. Soon, dragons appeared in the sky, swiftly ordering the rapid-fire crossbows into action. Yet, it was evident that this had little effect, for the dragons were clad in Valyrian steel armor, impervious to such weaponry. Consequently, the dragons revealed themselves and systematically destroyed Tarly's crossbows. After commanding the soldiers to bring up more crossbows from the rear, Tarly pretended to lead a retreat, allowing the other forces to successfully press forward, further draining the strength of the Valantians. Meanwhile, the city was left with nearly 4,000 defenders when Albert's army launched a sudden assault. Countless rapid-fire crossbows rained down upon the walls, which had not been specially reinforced, as there had been no time for such preparations. Thus, when Albert's forces appeared unexpectedly, even Daenerys herself was taken aback. The moment for the dragons to enter the fray had arrived, coinciding with the retreat of Randyr Tarly's troops, allowing the dragons to be successfully redirected to defend against Albert's forces at the city of Yunkai. The situation grew increasingly dire. The dragons' offensive effectively decimated a portion of Albert's army, causing the wildlings and auxiliary troops to nearly collapse in panic, as they truly feared facing such creatures. Yet, a cold smile crept upon Albert's lips. The plan had succeeded. Chapter 148. Vanquishing the dragons. Albert led his newly formed auxiliary cavalry and wildling cavalry, armed with sharp hand crossbows, to launch an offensive against the dragons. Albert understood their vulnerability lay in their wings, as those appendages were not protected by the formidable steel armor. Albert commanded his soldiers to assault the delicate membranous wings with their sharp steel crossbows. Although they successfully subdued the dragons, they also incited their wrath. The dragons were effectively lured away by Albert's cavalry, while he himself rode Nightblade at the forefront of his troops. The dragon's fiery breath diminished the ranks of the cavalry trailing behind, a phenomenon that, while seemingly natural, was precisely the outcome Albert sought. His intention was to draw the three-headed dragon into the ambush he had meticulously devised. Before long, the dragons followed Albert into the valley, where the long-anticipated artillery commenced its bombardment. The surrounding cliffs were soon shattered, and countless boulders plummeted onto the dragons. The vertebrae of one dragon were fractured, causing it to crash heavily to the ground, ensnared beneath the debris. Albert ordered the artillery to continue their onslaught against the dragons, inflicting damage and hindering their attempts to break free from their constraints, while he redirected his forces to assault the city of Yunkai. Albert commanded an impressive force of over 20,000 soldiers. Although his troops might not match the enemy in discipline, they possessed a unique advantage: superior weaponry. The musket units had been expanded to 4,000 men, and after their deployment in the resistance, they quickly yielded significant results. The Valanthians faced utter rout against the musket troops. In skirmishes involving more than 10 adversaries, at least one musket was always present. Under such circumstances, small-scale engagements were virtually unwinnable for them, and thus, they had seldom suffered defeats in these minor conflicts. However, a grave situation emerged. As Yunkai was the largest city in the bay, originally an ideal location for urban warfare. Yet, due to the foolish dispersion of their forces, the enemy's intended delay strategy faltered. The three-headed dragon had proven ineffective, leaving the Dragon Queen astonished, for in extreme circumstances, the incineration of cities by dragons was typically permissible. The infantry began to suppress their opponents, swiftly reclaiming the majority of the city's streets. Albert harbored no intention of sparing the slave masters. Unlike the Dragon Queen, he did not plan to remain. Thus, he showed no fear of offending the local earth dragons. Albert ruthlessly dismantled the slave economy, seizing nearly all slaves and incorporating them as part of his burgeoning populace. These slaves hailed from various nations across the vast Dothraki grasslands, with the majority being of Andalos and Loinar descent, as these two groups constituted the largest demographic in the Dothraki Sea. These purebloods served as the fundamental base for Albert's expansion of power, for the strength of the people is immense. Should the numbers of other races exceed a critical threshold, his rule would become precarious. However, the Loinars and Andalos were distinct. They bore his bloodline, intertwining their fates with his own. In this context, ruling the nation through nationalism is a feasible endeavor, potentially establishing the world's sole nationalist empire. Following the destruction of Yuan Kai, Albert swiftly divided his military forces into two factions, one to support Astapor and the other to assist the city of Myr. Albert himself embarked on the annihilation of the Queen's fleets. Indeed, the Dragon Queen had commenced the creation of her own armada. In the wake of Yuan Kai's failure, the prolonged absence of the Dragon Queen suggested that her majestic dragon had likely been captured by the opposition. Under such circumstances, the Dragon Queen could not maintain her position and was compelled to relinquish her captives. The morale of the defending troops, particularly the free militia, had significantly waned, resulting in a near-total collapse of order within the city. Thus, the current state of affairs within the walls had disintegrated entirely. The Dragon Queen resolved to lead her forces to break through the encirclement, simultaneously commanding the Unsullied to join her in this endeavor. The two armies converged at the harbor and swiftly set sail towards Dragonstone on warships. Indeed, her only remaining ally was now her nephew's forces. The Onion Knight had similarly laid a comprehensive trap, awaiting the emergence of the opposing troops. Meanwhile, Albert's efforts to suppress the dragons had proven unsuccessful. After all, Valyrian steel was the greatest creation of the Valyrians. Consequently, the defensive capabilities of these dragons remained formidable, and Albert's trebuchets inflicted minimal damage upon them, as the projectiles were devoid of gunpowder. Thus, the dragons successfully breached Albert's stone formations, providing cover for the fleet as they surged towards Dragonstone. In the critical moment of breaking through the trap, the dragons decimated the Onion Knight's army, allowing the two forces to unite. With this, the Dragon Society amassed nearly 20,000 warriors, most of whom were seasoned by the trials of war. At this juncture, a large fleet departed from Pike, commanded by the second-in-command of the Iron Islands. This fleet was also en route to Dragonstone, as Euron, realizing his inadequacy to assume the mantle of King of the Iron Islands, chose to ally with the Dragon Queen, given her possession of dragons. Moreover, this second-in-command held another formidable asset, the Horn of the Kraken. Dragons are the natural enemies of seals, and the Kraken can obliterate opposing fleets, signifying that their alliance could effectively safeguard Dragonstone. Even if the adversary commenced a blockade of Dragonstone, the influx of optimistic intelligence regarding the White Walkers advancing southward shattered Stannis' plans for a siege. After all, only Dragonstone produced dragon glass, and all existing texts indicated that dragon glass could vanquish the Whites. Thus, the Targaryens held this world-saving weapon, as it was inconceivable to deploy vast quantities of Valyrian steel in warfare. Therefore, the war was poised to begin. The strength of Dragonstone must not be underestimated, and the dragons represented a crucial force against the world. Stannis now found himself in a precarious position, uncertain of the means to overcome the Whites. In the north, Robb has already led the Northern Army into conflict, bolstered by Albert's artillery and flamethrowers, managing at one point to suppress the enemy. However, due to the ultimate disparity in manpower, the adversaries have essentially breached the first half of the city walls. Chapter 149. Preparations for war against the White Walkers under the protection of dragons. The Dragon Queen has retreated with her forces to Dragonstone, a stronghold that is now beyond capture. There is little choice, as this beleaguered island harbors over 20,000 souls, posing a constant threat to King's Landing. Stannis is unwilling to station his grand army there, and both the Vale and Dorne must concentrate their forces to confront the remnants of House Targaryen. Even Albert cannot devote all his energies to this front, as a multitude of adversaries still lurk in Essos. One should not assume that the defeat of a single Braavos will render the entire Essos realm vulnerable to King's Landing. The Dothraki people, spread throughout the vast grasslands, are more than enough to keep Albert occupied. Thus, a complete reversal of military focus is unfeasible, especially concerning auxiliary troops, as Albert cannot guarantee their combat effectiveness when dislocated from their homeland. Consequently, the forces dispatched must comprise only the free folk and his own northern army, which together do not exceed 50,000 men. Currently, beyond the thousands of Night's Watch, there are over 80,000 free folk simultaneously engaged in combat, while a portion of the able-bodied youth has been relocated to Essos to prevent their potential extermination following the fall of the North. Therefore, the contingent capable of participating in this war consists of approximately 40,000 free folk under Albert, in addition to the 80,000 stationed in the north. The combined forces of the northern lords totaling 80,000, and reinforcements from the Riverlands amounting to 40,000, with Albert's own northern longbowmen numbering 2,500. The total military strength reaches 202,500 men, marking the largest military assembly in the history of the North. The thousands of Night's Watch will also partake in the battle, while the mountain clans have dispatched their own troops. And even the savages from the distant Cannibal Isles have sent forth their forces. This is the most significant military assembly ever witnessed in the North, poised to confront the frenzied demons. Those who have been utterly defeated and are now fleeing southward have not joined Mance Rayder's grand army. They are slowly regrouping, most having been transformed into White Walkers and Whites. This has inflated the number of the undead army to approximately 2.5 million, placing palpable pressure upon Albert. For such a vast number exceeds even the total population along the wall. Moreover, while Albert's flames can reduce foes to ash, their effectiveness against Whites is limited. This implies that, once battle commences, the strain on Albert's forces will be considerable. Although the wildfire can suppress the enemy, its scarcity and the necessity for periodic replenishment render it a precarious asset. Artillery poses little threat to these entities, yet it can incapacitate the Whites, albeit with seemingly negligible significance. The number of White Walkers hovers around 1,500, commanding over 2 million Whites. Nearly 1 million are directly under the Night King's control, while the remaining White Walker commanders oversee the rest, with each capable of controlling an average of 100 Whites. However, this average is misleading, as many White Walkers lack such formidable control abilities, exhibiting a tiered distribution. The lower-tiered ones can only command approximately 20 Whites, while their more potent counterparts can direct hundreds or even thousands. Albert can only equip a scant number of dragon glass arrows for concentrated strikes, while the Dragon Queen has dominion over the vast majority of the obsidian mines. Throughout the continent of Essos, Albert has exerted considerable effort to locate only 2 minor deposits, yielding remarkably low output. Thus, only a fraction of the smaller crossbows can be fitted with dragon glass tips, while the majority of soldiers are relegated to wielding a dragon glass spear, which is of minimal utility. Archers are similarly under-equipped, restricted to attaching or embedding small shards of dragon glass onto their arrows. Each bow can only receive a diminutive fragment, inscribed onto the arrowhead, rendering their effectiveness exceedingly limited. The soldiers lack even such provisions. Their swords bear a slender groove occasionally adorned with dragon glass shards, further diminishing their combat efficacy, requiring several strikes to vanquish a single White. As for the cavalry, each soldier has the luxury of a single piece of dragon glass fitted to their lance. Yet Albert has not prepared many cavalry units. Although the North is renowned for its gray horses, their numbers remain scant due to impoverishment. Albert has also devised other weapons, such as Valyrian steel. He has removed portions of captured Valyrian steel armor, melted them into arrowheads, and inserted them into shells, attempting to deploy this surgical-like strike to clear swathes of White armies. The Whites are unlikely to retreat from such damage. Thus, Valyrian steel projectiles must be reserved for encounters with White Walkers, as the flying shards would inflict considerable harm. One can only hope that the enemy commanders fight in close formation. Indeed, if 1 or 2 White Walkers are positioned far from the battlefield, they are incapable of directing such a multitude of Whites into continuing combat, with the Night King resembling a king of the undead, steering the general course of the horde without precise command. Therefore, the White Walker Command Legion must be nearby. Upon detecting these forces, Albert will instruct the artillery to obliterate them with Valyrian steel cannonballs. The subsequent preparations were lamentably scant. Albert had only amassed a meager supply of provisions. Although he had conquered the prosperous town of Blefus, which should, in theory, yield a wealth of riches, the coins circulated within Blefus were scarcely recognized in the wider world. The iron treasury had been obliterated, and thus the city-states that had owed debts to it merely maintained a facade of peace, as they no longer had to pay exorbitant interest and could instead accumulate substantial wealth. Naturally, while financing had become more challenging, it did not equate to a reduction in available funds. On the contrary, other institutions akin to the iron treasury were burgeoning in various city-states like mushrooms after rain. Consequently, Albert found securing financing relatively straightforward. The crux lay in converting these assets into provisions. Chapter 150. The eve of war, it was abundantly clear that the number of undead outside had reached a terrifying threshold, with Albert estimating their ranks at approximately 200,000 to 300,000. One could easily discern that the impending clash, pitting over 20,000 against more than 200,000 undead, would be monumental. Should they emerge victorious, the tide of evil would be decisively halted north of the Great Wall. However, if they faltered, The countless bones that had languished in the north for centuries would serve as sustenance for this vast army, allowing it to effortlessly swell to millions, perhaps even tens of millions. Such a prospect was utterly despairing, as the rate of their expansion would far exceed that of any human army. All the undead were warriors, whereas training human soldiers required a protracted period. Thus, victory was contingent upon outpacing the enemy's growth. Yet, defeating the foe posed significant challenges, as they possessed formidable strength and a reckless morale, two decidedly lethal factors. Albert endeavored to maintain unity and coordination within his ranks. While he might not exert control over the forces dispatched by Robert, he could command many of the Northern Lord's armies, those tied to him through familial alliances, who generally maintained amicable relations with him. These troops were likely to heed Albert's commands, which bolstered his confidence in combat, though that was the extent of his advantages. Indeed, the remaining circumstances were predominantly unfavorable, and Albert felt a chill of dread. Given the current situation, the odds of victory appeared dismally low. Faced with a powerful enemy and a woefully unprepared army, Albert could not even guarantee that all his soldiers were adequately equipped. Compared to previous advantages in military strength or equipment, the current situation offered little hope. Lacking superiority in numbers, tactics, morale, and equipment was utterly disheartening. Albert even contemplated hosting a final gathering before the impending doom, for he truly lacked confidence in his ability to secure victory. Achieving success seemed insurmountably difficult, and he thought it wiser to indulge in his desires while time still permitted. Upon hearing the news, Robert, too, chose to indulge himself, granting the soldiers a final opportunity to reunite with their loved ones, while the noble commanders yearned to pursue their unfinished endeavors. Albert's thoughts immediately turned to Marcella, only to be reminded that the young girl was not present, a circumstance he had orchestrated. Thus, he resolved to proceed to the front lines to finalize preparations for the impending battle. The three fools found scene. While the Duke and Duchess nestled closely with their daughter and son, the remaining individuals seeking their own families. Alone, Albert, accompanied by his guards, undertook the final preparations for combat atop the high tower. Meanwhile, on the other side, Daenerys observed Stannis' recovery, leaving Albert with the urgent task of holding back the impending tide of whites. He pondered the uncertainty of his fate, a flicker of regret surfacing within him. If only the little princess were here, he would have companionship. Shaking his head, he cast aside those disheartening thoughts. Albert's foremost duty was not to indulge in nostalgia. All enemy towers and fortifications along the wall had been meticulously repaired by skilled artisans, while the reinforcements stood ready to be deployed as a reserve force. Currently, all logistical supplies could only be transported to the designated area, inevitably incurring losses. Albert's fleet had strived to minimize these, yet substantial depletion remained inevitable. With over 200,000 mouths to feed, the strain was indeed vast, and Albert bore the brunt of these financial burdens. Therefore, it was imperative to expedite the war, for prolonging the conflict would lead to staggering losses that Albert could scarcely afford. In truth, no one could withstand such an economic strain, necessitating a swift conclusion to hostilities. The mere thought of what could transpire next was daunting. Without sufficient provisions, the wildlings, in particular, might revolt. After all, Albert had initially promised them substantial rewards, thus rendering them akin to mercenaries. The forthcoming battles relied heavily on these mercenaries, as Albert required a robust force to sustain his campaigns. Ensuring the soldier supply lines was crucial. Fortunately, his fleet could provide ample resources. However, this was but a temporary solution, as the unpredictability of those troops loomed large. Should they prove adept in naval warfare, Albert would face significant challenges, given the current inadequacies in soldier equipment and the precariousness of maintaining morale in seemingly hopeless scenarios. Courage, after all, was the one commodity they most desperately lacked. While these wildlings had indeed engaged in their share of brutality and plunder, their ferocity was primarily directed toward the vulnerable, shying away from the formidable. The issue of military strength is quite grave, yet it is merely one of the pressing concerns at hand. Albert now requires greater focus, channeling his efforts towards a direction that could potentially ignite a large-scale conflict. Tisiphon. The Southern Pearls struggle to maintain unity, and Albert has gathered the might of the entire Slave Bay while also securing Bravos. The rapid expansion of his base has attracted many who covet his territory. Traditionally, such circumstances would not be insurmountable. However, the situation has drastically changed, as his primary attention is now devoted to resisting the undead in the north, with his own enterprises constantly under threat. Consequently, Albert cannot fully commit to this war, as he must first produce sufficient weaponry for self-defense. Moreover, dragons pose a significant threat. The current dynamics are entirely different, and Albert remains uncertain of the Dragon Queen's potential actions. Should she indeed take action, the region would undoubtedly descend into a dire predicament. Amidst this turmoil, sleep eludes Albert, and it is in this state of waiting that he confronts the initial wave of the undead assault. Nearly all the nobles of the north are present on the battlefield, for this is their foremost concern. The defense along the coast has been entrusted to the nobles of the riverlands. In the distance, a vast gray line appears on the horizon, and Albert clenches his fists. Recognizing its significance, the situation has escalated alarmingly. Why are there so many? Chapter 151. The outbreak of war. Thank heavens, the war has commenced. This proclamation emanates from the lips of Prince Aegon Targaryen. Following the onset of hostilities with the Targaryen dynasty, many of their commanders swiftly discerned a critical issue. Their weaponry surpasses their own in strength, their military prowess is superior, and their forces are formidable. At least 40% of this can be attributed to the boy from the north, while another 20% is due to his warships. Thus, Albert emerges as the most formidable and least tolerated name among the Targaryens. He single-handedly vanquished 3 colossal dragons, and with the assistance of 2 other commanders, successfully defeated the Dragon Queen, nearly obliterating the Targaryen family's influence on the continent of Essos. Were it not for the undead's offensive, the next target would undoubtedly be this region, given that Dragonstone possesses a vast fleet capable of threatening the connection between White Harbor and Essos at any moment, with White Harbor itself being susceptible to direct assault. Old Town lacks a navy, and the royal fleet pales in comparison to the current might of the Targaryen navy. The only force left to contend with them is the fleet of White Harbor. Fortunately, the young prince secured the support of the second-in-command of the Iron Islands at the expense of his aunt. However, it is solely the second-in-command who has declared involvement in this conflict, while the first-in-command is currently eyeing the west and the bifurcated riverlands with keen interest. The battles in the north have erupted with fervor, contrasting sharply with the helplessness and pallor depicted in the original narrative. This time, however, the Great Wall is fortified by formidable guardians. Albert's oil reserves are devoted entirely to safeguarding this line of defense. The moment any whites reveal themselves, a deluge of fire oil descends upon them, incinerating every movable part of their bodies. Even when the White Walkers launch their fierce assaults, they are systematically targeted. Upon losing their commander, the whites swiftly devolve into mere corpses. Should they remain concealed, they witness their comrades being engulfed by flames, rendering any advance impossible. Albert has prepared a sumptuous feast of stratagems, eagerly awaiting the whites to expend their forces in waves. Clearly, the first course consists of a blazing wall of fire. The instant a white steps into this inferno, the flames will be unleashed without hesitation. The supply of oil in reserve is more than sufficient. While Westeros lacks abundant large herbivorous wildlife, Essos provides a stark contrast. Albert's fire crews are aggressively assaulting within the territory of Eltos, harvesting the flesh of large wild animals and processing the oil into fatty substances to supply the battlefield. It is almost accurate to claim that aside from the ships intercepted by the Targaryen pirates, approximately 80 of the oil-based resources have successfully reached the front lines. This not only transforms the battlefield into a sea of flames, but also significantly boosts the soldiers' morale. Initially, commanders had warned them that once the battle commenced, the whites would charge at them like madmen, necessitating a cohesive formation. Yet, in reality, Albert's flames have withstood the majority of the whites, many of whom emerged singed and maimed. Once their bodies are carbonized, their ice magic becomes ineffective, preventing them from reforming into whites. Those few who manage to breach the flames are swiftly surrounded and slaughtered by the soldiers, elevating the morale of even the most despondent serfs. However, it wasn't long before the first line of defense was breached, as dozens of White Walkers emerged simultaneously, employing their powerful ice magic to extinguish the fiery oil. Albert's lips twitched. He had anticipated that this line would hold against a greater number of whites. Nevertheless, it did exceed his expectations slightly, as this defense managed to repel more foes than his most pessimistic forecasts had suggested. Albert did not intend to annihilate too many White Walkers. His goal was solely to diminish the ranks of the whites. Once their numbers are sufficiently weakened, the onslaught of the White Walkers would inevitably cease. For Albert's crossbowmen are relentlessly seeking out these adversaries and eliminating them one by one. The crossbowmen have already successfully suppressed the enemy's numbers, having slain over 20 White Walkers. Their quantity is not vast, meaning they cannot endure such rapid losses. However, this brings forth another reason: the emergence of the Night King. It is only when he appears that he can directly command his army to launch more ferocious assaults. as he possesses the ability to control the largest number of whites within the entire army of the undead. Otherwise, he would not be referred to as the Night King. Since the arrival of the Night King at the front lines, the dynamics of the battlefield have transformed instantaneously. Albert's second line of defense, originally designed as an underground wildfire net, was intended to engulf a substantial number of whites when ignited. Yet, the Night King seems to have discerned Albert's intentions. Instead of launching a frontal assault, he commanded the whites to advance in small groups. This exceeded Albert's expectations, for if the number of whites is minimal, igniting the wildfire net would inevitably fail to yield maximum efficacy. Furthermore, upon reaching the front line, these small contingents did not immediately engage in combat, but seemingly circumvented his second line of defense, slowly gathering instead. The third line of defense consisted of a deep trench filled with dragon crystal spikes, meant to counter the medium-sized throngs of whites that might breach the wildfire net. Given their limited numbers, Albert could have effortlessly dispatched them, and afterwards, he could even send the diminutive mountain clansmen to drag the corpses away for disposal. However, in reality, this wave of whites caused the entire trench to become filled, rendering the combined efforts of Albert's second and third lines of defense futile. The Night King's strategy of advancing the whites in small groups before launching a large-scale attack completely surpassed expectations and left Albert in a state of vulnerability. Fortunately, Albert still had a fourth line of defense. Otherwise, his infantry would have been subjected to this terrifying onslaught. This fourth line consisted of an underground current that Albert had discovered during the construction of his fortifications. Should the whites successfully reach below and be swept away by the water, the further they are from the Night King, the weaker the ice magic upon them becomes. Once they exceed a distance of 200 kilometers, they would entirely revert to being mere corpses. As the Night King's forces breached the second and third lines of defense, Albert had no choice but to ignite the wildfire net of the second line. While this tactic did serve a purpose, halting a significant portion of the line's advance, it ultimately marked a miscalculation for Albert, as the third line of defense proved entirely ineffective, resulting in only a handful of whites being dispatched. The relative number was indeed far too meager. Meanwhile, the final line of defense within the Dark River had also been reinforced with soldiers proficient in aquatic maneuvers, armed with dragon crystal daggers, who dispatched all the whites that fell into the water. Additionally, the main defensive force behind Albert began to face small-scale disarray, which he did not impede, as it offered the soldiers valuable experience. Simultaneously, he had prepared numerous small grenades made of dragon crystal, providing substantial advantages to the weakest of the new recruits, encouraging their efforts. Certainly, these efforts could only be a drop in the bucket. After all, when the new recruits truly lose their sanity, who knows what they might be capable of? Soon, the horde of corpses surged forth, and Albert commanded his soldiers to fight while retreating, gradually executing a full withdrawal to the city walls. The relentless assault of Albert's firearmed troops inflicted significant casualties upon the throng of corpses. Albert endeavored to decimate the lion horde as much as possible, yet this was evidently insufficient to alter the overall dynamics of the situation. Once the Wildfire King ignited his flames, Albert had little recourse left aside from the hidden river, which, regrettably, was a one-time asset. If the Night King were to discover it, given his formidable ice magic, he could easily encase the entire river in ice. Even if only a substantial portion were frozen, it would cause Albert considerable distress. During my passage by the hidden river, although a significant number of whites fell during the initial wave, the Night King merely gestured, successfully freezing a section of it. He soon recognized the river's tumultuous flow and the suppressive power he exerted over his army. It was evident to him that humans had excavated all the soil beneath, leaving only a final layer that had already frozen over. Once subjected to the overwhelming pressure of a massive horde, this layer would easily collapse. Thus, when the surface layer crumbled, Albert would be left to confront the main force of the whites directly. Currently, approximately 400,000 ghouls have been eradicated. Yet the enemy's main force still numbers around 1 million, a far cry from Albert's expectations. He had anticipated that this offensive could potentially annihilate the enemy's absolute strength, estimating at least 1 million whites would be lost. In reality, they barely reached half that figure, placing immense pressure on the front lines. Albert pressed on with the battle, having contemplated the worst-case scenario. If necessary, he could detonate the wall, for as long as he could eliminate the Night King. There would still be ample time to repair the fortifications. If all else failed, he could construct additional walls, even encompassing the entire wildling settlement within the defensive perimeter of the wall. Thus, Albert resolved to blow up the wall in the direst of circumstances. and the situation was rapidly trending in that direction. Clutched in Albert's hand was a Valyrian steel sword, a family heirloom belonging to a noble house. This family had supported the Old Lion, Tywin, during the previous war, but faced extinction after their defeat, with their blades subsequently falling into royal possession. This sword was one of the dowries claimed by the princess for her future, now bestowed upon Albert for immediate use. As there remained no other formidable weapon forged from dragon glass to combat the Night King, save for the Valyrian steel. Therefore, this sword was now in Albert's possession. Though he remained uncertain if this so-called Valyrian blade was truly the singular weapon capable of countering the others. The battle rages on, with our soldiers increasingly yearning to retreat to the rear. They have begun to utilize the dragon crystal grenades, which have, to some extent, quelled the charge of the undead horde. However, the supply of these grenades is limited. Once they are expended, the soldiers will undoubtedly lose all sense of restraint, finding themselves bereft of further means of defense. Consequently, their morale plummets dramatically, leaving them to engage in close combat. The results of such engagements are grim indeed. Albert harbored no illusions regarding the fighting prowess of these peasant soldiers. His own troops, comprising the off-road battalion of the former northern commanders, may have been puzzled as to why he employed them as a reserve force. Yet, the current predicament made it abundantly clear that the whites were far beyond the capabilities of peasant soldiers to confront. Even Albert's semi-professional troops could only initiate an offensive, holding the line momentarily before gradually retreating. As they fell back, they would inevitably encounter squads of whites commanded by the White Walkers, alongside various specialized units composed of the corpses of beasts. In such circumstances, Albert would proactively withdraw his forces. The standoff persisted, with Albert's professional soldiers rapidly depleting their strength, particularly the musketry units, which suffered grievous losses while scrambling back and forth, leading to a sharp decline in morale. Reinforcements soon arrived at the front, led by Robert, allowing Albert to pull his troops back for a brief respite. The ballistae and incendiary oil containers were hastily brought to the front lines, temporarily stalling the advance of the whites. However, the reserves of dragon crystal were rapidly dwindling, and the Targaryen forces had curtailed their supply. Meanwhile, enemy pirates raced across the sea to plunder Albert's reinforcements, making the transport of dragon crystal exceedingly difficult. While the consumption rate of these crystals soared to astronomical levels, Albert's morale sank further, and the entire defensive line along the wall had succumbed. The 4 great artifacts were deployed, and the first day had ended in utter disarray. Ultimately, they managed to repel the first wave of the enemy's assault. After withdrawing his forces, Albert conducted an assessment during which he narrowly escaped a deadly ambush by a White Walker's spear. The morale of the peasant soldiers required the presence of a commander for reassurance, yet such presence also attracted the focused attention of the White Walkers. Thus, Albert was compelled to employ the engineering team to excavate a trench beneath the city for the commanders to rotate and stand guard. On the first day of combat, the so-called army of over 200,000 had suffered nearly 10,000 casualties, a staggering toll that severely impacted morale. The wounded were no longer allowed on the front lines. Only those who fell in battle would count as losses. The fighting had escalated to a fever pitch, and on the second day, Albert mustered his spirit to continue the struggle, determined to force the Night King into the open. Chapter 153, The Betrayal of Targaryen. The fall of the wall as the first day of battle drew to a close. Albert's forces suffered grievous losses, with over 200,000 troops decimated, nearly 120 fallen, not to mention the multitude of injured. Nevertheless, the White Walkers did not escape unscathed. Albert left them with no fewer than 400,000 corpses. True corpses that could never be resurrected. This signifies that the army of whites has irrevocably lost these troops as a fighting force. In contrast, Albert's casualties were relatively minor. Throughout the course of this war, all of Albert's strategies had been employed, and it was evident that they had been used to their utmost efficacy. However, the pressing concern now was how to endure the battles that lay ahead. After all, the White Walker army still numbered over 1 million, and today, all of Albert's contingencies had been forced into play. Yet, barring unforeseen complications, the conflict should ultimately reach a satisfactory conclusion, given the considerable advantages Albert held. After all, the wall itself served as an absolute barrier against the White Walkers. Currently, Albert's greatest apprehension was the possibility of a betrayal. This concern was not unfounded, as the forces of Tywin still occupied the gift, and their loyalty remained uncertain. Beyond the minor inconvenience posed by the gift, the true threat lay with the Targaryen family on Dragonstone, for their dragons could easily disregard all other concerns and launch an assault. According to the latest intelligence, the Targaryens had secured the support of the brother of Balon Greyjoy from the Iron Islands. Thus, the royal fleet was no longer in a position of superiority. Should conflict arise, Albert found himself doubting their capacity to prevail. If the naval defenses faltered, the situation could rapidly spiral into crisis, with the enemy able to strike from any direction while Albert remained unable to mount a defense, as his primary focus must be directed towards the northern front against the White Walkers. What transpired in the south remained a mystery to Albert, nonetheless. His energies had to be devoted to the war against the White Walkers and Whites. Failure here would render any southern victories a mere postponement of inevitable doom. In this light, Albert concentrated his efforts in the north, fully committed to combating the Whites. The second day's battle commenced as anticipated, and this time, the enemy refrained from executing any notable night raids, perhaps deeming them unnecessary. The Night King personally led his forces in a frontal assault, which Albert and Robb struggled to repel. During the second day's conflict, they managed to annihilate approximately 600,000 Whites, albeit at the cost of over 15,000 of their own soldiers. The soldiers who have fallen are predominantly those who have met their demise, while the wounded can only muster the strength to continue fighting. The current situation hinges on who can endure the longest. Should Albert and his comrades achieve victory in this battle, it would signify that the most formidable and resilient of the undead have been substantially weakened, rendering subsequent confrontations considerably less arduous. Conversely, a defeat would result in the human army being unable to assemble a sufficient number of troops with experience in combat against the undead, making future skirmishes increasingly challenging. Albert is currently assessing the casualties among his technological weaponry. The oil reserves remain at half capacity, while over 30 of the stone-throwing artillery have been lost. The losses among the infantry are even more staggering, with Albert having already endured a depletion of more than 70 marksmen. If this trend continues, he muses that under the current circumstances, he can only sustain operations for a maximum of 3 days before the Great Wall defense must be abandoned due to a lack of sufficient forces, compounded by the loss of numerous advantageous units. Indeed, over the course of these few days of battle, Albert's forces have suffered a staggering loss of 7,000 men, with total troop casualties estimated around 25,000. It is evident that Albert has borne the brunt of the losses in this conflict. Faced with such astonishing casualties, Albert is left numb, fervently hoping for an early conclusion to this war, as he must retain at least 10,000 soldiers. Otherwise, he will find it impossible to assert control over the smaller city-states and lords on the continent of Essos. The third day of combat bears little difference from the previous ones, with Albert continuing to deploy his technological weaponry to the front lines, yielding minimal results and incurring significant losses. The enemy appears to have discerned effective strategies against Albert's technological advancements, prompting him to contemplate whether to withdraw his forces from the front line. The toll of such losses is unsustainable. To compound the situation, dire news arrives, further exacerbating the already precarious battlefield dynamics. The Dragon Queen, sheltered by her dragons, has emerged from the encirclement with her fleet. Her objective is not White Harbor, but rather the Eastern Sea Bay. Albert cannot fathom that she intends to offer assistance, for at this stage, the Queen remains oblivious to the ferocity of her adversaries. Even if she were aware, the current state of affairs suggests that victory for his army is feasible, with the only variable being the extent of casualties incurred. However, should the Dragon Queen's forces suddenly emerge from the rear, it would have a profoundly detrimental effect on the situation. Meanwhile, Albert has also detected the presence of the Night King, who has appeared near the city walls, indicating that an attack on the fortifications could be imminent. Most critically, they represent the elite military forces of the entire army. Should they indeed confront Albert, the prospect of victory remains uncertain. In this dire situation, the dragons suddenly emerged from behind their position. By the time Albert received the news, nearly 2,000 soldiers from the rearguard had already been reduced to ashes. Albert could hardly fathom that the Dragon Queen had turned traitor. Although this blow was utterly unexpected, it was soon quelled by the firepower of his forces, driving the dragons back. Many soldiers had perished in the flames, yet under the influence of ice magic, they rose once more. Albert nearly uttered a curse, realizing they had no choice but to abandon the Great Wall as defense line. His troops were to retreat first, while the forces of the lesser lords would follow suit, each group providing cover as they fell back. Albert, along with his personal guard, remained at the rear, fighting and retreating simultaneously. Ultimately, they ensured that the vast majority of their men reached the next line of defense, Winterfell, where the final battle would erupt. Chapter 154, The Final Showdown. Upon retreating to Winterfell, Albert organized his troops and discovered that only approximately 150,000 remained. Despite the relatively organized retreat, the cost was immense in order to withdraw from the Great Wall. They had now arrived at what was originally designed as the second line of defense, and indeed, the last line, Winterfell. This line boasted over 10,000 troops gathered by the Duke of the North, alongside the 15,000 from Albert's forces. The Dragon Queen's ambush had cost Albert more than 2,000 reserve soldiers, all of whom the Night King resurrected as wights. Astonishingly, even those who had fallen were preserved in the majority of their physical form. For Albert, this was far from good news. It meant that their escape routes had been severely compromised, as he could have potentially brought back another 20,000. Everyone prepared for the final confrontation with the Whites at the Winterfell defense line. Albert caressed the jeweled hilt of his sword, and nearby, Robb noticed his unstable condition. If the dragons continued to interfere, it would have a catastrophic effect on the outcome of the war. Albert understood all too well that if the dragons intensified their involvement, this line of defense might not hold, as all his technological armaments were designated for combating the Whites, leaving him ill-equipped to confront the dragons. Most critically, to deal with the Whites, all weapons needed to be concentrated, yet against the dragons, it would be wiser to disperse their forces. Thus, Albert did not intend to show mercy. He planned to achieve victory in a night assault. He hoped that at the moment the lion's pride charged, he could detonate the explosives buried in the vast, snowy expanse ahead, annihilating the Whites and exposing the Night King. At that juncture, all of his fresh troops would surge forth to buy time for the final elite forces, whose target would be none other than the Night King himself. As anticipated by Albert, the mighty dragon did not descend upon them in attack. Stannis's formidable forces exerted substantial pressure, yet the Night King's offensive was relentless. Albert organized his soldiers to mount a counterattack, fighting valiantly on the defensive line, where they amassed countless Whites before the prepared area he had designated for detonation. Everything unfolded according to plan, and it was likely that the Night King had not anticipated Albert's tactical maneuvers. Just as Albert observed the enemy beginning to hurl those fearsome javelins, he keenly identified their commander. They had reached the critical point for detonation. Albert commanded his soldiers to ignite the fuses, and soon, the entire icy expanse erupted, claiming the lives of innumerable Whites, shattering them into fragments that filled the air. At this juncture, Albert and his forces launched their counteroffensive. Robb led a cavalry unit out first, followed closely by over 10,000 infantrymen. The battle commenced, and this wave of soldiers, heavily armed with dragonfire weapons, swiftly dispatched all the Whites before them upon contact. Albert, leading his elite Knights Blade Guard, pressed closely behind. They soon encountered a specialized task force composed of White Walkers, confronting them head-on, and the situation became increasingly dire. Albert ordered his soldiers to remain composed as they raised their weapons and unleashed rounds filled with dragon crystal powder. In an instant, the White Walkers before them fell as if they had been lined up or self-destructed on the spot, with the Night King looming just behind. In that moment of confrontation, Albert felt as though he had collided with a massive ice block, only to be forcefully pushed back. He retaliated with another strike, but his blade struck the Night King to no effect, as a layer of enchanted ice armor enveloped him, boasting formidable defense. Albert's blows proved futile. After taking a step back, Albert charged once more, yet it was evident that the Night King's strength far surpassed his expectations, sending him crashing to the ground. The Night King gripped his neck with immense force, dragging him backward, while Albert desperately positioned his longsword between his helmet and the Night King's arm. Fighting for a meager breath, the Night King's power intensified, and the blade began to etch deep marks into his helmet. In a frantic motion, Albert reached for the flintlock at his waist, filled with bullets crafted from dragon crystal powder. He aimed for the Night King's waist and pulled the trigger. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with a thunderous roar, compelling everyone to cover their ears, and they beheld a massive ice block shattering at a distant point on the field. Countless shards of ice cascaded upon the people, ushering in an overwhelming chill, while Albert's visage became encrusted with splintered frost. In a moment, all the Whites collapsed in unison, subsequently bursting apart. The soldiers, having narrowly survived, sank to the ground, gasping for breath. The toll of the final conflict had been staggering, with over 10,000 cavalrymen who had surged forth alongside them almost entirely perishing. Albert's elite guard had been decimated to a mere 400. Soon after, they would venture southward to confront the misfortunes awaiting the Targaryens. Confronted with an enemy force of undeniable superiority and the remnants of the Night King's legion reduced to ash, the Targaryen family found themselves bereft of any capacity for resistance. After solemnly surrendering all their armed forces and ceding Dragonstone, they proclaimed a vow to never return to Westeros or the continent of Essos. Thus unfolded the final chapter. The war had concluded, and Albert journeyed to the realms of Essos, assuming the mantle of its sovereign, with the young princess ever at his side. The once revered Manderly family of White Harbor was entrusted to Albert's cousin, Darl. The entirety of the newly established Essos kingdom stretched from the northern to the southern expanse of the Dothraki Sea, with a portion of the conquered Volantis serving as the princess's dowry. This maneuver effectively transformed Essos into the largest empire on the continent, with Albert establishing the faith of the Seven as the state religion, while the worship of other deities faced suppression, naturally provoking dissent from various cults. In swift response, Albert abolished the faith of the Seven, reinstating the belief in mechanical science as the principal doctrine of his kingdom, successfully ushering scientific faith into this era.